I thought bankruptcy, debt, and being exploited were the rock bottom of life, until I met her again. The woman I once callously dismissed with the words "I'm tired of playing with you" is now worth billions, aloof and domineering. To escape her, I resolutely quit my job, only to crash my e-bike into her Rolls-Royce Phantom at the next corner. With a mocking gaze, she named her price, 1 million. No money? Then pay with your body. My name is Mu Tianye, once the untouchable prince of Jiangcheng, now I'm just a lowly workhorse at the bottom of the corporate ladder. 3 years later, I met Nan Zhiyi again at a banquet, the campus belle I once capped. Now he had unexpectedly become the biggest client of the company. Throughout the entire dinner, I felt like I was sitting on pins and needles. 3 years ago, I threw a bank card at Nan Zhiyi's face and coldly declared, "This relationship is over, I'm done with you." Her expression was as calm as stagnant water at that moment, yet her words sent a chilling shiver down one's spine. "What you've given today will be repaid 100-fold in the future, I'll make sure you regret this." Nan Zhiyi sat radiantly in the host's seat, while a cold sweat ran down my back as I tried desperately to make myself invisible. However, our perceptive leader, well-versed in social cues, noticed Nan Zhiyi's frequent glances in my direction. "Miss Nan, this is Xiaomu from the sales department." What a coincidence, he also graduated from Jiangcheng University, so you two are alumni. Nan Zhiyi stared at me and smiled meaningfully. What a fateful coincidence indeed. The leader waved me over. "Xiaomu, come quickly and propose a toast to Miss Nan. She's one of our major clients. As her fellow alum, you must make sure to share a drink with her." My scalp is tingling. I want to escape so badly, but I can't get away. I held my wineglass and walked over, pretending to be composed. "Miss Nan, let me offer you a toast." Nan Zhiyi did not raise her glass, a hint of mockery playing at the corner of her lips. "What's this, Mr. Mu? Not planning to run away this time?" I gasped, forcing a bitter smile. "You must be joking, Miss Nan." Her cold gaze swept over my slightly faded suit jacket as she taunted. 3 years apart, who would have thought that the once untouchable crown prince of Jiangcheng would now be reduced to such a state? The noisy banquet hall instantly fell silent as everyone's gaze turned toward me. The leader just now hurried out to apologize. "I'm sorry, Miss Nan, it was my oversight. Xiaomu's status is indeed not worthy of drinking with you. If you're displeased, I'll have him pack up and leave immediately." Nan Zhiyi slightly raised an eyebrow and turned to the leader. "Your company certainly has a unique approach when it comes to hiring." The leader misunderstood her meaning and said with a beaming face, "Our company has always been strict in hiring, and cases like Mu Tianye, who's been with the company for 3 years, yet remains a worthless bottom-tier salesman, are indeed rare." Then, those around chimed in, criticizing me. They brought up my father's bankruptcy and suicide, my mountain of debts, how I wasted time in college without studying, relying on family money to keep mistresses, then callously dumping them after getting bored, a textbook scumbag. Listening to these sarcastic remarks, I could barely resist the urge to crush the wineglass in my hand, yet in the next moment, I suddenly let it go. To this day, why bother with others' gossip? The truth sometimes doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm buried in debt right now and can't afford to lose this job paying $7,000 a month. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Nan Zhiyi. Her expression grew increasingly gloomy, frost seeming to gather between her brows. Bang! Nan Zhiyi abruptly stood up and slammed the wineglass onto the ground. "Your company is truly teeming with talent. Even graduates from Jiangcheng's top university are dismissed as worthless in your eyes. Then am I not also a piece of trash?" She was stung in her pride by the term "kept woman." Nan Zhiyi pressed relentlessly, his voice growing colder. "Mr. Chen makes it sound so easy. Since your employees are so fond of gossip, perhaps they should switch careers and become paparazzi. Since we're clearly not on the same page professionally, I see no need to continue our collaboration." She turned to leave immediately. "Miss Nan, please wait." Mr. Chen hurriedly called out to Nan Zhiyi. Mr. Chen first walked up to manager Zhao and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap across his face. "Go to the finance department to settle your salary immediately. You don't need to come to work tomorrow." He then turned to the others who were gossiping, "And the rest of you, get out of here right now." After completing a series of personnel appointments and dismissals, President Chen turned to Nan Zhiyi with an ingratiating smile and asked, "Miss Nan, are you satisfied?" Nan Zhiyi remained expressionless, though her gaze kept drifting toward me unintentionally. Mr. Chen finally caught on and said to me with a chuckle, "Xiaomu, accompany Miss Nan around these days. Jiangcheng has changed a lot in recent years, and Miss Nan has been living abroad for a long time. She must be unfamiliar with many places." Upon hearing Manager Chen's arrangement, I couldn't feel the slightest bit of happiness. I raised my hand to touch my nose and directly refused. "Sorry, Manager Chen, this is already beyond the scope of my job." Who would have thought young Master Mu has fallen so low, yet still maintains such unyielding pride? Nan Zhiyi's voice drifted over, laced with a hint of gritted teeth. I smiled self-deprecatingly. It's not so much about dignity as it is about mismatched expertise. I just simply wanted to stay as far away from her as possible. Nan Zhiyi saw through my thoughts and grew increasingly furious, throwing down a harsh remark. "Fine, Mu Tianye, we'll see about this." She left the banquet hall with her assistant. Once again, I became the center of attention. Director Chen roared at me. Mr. Mu, hurry up and go apologize to Miss Nan. If this deal falls through, I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life. I straightened my back, feeling an instant clarity throughout my entire being. Playing the fool is damn exhausting, I've had enough of it. Mr. Chen, if you intend to fire me, make sure the finance department deposits this month's salary into my account, or else we'll meet at the labor arbitration. I didn't linger any longer, turning around and leaving immediately. Mr. Chen hurriedly chased after him, trotting anxiously as he said, Xiaomu, I acted impulsively just now and spoke harshly. Please don't take it to heart. How about this, if you can secure Ms. Nan's order, I'll give you a 2% commission. I walked into the elevator without looking back, but my heart ached with regret. Nan Zhiyi's order has a volume of 200 million, with a 2% commission. I'm one small step closer to paying off my debt. Amidst my wandering thoughts, the elevator reached the first floor. I hopped onto my little e-scooter and answered Manager Zhao's call. Old Zhao, what kind of friendship have we shared all these years? Before he could finish speaking, I interrupted him. Besides, I have no influence with Nan Zhiyi. You'd better find someone else to handle the order. As I was speaking, a car suddenly pulled out in front of me. Riding my e-bike with one hand, I couldn't react in time and crashed straight into it. When I saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom emblem, my heart instantly sank. This was going to cost me at least $1 million. I quickly hung up the phone and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. The window of the Rolls-Royce slowly rolled down. I sneaked a glance and instantly felt my scalp tingle. I even forgot to keep pretending to be dead and blurted out, "Holy shit, who are you going to fuck?" It was Nan Zhiyi's face, the kind that could topple cities and ruin nations, with a voice that was cold and distant. I hurriedly got up from the ground, putting on an ingratiating smile. Well, what a coincidence. Nan Zhiyi looked at him with a playful, half-smiling expression and said, "The floor is nice and cool, why not lie down a bit longer?" I asked shamelessly, "You're not going to make me pay for it, are you?" $1 million, Nan Zhiyi replied crisply. I swallowed hard and said, "Even if you sold me, I wouldn't be worth that much. If you don't have the money, then pay with your body." Only after saying it did she realize the unintended implication of her words, and the tips of her ears flushed red involuntarily. "It's not impossible, but it seems you're the one at a disadvantage. I'm giving you sincere advice. Your mindset is still as filthy as before." Nan Zhiyi gave me a cold glare, then turned to her female assistant and said, "Draft a contract immediately. From now on, he'll work for me to pay off his debts. The contract will only terminate when he's fully repaid." Chapter 3, How many have you talked to? Nan Zhiyi's assistant was highly efficient. She opened her laptop and began rapidly drafting the contract. Mu Tianye was utterly flustered. He adopted a conciliatory tone. "Zhiyi, I can write you an IOU. A contract seems unnecessary, right?" "Shut up." Nan Zhiyi's expression suddenly turned sharp. "You dare call me Zhiyi? Either sign the contract or I'll call the traffic police to handle this immediately. But I'm warning you, I won't file an insurance claim. Once the police determine liability, I'll immediately seek enforcement." The name Zhiyi seemed to strike a nerve deep within her. Instantly, the corners of her eyes reddened and her emotions flared. Mu Tianye opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. For a fleeting moment, his heart fluttered involuntarily. He thought he could remain as still as water, but facing her dreamlike face, the dead memories instantly reignited. What he owed her, there was no escaping it. He had even guessed that Nan Zhiyi had deliberately made the driver stop, waiting for him to crash into her. He also knew that Nan Zhiyi's return this time was most likely for revenge. Otherwise, how could his tiny, insignificant company possibly land a 200 million yuan order? Of course, to the Nan Zhiyi of today, a 200 million yuan order was nothing more than a mosquito bite. She was now a globally renowned designer, commanding tens of millions of followers on social media. She had launched her own brand, spanning clothing to jewelry, carving out a bloody path in Western markets with her unique aesthetic blending traditional Chinese elements and modern fashion. With such dazzling success, why would she return to make things difficult for herself? The car door had opened at some point. Nan Zhiyi remained expressionless, but her meaning was clear. She was waiting for Mu Tianye to get in. "Even if I were working for you, it's past quitting time now. I still need to drive for the ride-hailing service to make money. I really don't have any free time." Mu Tianye tried to reason with her. He knew Nan Zhiyi meant every word she said. She wasn't bluffing about legal action. So he had no choice but to patiently negotiate. Unfortunately, reasoning with a woman was clearly futile. Nan Zhiyi remained unmoved. "I'm your boss now. I decide your schedule. Either get in the car or I'll call the police. Your choice. But I haven't signed the contract yet, so you're not officially my boss." "Call the police." Nan Zhiyi cut off the argument. Seeing her assistant pull out her phone, Mu Tianye hurriedly got into the car. A faint smile touched Nan Zhiyi's lips. "Drive." "Mu Tianye, what about my little electric scooter?" Nan Zhiyi replied coolly, "Someone will take care of it." After that, neither spoke again. The familiar scent of cedarwood drifted into his nostrils, sending Mu Tianye's thoughts into a haze. Many things had changed, yet some remained the same. He hadn't expected her to still be wearing that perfume. It was the scent Mu Tianye loved, the very first bottle of perfume he'd given her after they became a couple. Before that, she neither needed nor could afford expensive perfume. Memories flooded back, and Mu Tianye felt an inexplicable sting in his nose. Habit is a terrifying thing, addictive when sustained, painful when broken. Now, time had passed, things had changed, and people were no longer the same. They were no longer who they once were, yet some habits ran deep in their bones. Nan Zhiyi seemed lost in thought, her head tilted slightly as she gazed out the window. Familiar scenery receded slowly beneath the neon lights, like a movie rewinding. Her eyes held an elusive quality, her emotions impossible to read. Mu Tianye stole glances at her from the corner of his eye. Her exquisite features and flawless contours seemed like the most perfect creation of the gods, without a single imperfection. Her skin was the crowning glory, milky white as jade, radiant as if infused with milk. Reflecting the neon light streaming through the window, it shimmered with a luminous glow. Behind her earlobes, a layer of soft, downy hair was clearly visible, pure yet tantalizing, sending a tingling, numbing sensation through one's heart. As if sensing Mu Tianye's gaze, Nan Zhiyi suddenly felt a flicker of nervousness, though she should have been giving him a cold shoulder. Her body stiffened, and her hands clenched unconsciously on her lap. So much youth we could save for tomorrow, but a smile only truly endures when it carries tears. The familiar melody of Mu Tianye's favorite song rang out from her phone. But this was Nan Zhiyi's ringtone. "Ms. Nan, it's He-chun calling." The assistant turned back and handed her a phone. Nan Zhiyi took the phone and pressed the answer button. Her previously tense, pretty face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. "Ah Chen, have you eaten yet?" Ah Chen, such an affectionate nickname. Mu Tianye had heard of He-chen, a rising star who'd gained immense popularity over the past 2 years. He seemed to be pursuing opportunities abroad lately, and several products under Nan Zhiyi's brand were endorsed by him. She and He-chun had been linked in some gossip, but it was all ambiguous tabloid talk, impossible to verify. Still, Nan Zhiyi's expression while on the phone suggested their relationship was quite intimate. From their reunion until now, Nan Zhiyi hadn't smiled at him even once. Cold laughter and mockery were another matter entirely. Mu Tianye withdrew his gaze, lowering his eyes to silence his wandering thoughts, secretly extinguishing the spark that had just begun to flicker within him. Nan Zhiyi caught his emotional shift with a glance, her lips curving into an even more defiant smile. "Ah Chen, get some rest early. I'll talk to you later. Love you, good night." The confined space of the car made Mu Tianye feel a tightness in his chest. He turned his head to look out the window and exhaled a long breath. Nan Zhiyi ended the call, handed the phone to her assistant in the front seat, and as she withdrew her hand, she glanced toward Mu Tianye. She caught him staring blankly out the window, his expression a loneliness she had never seen before. A smile widened on Nan Zhiyi's lips. The more unhappy he seemed, the happier she felt. "How many have you talked to?" she asked casually. Mu Tianye froze, turning back with a blank look. "What? How many have you dated over the years?" This time, Mu Tianye understood. He'd been too busy paying off debts these past years. Even 6 hours of sleep a day felt like a luxury. When would he have had time for romance? Just as he was about to answer honestly, he recalled the uncontrollable sweetness on Nan Zhiyi's face when she called earlier. The words on the tip of his tongue took on a different tone, as if by some strange force. 6 or 7, I guess. The smile on Nan Zhiyi's face instantly turned a few degrees colder. "You never change. Even looking like this, you still have time to fool around. Calling you scum is no exaggeration." Mu Tianye's heart clenched painfully, but he shrugged nonchalantly and countered, "What about you?" "Can't remember. You know how it is, things are more open-minded abroad than here. Some were just flings, forgotten after a day or two." After speaking, Nan Zhiyi shot Mu Tianye a defiant look. If she'd claimed she had a relationship with He-chen, Mu Tianye might have believed her to some extent. But given how well he knew Nan Zhiyi, her answer was clearly nonsense. Damn that competitive streak. Mu Tianye simply closed his eyes, refusing to engage. Nan Zhiyi watched him closely, hoping to catch a flicker of emotion on his face. To her surprise, he seemed utterly unfazed. A sudden emptiness filled her heart, accompanied by an inexplicable flutter of panic. Seeing Mu Tianye remain silent, she turned her gaze away, her expression hardening. She crossed her arms over her chest and pouted defiantly. Unfortunately, Mu Tianye couldn't see it with his eyes closed. Otherwise, he might have found this side of Nan Zhiyi rather endearing. For the rest of the journey, neither of them spoke another word. Chapter 4, Carry Me to the Bath. Inside the hotel suite, the atmosphere had been tense for quite some time. Mu Tianye and Nan Zhiyi sat facing each other, neither speaking. Their gazes occasionally met before quickly averting, as if competing to see who could appear colder. Earlier, they'd competed over who had more partners. Now, they were competing over who would speak first. What a pair of immature fools. Female assistant Ding Yao stood nearby for quite some time, holding the printed contract. She couldn't fathom what game her boss and the handsome guy across from her were playing. Her big eyes fluttered as she scanned both of them. She suspected her boss was losing ground, for Nan Zhiyi, usually poised and composed, was anything but calm now, a storm brewing in her eyes. In contrast, the handsome guy across from her appeared utterly relaxed and composed. He would occasionally stare blankly out the window or fix his gaze on her boss's face in deep thought. His eyes were open and honest, unlike her boss, who always peeked at him furtively. Gradually, she realized with astonishment that every man she had ever met, purely in terms of looks, couldn't hold a candle to Mu Tianye. Even He Chen, whom she had once considered the most handsome, paled in comparison to the handsome man across from her. Even dressed in such shabby clothes, he radiated an undeniable brilliance. No wonder the boss had remained single all these years. Despite countless admirers abroad, none had ever caught her eye. It turned out she had a god-like white moonlight at home. But why did he always have to pick on him? Nan Zhiyi never shared her personal life with anyone. Not even her closest assistant knew about her past with Mu Tianye. Unaware of the truth, Ding Yao couldn't help but feel anxious for her boss. What was she waiting for? She should hurry up and get him cleaned up, send him to the bridal chamber, and then, well, you know. Why waste time here playing a staring contest? It was so pretentious, downright twisted. The young assistant couldn't help but rant inwardly. Mu Tianye noticed the young assistant constantly studying him, her expression shifting between frowns and pouts. The little girl's face was incredibly animated. Finding it amusing, Mu Tianye gave her a slight nod and flashed a warm, spring-like smile. Caught completely off guard by his gaze, the assistant's brain instantly short-circuited. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she gasped in surprise. Nan Zhiyi finally lost her patience, glaring at the assistant and snapping, "Hand him the contract and get him to sign it." Ding Yao playfully stuck out her tongue and placed the contract before Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye picked up the pen, paused for 2 seconds, then swiftly signed his name. Ding Yao gathered the contract and fled the scene. Mu Tianye watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Suddenly, the room felt like it had dropped in temperature. He turned to meet Nan Zhiyi's icy glare. "Calling you scum is flattering. To dare covet someone under my nose, it seems you still haven't grasped your place." Mu Tianye chose to ignore the malicious insults in her words. However, he noticed that Nan Zhiyi seemed to have harbored some misunderstandings about him all along. Several times, she hesitated, as if wanting to explain something, but ultimately swallowed her words. He hadn't explained before because he believed there was plenty of time. He thought that one day, Nan Zhiyi would understand him. Now he didn't explain because it was utterly pointless. The more he explained, the more tangled things would become. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late. Mu Tianye rose to leave. "I have to go. My grandmother is home alone. She's getting on in years, and it's too late for me to feel at ease." Nan Zhiyi gave a cold chuckle. "Don't think I don't know your grandmother is as fit as a fiddle. She might just outlive you." "That's not very nice of you," Mu Tianye said awkwardly, scratching his nose helplessly. "I've already signed the contract. What more do you want?" Recalling how Mu Tianye had signed without even glancing at the document, Nan Zhiyi felt an inexplicable wave of irritation. "You belong to me now. You can only leave when I say so. Otherwise, I'll consider this a unilateral breach of contract. You probably didn't read it carefully, but the penalty clause is 10 times the amount." Mu Tianye frowned, his patience nearly exhausted. "You should know better than to think a contract can control me. It's a bit of a joke, to be honest. 1 million. 10 times the penalty. Do the math yourself. One more word you don't like, and I'll have you in court tomorrow." Nan Zhiyi's tone held no trace of jest. "Fine." Mu Tianye obediently shut up. Nan Zhiyi chuckled smugly. "My legs are sore. Massage my feet first." She had already changed into slippers on the way back to the hotel. Now she kicked them aside, crossed her legs on the sofa, and revealed a pair of delicate feet as porcelain-like as jade. Mu Tianye had always known her feet were beautiful, plump and fair, with toes as translucent as pearls, truly a work of art. "What are you standing there for? My patience is much shorter than it used to be. Don't make me remind you twice." Seeing Mu Tianye standing motionless, Nan Zhiyi frowned and urged him. Mu Tianye's gaze darkened slightly. After a moment, he knelt before Nan Zhiyi, adopting a half-kneeling posture. He cradled Nan Zhiyi's foot in his palm. It fit perfectly, soft and smooth to the touch. Yet he couldn't spare a thought for its beauty. His mind drifted far away. He was willing to grovel and comply with every unreasonable demand she made, not because of that contract. If he hadn't wanted to, he could have simply refused to get into Nan Zhiyi's car in the first place. But he owed her. Countless times in the past, Nan Zhiyi had served him like this, not as a lover, but more like a servant. Yet when they parted ways, he hadn't even granted her a dignified exit. Her hatred for him was only natural. Debts must be repaid. That was the lesson Mu Tianye had learned over these past 3 years. Nan Zhiyi's gaze held an unreadable depth. From her perspective, Mu Tianye's groveling posture resembled that of a slave. The once confident man had vanished without a trace. He seemed like a different person entirely, as lowly as an ant. She should have felt a sense of satisfaction, yet her chest grew increasingly tight, her emotions boiling over with irritation. It felt like a fire burning inside her, ready to erupt at any moment. The thrill of revenge wasn't nearly as sweet as she'd imagined. Without warning, she lifted her foot and kicked Mu Tianye squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, Mu Tianye stumbled backward and sat down on the ground. "You hurt me."
Can you be more careful? Nan Zhiyi pouted. Mu Tianye looked up at her, not even raising an eyebrow.
He stood up again, cradled her foot in his hands, and murmured, "Then I'll use less force."
Look at you now. Is this what you call karma? Nan Zhiyi suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face.
I suppose so, Mu Tianye replied with a casual shrug.
It felt like punching cotton. Nan Zhiyi was so frustrated she wanted to humiliate him in another way.
She pulled several cards from her bag and flung them at Mu Tianye all at once, just as he had done to her back then.
Really bankrupt? How much do you owe? How about I pay it off for you? Then you can be my dog forever. What do you say?
Mu Tianye paused, gently setting her foot down. He bent to pick up the cards from the floor and place them back into her bag.
You really think earning a pittance abroad qualifies you to throw money around like I do? Mu Tianye's tone was flat, as if chatting casually. I know you're doing well overseas, raking in billions every year. But if you think that'll cover my debt? Not even close.
You'd have to sell your company 10 times over and it still wouldn't be enough.
So don't be stubborn. Get some rest.
He was genuinely angry not because Nan Zhiyi had humiliated him, but because she refused to let herself off the hook.
Mu Tianye turned and took 2 steps before his sleeve was tugged from behind.
He turned, ready to deliver a sharp rebuke, only to meet Nan Zhiyi's eyes misty and veiled in mist. In that instant, the anger he'd painstakingly built up dissipated into thin air. Nan Zhiyi, however, stared at him intently, her tone commanding, "Carry me to the bath."
Chapter 5. The water's getting cold. Carry her to the bath. This used to be Mu Tianye's favorite thing to do. Yet now, all he wanted was to flee in panic.
His gaze fell upon Nan Zhiyi's breathtakingly beautiful face, and Mu Tianye felt the blood in his entire body begin to surge with restless energy. Time had not been unkind to her, instead, it had made her even more radiant and captivating than before. Mu Tianye had never been able to resist her, not then, and certainly not now. But he had to refuse.
I really have to go.
You're a big name now, and staying in your room too long won't look good.
So you do care about me after all? Nan Zhiyi gave a cold laugh, her expression darkening by the second.
Truthfully, she regretted suggesting the shower the moment she said it. Her surface remained calm, but inside, chaos reigned. She'd come to get revenge on him, yet nearly ended up sacrificing herself in the process.
Back then, Mu Tianye loved bathing with her most of all.
Whether she wanted to or not, he'd drag her into his absurd games every single time, pushing her until she was utterly exhausted. Only when she begged for mercy would he finally relent.
But now?
He dared to refuse her. Nan Zhiyi's chest heaved, her eyes flashing with cold fury.
You have no right to refuse. You signed the contract, so you must obey me now.
Mu Tianye opened his mouth to make one last protest, but Nan Zhiyi grabbed his collar, forcing his head down. Don't defy me again, or you'll pay 10 times the penalty, not a single cent less. Her scorching breath washed over Mu Tianye's face, shattering his resolve in an instant. He wasn't angry at her relentless pressure, nor did he fear the tenfold penalty. He already owed enough debts, one more didn't matter. After all, when you have too many fleas, they stop biting. What terrified him was her tactic of inflicting mutual destruction. The more she tormented him, the softer his heart grew. It was utterly hopeless. Bending down, he scooped Nan Zhiyi up in one swift motion and carried her toward the bathroom.
Nan Zhiyi pressed against his broad chest, enveloped by the familiar scent that brought her an inexplicable sense of peace.
For 3 years, she had fallen asleep against this chest every night. It had become a habit ingrained deep in her bones. She hated this habit, yet after 3 years, she still couldn't shake it completely. She also hated Mu Tianye for this. Though he was now as downtrodden as a blade of grass, the innate nobility and composure in his bones remained as glaring as ever. He bent before her time and again now, yet Nan Zhiyi knew his heart had never truly yielded. He was not born to bow his head. Not to fate, and certainly not to her, Nan Zhiyi. These past 3 years, he had endured humiliation and struggled at society's lowest rung, merely tactics to navigate life's currents.
Mu Tianye was absolutely not someone to be toyed with by fate.
Yet the harder the bones, the deeper the fall.
Nan Zhiyi wasn't born into wealth, she had endured a difficult and turbulent past.
Strictly speaking, it was Mu Tianye who led her out of the darkness. Thus, she understood many truths. When fate resolves to strike someone down, resistance only deepens the wounds. Whether it was pity for her former self or something else entirely, Nan Zhiyi felt a heavy lump in her throat, and the corners of her eyes slowly reddened. Her nails dug into Mu Tianye's arm with such force she almost embedded them into his flesh. Still unable to vent her fury, Nan Zhiyi opened her crimson lips and bit down hard on Mu Tianye's chest.
Mu Tianye's steps faltered.
The sharp pain in his chest made him frown slightly, but he said nothing, continuing to carry her forward. Only when a salty, metallic taste filled her mouth did Nan Zhiyi hastily release her bite. Staring at the spreading crimson stain on Mu Tianye's shirt, she pressed her lips tightly together, her words a warning yet also an excuse to herself. This is what happens when you disobey.
Mu Tianye shrugged it off.
This pain was barely a scratch to him. He carried her into the bathroom, set her down, and filled the bathtub with water. Only after adjusting the temperature did he say to Nan Zhiyi, "Wash up."
I'll step out. These were tasks Nan Zhiyi had once performed for him daily. Yet now, with their roles reversed, Mu Tianye executed them effortlessly, without a trace of psychological burden. The pampered air of a wealthy young master had completely vanished. Mu Tianye turned, his hand just reaching for the bathroom door handle, when Nan Zhiyi called out to him from behind. Just stand there. Mu Tianye hesitated several times, wanting to speak but holding back. Finally, he lowered his hand and stood facing away from Nan Zhiyi, rooted to the spot like a door guardian. A rustling sound came from behind him. Moments later, Nan Zhiyi spoke again, "Turn around." Mu Tianye complied, slowly turning around but keeping his head down. Nan Zhiyi had already slipped into the bathtub. The surface was covered in foam, revealing only her fair, slender arms, lazily draped over the edge. She flashed a provocative smile, tilted her head, and commanded Mu Tianye, "Look up. Open your eyes." Mu Tianye dared not look at her. Their relationship now was not one where they could freely pry into each other's secrets. Moreover, he feared succumbing to temptation, feared acting impulsively. Even with his eyes closed, he could imagine how captivating Nan Zhiyi must look at that moment. No man could resist her allure. The more beautiful, the more dangerous. It was common sense. Seeing him linger without raising his head, Nan Zhiyi snorted coldly in displeasure. With no other choice, Mu Tianye lifted his head, staring straight ahead while silently repeating to himself, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." Fortunately, most of Nan Zhiyi's alluring features were concealed by the bubbles. Yet the exposed, smooth curve of her neck and her slender arms were enough to be deadly like a trap. Just like back then, a single, fleeting glimpse had drawn Mu Tianye in completely. He abandoned an entire forest for her, then stopped at nothing to possess her. Later, he got his wish, but fate played a cruel joke elsewhere, forcing him to let go. In his senior year, just before graduation, his family went bankrupt. Worse still, his father, a man who had always looked down on the world, had jumped to his death over it. Struck by sudden calamity, he plummeted from the clouds into the mud. Without warning, life delivered a crushing blow, leaving him no time even to cry out in pain. His elderly grandmother was trapped at home, surrounded by creditors who had descended like a swarm. By the time Mu Tianye rushed home, everything of value had been looted. Fortunately, his grandmother proved stronger than he had imagined, even stronger than he was. The old woman sold off all her property to pay off part of the debt. Only after Mu Tianye's desperate pleas did the creditors finally leave temporarily. The woman, nearing 80, lost every strand of black hair from her head overnight. It was the son who paid his father's debts. No one had ever heard of a son paying his mother's debts. Some advised the old woman to let go of the debts, saying she could never repay them. But the old woman replied calmly, "We'll repay as much as we can. My son lived his life with honor and integrity. He would never have jumped to his death over bankruptcy. Now that he's gone, I won't let anyone speak ill of him." Mu Tianye sensed something amiss about his father's death. In that instant, Mu Tianye felt himself grow up overnight. As the sole man left in the family, he had to become the pillar supporting his grandmother. Only after settling his father's funeral arrangements did Mu Tianye find time to think about Nan Zhiyi. From a wealthy heir to a bankrupt one, he was now drowning in debt, utterly incapable of sustaining his relationship with Nan Zhiyi through money. In his pitiful state, he felt unworthy of her. So Mu Tianye gave Nan Zhiyi every last penny he had, ensuring she could live comfortably for a long time after their separation. Fearing she might see through him, he resorted to the harshest words, saying he was tired of her, words that betrayed his true feelings. How could he possibly be tired of her? He was utterly, hopelessly obsessed with her, wishing he could devour her whole. The water's getting cold. As Mu Tianye pondered, Nan Zhiyi's voice broke his reverie. Mu Tianye hurried forward 2 steps to adjust the showerhead above Nan Zhiyi's head, mixing in more water. As he bent down, Nan Zhiyi suddenly grabbed his tie and yanked it downward with force. Mu Tianye fell uncontrollably into the bathtub, landing face first on top of the completely naked Nan Zhiyi. Chapter 6, Lose 2 hands or lose your life? Their eyes locked, their noses nearly touching. Their breaths mingled, becoming one. I wonder how much it would cost to buy young Master Mu for one night. Would 100,000 be enough? Nan Zhiyi's cold, detached voice instantly chilled the air that had been growing scorching hot. "Zhiyi, don't be like this." Mu Tianye's voice was hoarse. He braced himself against the edge of the bathtub, trying to sit up. But Nan Zhiyi wouldn't let him go, gripping his tie tightly. His white shirt was completely soaked, clinging tightly to his well-defined muscles, the sharp contours faintly visible beneath the wet fabric. Water droplets fell from his handsome Adam's apple, landing one by one on Nan Zhiyi's forehead. Nan Zhiyi's gaze grew hazy, so absorbed she forgot to take offense at Mu Tianye addressing her as Zhiyi. She bit her lip lightly, struggling to regain her composure, though her inner fury burned fiercely. Damn man, his physique was even more alluring than before, nearly shattering her composure. Nan Zhiyi reminded herself she was here to collect a debt. She couldn't let her resolve falter. "What? Think it's too little?" Nan Zhiyi teased. Mu Tianye said nothing, freeing one hand to try and pry Nan Zhiyi's fingers from his collar. But Nan Zhiyi stubbornly resisted. The pale skin on her hand turned crimson from the tugging, yet she refused to let go. Mu Tianye dared not pull harder, afraid he might truly hurt her.
He knew this woman feared pain above all else. Back when they were intimate, the slightest overstepping on his part would send her into unbearable agony. The pain would make her tear up, and he was utterly helpless about it. With her, Mu Tianye had always exercised restraint, though she never knew it. On more than one occasion, Mu Tianye had been left unsatisfied afterward, yet he couldn't bear to disturb her further. Instead, he would retreat to the bathroom to cool off. After a moment of tense silence, Nan Zhiyi suddenly snorted with laughter. "I was just teasing you. Did you actually take it seriously? You're not worth that much right now. For 100,000 yuan, I could find so many male models." She abruptly let go. Mu Tianye scrambled to his feet, water cascading down his clothes in a pathetic, laughable stream. He pulled his phone from his pocket and placed it on the sink counter, then grabbed a towel to wipe his face. Faced with Nan Zhiyi's verbal humiliation, Mu Tianye offered no resistance, swallowing every word without protest. Watching Mu Tianye's submissive demeanor only infuriated Nan Zhiyi further. She clenched her fists tightly. She couldn't stand seeing him like this, it was utterly repulsive. He should radiate light, burn with passion, be full of vigor and spirit, and defiantly unruly. He absolutely should not be swallowing his pride. This version of him offered no satisfaction when it came to revenge. "He's dead. You're not him." Nan Zhiyi's eyes were bloodshot, yet devoid of emotion. Her shattered expression sent a chill down Mu Tianye's spine. His hand holding the towel froze. After a moment of silence, he murmured weakly, "People always change." Nan Zhiyi seemed not to hear him. Droplets of water rolled down her forehead and into her eyes. Instead, she scooped up a handful of water and splashed it onto her face. A dense cascade of droplets rolled down her exquisite features, leaving her looking strangely lost and disoriented. The Mu Tianye in her memory shouldn't be like this. She had first met him at the freshman orientation ceremony. As the freshman representative, Mu Tianye stood on stage delivering his speech, as if the entire world's light shone solely upon him. He was so dazzling that anyone beside him would pale in comparison. She fell for him at first sight. Unfortunately, Nan Zhiyi was destitute back then, so destitute she couldn't even find a single piece of clothing without patches. Had she not earned a scholarship through her outstanding grades, she wouldn't have been able to afford the tuition. Back then, she and Mu Tianye were worlds apart, their paths could never have crossed. So she could only tuck that love away deep inside her heart. Yet she couldn't resist secretly watching him in crowds, observing his lavish parties, his triumphant success, his towering presence among the crowd, and the array of women surrounding him, each more alluring than the last. She'd long heard rumors about Mu Tianye, the crown prince of Jiangcheng, a reckless playboy whose women never lasted more than 3 days, changing partners faster than he changed clothes. Yet even so, Nan Zhiyi still loved him. Only the ache in her heart grew heavier. She didn't even have the right to circle around him. A turning point came after the final exams of her freshman year. Nan Zhiyi failed to secure first place, missing out on the scholarship. And the one who snatched that top spot from her? None other than the playboy Mu Tianye. She couldn't go on living like this. How could he be so outstanding in everything? That day, Nan Zhiyi was utterly heartbroken. For the first time, she felt a tiny bit of dislike toward Mu Tianye. She hid in a corner, crying her eyes out. Partly because she missed the scholarship, partly because Mu Tianye felt farther away than ever, like an unreachable dream. "Here, take this. Stop crying." She never dreamed Mu Tianye would appear before her so suddenly, without warning. He held a cigarette between his lips, leaning lazily against the wall as he nonchalantly handed Nan Zhiyi a bulging envelope. Inside was the scholarship Mu Tianye had just collected from the registrar's office. Nan Zhiyi froze in place, forgetting even to cry. Embarrassment outweighed gratitude, quickly giving way to sheer shame. Behind Mu Tianye trailed a group of his low-life friends, openly pointing and whispering about her without restraint. Nan Zhiyi's pride shattered into pieces on the ground, instantly engulfed by endless humiliation. She shoved Mu Tianye aside without a second thought, covering her face as she fled down the hallway. To this day, Nan Zhiyi still hesitates to recall that scene, the most humiliating moment of her life. From that day on, she avoided Mu Tianye. But that obnoxious rich kid began relentlessly provoking her. Whether she was working her part-time job, hiding in a corner of the library, or lining up for free soup in the cafeteria, Nan Zhiyi sensed Mu Tianye seemed to have developed an interest in her, yet she dared not approach him again. She felt so insignificant, and Mu Tianye could hurt her deeply with every deliberate or careless word. So she retreated further and further. Not long after, her adoptive father suddenly called, asking her to come home. Upon arriving home, she learned her adoptive parents intended to make her drop out of school and marry an older man. The reason was that her younger brother had broken his leg in an electric bike accident. They needed to use Nan Zhiyi as part of the dowry to pay for his surgery. Her brother was their biological child, while Nan Zhiyi was adopted. The couple had been unable to conceive when they were young, so they adopted Nan Zhiyi. At first, they treated her fairly well, until after Nan Zhiyi graduated from elementary school, when her adoptive mother unexpectedly became pregnant. After her brother was born, Nan Zhiyi became a burden to the family. Her adoptive parents' attitude toward her took a sharp turn for the worse, frequently beating and scolding her. If it weren't for her excellent grades and scholarship, they wouldn't have let her continue her education. She believed university would offer a chance to change her fate through hard work, but before she could do anything, her parents impatiently sold her off like a piece of property. She couldn't fight them off. After returning home, Nan Zhiyi was locked in her room. Despite her desperate resistance and refusal, all her efforts proved futile. On the eve before the betrothal gift was to be paid, her adoptive father, drunk and rabid with lust, tried to assault her. Just as Nan Zhiyi prepared to throw herself to her death, Mu Tianye appeared. He was like a ray of light piercing through the darkness of her existence. Pulling her from the corner, Mu Tianye gently embraced her and pointed at her adoptive father, demanding, "Would you rather lose a pair of hands or a life?" Chapter 7, Hello, Auntie. Nan Zhiyi dared not voice her preference. Neither crippling his hands nor taking his life was something she could even fathom. In the end, Mu Tianye chose a compromise, crippling Nan Zhiyi's adoptive father's limbs. He then forced the couple to sever all ties with Nan Zhiyi through sheer intimidation. Finally, he handed them a sum of money, ordering them to leave Jiangcheng overnight and never set foot in the city again for the rest of their lives. For the first time, Nan Zhiyi tasted the sweetness of revenge and also experienced the happiness of being protected. On the way back to school, Nan Zhiyi gathered her courage and told Mu Tianye, "He never touched me. I'm still pure. I have no money to repay you. All I have left is myself. Do with me as you will." She had just been reborn, yet she feared no plunge into another abyss. Because this man was Mu Tianye, the obsession that had captured her heart at first sight. She was willing to fly into the flames like a moth. She feared Mu Tianye would reject her. After speaking those words, she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her shirt, her nerves so raw she forgot to breathe. Mu Tianye smirked mischievously, pinching her chin to lift her face. With a roguish air, he declared, "Then it's settled. From now on, you're mine." Nan Zhiyi exhaled in relief, her eyes and brows betraying her unhidden delight. She had chosen this willingly, offering herself to him as if she were an object. Mu Tianye seemed to have been waiting impatiently all along. A storm of kisses swept over her, and that very night, they became intimate. From their very first time, Nan Zhiyi sensed Mu Tianye's intense fascination with her body. This delighted Nan Zhiyi immensely. She longed to melt into Mu Tianye's embrace, willing to satisfy him completely without reservation. But she had read some brainless novels, and her understanding of romantic relationships came entirely from fiction. The books claimed men were all philanderers, and women had to play hard to get, never feeding them too much, lest they tire of her and kick her to the curb. Nan Zhiyi believed it all, fanatically trusting the idiotic author who wrote those books. So she played a petty trick, feigning fear of pain, pretending she couldn't bear Mu Tianye's intense passion. She deliberately kept him hanging, never letting him fully satisfy her, hoping to bind him to her this way. At first, she felt guilty, fearing Mu Tianye would get angry. Fortunately, Mu Tianye never forced her. Whenever she said it hurt, he stopped immediately. Everyone called him a playboy, but Nan Zhiyi knew that label was one-sided. He was a gentle playboy. Gradually, rumors began swirling around school about her and Mu Tianye. They called her a gold digger, a kept toy of Mu Tianye's. She never defended herself against these accusations. She was someone who had died once. No one could hurt her in any way except Mu Tianye. Moreover, Mu Tianye was utterly generous with her. Whatever she desired or even didn't want, he would buy for her. He also gave her a 7-figure monthly allowance, never asking if she needed it, only inquiring if it was enough. This arrangement seemed indistinguishable from being kept. Nan Zhiyi didn't care about others' opinions, nor did she care if Mu Tianye truly saw her as a caged canary. As long as he didn't leave, that was all that mattered. Unfortunately, life always brings what you fear most. At graduation, Mu Tianye dumped her after all. He flung the bank card at her face. He said he'd grown tired of her. He had given her a new life, only to murder her hope for it with his own hands. At that moment, Nan Zhiyi was so overcome with despair she couldn't even muster the courage to plead with him to stay. After that day, she locked herself in a sealed room, cutting off all outside sounds, and lingered alone on the edge of life and death for a long time. In the end, she survived. Her mindset underwent a profound transformation. She vowed to make Mu Tianye suffer, determined to become his lifelong nightmare. Then Nan Zhiyi went abroad alone, severing all past connections and throwing herself into her career. After achieving success and fame, she contacted Mu Tianye immediately, wanting to ask him if he regretted abandoning her. But Mu Tianye seemed to have vanished into thin air. His phone number and all social media accounts had been deactivated. She began searching for him across the globe. It was during this period that she learned of Mu Tianye's family bankruptcy. She should have gloated over his misfortune, yet she found herself both laughing and crying. Her hatred for Mu Tianye only deepened. She hated him for never treating her as a partner who could stand by him through thick and thin. Memories faded like smoke, slipping through Nan Zhiyi's mind like a slideshow. This time, she wouldn't let him escape. Nan Zhiyi's gaze flickered between sharp and soft, making Mu Tianye feel uneasy. She suddenly reached out, "Give me your phone." Mu Tianye had no idea what she intended, but he handed over his phone anyway.
Nan Zhiyi entered the unlock code with practiced ease. After successfully unlocking it, she froze in surprise.
Without a second thought, she had instinctively typed in her own birthday. To her surprise, the phone unlocked. All these years, Mu Tianye had never changed his password. Gripping the phone tightly, Nan Zhiyi's eyes flickered several times. Then, composing herself, she scrolled through the entire contact list and WeChat friend list. Mu Tianye's social circle was pitifully small these days, just a dozen or so contacts, all either clients or company colleagues. He said he'd dated 6 or 7 women. How come there isn't even one girl's WeChat in here? Nan Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, the corners of her mouth curling upward. Mu Tianye rubbed his nose and gave a wry smile. I was lying. I've given up on women. All I care about now is making money. Nan Zhiyi wasn't interested in his complaints. She frowned and gave a cold snort. She used Mu Tianye's phone to call her own number, then saved her number in his contacts with the label Master. Then she opened Mu Tianye's WeChat, clicked Add Friend, entered her own WeChat ID, and pressed Send Request. Suddenly, a WeChat video call came in. The contact name displayed, Her Majesty the Queen. Nan Zhiyi's lips curled downward in scorn. Didn't you quit women? It's so late, and your queen is already video calling you? Mu Tianye started to explain, but Nan Zhiyi decisively answered the call. Don't. It was too late to stop her. Mu Tianye's outstretched hand froze mid-air, his entire body going numb. Son, Mom needs to discuss something with you. Her words trailed off abruptly. On the other end of the call was a dignified-looking woman in her 50s, her smile warm and inviting. But now her smile froze on her face, her eyes wide with confusion. The woman was Jiang Wenjun, Mu Tianye's mother. She never imagined that late at night, her son's video call would show a breathtakingly beautiful woman, and from the looks of it, the beauty seemed to be soaking in a bathtub. The air was deathly silent. On Nan Zhiyi's end, her toes dug into the bathtub so hard they could have turned it into a 3-bedroom apartment. The moment she heard her son's name called on the video call, Nan Zhiyi's brain had completely shut down. On a whim, she decided to check up on Mu Tianye, only to unexpectedly end up at his mother's place. What's more, she was currently soaking in the tub, a scene ripe for misinterpretation, making misunderstanding almost inevitable. Even though the tub was filled with bubbles, obscuring most of the view, the sheer awkwardness of the situation left Nan Zhiyi mortified. She wanted nothing more than to vanish from the face of the planet. Nan Zhiyi's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed, and after a long moment, she stammered out, hello, auntie. Mu Tianye, standing beside her, sighed helplessly. Watching Nan Zhiyi squirm with discomfort, he found her somewhat endearing and couldn't help but chuckle. Nan Zhiyi interpreted his laughter as mockery, feeling both embarrassed and furious. But with her mother watching across the table, she couldn't afford to lose her temper now. She could only mentally make a mental note to get back at Mu Tianye later. On the video call, Jiang Wenjun had finally recovered from her shock. Gazing at Nan Zhiyi, who looked as if she'd stepped out of a painting, Jiang Wenjun's eyes crinkled with delight. Hello there. You must be Xiaoye's girlfriend, right? Chapter 8, the game has only just begun. That is... Auntie. Nan Zhiyi stammered for a moment, unsure how to respond. She certainly didn't want to admit she was Mu Tianye's girlfriend. But if she said she wasn't, how could she explain taking his phone into the bath late at night? Auntie, you're so beautiful. Finally, Nan Zhiyi had a flash of inspiration. She resorted to the rainbow flattery tactic, steering the conversation elsewhere. The tactic worked like a charm. Jiang Wenjun's smile grew even warmer. Oh my, you're the prettier one. Look at that little face, look at that skin so soft it looks like it could drip water. Auntie's getting old, I can't compare to you. But what kind of cosmetics do you use? Seeing Jiang Wenjun so approachable, Nan Zhiyi relaxed considerably, no longer as awkward as before. The two women soon opened up, chatting like old friends who'd known each other forever. They talked about cosmetics, handbags, and clothing, food, fitness, and even started coordinating schedules to go shopping and travel together. They chatted for over 10 minutes. If not for Mu Tianye's persistent coughing to signal his presence, they likely would have kept talking much longer. Nan Zhiyi shot Mu Tianye a sidelong glance and flashed a sweet smile at the phone screen. Auntie, Tianye seems to be getting a bit impatient waiting. I'll hand him the phone now, but please continue chatting with him. Mu Tianye stared in disbelief, eyes wide. After 3 years apart, Nan Zhiyi had honed her social skills to perfection. She had never been like this before. Upon hearing Nan Zhiyi's diplomatic words, Jiang Wenjun's displeasure toward Mu Tianye grew. Ignore that little brat. I've nothing to discuss with him. Let's continue our chat. I never imagined that Tianye brand was your business. Just the other day, I spotted a bracelet from your collection that caught my eye. Which bracelet did you like, auntie? Let's connect on WeChat. Send me the picture, and I'll ship it to you tomorrow. Nan Zhiyi grabbed her phone and promptly added Jiang Wenjun on WeChat, shooting Mu Tianye a smug glance as she did so. Mu Tianye rolled his eyes, speechless. A few minutes later, Jiang Wenjun said, It's getting late. You and Xiaoye should get some rest. I'll come visit you in a couple of days. Jiang Wenjun ended the video call, completely forgetting that she had called tonight to discuss serious business with Mu Tianye, her legitimate son.
Nan Zhiyi tossed her phone to Mu Tianye.
Her face, which had been beaming moments ago, instantly turned as cold and distant as a 1,000-mile snowfield. Mu Tianye teased, "From what I heard, Mom seems to have misunderstood our relationship.
Why didn't you explain it to her?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed Nan Ziyi's face. "Aunt Jiang and I hit it off instantly. It has nothing to do with you. You're just trash. Don't get cocky. Don't ever say things like that to me again. I don't like it. Got it." Mu Tianye fell silent. "Now get lost. Seeing you makes me sick. I don't want nightmares tonight."
A sudden wave of irritation washed over Nan Zhiyi, and she lost all desire to continue tormenting him.
Mu Tianye watched her quietly for a moment before silently exiting the room. Listening to his footsteps fade into the distance, Nan Zhiyi's body slowly slid down until she was completely submerged beneath the water's surface. Moments later, she surfaced again, her turbulent emotions now settled. She picked up the phone beside her and dialed Ding Yao's number. "Investigate Mu Tianye's whereabouts over the past few years. I want every single detail."
Ding Yao acknowledged her boss's instructions before adding, "Ms. Nan, Mr. Chen has called several times again. He'd like to host a luncheon for you tomorrow at Wanghai Tower to discuss the order further."
Nan Zhiyi sneered coldly. "There's nothing to discuss. Tell him I'm deeply dissatisfied with the work ethic of his company's employees.
If they want the order, whoever offended me should be the one to negotiate." The assistant paused briefly before replying, "Understood."
"Anything else?"
Nan Zhiyi rubbed her temples wearily.
"There's one more thing." Hearing Ding Yao stammer, Nan Zhiyi frowned. "Speak up if you have something to say. If not, hang up."
"Well, Ms. Nan, He Chin is returning to the country tomorrow.
Headquarters wants you to pick him up at the airport and arrange some media coverage on the side. It'll help promote our brand domestically." Detecting the hesitation in Ding Yao's voice, Nan Zhiyi asked in a low tone, "Why is He Chen suddenly returning to the country?" I'm sorry, Ms. Nan. I just sent photos of you and Mr. Mu to He Chen."
Ding Yao knew she'd caused trouble, her voice thin as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with tears.
Nan Zhiyi shook her head helplessly, though she didn't blame the scatterbrained girl.
Ding Yao was her closest confidant, having followed her since the start of their venture and weathered countless hardships together. She massaged her temples with her fingers, then suddenly brightened as if struck by an amusing thought. A playful smile curved her lips.
"Got it. Make arrangements. You'll come with me to the airport tomorrow to pick someone up."
After hanging up, Nan Zhiyi's smile grew even broader.
"Mu, don't think I'll let you off easily. The game has only just begun. We'll see how this plays out." Stepping out of the hotel, Mu Tianye suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He shivered and couldn't help but sneeze. Checking the time, it was already past 11 at night. His electric scooter was nowhere to be found, so he had to scan a shared bike to ride home. A small farmhouse courtyard near the suburbs. This was where Mu Tianye and his grandmother currently rented. The rent was 800 a month, complete with a small courtyard. Though it was a bit far from the city center, it was cheap and quiet. The house was pitch black. Mu Tianye assumed his grandmother had already gone to sleep. He quietly turned on the light, pushed open his grandmother's door a crack, and peered inside. The room was empty. Mu Tianye shook his head helplessly. That old lady not sleeping late at night, probably out collecting bottles again. He hopped back on his shared bike and pedaled for 7 or 8 minutes to a night market in an industrial zone. This place used to be bustling because of a nearby factory employing tens of thousands, but now it had grown quiet, its former prosperity long gone. Because that factory employing 10,000 people had gone out of business. Sanjiang Pharmaceuticals. Song from Mu Song, Jiang from Jiang Wenjun. One was Mu Tianye's father, the other his mother. Once the leading enterprise in Jiangcheng, it had now become a ghost town. The night market featured a dozen or so food stalls, with a few scattered tables occupied by customers. From afar, Mu Tianye spotted an elderly woman with snow-white hair, her frame as thin as paper. She dragged a burlap sack behind her, glancing nervously at both sides of the night market. Whenever she spotted an empty bottle, she'd pick it up and toss it into the sack. More often, she'd pause by the roadside, staring blankly at the abandoned factory buildings in the distance. "Grandma Li, come sit over here for a bit. I've collected all your bottles. Have some water first. I'll walk you home after closing up shop." The young woman speaking was Su Yumu, beautiful with a sweet voice. Fresh out of college, she had started her own business selling herbal tea at a stall and occasionally live streaming. "No need to sit. You go ahead with your work. It's getting late and I should head back now. Otherwise, Xiaoyu will start nagging again." Grandma smiled kindly and waved her hand, picking up the bottles Su Yuma had collected for her and declining the invitation to rest. The old lady was quite taken with this young girl, fresh-faced, with both looks and a good figure, but most importantly, a warm heart. If she could become her granddaughter-in-law, that would be even better. The young girl seemed to have a soft spot for her dim-witted grandson too, though the poor boy was hopelessly dense. Every time she saw Suyumo, the old lady couldn't help but feel regret.
Such a fine girl, what a pity her grandson wasn't worthy of her.
Chapter 9, Grandma Li. Mu Tianye didn't rush over. He stood a short distance away, lighting a cigarette.
Only when Suyumo insisted on pulling the old lady to sit down did he flick his cigarette butt away and walk over.
Brother Tianye, you've come to pick up Grandma Li. Suyumo spotted Mu Tianye first and greeted him with grace and ease.
Her smile grew sweeter, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons.
Mu Tianye smiled and nodded in response, casually remarking, "Still open this late? Looks like business was good today."
He had a favorable impression of Suyumo too. She had a naturally cheerful face, was polite and enthusiastic. On several occasions when Mu Tianye returned late from social engagements, it was the young girl who had escorted her grandmother home.
Business is okay.
That's how it is with street stalls, whether there are customers or not, we have to stay open until this hour. As Suyumo spoke, she deftly prepared 2 cups of iced tea, placed them on the table, and gestured for Mu Tianye to come sit down.
"Oh my dear Xiaoyi is here. Quick, quick. Grandma's legs are tired. Come sit with me for a bit."
The old lady dramatically patted her leg and pulled Mu Tianye to sit down at Suyumo's iced tea stall.
Mu Tianye's smile was forced.
He knew exactly what the old lady was up to. She deliberately wanted him to spend more time with Suyumo. That was precisely why he hadn't come over immediately. The old lady's desire for a granddaughter-in-law had reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, Suyumo had laid out dried fruits, snacks, and a plate of Mu Tianye's favorite lemon chicken feet. Leaving now would be downright heartless, so Mu Tianye had no choice but to sit down with the old lady. With no other customers at the stall, the old lady warmly took Suyumo's hand and invited her to sit as well. "Come, dear, sit down and rest for a moment. While no one else is here, keep Grandma company for a bit." Suyumo's cheeks flushed slightly as she obediently sat down, her eyes darting toward Mu Tianye from time to time. The bright sparkle in her eyes gave her thoughts away completely.
Mu Tianye sighed inwardly. Another complication.
The old lady had asked her to keep her company, but once Suyumo sat down, the old lady didn't say another word. Her gaze shifted back and forth between Mu Tianye and Suyumo, finding them more and more suited for each other with every glance. The wrinkles on her face seemed to soften unconsciously. The awkward silence between the three felt stifling. Mu Tianye had no choice but to break it. Glancing at the phone streaming on the stand, Mu Tianye asked, feigning ignorance, "You're still doing live streams? How many followers do you have now?" Suyumo replied shyly, "I've been doing it for almost half a year, but I just can't get it off the ground. I only have about 70 or 80,000 followers now, and each livestream only gets a few dozen viewers." Mu Tianye, being an outsider to the industry, couldn't offer any substantive advice. He gave a perfunctory response, "Don't worry, take your time. You've got great natural talent. Once you find the right niche, you'll definitely grow and succeed." Suyumo could tell he was just being polite, but she didn't mind. Glancing at the livestream, she asked with a smile, "Brother Tianye, would you mind appearing on camera with Grandma?" Before Mu Tianye could answer, the old lady chimed in eagerly, "Not at all. Not at all. Whatever you want is fine." Mu Tianye was speechless. He shot the old lady a sideways glance. Did she even know what being on camera meant? The old lady completely ignored his glare. With the old lady's permission, Suyumu was overjoyed. She quickly adjusted the phone camera to include both Mu Tianye and the elderly woman in the livestream. Earlier, her conversation with Mu Tianye had been picked up by the livestream, and several die-hard fans were clamoring to see who the handsome guy was. Suyumo had already experienced firsthand just how devastatingly handsome Mu Tianye was. She couldn't wait to share this with her fans in the livestream, like a child showing off their candy. Holy crap, he really is a hottie. Seriously, are all these random hot guys out there this good looking? How are those popular young idols supposed to compete? Yumo, honey, I'm totally convinced this guy's got you beat. Something's off, really off. Look at that old lady's eyes. Does she seriously think Yumo is her granddaughter-in-law? Dude, you're just now catching on? If you wait any longer, the kid will be a month old already. I won't approve this match. Rainy Eyes is mine. The live stream exploded with activity. What had been a room of just over 20 viewers suddenly swelled to over 400. Since Suyumo started streaming, this was the first time her channel had ever seen such a large crowd. She felt both thrilled and excited, her heart fluttering sweetly as she read the playful comments in the chat. Yet she feared Mu Tianye might see the comments and get angry, so she stole glances at him, her face flushing. Mu Tianye casually glanced at the stream. His eyesight was sharp, and he could read every comment clearly. But online, people were just seeking excitement. No one took it seriously. So he didn't mind. Suddenly, a few customers came in to buy herbal tea. Suyumo asked Mu Tianye and the old lady to sit for a moment while she attended to them. After Suyumo left, the old lady gave Mu Tianye a knowing wink. "Grandson, what do you think? Grandma's got good taste, huh?" Mu Tianye rolled his eyes, gesturing for her to stop talking nonsense. He pointed at the phone streaming the live feed and asked, "Do you even know what live streaming is?" The old lady stiffened her neck, her voice tinged with pride.
Who do you think you are, you little brat? Think I'm some old fossil? Mu Tianye sighed helplessly. Then why are you talking nonsense? Do you even know what a husband fan is? With all this fuss, won't you drive away all of Yumo's husband fans? Bull.
The old lady grew flustered, poking Mu Tianye's forehead.
You blockhead. With such a wonderful girl, wouldn't it be better if fewer people were obsessed with her?
Seriously, Mu Tianye was utterly speechless. The old lady was dead serious.
She genuinely intended to destroy Su Yumo's streaming career. The live stream erupted once more.
Holy crap, this old lady's got some nerve. I thought it was just for show, but turns out the old lady is serious. This old lady is pure gold. I suggest Yumo keeps her on permanently. Let Grandmolly and her grandson become regulars in the livestream.
Holy crap, look behind her. Yumo's getting bullied. The camera was focused on Su Yumo's side.
Fans saw her arguing with a customer, then a man kicked over her stall. Her herbal tea and snacks spilled everywhere as she panicked and stumbled backward.
Mu Tianye, present at the scene, naturally noticed the commotion. He wasn't some self-righteous vigilante, but Su Yumo wasn't just some random bystander. He couldn't stand idly by. Before he could react, however, someone acted even faster. The old woman, seeing Su Yumo being bullied, sprang to her feet in an instant.
She grabbed her small folding stool and charged forward with surprising agility, a level of swiftness that seemed almost disrespectful to her age.
Mu Tianye's face darkened with exasperation as he hurriedly grabbed the old woman.
With your age and condition, you shouldn't get involved.
Stay back.
After warning the old lady, he dashed over to Su Yumo in 2 strides.
You. What's wrong with looking at you?
You're dressed like a whore at night, obviously trying to get attention.
Stop pretending to be so proper.
A man in his early 30s cursed, reaching out to grope Su Yumo's face. Mu Tianye grabbed the man's hand and shoved him hard backward.
Eat. How dare you spew such filth? A few drinks make you forget your own name? Don't you know this is a society governed by law? Need me to educate you on basic legal principles?
Su Yumo hid behind Mu Tianye, looking like a frightened little rabbit, her eyes red and brimming with tears.
Mu Tianye turned and smiled at her. It's okay. Don't be scared. Chapter 10, Who taught you to investigate like this? Mu Tianye's voice seemed to hold a magical power, and Su Yumo's fear instantly melted away. Did his hands touch you? Mu Tianye asked, turning back.
Su Yumo shook her head, looking utterly wronged. She wore hot pants and a tight-fitting short-sleeved top, her youthful, beautiful body outlined in graceful curves. The pale skin exposed was quite eye-catching, and setting up a stall late at night was indeed prone to trouble. Learning that Su Yumo hadn't been taken advantage of, Mu Tianye wanted to leave it at that. But when he looked down at the spilled herbal tea and scattered snacks littering the ground, his brow furrowed again. Calculate the total and make them pay up. The 3 men reeked of alcohol, clearly drunk. Worried Mu Tianye might get shortchanged, Su Yumo tugged gently at his sleeve from behind.
Brother Tianye, just let it go. It's not worth much. Don't get into a fight with them.
Before she could finish, the drunkard Mu Tianye had just shoved away regained his energy, pointing a finger at Mu Tianye's nose and cursing loudly.
Who the hell do you think you are, you little punk? Trying to play the hero? Look at yourself, you're not even fully grown yet. Get the hell out of here. His 2 companions closed in on Mu Tianye.
One of them grabbed a chair and swung it toward Mu Tianye's head. The drunkard staggered unsteadily, his swing slow and predictable.
Mu Tianye could have dodged it easily. But Su Yumo stood behind him.
He dared not dodge, fearing the chair might hit her instead. As the chair descended toward his head, Mu Tianye frantically raised his arm to block it, taking the full force of the blow. The wooden folding stool shattered instantly.
Yikes, Tianye, are you okay? Su Yumo shrieked from behind him. Mu Tianye shook his arm and pushed Su Yumo, who was looking at him with concern, aside.
Worried that Mu Tianye might get the short end of the stick, Su Yumo, having just been pushed away, was about to rush back over. The old woman suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her arm.
Don't worry, kid.
That little rascal's tough as nails.
Stay back and don't make things worse.
Su Yumo stamped her feet in frustration, but the old lady's grip was surprisingly strong, holding her fast.
The 3 drunks still wouldn't let it go, spewing profanities as they prepared to attack again. Mu Tianye's eyes turned icy.
He swiftly bent down, picked up a chair leg, and pointed the sharp, broken end forward. He thrust it toward the thigh of the man charging at the front.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed as the stabbed man clutched his thigh, hopping in place. Blood seeped through his fingers.
Mu Tianye didn't stop.
He kicked the man down, then swung his arm wide, delivering a blow to the head of each of the other 2 drunks. In the blink of an eye, all 3 drunks lay sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from their heads as they wailed in agony. Mu Tianye tossed the wooden leg aside, clapped his hands, and turned to Su Yumo as if nothing had happened.
Call the police. Only then did Su Yumo snap back to reality, frantically searching for her phone. No need, kid. I already called the cops for you. A helpful elderly woman chimed in from nearby. The commotion had drawn a crowd of onlookers.
The three men lying on the ground, hearing the police were coming, stopped their wailing and sobbed like cries. Mostly sobered up now, they helped each other up, trying to leave the scene.
Don't let them get away.
A man in the crowd shouted, and everyone immediately rushed forward, surrounding the men.
This night market street didn't have many vendors, and everyone usually knew each other.
When Suyumo encountered this kind of situation, everyone was willing to lend a hand within their capabilities.
After all, who knew when something like this might happen to them? Suyumo thanked everyone and hurried over to Mu Tianye with the elderly woman. Brother Tianye, are you okay? Quick, let me see your hand. Don't tell me you broke a bone.
The image of Mu Tianye shielding her moments ago, taking the full force of a chair to the back, had left her heart in her throat.
She grabbed his arm and examined it closely. Mu Tianye pulled his arm away, smiling. I'm really fine, don't worry. My grandma used to beat me much worse than this. He wasn't joking.
The old lady was no ordinary person. Mu Tianye had learned his fighting skills from her.
3 drunks?
He wouldn't bat an eye at 3 more. Back in college, when Nan Zhiyi was bullied at her part-time job, Mu Tianye stepped in for her. He took on 7 opponents at once and still held his own. His track record spoke for itself. Seeing Suyumo so concerned for her grandson, the old lady beamed with joy. She took Suyumo's hand and said, "Don't worry, girl. Don't let my grandson's delicate looks fool you. He's as tough as nails. He's got strength like an ox and can take a beating."
Suyumo sensed the old lady's veiled meaning.
A sudden flush spread across her cheeks as she stole a glance at Mu Tianye, her heart racing wildly. The entire heroic rescue by Mu Tianye had been live-streamed through Suyumo's account. Her channel now boasted over 10,000 concurrent viewers, with the chat exploding with comments.
I'm impressed. This guy has me completely blown away. Who here gets it? Who's dating a boyfriend this handsome and reliable? Am I the only one who thinks the old lady is adorable? Count me in too.
That old lady is seriously fierce, grabbing a chair and charging forward like that.
Can you believe it? I approve of this match. I'm shipping this couple hard.
Some mischievous folks recorded the whole thing, sliced it into clips, and started spreading them all over short video platforms. The number of viewers in Suyumo's livestream kept climbing.
A few minutes later, the police arrived.
After getting the gist of what happened, the officers took the 3 drunks away in the police car. They also asked Mu Tianye to come with them for questioning, saying they needed to investigate thoroughly before determining if it was mutual assault. Suyumo immediately grew anxious and rushed to defend Mu Tianye. Those 3 jerks started harassing people first.
Brother Tianye was just acting heroically. How could it be mutual assault? Everyone saw it, they can all testify. Bystanders chimed in, offering their testimonies. The officer in charge was surnamed Fu, whom Mu Tianye recognized from before. He had expected them to just go through the motions, but what followed took him by surprise. Seeing Suyumo's refusal to cooperate, Officer Fu's brow furrowed deeply. We're following protocol here. We can't just take one side's word. Please cooperate.
Glancing at the bloodstains on the ground, Officer Fu's frown deepened. He addressed Suyumo, and you, as a party involved, will also need to accompany us. We must wait until the injured party completes their medical examination before determining whether they will pursue charges against you.
Bullied and now held responsible? Yet Officer Fu hadn't mentioned a word about the losses to Suyumo's herbal tea stall?
The old woman's anger flared instantly.
Who taught you to handle cases like this? You can't fight back when bullied? Is doing the right thing wrong?
That's ridiculous. The old woman shielded Suyumo behind her, patting her hand reassuringly.
Don't be afraid, dear. With Grandma here, I'll see who dares take you away. Officer Fu looked impatient. Old lady, who do you think you are? Do I need you telling me how to do my job? Stop obstructing justice by abusing your seniority. I suspect you're intentionally interfering with law enforcement. Show me your ID for inspection.
After speaking, he signaled to the officers behind him to check the old woman's ID.
The officers exchanged glances, all thinking their superior was overreacting, perhaps even deliberately picking a fight.
How could a woman in her 70s or 80s, who had merely uttered a few harmless remarks, possibly constitute obstruction of justice?
Besides, shouldn't identity verification be done at the station? Why subject an elderly woman to a criminal-style search in full view of the public? Moreover, the entire incident was crystal clear, with numerous witnesses present. There was no question about the nature of the case. I couldn't understand why the leadership was deliberately making things difficult for her. They were just low-level officers who dared not speak up and could only follow orders. Mu Tianye, however, could no longer contain his anger. His voice deepened as he demanded, "Officer Fu, you really have a short memory. You don't remember who my grandmother is? You still need to check her ID?" Chapter 11, Scolding the Old Man in Front of His Son. Mu Tianye had remained silent until now.
After all, he had indeed been a bit heavy-handed earlier. Those 3 men were bleeding. It made perfect sense for him to accompany the police for a statement. But now this Officer Fu was flexing his authority in front of his grandmother. This had crossed Mu Tianye's line. This was clearly a deliberate provocation.
He couldn't recall ever crossing this officer. In fact, he and Officer Fu had crossed paths before, and they'd even shared a bit of a rapport in the past. Back in college, Mu Tianye had gotten into a fight over Nan Zhiyi, injuring someone badly enough to send them to the hospital. That incident had been far worse than this current one, and it was this very Officer Fu who had handled that case. At the time, Mu Tianye had a sidekick named Fu Jiozha who was distantly related to this Officer Fu. After a brief exchange, Officer Fu had them settle the matter privately, adopting an extremely humble attitude and personally escorting Mu Tianye out of the police station. Later, Officer Fu had Fu Jiozha arrange 2 drinking sessions with Mu Tianye. Officer Fu's full name was Fu Yuan. At that time, he was the deputy chief of the Chenlu police station in Wuhua district. After becoming acquainted with Mu Tianye, Fu Yuan began visiting the Mu household frequently, hoping to meet Mu Tianye's father. However, Mu Tianye's father ran a large business with numerous responsibilities. He was often away for days at a time, and Fu Yuan failed to meet him on several visits. Each time he arrived at the Mu residence, an elderly woman would serve him tea and treat him politely. The once eager sycophant now dared to treat the elderly matriarch with such arrogance and hostility, leaving Mu Tianye deeply disheartened. He didn't want trouble, but sometimes there was simply no room to retreat. This is strictly official business. Emotions are one thing, the law is another. Don't think having a few stinking coins in your family means you can act with impunity. Mu Tianye is bankrupt. As his son, you should now walk the straight and narrow path, conduct yourself properly. If you dare to act recklessly, I will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. Fu Yuan's words sounded noble and righteous, but Mu Tianye knew he was deliberately trying to humiliate him and his grandmother today. Sure enough, Fu Yuan exposed Mu Tianye's identity, and the crowd's tone shifted instantly. So it's Mu Tianye's son and his old mother. Who'd have thought they'd sink so low as to scavenge through trash? If Mu Tianye hadn't gone bankrupt, our night market wouldn't be so deserted now. He's caused nothing but trouble. I hear the Mu family's still drowning in debt. How many employees' families have been torn apart because of this? They're nothing but a scourge on our city. In the end, it's the elderly and children who suffer. With all that wealth Mu Tianye had, why didn't he think to leave his family a safety net? Personally, I don't feel sorry for the kid. Didn't you see how ruthless he was when he started digging? If the old man went bankrupt and jumped off a building to dodge debt, the son can't be much better. Exactly. I also heard this kid was a complete slacker in college, a total spoiled brat. All because of one identity. The crowd chattered and pointed fingers, lambasting Mu Tianye with verbal attacks. They seemed eager enough to dig up his dead father and subject him to criticism too. Fu Yuan watched the crowd chatter away, a cold, triumphant smile spreading across his face. Back then, he'd racked his brains to grovel and curry favor, desperate to latch onto Mu Tianye's coattails. But after multiple visits, he never even got to see the man each time. Some old hag was sent out to brush him off. He felt the Mu family look down on him, and this resentment had festered within Fu Yuan. Yet back then, the Mu family stood like a towering tree, and he dared not voice his anger. Now that the Mu family had fallen from grace, and Mu Tianye had fallen into his hands today, driven by his twisted pride, he decided to thoroughly humiliate him. He deliberately requested to inspect the old woman's ID, wanting everyone to know the identities of this grandmother and grandson. After all, Mu Tianye's bankruptcy years ago had caused a huge stir and left the family with a terrible reputation. The situation unfolded exactly as he'd envisioned. Without him needing to lift a finger, the crowd's verbal attacks threatened to drown both the old woman and the young man. Meanwhile, in Su Yumo's livestream, the tide had turned. Some viewers had even dug up Mu Tianye's college misdeeds. The chat was now filled with messages defending Yumo and demanding the Mu scoundrel get lost. Su Yumo hadn't anticipated this turn of events. She didn't care about Mu Tianye's background, but hearing everyone speak ill of him infuriated her. She felt more wronged than when those drunks had bullied her earlier. Brother Tianye hasn't done anything to wrong you all. Why are you speaking ill of him? His father's bankruptcy is his father's business. What does it have to do with him? Su Yumo stood in front of Mu Tianye like a mother hen protecting her chicks, her neck stiff as she defended him loudly. Though she stood a full head shorter than Mu Tianye, in that moment she wanted to become a giant umbrella over his head, shielding him from the deluge of malice. Amidst the world's raging storms, there's always a ray of light that can warm you. Right now, Su Yumo was that ray of light for Mu Tianye. He suddenly cracked a smile and gently patted Su Yumo's shoulder. It's okay. Go stay with my grandmother. I'll handle this myself. The old lady remained expressionless throughout, her head bowed as she searched for something on her person. Hearing Mu Tianye's voice, she paused her movements and looked up at Su Yumo. Girl, don't get involved. It's nothing serious. We've gotten used to it over the years, just the two of us. Su Yumo felt something clogging her throat, the pressure threatening to spill tears. She couldn't fathom the courage it took for the old lady to speak with such casual indifference. She opened her mouth, but felt any words would seem hollow and inadequate. Finally, she walked over and wrapped her arms around the old woman's arm, silently offering whatever warmth she could muster. The old lady smiled kindly, patting Su Yumo's hand gently. Good child, wait here a moment. I'll find something. She fumbled around her clothes again, murmuring softly, "Where did I put it? I remember always carrying it with me."
Mu Tianye scanned the crowd, stepping in front of the old woman to shield her from the mocking stares. His voice was calm, yet loud enough for everyone to hear.
"Everyone here, does my father owe you money too?"
At his question, the surrounding murmurs gradually died down. After all, they were just bystanders, ordinary people whose own lives were already in shambles, yet they relished gossiping about others' misfortunes. Through their whispered rumors, the subjects of their discussions were often ruined. Truthfully, they'd only heard fragments of hearsay, yet they relished it.
"Is there no creditor of my father here?"
After a moment of silence, Mu Tianye asked again, his tone as flat as ever. His gaze swept over them, causing everyone to unconsciously avert their eyes.
Mu Tianye snorted derisively. "Since my father never owed you money, and neither my grandmother nor I ate rice from your homes, what business do you have here spreading gossip and spouting cold remarks? If we're being honest, it's you who owe my father. This night market street was originally Jiangcheng Pharmaceuticals' land. Some of you have been setting up stalls here for over a decade. Did my father ever collect a single penny in stall fees from you?
Now that he's gone, instead of honoring his kindness, you stab him in the back, blaming him for hurting your business.
Search your consciences, who here is truly the one with moral failings?
And those who say my father tore families apart, go ask around.
Did he ever owe a single worker a penny in wages?
Even when he went bankrupt, he never cheated his employees out of a single cent of their hard-earned money." As Mu Tianye's words fell, several older vendors in the crowd hung their heads in shame. Mu Tianye swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice icy. "Let me make this clear today, Mu Tianye may be dead, but his son lives on.
Whatever debts my father owed you personally, bring the promissory notes anytime. But don't ever insult a father in front of his son again. If you do, don't blame me for being unkind." Chapter 12, All Salute. As Mu Tianye's words faded, an eerie silence descended upon the scene.
Finally, someone with a shred of conscience stepped forward to speak up for justice. "I used to work at Jiangcheng Pharmaceuticals. I don't know how much Mr. Mu owed others after his bankruptcy, but he never treated us workers harshly. Even as bankruptcy loomed, he sold off personal assets at a loss to pay all employees 3 extra months' wages."
"That's right.
I also worked at Jiangcheng Pharmaceuticals. I can't speak for other matters, but Mr. Mu's treatment of his employees was truly beyond reproach. Once, when my wife fell ill and needed hospitalization, I didn't have enough money and asked the company's finance department for an advance on several months' wages.
Mr. Mu happened to learn about this.
Not only did he proactively arrange for a specialist to perform surgery on my wife, but he also covered all her medical expenses without charge."
"I believe that. Anyone interested can look into Jiangcheng Pharmaceuticals' employee benefits.
Any employee or family member diagnosed with a serious illness, facing genuine hardship, and incurring medical expenses beyond insurance coverage can seek reimbursement from the company."
"Across the entire city of Jiangcheng, which other enterprise goes this far?"
As someone stepped forward to speak on Mu Tianye's behalf, the few who had just been making snide remarks in the crowd instantly felt ashamed. Fans in Su Yumo's livestream heard these words too, and the disparaging comments that had been flooding in earlier gradually faded away.
Some resourceful netizens in the livestream quickly dug up some inside information.
It must be said, back in the day, Jiangcheng Pharmaceuticals was truly a conscientious company. For it to go under like this is genuinely a shame.
This whole thing is too fishy. I feel like there's something shady going on here.
Something's fishy about the package. This story shot to the top of the trending list right away, but within hours, the buzz was suppressed. Even now, many details are impossible to find online. I also heard that Mu Tianye divorced his wife before declaring bankruptcy, and his son's household registration was transferred to his mother's address. Logically, the debts Mu Tianye incurred shouldn't affect his son anymore. Separated households yet still paying off his father's debts, now that's a real man. Everyone, keep your cool when digging into old scandals. These stale stories are best left alone, the waters run too deep. Watch out for backlash. The poster above gets it. Don't forget, shortly after Mu Tianye's bankruptcy, the entire leadership team in our city underwent a purge. Even higher-ups got caught up in the fallout.
Exactly. Let's not discuss sensitive topics in the livestream. We don't want to get Yumo's account banned. Let's stick to discussing young Master Mu's romantic escapades.
Netizens then transformed into Sherlock Holmes, meticulously tracing Mu Tianye's life trajectory over the past 3 years. Shouldering debts not his to bear, he single-handedly cared for his elderly grandmother while juggling 3 jobs daily, enduring it all with rock-hard resilience. This Mu Tianye seemed no different from most netizens, just another face in the crowd, perhaps even more exhausted than the rest. Thus, Mu Tianye's reputation underwent another reversal. Unnoticed, he gradually became an inspirational figure in netizens' hearts, to the point where his wild college escapades were overlooked.
A reformed rogue who hasn't had their reckless youth?
Fu Yuan watched as Mu Tianye turned public opinion around with just a few words, his face turning ashen. It seemed impossible to continue humiliating this grandmother and grandson today.
Fu Yuan impatiently ordered his officers, "What are you standing around for? Take them all away." Several officers exchanged awkward glances, one of them plucking up courage to say, "Captain Fu, surely we shouldn't take the old lady back? That's against protocol, after all." Before he could finish, Fu Yuan snapped, "Cut the nonsense. Do you take orders from him or me? Or should I hand over my position to you?" The officers had no choice but to obey. Mu Tianye stood firmly in front of the old woman, refusing to budge an inch. He shot Fu Yuan a sidelong glance, his voice as cold as ice shards. "Officer Fu, don't overstep." Fu Yuan sneered coldly. "What's that look for? Don't tell me you still think you're the old Prince Charming, bold enough to lay a finger on me?" Mu Tianye narrowed his eyes. "Not impossible. Why don't you strip off the skin and see if I can beat the out of you?" The scene fell deathly silent. Su Yumei's livestream exploded once more. One viewer typed, "Please flood the chat with awesome." The comments section was instantly flooded with awesome. 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 99. He's so tough, I love it. This guy's got real grit, a role model for us all. They're not actually going to do it, are they? I'll bet 50 cents he's just talking big and won't actually go through with it. I'll bet $1 this guy will actually go through with it. Mu Tianye remained oblivious to the commotion in the livestream chat. The rage boiling in his chest threatened to spill over. If Fu Yuan pressed him any further, he was prepared to act impulsively, consequences be damned. For 3 years, he'd walked on eggshells, playing the underdog everywhere. Yet in the end, every Tom, Dick, and Harry seized any chance to kick him while he was down. He'd had enough. Fu Yuan exploded in rage. "How dare you openly threaten and intimidate an officer? Looks like you want jail time. Handcuff him." Just as tensions reached a boiling point, the elderly woman who had remained silent spoke calmly. "All right, officer. You wanted to check this old woman's ID, didn't you? Take a look at this." After rummaging for a while, she finally pulled a crumpled plastic bag from her burlap sack. Layers unfolded to reveal a thick stack of IOUs, some owed to others, others owed to her family. Beneath the notes lay a red certificate with a yellowed cover bearing 4 large characters, "Certificate of Honor." The old woman handed the certificate to Fu Yuan. "My ID is at home. I only carry this when I go out. Can you see if this proves my identity?" Fu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly as he stared at the items in the old woman's hand, hesitating to take them. Out of curiosity, an officer behind him took the certificate from the old woman's hand. He flipped it open and glanced at it, his pupils instantly dilating in shock. Unaware of his subordinate's reaction, Fu Yuan scoffed, "The old lady must be losing her mind. Besides a citizen ID card, anything else?" Fu, you should probably take a look at this first." Fu Yuan's words trailed off as the officer holding the ID urgently tugged at his sleeve, cutting him off. Fu Yuan glared at his subordinate with irritation. "What's there to see? You really should take a look." The officer patiently placed the open document before Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan glanced at it casually, his expression instantly turning as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. Everyone watched Fu Yuan curiously, wondering what exactly was in that little notebook the old lady had given him that could cause such a dramatic change in his expression. The officer holding the ID whispered something in Fu Yuan's ear. After a moment's thought, Fu Yuan nodded solemnly. With permission granted, the officer pulled out his phone and called headquarters, relaying the serial number from the ID. A response came back swiftly. Hanging up, the officer looked solemn as he whispered to Fu Yuan, "Captain Fu, it's been verified. It's genuine." After speaking, the officer respectfully handed the ID back to the elderly woman with both hands, then saluted her with great solemnity. The other officers, now aware of the situation, saluted the elderly woman in unison. Fu Yuan's expression flickered between shock and disbelief. Finally, reluctantly, he raised his right hand and saluted the old woman in return. Everyone present gaped in astonishment, utterly baffled by what the old woman could possibly have shown Fu Yuan to cause such a dramatic shift in his demeanor. In Su Yumei's livestream, fans erupted in speculation. Who was this mysterious old woman? Merely showing her credentials had frightened the entire police force into saluting her. Chapter 13, The farce comes to an end. The comments section has always been a breeding ground for talent. Some well-traveled netizens had already caught on. "Holy crap, this is insane. The old lady actually has that thing? What is it? Spill it already." "Exactly. He only tells half the story, and the plot thickens by half. I bet he's just showing off, trying to get attention. He doesn't know jack." A flood of comments tagged the user, demanding he reveal what the certificate was. The tagged netizen popped up again, "You guys are in for a treat today. That's an honorary certificate for war heroes. Only heroes who made outstanding contributions during the War of Resistance are eligible to receive it." The livestream erupted in a mix of shock, admiration, and skepticism. Seriously? That old lady, a War of Resistance hero? You gotta be kidding. Don't doubt it. Did you forget how she grabbed that stool to beat up that thug just now? Exactly. There's a certain heroic spirit about this old lady, she's no ordinary person. I still don't buy it. She's a woman, how great could she really be? What makes her worthy of such a certificate? What's wrong with being a woman?
Women hold up half the sky. The live chat erupted with chatter and arguments. Yet the scene itself fell deathly silent, every eye fixed on the old woman. She returned a crisp military salute to the officers. Her frail, slender frame seemed to transform into a towering mountain in that moment. Carefully placing the ID back into the plastic bag, the old woman said without looking up, "Now that my identity is verified, should I accompany you to the station for further questioning?"
No need.
Fu Yuan stammered, the arrogance from moments ago completely gone from his tone. Even now, it felt like a dream. The War of Resistance Hero Certificate, just one glance at it had nearly burned his eyes.
This was rarer than a giant panda.
Though he was reluctant to admit it, the certificate clearly documented each military achievement, and the police station had already verified it. He had no choice but to accept it. Li Xiaoying, the female heroine of the War of Resistance, had earned countless military honors throughout her life. The most striking entry was a first-class merit award. In a single battle, she personally eliminated 11 enemies, took 4 gunshot wounds, and fought hand-to-hand with the enemy until her ammunition ran out, sustaining over a dozen knife wounds of varying sizes.
Fu Yuan never imagined that this unassuming old woman before him bore such extraordinary honors.
Even with the Mu family bankrupt, the old woman's status remained something he could only look up to, not someone he could easily provoke. Who knew what mysterious comrades in arms she still had within the military?
Stand down.
Fu Yuan forced out the words with immense difficulty, feeling as if a mountain had been placed on his shoulders, nearly crushing his spine. He'd intended to kick a man when he was down, venting years of pent-up resentment, only to find himself embroiled in a major predicament.
This matter could be minor or major. With someone of the old lady's stature, no one would believe she didn't know powerful figures.
If she decided to make an issue of this, the consequences were far beyond his ability to handle. To put it bluntly, even the top official in Jiangcheng wouldn't dare act high and mighty around her. And here he was, Fu Yuan, after all these years, still just a lowly deputy director.
Deputy Fu Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed he'd never shake that deputy title in this lifetime.
Suddenly, he recalled the year Mu Tianye went bankrupt.
Without warning, the entire leadership of Jiangcheng underwent a major shakeup.
It wouldn't be surprising if the old lady had orchestrated it all. The more Fu Yuan thought about it, the colder his heart grew, a chill running down his spine. All he wanted now was to leave immediately, never to have anything to do with the Mu family again for the rest of his life.
Leaving already?
Just as Fu Yuan turned to leave, the old lady called after him in a light, airy voice. Fu Yuan forced himself to halt, turning with difficulty, prepared to grovel. Yet the old lady didn't press him.
This old woman understands reason. My grandson did indeed get physical just now.
It's only right that you take him in for questioning. But this girl's stall was smashed.
Someone needs to give her an explanation for that, don't they?
As guardians of the people, isn't it your duty to uphold justice for the citizens?
Right, the old lady's absolutely right.
Seeing the old woman wasn't pressing the issue, Fu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately put on a smile.
Could the stall owner please give us her phone number?
Once those guys sober up, I'll have them discuss compensation with you. As for young Master Mu, there's no need for him to come with us.
We've already gathered all the details and don't want to trouble him with the trip.
The old woman ignored Fu Yuan and bent down to help Su Yumo clear the trash from the ground.
Mu Tianye didn't even lift his gaze, turning to assist the old woman. Only then did Su Yumo snap out of her daze.
Tonight's events had been a roller coaster ride. She felt like she'd just been on an emotional roller coaster. Fu Yuan stood patiently nearby, a warm smile on his face, waiting quietly.
Only then did Su Yumo remember to give him her phone number.
Fu Yuan instructed the officer to jot down Su Yumo's number, then hurriedly slunk into the police car and drove away. The farce concluded, and the gawking crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only a mess strewn across the ground. Ignoring Su Yumo's protests, Mu Tianye and the elderly woman insisted on helping her clean up the stall. The three worked together for over half an hour before finally tidying everything up. Su Yumo bid farewell to her livestream fans before ending the broadcast. She then drove the small van she used for her stall, taking Mu Tianye and the elderly woman home. After getting out of the van, the old lady winked and gave Mu Tianye a knowing look.
Mu Tianye pretended not to notice and said to Su Yumo, "It's getting late. You should head back and get some rest. Drive safely."
The old lady looked utterly dismayed, as if she were disappointed in a child who couldn't live up to her expectations.
Su Yumo didn't rush off. Her face full of hope, she said, "Brother Tianye, could I add you on WeChat? I owe you and Grandma so much for today. I feel terrible for causing you all this trouble. When I have time, I'll treat you and Grandma to a meal." The two had known each other for a long time, but neither had the other's contact information. It was the elderly woman who interacted with Su Yumo more frequently, as they almost always crossed paths at the night market. Su Yumo harbored feelings for Mu Tianye, while the old lady took a liking to the polite and sensible Su Yumo. Over time, the old and young grew familiar with each other. Mu Tianye had long been aware of Su Yumo's feelings. The first time he saw her, he too had been struck by her beauty.
He'd secretly considered trying to get closer to her, but the moment he thought of the enormous debt weighing on his shoulders, all such thoughts vanished. With his own survival at stake, he had neither the time nor energy to nurture a new relationship. Why burden someone else? Since he had no intention of pursuing a deeper connection with her, it was best not to give her false hope. Just as Mu Tianye was about to refuse, the impatient old lady snatched his phone from his pocket. After fumbling unsuccessfully to unlock it, she scowled and urged him, "Stop dawdling. Add the girl's WeChat right now." Mu Tianye's excuse about not having his phone was rendered useless. Reluctantly, he added Su Yumo's WeChat. Su Yumo beamed with satisfaction, gave a sweet smile, and bid farewell to the grandmother and grandson. The old lady placed the bottle she'd found today in the yard. Mu Tianye went over to help, but she seemed to have a minor tantrum, refusing his assistance while muttering to herself incessantly. "Such a wonderful girl, why can't you get it through your thick skull?" Mu Tianye smiled bitterly. "She really is a good girl. I'm just not good enough for her." The old lady paused in her movements, staring at her grandson for a few seconds before finally letting out a silent sigh. Chapter 14, Why Did You Come? Watching the old woman bend over to arrange the bottles, Mu Tianye suddenly felt a pang of sadness. An old woman who'd never known defeat in her life now, at this age, had to bow to the hardships of existence, rising before dawn and working late into the night for a few worthless bottles. Tears welled in Mu Tianye's eyes as he croaked, "Starting tomorrow, let's stop picking up these bottles. Winter's coming soon. It'll be cold and slippery. What if you fall?" With her back to her grandson, the old woman stubbornly replied, "If I fall, I'll just get back up. I'm not so old that I can't get up after a fall." Mu Tianye suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, his tone unwittingly tinged with emotion. "Have you ever calculated how many lifetimes of scavenging it would take to pay off all those IOUs in your pocket?" The old woman stiffened, her back seeming to sag with added years. Mu Tianye felt a pang of pity and silently berated himself for speaking without thinking. "I'll pay back what I can. I'm old now, what else can I do besides collecting scraps?" Her aged voice was torn apart by the night wind, her figure seeming to stoop even more as she silently walked toward the house. Mu Tianye shook his head, stepping forward to support her as they walked inside together. The old woman patted Mu Tianye's hand. "Good boy, go find your mother in the capital. These debts have nothing to do with you. Don't follow grandma into hardship anymore." Mu Tianye remained silent for a moment before speaking. "If I abandon you, won't my father rise from the grave to beat me to death?" "Nonsense." The old woman glared at Mu Tianye, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seeming to deepen. All emotion was submerged within those folds, leaving her expression unclear. A gust of wind swept past, blurring the old woman's expression further. Mu Tianye said nothing more. He knew she was missing her son. After enduring so much that day, Mu Tianye felt utterly drained. He collapsed into bed upon returning home and fell instantly asleep. Meanwhile, the incident between him and the old woman at the night market continued to spread and ferment online. Compared to him, the spoiled rich kid, the old woman garnered significantly more attention. The entry for Li Xiaoying, the War of Resistance heroine, skyrocketed in popularity across major platforms. Her life story was dug up by netizens. Born into a prominent medical family, she had sold off her family's assets at 16 to join the revolution alongside her father and brothers. She spent her life on the battlefield, enduring countless battles. After liberation, however, she kept her achievements and fame hidden, married, had children, and settled in Jiangcheng. After her husband's early death, she raised her only son, Mu Tianye, running a boxing gym and a medical clinic. When Mu Tianye came of age and demonstrated exceptional business acumen, she sold the boxing gym and passed the medical clinic and ancestral formulas to him. Mu Tianye did not disappoint. Within a few short years, he transformed the small clinic into the fledgling Xinjiang Pharmaceuticals. He then expanded into numerous fields, including technology and real estate, rising to become the undisputed wealthiest person in Jiangcheng. Then came Mu Tianye's bankruptcy. The old lady faced it with composure, shouldering her son's enormous debts with her frail, aged body. Finally, a video of the elderly matriarch at a night market displaying her War of Resistance hero certificate went viral online. The comments section was filled with nothing but "all rise, salute." Overnight, the names Li Xiaoying, Mu Tianye, and Mu Tianye swept across the internet. Even that police officer named Fu Yuan found himself thrust into the spotlight, facing public condemnation as his dark past was dug up and exposed. At that very moment, at the Qianlu police station, Chief Zhang Gang, who had only just fallen asleep, stormed into his office, his face twisted with fury. In his sleep, he had received direct orders from municipal bureau leadership to immediately suspend Fu Yuan from duty and launch an investigation. Clueless about the reason, Zhang Gang rushed to the station, summoned Fu Yuan, and unleashed a torrent of abuse before immediately carrying out the order. Thus, after being berated relentlessly, Fu Yuan was stripped of all his positions and ordered to await further investigation at home. "Chief Zhang, could you tell me what exactly happened?" Fu Yuan had a vague suspicion that this matter was connected to old lady Li, but he still refused to give up hope and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Zhang Gang slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Don't you know what you've done?
Leaving Fu Yuan behind, his face ashen, Zheng Gang slammed the door shut and stormed out. Sitting alone in his office, Fu Yuan's face turned ashen. He slammed his fist hard onto the desk as malice began to seethe within him. You old hag, just you wait. Mu Tianye had the rare luxury of sleeping in. Since he'd already lost his job, he turned off his phone last night to avoid nuisance calls disturbing his sleep, waking up naturally. The moment he turned his phone back on, it buzzed incessantly. WeChat messages, 99 plus. Dozens of unread texts. Mu Tianye stared blankly at his phone. The sudden unfamiliarity felt unsettling. It had been ages since he'd been needed like this. Opening WeChat, most messages were from colleagues and superiors at his former company. They all conveyed the same sentiment, apologies and pleas for him to return to work. He chose to ignore these insincere messages outright. After 3 years at the company, he'd always been invisible. This sudden attention was obviously because of Nan Zhiyi. He considered blocking them all outright, but remembering he hadn't received this month's salary yet, Mu Tianye opted to selectively delete contacts instead. He deleted all the colleagues who had previously marginalized him, keeping only the WeChat contacts of President Chen and manager Zhao. Those two couldn't be deleted yet. If he didn't get his salary, he'd still need to deal with them. Scrolling further down, he found a WeChat contact labeled Master that had sent him a whopping 40 or 50 messages. This was Nan Zhiyi's WeChat. She had taken Mu Tianye's phone last night and added him herself. Opening the chat, he could feel Nan Zhiyi's seething rage radiating through the screen. You have 10 minutes. If I don't hear back from you, expect my lawyer to contact you. This was Nan Zhiyi's final message, sent just 3 minutes ago. Mu Tianye rubbed his forehead, already feeling emotionally drained the moment he woke up. He didn't want to get entangled with Nan Zhiyi any further. No one came back to love you all over again. If she returned, it was surely for revenge. He was already swamped with responsibilities and simply didn't have the energy to deal with this. He exited WeChat, choosing to ignore it for now. Perhaps with time, Nan Zhiyi would lose interest in toying with him. Opening the door and stepping out, Mu Tianye froze instantly. Brother Tianye, you're awake? Come have breakfast. I bought soy milk and fried dough sticks for you and Grandma. Su Yumo had arrived unnoticed, sitting prettily in the living room, chatting and laughing with the old lady. Spotting Mu Tianye, she greeted him with a sweet voice. Mu Tianye scratched his head awkwardly. When did you arrive? Why didn't you wake me up? Su Yumo placed the soy milk and fried dough sticks she prepared for Mu Tianye on the table. I've been here for a while. Brother Tianye, hurry over and eat breakfast. Grandma and I have already finished. The old lady was intently staring at her phone, seemingly engrossed in something. Only upon hearing Su Yumo's voice did she glance sideways at Mu Tianye. The girl's been here for ages. I told her to wake you, but she felt sorry for you, saying you stayed up late last night and should sleep in. Su Yumo's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head, twisting the hem of her shirt, yet her peripheral vision remained fixed on Mu Tianye's face. Mu Tianye cleared his throat awkwardly. I'll go wash up first. Chapter 15, Nan Zhiyi's lawyer. Mu Tianye hurriedly washed his face and returned to the living room. He ate breakfast while listening to Su Yumo and the old lady talk. He finally understood why the old lady had been glued to her phone so early in the morning. It turned out the old lady had gone viral last night. Now the entire internet was hyping her as a female hero of the war of resistance, and Su Yumo's account had ridden the wave of popularity. Her followers had surged by hundreds of thousands overnight. What had been over 80,000 followers had now reached over 400,000 and was still climbing, adding hundreds every few minutes. Grandma, you're an internet sensation now. If you went live, I bet you'd hit 100,000 plus viewers in no time. Would you like to try it? Su Yumo asked, her arms wrapped around the elderly woman. The old lady smiled affectionately at Su Yumo. Grandma is too old for this. I don't know anything about it. How could I possibly do it? Su Yumo continued to coax her gently. It's okay, Grandma. I can help you. Plus, live streaming sales are incredibly lucrative these days. Top streamers can earn tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, per broadcast. You need to pay off your debts, right? If you do well with live streaming, you might clear those debts in no time. The old lady was clearly tempted, but she didn't rush into a decision. Her gaze shifted to Mu Tianye, seeking her grandson's advice. Mu Tianye's mind began to race. While expecting Grandma to pay off debts through live streaming was unrealistic, getting her more exposure online could be beneficial. He had always suspected something fishy about his father's suicide, but it felt like an invisible hand was suppressing the truth. Information from all channels was blocked, leaving him no way to investigate. If the old lady could sustain online buzz, Mu Qingshan's name would inevitably resurface in the public eye. Those pulling the strings behind the scenes wouldn't be able to sit still then. Following the trail might just uncover some clues. There was another reason: the old lady was getting on in years. Mu Tianye didn't want her rising before dawn to scavenge for scraps anymore. Having her and Suyu dabble in content creation would give her something to occupy her hands and prevent her from feeling idle. With this in mind, Mu Tianye spoke up. If you want to try it, go ahead.
But don't jump into live streaming sales just yet, and don't rush to start your own account.
Start by making videos with Yumo and occasionally popping up in her live streams.
He had considered more than Su Yumo had. The grandmother's status as a wartime hero shouldn't be overexploited, otherwise it could easily backfire, making it a case of losing more than gaining.
That's wonderful, Grandma. Tianye agreed.
Su Yumo cheered excitedly, hugging the old lady's arm and shaking it back and forth. The old lady looked kindly at her, pinching Su Yumo's cheek affectionately. Su Yumo, ever impatient, was already itching to start streaming.
Grandma, let's go live now. So many fans messaged me, they're all waiting to see you. Wait a moment.
Mu Tianye quickly stopped her, needing to discuss some important matters beforehand.
We can go live, but we must disable the gift and tip features.
Otherwise, people might accuse Grandma of exploiting sentimentality, which would damage her image and shorten the lifespan of the account.
Su Yumo nodded obediently. Mu Tianye added, hold off on product promotions for now.
Start by filming videos with Grandma, sharing glimpses of daily life.
Focus on growing your following first. Later, you can gradually incorporate ads into the videos.
As for revenue sharing, you and Grandma can discuss that yourselves. Su Yumo had no objections to Mu Tianye's suggestions. Whether running a stall or creating content, it was all just about experiencing life.
She wasn't short of money.
Her real motive for encouraging the old lady to livestream with her wasn't profit, but an excuse to get closer to Mu Tianye.
Brother Tianye, why don't you register a media company and sign both me and Grandma?
Su Yumo batted her big eyes, appearing innocent and romantic, yet harboring a hidden agenda. Mu Tianye froze for a moment, then a flash of inspiration struck.
Su Yumo's words seemed to open a window for him, revealing new directions and possibilities.
He knew live streaming could be lucrative, but he'd always felt he wasn't cut out for it. Now, with the old lady's popularity, an opportunity presented itself. Still, this couldn't be rushed.
Starting a media company wasn't easy. First, he needed to see if the old lady's current wave of traffic could be sustained. We'll discuss that later. You and Grandma should test the waters for a few days first.
Got it, Brother Tianye. Don't worry, with Grandma's blessing, I'm confident we can turn this account into a major ID. Su Yumo pumped his little fists confidently.
Mu Tianye smiled wryly. Everything would unfold as fate intended.
Su Yumo propped her phone on a stand, had the old lady get ready, then took a deep breath as if heading into battle.
Without hesitation, she clicked go live. Within 2 minutes of going live, the viewer count skyrocketed past 100,000.
Watching the numbers climb, Su Yumo suddenly froze, too nervous to speak. She stared blankly at the camera, utterly adorable. The old lady, however, remained calm and composed, showing no signs of stage fright. The chat flooded with messages.
Salute to the veteran hero. 99.
With sharp eyes and ears, she clearly saw the messages.
Smiling warmly, she waved at the camera and chatted casually, good morning, everyone. Aren't you all at work? Did you have breakfast? It felt like a neighborly elder greeting younger relatives, warm and natural.
Viewers in the livestream flooded the comments with replies.
Good morning, Grandma. 99.
Influenced by the elderly woman's warmth, Su Yumo relaxed from her earlier nervousness and joined the grandmother in chatting with the fans. Curious about her military experiences, the viewers asked questions, and the grandmother shared her stories of those rugged years without hesitation.
Mu Tianye hadn't expected the elderly woman to adapt so well, and the worry that had been hanging over him slowly eased. Suddenly, his phone rang.
He glanced at the screen, an unknown number.
Assuming it was spam, Mu Tianye hung up immediately.
But the moment he put it down, the same number called again. Mu Tianye had no choice but to return to his room and answer the call.
Hello, is this Mr. Mu Tianye? A man's unfamiliar voice asked. Mu Tianye frowned and asked, what's this about?
After confirming his identity, the caller cut straight to the point.
Mr. Mu, I'm Mr. Nan's personal legal counsel.
I've been instructed by Mr. Nan to discuss a matter of contract breach with you.
Damn it.
The moment he heard the caller was Nan Zhiyi's lawyer, Mu Tianye's scalp prickled.
Unable to hold back, a single syllable expletive burst from his lips. Mr. Mu, please watch your language. This call is being recorded in its entirety. Any inappropriate remarks could potentially be used as evidence against you in court. Nan Zhiyi's lawyer offered a friendly reminder.
Mu Tianye suppressed his urge to curse, forcing himself to sound calm.
This is a misunderstanding. Can I discuss it privately with your boss, Ms. Nan, later?
The lawyer smiled.
That would be best.
Ms. Nan has stated that as long as you show a cooperative attitude and are willing to communicate with her, she is quite willing to give you another chance. Mu Tianye silently recited the Buddhist mantra of accept, transform, release, and let go before hanging up. After a moment of silence, he pulled up the number for his master.
Hesitating repeatedly, he finally dialed the number. Chapter 16, One Last Chance. The phone rang 3 times before being answered.
Nan Zhiyi's voice came through, cold and tinged with mockery.
You think you're so tough? Keep playing hide and seek with me. Mu Tianye sensed this woman's emotional instability upon her return.
Daring not to provoke her, he could only explain in a gentle tone. I didn't mean to ignore your calls or messages. I stayed up too late last night and forgot to charge my phone. I just woke up and plugged it in. Nan Zhiyi scoffed coldly. Mu Tianye, put some effort into your lies. The way you spew them now is truly disgusting. You have no time for my calls, yet you find time to play the hero and rescue damsels in distress? The ways of the womanizing Mr. Mu are truly endless. Mu Tianye realized there was no point in trying to reason with her. She was being completely unreasonable. He could only shut up. On Nan Zhiyi's end, she had already smashed every breakable item in the hotel room. Ding Yao stood at a safe distance, clutching her laptop tightly, her eyes fixed on Nan Zhiyi with pure wariness. The laptop contained crucial files she was determined to protect at all costs. First thing that morning, Nan Zhiyi had seen the news online. She never imagined that bastard would leave her only to immediately hit on some gorgeous woman, landing himself on the trending topics. What stung the most was Mu Tianye's heroic rescue act. To shield that woman, he'd actually taken a chair to the back. Such heroics had once been her exclusive domain. Mu Tianye would only risk his life for her. And now? How dare he do this for another woman? Fuming with rage, Nan Zhiyi immediately called Mu Tianye, only to find his phone turned off, which sent her into an even greater frenzy. For the entire morning, she made dozens of calls and sent hundreds of messages, yet received no response whatsoever. Unable to bear it any longer, Nan Zhiyi instructed her lawyer to contact Mu Tianye directly. Ding Yao tried several times to urge her boss to calm down, but seeing the icy glare that seemed ready to freeze her face off, she hesitated and ultimately held her tongue. Where are you now? Nan Zhiyi asked coldly. At home. Mu Tianye answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She'd cost him his job, where else would he be? Is your grandmother at home too? Nan Zhiyi pressed, her voice still gritted with anger. Yeah. Mu Tianye scratched his head, baffled by her two questions. Fine. Very fine. You're something else, Mu. Nan Zhiyi's voice was like a blade of ice. Mu Tianye suddenly felt a chill run down his neck, as if a blade hung there, poised to sever his head at any moment. This sense of danger emanated from Nan Zhiyi, yet he couldn't fathom what he'd done to offend her again. Was he even at fault for being at home? It was utterly baffling. He desperately wanted to tell Nan Zhiyi to get her head checked. She must have some kind of neurological disorder. But remembering the lawyer who had just called him, he dared only vent these thoughts silently to himself. What he didn't know was that Nan Zhiyi's murderous intent wasn't entirely without cause. Before her lay a tablet with a screen covered in cracks. A live streaming app played on the device, showing Su Yumo and the elderly woman chatting and laughing in the live stream room, as affectionate as family. Ever since Su Yumo went live, Nan Zhiyi had infiltrated her stream as an anonymous viewer. Watching the old lady dote on Su Yumo like she was her own granddaughter-in-law felt like having his heart sliced into pieces, one by one. Mu Tianye was at home. The old lady was at home. Now Su Yumo was streaming with the old lady, while Mu Tianye had turned off his phone early in the morning. Piecing together all the clues, Nan Zhiyi arrived at a suffocating conclusion. Su Yumo had spent the night at Mu Tianye's house last night. This realization nearly sent Nan Zhiyi over the edge. She had been with Mu Tianye for 3 years, yet she had never met any of his family members, nor had she ever visited his home. And now, Mu Tianye had the audacity to bring another woman home. How dare he? Nami's rage surged once more, a volatile mix of hurt, fury, and hatred erupting in an instant. Smack! She slammed the tablet onto the floor and spoke coldly, "Send me your address immediately. I'm coming over right now." Mu Tianye's scalp prickled with a sense of impending danger. Instinctively, he refused outright. "My place is pretty remote. Whatever you need, just tell me over the phone. No need to bother coming all the way here." Nan Zhiyi's voice sharpened. "If you don't want to breach the contract, send me your location now. This is your only chance. Otherwise, I'll have my lawyer talk to you." Her tone left no room for doubt, yet Mu Tianye felt even more resistant. He sensed Nan Zhiyi intended to cause trouble at his home, but his grandmother and Su Yumu were there. Mu Tianye didn't want to upset everyone. Despite his repeated concessions, a spark of anger finally flared within him. Nan Zhiyi could torment and harass him however she pleased, but she couldn't affect his grandmother's mood. "Nan Zhiyi, what exactly do you want? Is it necessary to drag our petty issues into my family? My grandmother is elderly and can't handle this turmoil. You can torment me however you like, but I beg you don't disturb my family. This is my absolute limit." Mu Tianye's hardened tone sent a sharp pang through Nan Zhiyi's heart, followed by an inexplicable wave of panic. Asking her not to disturb his family? It was clearly his request, yet delivered in Mu Tianye's tone. Why did it hurt her so deeply? Nan Zhiyi drew a deep breath, the sense of injustice welling up inside her growing stronger. Her fists clenched tightly, her fingernails digging into her palms until they nearly drew blood, and her eyes stung uncontrollably. "Mr. Nan. It's getting late. We need to hurry to the airport. Yi Chen's flight is about to land." Ding Yao glanced at the time and reluctantly reminded him. Nan Zhiyi's emotions were instantly disrupted. She exhaled a heavy breath, and her entire being calmed considerably.
You have 20 minutes. Get to the hotel immediately. You'll accompany me on business shortly. She no longer mentioned going to Mu Tianye's house. Keeping him tied to her side served the same purpose as long as he wasn't with that woman named Su Mu. This is work. It's in the contract. You have no grounds to refuse. Nan Zhiyi emphasized once more, hanging up before Mu Tianye could respond. Mu Tianye shook his head helplessly. He tucked his phone away and stepped out of the room. The old lady and Su Yumo were engrossed in their livestream. Mu Tianye didn't disturb them. He slipped on his shoes and hurried out the door. His scooter was nowhere to be found, and hailing a cab in this area was inconvenient. To reach Nan Zhiyi's hotel within 20 minutes, he had to move fast. As long as Nan Zhiyi didn't target his family, he was willing to cooperate with her as much as possible. After all, he'd signed that draconian contract in a moment of recklessness yesterday, and he truly couldn't afford the tenfold penalty fee right now. But as soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he ran into two familiar faces. Company CEO Chen Yang and his sycophant, manager Zhao. The pair were looking around restlessly. Spotting Mu Tianye emerge, their eyes lit up. With fawning smiles plastered on their faces, they jogged over. "Oh my, little Mu, this place of yours is impossible to find. Your phone was dead too. Chen and I searched all morning and now Chen's starving." Manager Zhao, accustomed to treating Mu Tianye with arrogance, couldn't adjust his demeanor quickly enough. Even now, despite coming to pay a visit with a request, his tone still carried an air of condescension. Chapter 17, A Humble Apology. Why come to me when you're hungry? I'm not your father. Mu Tianye snapped, his voice sharp with impatience. He had no time to deal with these two now. Without further ado, he started walking again. Manager Zhao's smile froze on his face, anger silenced by fear. Mr. Chen shot Manager Zhao a glare and hissed under his breath, "If you can't speak properly, shut your mouth and get lost." Then he switched back to a smile and jogged to catch up behind Mu Tianye. "Young Mu, haven't eaten yet? I recall a fish restaurant nearby. Today's on me, let's grab lunch together." Mu Tianye didn't slow his pace. While hailing a ride through his phone app, he shot back sarcastically, "Well, the sun must be rising in the west today. Who'd have thought President Chen would suddenly remember to treat me to a meal?" Back at the company, even when he groveled, Mr. Chen wouldn't give him a proper glance. Mr. Chen gave an awkward laugh. "Xiao Mu, you're speaking with obvious prejudice. I've always valued you. Yesterday's incident was a misunderstanding, all because old Zhao was stirring trouble. Look, I've brought him along. After lunch, I'll have him apologize to you and drink 3 cups as punishment. What do you say?" Manager Zhao trailed behind, nodding repeatedly with a submissive, dog-like demeanor. Mu Tianye scoffed coldly. "A nobody like me isn't worthy of sharing a meal with Manager Zhao." Seeing Mu Tianye was unmoved, President Chen urgently signaled to Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao understood immediately and raised his hand to slap his own face. "Look at this mouth of mine. I speak without thinking, always spouting nonsense. Young Mu, please forgive me for my foolishness. Don't take it personally. If you're still angry, slap me a couple of times, I won't say a word." Manager Zhao was no pushover. The earlier slap had been hard, leaving a clear handprint on his cheek. Now he thrust his face toward Mu Tianye, adopting a look that said he was ready to take whatever punishment came. Mu Tianye chuckled dryly. "But didn't President Chen fire you yesterday? I never imagined you'd still be running around like a headless chicken for the company today. Your dedication, Manager Zhao, is truly admirable." Manager Zhao gave a nervous chuckle and glanced at President Chen for help. Yesterday, Chen Yang had only pretended to fire him in front of Nan Zhiyi. He hadn't expected Mu Tianye to bring it up again today. Manager Zhao was Chen Yang's brother-in-law, and Chen Yang's wife was notoriously fiery. If he really fired Manager Zhao, his wife would surely throw a fit, crying, screaming, and threatening suicide. Chen Yang's smile remained unchanged as his eyes darted around. "Little Mu, how about this? You take over as sales manager. I'll double your salary. And if you secure that order from President Nan, I'll give you a 50% equity stake in the company." Mu Tianye froze for a moment, turning to scrutinize Chen Yang's plump face, feeling rather surprised. The notoriously stingy Mr. Chen was actually willing to make such a generous offer this time. It seemed the company truly had reached a desperate state. Truthfully, after waking up today, Mu Tianye no longer harbored much resentment over yesterday's events at the company. A few snide remarks were nothing new, he'd grown accustomed to them over the years. Besides, when his family went bankrupt and he faced rejection everywhere else, it was Chen Yang's small, struggling company that hired him. Though Chen Yang exploited him for cheap labor, at least he provided a job that allowed Mu Tianye to make ends meet. That debt of gratitude had stayed with him all these years, which was why he'd worked tirelessly without complaint for 3 whole years. Chen Yang wasn't a bad person at heart. Aside from being stingy, he had no major flaws. He ran a clothing company called Pinshang, complete with its own factory, handling everything from production to sales. In earlier years, his business had flourished. A decade ago in Jiangcheng, Chen Yang was undoubtedly a prominent figure, which was precisely why he dared to hire Mu Tianye. However, in recent years, the company's business had steadily declined.
The main reasons were outdated clothing designs. Chen Yang was unwilling to invest in hiring talented designers and his stubbornly traditional mindset. He clung to the old distribution model, which was being squeezed out by the booming e-commerce economy. Gradually, his company was being pushed out of the market. What was once a large company employing thousands had shrunk to a small factory with just a few hundred workers. Without securing a major order soon, even this small factory wouldn't survive much longer. Offering up half the company's shares was a painful sacrifice for Chen Yang, but he had no choice. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. He had no other options left. His eyes fixed expectantly on Mu Tianye, Chen Yang felt a growing sense of unease. Mu Tianye glanced at the time. Only 15 minutes remained before Nan Zhiyi's deadline. After repeatedly failing to get a ride through the mobile app, Mu Tianye paused and asked Chen Yang, "Where's your car parked?" Noting Mu Tianye's softer tone, Chen Yang didn't question why he needed a car and hurriedly instructed Manager Zhao to bring it over. Soon, Manager Zhao arrived in an Audi A8. Chen Yang personally opened the door for Mu Tianye. Only after getting in did he ask, "Where'd you like to eat, Mu?" "Any place is fine." "Kaisung Hotel." At the mention of that name, the flesh on Chen Yang's face twitched. This was a 5-star hotel. A single meal here would easily cost over 5 figures. Mu Tianye shot Chen Yang a sidelong glance. "We're not going to eat. I'm going to handle business for President Nan." Chen Yang instantly beamed with delight, urging Manager Zhao to drive faster. Quickly. Don't keep Mr. Nan waiting." His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled halfway. It seemed his analysis was correct. Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye were indeed quite close. Last night, he'd called Nan Zhiyi's assistant multiple times trying to arrange a dinner meeting, only to be flatly refused. The assistant had left him with a vague message, telling him to find the right person to talk to. Chen Yang had spent the entire night pondering this, suspecting that the right person was likely this Mu Tianye fellow. Now, hearing Mu Tianye mention handling matters for Nan Zhiyi, his suspicions were fully confirmed. Still, he was deeply curious about the nature of Mu Tianye and Nan Zhiyi's relationship. Truthfully, it wasn't a secret. Back then, Nan Zhiyi wasn't famous, a former kept mistress who had suddenly become an internationally renowned designer and entrepreneur. It was hard for people to connect those two identities. The truth about Mu Tianye and Nan Zhiyi was known only to a handful of people from Mu Tianye's old circle. Those individuals were now among Jiangcheng's elite, far beyond Chen Yang's current reach. As the car rolled along the road, Chen Yang paused before speaking. "Xiaomu, I appreciate your continued efforts with the order. My word is my bond. Once we get back, I'll have old Zhao arrange for you to take the position of sales manager." He didn't pry into Mu Tianye and Nan Zhiyi's relationship. Having navigated the business world for years, he possessed basic tact, knowing what questions to ask and what to leave unsaid. Mu Tianye replied nonchalantly, "Manager or not doesn't really matter. But doubling my salary? That can be arranged immediately. You know my situation, I lack nothing except money." Understood. President Chen nodded repeatedly, immediately pulling out his phone and opening WeChat. With a determined click, he transferred 50,000 yuan directly to Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye froze. "Mr. Chen, what are you doing? We don't do this sort of thing." He protested verbally, but his body betrayed him. Not a single wrinkle crossed his brow as he promptly confirmed the payment. "A gift delivered to your doorstep? Only a fool would refuse it." He'd consider it compensation for all those years the company had shortchanged him on bonuses. Seeing him accept the money so swiftly, Chen Yang's eyelid twitched. He forced a smile and said, "Focus on assisting President Nan these days. This is your special fund. If it's not enough to secure the order, just ask for more." Chapter 18, A Perfect Match. 5,000 yuan to secure the order? He must be dreaming. Mu Tianye inwardly scoffed. But when Chen Yang mentioned the order, that 50 grand suddenly felt like hot potatoes. He was already completely at Nan Zhiyi's mercy over that contract. He couldn't even save himself, let alone talk about securing any damn order. After some thought, he reasoned that once money was in hand, there was no reason to give it back. He needed to find a way to squeeze more out of Chen Yang to quickly repay Nan Zhiyi's million yuan. Otherwise, Nan Zhiyi's relentless pressure was wearing him down physically and mentally. "I can't guarantee I'll secure the order, but I'll certainly do my best to negotiate it." Mu Tianye bluffed casually, dangling the bait. Chen Yang took the bait. "Xiaomu, you're too modest. Everyone in the company knows your business skills are the sharpest. Plus, this is a deal specifically assigned to you by President Nan. I'm confident you'll seal the deal." Nan Zhiyi specifically named him for the negotiations? Mu Tianye hadn't anticipated this development, which gave him even more confidence to spin the deal with Chen Yang. "That's right, I do have some prior connection with President Nan. But Mr. Chen, you must understand her current status. Just look at the hotel she's staying in, a 5-star presidential suite. How much do you think that costs per night? The 50,000 you gave me might not even cover a single dinner for her." Mu Tianye feigned distress, dramatically pulling out his phone. "I think I'd better return this 50,000 to you first."
What if Ms. Nan later complains I didn't entertain her properly, the deal falls through, and you demand your money back? No, no, no. Chen Yang grew impatient, reaching out to press down on Mu Tianye's phone. It was my oversight. Keep the money. I'll transfer you some more. Go ahead and do it. I'll support you fully.
Immediately, Chen Yang transferred another 150,000 yuan to Mu Tianye, bringing the total to 200,000 yuan, reaching WeChat's transfer limit.
Mu Tianye wanted to say that if WeChat transfers weren't possible, they could use Alipay instead, but the car had already pulled up to the hotel entrance.
Nan Zhiyi's Rolls-Royce was parked ahead, seemingly having waited for quite some time.
Mu Tianye reluctantly abandoned his plan to squeeze more money out of Chen Yang.
This wasn't something to rush. Trying to get rich overnight was unrealistic.
Getting 200,000 yuan out of Chen Yang today was already a huge win. He needed to proceed step by step. How about I go with you and say hello to Mr. Nan?
Seeing Mu Tianye get out, Chen Yang tried to follow.
Mu Tianye slammed the door shut, preventing Chen Yang from exiting. Do you think you can just see Mr. Nan whenever you want? You need an appointment for that. What if Mr. Nan gets upset if you come with me? You two go ahead. Wait for my word on the order. Mu Tianye waved his hand, signaling old Zhao to drive off quickly. He certainly didn't want Chen Yang meeting Nan Zhiyi. What if that woman got a sudden whim and signed the order with Chen Yang right then and there? How would he then squeeze money out of Chen Yang? Mr. Mu, come quickly. Mr. Nan has been waiting for you for ages.
Ding Yao stood beside the Rolls-Royce, her face anxious as she kept glancing at her phone. Spotting Mu Tianye, she visibly relaxed and waved urgently at him. As Mu Tianye approached, a faint, cold snort drifted from inside the car. Turning his head, he saw the rear window open. Nan Zhiyi stared straight ahead, her stunning face frozen in icy disapproval.
Ding Yao gave Mu Tianye a knowing wink, silently warning him, the boss is on edge today.
Watch your step.
Mu Tianye winked back at Ding Yao and flashed an OK sign with a smile. Nan Zhiyi caught their exchange out of the corner of her eye and snapped coldly, what are you standing around for? Do you have any sense of time?
Ding Yao stuck out her tongue and hurriedly opened the back door for Mu Tianye to get in. The car drove for 4 or 5 minutes. Nan Zhiyi kept her eyes straight ahead, not uttering a single word. Mu Tianye dared not ask where they were headed, only sensing an unnerving chill in the cabin, almost eerily ominous. Ding Yao sat in the front passenger seat, constantly on the phone coordinating work. After listening for a while, Mu Tianye finally pieced together what was happening. Nan Zhiyi was heading to the airport to pick up someone, the popular celebrity He Chen. Moreover, her company had arranged for numerous media outlets to be present. Soon, she would be giving interviews alongside He Chen, simultaneously announcing the launch of their new product. A sudden heaviness settled in Mu Tianye's chest. He turned to look at Nan Zhiyi, utterly baffled by her intentions. Dragging an old flame to meet a new lover, this maneuver was genuinely hard to fathom. Was it simply to rub it in his face? But wouldn't that also upset He Chen? Mu Tianye gave a self-deprecating chuckle, realizing he was probably overthinking it. What was he now, compared to the rising entertainment stars? What right did he have to make others uncomfortable? Nan Zhiyi's icy gaze suddenly flicked his way, her brows knitted in displeasure. Mu Tianye felt utterly baffled. It seemed like even breathing felt wrong in Nan Zhiyi's presence. The slightest movement could provoke such obvious annoyance from her. Mu Tianye scratched his nose and said indifferently, should I get off at the next stop? Nan Zhiyi retorted coldly, you have no right to voice any opinion. Mu Tianye gave a bitter smile. I'm thinking of you and He Chen. You're both public figures, and I'm nothing but a pile of stinking dog now. Being associated with me won't do either of you any good. Your company wants to expand back into the country, and reputation is crucial. If people dig up my past, it'll cause a lot of negative fallout. His words came from the heart. He wanted her to thrive, to keep shining brightly. Nan Zhiyi's expression suddenly shattered. Her lips trembled as if she were struggling to suppress some deep emotion. He had already abandoned her once, why was he pretending to be the good guy now? Mu Tianye's words calling himself a piece of stinking dog also stung Nan Zhiyi deeply. How could he be worthless dog? If he was worthless dog, then hadn't she, Nan Zhiyi, wasted 3 years of her youth on him? Clenching her fists tightly, Nan Zhiyi averted her gaze, her voice devoid of emotion. None of this is your concern. You don't need to have your own opinions. During the contract period, just do whatever you're told. Mu Tianye's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds before he fell silent. They were almost at the airport. Nan Zhiyi couldn't afford to show any emotion now. She couldn't let the media capture any expression beyond her composed confidence. Late last night, her company and He Chen's had simultaneously released news online that the two would be giving a joint interview today. However, the buzz around this announcement had been overshadowed by an elderly woman named Grandma Li. He Chen's agency had purchased traffic multiple times, yet still couldn't outshine Grandma Li's popularity. Even so, a large crowd of fans had gathered at the airport exit, filling the area like a sea of people. Fans of He Chen and Nan Zhiyi were evenly split, holding up support signs. Though clearly divided, both sides shared a cheerful atmosphere. Some CP fans had even printed photos of Nan Zhiyi and He Chen together, framed within a pink heart with the words, "E towards Chen." The car pulled into the designated spot, where pre-arranged staff came to assist. They had also prepared a large bouquet of roses. As soon as He Chen stepped out, Nan Zhiyi would walk toward him through a special, holding the roses in her arms. The Prince Charming and the stunning CEO, a perfect pairing everyone was thrilled to see. During the wait, Nan Zhiyi remained quietly seated in the car, showing no intention of letting Mu Tianye exit. Through the crowd, Mu Tianye kept his eyes fixed on a giant poster featuring a composite photo of He Chen and Nan Zhiyi. It looked genuine, without a hint of awkwardness. In the photo, Nan Zhiyi wore a gentle, sweet smile, while He Chen, standing so close their noses nearly touched, gazed at her with deep affection and indulgence. Their eyes locked, radiating an indescribable tenderness. Following Mu Tianye's gaze, Nan Zhiyi immediately spotted the eye-catching poster. She raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance as she asked, "What are you staring at so intently?" Mu Tianye withdrew his gaze and replied calmly, "The photo is well taken. They look good together." Chapter 19, Official Announcement? A perfect match? A flicker of disarray crossed Nan Zhiyi's eyes at Mu Tianye's calm, unruffled tone. She had gone to great lengths, even staying up all night to have this poster made, specifically for Mu Tianye to see. Yet all she heard was his nonchalant remark, "They look good together." This wasn't the reaction she'd hoped for. Just well matched? Nan Zhiyi narrowed her eyes, fixing them on Mu Tianye as she pressed the question, refusing to let it go. Mu Tianye avoided her gaze and turned his head back to the window. "Isn't suitable enough? It's already difficult enough." A sharp pang of pain shot through Nan Zhiyi's heart as she suddenly realized something terrifying. She had loved Mu Tianye, and Mu Tianye had probably loved her too. But between them, from beginning to end, they had never been a match. Staring blankly at Mu Tianye's clean-cut, handsome face, Nan Zhiyi's hand instinctively covered her chest. Where her heart should have been, it felt as though crystal had shattered into a dense web of shards. An unnamed pain began to spread like tendrils. In this moment, Mu Tianye felt utterly distant and unfamiliar to her. Though he stood right beside her, he seemed worlds away. Nan Zhiyi suddenly realized they no longer belonged to each other. That contract was nothing but self-deception. Sensing her emotional turmoil, Mu Tianye turned back and kindly reminded her, "Ms. Nan, the interview is about to begin." Even his choice of address had become measured. Nan Zhiyi suddenly smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. A sudden shriek erupted from ahead, as countless fans chanted He Chen's name in unison. The car's atmosphere was disrupted by the frenzy outside. Ding Yao tapped lightly on the window. "Ms. Nan, He Chen will be here any moment. You need to be prepared." Nan Zhiyi slowly withdrew her gaze from Mu Tianye, quickly composed herself, and said indifferently, "You'll come with me." Mu Tianye knew this was directed at him. Following Nan Zhiyi out of the car, he instinctively kept a slight distance, standing neither too close nor too far behind her. "Give him the flowers." Nan Zhiyi gestured to the staff member beside her. Mu Tianye took the roses, striving to play his role as a tool, his head bowed in a wooden silence. At the entrance, the fans grew even more frenzied. If not for the security guards holding them back, they might have stormed in and taken over the airport. Amidst the clamor, He Chen finally emerged, surrounded by 5 or 6 burly bodyguards. He seemed to relish the spotlight, walking while waving cheerfully at fans with a bright smile. Mu Tianye glanced up briefly. No wonder he was so popular, handsome and approachable. He easily made everyone feel as if his smile was meant just for them. It was a natural gift, something he was born with. "Mr. Nan, we should be heading over now," Ding Yao whispered to Nan Zhiyi. A staff member gestured for them to follow this way. Nan Zhiyi glanced at Mu Tianye, signaling him to follow. She then stepped forward, her previously icy cold, pretty face instantly breaking into a confident and composed smile. Across the aisle, neither too close nor too far, He Chen made his way through the crowd as if searching for her, his gaze locking onto Nan Zhiyi. Nan Zhiyi met his gaze. Their eyes locked across the sea of people, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Nan Zhiyi's fans finally spotted her, their shouts of her name rising in waves, her popularity rivaling that of He Chen, the top-tier celebrity. A perfect match, equally talented and beautiful, as if destined to be together. E for Chen. E and Chen, destined for each other. The entire world chanted this couple's slogan, the deafening roar leaving Mu Tianye dizzy and momentarily frozen in place. "Hurry up and follow them. You'll need to hand the flowers to CEO Nan shortly." Seeing Mu Tianye standing frozen in place, Ding Yao had to whisper the reminder. Mu Tianye snapped back to reality and mechanically moved his feet. In his arms were the roses his ex-girlfriend had prepared for her new lover. In a moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, he would hand the flowers to his ex-girlfriend, who would then present them to her new lover. That was the gist of the plan. No one had briefed Mu Tianye beforehand, so he could only ponder the situation as he walked. What the hell was Nan Zhiyi playing at, deliberately humiliating him in front of her new lover? It was pretty ridiculous. This wasn't a rose, it was clearly a baton. A small clearing opened up at the front of the crowd. Bodyguards linked arms to form a barrier, allowing only reporters from a few major media outlets to approach for interviews. As Nan Zhiyi approached, He Chen gave her a token hug, his hand never touching her body, his demeanor impeccably gentlemanly. The fans erupted again, hyped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, chanting in unison for them to be together. Nan Zhiyi's smile remained unchanged, though it seemed tinged with a hint of shyness. She absent-mindedly tucked a strand of long hair behind her ear and glanced casually in Mu Tianye's direction. Mu Tianye stood quietly at the edge like an ordinary spectator, precisely at the distance where bodyguards wouldn't allow him to approach further. He genuinely seemed indifferent. Disappointment flashed briefly in Nan Zhiyi's eyes. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just a good friend of Nan Zhiyi. He Chen's explanation only served to make matters worse. The fans grew even more frenzied, urging the pair to make an official announcement. Now that Mr. Nan and Chen have both returned to the country, is there some happy news you'd like to share with everyone? A female reporter in the front row asked. He Chen gave a subtle smile and passed the microphone to Nan Zhiyi. Nan Zhiyi took the microphone. Indeed, we have some good news to share with everyone. She had to pause mid-sentence as the fans erupted into complete frenzy. He Chen flashed his signature smile, then placed a finger to his lips, signaling for quiet so Nan Zhiyi could speak. To the fans, He Chen's gesture was the epitome of thoughtfulness, instantly boosting his boyfriend appeal to the max. Once the crowd settled, Nan Zhiyi continued, a bracelet I personally designed will be launching soon. I specifically invited Ah Chen back this time to help me shoot some promotional material. Without an official announcement, fans were deeply disappointed, clamoring for them to reveal their relationship status. As for the bracelet? It was completely overshadowed. Nan Zhiyi's face flushed slightly with embarrassment, but He Chen quickly grabbed the microphone to save her. I'll give you a sneak peek, Zhiyi designed a couple's bracelet this time. When we shoot the promotional material, she'll be appearing alongside me. And while I'm back in the country, I have other work commitments. Barring any surprises, I'll be appearing on the live show Heartbeat Lovers, which airs next month. Here's another secret, your CEO Nan will also be participating in the show. The questions you're all curious about should be answered during the broadcast, so make sure to tune in, don't miss it. He Chen's words sent the fans into a frenzy. Though he hadn't explicitly confirmed anything, it felt as if everyone already knew the answer. It must be said that even if He Chen hadn't pursued a career in entertainment, he would likely have carved out a successful path for himself in entrepreneurship. His words not only promoted Nan Zhiyi's new product but also hyped up the show Heartbeat Lovers, all while skillfully calming the fans' excitement. Everyone was satisfied except Mu Tianye. Standing amidst the boisterous crowd, he felt like a fish out of water. Perhaps disliking the commotion, Mu Tianye felt utterly uncomfortable at that moment, the rose in his hand seeming to burn his fingers. Just then, Nan Zhiyi turned her gaze toward him. Chapter 20, That guy is so handsome. Meeting Nan Zhiyi's gaze, Mu Tianye's heart skipped a beat. He knew the time had come to pass the torch. Taking a deep breath, Mu Tianye clutched the roses to his chest, his expression numb as he quickened his pace toward Nan Zhiyi. All he wanted now was to get this task over with. Staying here was pure torture. But barely a few steps in, an unexpected situation arose. Two burly bodyguards charged forward, one on each side, grabbing Mu Tianye's arms to stop him from advancing. Caught off guard, Mu Tianye instinctively fought back. Having trained in combat since childhood, he easily overpowered the two burly bodyguards. One stumbled backward from a forceful shove. Seeing Mu Tianye not immediately subdued, three more bodyguards instantly closed in around him. Only then did Mu Tianye realize what was happening. He had been running toward them clutching the flowers, and the bodyguards had likely mistaken him for an overzealous fan. He started to explain, but something felt off. Had Nan Zhiyi not informed security about the flower delivery beforehand? Without time for further thought, he didn't want to make the situation more awkward. He stopped resisting and let the bodyguards firmly restrain him. Nan Zhiyi watched the entire scene unfold, letting Mu Tianye be pinned down by the bodyguards. Yet she said nothing, only a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Roses scattered across the floor. Mu Tianye stood like a clown, his eyes fixed on Nan Zhiyi. With his limbs restrained, he neither struggled nor resisted, as motionless as a puppet. The fleeting mockery in Nan Zhiyi's eyes earlier had been clearly caught by Mu Tianye. He was now certain Nan Zhiyi had deliberately humiliated him in front of everyone. Fans at the scene noticed the commotion too, whipping out their phones to snap photos. Soon enough, Mu Tianye's image would be circulating online, portrayed as a brainless, fanatical fan. He Chen studied Mu Tianye for a few moments, then turned to glance at Nan Zhiyi beside him. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes before he fell deep in thought. Mu Tianye allowed several bodyguards to escort him out, his expression unusually calm. He recalled how Mu Tianye had once publicly humiliated Nan Zhiyi. This time, he was settling the debt he owed. But this would be the only time. Once he repaid what he owed her, they would have no further ties. Mu Tianye silently vowed to himself. Nan Zhiyi seemed to sense Mu Tianye's inner thoughts, and a sudden wave of panic washed over her. Wait. Nan Zhiyi finally spoke up. This gentleman is my staff member. I just had him prepare a bouquet for me as a welcome gift for Ah Chen. I forgot to inform the security personnel. He Chen raised the corners of his mouth and gave Nan Zhiyi a meaningful wink.
I see. So it was all a misunderstanding. Ding Yao hurried over at that moment.
After exchanging a few words with the bodyguards, they finally released Mu Tianye.
My apologies, it was my oversight.
Ding Yao avoided Mu Tianye's gaze, keeping her head bowed as she murmured an apology, her voice thick with remorse.
It's fine.
Mu Tianye said indifferently, then walked out expressionless. Ding Yao's remorse might have been genuine, but whether it stemmed from negligence no longer mattered.
After all, she was just an employee. Mu Tianye wouldn't stoop to holding a grudge against her. That guy looks familiar. I swear I've seen him somewhere before. Isn't that Grandma Li's grandson? Which Grandma Li? Grandma Li, the war hero. The one who's all over the internet right now. Holy crap, so he's the former prince of Jiangcheng.
Mr. Nan really is something getting this guy to work for him.
Everyone says he's the former golden boy. Mr. Nan giving him a job is basically giving him a handout. Don't say that.
I saw a post about him online this morning.
Over the past 3 years, this prince has transformed completely.
He's been grinding it out at the bottom and is incredibly devoted to his grandmother. He's practically the poster child for redemption. I won't comment on him, but Grandma Li is truly admirable. Before coming here, I caught her livestream recounting stories from the War of Resistance. It was heart-wrenching. Even I, a grown man, couldn't hold back my tears.
So how did Mr. Nan and this guy even meet? That's obvious. Mr. Nan and he are alumni.
Mr. Nan must have given him a job out of school ties.
Just that? What else did you expect? Girls, did you notice how handsome this guy is? Could he possibly be hotter than our Chinchun? You know what?
The crowd buzzed with chatter, but Mu Tianye seemed oblivious. He walked steadily toward the exit, his back appearing somewhat lonely. In the vast sea of people, it seemed there was no one left to walk beside him.
And so he walked alone.
Nan Zhiyi felt a sharp pang in her eyes at the sight of that retreating figure, and a faint blush crept into her own. A sudden pang of regret washed over her, making her question whether she had gone too far this time. But she quickly dismissed the thought. Compared to the pain Mu Tianye had inflicted upon her, this was mere child's play. He Chen silently observed Nan Zhiyi's expression. Though she tried desperately to hide it, he still caught a glimpse of her disheveled and distraught state. Worried she might break down, He Chen promptly ended the interview. It's getting late today, and I have other commitments, so we'll have to wrap things up for now. Don't forget to follow my and Ziyi's Weibo updates. The new couple bracelets will be released there. Also, mark your calendars for the premiere of Heartbeat Lovers. Looking forward to seeing you all again soon. Nan Zhiyi composed herself, forcing a smile as she waved goodbye to the fans. Today's events had been meticulously planned by her, and everything unfolded exactly as she'd envisioned. Mu Tianye had been publicly humiliated. She should have been happy. Yet for some reason, her smile felt exhausting. In the parking lot, Mu Tianye stood alone by his car, smoking. He drew a deep drag, filling his lungs until the surging memories gradually subsided. It wasn't that painful, really. He'd been humiliated so many times over the years that it hardly mattered anymore. It was just that today, Nan Zhiyi was the one who'd done it, which was why his emotions were still unsettled. But it was okay. He'd already come to terms with it the moment he stepped outside. Ever since Nan Zhiyi's sudden reappearance, he'd secretly harbored a certain fantasy. To put it bluntly, the fantasy that their old feelings might reignite. Now, all those unrealistic dreams had just shattered. From this moment on, he wouldn't entertain any more delusions. The relationship between him and Nan Zhiyi was purely a debt obligation. Once he repaid the money, there would be nothing left between them. Ding Yao stood nearby, watching Mu Tianye with a complex expression, guilt tinged with a hint of heartache. Last night, Nan Zhiyi had asked her to investigate Mu Tianye's experiences over the years. The information was now stored on her computer, though it hadn't been organized yet, so she hadn't had time to show it to Nan Zhiyi. She had skimmed through it, however. Initially, she had been stunned by Mu Tianye's looks, but now she admired his willpower. A carefree rich kid hadn't been crushed by sudden hardship. Instead, he charged headlong into adversity, struggling fiercely against life's blows. Ding Yao wondered, no matter how tough things got for the boss back then, could it have been as hard as what Mu Tianye had endured these past years? I wonder how the boss would feel if he saw those materials. Chapter 21, You Must Go. Mu Tianye had just finished a cigarette when Nan Zhiyi and He Chen arrived at the parking lot, surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Mu Tianye played the role of a dutiful subordinate, opening the car door for Nan Zhiyi. Just as he was about to get in, He Chen broke away from his team unapproached, insisting on sharing a ride with Nan Zhiyi. Ding Yao was already seated in the front passenger seat, Nan Zhiyi occupied the back seat, and the driver filled the front passenger spot. This left only one seat available for either Mu Tianye or He Chen. Sis Zhiyi, tell the driver to shake off the paparazzi in the back later. I'll take you somewhere. He Chen stepped into the car as if it were his right. Mu Tianye stood beside the vehicle, his cheap suit and shirt making him look like a doorman greeting guests, his hand still resting on the door handle. After gently closing the door for them, Mu Tianye instinctively took 2 steps back. Only then did He Chen turn to look at him, flashing a provocative smile as he told Nan Zhiyi, let your employee take a taxi home. No need for him to follow us. Mu Tianye suddenly found He-chan rather endearing. Being dismissed early was exactly what he'd hoped for. But his joy lasted barely 2 seconds before he heard Nan Zhiyi tell the driver, "Driver Zhang, you can go back and rest. Let him drive." The driver stepped out of the driver's seat, leaving Mu Tianye no choice but to assume the role of chauffeur. "Where to?" Mu Tianye fastened his seatbelt and asked casually. "West Suburban Pier." He-chan, engrossed in lively conversation with Nan Zhiyi, called out the location without looking up. Mu Tianye glanced up at the rearview mirror. Seeing Nan Zhiyi show no objection, he started the car and drove away from the airport. He-chan's team hadn't followed, but Mu Tianye noticed 2 white vans tailing them, likely paparazzi. Nan Zhiyi and He-chan were so engrossed in their conversation they remained oblivious to the situation behind them. Mu Tianye considered his role as the driver and resolved to fulfill his duties diligently. Without interrupting the conversation in the back seat, Mu Tianye took the initiative and chose a congested route. The car moved in fits and starts. Mu Tianye weaved through traffic, turning left and right whenever possible, determined to shake off the tailing vehicles as quickly as he could. Having moonlighted as a designated driver in his spare time over the past few years, his driving skills were sharp and he knew the routes well. Shaking off the tail wasn't particularly difficult. However, the heavy traffic kept their speed low. After more than half an hour, they still hadn't made it out of the city. If you don't know the way, just use the navigation. Look at the route you picked. Do you have any idea how precious my time and Sister Ziyi's time are? He-chan suddenly snapped. Mu Tianye frowned, unwilling to explain. Glancing casually in the rearview mirror, he noticed Nan Zhiyi's expression had also turned grim. She probably felt his route choice was wasting time too. After a moment's thought, Mu Tianye spoke up. "There are paparazzi following us. It's hard to shake them off if we take a different route." He-chan scoffed. "Sis Zhiyi, look at this. You shouldn't have let him drive. He can't handle his own responsibilities and just makes excuses. If you ask me, an employee like this should be fired sooner rather than later." Nan Zhiyi didn't respond, but her frown deepened. From the passenger seat, Ding Yao turned her head slightly to observe Mu Tianye. She felt a pang of sympathy for him, but as just another worker, she had no right to speak up for him. She had initially thought He-chan was quite nice, handsome and easygoing, but now she found him rather irritating. He was both sharp-tongued and talkative, his mouth running non-stop since they got in the car. It was genuinely hard to like him. Mu Tianye, however, wore a calm expression. Being scolded by the boss was practically routine for an employee like him. He'd experienced it so often it had long since become second nature. If someone can't handle the job, that's why I keep them close to train properly. Otherwise, if I let them go home before I'm done with work, wouldn't I be the one getting screwed? Nan Zhiyi suddenly remarked with a light tone. He-chan burst into laughter. "No wonder you've built such a successful business. You've mastered the art of getting the most out of everything." Nan Zhiyi glanced at the driver's seat, smiled, and said nothing. Mu Tianye's grip on the steering wheel tightened imperceptibly. Nan Zhiyi's words always carried more cutting edge than anyone else's. What a masterful use of resources. So in her eyes, he was nothing more than an object. Was this a form of revenge? Back then, Nan Zhiyi had been an object to Mu Tianye too. Whether he admitted it or not, that was how she saw it. She had given herself to him as an object. Too bad Mu Tianye didn't treasure her in the end. After using her, he discarded her like an old shoe. Once hatred takes root in the heart, every branch and leaf that grows from it is nothing but prejudice. Mu Tianye never considered defending himself. It would have been pointless. All the way there, He-chan chattered non-stop, chatting with Nan Zhiyi about makeup, clothing, jewelry, food, and scenery. A grown man, yet more meticulous than any woman. Mu Tianye felt a wave of nausea at the sight. Nan Zhiyi, however, was genuinely fascinated by these topics. She never let He-chan's conversation trail off, responding to every word with a smile that never left her face. Mu Tianye finally understood why fans were so eager to ship them as a couple. Sharing common interests was indeed a rare treasure. If they could walk side by side, it would be even better. After all, true kindred spirits were hard to find. At least Mu Tianye couldn't discuss these topics with Nan Zhiyi. He neither understood nor cared. Time truly could change many things, and people were the easiest to change. In just 3 short years, he and Nan Zhiyi had become inhabitants of entirely different worlds, or perhaps they had never belonged to the same world at all, only failing to notice it before. After walking for over an hour, they finally reached their destination. The moment He-chan stepped out of the car, Mu Tianye felt a wave of relief wash over him. His ears were practically developing calluses from listening. Ding Yao was the last to exit. She shot Mu Tianye a sympathetic glance and reminded him, "Park the car and hurry over. Don't keep Mr. Nan and the others waiting too long, or that fussy guy will find fault with you again." Mu Tianye responded with a grateful smile, "I'll pass. You go with them. I'm just a driver. What business do I have vacationing on a yacht with the boss?" On the way over, He-chan had already bragged countless times about chartering an entire marina's worth of yachts for tonight's exclusive getaway, free from paparazzi or fans. With the couple enjoying their secret rendezvous, Mu Tianye naturally didn't want to be the third wheel.
Ms. Nan insists you must come. Ding Yao glanced at Nan Zhiyi in the distance and lowered her voice. Ms. Nan seems to be experiencing some hormonal imbalance lately. Her mood is extremely unstable. Whatever she asks you to do, just do it. Don't provoke her. Otherwise, you'll be the one who suffers. Mu Tianye felt a warm wave of gratitude for Ding Yao's thoughtful warning. He nodded helplessly. You go ahead. I'll park the car and join you soon.
The vast parking lot held only a handful of cars.
It seemed He-chan hadn't exaggerated, he truly reserved the entire marina.
Rental fees here were charged by the hour, starting at a minimum of 600 yuan and reaching over 10,000 for the most expensive options.
Securing the entire marina for a yacht would undoubtedly be a hefty expense.
That a minor celebrity could be so flush with cash came as a bit of a surprise to Mu Tianye. He'd brought Nan Zhiyi here a few times before, but they'd never rented out the entire pier.
Who would have thought that now, with his family's fortunes declining, he could experience it alongside Nan Zhiyi?
He had to admit, being rich felt pretty damn good. Mu Tianye suddenly found himself nostalgic for the days when he never checked his balance before spending. He regretted not indulging freely when he had the means.
Chapter 22, Boarding the Ship. By the time Mu Tianye reached the shore, Nan Zhiyi and the others were already preparing to board.
A super luxury yacht was docked at the pier. One glance at it inevitably brought to mind two words: extravagance.
Why are you dawdling? Do you have any idea how much money I'm wasting for every minute you delay? He-chan spoke up again, making things difficult.
Mu Tianye didn't know the exact amount, but it was undoubtedly substantial.
Yet he hadn't deliberately delayed, he'd parked the car and rushed straight over. Was that still not good enough? What more did they want? He was just a driver, did they expect him to fly like Superman?
Besides, he never wanted to board the ship in the first place. If they didn't want to wait, they shouldn't have bothered. Bubbling with resentment, Mu Tianye held back his anger and offered a hollow apology. My apologies.
He-chan, however, wouldn't let it go. He sneered coldly. Sorry, isn't something an employee should say.
Making the boss wait this long isn't something an employee should do either. Fed up, Mu Tianye decided to give as good as he got.
Going on a yacht vacation with the boss isn't exactly standard treatment for a driver either. But what could I do?
I said I wouldn't go, but Mr. Nan insisted on taking me.
What was I supposed to do? I'm helpless too.
Mu Tianye applied a bit of psychological manipulation, and sure enough, He-chan's face turned green with irritation.
He looked at Nan Zhiyi with a pouty expression. Sis Zhiyi, look at him. What kind of attitude is that? Can't even take a little criticism? How could you hire someone like this?
I told you not to bring him along, but you wouldn't listen. I was looking forward to a nice vacation, and now I'm completely ruined.
Mu Tianye rolled his eyes. What a ing. He conceded defeat and shut up.
He expected Nan Zhiyi to defend He-chan, but instead she merely smiled. I paid a hefty price for his time. Keeping him by my side, whether there's work or not, makes me feel it was money well spent. Nan Zhiyi finished speaking and turned to Mu Tianye, her smile radiant.
Was it just his imagination? Mu Tianye thought he saw a flicker of approval in Nan Zhiyi's eyes. Had he imagined it?
Before he could ponder further, Nan Zhiyi had already started walking toward the yacht. He-chan shot Mu Tianye a sullen glare before turning to follow Nan Zhiyi's footsteps. Ding Yao gave Mu Tianye a sly thumbs up. He winked back at her, and they shared a knowing smile as they walked side by side.
Upon boarding the yacht, Mu Tianye was instantly overwhelmed with emotion.
He had once possessed a mountain of gold, having seen the world's splendor, but seeing this yacht's facilities made him realize that his former self had, to some extent, insulted the title of Prince of Jiangcheng. This yacht was simply too luxurious. Over 100 meters long and more than 10 meters wide, it boasted 3 full decks. The deck featured a basketball court and swimming pool. The first level housed the reception hall and dining area. The second level was dedicated to entertainment, boasting a karaoke room, dance floor, bar, billiards room, video game arcade, card and board game room, sauna, and more. The third level comprised several luxurious suites. Over 20 crew members served throughout the yacht, including chefs, technicians, and bartenders. It even featured a small symphony orchestra. A yacht of this caliber must cost an astronomical amount. Mu Tianye couldn't help but wonder, do celebrities really earn this much nowadays? He could afford these things back then, but he'd never indulged. Truthfully, aside from his extravagance toward Nan Zhiyi, he had never been one to throw money around recklessly. Most rumors circulating about him as the prince were nothing more than exaggerated hearsay. Glancing around, now that he was already on board, Mu Tianye decided to simply enjoy himself. He couldn't let this trip go to waste, after all. With his current capabilities, he doubted he'd ever get another chance to experience something like this.
What's the matter? Never been here before? He-chan eyed Mu Tianye with mockery. Didn't they say your family used to be Jiangcheng's wealthiest? You look like you've never seen the world before.
Mu Tianye shrugged.
I've been a few times. Mr. Nan brought me along.
But back then, even though I had money, I wasn't stupid. Mr. Nan was quite frugal too, he wouldn't let me splurge.
So I never booked a yacht this big. Mu Tianye's remark stung both Nan Zhiyi and He Chen.
Nan Zhiyi shot him a cold glance, surprisingly without flaring up.
He Chen snorted coldly, looking more sulky than a woman. What's there to brag about from the past?
With your current status, if it weren't for riding on Sister Zhiyi's coattails, you wouldn't even have the privilege to glance at this place.
True enough, Mu Tianye chuckled, nodding. But honestly, I didn't plan to come aboard. Ms. Nan insisted I join. What choice did I have? Getting angry won't help. Why don't you discuss it with Ms. Nan? Before we set sail, ask her to let me disembark immediately.
He Chen's chest heaved with pent-up frustration. He looked at Nan Zhiyi like a child bullied outside, waiting for an adult to stand up for him.
Sis Zhiyi, look at him. He's always picking on me. Mu Tianye was speechless.
A big star, yet acting like such a whiny little girl. He couldn't fathom how he had so many fans. People's taste these days was beyond words.
Alright, don't stoop to his level. It'll just make you look cheap.
Nan Zhiyi soothed Chen like a child, casually taking a jab at Mu Tianye in the process. Mu Tianye scratched his nose, offering no response. There was one thing he dared not say aloud. He felt Nan Zhiyi was the one who really devalued herself.
She was actually promoting a fake relationship with trash like He Chen? Did her taste in men fluctuate like a variable, lacking any clear standards? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Let's grab something to eat at the restaurant first. After a busy day, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Nan Zhiyi suggested. She was genuinely hungry, having eaten nothing since morning.
Waking up to Mu Tianye's trending heroics had filled her stomach with frustration, leaving no room for breakfast. Only now, watching He Chen and Mu Tianye bicker back and forth repeatedly, did she feel her mood lighten slightly and her appetite stir. The yacht pulled away from the dock as everyone headed toward the dining area. Overall, He Chen was actually a rather considerate and thoughtful person. On the way here, he learned that Nan Zhiyi hadn't eaten all day, so before boarding, he had already instructed the yacht chef to prepare food in advance. By the time they reached the dining room, the table was already laden with an array of delicacies, mostly seafood.
Mu Tianye knew Nan Zhiyi loved seafood.
It was clear He Chen had put a lot of thought into this. The dining table was enormous, easily seating over 10 people. He Chen's vacation had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. To keep things simple, he'd only brought 4 personal assistants who were already waiting on the yacht, not even a single bodyguard. Thus, excluding the yacht's crew, only 8 people boarded this time. 8 people at one table was more than ample, Mu Tianye thought. Nan Zhiyi approached the table, and He Chen offered her the seat of honor. Out of habit, Mu Tianye moved to pull out a chair for Nan Zhiyi, but He Chen beat him to it. Seeing the taunting smile on He Chen's face, Mu Tianye belatedly realized that some habits no longer applied to his current status. With He Chen by Nan Zhiyi's side, tasks like pulling out chairs were no longer his responsibility. His hand froze mid-air, his expression dazed and utterly ridiculous. Nan Zhiyi also froze for a moment, watching Mu Tianye's hand slowly retract. Her breathing became slightly uneven, though she quickly regained her composure, unnoticed by anyone. He Chen sat in the seat directly next to Nan Zhiyi, his smile warm and gentle, a stark contrast to the sharpness he'd shown Mu Tianye moments before. Mu Tianye instinctively walked to the end of the row, pulling out a chair to sit down. But He Chen's sharp voice cut through the air. Who said you could sit here? Chapter 23, White Porridge. Where else am I supposed to sit? Mu Tianye's hand left the chair as he looked up at He Chen. He Chen raised an eyebrow and gestured to the side. Your seat is over there. Everyone followed the direction of his finger to see a small, square, low table. On it sat a bowl of plain congee, not even accompanied by a dish of pickles. Mu Tianye stared at the small table, silent for several seconds. In the end, he said nothing and walked over in silence. He Chen smirked triumphantly and addressed the others. Feel free to sit wherever you like. Eat whatever you want. No need to be formal. The implication was clear, everyone except Mu Tianye was welcome to dine at that table. Ding Yao was Nan Zhiyi's assistant, while the other 4 were He Chen's personal assistants. Mu Tianye, however, was merely an outsider. It was a blatant humiliation. Everyone present saw it, yet no one spoke up for Mu Tianye. Nan Zhiyi remained silent too. She hadn't known He Chen would arrange things this way. Her gaze flickered toward him, complex and unsettled, before shifting to Mu Tianye. Her brows furrowed slightly as she fell deep in thought. Her relationship with He Chen wasn't what the rumors suggested. The whole shipping thing was just a whim. Promoting the new product was secondary. She didn't care about that. Her main goal was to get back at Mu Tianye. Now, as He Chen deliberately made things difficult for Mu Tianye, Nan Zhiyi found herself unexpectedly unsettled. Watching Mu Tianye's lonely, desolate figure, for some reason, Nan Zhiyi suddenly felt a stinging ache in her nose. It was as if an invisible arrow had pierced her chest, causing a pain she couldn't quite explain. Seeing Mu Tianye so utterly defeated and broken was unbearably painful. Her hand tucked beneath the table pinched her thigh. For the first time, Nan Zhiyi found He Chen slightly irritating. His presence felt overwhelming. Perhaps it was time to find a new spokesperson for the product. Unaware he'd inadvertently angered Nan Zhiyi, Yichen summoned a nearby waiter and opened a small box encased in pure gold. "Sis Zhiyi, try this. I had it specially flown in from Iran." The waiter scooped a small spoonful onto Nan Zhiyi's plate. Yichen's expectant gaze fixed on Nan Zhiyi's face, like a child waiting for praise. But Nan Zhiyi shook her head. "I don't like this. I've had my fill of it before." Yichen froze. "This is alpine caviar, extremely rare. How could you possibly be tired of it?" Nan Zhiyi picked up an egg tart and glanced toward Mu Tianye. "When I used to come with Mr. Mu, we'd get a whole box each. I really did get sick of it." Yichen's face darkened. He waved impatiently, signaling the waiter to remove the caviar. "Put." Ding Yao, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yichen's face flushed crimson as he glared fiercely at Ding Yao. Ding Yao wasn't afraid of him. She rolled her eyes, not even bothering to look at him. Yichen was about to complain to Nan Zhiyi, but this time Nan Zhiyi spoke first, saying to Ding Yao, "Hurry up and sit down to eat. Aren't you hungry?" Ding Yao shot Yichen a sidelong glance and said with a sarcastic edge, "I'm allergic to seafood. I can't enjoy these delicacies. I'd rather go keep Mr. Mu company and have some porridge." Without waiting for Yichen's reaction, she strode straight over to Mu Tianye. Yichen was so annoyed he laughed. "Eat it or not, it's your loss. Mr. Mu, would you be so kind as to share a bowl of porridge?" Ding Yao approached Mu Tianye, holding a small bowl. Her voice was crisp and sweet as she batted her eyes playfully. Mu Tianye was quietly slurping his porridge when Ding Yao's voice suddenly startled him. Before he could react, he choked and began coughing violently. Ding Yao quickly set down the bowl and gently patted Mu Tianye's back. Mu Tianye finally caught his breath, wiped his mouth, and sighed helplessly. "Hey, sis, you ignore all the delicacies here and come over to join the fun?" Ding Yao chuckled softly, sitting down without waiting for an invitation. She picked up a spoon and scooped herself a bowl of porridge. "You were eating so heartily, I just wanted to try some." Mu Tianye gave a wry smile, but inside, he felt warm and fuzzy. He wasn't stupid, how could he not sense Ding Yao's kindness toward him? Ding Yao took a sip of the porridge, smacked her lips twice, and pouted, "Bland as anything. Seeing you eat it so enthusiastically, I thought it must be delicious." This porridge was specifically prepared by Yichen to humiliate Mu Tianye. It was already fortunate it wasn't laced with drugs, how could it possibly taste good? Mu Tianye chuckled, "When you're hungry, everything tastes good." Ding Yao had investigated him. As his assistant, she knew even more about Mu Tianye's past than Nan Zhiyi did. Yet she remained curious, how had this once pampered young master come to accept his current fate with such stoic resignation? Ding Yao set down her bowl and, like a curious child, stared at Mu Tianye's face, handsome enough to make both gods and mortals jealous, urging him to share his story. Mu Tianye rather liked this innocent, kind-hearted young girl. She reminded him of a younger sister from a neighboring family, so he patiently began chatting with her. Meanwhile, Nan Zhiyi suddenly found the egg tart in her mouth tasteless. Her eyes kept darting toward Mu Tianye and Ding Yao, and she felt a surge of irritation. She was considering whether she should send Ding Yao back to headquarters. Otherwise, this little assistant would probably be snatched away sooner or later. Whether she feared the assistant being stolen away or feared someone being stolen away by the assistant, only she knew the truth. Yichen bustled about, peeling shrimp and crabs, but Nan Zhiyi showed little appreciation, not tasting a single bite. Yichen remained undeterred, opening several more barnacles for Nan Zhiyi. "Try this, the finest gooseneck barnacle. It's incredibly fresh and delicious." Nan Zhiyi shook her head absent-mindedly. "You eat. I'm not really hungry." With that, she rose and, after a moment's thought, walked straight toward Mu Tianye and Ding Yao. Yichen's warm expression instantly turned cold, a flash of malice flickering in his eyes. The four personal assistants seated across from him sensed their boss's displeasure. They hurriedly set down their forks, swallowing the food still in their mouths without chewing. To the outside world, Yichen projected the image of a sunny, handsome young man. But those who worked closely with him knew that was merely a facade. The real Yichen was unpredictable and volatile. Angering him meant losing your job was the least of your worries you might even face in human torment. His twisted, morbid preferences were known only to a select few. "What are you all staring at? Eat." With his back to Nan Zhiyi, Yichen's face was dark and foreboding as he pointed at the food on the table, his voice low and cold. "Finish every last bit. Not a single scrap is to be wasted." Cold sweat ran down the backs of the four assistants as they hurriedly began eating. One grabbed a shrimp and swallowed it whole, shell and all. Yichen meant exactly that when he said every last bit. Seeing his assistants obediently comply, Yichen curled his lips in satisfaction, his laughter dark and chilling. The four assistants dared not look up at him, eating even more frantically. Though Yichen possessed a twisted and eccentric personality, his status was merely that of a minor celebrity. This level of fear among his staff seemed excessive. The real terror was his brother, whose influence reached into every corner of the industry. Once, an assistant had made a mistake and been tortured by Yichen until he was barely human. The assistant's family couldn't swallow their anger and prepared to sue Yichen, even planning to expose his true nature online.
Yet the online posts vanished without a trace, failing to stir even a ripple. The lawsuit was returned, and overnight, that entire family vanished from the face of the earth.
He Chen later moved abroad to pursue his career, largely due to this incident.
Rumor has it his older brother orchestrated it all. Chapter 24, I'm here to keep you company. Nan Zhiyi never witnessed He Chen's ugly behavior toward his assistant. Her entire focus was now on Mu Tianye and Ding Yao. For some inexplicable reason, Nan Zhiyi felt an unexplained sense of crisis.
As she walked toward Mu Tianye, she quietly reflected on whether she had overstepped in recent days. Caught up in the moment, she couldn't articulate her true feelings.
She wanted to humiliate Mu Tianye, yet couldn't bear to see him suffer too much.
She could humiliate him herself, but couldn't tolerate others treating him with contempt.
It was all very awkward. Lost in her thoughts, she approached him, hoping to ease the tension a little. Is there any porridge left? Give me a bowl.
Her tone was deliberately casual, but it was really meant to give Mu Tianye a way out.
Nan Zhiyi was someone who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment.
Though she still harbored grievances toward Mu Tianye, she couldn't deny that during their time together, he had never been stingy with her in terms of food, clothing, or daily necessities. On the contrary, he had always given her the best of everything. So this time, when He Chen only let Mu Tianye have porridge while they feasted on delicacies beside him, it left a bitter taste in her mouth.
Nami found a flimsy excuse, mentally rehearsing her approach before speaking.
Mu Tianye and Ding Yao were deep in conversation when Nan Zhiyi's voice suddenly cut through it. They both fell silent, Mu Tianye quickly standing up and shifting aside. He figured she must be tired of all the rich food and just wanted something light for a change.
Mu Tianye didn't think much of it or ask questions.
He simply made room for Nan Zhiyi. As the driver, he couldn't sit while his boss stood. But to Nan Zhiyi, Mu Tianye was deliberately distancing himself from her. She felt it keenly, and a sharp pang of pain shot through her chest. The resentment that had just begun to subside surged back up, filling her chest once more.
You ungrateful fool! Nan Zhiyi cursed inwardly. Ding Yao instinctively reached out to serve Nan Zhiyi some porridge. But Nan Zhiyi coldly ordered, let him serve it. Ding Yao awkwardly withdrew her hand and sighed silently. Why must the boss do this? If you can't forget, why keep tormenting yourself? If love is gone, why not just let go? Isn't this exhausting? Ding Yao already knew about Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye's past.
She wouldn't judge right or wrong after all, love had no such categories. She was just anxious for both of them. This situation, where neither was happy, was truly unnecessary.
Mu Tianye said nothing.
Expressionless, he picked up a bowl, ladled some congee for Nan Zhiyi, and carefully wiped the rim clean with a paper towel.
Are you going to eat over there or here? He asked. Nan Zhiyi's gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds before she replied softly, I'll eat here.
Mu Tianye placed the bowl on the small table, pulled out a chair for her to sit, and blurted out, there's no sugar here.
Just make do with what you have.
The moment the words left his mouth, both of them froze.
Nan Zhiyi loved sweets and always added sugar to her porridge.
Mu Tianye had somehow remembered this habit of hers. The moment the words left his mouth, Mu Tianye regretted them, cursing himself for speaking out of turn and stirring up trouble. Nan Zhiyi gripped her spoon tightly, her breathing uneven. Only she knew what was going through her mind. I'm going outside for a smoke.
Mu Tianye felt uneasy and wanted to step outside for some fresh air. Seeing Nan Zhiyi didn't object, he took it as tacit approval and started walking toward the door. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Nan Zhiyi seemed to exhale in relief. Her rigid body instantly collapsed. Thankfully Mu Tianye had left. Otherwise, the emotion she didn't want him to see had nearly spilled out. Ding Yao observed everything inside, genuinely baffled. Ms. Nan, aren't you exhausted doing this? Before Nan Zhiyi could answer, Ding Yao muttered under her breath, you're not tired, but Mr. Mu certainly is. Nan Zhiyi shot her a glare. You little brat, whose side are you on? You traitorous thing. Her feigned anger didn't faze Ding Yao. Though one was boss and the other subordinate, privately, they were more like sisters. Ding Yao snorted twice, then drove the knife straight into Nan Zhiyi's heart. I'm just siding with reason, not with you. If you don't like him, then stop obsessing over him. If you still can't let go, then interact with him in a more normal way. A man as outstanding as Mr. Mu has countless girls eyeing him. If someone else snatches him away, you won't even have time to cry. Nan Zhiyi's heart skipped a beat. The name Su Yumu, that little streamer, immediately popped into her mind, intensifying her sense of crisis. And then there was this ungrateful little wolf beside her. They'd only known each other for a day, yet she was already getting closer and closer to that Mu guy. A flicker of panic crossed her face as she turned to look at Ding Yao, only to find the girl staring back at her with a half smile. Nan Zhiyi's cheeks flushed crimson as she angrily reached out to tickle Ding Yao's soft spots. Ding Yao was the most ticklish person she knew. After just a couple of scratches from Nan Zhiyi, she begged for mercy. Miss Nan, spare me. I won't dare again. See if you dare talk nonsense again. Nan Zhiyi snorted as she withdrew her hand, then shot her a warning sideways glance. That Mu fellow is no good. Stay away from him. Ding Yao giggled. I like bad boys. If you don't want him, he's all mine. Nan Zhiyi was exasperated and reached out to scold her again. What are you two chatting about so happily? He Chen had approached unnoticed, his smile radiant and his voice warm. Nan Zhiyi immediately stopped, glaring at Ding Yao instead of answering. Are you guys done eating? She glanced over at the large dining table where He Chen's assistants had already left without notice. He Chen nodded and extended an invitation to Nan Zhiyi. We're done. Want to go up to the deck for some fresh air? Nan Zhiyi shook her head. Later, maybe. I'm a bit tired after a busy day. I'd like to rest in my room first. Rejected, He Chen's expression remained unchanged, his smile still bright and cheerful. All right. Your rooms have been arranged. I'll show you the way. This time, Nan Zhiyi didn't refuse. Taking Ding Yao with her, she followed He Chen toward the guest quarters. The yacht boasted over a dozen luxury suites, each containing several rooms. Though Nan Zhiyi and Ding Yao could have shared one suite, He Chen had deliberately arranged for them to stay in separate accommodations. Nan Zhiyi's room was adjacent to He Chen's, while Ding Yao's was at the very end, separated by a long hallway. Nan Zhiyi frowned imperceptibly at He Chen's arrangement but said nothing. Just as she was about to enter her room, Nan Zhiyi seemed to remember something and asked He Chen, "Have you arranged rooms for everyone else?" A shadow of gloom flashed in He Chen's eyes. He knew exactly who Nan Zhiyi was referring to. It couldn't possibly be concerned for his four assistants. His expression remained unchanged, his smile as harmless as ever. Don't worry, everything's taken care of. You should get some rest. I've had a surprise prepared for you. I'll show it to you once you're rested. Nan Zhiyi gave a faint smile, said nothing more, and opened the door to her own room. He Chen shot Ding Yao a half smile, half sneer before turning toward his own room. Ding Yao pumped her little fist at He Chen's retreating back. She found herself growing increasingly annoyed with this pretty boy. The simpler one's heart, the more acute their sense of good and evil. Ding Yao didn't rush back to her own room. After watching He Chen's door close, she gently knocked on Nan Zhiyi's door. As soon as Nan Zhiyi opened the door a crack, Ding Yao sidestepped and squeezed inside. Startled, Nan Zhiyi snapped, "Why aren't you going to your own room? What are you doing here?" Ding Yao chuckled. "I'm here to keep you company tonight, Madam Nan." A smile flickered in Nan Zhiyi's eyes as she tapped Ding Yao's forehead. "Spit it out. I'm dying to sleep." Ding Yao pulled out her phone with an air of mystery, activated the camera, then turned off the room's lights. Nan Zhiyi was utterly baffled. "What the hell are you up to? That jerk He Chen clearly has something up his sleeve." "I'm checking your room for hidden cameras." Ding Yao spoke with great seriousness, waving her phone around the room as she scanned every corner. Chapter 25, There has to be a deadline. After searching for a while without finding anything unusual, Ding Yao put away her phone and turned the lights back on. Nan Zhiyi let her run wild, smiling as she said, "There, you can relax now. Don't assume the worst of people. How could He Chen possibly do something so sleazy?" Ding Yao wrinkled her nose. "I never thought so before, but now I see sleaziness everywhere about him." Nan Zhiyi shook her head helplessly, then suddenly remembered something. "How's that thing I asked you to handle yesterday coming along?" Ding Yao knew she was referring to Mu Tianye. The files were already on her computer, but she deliberately replied, "He's on the yacht, right? Why not just call him over as the person involved and ask him yourself?" Nan Zhiyi remained silent, arms crossed over her chest, her eyes flashing a warning. Ding Yao stuck out her tongue, pulled out her laptop, placed it on the table, opened it, and retrieved the organized files. "See? Not much content. His entire life and work over the past 3 years are in here." Most of this information came from Ding Yao's inquiries with Mu Tianye's colleagues at Pinshang. After his family's bankruptcy, Mu Tianye had remained solely at Pinshang, maintaining almost no other social connections. All his former friends had severed ties with him. Nan Zhiyi slid the mouse, flipping through page after page. Her expression shifted from indifference to shock, finally settling into a deep, haunting sorrow that left her utterly distraught. She felt no sympathy for bankruptcy. To her, it was merely the wealthy becoming poor, money gone, nothing more. Having grown up poor herself, she believed she could live a simple life with Mu Tianye even without money. But Mu Tianye hadn't consulted her at all, ending the relationship unilaterally. So even knowing he'd left because his family had gone bankrupt, Nan Zhiyi still held a grudge. But after reviewing the information Ding Yao had compiled, Nan Zhiyi realized how wrong she had been. Before his father's body had even cooled, debt collectors swarmed the house, leaving no room to breathe. The old matriarch had no choice but to sell off family assets to pay them off, yet some creditors still refused to show leniency. In the end, Mu Tianye bowed and pleaded with each creditor individually, pledging to repay his father's debts personally. He was practically on his knees before they finally allowed his father's burial. Afterward, job hunting proved an uphill battle. Despite being the top scholar from Jiangcheng's most prestigious university, not a single company was willing to hire him. Direct rejection was considered a blessing more often. He endured mockery and ridicule from interviewers before security escorted him out. Yet he refused to be discouraged, persisting through repeated failures. Finally, he was taken in by Qin Yang at Pinshang. Initially, though, he was only given menial tasks. His base salary was 2,000 yuan, and that was all he could earn because he had no access to any actual business operations. Chen Yang likely hired him because of his status as the Prince of Jiangcheng. Every time they went out for business meetings, Chen Yang enjoyed bringing Mu Tianye along, having him serve tea and water in front of clients, which Chen Yang found quite impressive. This routine persisted for nearly half a year until an opportunity finally emerged. A major client from Ice City visited, and during the banquet, the client deliberately challenged Chen Yang. To secure the order, he must down 6 shots of baijiu in a row. Chen Yang was a terrible drinker. If he downed all 6 cups, he probably wouldn't even have time to be rushed to the hospital. Later, the other party backed down, saying that as long as anyone from Chen Yang's company could drink the liquor, they would place the order. Chen Yang was notoriously stingy, so no one was willing to risk their health for him at this critical moment. Mu Tianye, who had been standing by as a waiter, didn't hesitate. He walked over and downed all 6 cups in one go. Each cup held 3 liang, totaling nearly 2 jin. In the end, the order was secured, and Mu Tianye ended up in the hospital. Afterward, Chen Yang assigned him to sales. The salary wasn't high, but at least there were commissions. This job was something Mu Tianye had literally traded his life for. Similar incidents became commonplace in his subsequent work. Mu Tianye threw himself into it like a man possessed, his sales soaring, yet his take-home pay remained scarcely higher than his colleagues. Watching this unfold, Nan Zhiyi clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her flesh. Pins hang. Nan Zhiyi's lips curved into a smile, yet her voice was bone-chillingly cold. A company this promising? A mere 200 million yuan order? That's hardly enough to satisfy their appetite. Nan Zhiyi narrowed her eyes and looked up at Ding Yao. Go arrange it. Release the news, Tianye is entering the domestic market. We plan to partner with a capable contract manufacturer in Jiangcheng. The initial order is 20 billion yuan, with plans to increase volume later. A 10% deposit can be paid up front. Ding Yao's eyes widened. Ms. Nan, where in the domestic market would we find such massive demand? And there isn't a factory in Jiangcheng capable of handling such a large volume. Just do as I say. These aren't your concerns. If the factory's capacity is insufficient, it can be expanded. I'm not in a rush, we can give them ample time. But they must meet the standards before the contract is signed. A dangerous edge lurked beneath Nan Zhiyi's smile. Ding Yao said no more. When it came to business matters, Nan Zhiyi always had her own convictions. Her role was simply to execute the boss's directives. After Ding Yao left, the light in Nan Zhiyi's eyes instantly dimmed. The scenes from Mu Tianye's past she'd just witnessed played relentlessly in her mind, stabbing her heart like needles, the pain nearly suffocating her. She covered her face in anguish, shoulders trembling softly. After a long moment, Nan Zhiyi lifted her head, pulled out a tissue to wipe her face, and her expression hardened once more. Only I have the right to bully you. But anything others force upon you, I'll make them pay for every single bit of it. Nan Zhiyi murmured to herself, silently sentencing certain people to death in her mind. Suddenly, all traces of drowsiness vanished. The room felt stifling, so she touched up her makeup before leaving to breathe fresh air on the deck. Meanwhile, Mu Tianye had left the dining hall and made his way alone to the deck. Now leaning against the railing with a cigarette, his expression was grave as he frowned in deep thought. Just moments ago, he had seen Yi Chen's 4 assistants pass by here, each clutching their stomachs in agony, as if suffering from food poisoning. How could the luxurious seafood feast Yi Chen had meticulously prepared for Nan Zhiyi possibly be poisoned? Something was definitely wrong. What are you spacing out about? Nan Zhiyi had appeared beside Mu Tianye at some point, leaning on the railing as she gazed at the shimmering sea surface, her voice light and airy. Mu Tianye turned to look at her, the cigarette in his hand trembling slightly as ash fell onto his jacket. He brushed it off while responding. Wondering how to pay you back faster. I've got too many creditors to work only for you all the time. He sensed that Nan Zhiyi was in a different state now, less aggressive than before. So he spoke with a hint of teasing, testing if reconciliation might be possible. But Nan Zhiyi's response disappointed him. Until the debt is repaid, all your time belongs solely to me. During the contract period, you are forbidden from taking on any other work. Otherwise, I'll have my lawyer talk to you again. Nan Zhiyi's stance on the contract remained unchanged, though her tone now carried an unmistakable hint of petulance. Mu Tianye shook his head with a bitter smile, helplessly replying, if I don't take on other work, how am I supposed to pay you back? Suddenly, another thought occurred to him. Oh, I forgot to ask yesterday. Since I'm working for you, there must be some kind of wage standard, right? How much do you plan to pay me per month? Or rather, how long do I need to work for you before the contract can be terminated? There has to be some kind of time limit, right? Chapter 26, Who is this sister? Nan Zhiyi rested her chin on the railing, her hands dangling over the edge as she swayed slightly, looking utterly relaxed. Hearing Mu Tianye's question, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. You'd better be prepared. What you owe me isn't just 1 million. It won't be that easy to pay back.
A gentle sea breeze swept by, sending Nan Zhiyi's hair fluttering across her face, partially obscuring it and revealing a small patch of snow-white skin at the nape of her neck.
The sight left Mu Tianye momentarily dazed. He didn't dwell on the topic. It was rare for her to speak to him calmly, and he dared not disrupt this long-awaited harmony. The essence of this matter wasn't really about that contract. If he were to be strict about it, Mu Tianye had given her millions before money he'd never recorded in his ledgers. What Nan Zhiyi wanted him to repay was something else entirely. Mu Tianye sensed it vaguely, but he dared not bring it up. Their separation back then hadn't stemmed from a single cause. His family's bankruptcy was the primary catalyst, yet even without that event, Mu Tianye believed their relationship wouldn't have lasted much longer. Nan Zhiyi always felt like a canary in Mu Tianye's cage, while Mu Tianye wanted her to be a free bird. In this world, identity is self-defined. Some things could only be resolved through her own reconciliation with herself. Otherwise, even if Mu Tianye opened the cage, she wouldn't be able to fly away. Ultimately, the only thing that could truly confine her was herself. The wind grew stronger, carrying a faint dampness that sent chills through their skin with each gust. It's getting colder. Let's go back and rest. Mu Tianye noticed her hugging her arms tightly against the cold and offered a gentle reminder. Nan Zhiyi turned her face, tilting her head back. Her eyes burned as she fixed them on Mu Tianye, her lips pressing together lightly. Feeling sorry for me? Mu Tianye opened his mouth, his Adam's apple rolling, but no sound came out. Nan Zhiyi snorted derisively. Why didn't you say so earlier? Such a seemingly casual remark felt like the sharpest blade, stabbing deep into Mu Tianye's chest. Silence fell once more. The wind grew fiercer, scattering their thoughts to the winds. Moments later, Mu Tianye slipped off his coat and draped it gently over Nan Zhiyi. Nan Zhiyi didn't refuse, but she didn't reach out to take it either. The wind was fierce. If Mu Tianye let go, his coat would be instantly swept into the sea. So he could only place both hands on Nan Zhiyi's shoulders. From a distance, it looked as though he had embraced Nan Zhiyi from behind. A familiar scent drifted into Nan Zhiyi's nostrils, the crisp, clean air clinging to Mu Tianye's body. It was her favorite scent, one that soothed her and captivated her. But that was in the past. Feeling her shoulders tremble slightly, likely from the cold, Mu Tianye tightened his grip, wrapping her more securely. Warmth spread through her body. Nan Zhiyi bit her lip and lowered her head, not wanting Mu Tianye to see her expression. One sleeve hung limply, its cuff faded white from washing and frayed at the edges from years of wear. Nan Zhiyi's gaze fixed on that sleeve, her bite on her lip growing firmer. After a long while, she finally muttered petulantly, Mu Tianye, you bastard. What? Nan Zhiyi's words were carried away by the sea breeze, and Mu Tianye didn't catch her clearly. Unwilling to repeat herself, Nan Zhiyi suppressed her thoughts and changed the subject. Add one more clause to the contract: no dating while working for me. Mu Tianye caught it this time and negotiated, what about after work hours? A lump formed in Nan Zhiyi's throat. Without thinking, she turned her head and bit down hard on Mu Tianye's hand resting on her shoulder. Ouch! Mu Tianye sucked in a sharp breath. Nan Zhiyi released her grip, her tone turning icy. You don't have off hours. You work for me 24 hours a day. Mu Tianye shook his head with a bitter smile. The Qing dynasty ended ages ago. Why are you still using slave-driving tactics? Besides, my grandmother is waiting to hold her great-grandchild. If I don't find someone, who's going to give me kids? Nan Zhiyi opened her mouth, ready to bite him again. Mu Tianye had no choice but to concede. You're the boss. Whatever you say goes. Only then did Nan Zhiyi's lips curve into a satisfied smile. Just then, Mu Tianye's phone rang. The phone was in his coat pocket, but the coat was draped over Nan Zhiyi, and both his hands were busy wrapping her up. Simply put, Mu Tianye couldn't spare his hands to answer the call. He wanted Nan Zhiyi to grab the coat herself so he could take the call. But Nan Zhiyi had already thoughtfully retrieved the phone for him. She glanced at the screen. It was a WeChat video call from a contact named Little Rainbag. Nan Zhiyi's brows instantly knitted together. She had checked Mu Tianye's WeChat contacts list just last night and distinctly remembered this contact wasn't there then. And that name clearly belonged to a girl. Holding the phone, Nan Zhiyi tilted her head back and asked coldly, this isn't some distant auntie's WeChat, is it? Mu Tianye answered honestly, no, it's a friend. Don't worry about it. It probably isn't anything important. I'll get back to her later. Good. Nan Zhiyi replied with a few indifferent words. Mu Tianye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know why he felt nervous, but he just had this gut feeling that now wasn't the right time to take this video call. This was Su Yumu's WeChat. Strictly speaking, Mu Tianye and she could only barely be considered friends after all. They'd only added each other last night. Just as he thought Nan Zhiyi was about to return the phone to his pocket, she decisively pressed the answer button. The scene felt eerily familiar, sending a chill down Mu Tianye's spine. Nan Zhiyi had just asked if it was some distant relative's WeChat because, based on last night's experience, she feared it might be another Ran calling. Only after Mu Tianye confirmed it wasn't did Nan Zhiyi choose to answer. She had just finalized the contract terms, no dating during work hours. She had to nip any possibility in the bud. Brother Tianye, where are you? Why haven't you?
Su Yumo's sweet voice rang out, but her beautiful face instantly froze in shock.
Her wide eyes stared blankly, forgetting to blink for a long moment.
From Su Yumo's perspective, Mu Tianye was wrapped around an exquisitely beautiful woman from behind, their posture intensely suggestive.
Mu Tianye gave a nervous chuckle. Still at work. Helping the boss run some errands.
In his arms, Nan Zhiyi let out a soft grunt and, out of the video camera's view, stomped her foot hard against Mu Tianye's leg. The woman across from him called him Brother Tianye while he addressed her as boss.
Nan Zhiyi felt a pang of petty jealousy. Ouch. Mu Tianye's face contorted in pain.
He gently pinched Nan Zhiyi's shoulder, warning her not to go too far.
Across the screen, Suyu's gaze snapped back to focus.
A fleeting hint of melancholy flitted beneath her eyes before giving way to an innocent smile.
Grandma and I have finished cooking. Are you coming home for dinner? Sensing Nan Zhiyi's foot lifting again, Mu Tianye hurriedly said, I'm on a business trip right now and can't make it back today. You and Grandma eat without me.
Please tell her I'm sorry.
Oh, got it. Su Yumo's voice carried an unmistakable hint of disappointment. After a few seconds of hesitation, she couldn't help but ask Mu Tianye, who is this lady? Chapter 27, The Ex-Girlfriend. Su Yumo's simple question suddenly put pressure on Mu Tianye. How should he introduce Nan Zhiyi? My boss? Clearly not. Nan Zhiyi had just stepped on him because of that. This is my ex-girlfriend? Still no good.
Answering a video call with an ex in this position would be way too weird. The two beautiful women on either end of the call waited for Mu Tianye to speak, the atmosphere growing awkward. In a flash of inspiration, Mu Tianye spoke up. This is Ms. Nan, the CEO of Tianye Group. Mu Tianye answered with perfect formality, as if introducing one party to another. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yume's face, but it vanished quickly. She greeted him gracefully. I've long admired your reputation, Miss Nan. I never imagined that now that Brother Tianye works for you, I get to speak with you on video too. Her tone held little flattery, instead subtly hinting at her close relationship with Mu Tianye. Nan Zhiyi curved her lips into a faint smile, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear to fully reveal her stunningly beautiful face. She sensed the little vixen across from her was no ordinary rival and knew she had to stay sharp. He's not just my employee, he's also my ex-boyfriend. As if staking her claim, Nan Zhiyi tilted her head back with a faint, ambiguous smile. Hearing Nan Zhiyi lay bare their relationship so bluntly, Mu Tianye suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. It felt like being marked by a stray dog's urine on a street light pole. Across from her, Su Yumo's expression shifted, her smile no longer as bright as before. Nan Zhiyi caught Su Yumo's expression and felt a quiet satisfaction. But then Su Yumo suddenly broke into a smile. Who knew Brother Tianye had such an amazing ex-girlfriend? I never heard him mention her once. If you'd returned to China sooner, Miss Nan, I bet Brother Tianye wouldn't have had such a rough time these past few years. Her words cut deep. Nan Zhiyi's smile faded. Damn little vixen, her words clearly carried hidden meaning. Feeling a knot of frustration in her chest, Nan Zhiyi redirected her anger toward Mu Tianye. And so, Mu Tianye's foot received another heavy stump. Mu Tianye inwardly cursed his luck. He and Su Yumu had only added each other on WeChat last night. Before that, they were barely more than acquaintances. Besides, he wasn't crazy. Why would he blab about his ex-girlfriend to just anyone? He felt deeply wronged but couldn't voice his grievances. He sensed the tension escalating between the two women and didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. After venting her frustration on Mu Tianye's foot, Nan Zhiyi swiftly turned her attention to Su Yumo. It's normal you haven't heard about it. After all, it's a pretty private matter. He wouldn't just blab about it to anyone. The implication was clear, your relationship with him hadn't reached that level, which was precisely why he hadn't shared his romantic history with you. Su Yumo remained unfazed, responding calmly. Miss Nan has a point. Just as Nan Zhiyi thought she had the upper hand, Su Yumo suddenly changed the subject. Grandma, do you know Miss Nan? Which Miss Nan? An aged voice came from the other end of the line. The one who was Brother Tianye's ex-girlfriend. Su Yumo said, turning the phone slightly to the side. The old woman's face immediately appeared on the video screen. Su Yumo's move caught Nan Zhiyi off guard. She instantly grew tense, her panic impossible to hide as she stammered, "Gee, Grandma, hello." The elderly woman smiled kindly and nodded slightly. Noticing the suggestive posture of Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye in the video, she tentatively asked, "Are you Xiaoya's former girlfriend?" Nan Zhiyi's ears instantly flushed crimson as she stammered awkwardly, "Tianye and I dated for a while before, but we parted ways later due to certain circumstances." "Then what's going on between you two now?" the old lady pressed. Nan Zhiyi explained, "He's working for me now." The old lady fell silent, her gaze shifting between Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye. The girl was strikingly beautiful. To have her grandson working under her command suggested she was also exceptionally capable in her career. Yet the old lady felt a pang of unease. She knew her grandson's ways all too well. He'd never been short of female companions. But after the family crisis, those girls had vanished as if they'd never existed.
Now this ex-girlfriend suddenly appeared. Was she here for revenge or gratitude? The family's circumstances were nowhere near what they once were.
The old lady knew her grandson had endured hardship these past years and didn't want him to suffer further pain in other matters. Furrowing her brow slightly, the old lady asked Nan Zhiyi, "How long have you two been apart? Was it after Xiaoya's father went bankrupt?" Nan Zhiyi sensed the old lady might be misunderstanding something, yet the truth was exactly as stated. She didn't know how to respond, and the color drained from her face.
Mu Tianye noticed Nan Zhiyi's discomfort and unease, stepping in to diffuse the tension. "You're bored out of your mind, old lady. Is it polite to pry into people's business on a first meeting?"
The old lady glared at Mu Tianye through the screen.
"You little brat, you think you're so tough? It's my own grandson's future I'm asking about. What's wrong with that? Don't you know what our family's situation is right now?
Since you've already parted ways, you should sever ties completely.
Stop dragging that girl down." Mu Tianye rolled his eyes. "What nonsense! You should just eat and sleep. Stop meddling in other people's business."
The old lady wouldn't let it go, pounding her chest and sighing heavily.
I'm old and useless now.
Even my own grandson, whom I raised with my own hands, has started to look down on me." She even wiped away imaginary tears from her face, her expression deeply desolate.
"Grandma, don't say that about brother Tianye. He cares about you the most."
Su Yumo wrapped her arms around the old lady's waist, her manner affectionate and her smile sweet. The old lady beamed, pinching Su Yumo's cheek affectionately.
"You're the sensible one, Yumo. I don't need that grandson anymore. From now on, Grandma will only dote on you."
Then she glared at Mu Tianye. "I don't think you need to come back to this house anymore.
With Yumo keeping me company, these old bones of mine will be just fine."
Su Yumo smiled innocently and said to Mu Tianye, "Brother Tianye, focus on your work.
Grandma has me to take care of her.
You don't need to worry." She then smiled at Nan Zhiyi. "We won't disturb Miss Nan any longer. Please visit us with Brother Tianye sometime.
Grandma and I will make dumplings for you."
With that, she hung up, leaving Nan Zhiyi no chance to respond. The air seemed to freeze solid, plunging the entire world into bitter cold.
Mu Tianye carefully chose his words. "My grandmother's just a drama queen. Don't pay her any mind." Nan Zhiyi's face remained expressionless, but Mu Tianye could hear her teeth grinding.
That little vixen Su Yumo had bullied her, and now even the old lady disliked her. The old lady's words were clearly meant for her ears. As sharp as she was, how could she not understand? The message was clear: stop pestering her grandson.
Did she look like she could eat her grandson? Nan Zhiyi felt utterly wronged.
What was most infuriating was that little vixen. Her words implied she treated the Mu Tianye household as if it were her own.
Making dumplings with grandma? Listen to that, how affectionate.
It was truly despicable, utterly despicable.
Nan Zhiyi burned with rage, yet she could do nothing against Su Yumu and couldn't even harbor resentment toward the old lady.
All she could do now was vent her entire fury upon Mu Tianye.
Chapter 28. Are you jealous? The air around them grew colder by the second. Beneath Nan Zhiyi's calm expression, a storm seemed to be brewing.
She had originally intended to mend her relationship with Mu Tianye, but after the incident involving Su Yumo and the old lady, her resentment toward him had once again reached its peak. The humiliation she endured from Su Yumo and the old lady must be repaid tenfold by Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye sensed the situation deteriorating and felt the urge to retreat. "My stomach suddenly hurts. I'll head back to my room to use the restroom." Just as he was about to slip away, Nan Zhiyi's cold voice rang out.
"Hold it in. You're not going anywhere." Her tone was domineering and unreasonable. Mu Tianye's footsteps halted abruptly.
Strangely enough, though his stomachache had been a lie, the moment Nan Zhiyi ordered him to hold it, his bladder tightened and a sudden urge to urinate surged.
"This is ridiculous. You control heaven and earth, but you can't control my bodily functions?" Mu Tianye made a last-ditch attempt to resist.
Nan Zhiyi's face remained stony, her gaze stubborn and unyielding as she stared fixedly at Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye deflated, resigned to compliance. He knew Nan Zhiyi well enough to realize that insisting on leaving now would lead to dire consequences. Nan Zhiyi's lips curved into a satisfied smile, but it wasn't enough. She needed a way to keep Mu Tianye's time firmly under her control. She couldn't let him have any private time to interact with Su Yumo. Ideally, he shouldn't even be allowed to return home. So what if Su Yumo flaunted her close relationship with the old lady? As long as Mu Tianye stayed by her side, it wouldn't matter if Su Yumo camped out at his house day after day.
Eventually, Su Yumo would surely back down.
Having made up her mind, Nan Zhiyi smiled to herself.
Mu Tianye had a bad feeling, but before he could react, Nan Zhiyi issued her command.
"Work will be quite busy for the foreseeable future.
Tell your grandmother that you won't be able to come home for a long time." Mu Tianye frowned.
"You saw how old my grandmother is."
"I saw her.
The old lady is sharp as a tack and in fine health." Nan Zhiyi cut him off, her voice turning cold.
"Besides, you still have Yumao at home. She seems sensible and well-behaved.
I'm sure she'll take good care of your grandmother.
You just focus on your work for me." Mu Tianye opened his mouth, knowing she'd made up her mind. Further words were useless. After a moment of silence, Mu Tianye couldn't help asking, "Are you really only returning to develop your career this time?"
Nan Zhiyi clenched her fists silently, her expression unchanged.
What else could it be?
Mu Tianye stared at her face for several seconds, detecting no shift in her expression, and finally gave up.
He had researched Nan Zhiyi's company.
Whether it was clothing or jewelry, her designs targeted the high-end market. Her design aesthetic primarily featured traditional Chinese elements, a style that might captivate overseas audiences but wouldn't necessarily make a huge splash domestically. Therefore, Mu Tianye believed that if Nan Zhiyi returned to China and continued along her previous path, her development might not be smooth sailing. But he was, at best, merely a driver now, with no authority to speak on the matter.
Nan Zhiyi seemed to sense his thoughts and offered a faint smile. Luxury goods have been targeting lower-tier markets domestically in recent years. Only established international brands enjoy widespread recognition. Newcomers like us would have no competitive edge back home. I'm well aware of that reality. Mu Tianye knew she had more to say and didn't interrupt.
My target market is the mass consumer segment, and my design aesthetic will lean toward youthfulness.
While it won't be easy, I do have some name recognition.
So I plan to establish a live streaming base and pivot toward influencer-driven sales. Nan Zhiyi shared these plans with Mu Tianye not only to outline her career vision but also to address other considerations like explaining why she'd engaged in publicity stunts with He Chen. The goal was to boost her exposure and quickly gain a wave of traffic. Mu Tianye lowered his gaze, unsure if he had grasped the subtext of her words.
After a few seconds, Mu Tianye asked a seemingly unrelated question. So, you'll be appearing on a dating show with He Chen soon? Nan Zhiyi's expression turned peculiar as she gave an almost inaudible nod. She had no intention of elaborating further. She was still angry with Mu Tianye. Why should she explain herself to him?
The mention of He Chen made Mu Tianye frown slightly. Setting aside any emotional factors, he still found He Chen to be insincere, even somewhat dangerous. Seeing the pained expressions on He Chen's assistants' faces on the deck earlier only intensified that feeling. After some thought, Mu Tianye decided to warn Nan Zhiyi anyway. Whether she heeded his advice was her own business. I don't think He Chen is as straightforward as he seems. You'd be wise not to get too close to him. This was his objective assessment, yet to Nan Zhiyi's ears, it carried a different meaning entirely. A brighter smile spread across Nan Zhiyi's face. Her eyebrows arched as she fixed her gaze on Mu Tianye and asked with a raised lip, "Are you jealous?" Mu Tianye froze, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I want you to be happy more than anyone else." If she and He Chen were truly meant for each other, he would wholeheartedly wish them happiness. The Mu Tianye of today felt he had no right to feel jealous. Nan Zhiyi's smile faded, replaced by an indescribable ache tinged with a sense of disorientation. Neither spoke again, an inexplicable sadness lingering in the air. Being blessed by an ex-lover, it turned out neither party could truly be happy. He wished her well? But without him, not a single day of hers was truly good. Nan Zhiyi felt He Chen had been acting a bit too much today, which was why Mu Tianye had said those words. Perhaps she should explain a little more, otherwise he wouldn't understand her thoughts. I have a business partner, you should remember him, He Xingzhou, a scion from Jiangcheng's prominent families. He Chen is his younger brother. Mu Tianye suddenly understood. So many things made sense now. No wonder He Chen had tied himself to Nan Zhiyi for publicity stunts. And no wonder He Chen, a minor celebrity, could afford such extravagant spending. The He family of Jiangcheng was a household name. That He Xingzhou was once as famous as Mu Tianye himself. One was the crown prince of Jiangcheng, the other the crown prince of Jiangcheng. They were constantly compared. The difference was that the original Mu Tianye was flamboyant and impulsive, while He Xingzhou was steady and low-key. Come to think of it, the two had crossed paths before. On one occasion, He Xingzhou visited Jiangcheng on business and dined at the restaurant where Nan Zhiyi worked part-time. During the meal, an intoxicated guest at their table insisted that Nan Zhiyi, who was serving nearby, join them for a drink. Nan Zhiyi refused, and the man splashed her with alcohol. Upon learning of this, Mu Tianye stormed into the private room and single-handedly took down all 7 men, including He Xingzhou. The outcome was 3 of the attackers hospitalized and Mu Tianye with a broken arm. Later, upon learning Mu Tianye's identity, the other party proactively offered reconciliation. He Xingzhou showed remarkable magnanimity, humbly admitting fault and apologizing without any trace of his usual princely arrogance. But what if Mu Tianye hadn't borne the Mu surname back then? Might the outcome have been different? Chapter 29, Something Fishy. After that incident, Mu Tianye's reputation soared. He had beaten up the crown prince of Jiangcheng, who then meekly admitted his fault. Everyone declared that the He family of Jiangcheng couldn't hold a candle to the Mu family of Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng's crown prince, He Xingzhou, was nothing but a useless fool, fit only to be trampled underfoot by Jiangcheng's crown prince. Mu Tianye paid no heed to the rumors circulating outside. He rarely cared about others' opinions of him. If people praised him, they wouldn't gain anything from him. If they criticized him, the zeros in his bank account wouldn't diminish. As for He Xingzhou, he maintained his usual low profile, rarely appearing in public. Some claimed he was biding his time, developing himself abroad. Little did anyone expect it to be true. Nan Zhiyi encountered him abroad and, through a twist of fate, became his business partner. Fate played a cruel joke truly bittersweet. Mu Tianye's eyes darkened slightly as he instinctively touched his right forearm. There, where he'd undergone surgery years ago, a scar as long as a finger still remained. Nan Zhiyi noticed Mu Tianye's movement and felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety, accompanied by an indescribable ache. She knew that scar was there for her. Yet now, she had become partners with the very person who had caused that scar. Observing Mu Tianye's expression, Nan Zhiyi suddenly felt like a traitor. Yet she refused to bow her head and apologize to Mu Tianye. What happened back then was a misunderstanding. Xingzhou is actually a good person. These past years, while I was building my business abroad, it was thanks to his help that I achieved what I have today. She was defending him. Even her tone was warm and affectionate. Xingzhou, it really was a fitting name. Mu Tianye burst into laughter, caught completely off guard. Nan Zhiyi's panic grew more evident, yet she stubbornly pressed her lips together, refusing to explain further. Maybe. Mu Tianye murmured casually. But have you ever considered what might have happened if I hadn't shown up that day, or if I weren't Mu Qingsan's son? He found it utterly laughable that Nan Zhiyi could possibly think Xingzhou was a good person. If he truly had integrity, he would have stopped his companions from forcing her to drink. He certainly wouldn't have let them throw alcohol on an innocent woman. Though Mu Tianye had a tarnished reputation and a history of youthful recklessness, he never bullied the weak or forced others into situations against their will. Nan Zhiyi froze in place as if struck by lightning. Mu Tianye's question had never crossed her mind. Deep down, she believed Mu Tianye was invincible as long as he was around, no one could ever bully her. Just like his family's bankruptcy, even now, Nan Zhiyi hadn't fully adjusted to Mu Tianye's current status and circumstances. But what did it matter? Back then, he had kicked her away, leaving her alone and destitute to go abroad. If she hadn't met Xingzhou, she wouldn't even have the courage to stand by Mu Tianye's side again now. So what? He's still 100 times better than you bastard who ran away after getting what you wanted. Nan Zhiyi blurted out without thinking. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. But they were spoken, and could not be taken back. Mu Tianye's emotions instantly retracted as he silently gathered his clothes. Ms. Nan, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest. After all, workers are human too, we need to eat and sleep, right? Mu Tianye didn't want to argue with her, but Nan Zhiyi felt he was distancing himself from her again. A sharp pang of pain shot through her heart. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, an unexpected voice interrupted her. Sis Zhiyi, I've been looking everywhere for you. So you were here. He stepped onto the deck and walked straight toward Nan Zhiyi. Mu Tianye kept walking, but as he passed He-chun, the latter suddenly called out to him. Since you're here anyway, I left my phone in the room. Could you go get it for me? He-chun ordered Mu Tianye in a commanding tone. Mu Tianye halted, ready to refuse without a second thought. Did he really think he was some damn errand boy? Besides, he worked for Nan Zhiyi. What gave this pretty boy the right to boss him around? He caught himself glancing at Nan Zhiyi, who stood silently with pursed lips. Mu Tianye gave a self-deprecating smile, finding the words to refuse stuck in his throat. Even if he refused, Nan Zhiyi would probably still make him handle matters for He-chun anyway. Hold on. With those two words spoken in a flat tone, Mu Tianye turned and walked toward the dormitory area. Watching Mu Tianye's figure gradually disappear, Nan Zhiyi finally frowned slightly, casting a displeased glance at He-chun. He's not your employee. Don't boss him around in the future. He-chun chuckled unconcernedly. What's the matter? Feeling protective, Sister Zhiyi? Nan Zhiyi shook her head helplessly, unwilling to pursue the topic further. He-chun persisted relentlessly. I heard from my brother about what happened between you two. That guy treated you like that before. I'm just getting back at him for you. Didn't you want revenge too, Sister Zhiyi? Nan Zhiyi fell silent, her expression darkening further. She shouldn't have told Xingzhou about her relationship with Mu Tianye back then. But it was too late for regrets now. He-chun was only looking out for her, so she couldn't really blame him. You don't need to meddle in my affairs. I'll handle it myself. Just treat him like he's invisible. Stop targeting him at every turn. In Nan Zhiyi's eyes, He-chun was nothing more than a naive child. Unfortunately, He-chun didn't see it that way. Only he knew how dark his thoughts truly were. That won't do. I'll look out for you on my brother's behalf. Any flies buzzing around you, I'll swat them dead. If Mu Tianye or those CP fans heard these words, they'd be utterly shocked. Brother, younger brother, sister-in-law, the relationships were far too complicated. When He-chun mentioned Xingzhou, Nan Zhiyi's expression shifted uncomfortably. It was only after collaborating with Xingzhou that she realized he harbored romantic feelings for her. Her return to China was deliberately timed to avoid him. Xingzhou had been immensely helpful to her, but that couldn't be confused with romantic feelings. The person in her heart hadn't left yet, and she couldn't let anyone else in. Have you forgotten what your brother said? He detests you meddling in his private life. If you don't listen, I'll tell him everything.
Then we'll see if he has you dragged back overseas. Reasoning with children was futile, so Nan Zhiyi resorted to threats. He Chen feared his brother most. Hearing Nan Zhiyi's words, he promptly backed down. Fine, I'll do as you say. His tone was distinctly disheartened, but his interest was quickly piqued by something else. Sis Zhiyi, come with me. I got you a present from my brother. What kind of gift? Nan Zhiyi frowned at him. You'll see when we get there. He Chen grabbed Nan Zhiyi's sleeve without waiting for a response, leading her past the basketball court and swimming pool toward the other end of the deck. Meanwhile, Mu Tianye arrived alone at He Chen's room, encountering not a single soul along the way. He found it odd there should have been attendants around the dormitory area. Without giving it much thought, he pushed against He Chen's door, and it swung open easily. He stepped inside, searching for a while before finally finding He Chen's phone in the bathroom. Without lingering, Mu Tianye picked up the phone and turned to leave. Mr. Mu, here's your room key. Would you like me to escort you there? At the doorway, he suddenly encountered a staff member who proactively addressed Mu Tianye. Just moments ago, there had been no one around. He had just emerged from He Chen's room, yet suddenly someone appeared, addressing him by name. Mu Tianye sensed something was amiss, though he couldn't immediately pinpoint what it was. Curious about the attendant's intentions, Mu Tianye paused for a few seconds before nodding and smiling. Sure, please lead the way. Chapter 30, Do Not Delete. They followed the attendant all the way to the room without exchanging a word. This is your room. I won't disturb your rest. Please call me if you need anything. The attendant led Mu Tianye to the door, wearing a perfunctory smile that betrayed no hint of unease. Had he overthought it? Mu Tianye narrowed his eyes and gave a faint nod. Thank you. The attendant turned to leave. Mu Tianye stood there, pondering. Could there be something wrong with the room? He swiped his key card and cautiously scanned the interior. It was an ordinary standard room, much smaller than He Chen's, but he couldn't spot anything amiss. Mu Tianye walked around the room again. Everything seemed normal. He even checked under the covers nothing had been tampered with. It seemed he had judged others by his own petty standards. Mu Tianye gave himself a wry smile before stepping out to return He Chen's phone. The night at sea was even quieter than the city, with stars woven like a tapestry across the sky. The sea and sky blended into one, creating an extraordinary tranquility. Lights illuminated the yacht. At the observation deck's end, a small stage was elaborately set up, adorned with flowers and dazzling lights. He Chen, a man of refined taste, had arranged for a symphony orchestra to play on stage. He and Nan Zhiyi sat nearby, sipping red wine while the sea breeze caressed them. The music served merely as an accompaniment, the romance was genuine. Mu Tianye paused nearby, feeling somewhat out of place in the scene unfolding before him. He Chen wore a radiant smile, occasionally exchanging words with Nan Zhiyi. She, however, seemed distracted, glancing around as if waiting for someone. Suddenly, she turned her head in the light, meeting Mu Tianye's gaze head-on. In the vast expanse, it was as if she had instantly found an anchor point, her eyes no longer wavering. Mu Tianye, however, averted his gaze. Only after the music ended did he walk over, handing the phone to He Chen without a word. He didn't glance at Nan Zhiyi beside him once, turning to leave immediately. Yeah. A fragrant, soft body collided into his arms. He looked down to find Ding Yao, tiny and sleepy-eyed, as if she'd just woken up. Mu. Mr. Mu, I'm so sorry. I was distracted just now. Ding Yao felt Mu Tianye's intense masculine aura wash over her, causing her cheeks to flush and her eyes to grow even more hazy. She hurriedly pulled away to create some distance between them. She wouldn't have minded lingering in Mu Tianye's embrace a moment longer, but someone nearby did. Nan Zhiyi's icy glare swept over, and Ding Yao felt like a child caught stealing cake, unable to meet her boss's gaze. Mu Tianye didn't seem to mind, offering a faint smile. It's fine. Why do you look like you haven't woken up yet? The sea breeze is strong. Watch your step walking, or you might fall into the ocean. His words were meant as a friendly warning, but Ding Yao misinterpreted them as reproach. Her expression grew even more bashful as she stood there, feeling awkward. Standing together, they resembled a pair of sulking young lovers, yet the scene was oddly harmonious. Nan Zhiyi couldn't bear to watch any longer. Rising with a stern expression, she addressed He Chen. The music was lovely, and the wine was excellent. But it's getting late. We should call it a night. She needed to hurry back and give her assistant a stern talking to. If she let Ding Yao run wild any longer, she, the CEO, might very well end up as the witness at the wedding of two employees. Nan Zhiyi knew better than anyone how skilled Mu Tianye was at attracting attention. She absolutely couldn't let this happen. It had to be nipped in the bud. Don't rush, Sister Zhiyi. I've just finished preparing your gift. He Chen had no intention of letting her leave, giving Nan Zhiyi no chance to refuse. He immediately instructed an assistant nearby, we can begin. The assistant nodded, walked to the railing, pulled out a walkie-talkie, and spoke into it. Mu Tianye's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to see what gift He Chen had prepared for Nan Zhiyi. Ding Yao's large eyes darted around before she leaned in close and whispered to Mu Tianye, Mr. Mu, what do you think it could be? So mysterious, insisting on giving it at night? Mu Tianye shook his head. How could he possibly guess?
He and He Chen were as different as night and day, sharing nothing in common.
Snap. The waters surrounding the yacht suddenly erupted with dazzling lights, forcibly banishing the darkness. Within a radius of dozens of nautical miles, an area as bright as day was formed. Something seemed to be floating on the water's surface, encircling the yacht. The assistant holding the walkie-talkie turned to seek He Chen's instructions. He Chen gave a slight nod. The assistant raised the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Prepare. Begin." The moment the words left his mouth, countless dazzling beams shot skyward, exploding overhead with a thunderous roar that made the stars themselves pale in comparison. It was a magnificent fireworks display. Nothing particularly original but undeniably beautiful. No woman could resist it. Wow. Ding Yao's mouth formed an O as she clutched her chest, utterly mesmerized. Nan Zhiyi was also captivated by the dazzling fireworks, watching them in rapt attention. He Chen's smile deepened as he quietly moved closer to Nan Zhiyi. He curved his arm over her head, prompting her, "Sis Zhiyi, let's take a picture." Nan Zhiyi snapped back to reality, realizing He Chen's gesture seemed to be asking her to make a heart shape with her hands, and there was a photographer ready to capture it. Thinking he might be gathering promotional material, she hesitated for a few seconds before finally joining him in forming the heart shape. To Nan Zhiyi, this was simply part of the job, so she didn't think much of it. But suddenly, she sensed something. Turning toward Mu Tianye, she jerked her hand back as if electrocuted, but it was too late. The photographer flashed an OK sign. In that brief instant, he had already captured the desired shot. Mu Tianye, however, remained fixated on the fireworks overhead, his expression impassive, seemingly oblivious to the commotion unfolding beside Nan Zhiyi. Yet, unseen by anyone, his hand clenched into a tight fist. He saw her. Amidst the romantic gestures bestowed upon her by another, she was engaging in the romantic gestures she deserved. He shouldn't have any unnecessary thoughts, because his role was merely that of a driver. So he pretended not to see. The streaks of sunset light cast shifting shadows across Nan Zhiyi's face. She feared Mu Tianye would see her, yet dreaded his indifference. Her emotions were torn to shreds. Suddenly, a mischievous thought struck her. A playful smile curved her lips as she folded her arms and walked up to Mu Tianye. "Give me your phone." Nan Zhiyi extended a fair, delicate hand, palm open, holding it before Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye was puzzled but didn't question her further, simply complying with her request. Asking would be futile. Whatever Nan Zhiyi set her mind to, she would find a way to achieve it. He was tired and had no desire for further unnecessary exchanges. Nan Zhiyi unlocked the screen with practiced ease, opened the camera app, and took Mu Tianye's hand, placing it on her waist as if he were embracing her from behind. The touch of her soft waist sent a wave of distraction through Mu Tianye, momentarily robbing him of his will to resist. By the time he snapped back to reality, Nan Zhiyi had already captured their moment in a photo. Without his consent, she posted it to his social media feed. Caption: "You needn't seek anyone out deliberately. Amongst the myriad fireworks, there's always one bursting just for you." In the photo, Nan Zhiyi's smile bloomed like a flower, her radiance outshining the fireworks. Mu Tianye gazed down at her, lost in thought, yet appearing deeply affectionate. "What are you doing?" Mu Tianye frowned. Nan Zhiyi offered no explanation, simply handing the phone back to him. "This post stays pinned for the duration of our contract. Deletion is forbidden." Chapter 31, Grandma Favors You Most. Nan Zhiyi was like an elusive breeze, shifting between closeness and distance. Mu Tianye couldn't decipher her inner thoughts. When he looked up again, Nan Zhiyi had already walked far away. The fireworks still blazed brilliantly, but they could no longer hold her. He Chen's gaze swept coldly over Mu Tianye, thick with hostility. With Nan Zhiyi gone, the fireworks he'd gone to such lengths to prepare instantly lost their color. "Enough. Have everyone withdraw." With a dismissive wave of his hand, He Chen stormed off. What a baffling situation. Mu Tianye was speechless. What had he done to make everyone treat him like he'd committed some grave offense? He'd merely been forced to play the role of a backdrop. Suddenly, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning his head, he saw Ding Yao cautiously meeting his gaze. "What is it?" Mu Tianye asked gently. On this yacht, only the little girl beside him wouldn't pick on him for no reason. "Mr. Mu, let's exchange WeChat contacts." After saying this, as if afraid Mu Tianye might misunderstand, Ding Yao hurriedly explained, "It's mainly for work. Since you'll be working for Mr. Nan too, we'll have a lot to discuss. Having WeChat will make it easier for us. Should you scan mine or I scan yours?" Before she could finish, Mu Tianye had already opened his WeChat app. "I'll scan yours." Ding Yao beamed with delight, scanning his QR code as if afraid he might change his mind. Her eagerness amused Mu Tianye. She really was a carefree little girl. Her likes and dislikes were plain to see, her emotions written all over her face. "It's just WeChat. Is it really worth getting so worked up over?" Mu Tianye couldn't understand what was so exciting about adding someone on WeChat. "Of course it is." Ding Yao replied with absolute certainty. "Mr. Mu, you have no idea. Right now, in my WeChat contacts, you're the most handsome guy. Even that jerk He Chen ranks behind you. Wait, no. Ding Yao shook her head immediately. That jerk He Chen is so bitter now, he looks like a bitter old woman. His looks are negligible. I'm blocking him right now. That trash doesn't deserve a spot in my contacts. She acted on impulse, right in front of Mu Tianye, blocking and deleting He Chen's WeChat in one swift motion. Mu Tianye felt uplifted by her refreshing candor, his mood brightening considerably. We're already friends now. From now on, don't call me Mr. Mu anymore. It feels awkward between friends. Ding Yao's big eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. Then, should I call you Brother Tianye? That nickname reminded Mu Tianye of Su Yumu. He suspected Nan Zhiyi would give Ding Yao a hard time if she heard him being called that. Just call me Brother Mu. Little Mu? Ding Yao tentatively tried it out. Mu Tianye responded softly with a faint smile. Ding Yao was like a child, her heart as transparent as a blank sheet of paper. Having navigated the turbulent business world alongside Nan Zhiyi for all these years while retaining such innocence was truly remarkable. This also showed how well Nan Zhiyi had shielded her from corruption. Mu Tianye was curious about how Ding Yao and Nan Zhiyi had met. With nothing else to do, he casually brought it up in conversation. Ding Yao answered every question, spilling everything like beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that during her first year abroad, Nan Zhiyi had entered a design competition and won first prize. Ding Yao, who was working part-time abroad at the time, happened to see Nan Zhiyi's photo and her work in a magazine. Ding Yao, a beauty enthusiast who admired both genders, was captivated by Nan Zhiyi's appearance and talent. When Nan Zhiyi was invited to give a speech at Ding Yao's university, during the Q&A session, everyone else asked questions about her creative process. But Ding Yao asked, "Do you need an assistant? Even one without pay would be fine." Nan Zhiyi found Ding Yao's remark amusing. Coincidentally, she was preparing to start her own business and genuinely needed an assistant. Moreover, since Ding Yao was from the same country, communication would be seamless. And so, Ding Yao got her wish, turning her idol into her boss. The story wasn't particularly dramatic, but Mu Tianye listened quietly, his lips curling into a smile from time to time. Once she started talking, Ding Yao couldn't stop, sharing with Mu Tianye her experiences working alongside Nan Zhiyi to build their business. The hardships faced by a woman striving alone in a foreign land were unimaginable. Mu Tianye listened quietly, his emotions rising and falling with Ding Yao's narrative. Just moments ago, he had been deeply troubled by Nan Zhiyi's collaboration with He Xingzhou. Yet, hearing Ding Yao recount those arduous trials, the resentment in his heart gradually dissolved. Nan Zhiyi's early entrepreneurial journey was anything but smooth. Not only did she hit roadblocks everywhere, but she was also swindled out of every last penny. Ding Yao, who had followed her through thick and thin, had been reduced to living rough, nearly reaching a dead end. It was then that He Xingzhou appeared at the perfect moment. He resolved Nan Zhiyi's financial crisis, helped her redefine her entrepreneurial path, and even invested heavily in her company. With He Xingzhou's steadfast support, Nan Zhiyi's career flourished, propelling her step by step to where she stood today. As Ding Yao's clear voice echoed, Mu Tianye's gaze darkened, his emotions a turbulent mix of sorrow and joy. He was genuinely happy for Nan Zhiyi's success, but it was someone else who had walked alongside her to glory. Even the money Mu Tianye had once given her had been swindled away entirely from the start, proving utterly useless. Noticing Mu Tianye's shifting mood, Ding Yao realized she might have said too much and promptly fell silent. Mu Tianye smiled faintly. "Aren't you cold? Should we go back and rest?" "No, I'm fine." Ding Yao shook her head repeatedly, nervously asking, "Brother Mu, do you want to rest?" Mu Tianye shook his head. "It's still early. I want to stay a little longer." Ding Yao grinned. "Then I'll stay a little longer too." She had no ulterior motives toward Mu Tianye. She simply found him handsome, and there was an inherent loneliness about him that made Ding Yao want to keep him company. In the small suburban courtyard, Su Yumo and the old lady sat at the dining table. The dumplings they'd painstakingly made tasted bland to Su Yumo. She turned the dumplings over and over with her chopsticks, her mind elsewhere as she stared blankly at her phone. The old lady watched silently, sighing softly. "Eat up, dear. They'll get cold and lose their flavor." Su Yumo looked up hurriedly, forcing a smile. "Grandma, you eat. Don't worry about me. I'm not very hungry." The old woman could tell she was preoccupied, likely with her grandson. Setting down her chopsticks, she smiled kindly. "It's so late already. That little rascal still hasn't come home. I'll give him a call and tell him to hurry back. What kind of work keeps him so busy he can't even come home? I say he should quit that job if it's like that." Su Yumo understood the implication perfectly. Her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly stopped her grandmother. "Grandma, please don't call. Brother Tianye has something important to attend to right now. We shouldn't disturb him." The old lady frowned. What could possibly be so important? Su Yumo bit her lip and handed her phone to the grandmother. The screen displayed Mu Tianye's WeChat moments. He embraced Nan Zhiyi from behind, their heads framed by a dazzling sky filled with fireworks. The old lady's expression darkened. Deep down, she didn't want her grandson getting too close to the woman in the photo. Mu Tianye had once been notorious as a playboy. The women who had surrounded him back then were, to varying degrees, after his money. He never shortchanged them financially, but emotionally? That was another story. Now that the family had gone bankrupt, and this woman had suddenly reappeared, what good could possibly come of it? The old lady's worries deepened as she glanced at Suyumo, who shared her gloomy mood. The more she looked at her, the more pleasing she found her. It was precisely because they had known each other since humble beginnings that she could see the sincerity in their bond. Taking Suyumo's hand, the old lady said warmly, "I know my own grandson best. He's never gone back for seconds, so why would he go back to an old flame? I think there's something fishy about this. Don't overthink it, dear. Anyway, Grandma likes you best." Caught out by the old lady, Suyumo blushed fiercely. She wrapped her arms around the grandmother's arm and rubbed her cheek against it playfully. The old lady chuckled softly, gently patting Suyumo's head. Chapter 32, A Lost Watch. Mu Tianye and Dingyao stood quietly on the deck, basking in the sea breeze and savoring the rare moments of peaceful tranquility. He couldn't have imagined that back home, the old lady had already secretly betrothed him to someone without his consent. Achoo! Mu Tianye rubbed his nose. Strange. He was dressed warmly enough. Why did he suddenly sneeze? Dingyao thoughtfully suggested, "Little Mu, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Shall we head back?" She actually wanted to stay with Mu Tianye a little longer, but worried he might catch a chill, so she deliberately claimed she was tired. If Mu Tianye knew what this girl was really thinking, he'd probably be mortified. He wasn't some delicate rich kid, his constitution wasn't that fragile. As the two walked side by side toward the lodging area, descending the stairs, they were suddenly blocked by He-chan's assistants. "Mr. Mu, please come with us. Our boss has some questions for you." Mu Tianye frowned, sensing ill intent. Before he could speak, Dingyao stepped in front of him, her face flushed with anger. "Why can't your boss come ask him himself? Instead, he makes little Mu go find him? Does he really think he's that important?" She wasn't afraid of He-chen. With Nan Zhiyi by her side, she was certain He-chen wouldn't dare do anything to her. Ever since He-chen got into Nan Zhiyi's car, he'd been making life miserable for Mu Tianye. Dingyao had seen it all and was already seething on his behalf. Now that she and Mu Tianye were WeChat friends who'd weathered the sea breeze together, she couldn't stand by and watch him get bullied anymore. "This is our boss's decision. If you have any complaints, Miss Ding, you can take them up with our boss." The assistant didn't give Dingyao a second thought. They were all just workers, no one owed anyone else any favors. "You." Dingyao stiffened her neck, ready to retort. But Mu Tianye gently patted her shoulder. "It's fine. Go rest. I'll handle this with them." He-chun wouldn't let it go, and Mu Tianye's patience had long since reached its limit. Constant yielding was no solution. He resolved to accompany them, determined to see what tricks He-chen was up to. If He-chen dared to lord it over him and flex his authority again, Mu Tianye wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson in manners. Mu Tianye left with the four assistants, while Dingyao stood rooted to the spot, stomping her foot in fury. He-chen definitely had something up his sleeve. Fearing Mu Tianye might be taken advantage of, Dingyao quickly thought of a plan and rushed to get backup, running towards Nan Zhiyi's room. But instead of taking Mu Tianye to He-chan's room, the assistants led him to the surveillance room. Mu Tianye was puzzled the entire way, unsure what tricks He-chun had up his sleeve. The surveillance room was packed with people outside, leaving Mu Tianye stunned and even more perplexed. Every staff member aboard the ship, including the orchestra that had just performed on deck, stood gathered here. He-chun sat lazily in a chair, twirling a wineglass in his hand. As Mu Tianye entered, he lifted his eyes slightly, a flash of malice flickering in his gaze, the corners of his mouth curling up. "Everyone's here now, right?" He-chen asked the yacht's manager. The manager, Lu Ping, was in his early 40s, thin, and wore glasses that did nothing to enhance his appearance. Instead, his beady eyes gave him a shifty, crafty look. Hearing He-chen's question, Lu Ping bowed and scraped, his face plastered with flattery. "Everyone is here except for Miss Nan and her assistant. Whatever you need, Mr. He, we'll do our utmost to assist." In truth, he knew exactly what He-chun intended to do. These polite formalities were merely going through the motions. He-chun sipped his red wine, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the crowd. His gaze lingered deliberately on Mu Tianye, carrying a barely perceptible edge of hostility. Mu Tianye keenly sensed He-chan's hostility, silently speculating that this entire scene had likely been orchestrated specifically for him. But what exactly did He-chen intend to do? Before Mu Tianye could ponder further, He-chen spoke again. "A valuable wristwatch has gone missing from my room. Whoever took it, confess now and I'll let it slide. Otherwise, once the surveillance footage is reviewed, I won't be so lenient." The others exchanged stunned and anxious glances, none stepping forward. "Very well. It seems some people won't learn until it's too late. Retrieve the surveillance footage. Expose this dishonest individual." He-chen's smile faded as he nodded toward Lu Ping, signaling him to retrieve the footage. Mu Tianye felt a bad premonition, his mind already forming a rough guess. The problem likely stemmed from when he'd gone to He-chen's room to retrieve his phone. But he hadn't seen any watch at the time. Moreover, after returning to his own room, he had deliberately checked everything and found nothing unusual. Could he be overthinking this? Perhaps Yi-Chen genuinely lost the watch and wasn't targeting him specifically? Mu Tianye was filled with doubts, but now he could only wait and see. What are you all doing here? Nan Zhiyi suddenly appeared, seeing so many people gathered in the surveillance room, and asked in confusion.
Ding Yao, trailing behind her, froze for a moment before winking at Mu Tianye in a way that screamed, "I brought you back, appraise me now." Mu Tianye gave a helpless smile, acknowledging Ding Yao's good intentions with a nod and a silent thank you. During their exchange of glances, Yi-Chen had already explained the situation to Nan Zhiyi. You lost something? How could this happen? Nan Zhiyi looked utterly shocked, her expression filled with disbelief. Earlier, Ding Yao had rushed over, claiming Mu Tianye had been kidnapped by Yi-Chen's assistant. Nan Zhiyi knew Ding Yao was exaggerating, but she couldn't shake her unease. She'd hurried over, only to find this scene. Ding Yao looked utterly bewildered too. It seemed she'd overthought it. Yi-Chen wasn't targeting Mu Tianye at all. He'd gathered everyone together to investigate the theft. Yi-Chen frowned deeply. I never imagined this would happen. And the item stolen is precisely the watch you gave me for my birthday last year, Sister Zhiyi. His tone carried a palpable sense of deep cherishment for that watch. Nan Zhiyi frowned, glancing at Mu Tianye as if afraid he might misunderstand, a hint of panic flickering in her eyes. Mu Tianye remained impassive, his mind utterly calm. What she gave to whom had long ceased to concern him. Lu Ping was already retrieving the surveillance footage. Every corridor on the yacht had cameras. From the moment they boarded until now, it wouldn't take long to uncover exactly who had visited Yi-Chen's cabin. Once the results came in, the identity of the thief became immediately apparent. Apart from Yi-Chen, only Mu Tianye had entered his cabin. Not even Yi-Chen's personal assistant had set foot inside. So that was it. Mu Tianye sneered inwardly. No wonder he'd been asked to retrieve the phone. It seemed everything had been premeditated. All eyes converged on Mu Tianye, as if they had already decided he was the thief. Don't you owe me an explanation? Yi-Chen's soft, mocking voice dripped with sarcasm. Everyone waited for Mu Tianye to speak, but he remained silent. Nan Zhiyi looked at Mu Tianye, her lips parting as if to speak, but she hesitated. Finally, she turned her gaze to Yi-Chen. Ah Chen, are you certain the watch was lost in the room? Yi-Chen nodded firmly. Absolutely. I left it on the nightstand before I went out, and it was gone when I returned. Yi-Chen's explanation was convincing, and Nan Zhiyi had no reason to doubt him. But now that suspicion had fallen on Mu Tianye, how could she possibly believe he was a thief? Could it have fallen into a corner somewhere? Why don't we go back and search thoroughly? Nan Zhiyi remained unconvinced and asked again. Chapter 33, I need evidence too. Sis Zhiyi, do you really think I'd lie to you? Yi-Chen looked utterly dejected, playing the victim. You know how important this watch is to me. How could I possibly forget where I put it? Yi-Chen's words carried hidden meaning. Nan Zhiyi's expression grew slightly uneasy as she stole a glance at Mu Tianye. That watch was merely an ordinary birthday gift she'd given Yi-Chen. It held no special significance to her. But Yi-Chen's words just now were easy to misinterpret. Mu Tianye, however, showed little emotion. His mind was racing, calculating how to navigate the trap Yi-Chen had set for him. It was clearly a pointless frame-up. Mu Tianye had even guessed that the watch was probably tucked away in some corner of his room right now. After leaving Yi-Chen's room, he had gone to his own room. The timing of the crime and the transfer of the stolen goods matched perfectly. All the evidence pointed against him. But there was one glaring flaw in the whole scheme. The realization brought a faint smile to Mu Tianye's lips. Fine, he thought. He might as well use this incident to teach Yi-Chen a lesson. Everyone waited for the suspect to explain, but instead, he suddenly burst into laughter. Nan Zhiyi, anxious and irritable, had lost all rationality. She snapped, You still have the nerve to laugh? Explain yourself. Mu Tianye's smile faded, his expression turning cold. What do I need to explain? Did you see me steal anything? Was that watch on my person? An indescribable disappointment spread through Mu Tianye's heart. Nan Zhiyi demanded an explanation, yet never considered that Yi-Chen might be lying. Could she really not trust him even in this? The saying was true, love makes one blind. Nan Zhiyi realized her own loss of composure, her breath catching as panic flashed across her face. She opened her mouth to say something, but Mu Tianye had already averted his gaze. Catch the thief, catch the stolen goods. If Mr. He wants my explanation, shouldn't we find the stolen goods first? Mu Tianye remained composed, showing no sign of discomfort or embarrassment at being treated as a suspect. He regarded Yi-Chen with calm, unflinching composure. Yi-Chen's eyes darkened, and he gave a cold laugh. You wouldn't dare keep the stolen goods on your person, but since you won't admit defeat until you're forced to, how about letting us search your room? Before Mu Tianye could respond, Ding Yao stepped forward to speak for him. Are you even a cop? What gives you the right to search Brother Mu's room? A broken watch? Brother Mu wouldn't care about that. Though they'd only known each other for 2 days, she trusted Mu Tianye without question.
This trust deeply touched Mu Tianye. However, he already had his own plans regarding this matter. Smiling at Ding Yao, he said, "If you've got nothing to hide, let him search." Ding Yao protested anxiously, "But that guy's full of tricks. Who knows what he's up to? Little Mu, don't fall for his schemes. It's fine. I've got this under control." Mu Tianye winked at Ding Yao, signaling her to relax. Ding Yao's repeated confrontations with Yi Chen left him thoroughly displeased. This minor assistant was becoming increasingly insolent. His face darkening, Yi Chen turned his ire toward Ding Yao. "Zhiyi, your assistant is becoming increasingly unacceptable. She actually referred to the gift you sent me as a broken watch. That shows a lack of respect for you as her boss." Ding Yao's face flushed crimson as she stared at Nan Zhiyi, speechless. In her momentary outburst, she'd forgotten that the watch was a gift from Nan Zhiyi to Yi Chen. She never imagined Yi Chen would seize on this detail to drive a wedge between her and Nan Zhiyi. Yi Chen now resembled a rabid dog, lunging at anyone within reach, utterly unreasonable. Nan Zhiyi's expression wasn't pleasant either. She looked at Ding Yao with a complex look. Her anger wasn't directed at Ding Yao's words, but rather at herself. She was furious at herself for failing to stand up for Mu Tianye immediately like Ding Yao had done, choosing instead to demand explanations without holding back her trust. Mu Tianye must be utterly disappointed now. Nan Zhiyi's expression was distant, her face filled with loss. At this moment, she even felt a hint of envy toward Ding Yao. Trusting and being trusted were, after all, equally fulfilling. "Alright, if you're going to search, hurry up. It's getting late. Don't keep everyone from sleeping." Mu Tianye yawned, his words carelessly tossed out. He didn't want to put Ding Yao in an awkward position by drawing attention back to himself. Yi Chen's target was Mu Tianye, and he had no intention of wasting time on Ding Yao. "Record the entire process later. If anything is found, I need to preserve the evidence." Yi Chen gave a sinister smile and instructed one of his assistants. Today, he wasn't just going to humiliate Mu Tianye in front of Nan Zhiyi. He also planned to broadcast this online, turning Mu Tianye into a public pariah, despised by all. The once arrogant crown prince, now reduced to a thief. Such explosive news would undoubtedly catapult Mu Tianye back to the top of the trending charts. "You like stealing the spotlight in trending, don't you, Mu Tianye? Well, this time I'll personally deliver you another trending topic." Yi Chen, brimming with malicious intent, led his assistant toward Mu Tianye's room. Mu Tianye smiled faintly, his stride steady and composed as he followed close behind. Passing by Nan Zhiyi, he kept his gaze straight ahead, brushing past her without a glance. Nan Zhiyi opened her mouth to speak, but Mu Tianye had already walked far ahead. Staring blankly at his retreating figure, Nan Zhiyi's hands clenched unconsciously. "Sis Nan, we should hurry over and see what's happening too." Ding Yao's prompting snapped Nan Zhiyi back to reality. She composed herself and followed Ding Yao out of the surveillance room. In Mu Tianye's room, Yi Chen first had his assistant select the filming angles, then asked Lu Ping to serve as a witness. It resembled a TV drama filming set. Only after everything was prepared did he instruct his assistant to begin the search. "Hold on." Just as the assistants were about to begin, Mu Tianye suddenly spoke up to stop them. Yi Chen turned to look at him, a smirk curling his lips in blatant mockery. "What? Feeling guilty now? Scared?" Mu Tianye ignored him completely, turning instead to beckon Ding Yao over. Ding Yao jogged over to Mu Tianye's side, concern evident in her voice. "What's wrong, brother Mu? Mu Tianye, can you do me a favor?" Ding Yao nodded vigorously. Sure. What do you need me to do? Just say the word." Mu Tianye, simple. "Take out your phone and record the entire process later. I need evidence too, right? Got it, leave it to me." Ding Yao immediately pulled out her phone and started recording video. Nan Zhiyi stood nearby, but Mu Tianye didn't glance at her once. Throughout the entire process, she felt like an outsider. "Are you done yet? Stop wasting time, it's pointless." Yi Chen urged impatiently. Mu Tianye gave a faint smile and gestured for them to proceed. "Begin. Search thoroughly. Don't overlook a single corner." Yi Chen cut off the small talk and immediately ordered his assistant to begin the search. He was already growing impatient. The moment they found the watch, he wanted to see Mu Tianye cry. Several assistants pretended to search the room for 4 or 5 minutes, yet still hadn't found the stolen item. Nan Zhiyi remained tense throughout. Only as time passed did she silently breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't believe Mu Tianye would steal Yi Chen's watch, but Yi Chen's unwavering certainty made her feel a vague sense of unease. Chapter 34, Make Me Confess? Yi Chen's assistants gave the performance of their lives, deliberately avoiding the hiding spot as they searched the room diligently for 7 or 8 minutes. Mu Tianye watched their performance quietly, as if it had nothing to do with him. Just as everyone was about to lose patience, one assistant finally made a discovery in the bathroom. As if rehearsing a script 1,000 times over, the assistant dramatically shouted in the bathroom, "Found it! It's here!" Inside the toilet tank, a watch lay quietly. Yi Chen instructed the assistant to retrieve the item so everyone present could see it clearly.
Richard Mille, a new concept timepiece, exquisitely and ingeniously designed to be worn as a wristwatch or adorned as a necklace. This watch was the only one of its kind in the world. Last year, it had been sold at a charity auction abroad for a staggering 19 million yuan. Unexpectedly, the buyer turned out to be Nan Zhiyi, who had subsequently gifted it to He Chen. As a former playboy, Mu Tianye had studied watches as a prerequisite. With just one glance, he recognized the watch's origins. Glancing at Nan Zhiyi nearby, Mu Tianye couldn't help but chuckle to himself. She sure was generous with He Chen. He remembered she'd never even given him a 10 yuan gift back in the day. Of course, back when they were together, Nan Zhiyi hadn't had much money of her own. She'd spent all of Mu Tianye's. Suddenly, an internet meme flashed through his mind, the ex-girlfriend's wedding home. For some inexplicable reason, it struck him as hilarious. Nan Zhiyi caught Mu Tianye's gaze and pressed her lips together uncomfortably. Finding the watch in Mu Tianye's room had shocked her, and now under his gaze, panic surged through her. A complex mix of emotions swirled within her, making Nan Zhiyi's expression as varied as a painter's palette. People around them began whispering and pointing fingers at Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye, however, remained utterly unfazed, smiling with calm composure. He Chen, poised to look down on Mu Tianye with the air of a victor, was stunned to see him still smiling. The satisfaction of achieving his goal vanished instantly. He Chen's face turned ashen as he coldly declared, "Caught red-handed, and you still have the nerve to smile? Your nerve is truly beyond belief." Mu Tianye's expression didn't waver, his smile unchanged. Ignoring He Chen, Mu Tianye turned to Ding Yao and asked, "Did you record everything?" Ding Yao's face tensed. She had been about to turn off the camera, but Mu Tianye's question made her pause. She hurriedly nodded and resumed recording. Even though the stolen goods were found in Mu Tianye's room, Ding Yao still harbored not a shred of suspicion toward him. She knew every detail of his past 3 years. He was the kind of man who would risk his life for a low-paying job rather than bow to life's hardships. How could someone so proud possibly be a thief? Whether others believed it or not, Ding Yao herself didn't believe it for a second. Her reason for wanting to turn off the camera was that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for Mu Tianye. The entire search had been recorded by He Chen's assistant, so the watch couldn't have been planted there now. Combined with the footage just retrieved from the surveillance room, all the evidence pointed to Mu Tianye. He'd have a hard time defending himself. Ding Yao was deeply worried, but seeing Mu Tianye's calm and composed expression, her anxiety eased. She continued filming with her phone, confident that Mu Tianye could handle the rest. Receiving no response from Mu Tianye, He Chen's expression grew even colder. He turned to ask Nan Zhiyi, "Sis Zhiyi, he's your employee. How do you want to handle this?" Nan Zhiyi was in a daze, her face ashen, her mind nearly blank. He Chen's abrupt question jolted her back to reality. Her worst fears had come true. She was more certain than anyone that Mu Tianye hadn't stolen the watch. But the current situation wasn't something her belief alone could resolve. Whoever framed Mu Tianye had presented her with an enormous problem. She was Nan Zhiyi, a company president. When handling problems, her perspective and mindset couldn't be confined to mere right or wrong. He Chen's watch appearing in Mu Tianye's room, if mishandled, this incident could prove disastrous for either of them. Nan Zhiyi wasn't stupid. The situation was clear, either Mu Tianye was the thief, or He Chen had framed him. But no matter the outcome, Nan Zhiyi refused to face it. She didn't want Mu Tianye to be slandered and falsely accused. Yet He Chen was her company's product ambassador. If it were confirmed that He Chen had framed him, and this scandal spread, it would severely damage his image. Consequently, the company's upcoming new product launch would likely face market backlash. The company wasn't solely hers to decide. She couldn't make reckless choices without considering the consequences. After tossing the problem to Nan Zhiyi, He Chen sat back, calm and composed, waiting quietly. His frame-up tactic today wasn't particularly sophisticated, but it was sufficient. He didn't necessarily need to prove Mu Tianye guilty of theft. As long as Nan Zhiyi hesitated for even a second, his goal would be achieved. He Chen excelled at reading people. He knew that once a rift formed, it could take a lifetime to mend. Sure enough, Mu Tianye asked Nan Zhiyi in a cold tone, feeling conflicted? Nan Zhiyi paled further, a flicker of anguish and struggle crossing her eyes. Yet in the end, she murmured softly, "Let's leave today's matter at that." Glancing at Ding Yao and the assistant filming, she added, "Delete the video. This incident must not be leaked." He Chen's smile held a hint of amusement, while Mu Tianye's expression gradually turned cold. "Take the watch back." Nan Zhiyi addressed He Chen first. Then, shifting her gaze to Mu Tianye as if afraid to meet his eyes, she quickly looked away. Keeping her head bowed, she offered in a conciliatory tone, "If you like it, I'll buy you a new one." "Ms. Nan, do you even know what you're saying?" Ding Yao gaped in astonishment, unable to contain her shock as she confronted Nan Zhiyi. Such a decision from Nan Zhiyi practically confirmed Mu Tianye's theft. Ding Yao felt utterly disillusioned. The boss she had idolized like a deity was now proving to be so blind to right and wrong. Yet someone felt even more devastated than Ding Yao. Mu Tianye's heart shattered silently into 1,000 pieces. Truthfully, there was nothing left to hope for. When suspicion fell upon him, Nan Zhiyi hadn't chosen to believe him immediately like Ding Yao had. To him, she was no different from the others now. And now, she was worse than those cold-eyed bystanders. Mu Tianye suddenly let out a bitter laugh, his expression shattered. With an incident like this on the yacht, as the person in charge, shouldn't your first move be to call the police and dock immediately? Mu Tianye didn't glance at Nan Zhiyi again, turning instead to ask the yacht's manager, Lu Ping. Lu Ping froze, glancing at He-chun for help. We can't call the police. To his surprise, the first voice to speak up in protest was once again Nan Zhiyi's. Mu Tianye felt as though a sharp blade was repeatedly slicing through his chest, the pain so intense it left him numb. So, Ms. Nan's suggestion is for me to take the blame for theft? Mu Tianye stared fixedly at Nan Zhiyi, his voice sounding more unfamiliar than ever. Nan Zhiyi's face drained of all color. She clenched her fists tightly, opening her mouth but unable to utter a single word. He-chun suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Sis Zhiyi, let him call the cops if he wants. I've never seen anyone turn themselves in before. Today's been quite the eye-opener. Chapter 35, Who did you offend? He-chun's words were harsh, but they were undeniably true. All the evidence now pointed against Mu Tianye. If the police were called, there was a real chance they'd take him away as a thief. Mu Tianye, however, remained unfazed. He gave He-chun a mocking smile, as if looking at a clown, then calmly pulled out his phone, preparing to dial the police himself. Wait. Nan Zhiyi's anxious voice rang out again. She didn't want Mu Tianye to call the police. She knew Mu Tianye's temperament. While he rarely acted impulsively and never took risks without certainty. If Mu Tianye had decided to call the police, it meant he was confident enough to prove his innocence and even expose the person framing him right in front of the officers. He-chun's petty schemes were laughable compared to Mu Tianye's capabilities. At this point, Nan Zhiyi was almost certain that He-chun had framed Mu Tianye. After all, there were only a handful of people on the ship, and He-chun was the only one who constantly opposed Mu Tianye. But she couldn't state it outright, which was precisely why she didn't want Mu Tianye to call the police. Negative publicity involving He-chun was absolutely unacceptable right now. Otherwise, Tianye's brand image would plummet domestically. That was the last thing she wanted to see. Tianye was like her child. She had poured 3 years of effort into it, investing so much of her heart and soul. Moreover, Tianye wasn't solely hers. She had shareholders and partners. Every decision she made carried responsibility to them. At this moment, Nan Zhiyi despised He-chun with a passion, wishing she could throw him off the ship right now and make him swim back to his country. But the immediate priority was to placate Mu Tianye. Though it felt unfair to Mu Tianye, she privately believed he owed her. Suffering a little injustice for her sake was only natural. At worst, she could make it up to him later. After conjuring countless excuses in her mind, Nan Zhiyi took a deep breath and turned to Lu Ping. Take the others away first. Make absolutely sure they keep their mouths shut. Not a single word of what happened here today can be leaked. Otherwise, I'll make you spend the rest of your life as a sailor on the Atlantic. Nan Zhiyi commanded respect without raising her voice, her tone carrying an unmistakable threat. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Ping's forehead. But He-chun had given him prior instructions. He dared not leave rashly now. He stole a glance at He-chun, waiting for further orders. Before He-chun could respond, Nan Zhiyi snorted coldly. I'm in charge here. Get your men out immediately. Don't make me repeat myself. Lu Ping stiffened, no longer daring to delay. He hurriedly led the ship's crew away. He-chun sensed Nan Zhiyi's genuine fury. His Adam's apple bobbed as a flicker of unease finally stirred within him. He wasn't afraid of Nan Zhiyi, but he feared his own brother, a man of profound depth and calculation. If forced to choose between him and Nan Zhiyi, He-chun was certain his brother would side with Nan Zhiyi without hesitation. He possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that. Nan Zhiyi shot He-chun a cold glance before composing herself. She adopted a conciliatory tone as she addressed Mu Tianye. Let's leave today's incident at that, shall we? Her voice lacked conviction. After speaking, she lowered her head, unable to meet Mu Tianye's gaze. Disappointment deepened in Mu Tianye's eyes. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a light drag. End it here? Mu Tianye slowly exhaled smoke and let out a derisive snort. Nan Zhiyi, now you won't even give me a chance to prove my innocence? He addressed her by name for the first time, his voice flat yet carrying an inexplicable force. It felt like a heavy punch to Nan Zhiyi's chest, causing her expression to twist in pain and her eyes to redden. Then what will it take for you to let this go? Nan Zhiyi bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. As long as you don't make this public, I can have He-chun apologize to you. Nan Zhiyi offered her final concession. Despite the current situation being unfavorable to Mu Tianye, Nan Zhiyi insisted on making He-chun apologize to him. Her abrupt shift in stance left He-chun and Ding Yao beside her utterly bewildered, their eyes widening in shock. Mu Tianye, however, seemed to have anticipated this. He puffed on his cigarette with a faint, mocking smile, utterly unmoved. After a moment of surprise, He-chun snapped back to reality, his face turning ashen. His features twisted as he shouted, Sis Zhiyi, you've got this all wrong. He's the thief. If the police come, they'll arrest him. Why should I apologize to him?
Shut up!
Nan Zhiyi suddenly erupted in fury, her voice cold as ice as she barked at He Chen.
Do you really think everyone here is an idiot? You think Mu Tianye would fall for your cheap tricks? Do you even have a brain? Or do you think you're smarter than your brother back then?
Why don't you ask him yourself why he got beaten up by Mu Tianye and didn't dare utter a word?
With no outsiders present, Nan Zhiyi spoke without restraint, unleashing a torrent of abuse at He Chen.
She used to think He Chen was just childish, but now she saw him as utterly useless, more likely to ruin things than accomplish anything. She originally planned to use He Chen to provoke Mu Tianye, but this fool had complicated things so much that Nan Zhiyi now felt trapped. She felt indebted to Mu Tianye and could no longer torment him with righteous indignation.
The more Nan Zhiyi thought about it, the angrier she became.
Finally, her voice turned grave. I'll call your brother tomorrow.
You won't be involved in the new product promotions going forward. I'll also have someone cancel your dating show appearances. You should just go back overseas. Her words felt like a death sentence for He Chen. Facing his brother overseas struck him as more terrifying than death itself. The evidence clearly points to Mu Tianye. How dare you accuse me of plotting against him? He Chen refused to accept defeat, clinging to a last desperate attempt.
Ding Yao listened in stunned silence. She couldn't make sense of this either. While she believed Mu Tianye wasn't the thief, she had no idea how he could clear his name. Nan Zhiyi was utterly speechless with He Chen and refused to waste any more words on him. Mu Tianye finished his cigarette, pressing the butt into the ashtray, and let out a cold, thin laugh.
What's this latest act of love-hate drama? Mu Tianye took no offense at Nan Zhiyi's attitude. When suspicion first fell on him, Nan Zhiyi hadn't stood up for him. So now, he didn't need her to do so either. Moreover, Mu Tianye understood perfectly well that Nan Zhiyi had first transferred the ship's crew away and was now putting on this show. Ultimately, it was all to protect He Chen. Nan Zhiyi knew Mu Tianye well.
She understood that once he decided to target someone, he would ensure their complete ruin. That was precisely why she just asked Mu Tianye in a conciliatory tone what it would take for him to relent. Ultimately, from the very beginning, Nan Zhiyi's sole concern in this matter had been He Chen. Compared to Mu Tianye, He Chen was simply too inexperienced. Without glancing at Nan Zhiyi, Mu Tianye strode to He Chen's side. Though only half a head taller, standing calmly before him now, he radiated an overwhelming pressure that made He Chen feel as if a mountain were crushing him. He Chen instinctively took a half step back. What do you want? The four assistants started to approach, but Mu Tianye shot them a dismissive glance. They froze instantly, not daring to take another step forward. At that moment, Mu Tianye seemed to transform back into the arrogant young master he once was. He raised his hand and slapped He Chen's face. Of all the people you could have provoked, why did you have to pick on me? He Chen looked tense, swallowing nervously. Let me tell you, my brother is. Smack! Before He Chen could finish, Mu Tianye swung his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Chapter 36, The Yi family's so great? The sharp crack of the slap stunned everyone present. He Chen clutched his face in disbelief, utterly stunned that Mu Tianye would dare strike him. His mouth hung open in shock, speechless for a moment. The four assistants stood frozen nearby, turning their heads away to pretend they hadn't witnessed their boss being struck. Ding Yao's mouth formed an O of shock before stretching into a V-shaped grin. Her eyes narrowed into slits, sparkles dancing in them. At that moment, she had only one thought: little Mu is so damn handsome, it's thrilling. Nan Zhiyi's eyes flickered, words on the tip of her tongue. Seeing He Chen being hit, her instinct was to intervene. But when she saw the devil-may-care look on Mu Tianye's face, she forced herself to stay put. She didn't dare reach out a hand or utter a word of protest. This version of Mu Tianye was all too familiar to her. Not even the heavens themselves could stop him from doing what he wanted. He Chen froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. His face flushed crimson as he roared in fury. How dare you hit me? Do you know who my brother is? You're just a broke, penniless nobody, and you dare lay a hand on me? Just you wait, I'll... Smack. Before he could finish, another slap met his words. Mu Tianye wore a carefree smile. If I can even hit your brother, what are you, a feather? He Chen's face froze in sheer terror, the pain forgotten. Mu Tianye lightly tapped his cheek twice more. The He family of Jiangcheng so impressive, huh? Mu Tianye asked with disdain. Did you really think that just because my father went bankrupt, I'd let your He family push me around? I wanted to beat you up even before we boarded the ship. Yet you kept provoking me time and again. Are you just asking for it? With each word, Mu Tianye delivered two light yet deliberate slaps to He Chen's face. The force was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. He hadn't intended to resort to violence, but after learning from Nan Zhiyi that He Chen belonged to the He family of Jiangcheng, he saw no reason to spare this pretty boy any more courtesy. Beyond his own history with He Xingzhou, the He and Mu families shared deep-seated grudges. He even suspected his father's bankruptcy and subsequent suicide might have been tangentially linked to the He family. Mu Tianye's slap across He Chen's face wasn't a rash impulse. He intended to make the He family understand that the old Mu lineage hadn't died out. Mu Tianye didn't hold the He family in much regard. For he had not only a father named Mu Tianye, but also a mother named Jiang Wenjun. The Jiang family of the capital was a truly towering presence. His maternal grandfather's status was that of a powerhouse so formidable he couldn't even be freely depicted in novels.
It was simply a fact known to very few.
As for his current state of disgrace, it stemmed solely from the stubborn old lady at home refusing to accompany him to the capital. He-chan, overcome with shock and fury, trembled violently as he stumbled back 2 steps, creating distance between himself and Mu Tianye.
What are you standing around for? Call the police immediately. Have them arrest this thief and violent maniac.
He-chan shouted at his assistants nearby.
Mu Tianye gave a cold laugh. You really are thick-headed. If you wanted to scheme against me, you should have used a more sophisticated method.
He pointed at the expensive watch.
I never touched that watch once. There are no fingerprints of mine on it. With just that incomplete surveillance footage, you seriously think the police can convict me? He-chan's expression turned stunned, suddenly realizing the massive flaw in his plan. He had even planned to expose the whole affair online, ruining Mu Tianye's reputation. Now, the thought sent a chill down his spine. If the scandal had truly escalated, a police investigation would inevitably uncover the truth of his frame-up. Only now did he understand why Mu Tianye had insisted on reporting it to the police. He suddenly realized that Nan Zhiyi wanted to settle this privately to preserve her image as a popular star. If her image were tarnished, her acting career would likely come to an abrupt end. Panicked, He-chen turned to Nan Zhiyi with a pleading look. After much hesitation, Nan Zhiyi ultimately decided to help him one last time. After all, if not for her, He-chen and Mu Tianye would never have clashed. Moreover, He-shingzhou had done her a favor. Both professionally and personally, she felt obligated to look out for He-chen. You've vented your anger. Let's leave it at that. For the first time, Nan Zhiyi spoke softly and submissively to Mu Tianye, but it was for another man. Mu Tianye stared at her with cold eyes for a long moment before finally uttering in a deep voice, "Get him out of here immediately." Nan Zhiyi's breath caught. Her expression turned desolate. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but Mu Tianye had already turned away, his gaze no longer on her. That single turn of his back unconsciously reminded Nan Zhiyi of the day he had abandoned her, just as resolute and heartbreaking. She bit her lip hard, her eyes brimming with unbearable sorrow that misted over. After a moment, Nan Zhiyi shot He-chen a cold glance before turning and walking away. He-chen stared at Mu Tianye's retreating figure, a flash of venom crossing his face. With 4 assistants in tow, he followed Nan Zhiyi's footsteps. "Brother Mu, you look so handsome." Dingya brought up the rear, her eyes crinkling with a sweet smile as she gave Mu Tianye a thumbs up and a hearty cheer. Mu Tianye turned back and smiled at her. "Didn't you already know that?" Dingya's cheeks flushed, and she playfully stuck out her tongue. "Little Mu, you should get some rest. I'll keep Miss Nan company." With that, she skipped away. Watching Dingyao's lively, adorable retreating figure, Mu Tianye's smile lingered on his lips for a long time. "The He family." He silently repeated the 2 characters in his mind. "This time, you came looking for trouble. Well then, let's settle all our old and new grievances once and for all." He-chen returned to his room, the slap mark still clearly visible on his cheek. An assistant fetched an ice pack and applied it to his face. He-chen let the assistant tend to him, his eyes dark and sullen, not uttering a word. The other 3 assistants stood nearby with heads bowed, not daring to breathe loudly, terrified they might accidentally become He-chen's punching bag. Hiss. He-chen suddenly sucked in a sharp breath. The assistant applying the ice pack felt uneasy. He hadn't controlled his strength well, and his hand trembled, causing He-chen pain. Before the assistant could utter a word of apology, He-chen erupted in fury, driving his foot hard into the assistant's chest. Still not satisfied, he rose and walked over, stomping his foot down on the assistant again and again. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Can't even handle this trivial task. What good are you to me?" He-chen raged on, his expression frenzied, until exhaustion finally halted his assault. The beaten assistant lay on the floor, blood streaming from his head. He curled up into a ball, clutching his body, not daring to utter a single cry of pain. Those around He-chen knew better. When he took his anger out on them, no one dared make a sound. The consequences would only be worse. Sitting back down on the sofa, He-chen took several ragged breaths, yet the hatred in his eyes remained undimmed. He narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, a cold, vicious glint slowly emerging in his gaze. "Go fetch Lu Ping for me." An assistant hurried off to find Lu Ping. Just as he was about to leave, He-chen's voice echoed behind him. "Be discreet. Don't let anyone else find out about this." The assistant nodded repeatedly, quietly opening the door and tiptoeing toward Lu Ping's residence. Chapter 37, How to Change It. Lu Ping instructed all employees to keep their lips sealed before dismissing them to sleep. Returning alone to his room, he paced back and forth, utterly sleepless. The watch in Mu Tianye's room had been placed there by him personally, a secret known only to He-chen and himself. He had intended to impress the young master of the He family in Jiangcheng, but now things seemed to be spiraling out of control. The memory of Nan Zhiyi's icy expression flashed through his mind, her sharp warning echoing in his ears once more. Lu Ping's heart raced with anxiety. He couldn't afford to offend someone like young Master He. With his puny strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against someone like that. If the truth came out, He Chen might even sacrifice him as a scapegoat. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Lu Ping paced restlessly, his face etched with irritation. Knock knock knock. A sudden knock sounded at the door. Lu Ping jumped in fright, all color draining from his face. Could they be coming to confront him so soon? Forcing down his panic, he swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, "Who is it?" No reply came from outside. Instead, the knocking resumed. Resolving to take the plunge, Lu Ping thought, if you hide your head, you'll get it chopped off anyway. Might as well face it head on. Besides, He Chen was covering for him. If it came down to it, he'd confess everything. This was a burden he couldn't bear alone. Resolved, Lu Ping pushed his glasses up, took a deep breath, and walked over to open the door. "Mister, he requests your presence." The assistant outside the door stated the purpose bluntly. Lu Ping froze, surprised that He Chen was the one summoning him. After a brief pause, Lu Ping asked the assistant, "What might Mr. He need with me?" The assistant glanced furtively down the hallway before lowering his voice. "I don't know. Don't ask. Just come with me quietly." Mr. He specifically said no one else should find out. Lu Ping cursed inwardly. Another damn shady deal that mustn't be exposed. He really didn't want to be in cahoots with He Chen again, but he'd already boarded the other guy's pirate ship. Now, he could only be led by the nose. Inside He Chen's room, the assistant who'd just been beaten lay sprawled on the floor. His injuries weren't severe, just superficial scrapes. He Chen, a delicate, pale-skinned pretty boy, didn't pack much punch when he hit. The reason the assistant didn't get up was that doing so would mean continuing to serve He Chen, which would only lead to worse consequences. The thought of it was nauseating, so he decided to lie there and play dead. At that moment, another assistant was enduring his own torment. He Chen stood behind him. This was one of He Chen's many twisted fetishes. He had no interest in women, possessing a distinctly peculiar taste. If his fans ever found out about this, their worldviews would shatter. He Chen's public image had always been that of a bright, cheerful, handsome young man. Since his debut, he had never been involved in any negative scandals. Who could have imagined that beneath the embroidered pillow lay nothing but a bundle of straw? The real He Chen was a complete madman, with neither his preferences nor his temperament remotely normal. He vented for quite a while. He Chen's mind suddenly drifted to Mu Tianye's handsome face. Today, when Mu Tianye slapped him twice, he now realized how strangely captivating it felt upon reflection. As he pondered, He Chen's expression grew more ferocious. His eyes grew cold and menacing, his expression that of a raving lunatic. His assistant, witnessing his companion's pitiful state, broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He forced his head away, unable to bear the sight. The thought that Nan Zhiyi lived next door made He Chen slightly more restrained, afraid the commotion might disturb her. A faint knock sounded at the door. The assistant helping nearby cautiously whispered, "Boss, Lu Ping must be here." The wildness in He Chen's eyes slowly gave way to clarity. He grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat, then wrapped himself in the bath towel handed by his assistant before speaking. "Bring him into the bathroom. Don't let Lu Ping find out." The assistant wasted no time, dragging his companion toward the bathroom. He Chen sank back into the sofa, his face radiating satisfaction. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced sideways at the assistant sprawled on the floor. "If he's not dead, hurry up and open the door." "Do you expect me to do it myself?" The assistant, clinging to life, jolted upright and rushed to open the door. A peculiar, decaying stench filled the room. The moment the door opened, Lu Ping caught the scent. He knew the smell well from past experience. But He Chen hadn't instructed him to send women into the room. So where did this smell come from? Lu Ping harbored doubts but dared not show them. He walked straight to He Chen without looking sideways, not even daring to glance around the room with his peripheral vision. He was just a lowly corporate drone, no right to pry into the secrets of the wealthy elite. If he angered He Chen, the man could crush him with the flick of a fingernail. "Mr. He, what brings you here?" Lu Ping adopted an obsequious tone, his smile utterly fawning. Noticing He Chen preparing to flick cigarette ash, Lu Ping instinctively held the ashtray forward. He Chen was thoroughly pleased with Lu Ping's performance, giving him a meaningful look. The He family is preparing to establish a presence at the West Suburb Marina. Most of the existing yacht clubs here will be acquired by the He family, including the company you currently work for. He Chen spoke casually, puffing on his cigarette as he spoke. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. So the rumors were true. After Mu Qingsan's downfall, the He family was indeed poised to make a major push into Jiangcheng. Once the He family controlled the economic lifelines of both Jiangcheng and Yun City, all he needed to do was follow He Chen. Even the scraps they discarded would be enough to sustain him for generations. At this thought, Lu Ping's smile grew even more obsequious. "Should Mr. He require my services, I shall be at your beck and call, ready to serve you faithfully." No wonder Lu Ping had been appointed manager of this yacht. He had mastered the art of shifting allegiances with the wind. He skipped the usual flattery and toasts altogether, getting straight to the point. He Chen laughed heartily, pressing his cigarette butt into the ashtray before casually tossing out a bone. The He family isn't familiar with port operations.
We need to find someone experienced to take full charge here.
Manager Lu, do you have confidence in taking on this responsibility?
Lu Ping was overjoyed. Happiness had come too suddenly, his hand trembled, nearly dropping the ashtray.
This position was tailor-made for him, how could he lack confidence?
As long as Mr. He trusts me, I will certainly satisfy you.
He Chen understood, this wasn't just about the docks.
From now on, Lu Ping would be his loyal dog, doing whatever He Chen commanded. Talking to a smart man was refreshingly easy.
He Chen smiled knowingly and beckoned Lu Ping with a flick of his finger.
Lu Ping leaned closer, and He Chen whispered, "There's one thing right now that needs your help." After speaking, He Chen fixed his gaze on Lu Ping's expression. The slightest hint of hesitation on Lu Ping's face, and He Chen would employ certain methods to make him vanish into the vast ocean. What he needed was a dog utterly loyal, incapable of refusal or independent thought.
Chapter 38, Running Aground.
There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world.
Everything gained comes at a price.
Having navigated the rough waters of society for years, Lu Ping understood this truth well. So when He Chen asked him to run an errand, Lu Ping felt no resistance whatsoever, only genuine excitement. Only those of value deserve to serve the big shots.
Mr. He, feel free to speak. Whatever it is, I'll handle it flawlessly.
He Chen smiled with satisfaction, motioning Lu Ping to draw closer. Then, in a voice audible only to them, he whispered a few words into Lu Ping's ear. Lu Ping's smile faded from his face as He Chen spoke, his expression gradually turning to horror.
What?
Lu Ping's eyes widened as he stumbled back 2 steps, unable to suppress a gasp. He Chen shot him a cold glare, and only then did Lu Ping realize his outburst. He quickly covered his mouth. But what He Chen had just told him was truly terrifying. Terror washed over Lu Ping's face, cold sweat beating uncontrollably on his forehead. Lowering his voice, he protested helplessly, Mr. He, the weather forecast shows a storm approaching the nearby waters tomorrow. If you proceed like this, it could cost lives. A cold glint flashed in He Chen's eyes, but he merely smiled faintly. Unhurried, he lit another cigarette and waited quietly for Lu Ping's decision. The smoke billowing from He Chen's mouth obscured Lu Ping's expression. His eyes flickered several times as he fell deep in thought. After a long moment, Lu Ping finally made up his mind. He Chen's words had sunk in. Even if he refused to comply, He Chen likely wouldn't let him off the hook. Rest assured, Mr. He. I'll handle it as you wish. Lu Ping's voice trembled as he accepted the task. He Chen's lips curved upward as he gave Lu Ping a light pat on the shoulder. Do your job well from now on, and the He family will certainly not treat you unfairly. Lu Ping's eyelid twitched, his smile strained. He Chen suddenly rose, walked to the bedside table, and retrieved a small blue vial. Find an opportunity to slip this into Mu Tianye's food. He handed the bottle to Lu Ping. Lu Ping startled, his expression filled with dread, hesitating to take it. What He Chen had just asked him to do already violated professional ethics and could potentially cost someone their life.
Now He Chen was giving him this? Did he want him to personally poison someone?
There was a world of difference between direct murder and indirect murder. Though Lu Ping was driven by greed, he simply didn't have the nerve to kill someone.
Mr. He, this.
Lu Ping stammered, his face twisted with distress. He Chen silently cursed him as a coward, yet his smile remained unchanged. Don't worry, it's just a little something to liven things up, not poison, he said, forcing the bottle into Lu Ping's hand.
Just like the watch incident, I'm only having you and Mu Tianye play a little prank.
Nothing too extreme will happen, so there's no need to be nervous. He was sending Lu Ping a warning, hinting that he held leverage over him. Lu Ping felt the object in his hand grow hot in his grasp, but with events having reached this point, he was already in too deep to back out. Rest assured, Mr. He. I'll handle this properly. He Chen's smile broadened. Then I'll await your good news.
That night, a hurricane swept across the sea, churning up towering waves as torrential rain suddenly poured down.
Yet the yacht carrying Mu Tianye and the others showed no sign of turning back. Instead, it steered directly toward the heart of the storm. As the night deepened, the wind and waves grew fiercer. The yacht rocked violently, and the constant clatter of objects tumbling and crashing could be heard throughout the vessel.
Nan Zhiyi had been restless all along.
Since returning from the monitoring room, she had been filled with anxiety and hadn't closed her eyes. Now, with the fierce wind and waves rocking the yacht violently, she found sleep even more elusive. Not only was she agitated, but she also felt the onset of seasickness. When she finally forced her eyes shut, the dizziness only intensified. Her phone rang unexpectedly. Nan Zhiyi reached out with effort, finding the phone beside her pillow. Seeing Mu Tianye's number displayed, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. She hurriedly answered the call, only to be met with a barrage of accusations.
Nan Zhiyi, what the hell are you and He Chen playing at? With this huge storm, the ship is still moving forward. Are you two looking for thrills? Can you stop risking other people's lives for your amusement?
Already feeling unwell, Nan Zhiyi's temper flared at Mu Tianye's harsh tone.
Have you forgotten your place? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?
She hung up the phone in a huff, her face pale and her discomfort intensifying. A deep, inexplicable dread began to creep into her heart. Her illness had struck at the worst possible moment. She struggled to sit up, but her body was weak. Cold sweat broke out in waves, and in the end, she could only force her head to the side and retch over the edge of the bed. On Mu Tianye's end, he stared at the disconnected phone, his face darkening. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, then hurriedly pulled up Ding Yao's WeChat and sent her a voice message. He had only just fallen asleep when he was jolted awake by violent shaking. His instincts told him something was terribly wrong. He tried to call Nan Zhiyi to warn her, but she didn't even let him finish speaking. Hey, brother Mu, my head is spinning. I feel like I'm about to die. Ding Yao answered the call, her voice weak but her emotions still relatively steady. She was also seasick and in a terrible state. Mu Tianye didn't have time for much else. He hurriedly instructed Ding Yao, don't sleep. Get dressed quickly. I'm coming to find you. After hanging up, Mu Tianye stepped out of his cabin. The yacht rocked violently, forcing him to brace against the corridor wall as he carefully balanced his weight, moving step by step toward Ding Yao's cabin. Thud! The entire yacht jolted violently, as if it had collided with something. Immediately afterward, several cabin doors swung open. Off-duty crew members, their faces panicked, stumbled out and scrambled toward the deck. Mu Tianye's sense of crisis intensified. He grabbed a crew member and demanded an explanation. We've hit a reef. Wake everyone up immediately and get them to the deck. The crew member replied frantically before rushing off to knock on other cabin doors. Mu Tianye felt a chill run down his spine and quickened his pace. Reaching Ding Yao's room, he found the young girl already standing at the doorway. Pale-faced, panic evident between her brows, she clutched the doorknob tightly, barely holding herself upright. Brother Mu, what happened? Ding Yao asked in a panicked voice upon seeing Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye hurriedly supported her as they walked, explaining, we might have hit a storm. The yacht ran aground. Ah. Hearing the bad news, Ding Yao let out a startled cry, feeling completely at a loss. Then, what do we do now? Mu Tianye gripped her tightly as he pulled her forward, reassuring her, don't panic. Let's find Mr. Nan first, then head outside to look for the lifeboats. Everyone had already exited their rooms, but Nan Zhiyi was nowhere to be seen. As they reached Chen's door, they happened upon him being supported out of the room by two assistants. Where's Sister Zhiyi? Hurry and find her. Chen looked panicked as he instructed his assistants to knock on Nan Zhiyi's door. Get out of the way. Stop getting in the way. In this critical moment, Mu Tianye didn't want Chen, that pretty boy, getting in the way. He dismissed the two assistants and walked over with Ding Yao, his face grim. He pounded hard on Nan Zhiyi's door, but there was no response inside. A sense of dread washed over Mu Tianye. He instructed Ding Yao to steady herself nearby, then took 2 steps back to build momentum before kicking the door open with force. Looking inside, he immediately spotted Nan Zhiyi lying unconscious on the floor. Chapter 39, On the Run. Nan Zhiyi, wake up. Mu Tianye rushed to her side, his voice urgent as he tried to rouse her. But Nan Zhiyi showed no response. Her brow was furrowed, her face pale, as if confronting immense terror. Her body was curled into a ball, trembling violently. Mu Tianye's heart sank. He had seen Nan Zhiyi like this before. It was the same state he had found her in when he first discovered her at her home. It was a conditioned panic disorder. Its triggers were unpredictable, trapping her within self-imposed terror that tormented both body and mind. Mu Tianye knew she had this condition, rooted in her childhood experiences. After they became a couple, Mu Tianye deliberately guided her to forget her past upbringing, reshaping her life and forging new emotional bonds. Her condition improved significantly over time, and during their 3 years together, Nan Zhiyi never had another episode. He had believed her condition was cured, but unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, Nan Zhiyi's old illness resurfaced. What Mu Tianye didn't know was that during those 3 years together, Nan Zhiyi had indeed experienced episodes. The most severe one occurred the day Mu Tianye broke up with her. That day, she locked herself in her room, tormented to the point of nearly taking her own life. Ms. Nan. What's wrong with her? Ding Yao stumbled over, her voice thick with concern. Mu Tianye had no time to explain as the situation outside grew increasingly dire. He bent down, scooped Nan Zhiyi up in his arms, and carried her out, instructing Ding Yao to follow closely. Chen and the others were nowhere to be seen outside the door. They had likely already rushed to the deck. The living quarters were below deck. With the yacht aground, seawater would soon flood this area. On deck, Chen gripped Lu Ping by the collar, his face twisted in fury as he shouted his demands. He had only asked Lu Ping to steer the boat farther out, creating the illusion that returning to port was temporarily impossible. He needed time to slowly toy with Mu Tianye. But he never expected that Lu Ping, that fool, would sink the entire yacht so quickly. It was an overachievement, but not the outcome Chen had wanted. Lu Ping wore a pained expression as he frantically explained, This wasn't my doing. We genuinely encountered a storm. The yacht drifted off my set course and entered a shallow reef zone. It truly was an accident. Lu Ping couldn't defend himself. This yacht cost a fortune. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare deliberately run it aground to curry favor with Chen.
He had originally anticipated the storm wouldn't hit until tomorrow morning. His plan was to steer the yacht to a nearby deserted island and, when the storm arrived, use the excuse of rough seas to temporarily delay the return voyage. This was precisely what He-chun had instructed him to do. But unexpectedly, halfway through the journey, the storm arrived early. The yacht drifted helplessly with the waves, crashing uncontrollably onto the reef. He-chun refused to listen to his explanations, shoving him forcefully. What do we do now? The hull was breached, water flooding the cabin as the boat sank deeper into the waves. Then a massive wave crashed over them, sending the yacht reeling violently to one side, nearly capsizing. Everyone on deck lost their footing and fell flat, several nearly thrown overboard. Fortunately, the sturdy railings along the yacht's sides prevented any tragic falls into the sea. Salt water mixed with rain poured down on them, leaving everyone soaked to the bone. He-chun slammed hard into the railing, knocked senseless. His assistant helped him up. Wincing, he wiped the water from his face and roared at Lu Ping. You bastard! Do something! Are we just going to wait here to die? Lu Ping had also taken a hard fall and now lay sprawled on the deck, frantically groping for his glasses that had flown off. After finally locating them, he discovered one lens was shattered. He wedged the broken glasses onto his nose. Without pausing to catch his breath, Lu Ping hurriedly replied to Yi-chen, the crew is launching the lifeboats. Once Miss Nan and the others come out, we can board a lifeboat and leave. Yi-chen was already scared half to death. He couldn't care less about Nan Zhiyi now. Where are the lifeboats? Get me there now. Lu Ping froze. But what about Miss Nan and the others? Yi-chen shot him a cold glare. Cut the damn nonsense. Hurry up. As the yacht's captain, Lu Ping knew he couldn't abandon Nan Zhiyi and the others. He wouldn't survive the fallout back home. So despite Yi-chen's urgency, he dared not take him away first. Desperate to survive, Yi-chen sensed Lu Ping's hesitation and promised, I'll cover for you if anything happens. Move it. Stop dawdling. Hearing Yi-chen's promise and glancing once more at the rapidly deepening draft, Lu Ping steeled himself and led Yi-chen toward the escape ladder. This was a large yacht equipped with 6 lifeboats, each seating 4 people. Excluding Nan Zhiyi, Mu Tianye, and Ding Yao, there were just enough seats for the rest of them. The crew, trained in emergency procedures, had already swiftly lowered the lifeboats. As Yi-chen, supported by his assistant, prepared to descend the stairs to board a lifeboat, Mu Tianye arrived on deck with Nan Zhiyi and Ding Yao. Wait for us. Ding Yao called out from a distance. Yi-chen glanced back, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. Not only did he not pause, but he urged the others to hurry. Brother Mu, he's not waiting for us. What should we do? The yacht rocked violently. Ding Yao clutched Mu Tianye's sleeve, panic setting in. Mu Tianye stared at Yi-chen's retreating back, his eyes cold as ice. He too saw that Yi-chen intended to abandon them. But there were still over 20 meters to the boarding point. Holding Nan Zhiyi in his arms while the boat rocked violently, he couldn't move fast enough. With no time to think, he could only send Ding Yao ahead. Go ahead. Don't let Yi-chen take all the lifeboats. Ding Yao understood Mu Tianye's meaning. Gritting her teeth, she summoned unprecedented willpower and stumbled toward Yi-chen's group. By then, Yi-chen and the others had already boarded the lifeboat. Without hesitation, he urged Lu Ping to depart. As Ding Yao reached the escape ladder, she witnessed this very scene. Don't leave. Leave us one. Yi-chen turned back, flashing her a cold smile before urging Lu Ping to set sail once more. In her desperation, Ding Yao didn't have time to think. She leaped onto the lifeboat where Yi-chen was. Her mind held only one thought, she must delay until Mu Tianye and Nan Zhiyi arrived. Mu Tianye witnessed the scene and gasped in shock, accelerating with all his might. In his arms, Nan Zhiyi caught a familiar scent. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she finally came to. Her eyes fluttered open to the sight of Mu Tianye's stern, clean-cut face. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart. Nan Zhiyi reached out to touch Mu Tianye's cheek, tears welling up inexplicably. In a dreamlike murmur, she whispered, I'm sorry. Her consciousness was still hazy, and she didn't fully grasp her current situation. This apology stemmed from her guilt over the watch incident. Mu Tianye froze for a moment, but didn't stop walking. He tightened his embrace around the person in his arms and said in a deep voice, Ms. Nan, now is not the time for this. We're running for our lives. Chapter 40, Silence the Witness. Nan Zhiyi's eyes gradually regained clarity. She turned her head slightly and instantly paled with horror. Piecing together the surrounding circumstances, she grasped what had transpired. Gently pushing Mu Tianye's chest, Nan Zhiyi whispered, Let me down. I can walk on my own. Mu Tianye frowned, displeased. This isn't the time for tantrums. Knowing he'd misunderstood, Nan Zhiyi hurriedly explained, You're actually slowing us down by carrying me. Mu Tianye realized his mistake and quickly set her down, though he still held tightly to one of her arms, afraid she might fall. The two of them supported each other as they ran forward. Ding Yao leapt into the water, landing not far from Yi-chen. She managed to grab hold of his sleeve. Yi-chen's face twisted in fury as he yanked violently at Ding Yao, trying to wrench her hand free. But Ding Yao's willpower was astonishing. Though clearly weaker than Yi-chen, she clung to him with all her might.
She understood clearly that these men all obeyed He Chen. If He Chen escaped, then she, Mu Tianye, and Nan Zhiyi would have no hope of survival. The tug of war dragged on, and He Chen quickly lost patience.
"What are you standing around for? Get her off him," he bellowed at his two assistants standing nearby. The assistants snapped to attention and rushed over to assist. The three of them worked together to pry Ding Yao's hands off. Still not satisfied, He Chen kicked Ding Yao square in the face. Ding Yao, who had been clinging to the edge of the lifeboat, plunged into the water with a splash.
Ding Yao! Damn it! Mu Tianye and Nan Zhiyi had just reached the escape ladder when they witnessed Ding Yao being kicked into the sea by He Chen.
Nan Zhiyi panicked, instinctively shouting Ding Yao's name. Mu Tianye, consumed by rage, let out a curse.
He Chen's kick struck Ding Yao squarely on the bridge of her nose. Stunned and disoriented, she plunged into the water and began sinking rapidly. Mu Tianye, frantic with worry, ordered Nan Zhiyi to hold onto the railing tightly while he leaped directly into the water where Ding Yao had fallen.
Watching Mu Tianye's diving figure, Nan Zhiyi's heart clenched in her chest. She was so tense she couldn't breathe, yet helpless to do anything.
She could only grip the railing tightly, watching helplessly as Mu Tianye plunged into the sea. Fortunately, Mu Tianye had jumped in just in time, preventing Ding Yao from sinking too deep. He wrapped his arms around Ding Yao's waist underwater, held his breath, and rapidly surfaced. Just as he broke the surface, He Chen's lifeboat happened to pass by. Several life rings were tied to the lifeboat's edge. Mu Tianye splashed around in the water a couple of times and grabbed one of the life rings. In his panic, Mu Tianye slipped the life ring onto Ding Yao and turned to rescue Nan Zhiyi from the yacht. Just then, a massive wave crashed over him, slamming Mu Tianye violently back into the water.
The massive ocean waves, powerful and relentless, crashed into him with force like a tidal wave. The force knocked the wind out of Mu Tianye's chest, forcing several mouthfuls of salty, fishy seawater into his lungs.
He struggled briefly in the water before his consciousness began to fade. He was knocked unconscious. Wave after wave crashed over him. In the blink of an eye, Mu Tianye drifted far out to sea, bobbing up and down with the currents.
Nan Zhiyi stood on the yacht, watching this unfold before her eyes.
Her heart shattered into 1,000 pieces, the pain piercing her soul. Without a moment's hesitation, she released her grip. Her expression hardened with unwavering resolve, and with the determination of a moth drawn to a flame, she leaped from the yacht. After all, this wasn't the first time she'd thrown herself into the flames for Mu Tianye. If he went to hell, she would follow him like a shadow. He Chen and the others watched Nan Zhiyi's resolute figure vanish, their jaws dropping in shock. After a few seconds of hesitation, He Chen's face hardened with ruthlessness. He dismissed the matter, ordering Lu Ping to start the boat immediately. He departed in such haste that he failed to notice the rope connecting the life preserver strapped to Ding Yao's body to the lifeboat. Before long, the luxurious yacht vanished entirely beneath the churning sea, swallowed by the crashing waves, leaving not a trace behind. As for Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye, who had fallen into the sea, they sank beneath the surface and never resurfaced. A violent storm raged, with towering waves crashing across the sea. Scattered debris floated on the surface, but there was no sign of any survivors. The wreck site was close to a solitary island, the only place where the yacht could have struck a reef. Thus, He Chen and the others, aboard a lifeboat, drifted on the sea for 30 to 40 minutes before being pushed ashore by the waves. Fortunately, the wind was blowing in their direction, allowing them to land safely. Otherwise, in such a violent storm, it would have been impossible for a few small lifeboats to reach shore. Having narrowly escaped death, He Chen sprawled on the shore, letting the heavy rain drench him. He gasped for breath while laughing maniacally. The image of Mu Tianye's final plunge into the water brought a surge of satisfaction to his heart. Yet in a moment of hazy reflection, a faint tinge of regret surfaced. Mu Tianye's face was truly too beautiful, the most perfect of his kind He Chen had ever seen. It was truly a pity that the blue vial he had entrusted to Lu Ping had not yet been put to use before such an accident occurred. Suddenly, the image of Nan Zhiyi diving into the sea without a second thought flashed through his mind. His heart skipped a beat and his expression grew heavy. With waves this high, there was likely no chance of survival for either of them. Mu Tianye was one thing of fallen air, his life of little consequence to anyone. But Nan Zhiyi was different. She enjoyed immense global fame, and had only recently appeared publicly with him. If news of her drowning spread, it would inevitably reflect badly on him. Netizens were masters at spinning tales, and their fabricated scenarios often aligned with reality. Then there was his older brother, He Xingzhou. He cared deeply about Nan Zhiyi. If he learned she'd been in an accident while sailing with him, wouldn't he be torn limb from limb and fed to the fishes? The thought sent shivers down He Chen's spine. Only now did regret set in. He shouldn't have acted impulsively. He should have taken Nan Zhiyi with him when he left. Lost in these thoughts, He Chen's smile faded. He hadn't anticipated the aftermath would be this complicated. Over 20 people were present, nearly all witnesses to the incident. How could he possibly silence them all? He Chen's eyes flickered uncertainly as a mad idea began to take root in his mind. Mr. He, there's someone else behind us. Lu Ping, who had been securing the lifeboat at the shore, rushed back, his expression urgent as he reported to He Chen. He Chen was startled.
He scrambled to his feet on the sand and stared in the direction Lu Ping was pointing. Not far away, Ding Yao lay on the shore, still strapped into her life preserver. Her chest rose and fell slightly, proof that she was still alive. Recognizing the figure as Ding Yao, He Chen finally exhaled in relief. He silently cursed his own carelessness. In their haste to escape, and with the sea churning violently beneath a pitch-black sky merging with the water, they hadn't even noticed such a large figure being dragged behind the lifeboat. "Mr. He, what about her?" Lu Ping leaned close to He Chen, his voice low and cold as he uttered the question. Though he spoke only half a sentence, He Chen understood Lu Ping's meaning, to silence her by killing her. Chapter 41, Feigning Death. He Chen's eyes flickered, hesitating to make an immediate decision. Lu Ping, however, wore an impatient expression, eager to toss Ding Yao back into the sea at once. The yacht under his responsibility had suffered such a catastrophic accident, resulting in the drowning death of renowned entrepreneur Nan Zhiyi. The immense responsibility was something he simply couldn't bear. Therefore, he now desired to silence witnesses even more than He Chen did. This incident absolutely could not be allowed to leak out. With no way out, Lu Ping had no choice but to cling to He Chen's coattails. Only then might he have a sliver of hope. With the He family's influence, resolving this matter shouldn't be difficult. This thought made Lu Ping even more desperate to eliminate Ding Yao. A murderous glint flashed in Lu Ping's eyes as he pressed He Chen again. "Things have come to this. We have no other choice. If this gets out..." He Chen shot him a cold, sidelong glance, and Lu Ping wisely shut up immediately. For some inexplicable reason, He Chen felt deeply uneasy. If Ding Yao was still alive, could Nan Zhiyi have died so easily? What if Nan Zhiyi somehow survived? If he disposed of Ding Yao now, there would be no room for maneuver later. In life and in action, one must always leave oneself a way out, right? After a moment's thought, He Chen narrowed his eyes at Lu Ping. "Keep a close watch on her. When she wakes up, make sure she doesn't scream or move around. Assess the situation first before deciding how to proceed. As always, you think ahead, Mr. He. Rest assured, I'll pick 2 burly men to keep her company. I'll make sure she learns to behave herself." Lu Ping grinned obsequiously, offering his own clever or rather, idiotic suggestion. He Chen's forehead instantly creased with frustration. He slapped Lu Ping hard across the face and cursed, "You idiot. Stop trying to make yourself look important. Do exactly what I tell you. If you cause any more trouble, I'll cripple you." Stunned by the blow, Lu Ping dared not utter another word. He hurried off to select 2 reliable female employees to attend to Ding Yao. He Chen watched Lu Ping's retreating figure, his anger lingering long after the slap. This must be the legendary pig teammate in person. He'd been told to sail the boat farther out just enough that it couldn't return for a day or two. But no, Lu Ping went and sank the damn thing. And then there was the Ding Yao situation. He'd kept her as a backup plan, just in case Nan Zhiyi wasn't dead and came after him for her. But Lu Ping? He'd actually planned to have her humiliated. What was the difference between that and killing her? If Nan Zhiyi came back to life and found out her cherished little assistant had been abused, would she ever let him off the hook? He Chen glanced at the assistants beside him, heads bowed, eyes downcast, their faces flushed with shame, and his anger only grew. He, the young master of the prestigious He family, had not a single capable person by his side. "What are you standing around for? Find us shelter from this rain, now." He Chen bellowed at his assistants in a fit of rage, kicking the closest one in the process. This assistant happened to be the unlucky one He Chen had just humiliated. Already injured from the backdoor incident, the kick sent waves of pain through his body, contorting his face into a grimace. But he dared not utter a sound, rushing instead to join his companions in searching for shelter. The sudden storm came as quickly as it departed. After the wind and waves subsided, the sea gradually returned to calm. Were it not for the debris floating on the surface, no one would have guessed a shipwreck had occurred. The fishermen from nearby islands were well versed in such situations. As soon as the downpour ceased, they hurriedly boarded their small fishing boats and set out through the night to salvage the items floating on the surface. For these fishermen, every storm brought new opportunities to boost their income. "Big Ox, cast the net. There are 2 people here." A middle-aged man's startled cry rang out from a small fishing boat. A burly young man at the stern heard the call, quickly grabbed the net, rushed to the bow, and skillfully cast it into the water. Encountering floating corpses at sea was nothing unusual for these fishermen. Every year, they retrieved many bodies from the ocean. Some were victims of murder and disposal, others perished in maritime disasters. The fishermen dared not handle these bodies themselves. They always brought them back and reported them to the authorities. Those who died unjustly would have their grievances addressed by the police, while those who died in accidents would have their bodies claimed by family members. Though such matters carried a certain taboo for the fishermen, the police or bereaved families always offered them a substantial reward. Consequently, many fishermen willingly took on the role of sea corpse retrievers. On this fishing boat were a father and son. The father was Zhao Xixi and the son was Zhao Daniu. Coincidentally, just last month in this very spot, the pair had recovered the body of a young girl. She had drowned while swimming near the shore, caught in a rip current, and the waves had carried her here.
When the police contacted the girl's family to claim the body, they gave the father and son 20,000 yuan as a token of appreciation for their hard work. Having tasted this sweet reward, the father and son now worked even harder to retrieve bodies from the sea. Working together with practiced ease, they quickly hauled up the two bodies. One male, one female, handsome and beautiful respectively. Even lying still on the fishing boat, they shone like two bright stars. After staring at the bodies for a moment, both Daniel and his son couldn't help but show a hint of regret on their faces. What good is such beauty? They were still just two short-lived souls. Find a bag to put them in. Judging by their clothes, they must be rich. This time, the two of us might make a fortune. Zhao Cixi, after all, had some experience and a longer-term perspective. His gaze wasn't fixed on the two corpses, but on the money. As soon as Zhao Cixi finished speaking, his son Daniel remained motionless, transfixed like a possessed soul, staring at the female corpse. Young and full of vigor, having grown up on the island, he'd never seen such a beautiful woman. Especially now that her silk nightgown was damp and clinging to her body, accentuating her curves in an irresistibly alluring way. Zhao Daniel stared unblinkingly at the corpse, swallowing repeatedly, oblivious even to his father's words. Seeing his son's dazed expression, Zhao Cixi knew the young bull had gone into heat. He sighed helplessly. Once this job was done, it was time to find a wife for his son. But the dead must be respected. How could he harbor such thoughts toward a corpse? Zhao Cixi slapped his son's head in exasperation. Damn it, can't you show some backbone? Hurry up and finish this job. Once we get paid, I'll find you a lively, healthy woman. Dania chuckled, wiped the drool from his mouth, and bent down to stuff the corpse into the body bag. Whoa! Before his hand even touched the corpse, Daniel couldn't help but gasp in surprise. To his astonishment, the hands of the two corpses were clasped tightly together. He instinctively reached out to pry them apart. But the two hands seemed fused together. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't separate them. Zhao Cixi noticed his son's unusual reaction, leaned in for a closer look, and immediately furrowed his brow. Damn it, could these two have jumped into the sea together? In Zhao Cixi's experience, families of such suicides rarely paid the high fees required to claim the bodies. It was doubtful either body even had family. Feeling like a sure thing had slipped through his fingers, Zhao Cixi's face fell. Ah, father. There. Dania suddenly let out a startled cry, his face filled with terror as he stumbled backward. Zhao Cixi wasn't paying attention and was knocked hard by his son, landing flat on his backside on the deck. Chapter 42, Full Speed Back. Nan Zhiyi painfully opened her eyes, and the first words she heard were about a corpse rising. Through the haze, she glimpsed a dark, swarthy face looming close before it vanished in a flash. A heavy, stifling pressure gripped her chest, triggering a violent coughing fit. After coughing up several mouthfuls of salty seawater, she finally felt her breathing ease. She wasn't dead? That was Nan Zhiyi's first thought. But what about Mu Tianye? Startled, Nan Zhiyi struggled to sit up. But suddenly, she felt something in her hand. Turning her head, she saw Mu Tianye's cold, handsome face. But at that moment, Mu Tianye showed no signs of life, his face as pale as a specimen preserved in formaldehyde. Nan Zhiyi was horrified. She tried to crawl up to check on Mu Tianye, but their hands were locked together so tightly she couldn't pry them apart. She could only roll her body sideways, frantically reaching out with her other hand to check Mu Tianye's breathing. Whether her own hand had lost sensation or not, Nan Zhiyi couldn't detect any breath from Mu Tianye. Panic seized her. Tears streaming down her face, her voice choked with sobs, she cried out incoherently. You jerk, wake up! Don't scare me! I won't get mad at you anymore, and you stop sulking too. Wake up, wah! No matter how hard Nan Zhiyi patted him or how desperately she cried out, Mu Tianye remained utterly still. Endless despair spread through her heart. In that instant, Nan Zhiyi felt as if she had lost every tie to this world worth holding onto. Her face turned ashen, her eyes vacant. The father and son, startled by the fake resurrection, finally snapped back to reality. Fake corpse my ass. You nearly scared the pants off me. Zhao Cixi gave his son a light kick, grumbling under his breath as he scrambled to his feet and hurried over to check on Mu Tianye. This woman was clearly alive, but her companion didn't look too good. A living person should be worth more than a dead one, that was Zhao Cixi's immediate thought. Zhao Daniel, having been kicked by his father, now realized it wasn't a fake corpse, that peerless beauty hadn't died at all. Rubbing his sore butt, he muttered under his breath before following his father over. The moment Nan Zhiyi saw the father and son, it was like grabbing a lifeline. She snapped out of her despair, wailing and pleading, please save him. I'll give you any amount of money, I have plenty. Just bring him back to life. In her frantic state, Nan Zhiyi had completely lost her composure, not considering whether the other might harbor ill intent. Desperate times call for desperate measures. If Mu Tianye died, all she would have left in this world would be her money. Fortunately, Zhao Cixi, though greedy, was not a truly vicious man. Hearing Nan Zhiyi offer money, Zhao Cixi felt a surge of secret delight, making his desire to save the man even more urgent. Don't panic, young lady. Let me examine the situation first. Zhao Cixi crouched down and reached out to feel Mu Tianye's nose.
There seemed to be a faint breath, but it was extremely weak. Seeing Mu Tianye's complexion pale with a tinge of ashen gray, Zhao Xishi's brow furrowed deeply. He had seen this pallor before. It was the same look the island elders wore before dying. It was a sign of impending death. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Zhao Xishi pressed his palms together and drove them forcefully into Mu Tianye's chest. As a fisherman who had lived on the island for years, CPR was a basic skill he had mastered. With each successive compression, Mu Tianye's complexion finally shifted. He grimaced in agony, his mouth slightly parted as if trying to expel seawater, yet unable to do so. Seeing this sign of life, Zhao Xishi's face lit up with hope. There was still a chance to save him. He decided to go all out. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xishi pinched Mu Tianye's nose, pried open his mouth, then leaned down with a look of resolute determination, as if facing death. He puckered his lips and pressed them firmly against Mu Tianye's. "What are you doing?" Nan Zhiyi watched anxiously from the side. Seeing Zhao Xishi's sudden action, she couldn't help but instinctively cry out in protest. She wasn't stupid. She understood this was mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But for a split second, she imagined herself kissing Mu Tianye in the future. If Mu Tianye had been kissed by Zhao Xishi's yellowed teeth, the thought alone made Nan Zhiyi feel physically ill. Zhao Xishi froze mid-motion, turning to give Nan Zhiyi an awkward smile. "Miss, would you like to try this?" Nan Zhiyi was speechless. "Father, if you can't bring yourself to do it, I can handle it." Zhao Danio volunteered from behind. Zhao Xishi shot his son a withering glare. What should have been a solemn moment of life and death gravity suddenly turned awkward. Zhao Xishi pursed his lips again, shifting uncomfortably, but he couldn't muster the resolve he'd had moments before. He thought, maybe it's better to let my son handle it. Just then, Mu Tianye began coughing violently. Gushes of seawater poured from his mouth, but strands of blood mingled within. His eyelashes fluttered weakly. Mu Tianye opened his eyes with a faint, strained voice. "Brother, you broke my ribs?" With those words, his head lolled to the side, and he slipped back into unconsciousness. Nan Zhiyi, who had just shown a flicker of hope, instantly grew tense. She gently tapped his cheek, calling his name repeatedly, but he remained unconscious. Zhao Xishi's heart raced with anxiety. Remembering the 2 sentences Mu Tianye had uttered upon waking, he hastily pulled open the front of his shirt to examine him. Mu Tianye's entire chest was swollen. A distinct bruise marked the area over his heart on the left side. A few inches below, where his ribs lay, an abnormal bulge protruded. Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Xishi's forehead. In his haste to save Mu Tianye, he hadn't noticed the injury on his chest. Had he pressed a few more times, he might have literally pressed Mu Tianye to death. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Zhao Xishi's eyes darted around as a money-making idea quickly formed in his mind. Miss, his main issue is that chest wound. My boat's resources are limited. Why don't we head back to the island first? I'll find an elder who knows traditional medicine to examine him? This remote island had no doctors. When someone fell ill, they relied on traditional remedies passed down by elders. Nan Zhiyi, now at a loss, nodded eagerly at Zhao Xishi's suggestion and urged him to take them back to the island quickly. Zhao Xishi, however, did not immediately turn back. He smiled awkwardly. Our island is primitive. Medicine is a rare commodity here. That is 1 million. Hurry us back to the island. If you can save him, I'll reward you handsomely. As a rising star in the business world, Nan Zhiyi could see right through Zhao Xishi's ulterior motives. She immediately offered a hefty reward. She watched as Mu Tianye's complexion grew increasingly worse. Any further delay would only make his condition worse. Her sole concern now was Mu Tianye's safety. To save him from danger, she wouldn't hesitate to give up everything she owned, let alone 1 million. Zhao Xishi's mouth stretched wide with excitement at Nan Zhiyi's immediate offer of 1 million. Without further delay, he immediately ordered his son to turn the ship around and head back to port. Big Ox, turn the wheel. Full speed back home. Got it. Dania responded with a cheerful shout. This trip had been incredibly profitable, effortlessly securing the money needed to marry a wife. Chapter 43, A Grand Opening. Zhao Xishi and his son rushed back to the island overnight with Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye. Beta Island, Nantai Village. Southbound, northbound, what a mess of names. As the fishing boat docked, Zhao Xishi instructed Big Ox to carry Mu Tianye on his back. Daniel was a sturdy fellow, carrying someone through the night posed no strain. Moreover, he knew the lad on his back was worth 1 million yuan. His entire hope for marrying a wife and building a new house rested on him. Thus, he strode forward with lightning speed. Nan Zhiyi, her hand locked tightly with Mu Tianye's, could only jog along behind Daniel. The rugged night path made the journey arduous. She nearly stumbled several times but gritted her teeth and persevered. You little brat, in such a hurry to be reincarnated? Slow down. Zhao Xishi couldn't bear to watch and called out to his son. Zhao Dania slowed slightly, muttering under his breath. Wasn't the person he was carrying the one rushing to be reincarnated? Worried about Mu Tianye's injuries, Nan Zhiyi stubbornly insisted, it's fine. We need to hurry. I can keep up. Zhao Xishi admired her silently.
This girl looked delicate and fragile, with a face of refined nobility, yet she was willing to endure such hardship for her husband.
For the rest of the journey, Nan Zhiyi remained silent.
Her feet were scraped raw by the jagged rocks beneath her, yet she never once flinched. She only glanced occasionally at Mu Tianye on Dania's back, occasionally urging Dania to go faster. Nantai village was almost cut off from the world, sparsely populated with no more than 20 households. It was now deep into the night, yet scattered lights still flickered in the village. These were the lights of hope, families keeping lamps burning to pray for the safe return of their husbands and sons. The village had a custom: if someone had gone to sea and not returned, the light in their home must remain lit. Zhao Xishi's home lay at the eastern edge of the village, a small courtyard with a thatched roof and stone foundation. The entire village shared this architectural style, unchanged since ancient times. Wife, hurry and fetch old Chin over.
Have him bring some medicine for bruises and sprains too.
Zhao Xishi bellowed into the house the moment he stepped into the courtyard. He was genuinely worried that the million yuan he'd brought back might go down the drain. His wife, Lu Tsuexia, was weaving fishing nets inside when she suddenly heard her husband bellowing outside. Thinking something had happened to her son or herself at sea, she rushed out in a panic. She saw a delicate, pretty young girl standing in the courtyard, and her own dim-witted son carrying an unconscious man on his back.
Lu Tsuexia's mind went blank.
She couldn't make sense of the situation. Her mouth opened wide, but she forgot what to say, frozen in place.
What are you standing there for?
Hurry up!
Zhao Xishi urged loudly. Lu Tsuexia finally snapped out of her daze. Seeing the man's urgency, she dared not delay.
Hurrying out with small, hurried steps, she went to find someone.
The courtyard contained 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms and a main hall.
To the left of the entrance was an open kitchen, essentially a small shed with a roof but no walls.
Numerous bamboo poles were propped up in the courtyard, drying fish, seaweed, and other seafood products.
A strong, briny smell filled the air, the unmistakable scent of a fisherman's home. Zhao Xishi instructed Dania to place Mutiany in the room on the right, which had been Dania's bedroom. Dania had no objections, the bride price was on his back, and he dared not be disrespectful. Young lady, please wait here for a moment. I'll go boil some hot water for you. When Aunt Tsuexia returns, I'll have her find you some clean clothes to change into. The island is damp, and the nights are cold. We wouldn't want you to fall ill before your husband wakes up. Zhao Xishi spoke with genuine concern, noticing Nan Zhiyi wore only a thin, damp nightgown. Nan Zhiyi sat beside Mu Tianye, her eyes fixed on his motionless form on the bed. Hearing Zhao Xishi's misunderstanding about her relationship with Mu Tianye, her ears flushed slightly, but she offered no explanation.
She merely nodded lightly and asked anxiously, "When will the doctor arrive?"
Zhao Xishi glanced at their tightly clasped hands and sighed inwardly. What a pair of star-crossed lovers.
Don't worry, young lady. Your aunt went to fetch someone and will be back soon.
Nan Zhiyi said nothing more, her lips pressed tightly together as she stared blankly at Mu Tianye's pale face. Dania stood dumbstruck nearby, thinking how perfectly this beautiful sister and the handsome brother on the bed suited each other. He prayed Mu Tianye would wake up soon, so he wouldn't make the beautiful sister sad. Of course, the money for his own wedding was also important. Dania was naturally a bit slow, call it simple-mindedness, or if you wanted to be harsh, a mild intellectual disability.
It wasn't obvious, just very slight.
He simply didn't think much, and his brain couldn't make sharp turns. At 20 years old, while peers on the island were already having 2 children a year, Dania still hadn't found a wife. This was partly why. With few marriageable women on the island, everyone hoped to marry someone sharp-witted, someone who could make life worth living, ideally someone who could lead them off this barren island. In recent years, electricity and internet had reached the island, and the girls there had long yearned for the outside world. Unfortunately, the ticket to leave by sea was prohibitively expensive, and they didn't know what they could do once they got out. Having a man take her away would surely save her a lot of trouble.
Danio, come help me.
As Zhao Xishi stepped out the door, he didn't forget to call his son along. While the young couple shared tender moments, this kid was just a third wheel. Zhao Xishi couldn't help but sigh. Even with $1,000,000 in hand, his dim-witted son might still struggle to find a wife. If only Danio could go out into the world and see things for himself, that would be the best outcome. The world was full of variety and choices, surely there was someone out there who could be a good match for his son. Before Zhao Xishi could even boil a pot of water, his wife had already rushed back into the courtyard with an old man in tow. Grandpa Chen, the village barefoot doctor from Nantai village, was highly respected locally and held in great esteem by the villagers. In his 70s, the old man had snow-white hair and a face creased with wrinkles. Having lived by the sea for years, his skin had a tar-like darkness, making him look dry and weathered. Yet his eyes were exceptionally clear and bright, full of vitality.
"Xishi, your wife says someone in the house is ill. Who is it? Let me see what's wrong." Grandpa Chen, carrying 2 bundles of herbs, asked immediately upon entering where the patient was.
The old man had a deep commitment to healing others. Having lived his entire life on the island, whenever any household faced illness or ailment, they would call upon him. Put simply, the old man was an indispensable necessity on the island, his status unshakable. While he wouldn't claim divine healing powers, he'd never driven anyone away. That was his reputation, prestige built up over years. Now in his twilight years, Grandpa cherished this feeling of universal respect more than ever. He needed to preserve it, to carry it with him to the grave. Zhao Cixi was splitting wood in boiling water when he saw his wife leading someone into the courtyard. He quickly wiped his hands and stepped forward to support the old man, guiding him toward Dania's room. He's inside. I'll take Grandpa over. Grandfather wasn't just a term of respect, it denoted his seniority. The old man was the island's eldest survivor of his generation, he alone remained. Seeing that the doctor Zhao Cixi had brought was an elderly man in his 70s or 80s, Nan Zhiyi couldn't help but frown. He could barely walk, how could he possibly treat patients? But she had no other choice at the moment. She might as well try anything. She stepped aside to make room for the old man. The old man extended his weathered hand, gently lifted Mu Tianye's eyelids, and examined them closely. Then, with an air of authority, he nodded. He returned just in time. The light in his eyes hasn't faded. It shouldn't be too serious. This. Zhao Cixi opened his mouth, about to offer a reminder. The old man from the Chun family asked again, have you vomited all the water from your stomach? He did vomit it out, but... Zhao Cixi answered truthfully, but his words trailed off mid-sentence. As long as it's out, it's fine. I've examined it, it's perfectly normal. Nan Ziyi's face turned ashen. Zhao Cixi nearly stumbled. Grandpa, did you just lose your mind? Chapter 44, The Internet-Addicted Old Man. Seeing Nan Ziyi's expression grow increasingly grim, Zhao Cixi couldn't help but speak up. Ahem, Grandpa, it's like this young man has an injury on his chest, as if he collided with something in the sea. Perhaps you should take another closer look? There was no helping it. Not only Nan Zhiyi, but even Zhao Cixi felt Grandpa was being far too hasty. Just flipping someone's eyelids a few times and declaring them wide awake? What kind of nonsense is that? At the very least, you should examine his chest. After all, the injury was on his chest. I said it's fine, so it's fine. You think you're so smart? Why don't you examine him yourself? His professionalism challenged, the old man suddenly flew into a rage, snorting and glaring as he flung the two bundles of herbs at Zhao Cixi. One for internal use, one for external. With that, he turned and walked out, hands behind his back, hunched over. Nan Zhiyi couldn't take it anymore. How could anyone treat patients like this? It was utterly ridiculous. How could you? Nan Zhiyi abruptly stood up, about to call the old man a quack and irresponsible. But she forgot her hand was still clasped with Mu Tianye's. Mid-sentence, she was abruptly pulled back onto the bed. The sudden movement tugged at Mu Tianye's injury, causing his brow to furrow imperceptibly. Though still unconscious, his body hadn't lost its sensitivity to pain. Nan Zhiyi instantly panicked, tears welling in her eyes. She wanted to gently stroke Mu Tianye's chest but feared causing him pain, leaving her hand frozen mid-air, her expression heartbreakingly sorrowful. Zhao Cixi was equally anxious. He knew the Chen family patriarch had an eccentric temperament, but the person lying on the bed was his son's betrothal gift. No matter what, he had to try his best to plead his case. Grandfather, please examine him again carefully. Look how pitiful this girl is. If nothing else works, at least find a way to separate their hands. If the blood flow remains cut off for too long, this hand might be ruined. The old man shot Zhao Cixi a glare and snapped, do I need you to teach me how to diagnose a patient? Zhao Cixi forced an awkward smile. Got a lighter on you? The old man suddenly asked. Zhao Cixi, confused, quickly pulled one from his pocket and handed it over. The old man walked back to the bedside, held the lighter beneath Mu Tianye's hand, and with a click, it ignited without warning. You? Nan Zhiyi gasped, opening his mouth to stop him. The old man, however, spoke as if nothing unusual had happened. This young man was likely struck in the chest by a huge wave while in the water. There was probably some foreign object in the wave crest, causing a severe blow to his chest. He couldn't take a breath and was underwater for too long, which is why he's unconscious now. The word you barely escaped Nan Ziyi's lips before the rest of her sentence caught in her throat. Unbelievable. Without even lifting his clothes, the old man had guessed the cause of Mu Tianye's injury with astonishing accuracy. At that moment, the unconscious Mu Tianye felt a searing, stinging pain in his hand. He murmured incoherently, his stiff fingers unconsciously relaxing bit by bit. His fingers remained curled, drained of color and turning purplish blue just like Nan Ziyi's. He'd clenched them too long, and his entire palm had gone numb. It'll ease up in a bit. Move it around yourself. This young man can't move, so you'll need to massage it for him later. The old man tucked away his lighter and instructed Nan Zhiyi. Nan Ziyi's attitude toward the old man softened slightly. She murmured a quiet thank you, then asked anxiously, Old man, when will he wake up? The old man patted his waist and replied casually, he'll wake up when it's time. How should I know how long he'll sleep? Nan Zhiyi was at a loss for words. The old man chuckled, no longer teasing her. Don't worry. I told you he'll be fine. He'll be as good as new after a good sleep. Turning to Zhao Cixi, he added, what are you standing around for? Go fry the medicine. And while you're at it, dilute the other batch and fetch 2 wooden planks.
Zhao Cixi dared not delay and hurried out to carry out the orders. The old man, advanced in years, felt aches in his waist and legs after standing too long. He kept patting his lower back and occasionally paced a few steps around the room. Nan Zhiyi hurriedly stood up and politely urged the old man to sit on the bed. Except when dealing with Mu Tianye, where she could be unreasonable, she never lost her composure or kindness toward others. Grandpa waved his hand. You sit. I'll just move around a bit. Nan Zhiyi didn't sit either, standing quietly by his side. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on Mu Tianye, her concern impossible to conceal. The old man now found the young woman much more agreeable and teased her, don't worry. In just a few days, I'll return your husband to you, as lively as ever. Nan Zhiyi flushed, opened her mouth, but finally murmured a quiet thank you. Thank you, Grandpa. Once he's better, I'll definitely bring him to properly thank you. How do you plan to thank me? Grandpa asked earnestly. Nan Zhiyi hadn't expected the old man to be so direct. She felt slightly taken aback but replied, Grandpa, if there's anything you need, please tell me. If it's within my power, I'll do my best. The old man's eyes darted around before he cut straight to the chase again. Do you have money? Having already grasped the old man's peculiar temperament, Nan Zhiyi nodded generously. I have some. Whatever you want, Grandpa, I'll buy it for you or give you the money instead. The old man's face lit up instantly. That's wonderful. Do you know how much it costs to upgrade to 5G? Could you handle that? Nan Zhiyi's eyes crinkled in surprise. Who knew the old man was such an internet addict? Fighting back a laugh, Nan Zhiyi asked, Are you talking about your own internet or the whole village's? The whole village's, of course. Better to share the joy than keep it to myself. Grandpa replied matter-of-factly, his expression radiating selflessness. Suddenly finding the old man rather endearing, Nan Zhiyi assured him, no problem. It's late now, but I'll have my assistant contact the network company tomorrow and have them come upgrade the internet for the whole village. Oh my, that's wonderful, that's wonderful. Your husband's injuries are minor, nothing serious. He'll be fine in a few days. But just to be safe, I'll take another careful look at him. This time, the old man walked over to Mu Tianye and finally pulled open his shirt to examine the wound on his chest. Nan Zhiyi suddenly froze in place, her eyes filled with sorrow, her entire being dazed and disoriented. The word assistant had slipped out of her mouth just now, and only now did she belatedly remember that Ding Yao was now missing, her life unknown. She recalled that Mu Tianye had thrown her a life ring at the last moment. But with the raging waves crashing around them, could such a small life ring truly save her life? Nan Zhiyi had no certainty. Clenching her teeth and fists tightly, Nan Zhiyi's hatred for He-chun now boiled over uncontrollably. She swore silently to herself, He-chun, if anything happens to Ding Yao, I will make you pay with your life. Zhao Cixi soon returned with a wooden board and diluted herbal medicine. The old man also had him fetch several clean strips of cloth. Working together, they applied the medicine to Mu Tianye's chest and used the wooden board to splint his ribs. Soon after, Dainio entered carrying the prepared herbal decoction. Nan Zhiyi personally took it from him and gently fed it to Mu Tianye. Only after all this did Mu Tianye's complexion show slight improvement. Having done all they could, whether Mu Tianye would wake up now depended entirely on him. It was getting late. Grandpa yawned, saying he was sleepy and needed to go back to bed. As he stepped out the door, the old man reminded Nan Zhiyi not to go back on her word about what they had agreed upon. Chapter 45, Where are the sea cucumbers? The night was pitch black and Grandpa was too old to walk alone in the dark without causing concern. So Zhao Cixi fetched a flashlight from the main hall and, ignoring the old man's refusals, insisted on escorting him home. Aunt Suecia found Nan Zhiyi a clean set of clothes and told her to go to the main house to bathe and change. Seeing Mu Tianye's complexion steadily improve, Nan Zhiyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She asked Zhao Dainio to watch over Mu Tianye for a moment while she accompanied Aunt Suecia to the master bedroom. A floral print red jacket, a pair of khaki cotton pants, and a pair of old cloth shoes with layered soles. These were Aunt Suecia's treasured possessions, items she rarely wore herself. She had dug them out all at once for Nan Zhiyi, yet still felt uneasy, fearing this exquisite beauty might find them unsuitable. Most rural folk were unpretentious and kind, as if goodness were etched into their very bones. Of course, there were also the unscrupulous ones like Nan Zhiyi's former adoptive parents. Seeing the anxious yet hopeful look in Aunt Suecia's eyes, Nan Zhiyi felt a sudden pang of emotion. She quickly took the items Aunt Suecia offered. Thank you, Auntie. Did you sew these shoes yourself? They're so finely crafted. When I was little, there were a few women in the village who knew this craft, but theirs couldn't compare to yours. Their work was rough and not as meticulous. Having grown up in poverty herself, Nan Zhiyi deeply understood Aunt Suecia's feelings at that moment. She adopted a gentle, warm tone and chatted with her openly about everyday matters. Aunt Suecia visibly relaxed, staring in surprise at Nan Zhiyi's lovely face, taking it in again and again. If you hadn't said anything, I'd have thought you were some wealthy city lady's daughter. Aunt Suecia was utterly astonished. The innate nobility radiating from Nan Zhiyi's very being made it impossible to imagine that someone like her had come from the countryside. Your parents are truly blessed to have raised such a refined and noble daughter. Aunt Suecia couldn't help but praise, her words tinged with envy for Nan Zhiyi's parents. Nan Zhiyi, however, suppressed her smile, unwilling to bring up the subject. Her adoptive parents were a thorn in her heart, deeply embedded in her flesh. The slightest touch sent waves of pain through her soul. "Auntie, would you mind boiling some more hot water for me? I'll need it to wash my husband later." Nan Zhiyi dismissed Aunt Suecia. The word husband made her expression flicker uncomfortably, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Aunt Suecia didn't read much into it, merely musing that young couples were just so thin-skinned. What was there to be shy about, really? It was just washing her husband's body. Was her husband stolen from someone else's family or something? Seeing Nan Zhiyi's bashful expression as she bit her lip, Aunt Suecia couldn't bring herself to tease her. She hurried out to boil water, leaving the room to Nan Zhiyi. Before long, Zhao Cixi returned. Spotting his wife bustling by the stove, he hurried over and whispered a few words to her. "Hey, honey, whip up some midnight snacks later. Don't be stingy, bring out all the good stuff we've got." Lu Suecia eyed her husband suspiciously. Was the sun rising in the west today? In the past, whenever her relatives visited and ate a couple extra sea urchins he'd gathered, he'd nag about it for days. But today? For two strangers in need, this old miser was suddenly being unusually generous. Seeing his wife's skeptical expression, Zhao Cixi gave an awkward chuckle. His usual behavior wasn't stinginess, it was frugality. In the countryside, he said, great wealth depended on fate, but modest wealth depended on thrift. Glancing toward the master bedroom, Zhao Cixi leaned close to his wife's ear and whispered an explanation. "This lady's a big shot with deep pockets. You know how much she promised me in big ox as a thank you gift?" Lu Suecia bent down to pick up a piece of firewood and toss it into the stove. She poked the flames with tongs until they burned brighter. Only then did she shake her head, dismissing Zhao Cixi's question as trivial. Doing things with integrity mattered more than money. That was the simple attitude of this down-to-earth countrywoman. Seeing his wife's indifference, Zhao Cixi lowered his voice again. 1 million. She promised us 1 million. Can you believe it? The staggering sum stunned Lu Suecia. Her head spun, and it took her a long moment to recover. Stammering, she asked, 100 million? She had never even dreamed of such a sum. Zhao Cixi smiled with satisfaction at the shock on his wife's face. So you'd better treat her like a god of wealth. Lu Suecia shot Zhao Cixi a reproachful glance. What god of wealth nonsense? We should act with integrity, not be so money-grubbing. Though she spoke thus, her hands unconsciously added 2 more bundles of firewood to the stove. She then stood up and rummaged through the large water jar nearby. Zhao Cixi, thinking his wife wasn't getting it, hurriedly asked, "What are you doing? Did you hear what I said?" Lu Suecia replied without turning her head, "Where did you put the sea cucumbers you brought back from the tide yesterday? That girl seems to have caught a chill. She needs some nourishing food. Women are most vulnerable to cold, and if not treated properly, it could lead to serious health issues." Zhao Cixi grinned, pulled out a pack of Bita Mountain cigarettes, and lit one with relish. This is exactly the kind of wife a man should marry: practical, hardworking, and most importantly, sensible. As the couple chatted, the bedroom door creaked open. Nan Zhiyi stood at the doorway, dressed in Lu Suecia's clothes, looking fresh and pretty. The style was dated, even downright old-fashioned. It made her look slightly bulky, yet it only served to highlight her ethereal beauty, making her face even more radiant and captivating, giving her a unique charm. The couple found themselves momentarily transfixed, silently marveling at Nan Zhiyi's beauty. She looked like a goddess descended from heaven, and even Lu Suecia's dress seemed to take on an ethereal quality by association. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under their gaze, Nan Zhiyi unconsciously tugged at her hem and said awkwardly, "Aunt Suecia, could you come over and help me carry the water? I can't manage it alone." Zhao Cixi volunteered, "Leave it to me. This kind of heavy lifting is best left to us men." Ouch. Before Zhao Cixi could take a step, Lu Suecia gave him a sharp twist around the waist. "No wonder Danny is so clumsy, he takes after you." Zhao Cixi frowned, rubbing his waist as he looked at his wife in confusion. Lu Suecia shot him a disapproving look. "How dare you, you uncouth man, touch a young lady's bathwater?" Zhao Cixi suddenly understood and gave an awkward smile. Nan Zhiyi felt equally awkward and shot Lu Suecia a grateful look. The thought of Zhao Cixi actually pouring her bathwater made her cringe at the humiliation. She dared not imagine it. "Go check on your husband, girl. Leave this to me." Lu Suecia wiped her hands on her apron, walked over to Nan Zhiyi, and gently nudged her toward the room where Mu Tianye was. Since he wasn't her employee, Nan Zhiyi felt awkward about being attended to like this. But she was worried about Mu Tianye's condition, so she didn't refuse. "Thank you for your help, auntie. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Go on now. It's windy outside, don't stand here. I'll make you a late-night snack and bring it in for you." Nan Zhiyi gave a soft nod, a wave of warmth surging through her heart. Yet, no words of gratitude could form on her lips. Sometimes actions speak louder than words. She silently committed this kindness from a stranger to memory, vowing to repay it generously someday. Chapter 46, Never in Debt.
In Dainio's room, Nan Zhiyi sat beside Mu Tianye's bed, her gaze never leaving his weak, pallid face. At this moment, Mu Tianye resembled a lamp that could extinguish at any second, a sight that tore at her heart. Nan Zhiyi had never seen him appear so fragile. An inexplicable ache gripped her heart. It felt as though the wound belonged to her, causing her even greater agony. At the same time, she silently berated herself for her lack of resolve. She had come back this time to get revenge on him, yet she couldn't help but care about him. Now, all she wanted was for Mu Tianye to wake up quickly. Nothing else mattered. Wake up, please. I'll tear up the contract the moment I get back. I won't ask for your money back. I'll never bully you again. Just wake up, okay? Talk to me, will you? Nan Zhiyi gently massaged Mu Tianye's stiff hand, murmuring to herself as she worked. Under her gentle pressure, color gradually returned to Mu Tianye's palm, and his fingers twitched imperceptibly. Nan Zhiyi sensed something and looked up at his face with hope. Sadly, his eyes remained tightly shut, showing no signs of waking. Knock knock knock. The door was not. Young lady, your midnight snack is ready. I'll bring it in for you. It was Aunt Suetia's voice outside the door. Nan Zhiyi quickly composed herself and hurried to open the door. Lu Suetia held a bowl of handmade noodles, steaming hot and fragrant. Eat while it's hot. I also made seafood congee, it's simmering on the stove. Serve it to your husband when he wakes up. Lu Suetia placed the noodles on the table and glanced at Mu Tianye lying on the bed, silently thinking to herself, what a handsome guy. He was handsome, she was beautiful, truly a perfect match. No couple could be more suited for each other. Scallions dotted the noodles, while sea cucumber, shrimp, and clams filled most of the bowl. It was clear Lu Suetia had put her heart into this bowl of noodles. Though Nan Zhiyi had no appetite at all right now, she couldn't bear to refuse Lu Suetia's kind gesture. She sincerely thanked her, sat down, and began eating the noodles in big bites. The flavor was surprisingly delicious, and Nan Zhiyi's appetite opened up. The more she ate, the more delicious it became. Lu Suetia watched with a beaming smile and kindly reminded her, you must be starving. Take your time eating. There's more in the pot if you need it. Nan Zhiyi's mouth was stuffed full, and she could only mumble her agreement. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she gave Lu Suetia a sweet smile. Lu Suetia, charmed by the girl's beauty and warmth, couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle her hair. Such an intimate gesture startled Nan Zhiyi for a moment. Then she remembered that, aside from Mu Tianye, no one else in her life had ever touched her head so affectionately. Her nose stung, and before she could swallow the noodles in her mouth, tears rolled down her cheeks. Startled, Lu Suetia took a step back, flustered. Please don't cry, young lady. I'm just a rough and tumble woman, clumsy in my ways. Please don't hold it against me. She thought her gesture of patting Nan Zhiyi's head had upset her, and felt terribly guilty. Seeing Nan Zhiyi's tears streaming down like pear blossoms in the rain, she felt both heartbroken and guilty. She wanted to reach out and wipe away her tears, yet feared her rough hands might disgust the girl. Nan Zhiyi quickly shook her head, swallowed the food in her mouth, and tugged at Lu Suetia's arm, explaining, no, auntie, I was just thinking about something else. Lu Suetia's heart sank into relief, yet she asked anxiously, could it be that more of your family perished at sea with you? Nan Zhiyi hadn't considered that possibility until Lu Suetia mentioned it, and the thought instantly brought Dingyao back to her mind. Her sobs grew louder. Seeing that Nan Zhiyi didn't reject her, Lu Suetia forgot her own worries. She gently pulled Nan Zhiyi's head close, patting her back silently to comfort her. It took a long while for Nan Zhiyi's emotions to gradually settle. Worried that more of her family might be lost at sea, Lu Suetia pressed, if any relatives are still missing, I'll have my husband gather some men to search for them right now. The sea winds are unpredictable. If we wait too long, it might be impossible to even find a body. Her words came from a place of kindness, but to Nan Zhiyi, they only deepened her sorrow. Ding Yao had been like a sister to her. If even Ding Yao's body couldn't be recovered, she would never find peace in this lifetime. So Nan Zhiyi made her decision. Then please tell Auntie and Uncle Sishi that no matter whether anyone is found, I will offer a generous reward. Lu Suetia scolded playfully, don't talk about rewards. Eat first. I'll have your husband gather the villagers to help search right away. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Sishi didn't hesitate. He called his son Dainio and gathered over a dozen villagers, setting out for the shore that very night. Lu Suetia stayed indoors talking with Nan Zhiyi, deliberately avoiding questions about what had happened at sea to spare her grief. After a moment of sadness, Nan Zhiyi realized she must eventually face reality. She took the initiative to recount the entire incident. Rural folk were straightforward in their emotions. After hearing the story, Lu Suetia cursed He Chen repeatedly, calling him a piece of trash. With events having unfolded as they had, Nan Zhiyi calmed down and felt she should take action. Sitting idly by was no solution. Aunt Suetia, do you have a phone? I need to call the police and make arrangements with the company. Her and Mu Tianye's phones had long since vanished into the sea, and now she had nothing but the clothes on her back. Lu Suetia gave an awkward smile. We don't have that thing here, dear. All our relatives live on the island, so we don't need to make calls. Besides, phones are expensive, why waste money on them?
Nan Zhiyi felt utterly disheartened but said nothing.
Seeing Nan Zhiyi's dejected expression, Lu Tsuexia felt uneasy herself. After a moment's thought, she suggested, Grandpa Chen does have a phone. Why don't you wait here while I go ask him if he'd be willing to lend it to you?
Nan Zhiyi's face lit up. That would be wonderful, Aunt Tsuexia.
Please tell Grandpa Chen that whatever I promised him, I'll make it happen within 2 days at the latest.
Lu Tsuexia didn't know what promise Nan Zhiyi had made to the old man and didn't pry.
She fetched a flashlight from the main hall and turned to leave.
Nan Zhiyi sat alone in the room, watching Mu Tianye occasionally frown and shiver in his sleep. He must be cold.
Her face flushed as she hesitated, then she steeled herself. She fetched a basin of water from the stove and took the towel she had used, intending to wipe Mu Tianye's body with warm water. She felt a twinge of awkwardness at first. After all, Mu Tianye and she weren't in a romantic relationship. But as she gently undid his clothes, Nan Zhiyi's resistance melted away instantly. It wasn't like she hadn't touched or seen him before. She and Mu Tianye had done all sorts of crazy things together.
Now, necessity called for expediency. What was wrong with wiping him down?
Her hands moved steadily as she worked, and before she knew it, Mu Tianye was completely stripped bare. Her gaze drifted inadvertently to a certain spot, and Nan Zhiyi's face instantly flushed crimson. Her heartbeat quickened, her lashes trembled lightly, and her eyes flickered, seeming to hold a pool of spring water within.
Damn it, shameless!
Nan Zhiyi seemed to forget she was the one who stripped him, silently scolding him in her mind.
Damn man, still so well endowed. She wiped Mu Tianye gently, tiptoeing around him.
At first, her face flushed and her heart raced, but when her fingers brushed the wound on his chest, her gaze slowly darkened, mirroring the injury. She recalled how he'd plunged into the sea without hesitation, how he'd desperately pushed her toward the surface before losing consciousness. Unconsciously, she replayed every act of kindness he'd shown her.
Nan Zhiyi suddenly realized something. Except for that final parting, Mu Tianye had never once wronged her. Not even a little bit. Even when his life hung in the balance, he had fought desperately to push her toward shore. It was Nan Zhiyi who had clung to his hand, refusing to let go. Deep down, she would have gladly sunk to the ocean floor with him, following him to the underworld without a second thought. Chapter 47, Who Lies Ahead? On the other side of the island, He Chen and the others had been groping their way through the darkness for an hour or two. Lu Ping led the way, scanning the surroundings with his phone for a signal. Suddenly, his face lit up with surprise. He turned back and shouted excitedly, "We've got signal! Mr. He, we finally have signal here!" Carried the entire way by his 4 assistants, He Chen was utterly drained, looking more exhausted than those carrying him. Hearing Lu Ping's cheer, He Chen's spirits lifted. He patted his assistants, signaling them to set him down. He rushed over to Lu Ping, snatched the phone, and finally managed to contact his agent. Exhausted, freezing, starving, and covered in mosquito bites, he couldn't bear to stay another second. He eagerly swiped open the dialer, but just as he pressed the first digit, the screen flickered and the phone shut down automatically. He Chen stood frozen, clutching the phone. Lu Ping beside him swallowed nervously. "Mr. He, this. Cut the ing crap. I need to make a call. I need to contact my agent. I need to call for help. You useless piece of. Why can't you get anything right?" He Chen's emotions erupted suddenly. He slammed the phone to the ground, grabbed Lu Ping by the collar, and roared at the top of his lungs. Their group of over 20 people had fled in such a rush that they'd only managed to grab this one phone. Now, after finally finding a spot with signal, it had died. He Chen was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, his expression wild and frenzied. Ding Yao stood among the crowd, seemingly supported by 2 of Lu Ping's female employees, but in reality, her movements were being restrained. She had cried the entire way, her eyes red and slightly swollen. Tangled strands of hair clung to her haggard cheeks, making her look utterly exhausted. "He Chen, I beg you, don't abandon President Nan and Brother Mu. Go back and look for them again. Maybe they." "Shut the up, you." Ding Yao's desperate pleas were cut short by He Chen's furious roar. Ding Yao had pleaded with He Chen countless times throughout the journey, and he had long grown weary of her pleas. Now, completely losing his temper, his eyes dark and menacing, he coldly declared, "One more ing word, and I'll have you thrown into the sea to feed the fish." Despair washed over Ding Yao's face as she began to sob again. Fed up beyond measure, He Chen walked over and slapped Ding Yao hard across the face. "Save your crying for when we get back. Don't bother me now." Just then, several beams of flashlight swept toward them, accompanied by a voice asking, "Who's up ahead?" Startled by the sudden voice, He Chen turned to see a dozen people standing on a small hill ahead, flashlights trained squarely on their group. Lu Ping reacted swiftly, shouting toward the hilltop, "Are you fellow islanders up there? Our boat was wrecked at sea and washed ashore here." Hearing Lu Ping's shout, He Chen snapped out of his shock. His face flushed with emotion, yet he still managed to warn Ding Yao in a low voice. "Best keep quiet for now. With Nan Zhiyi's fate unknown, no one can protect you. I could take you down in an instant." Ding Yao pressed her lips tightly together, glaring fiercely at He Chen. The people from the mountaintop had already descended, led by Zhao Xixi. He had led the villagers out to search for Nan Zhiyi's missing companions, only to unexpectedly encounter He Chen's group along the way.
Zhao Xixi swept his flashlight across Chen's group, his brow furrowing involuntarily. They appeared to be genuine maritime refugees, but the young girl in the center seemed peculiar, distraught and dazed, as if under someone's control. After a moment's thought, Zhao Xixi asked, "How did you get here? Are there any other companions missing?" Lu Ping quickly deflected the question. "Fellow villager, we crawled up from the shore. We were going to call for help, but our phones died. Do you have a phone we could borrow to make a call?" Zhao Xixi frowned. "Who the hell asked you that? You have no other companions?" He repeated the question. Just as Lu Ping opened his mouth, Chen interjected, "No, no one else. We're all here. Countryman, could I borrow your phone? Don't worry, once the rescue team arrives, I'll make sure to thank you properly. In these barren, inhospitable mountains, common folk could probably be fobbed off with a pittance." Chen thought to himself. Zhao Xixi, however, sneered disdainfully. With a money god staying at his place now, why would he care about this? Besides, before leaving, his wife had already given him a rough outline of what had happened to Nan Zhiyi and the others. His mission was to find a young girl. As for the others? According to his wife, Lu Tsuaxia, they weren't worth a damn. Zhao Xixi loved money, but he wasn't solely driven by greed. He looked down on scoundrels who abandoned their companions to escape alone. The seafarer's code was clear: when setting sail, they went out together and returned together. There was no precedent for abandoning a crewmate. Though he couldn't confirm the identities of this group yet, the fair-faced young man who'd just spoken looked highly suspicious, a dead ringer for the scum described by the god of wealth. As for the young girl in the crowd, could she be the one he was searching for? The thought made Zhao Xixi's eyes dart about. He shone his flashlight on Chen's face, scrutinizing him closely. Blinded by the glare, Chen raised a hand to shield his eyes, about to curse the other for his rudeness. Lu Ping, knowing young master He's temper, feared provoking the villagers. He quickly stepped in front of Chen, plastering on a fawning smile. "Fellow villagers, please help us out. We'll take care of the reward." "Young master he..." Before he could finish, Zhao Danio bellowed, "Dad! It's them! I remember the pretty sister saying that scumbag's name was he something." Zhao Xixi was overjoyed. His dim-witted son had suddenly become so sharp. It seemed those two at home were truly his lucky stars. Just by staying at their house for a short while, his son's intelligence had noticeably improved. He shifted the flashlight's beam toward Ding Yao, his tone softening slightly. "Young lady, tell me, do you have any other companions?" Ding Yao sensed something, vaguely grasping the crux of the matter. She sobbed urgently, "Uncle, Mr. Nan and Brother Mu fell into the water. Please, please go save them." Her voice was wretchedly pitiful, her words disjointed and incoherent, yet Zhao Xixi could still confirm she was the one they sought. He hadn't expected to complete the mission so quickly. It had come without a drop of effort. He'd expected to dive for bodies at sea, yet here he was finding a living soul halfway through. Bringing her back meant that ethereal-looking girl would surely reward him with another million. Zhao Xixi's face lit up with joy. He beckoned to Ding Yao, "Come here, young lady. I'll take you to find them right now." Ding Yao was completely bewildered. In disbelief, she asked, "Sister Nan and the others are here?" Zhao Xixi nodded. "A man and a woman, a perfect match, right?" Ding Yao was overcome with emotion, nodding repeatedly, tears of joy streaming down her face. She immediately ran toward Zhao Xixi, eager to see Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye. Chen's expression darkened instantly. He sensed something was terribly wrong and grabbed Ding Yao's arm. "Stop. Stay right here." If Nan Zhiyi wasn't dead, Ding Yao was his trump card. If he let her go now, Nan Zhiyi would have no qualms about seeking revenge. Chapter 48, Take them all away. "Let go of me, you scum. You piece of trash. Nan Zhiyi is still alive. Just wait and see how she deals with you." Ding Yao cursed furiously. Learning Nan Zhiyi was still alive emboldened her, and she struggled to break free from Chen's grip. Chen's face turned ashen, yet a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. Things were getting complicated. It seemed Nan Zhiyi truly hadn't died. Abandoning her and Mu Tianye amounted to attempted murder. Given Nan Zhiyi's temperament, she wouldn't let this slide. She'd definitely notify her older brother first, setting him loose to deal with him. The mere thought of Xingzhou sent a chill down Chen's spine. He absolutely couldn't let his older brother find out about this. He must keep Ding Yao under his control, using him as leverage to negotiate terms with Nan Zhiyi. His resolve set, Chen's gaze grew colder as he barked at his four assistants, "Shut her up." Just as the assistants moved to act, Zhao Xixi across the room let out a cold chuckle. "Big Ox, go fetch that girl over here. Your mother's waiting for us back home for a late-night snack. Don't dawdle, hurry up." "Got it, Dad." Dania responded in his deep, booming voice, swinging his arms as he strode toward Chen. The four assistants tried to intervene, but Dania effortlessly shoved them aside, sending them crashing to the ground. His nickname Big Ox wasn't given lightly. He possessed the sheer strength of a young bull. In all of Nantai village, when it came to brute strength, everyone had to give him a thumbs up. But strength was all he had, otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to find a wife. Chen hadn't expected his assistants to be so useless and regretted not bringing bodyguards this time. "What are you standing around for? Stop him." As Big Bull drew nearer, He-Chen pulled Ding Yao back 2 steps and shouted toward Lu Ping.
Lu Ping's lips twitched, but he ultimately made no move. He was seething inside, bitterly regretting ever boarding this fool He-Chen's sinking ship. Not only was the ship sinking, but that woman surnamed Nan was most likely still alive. If she pursued this matter, the consequences for him would extend far beyond mere financial losses. He might even face jail time. Instead of scrambling to beg for mercy, the sea fellow was stubbornly trying to fight back. His body might be as soft as a jellyfish, but his head was as hard as iron. And this was their turf. Didn't he see the dozen burly men standing behind them? With his puny frame, what could he possibly block? Could he even stop them? Lu Ping's mind raced. He ignored He-Chen's orders entirely, already scheming how to turn the tables on He-Chen in front of Nan Zhiyi later. Seeing Lu Ping ignore him, He-Chen flew into a rage. Hey, Lu! Don't forget we're in this together. Think carefully about the consequences. If I get in trouble, you'll be dragged down with me. Lu Ping kept his head down, pretending not to hear. At this point, escaping unscathed was impossible. He could only make choices that would benefit himself. He-Chen was clearly unreliable. Seeing Lu Ping still unmoved, He-Chen finally panicked and turned to threaten Ding Yao. Stop! I'm warning you, don't come any closer. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? One more step and I'll push her off. Ah! He-Chen's final words turned into a piercing scream. Danius seized his arm. With just a slight squeeze, He-Chen felt his bones nearly snap. He had no choice but to release Ding Yao, clutching his arm and wailing in agony. You scum! You lowlifes! Just you wait. Before he could finish, Ding Yao, now free, swung back and slapped He-Chen across the face, stunning him. You dare hit me? Ding Yao sneered coldly, hitting you is the least of it. Think about what you did on that yacht. Better figure out how you're going to explain this to Sister Nan. I hear you're terrified of your brother. Sister Nan will definitely tell him about this. He-Chen's face drained of color, terror gripping him. When he was 4, he'd dirted He Xingzhou's school bag, a trivial matter. Yet the 8-year-old He Xingzhou had locked him in the bathroom to freeze all night. He complained to his parents, but they didn't believe him. They accused him of lying at such a young age and told He Xingzhou to discipline his younger brother properly. Out of their parents' sight, He Xingzhou flashed He-Chen a smug grin. From that day on, He-Chen feared his older brother He Xingzhou from the bottom of his heart. Whatever he did was wrong, while nothing He Xingzhou did ever drew blame. To outsiders, He Xingzhou appeared as a mature and dependable older brother. Privately, however, he was like a demon. The slightest act of defiance from He-Chen would subject him to relentless torment. Forcing him to eat earthworms, slipping snakes into his backpack, locking him in the bathroom, these were everyday occurrences. The most outrageous act was taking him to the amusement park, deliberately losing him, then lying at home that He-Chen had run away. Everyone called He Xingzhou a good brother, but only He-Chen knew the truth. He was nothing but a monster. Sadly, no one would listen to his defense. This shaped He-Chen's twisted personality from a young age, one face in public, another in private. Yet even now, as adults, his brother He Xingzhou remained like a nightmare, a shackle chained to his soul. No, my brother must never find out about this. He-Chen's expression was frenzied, bordering on madness. He lunged at Ding Yao, clamping his hands around her throat. His face twisted into a savage grimace as he snarled, "Beg Sister Zhiyi for me. Make her let me go. Don't let her expose this." Thud. Before He-Chen could finish his rant, Daniel swung his fist, landing a solid punch squarely on He-Chen's face. You bastard. 2 streams of blood trickled from He-Chen's nostrils. His body swayed twice, his eyes rolled back, his grip loosened, and he collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Daniel had no idea what a bratty little punk was. All he knew was that this annoying pretty boy was as weak as a chicken feather. Ding Yao covered her throat and coughed for a moment. Once she caught her breath, she grinned at Daniel and gave him a thumbs up. Daniel chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Hurry to my place. Pretty sister and handsome brother are waiting for you. Ding Yao was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, how did Sister Nan and brother Xiaomu end up at your place? Are they okay? I remember brother Xiaomu fell into the water at the end. How is he now? Daniel's eyes widened. Ding Yao's barrage of questions left him flustered. He didn't know how to respond, or even fully grasp what she was asking. Zhao Cixi hurried out to rescue his son. It's a long story. Come with us now, young lady. Don't keep Sister Nan waiting too long. Oh, right, let's go. Ding Yao took 2 steps before turning back to ask Zhao Cixi, Uncle, can we bring these guys along too? Zhao Cixi frowned in confusion. Your sister Nan told me these aren't exactly upstanding citizens. What use are they to us? Ding Yao shot a cold glance at He-Chen, who lay unconscious on the ground. To hand them over to Sister Nan for punishment. This beast abandoned us to save himself. He attempted murder and must face legal consequences. After saying this, she turned her gaze to Lu Ping, who stood nearby looking anxious. The meaning in her eyes was clear, you're an accomplice too. Lu Ping squirmed uncomfortably under her stare, shrugging his shoulders and declaring, I can testify later it was all that he guy forcing me to do it. Ding Yao let out a cold laugh. Zhao Xixi's eyes lit up. He saw another opportunity to make money. Taking them back home meant the money bags at home would probably pay even more.
He then signaled to the villagers behind him to take all these people into custody, specifically emphasizing that these were all criminal suspects. They must be closely guarded during transport, and not a single one was to be allowed to escape. He Chen, knocked unconscious by Dania's punch, had to be carried by his 4 assistants.
Chapter 49, The Man Found. Nantai Village, Dania's home. Lu Tsuixia had gone out and, true to her word, borrowed back the phone from old man Chen. Nan Zhiyi had just finished bathing Mu Tianye and was feeling unbearably hot all over when she heard a knock at the door. She hurriedly grabbed the blanket and wrapped Mu Tianye up tightly. He was her exclusive toy. She felt cheated if anyone else even glanced at him. Opening the door to let Lu Tsuixia in, Nan Zhiyi asked breathlessly, "Well? Did you get the phone, auntie?" Lu Tsuixia pulled the phone from her pocket and handed it over with a smile. "Grandpa treats this thing like a precious treasure, never letting anyone touch it. I just tried asking on a whim, but when he heard it was for you, he handed it over without a word, saying you could use it however you like." It was a no-name brand phone. Nan Zhiyi couldn't even name an ancient touchscreen model, small yet clunky, clearly a cheap knockoff. Yet in this village, it must have been considered cutting-edge technology. Who would have thought that a man well past 70 would be the most fashionable person in the village? Lu Tsuixia handed the phone over, then added suspiciously, "But what exactly did you promise Grandpa?" His temper is notoriously unpredictable. If he dislikes someone, they could beg on their knees and he wouldn't give them a second glance. It wasn't exactly a secret, so Nan Zhiyi smiled and explained, "I promised to upgrade the internet for the entire village." Ah, so that was it. Lu Tsuixia understood at once, though she remained somewhat unconvinced. Her family didn't even own a phone. What good would upgraded internet do them? They wouldn't benefit at all. So Lu Tsuixia remarked casually, "That must cost a fortune, right? Grandpa really is something at his age, he still insists on these impractical things." She also harbored another worry. If Nan Zhiyi spent a fortune upgrading the entire village's internet, would he then have no money left to fulfill his promise of 1,000,000 yuan to her family? She had no objection to helping others in need. That was one thing. But if helping others could also bring in some extra income, wouldn't that be a win-win? After all, who didn't like money? Just as Nan Zhiyi was about to call the police, Lu Tsuixia's words caught her attention. She sensed a hint of underlying emotion and gently took Lu Tsuixia's hand, offering a reassuring smile. "Auntie, you can't think that way. How could upgrading the internet not be practical? I'll get everyone in the village a phone. Even if you don't make calls, you can still go online and watch videos. Then you won't have to leave home to learn about the outside world. Plus, you could try using your phones to document your daily lives. Posting online might even attract some followers. Then you could sell your seafood online. That's a great way to earn extra income, right?" Lu Tsuixia, a simple rural woman, knew nothing of such things and was completely dumbfounded by Nan Zhiyi's words. But the idea of everyone getting a phone and the income-generating aspects sounded promising. Her heart warmed, and she affectionately grabbed Nan Zhiyi's arm, feeling a bit embarrassed. "But that would cost you a fortune. A phone for every villager? That's going to be a huge expense." She genuinely felt heartbroken, even though the money wasn't hers. Nan Zhiyi reassured her, "It's fine. It won't cost much. Plus, if anyone in your village wants to start a media account, they can sign with my company. I'll have specialists handle marketing and customer service. If you have questions, I can send people to teach you. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime." Lu Tsuixia's family had saved her and Mu Tianye's lives, so within her means, she hoped to help improve their future lives. Moreover, her return to China included plans to enter the self-media industry. Rural content has always been a perennial hit in short videos. This fishing village, isolated from the world, had unique charm. If executed well, it could truly be a promising avenue. Of course, these were all future plans. Many details still needed professional consultation. Her top priority now was finding Ding Yao and making Yi Chen pay. After a moment of joy, Lu Tsuixia remembered Nan Zhiyi still needed to make a call. Feeling awkward about keeping her company, she offered, "Hey, didn't you need to make that call? Go ahead. I won't keep you. I'll go prepare some noodles. Those two and the villagers who went out to help will be back soon. I need to get their late-night snack ready." After Lu Tsuixia left the room, Nan Zhiyi stared at her phone, deep in thought. Originally, she had planned to call the police directly. But He Chen was Tianye's brand ambassador. If his image were tarnished, it would significantly impact Tianye's entire development. Moreover, she had no evidence to prove that Yi Chen had abandoned her in Mu Tianye, or that he had kicked Ding Yao into the sea. Even if he did report it, it was unlikely they could convict him. Another crucial factor was that Yi Chen was He Xingzhou's younger brother. As a business partner, Nan Zhiyi felt it necessary to inform He Xingzhou first. After much deliberation, she dialed He Xingzhou's number from memory. The phone rang several times, but there was no answer. Checking the time, it should be daytime on his end. At this hour, He Xingzhou was likely handling company affairs.
After a moment's thought, Nan Zhiyi composed a text message and sent it.
Xingzhou, it's Nan Zhiyi. Text me back when you're free. Seconds after sending the message, the phone rang back immediately. Zhiyi, why did you change your number?
A deep, resonant male voice answered, its tone calm yet tinged with a subtle hint of concern.
This isn't my number. I'm borrowing someone else's phone. Nan Zhiyi explained briefly before recounting everything that had happened to Xingzhou.
There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, heavy breathing, as if he was struggling to suppress his anger.
Zhiyi, don't make a fuss about this for now. Let me handle it. Nan Zhiyi fell silent too, glancing at the unconscious Mu Tianye.
Her voice grew solemn as she asked, how do you plan to handle it? I'll return to the country immediately after handling matters at the company. Rest assured, Zhiyi, I will deliver a satisfactory outcome for you. Xingzhou paused, then added, stay on the island and wait for me.
I'll come directly to you. What about Ding Yao? She's still missing. If anything happens to her, I won't let He Chun off the hook. Nan Zhiyi clenched her fists tightly, her voice unwavering.
Xingzhou, I'll contact my family immediately and have them dispatch a rescue team to search the sea. As they spoke, a sudden commotion erupted outside.
Lu Tsuixia rushed into the room, her voice trembling with excitement. Girl, hurry and take a look. Big Ox and the others are back, and they brought some people with them. See if they're the ones you've been searching for. Nan Zhiyi's face lit up with surprise.
She hurriedly told Xingzhou, hurry up, I'll wait for you. Hanging up the phone, she hurriedly followed Lu Tsuixia out of the room.
Chapter 50, Bitter Hatred.
Ding Yao scanned the crowd, and the moment she spotted Nan Zhiyi, her emotions overwhelmed her.
Sister Nan, I thought I'd never see you again, wah? Nan Zhiyi, equally overcome, rushed over and embraced Ding Yao.
The two clung to each other, weeping.
Sis Nan, where's brother Mu?
Ding Yao sniffled after crying for a while, asking Nan Zhiyi.
Wiping the tears from her face, Nan Zhiyi pointed toward Dania's room.
He's lying inside, still unconscious.
I'll go check on him.
Ding Yao's face was etched with worry as she turned and ran toward the room.
Nan Zhiyi didn't follow.
She first thanked Zhao Xixi and the villagers, then fixed a cold stare on He Chen in the crowd before walking over with a stern expression.
Zhiyi sister, thank goodness you're okay?
He Chen shrank his neck and plastered on a forced smile.
Smack. Nan Zhiyi raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Zhiyi, let me explain.
He Chen tried to justify himself, but Nan Zhiyi ignored him, delivering another sharp slap.
Even after that, she still felt unsatisfied.
Her face icy cold, she said in a deep voice, these two slaps are just interest.
When your brother gets here, I'll settle the full account with you. He Chen pleaded, Sis Zhiyi, if you're still angry, you can hit me or yell at me anything. But please, I beg you, don't tell my brother about this. Nan Zhiyi sneered coldly, it's too late to beg me now. Your brother will be back in the country soon.
He Chen's face twisted with terror. He glanced toward the courtyard gate and took off running.
Dania reacted swiftly, grabbing He Chen by the collar and yanking him back. You idiot, let go of me.
No matter how much He Chen struggled, Dania refused to let go.
Miss, what should we do with these people? My little courtyard can't possibly accommodate them all. Zhao Xixi, seeing his small courtyard completely packed, couldn't help but ask Nan Zhiyi how to accommodate Lu Ping and the others. Nan Zhiyi glanced at the crowd and couldn't help but frown. Apart from Lu Ping, the others were just ordinary employees.
There was no need to make things difficult for them, nor was she obligated to accommodate them.
After a moment's thought, Nan Zhiyi asked Zhao Xixi, is there a boat leaving the island for the mainland? Zhao Xixi nodded.
There is one, but we have to wait until dawn.
There's only one boat every 3 days. Tomorrow happens to be the day, and we have to wait by the lighthouse. Nan Zhiyi nodded, then turned to call Lu Ping over. Did you hear what Uncle Xixi just said? Lu Ping hurriedly nodded. Yes, I heard everything. Nan Zhiyi continued, then hurry up and take them away.
Seeing that Nan Zhiyi wasn't pursuing the matter of the shipwreck, Lu Ping was overjoyed. He didn't want to linger a moment longer and immediately turned to lead the employees out of the courtyard.
He can't leave. He deliberately sank the ship. Sister Zhiyi, you absolutely can't let him go.
He Chen shouted at the top of his lungs. If Lu Ping got away, when Xingzhou came back looking for trouble, there'd be no one left to take the fall for him. The moment Lu Ping stepped out of the courtyard, he heard He Chen's voice. He cursed He Chen under his breath, calling him a bastard, but didn't slow his pace. Instead, he slipped away even faster.
Nan Zhiyi showed no intention of stopping Lu Ping either.
She said indifferently, his actions will be dealt with when we return.
You needn't concern yourself. Just mind your own business.
He Chen's face fell into utter despair, his complexion turning ashen.
Nan Zhiyi instructed Dania to keep a close watch on He Chen and make sure he didn't slip away.
Dania nodded in agreement, keeping a close watch on He Chen without straying an inch. Noticing He Chen's 4 assistants still standing in the courtyard, Nan Zhiyi paused briefly before instructing them, you may leave now. Go inform He Chen's agent that he won't be available for any engagements in the coming days. Tell her not to schedule any appearances for him.
The assistants exchanged glances before finally leaving the courtyard. Lu Tsueixia was preparing a late-night snack for the villagers. After handling matters here, Nan Zhiyi hurried over to help. "Oh dear, go see your husband. This isn't work for you, I can handle it myself." Lu Tsueixia tried to stop Nan Zhiyi from helping, but Nan Zhiyi had already rolled up her sleeves and started working. "Auntie, have you forgotten? I'm from the countryside too. I've been doing this since I was a child." Seeing how deftly she worked, Lu Tsueixia finally stopped trying to shoo her away. Ding Yao stayed in Mu Tianye's room for a while, then emerged with reddened eyes and went to help as well. They worked until nearly 4 in the morning. After the villagers ate a late-night snack, they gradually left. The courtyard suddenly fell silent as dawn approached. "Auntie, you and Uncle Sishi should go rest now. It's getting late. I feel so bad for causing you all this trouble." Nan Zhiyi wasn't one to like causing trouble for others. Mobilizing such a large effort this time had practically stirred up the entire village, and she truly felt terrible about it. Lu Tsueixia waved it off. "This is nothing. Go back inside. I'll tidy up and then sleep." Chen crouched pitifully in the courtyard, cold and hungry, having been left out of the late-night snack. Dainio carried over a chair and sat down firmly beside him. The moment Chen tried to move, Dainio's cold gaze locked onto him. Chen knew firsthand just how strong this big oaf was, so he dared not try any tricks, staying put obediently. Nan Zhiyi smiled at Dainio. "Thanks for your hard work, Dainio." Dainio shook his head with a simple, uncomplicated smile. What was so hard about this? He could sit like this for a day and night. After bringing Ding Yao back to Mu Tianye's room, Nan Zhiyi handed her the phone borrowed from the Chen family patriarch. She instructed Ding Yao to contact the company to arrange for 1 million yuan in cash to be delivered, then reach out to the internet service provider to upgrade the island's network. She also planned to tally the number of villagers on the island tomorrow, intending to provide each with a phone. Ding Yao jotted down every instruction Nan Zhiyi gave her before diving straight into her tasks. Nan Zhiyi sat beside Mu Tianye's bed, her gaze fixed intently on his haggard face. Wasn't he supposed to wake up? Why was there still no sign of movement? Feeling uneasy, she instructed Ding Yao to contact the medical team again, arranging for them to arrive on the island first thing tomorrow morning. Ding Yao asked curiously, "Sis Nan, why not bring brother Mu back to the city?" Nan Zhiyi lifted her eyelids slightly, deflecting the question with a casual remark. He Xingzhou is returning to the mainland soon to handle matters concerning He Chen. The city is crowded and full of prying eyes. If paparazzi were to snap photos, it wouldn't reflect well. Truthfully, she had her own concerns. If they returned to the city, wouldn't Mu Tianye have to go home? His family still had the Jumao's sister waiting for him. And if his grandmother found out that her boss had brought Mu Tianye out only for him to return covered in injuries, wouldn't she resent her even more? So this was perfect, they could stay on the island for a few days in peace. She'd have plenty of time alone with Mu Tianye. Ding Yao clearly hadn't anticipated Nan Zhiyi's intricate calculations. Upon hearing that He Xingzhou was returning to deal with He Chen, she clapped her hands in gleeful satisfaction. If it weren't for that troublemaker He Chen, they wouldn't have ended up stranded on this deserted island. What's more, he'd left brother Mu unconscious. Ding Yao now despised He Chen with every fiber of her being. Chapter 51, No Peace to be Found. After a night of unconsciousness, Mu Tianye finally stirred awake as dawn broke. His head still felt foggy, but he had to get up immediately. The urge to pee was unbearable, as if his bladder might burst at any moment. Ugh! The slightest movement sent a dull ache through his chest, making Mu Tianye suck in a sharp breath. He reached up to cover his chest, only to suddenly feel something clutched in his hand. Turning his head, he saw Nan Zhiyi asleep at the edge of the bed, her hand clutching his tightly, as if afraid he might vanish at any moment. This silly woman. Mu Tianye's gaze softened as he shook his head helplessly. Just like back in the ocean, she refused to let go. In the endless depths, she chose to sink with him. Was it that she refused to let him go even in death, or did she not truly hate him after all? Mu Tianye wasn't sure, but the sight of Nan Zhiyi, her face worn and weary, truly tugged at his heartstrings. He carefully withdrew his hand, afraid of waking her. Yet Nan Zhiyi remained alert in her sleep, her delicate brow furrowing as her pale little hand groped wildly, as if grasping for something she treasured above all else. Mu Tianye sighed helplessly, pulling the quilt over and tucking one corner into her hand. Nan Zhiyi sensed something amiss in the texture. She wrinkled her nose, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, showing signs of waking. But she was utterly exhausted, having narrowly escaped death and tended to Mu Tianye all night. She had only just fallen asleep. Murmuring softly like a dream, her palm tightened slightly around the blanket before she quickly fell back into a deep sleep. Mu Tianye tiptoed off the bed, only to suddenly notice someone else at the foot of the bed. It was Ding Yao. She sat on a small stool, leaning against the bedside and snoring loudly, drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. She looked both innocent and adorable. Mu Tianye froze. He remembered frantically putting a life ring around Ding Yao in his panic. Before losing consciousness, he had been with Nan Zhiyi. How had Ding Yao ended up here? There was no time to ponder further as the urge to urinate grew stronger. At least Ding Yao was safe and sound. That was a relief. Sliding his shoes on quietly, Mu Tianye tiptoed out the door. His body still felt weak, but it wasn't too serious. The wound on his chest had been treated and was now braced with a wooden splint. Aside from some slight inconvenience in movement, he was otherwise fine. Dawn broke as a gentle breeze carried the faint scent of the sea. The atmosphere, thick with the hum of everyday life, brought an unusual sense of peace. He scanned the courtyard, searching for the location of the latrine. But Mu Tianye froze again when he spotted two figures in the corner. One was a burly figure, dozing off in a chair. His head bobbed like a dragonfly skimming water, only to snap awake abruptly as he wiped drool from the corner of his mouth. What a strapping young man, Mu Tianye thought to himself. Mu Tianye had been unconscious the entire time, unaware that this strong young man was his savior, Daniel. Huddled in the corner behind Daniel was another figure. Compared to Daniel, this person looked like a weakling, thin, pale, lips frozen purple. Huddled tightly in the corner, he shivered uncontrollably. Mu Tianye recognized this person. It was He Chen. Mu Tianye had no recollection of the events that followed, so seeing He Chen now came as a complete surprise. Hadn't this guy abandoned them to save his own skin? What was he doing here? Moreover, it seemed that the muscular young man was keeping a close watch on He Chen. Just as Mu Tianye was puzzling over this, Big Ox looked over in their direction. "Big brother, you're awake?" Daniel grinned broadly, greeting Mu Tianye proactively. Mu Tianye smiled gently, raising a finger to his lips to signal Daniel to lower his voice. He didn't want to wake Nan Zhiyi and Dingyao. Approaching Daniel, Mu Tianye asked softly, "Where are we?" "What's your name?" Daniel replied, "Nantai village." "My name's Daniel. My dad's Zhao Cixi. We saved you and the pretty sister." "Oh, right, we saved another pretty young lady later too." Mu Tianye smiled knowingly and said gratefully, "That I really thank you. Where's your outhouse? I need to take a leak." He could sense Daniel's simple, honest nature and felt a genuine fondness for the young boy. When Daniel volunteered that he was Mu Tianye's savior, it wasn't to seek praise. He was simply stating the facts, explaining the situation in his own way. Pointing to a small thatched hut at the back of the yard, Daniel said, "Go there to pee." Mu Tianye smiled and turned to leave, but just then, He Chen woke up. Seeing Mu Tianye standing safely before him, his face lit up with surprise and delight. If Mu Tianye was fine, perhaps Nan Zhiyi wouldn't hold it against him. Seizing a moment when Daniel wasn't looking, He Chen scrambled over to Mu Tianye, grabbed his pant leg, and pleaded urgently, "I'm so relieved you're okay. Please beg Sister Zhiyi to let me go before my brother gets here. I'll owe you big time." Before he could finish, Big Ox reached out with his massive hand, grabbed him by the collar from behind, and yanked him back like a little chicken. "Big brother, go pee. Pretty sister told me to watch him. He's not a good person." Good and bad had a clear line in Daniel's mind, though only he knew the exact criteria for distinguishing them. Mu Tianye winced as He Chen's rough tug reopened the wound on his chest. He shot He Chen a few cold stares before turning to Big Ox. "Then keep an eye on him. Don't let him yell and scream and disturb your pretty sister's sleep." Daniel nodded vigorously, his eyes fixed with determination. Just as He Chen opened his mouth to speak again, Daniel shot him a cold stare that made him shiver and shut up in frustration. Truly, every creature has its natural predator. Mu Tianye smiled with satisfaction. In the thatched hut at the back of the courtyard, Mu Tianye finished relieving himself and felt refreshed. Pulling up his pants as he stepped out, the entire village suddenly appeared before his eyes in a different light. As far as the eye could see, every dwelling shared the same style, low-slung courtyards built on reef foundations, roofs woven from sea grass. The morning glow spilled down, and occasional wisps of smoke curled from a few chimneys. In the distance, the sound of waves could be heard. A few seabirds circled leisurely low in the sky, and the entire world was strangely peaceful and quiet. Opening the window to gaze at the sea, lying in bed listening to the waves, it was no exaggeration to call this place a paradise. If one were free from the burdens of daily life, residing here for an extended period would surely be utterly delightful. Of course, it would be best to share it with someone important in your life. Alas, certain people and events persistently disturbed the world's peace. A dark shape approached from the horizon, swiftly reaching the village sky. It was a helicopter, its engines roaring deafeningly. It circled overhead, seemingly searching for a landing spot, its rotors whipping up a storm that sent sea grass from the roofs of nearby courtyards flying wildly through the air. In the center of the village lay a soccer field-sized clearing, not far from Big Ox's courtyard. It was the flattest spot in the entire village, adorned with shells and conch shells arranged into some sort of totem. It must be the village's ceremonial gathering place. After circling twice, the helicopter dove toward that spot. Chapter 52, You've worked hard. The sudden appearance of the helicopter caused a tremendous commotion. The village's tranquility shattered instantly. Startled villagers, robed in their nightwear, emerged from their courtyards. Mu Tianye stood at the entrance of Daniel's courtyard, watching the helicopter slowly descend. His brow furrowed involuntarily. He sensed this helicopter had come for Nan Zhiyi and the others. Before he could think further, movement stirred within the courtyard. "Daniel, where's that big brother? Where did he go?" Nan Zhiyi's panicked voice suddenly rang out from the courtyard. He went to pee. Dainio answered honestly. Mu Tianye listened outside the door, feeling inexplicably anxious and uneasy. Is it really necessary to be so tense just because I went to pee? Was it concern for him, or fear he might run away?
When his gaze met the anxious expression on Nan Zhiyi's face, Mu Tianye felt he already had his answer. But it still felt somehow out of place.
Why didn't you wake me when you woke up?
Nan Zhiyi rushed to Mu Tianye's side, her eyes red-rimmed, her voice tinged with concerned reproach.
You're still injured. How could you wander off alone like this? Does your chest hurt? How do you feel? Is anything else bothering you?
Nan Zhiyi gripped Mu Tianye's arm, her eyes filled with worry as she fired off questions. The abrupt shift in her attitude left Mu Tianye feeling somewhat unsettled. This long-forgotten care felt both familiar and strange, leaving him at a loss. Hiding the stirring unease in his eyes, Mu Tianye replied indifferently, just a minor scratch.
No need to make a big deal out of it. This damn sense of distance. Nan Zhiyi disliked the coldness in his tone.
She bit her lip lightly, her eyes brimming with endless hurt.
You broke your ribs and call it a minor injury? What's the point of pretending to be strong? Can't you stop acting so childish?
Though meant as concern, her words carried an inexplicable sharpness. Mu Tianye looked at the weariness etched on her face, and his heart softened inexplicably.
I'm really fine. Just need a few days rest.
His tone was calm, but he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile after speaking.
But I probably won't be able to drive you around lately. Can we count this as sick leave? As for the contract, once I'm better. Shut up. Nan Zhiyi clenched her teeth and snapped sharply. What was wrong with him? Thinking about the contract at a time like this? Did he really see her as unreasonable and unreasonable?
Nan Zhiyi felt wronged, her heart aching as if it were shattering. Her chest heaved, and tears streamed down her face.
Mu Tianye's breath caught.
His hand instinctively reached out to wipe the tears from her face. But halfway there, his hand froze.
His current position seemed to forbid such an intimate gesture. I'm sorry. You're the boss. You decide. Working with an injury is fine.
It's really just a minor scratch. Both had mouths, yet neither seemed capable of speaking. Though her thoughts were clear, the words that came out tasted bitter.
Nan Zhiyi felt utterly disappointed. Did he truly see her only as his boss?
Her fingers clenched so tightly they nearly dug into her palms, and a sharp, stabbing pain shot through her chest.
He was a patient now. She wouldn't dwell on it for the moment.
Nan Zhiyi took a deep breath, composed herself, and said softly, "Come back to the room with me." Her tone brooked no argument. Though her thoughts were on his injuries needing rest, her words were stiff and unyielding, leaving all concern veiled. Mu Tianye stood motionless, reminding her that helicopter that just arrived was probably looking for you. Only then did Nan Zhiyi recall being awakened by the helicopter's noise. Rushing outside to check on Mu Tianye, she'd completely forgotten about it.
Brother Mu, you're awake. That's wonderful.
Ding Yao rubbed her eyes as she stepped out into the yard. Seeing Mu Tianye standing there unharmed, she couldn't help but beam with delight.
Mu Tianye gave her a gentle smile and teased, dreaming about something delicious? Don't hog it all, okay?
Ding Yao blinked innocently, not catching the double meaning in Mu Tianye's words.
Mu Tianye pointed to the corner of his own mouth.
Ding Yao suddenly understood, hurriedly raising her hand to wipe away the drool on her mouth. Her little face flushed involuntarily, and she gave a nervous, dry chuckle. She felt genuinely embarrassed that someone her age still drooled in her sleep.
I thought I heard a helicopter just now. Where is it? Could it be the medical team Sister Nan asked me to contact?
Ding Yao changed the subject to hide her embarrassment.
Nan Zhiyi noticed Mu Tianye's warm, jovial demeanor toward Ding Yao, yet his attitude toward her was far less easygoing.
A pang of jealousy welled up inside her. She shot Mu Tianye a fierce glare, silently warning him to stick to his manly virtues and not casually unleash his damnable charm.
Mu Tianye rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat baffled.
Ignoring the threat in Nan Zhiyi's eyes, he turned to answer Ding Yao's question.
A helicopter did arrive. It landed in the plaza ahead.
As he spoke, the Zhao Xixi couple emerged, followed closely by Ding Yao, who tugged at He Chen's collar. Their curious eyes scanned the sky. Dainio had never seen a helicopter before. The moment it swept overhead, the fleeting glimpse had left him utterly stunned. Now, his mind and eyes were filled with nothing but curiosity. If not for the task Nan Zhiyi had entrusted to him, he would have already dashed to the square to investigate. A group of people dressed in various styles approached along the road ahead. Two villagers led the way at the front, pointing toward Dainio's house while conversing with a tall, slender man among them. The man was around 26 or 27, standing about 185 centimeters tall, roughly the same height as Mu Tianye, though slightly leaner. His features bore a striking resemblance to He Chen, sharing 6 or 7 out of 10 similarities. At the sight of this man, He Chen's expression turned panicked, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. He Xingzhou, He Chen's older brother who had pursued a career abroad, was also Nan Zhiyi's business partner. Mu Tianye was no stranger to him either, an old acquaintance.
Back then, Mu Tianye had been his equal, even stealing the spotlight from him.
Now, while Mu Tianye had fallen from grace, He Xingzhou remained as dazzling as ever. More importantly, He Xingzhou had come for Nan Zhiyi. At this thought, Mu Tianye felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Unwilling to humiliate himself further, he quietly took a step back, intending to retreat to his room rather than remain an eyesore. It wasn't avoidance, he simply didn't want to make Nan Zhiyi feel awkward. After all, in his current state, he was hardly a boyfriend worth mentioning. Nan Zhiyi, concerned about Mu Tianye's health, kept her gaze fixed on him the entire time. Seeing his expression and movements now, she assumed he was feeling unwell. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly reached out to steady his arm, her concern evident. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? I specifically arranged for a medical team to come. I'll have them give you a full checkup right away." Behind He Xingzhou, several doctors in white coats were indeed following. Mu Tianye froze. Had Nan Zhiyi arranged these doctors specifically for him? A strange emotion churned within him. His Adam's apple bobbed as a complex mix of feelings stirred in his chest. Within moments, He Xingzhou had led the group closer. Seeing Nan Zhiyi clutching Mu Tianye's arm, a fleeting flicker crossed his eyes. Yet he quickly composed himself, asking Nan Zhiyi with feigned concern, "Zhiyi, are you alright? The medical team is here. Have them examine you immediately." Only now did Nan Zhiyi seem to recall He Xingzhou's presence. Faced with his overt concern, her expression grew slightly awkward. Yet seeing the dust and grime covering his clothes, she felt a surge of emotion. "You've been through so much, Xingzhou." Her words of gratitude were spoken almost as an afterthought before she hurriedly added, "I'm fine. It's him who's injured. Get the doctors into the courtyard immediately. Have them examine him thoroughly." Chapter 53, Tension Mounts. He had rushed back from abroad without sleep or rest, only to receive a simple "you've worked hard." It felt like a knife had been plunged into He Xingzhou's heart. Yet his expression remained composed, retaining the refined, gentlemanly demeanor of a cultured scholar. His gaze remained calm as he turned to Mu Tianye, a smile playing on his lips. "Mr. Mu, I owe you for looking after Zhiyi this time. Please go inside and let the doctor examine your injuries. I wouldn't rest easy if you suffered any lasting effects." These few sentences carried a heavy weight of implication, making it hard for anyone not to misinterpret them. The Zhao Cece couple exchanged bewildered glances. Weren't Miss Nan and the injured man a couple? Why did this man suddenly speak as if he were her legitimate husband? Nan Zhiyi's expression also changed, her heart tightening inexplicably. She looked anxiously at Mu Tianye, afraid he might misunderstand. Mu Tianye merely smiled faintly, meeting He Xingzhou's gaze with calm composure. "I'm taking care of her," he asked with a smile. "What does that have to do with you?" The smile on He Xingzhou's face faded slightly. Mu Tianye added, "Besides, she was the one who took care of me all night. I didn't take care of her." The atmosphere grew strangely tense. Anyone could see the two men were locked in a battle of jealousy. Nan Zhiyi's expression grew uneasy. She knew of He Xingzhou's feelings for her, but she had always avoided them, never giving a direct response. Over these past 3 years, He Xingzhou had been immensely helpful to her. Yet she understood that kindness was one thing, and love was another. She didn't want to give a vague answer, nor did she want to hurt He Xingzhou's feelings. That was why she had returned to China this time, partly to find Mu Tianye, partly to avoid He Xingzhou. She hoped that with time, He Xingzhou's feelings would fade. She had always been a kind-hearted person, unable to bear the thought of leaving a scar on He Xingzhou's heart with her own hands. Yet life proved unpredictable. Now, with this unexpected turn of events, He Xingzhou had returned to China so swiftly to reunite with her. What made it even more awkward was Mu Tianye's presence. Having faced life and death, Nan Zhiyi now understood clearly, the one she still yearned for and couldn't let go of was still the man she had fallen for at first sight. Some things couldn't be avoided by running away. It was better to confront them head-on sooner rather than later, to face them with honesty. Otherwise, more than one person would end up hurt in the end. Nan Zhiyi summoned her courage, determined to lay everything bare and bring closure. But He Xingzhou seemed to sense something and didn't give Nan Zhiyi a chance to speak. "Zhiyi and I are not only business partners but also very close friends. So, for taking care of her, both professionally and personally, I should thank you." He Xingzhou's expression remained serene, like the surface of a deep lake, its depths impossible to fathom. "I hear you're now working for Zhiyi. Since that's the case, you could be considered half my employee. An employee looking out for their boss, mere verbal thanks wouldn't be sincere enough. How about this? If there's any tangible gratitude you desire, feel free to ask. I can fulfill it." To outsiders, He Xingzhou's words sounded like those of a considerate boss looking out for his employee. But to those privy to the truth, his words served not only as a declaration of ownership over Nan Zhiyi but also as a deliberate humiliation of Mu Tianye. "You, Mu Tianye, are nothing but a stray dog now. You have no right to speak to He Xingzhou as an equal, nor any place to harbor improper thoughts toward Nan Zhiyi." His offer of tangible gratitude smacked more of charity than genuine appreciation. After speaking, He Xingzhou's smile remained refined and gentle, radiating warmth and kindness. But Mu Tianye found that smile unbearably glaring. This trait mirrored He Chen's smile concealing a dagger. Truly brothers.
He Chun, who knew He Xingzhou best, felt profound admiration in that moment. Truly, this was the older brother he regarded as venomous as a snake, murderous in his words, lethal in his silence. Yet He Chen also harbored a faint hope that Mu Tianye might surprise him by delivering a slap to He Xingzhou, just as he had done to him. Ding Yao stood by, anxiously wanting to speak up for Mu Tianye. But He Xingzhou was her direct superior, she held no authority to interject. Ever since He Xingzhou had spoken those words, Nan Zhiyi's brows had been tightly knotted. The usually detached He Xingzhou was being so aggressive today it felt utterly unfamiliar to her. She knew it was all because of her, yet she still felt furious. For the first time in 3 years, Nan Zhiyi found herself angry with He Xingzhou. She resented the condescending manner with which he had trampled on Mu Tianye's dignity. In this entire world, only she, Nan Zhiyi, had the right to look down on Mu Tianye. No one else could, not even He Xingzhou. Xingzhou, Mu Tianye's contract was signed privately with me, not the company. Strictly speaking, he has no formal affiliation with you. Business is business, private matters are private matters, each should be kept separate. How I choose to thank him is between us. You needn't concern yourself. Nan Zhiyi's tone was calm yet firm, her stance unambiguous. He Xingzhou froze. It seemed the very thing he'd feared had finally come to pass. Nan Zhiyi had never truly let go of Mu Tianye. Her claims of hating him and seeking revenge were nothing but self-deception. From the moment Nan Zhiyi spoke, He Xingzhou knew he had lost. 3 years of running alongside her, only to be outmatched by a down-and-out ex-lover. 1,000 protests raged within him, his chest burning with fury, yet his expression remained utterly still. I'm sorry. I was careless and overstepped our boundaries. He Xingzhou's voice was tinged with desolation, his entire being deflated like a punctured balloon, his expression carrying a hint of self-mockery. Nan Zhiyi felt a tightness in her chest and indescribable guilt surging in her heart. Yet she said nothing more. Some things were simply beyond resolution. Mu Tianye, who had remained silent all along, finally stirred. He chuckled softly, his laughter gradually brightening into a cheerful, carefree sound. Nan Zhiyi's attitude brought him great comfort. Suddenly, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him, as if a fog had lifted. He Xingzhou, Mu Tianye said, his curiosity piqued, I'm quite curious that practical gratitude you mentioned earlier? Are you actually going to follow through? Mu Tianye paused, his smile fading as he fixed a piercing stare on He Xingzhou. His entire demeanor turned icy. Truth be told, my worth isn't as cheap as you imagine. If you wish to show your gratitude, how about you give me the He family instead? What do you say? This was the very definition of an outrageous demand. As Mu Tianye's words fell, the room fell deathly silent. Expressions varied wildly among the crowd, each face a study in itself. Dania stared blankly at the sky, still pondering the large bird that had just flown overhead. The tense standoff unfolding before him was beyond his comprehension. Zhao Cixi and his wife exchanged worried glances at Nan Zhiyi, sensing that neither of the two men were pushovers, each seemed more combative than the other. He Chen, hiding behind the crowd, watched with excitement. It had been ages since anyone dared publicly humiliate He Xingzhou. Mu Tianye hadn't disappointed him. Right now, Mu Tianye towered larger than life in his eyes. If He Xingzhou knew his younger brother harbored such disloyal thoughts, he'd likely cut ties with him in the name of righteousness. Ding Yao looked deeply concerned. She knew He Xingzhou's capabilities well and wondered what gave Mu Tianye the confidence to confront him head-on. Though He Xingzhou was her boss, deep down, she felt she belonged on Mu Tianye's side. Chapter 54, Stabbing Me in the Back. Among all present, Nan Zhiyi's emotions were the most complex. She didn't want He Xingzhou to trample Mu Tianye's dignity, yet she hadn't anticipated Mu Tianye would confront He Xingzhou head-on. The gap in their current status and standing was stark. Mu Tianye was clearly overreaching, like a mayfly shaking a tree. Fearing Mu Tianye would suffer, Nan Zhiyi frowned and said unhappily, I've already said that matters between you and me have nothing to do with Xingzhou. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you once you're healed and back home. These words carried entirely different meanings to Mu Tianye and He Xingzhou, respectively. The smile on Mu Tianye's face faded slightly. Did she truly believe he wanted some kind of reward? What I desire, Ms. Nan likely cannot provide. His tone was cool and distant. Nan Zhiyi's breath caught, a hint of hurt flickering in her eyes. Why couldn't this man understand a kind word? As for He Xingzhou, he had just thought Nan Zhiyi was covering for Mu Tianye, but now he sensed their relationship wasn't quite as unshakable as he'd assumed. With a carefree smile, He Xingzhou addressed Nan Zhiyi, it seems Mr. Mu isn't particularly appreciative of your kind intentions, Zhiyi. Nan Zhiyi opened her mouth to speak, but He Xingzhou cut her off, turning to Mu Tianye, if you want the He family, you'll have to earn it. Just as our He family is now preparing to acquire the assets left behind by your Mu family. His calm tone carried an almost imperceptible air of triumph. Mu Tianye's expression had grown completely cold. He Xingzhou's words confirmed some of Mu Tianye's suspicions. After the Mu family's bankruptcy, no one had dared touch their former assets. They lay abandoned for 3 full years, with no court auction ever held. Now He Xingzhou had suddenly returned to the country, declaring his intent to take over the Mu family's assets. Mu Tianye refused to believe there wasn't some underhanded scheme behind it. It seems the He family's ambitions are indeed vast.
You've long planned to extend your reach into Jiangcheng.
Mu Tianye narrowed his eyes, then let out a cold laugh. But I wonder if the He family's strength can match your ambitions.
Greed can be fatal like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, it might choke you to death. He Xingzhou laughed heartily. No need for Mr. Mu to worry about that. His smile remained as he turned to Nan Zhiyi, his words carrying hidden meaning. Zhiyi has returned to China this time, intending to expand Tianye into the domestic market. She's currently searching for a suitable processing plant site. He Xingzhou paused before turning to Mu Tianye. Coincidentally, in a few days, the land formerly owned by your Mu family, the Sanjiang pharmaceutical site, will undergo a judicial auction. Zhiyi and I discussed it and believe that location perfectly suits Tianye's current needs. From his tone, it seemed as though that Sanjiang pharmaceutical land was already as good as his. Mu Tianye's expression grew even colder as he slowly shifted his gaze to Nan Zhiyi beside him.
Nan Zhiyi's expression changed dramatically. She had never once considered laying claim to the Sanjiang pharmaceutical land.
Yet, as He Xingzhou's business partner, his blunt admission now made it utterly ridiculous for her to feign ignorance. Yet in truth, this was genuinely the first time she'd heard about it. Feeling Mu Tianye's two piercing gazes like sharp blades, Nan Zhiyi looked flustered. She furrowed her brow and turned to He Xingzhou, asking, "How could I possibly?" He Xingzhou cut her off. "The board passed the resolution yesterday. Don't worry, I'm confident we'll secure that land." Nan Zhiyi's frown deepened. Was that what she was worried about? She didn't even want that plot of land in the first place. How would Mu Tianye view her if she acquired the Mu family's former assets this way? And as a board member herself, why was she completely unaware of the board's resolution? At that moment, Nan Zhiyi felt a surge of resentment toward He Xingzhou. She suddenly realized he seemed vastly different from the image she had held of him. She opened her mouth to question him further, only to be interrupted by Mu Tianye's cold laughter. "Well done, the He family. Well done, Tianye." Mu Tianye's voice carried an indescribable coldness and detachment. He glanced at Nan Zhiyi without emotion, his gaze so unfamiliar it made her heart ache. Who would have thought Ms. Nan's ambitions have grown so vast? It seems I truly underestimated you. Nan Zhiyi's face drained of color, her mouth opening to speak. Mu Tianye gave her no chance to explain, turning to He Xingzhou with a cold sneer. "Don't think that just because the Mu family went bankrupt, the He family can do as they please in Jiangcheng. Not just anyone has the right to touch Mu Qingsong's things." He Xingzhou chuckled dismissively. "Your father was a formidable figure in his day, but now..." He trailed off, ending with a dismissive chuckle that dripped with contempt. The implication was clear: no matter how formidable Mu Qingsong had once been, he was now nothing more than a dead man, utterly insignificant. Mu Tianye clenched his fists silently, then slowly relaxed them as his expression returned to calm. "Some people are more terrifying dead than alive. You believe that, don't you?" He Xingzhou's pupils contracted slightly. Mu Tianye's veiled threat suddenly made him feel a surge of pressure. The old man back home had told him that swallowing up the Mu family's assets couldn't be rushed. He wasn't usually the impatient type, but today, witnessing the lingering affection between Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye, he felt a surge of impulsiveness for the first time. He decided to accelerate certain plans. But hearing Mu Tianye's words now stirred unease within him, unconsciously bringing back memories of the past. After Mu Qingsong's bankruptcy, the entire Jiangcheng underwent a seismic shift. The Mu family's property deeds sat on the courtroom desk for 3 full years. Not a single bank filed a lawsuit, nor did any private individual ever entertain the thought of touching them. It was as if an unseen eye watched over them. Even though they no longer belonged to the Mu family, no one else was permitted to lay a finger on them. His thoughts churned. He wondered suspiciously, could there truly be some powerful figure behind the Mu family? Was it that battle-hardened matriarch of his family? That seemed unlikely. If the matriarch truly wielded that much influence, the Mu family wouldn't have gone bankrupt in the first place, and Mu Qingsong wouldn't have been driven to such desperate measures. He Xingzhou sorted through the details and concluded that Mu Tianye must be bluffing. Besides, it was the He family who had initiated the legal auction process for the Mu family's assets. There would be no surprises. Steeling his nerves, He Xingzhou sneered contemptuously, "The dead are indeed more terrifying than the living. After all, some die with unresolved grievances. Such heavy resentment is truly frightening." Ignoring his sarcasm, Mu Tianye replied coolly, "Don't worry. Your turn to fear will come." Turning away from He Xingzhou, Mu Tianye looked at Nan Zhiyi, who stood nearby in a daze, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Wasn't what I gave you before enough? If you wanted something from the Mu family, why didn't you ask me? Or did you think the He family could offer you more?" The misunderstanding had already taken root. Nan Zhiyi had been on the verge of explaining, but now, hearing Mu Tianye's cutting words, a wave of hurt washed over her, and suddenly, she no longer felt the need to justify herself. Staring back defiantly, she retorted coldly, "What I want, I'll fight for myself. I don't need anyone to give it to me." Mu Tianye snorted derisively, his tone dripping with contempt. "Effort? Is your effort clinging to the He family's coattails, only to turn around and stab me in the back?" Chapter 55, Escalating Tensions.
Nan Zhiyi's expression shattered. Mu Tianye's words left her trembling with rage, unable even to form a rebuttal. Mu Tianye turned his head away, refusing to look at her. Harsh words wounded both the listener and the speaker. Once spoken, the words left Mu Tianye feeling uneasy himself. Some battles were destined to have no victors. Seeing the two argue, a flicker of delight crossed He Xingzhou's eyes. He was about to fan the flames further when trouble suddenly found him. Who the hell put that thing in front of the sea god temple? The furious voice of old Chen grew louder as he approached, leaning heavily on his cane with a face twisted in rage, his forehead creased with countless wrinkles. Behind him trailed a dozen or so furious villagers, each wielding sticks and wearing menacing expressions. Zhao Cixi hurried forward to meet him, offering his arm to help the old man up. "Grandpa, what's wrong with the sea god temple?" he asked uneasily. "What's wrong?" Grandfather snorted coldly, his beard bristling and eyes blazing. "The sea god temple is nearly torn down. What do you think happened?" Zhao Cixi paled at the news. The sea god temple was the very foundation of faith for all of Beta Island, where people prayed for bountiful harvests at sea and safe returns home. Now that this sacred place had been desecrated, anger surged within Zhao Cixi. He turned to the two villagers guiding He Xingzhou's group and demanded sternly, "Zhang brothers, what exactly is going on?" The two men looked terrified, stammering, and unable to speak. The Zhang brothers were notorious idlers on the island. The elder, Zhang Tao, and the younger, Zhang Bo, both in their 30s, spent their days loafing about, never willing to go out to sea to earn their keep. Today, the brothers rose early, hoping to try their luck by seeing whose sun-dried seafood had been left unattended, planning to pilfer some for a meal. They happened upon He Xingzhou's helicopter landing at the Sea God Plaza. The totem of stacked conch shells had been blown over, and seaweed from the temple's roof was scattered everywhere. Seeing this, the brothers immediately hatched a scheme. They pretended to be the caretakers of the temple and demanded compensation from He Xingzhou for repairs. In truth, they were trying to swindle him, lining their own pockets. Having navigated the business world for years, He Xingzhou instantly saw through the brothers' scheme. Yet he didn't expose them. He had his men pull out a stack of cash, but instead of handing it over, he asked the brothers to lead the way. The Zhang brothers, blinded by greed, promptly abandoned the temple matter and eagerly led He Xingzhou to Zhao Cixi's residence. Unexpectedly, before they could pocket the money, old man Chen arrived with his men. The brothers' reputation for dishonesty was well known across the island. Hearing Zhao Cixi's accusatory words and seeing the panic on the brothers' faces, old man Chen instantly pieced together the situation. "You two bastards! You dare guide those who disrespect the sea god? You're damn well risking your lives for money." Still seething after his curses, the old man raised his cane and unleashed a flurry of blows, raining down blows on the brothers. The Zhang brothers tried to flee, but were surrounded by other villagers and could only cower, begging for mercy. Don't let the old man's age fool you. He didn't hold back when it came to beating people. No matter how much the brothers wailed and cried for mercy, his cane kept landing squarely on their heads. If not for his declining strength and old age, the way he was beating them, it truly looked like he intended to beat them to death. "If it weren't for these good times, I'd drown you two bastards in the sea to appease the gods right now." Exhausted from the beating, Grandpa leaned heavily on his cane, panting as he pointed at the two brothers cowering on the ground, wailing in pain, and cursed them viciously. The surrounding villagers glared with fury. In times past, they wouldn't have needed the old man's words. They'd have stuffed these two beasts into a pig cage and sacrificed them alive. Take them to kneel before the sea god temple. They won't rise until the temple is finished. The beating wasn't the end of it. After catching his breath, Grandpa ordered several villagers to take the Zhang brothers away. He Xingzhou, who witnessed the entire scene from the sidelines, felt his eyelid twitch involuntarily. He never imagined that merely landing a helicopter would cause such a huge mess. Even the Zhang brothers, fellow islanders, had been brutally beaten. How could he, an outsider, possibly escape? He Xingzhou's gaze darkened, yet he remained composed. Glancing to his side, he signaled his men to prepare for action. Accompanying him, besides the medical team, were two personal bodyguards. They had already discreetly placed their hands on their waists and swiftly positioned themselves in front of He Xingzhou. The bodyguards, paid 8 figures annually, showed no hesitation in this critical moment. He Xingzhou felt slightly reassured and turned to Grandpa Chen to discuss. "Old man, what do you think about this?" Before he could finish, old Master Chen's fierce, tiger-like eyes bore into him. "That thing in front of the sea god temple, is that yours?" Before He Xingzhou could answer, the patriarch barked at the villagers, "Tie him up." Without a flicker of hesitation, a dozen burly villagers closed in on He Xingzhou. Even Zhao Cixi and his son joined the fray. He Xingzhou finally panicked. He scrambled back 2 steps, hiding behind his bodyguard and shouting, "Don't do anything rash. This is a society governed by law. Your bandit-like actions will have legal consequences." Grandpa sneered coldly, "On this island, we follow island rules. Don't try to scare us with outside nonsense. Not even the King of Heaven himself could change that today." In truth, the islanders weren't savages living by the feral. They understood the law perfectly well. But the sea god temple held a sacred, inviolable place in their hearts, a spiritual anchor, a belief in peace and prosperity that could not be trampled upon.
Mu Tianye watched the old man's fierce stance with great satisfaction, silently giving the villagers a thumbs up.
The only other person sharing his delight in the entire crowd was probably He Chen.
Seeing his own brother in grave danger, He Chen showed no concern whatsoever. Instead, he felt an almost uncontrollable thrill. He even secretly prayed that He Xingzhou would be captured by these villagers and sacrificed to the heavens. That way, he would no longer have to endure He Xingzhou's torment.
Nan Zhiyi, who had been lost in Mu Tianye's hurtful words, finally snapped back to reality as the situation escalated. Fearing for He Xingzhou's safety, she urgently pleaded with the Chen family elder. "Grandfather, they're new here and unfamiliar with the island's customs. Everyone should calm down.
I'll have him apologize to you first.
Please consider if there's another way to make amends. Let's sit down and talk this through."
Her tone was urgent, her concern palpable.
Mu Tianye watched coldly from the sidelines, a strange unease stirring within him. "Girl, this has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it. Offending the sea god isn't something a simple apology can fix." Grandfather's tone toward Nan Zhiyi was relatively gentle, yet his words were unwavering. There was no room for negotiation. A dozen villagers had already cornered He Xingzhou and his companions.
Several extremists among them brandished clubs, swinging them viciously toward the group. The doctors screamed in terror. Two of them, struck by blows, clutched their heads and begged for mercy. He Xingzhou's two bodyguards stood in front of him, temporarily shielding him from the blows. However, the villagers were so emotionally charged that without resorting to extreme measures, there was no way to control the situation.
Chapter 56, Kneeling in Apology.
He Xingzhou's expression grew increasingly cold, yet his eyes betrayed hesitation. He scanned the surroundings nervously, waiting to see how things would unfold. If Nan Zhiyi could persuade these villagers, it would spare him from resorting to drastic measures.
Nan Zhiyi, encountering such a situation for the first time, felt utterly at a loss.
The villagers who had been so gentle and simple yesterday had turned into fierce demons today. Though their hostility wasn't directed at her, Nan Zhiyi still found it hard to adjust. Ding Yao was also terrified, but fearing Nan Zhiyi might get caught in the crossfire, she steeled herself and stood in front of her boss, determined to shield her from the blows if necessary.
Nan Zhiyi, equally worried for Ding Yao, gripped her arm tightly and pulled her back.
The two sisters huddled together, appearing small and vulnerable amidst the chaos. The only person who seemed calm in the entire scene was probably Mu Tianye.
Though he watched coldly from the sidelines, his peripheral vision never left Nan Zhiyi. Should she face danger, he'd be ready to act instantly.
"Young lady, stay out of this.
Quickly go into the courtyard with your aunt. You don't want to get hurt in the crossfire." Seeing the situation escalate, Lu Tsuixia kindly warned Nan Zhiyi. But Nan Zhiyi shook her head urgently.
He Xingzhou and the others had come to the island because of her. How could she just walk away? "Auntie, please beg Uncle Cici and the others to stop this madness. I'll pay a huge sum to build a new sea god temple for the village."
Lu Tsuixia shook her head inside. "This is the island's custom. No amount of money will change it. Listen to me, come inside the courtyard now."
She felt helpless, unwilling to see Nan Zhiyi worry, but in matters like this, there was simply no room for negotiation. This wasn't the first time the sea god had been angered on the island. Long, long ago, this island had once flourished. Back then, the island was abundant in pearls, which commanded high prices and were deeply cherished by nobles from the mainland. The islanders traded these pearls for goods from outsiders, living in great abundance. Yet, as the saying goes, the man is not guilty, but the jewel is, and eventually, covetous eyes turned to the island's treasures. Suddenly, one day, a large force of heavily armed foreigners invaded the island, committing every conceivable atrocity, burning, killing, and plundering. The islanders rose to fight back, but the disparity in strength was too great. Nearly all the men perished in battle, yet they still couldn't drive the invaders away. On the southern side of the island stood a sheer cliff, accessible only by a man-made plank road leading to its summit. The elderly, women, and children took refuge atop the southern cliff. The men who went out to fight the invaders burned the plank road, ensuring the survival of the island's bloodline. Those men who went to battle never truly expected to return. Victory meant survival, defeat left no need for retreat. The battlefield lay to the north. Every man on the island perished, their bodies piled into towers of white bone, rivers of blood flowing. After their victory, the invaders plundered the island. Their final stop was the sea god temple, where a peerless pearl lay. Just as they prepared to seize it, a tsunami erupted. The unseen calamity descended without warning, submerging nearly the entire island beneath the sea. Only the southern cliff remained exposed above the water. It seemed like divine will. After the tsunami, the island miraculously re-emerged. The invaders had all perished in the sea, while the men who died in battle remained piled like towers, solid as rock, as if eternally guarding their homeland. The surviving elders attributed this to the protection of the sea god. To express their gratitude, the people united to rebuild the sea god temple. The bodies piled into towers were adorned with conch shells and seashells, fashioned into the shape of true pagodas. Thus, Beta Island earned its name, and so did Nantai village. Men met their end in the north, while women and children faced despair on the southern cliffs. Before that, this place was called Pearl Island. From that day forward, a custom took root on the island. Whenever someone set sail, the women of their household would go to the shore, pick up a shell or conch, and place it atop the northern tower. This is both a tribute to the departed and a blessing for the living. To this day, the tower built from seashells and conch shells has grown into a mountain, yet this custom has never changed. This is precisely why the villagers are so enraged now. The sea god temple is the burial ground of their ancestors. What He Xingzhou and his men did was tantamount to desecrating ancestral graves. Outsiders were unaware of the ancient customs here, and He Xingzhou never imagined the situation would escalate so severely. As he watched the villagers, their eyes red like beasts, fear finally began to creep into He Xingzhou's heart. Seeing that negotiation was futile, He Xingzhou gritted his teeth and resolved to resort to force. Make an example of them. Take down the ringleaders first. He ordered his bodyguard in a deep voice. The bodyguards, struggling to hold their ground and long since losing patience, immediately reached for the weapons at their waists upon hearing He Xingzhou's voice. Everyone, hold your fire. At the critical moment, Mu Tianye suddenly bellowed. He poured every ounce of strength into that shout, its force startling. Both sides froze in the chaos, their movements unconsciously slowing as all eyes turned toward him. In his earlier panic, he'd shouted too forcefully, inadvertently tugging at the wound on his chest. Now, cold sweat beaded on Mu Tianye's forehead from the pain. Facing everyone's gaze, he could only grit his teeth and push through. Young man, mind your own business. Grandpa Chen glared at Mu Tianye with displeasure, his low voice already tinged with anger. He had treated Mu Tianye's wounds just last night, and now the boy was standing up to sabotage his plans. The old man now felt this kid was far less agreeable than when he'd been unconscious last night. He might even be an ungrateful wretch. Mu Tianye knew he was misunderstood by the old man and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. But he had no choice. He had to step forward not for He Xingzhou, but for the safety of the island villagers. Mu Tianye had observed the movements of those two bodyguards earlier. He knew exactly what they carried at their waists. If he didn't intervene, villagers would surely suffer. The consequences were too dire to contemplate. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, Mu Tianye stepped forward and whispered something into the old man's ear. Upon hearing his words, the old man's expression shifted abruptly. His suspicious gaze fell upon the two bodyguards standing before He Xingzhou. He noticed their hands were indeed concealed beneath their waistcoats, where bulges clearly indicated they were concealing something. Are you certain? Grandpa asked Mu Tianye in a deep voice. Mu Tianye nodded firmly and whispered, I'm worried you might get the short end of the stick. These guys aren't ordinary people. We can't push them too hard. If they're cornered, villagers will suffer. The village elder, a man of experience, nodded gratefully to Mu Tianye before raising his hand to signal the villagers to hold their ground. The villagers looked at Grandpa in confusion, unsure why he had suddenly changed his approach. Grandfather offered no explanation, merely frowning in deep thought. Desecrating the sea god was an unforgivable crime, but these men were clearly armed. If things escalated too far, it was impossible to predict who would suffer the consequences. Grandfather, how about letting them kneel before the sea god to confess their sins? Then they can personally gather seaweed and shells from the shore and repair the sea god temple with their own hands. What do you think? Mu Tianye suggested from the side. Grandfather pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. We'll proceed as he suggests. Any objections? Grandfather asked He Xingzhou in a deep voice. He Xingzhou's gaze lingered coldly on Mu Tianye's face for a moment before he finally conceded, grinding out two words through clenched teeth, fine. He didn't want to push things to the extreme unless absolutely necessary. If weapons were drawn, cleaning up the aftermath would be troublesome. However, Mu Tianye's proposal to go before the sea god and kowtow an apology felt like a deliberate humiliation. Though he reluctantly agreed, his resentment toward Mu Tianye deepened. Nan Zhiyi shared similar thoughts. She frowned at Mu Tianye, her eyes reflecting gratitude yet tinged with faint disappointment. Chapter 57, Who's Really Being Stubborn? Mu Tianye caught Nan Zhiyi's gaze. Amidst the warm breeze, a faint chill brushed across his heart. What? Did she think he was kicking someone when they were down, settling a personal grudge, by suggesting He Xingzhou kowtow an apology? He gave a self-deprecating chuckle, unwilling to offer any explanation. He hadn't expected Nan Zhiyi to care about He Xingzhou to such an extent that she'd lost her ability to discern right from wrong. Truthfully, Nan Zhiyi did harbor such thoughts that Mu Tianye was seizing the moment to humiliate He Xingzhou, revealing a lack of grace. You'd better have your men stow away whatever they're carrying at their waists. Don't think our island lacks things that can make noise. If this escalates, no one will come out unscathed. A sharp gleam flashed in the old man's cloudy eyes as he fixed his gaze on He Xingzhou and spoke in a measured tone. He Xingzhou narrowed his eyes, gave a slight nod, signaling his bodyguards not to make any rash moves. Nan Zhiyi's heart skipped a beat. Only now did she realize what Mu Tianye had been worried about. Recalling her earlier misunderstanding, Nan Zhiyi silently berated herself. She turned to look at Mu Tianye, hoping to explain, but he deliberately avoided her gaze. Oh, now he's playing coy. Annoyance flared in Nan Zhiyi's chest. She refused to explain anything further, pressing her lips tightly together and feigning indifference.
That jerk doesn't deserve an explanation. Let's see who caves first. Out of nowhere, the two of them started another pointless pouting contest. Ding Yao watched from the sidelines, silently frowning at their exhausting display. At Mu Tianye's suggestion, He Xingzhou and the villagers each conceded a step. Both sides reluctantly unified their stance, averting a bloody confrontation. The group arrived at the sea god temple. He Xingzhou was pushed before the statue of the sea god and reluctantly bowed his head several times. Urged on by the villagers and the old man, He Xingzhou gathered a few men and prepared to head to the shore to collect seashells. As he passed by Mu Tianye, He Xingzhou halted abruptly, flashing a defiant smirk. Mu Tianye, all these years later, you haven't grown an inch. Back then, you bullied people from behind your father's back. Now, all you know how to do is hide behind women and old men. Mu Tianye smiled faintly. Have you forgotten that when I beat you back then, I wasn't hiding behind anyone? Hearing the old grievance brought up, He Xingzhou's face turned ashen, his gaze turning icy cold. He could no longer maintain his gentlemanly composure. Very well, Mu Tianye. Old grudges and new grievances, I have all the time in the world to play with you. His teeth clenched so hard it looked like he wanted to tear Mu Tianye limb from limb. The only time He Xingzhou had ever been beaten in his life was at Mu Tianye's hands. That incident had remained a thorn in his side ever since. Back then, constrained by the Mu family's influence, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Now that the Mu family was nothing but a pariah, He Xingzhou was determined to avenge that humiliation. That's exactly what I had in mind. Mu Tianye scratched his nose, completely dismissing He Xingzhou's threat. For the past 3 years, hadn't he been enduring in silence? Once, he couldn't pinpoint who was behind the Mu family's bankruptcy. But now that the Yi family was slowly bearing its fangs, it was time to settle some scores. Want the land where Zhangjiang Pharmaceuticals stands? What a pipe dream. Had they asked Jiang Wenjun for permission? Do you even know which Jiang is the Jiang of Zhangjiang Pharmaceuticals? Mu Tianye sneered inwardly, raising an eyebrow in disdain. Suddenly, his entire demeanor seemed to undergo a dramatic shift. He cast a condescending glance at He Xingzhou, his gaze as domineering as a king surveying his realm. He Xingzhou felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest, clenching his fists unconsciously. Mu Tianye's smile felt like a sharp blade to his eyes, stirring an irrational fear within him. This guy was truly detestable. Even reduced to wearing cheap clothes, he still refused to lower his arrogant head. Even more detestable than before. The silent standoff intensified, neither yielding, and the tension in the air thickened. Nan Zhiyi frowned, worried the two would come to blows again. She hurried between them to separate them, turning to He Xingzhou. Let's go, Xingzhou. I'll accompany you. He Xingzhou smirked triumphantly, inwardly delighted. He flashed a defiant grin at Mu Tianye. As if to say, see? Nan Zhiyi's on my side. Mu Tianye's aura suddenly deflated, his disappointment impossible to hide. His impenetrable armor could only be pierced by Nan Zhiyi. It felt like another heavy punch to his chest, the wound beginning to throb uncontrollably once more. Mu Tianye's face turned pale as he coughed violently. Nan Zhiyi suddenly realized something, her face tightening with concern. She reached out to support Mu Tianye, but he swept her hand away. No need for your concern, Madam Nan. I'm not worthy of such kindness. Mu Tianye gave a self-mocking smile, his voice cold and thin. Nan Zhiyi's hand froze mid-air, the color draining from her face as she pressed her lips tightly together. She had only intended to distract He Xingzhou, hoping to prevent him from continuing the standoff with Mu Tianye and making the situation even more awkward. Yet, she never imagined that her words would wound not only Mu Tianye, but herself as well. She silently berated herself for trying to divide her consideration equally between two people, though that wasn't what she truly felt. Angry that Mu Tianye didn't understand her, she refused to explain. Instead, she stubbornly reached forward, trying to grab his arm. I'll take you back to rest first. Mu Tianye showed no appreciation, dodging her grasp once more. Is Mr. Nan some kind of central air conditioner? After attending to this one, you're tending to that one. Aren't you tired? Mu Tianye, you. Nan Zhiyi's eyes flushed crimson as a piercing ache stabbed through her heart. Mu Tianye cut her off with a cold laugh, his expression utterly indifferent. Nan Zhiyi, this isn't business. Your double-dealing tactics won't work here. She felt a suffocating pressure, unsure whether it was physical or psychological. Mu Tianye grimaced in pain, clutching his chest as he staggered back, his retreating figure lonely and desolate. Staying any longer felt like he might collapse. He had prepared himself to sever all emotional ties, yet her casual concern for another left him wounded to the core. An unnamed ache spread through his chest. He lifted his head slightly, and the sunlight seemed almost blinding. His eyes felt scorched, stinging, and burning. What a cursed bond. Ever since meeting him, Nan Zhiyi had transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan. Yet for him, encountering Nan Zhiyi seemed to bring nothing but wounds. Mu Tianye felt a deep sorrow within, his expression lonely and desolate. He was merely the medicine that once healed her, while she was the calamity destined to befall him. Was fate truly inescapable? A sharp pain shot through his head, causing Mu Tianye to stagger, nearly falling.
A pair of hands reached out from the side, gripping him tightly, stubborn and resolute.
I'm sorry. Don't push yourself. Go back and rest properly.
Nan Zhiyi's voice was soft, as if she was unaccustomed to apologizing. It was plaintive and pleading, a mix of awkwardness and stubbornness that melted the heart.
Mu Tianye forced a weak smile. Nan Zhiyi, haven't you been the one pushing yourself all along? Mu Tianye. Little Mu.
Two shrieks erupted almost simultaneously. After uttering those words, Mu Tianye seemed to have expended every ounce of strength.
His eyelids fluttered, and he fainted once more. Chapter 58, The Devil Within.
Ding Yao helped Nan Zhiyi support Mu Tianye, preventing him from crashing to the ground.
What are you two idiots standing around for? Hurry over and help.
Lu Tsuixia, seeing the situation, hurriedly called out to the father and son to lend a hand.
Only then did father and son snap out of their daze.
They hurried over, lifting Mu Tianye between them and rushing him home.
Uncle Six Joy, Big Ox, be gentle. He's injured.
Seeing the father and son handling the patient with no regard for his condition, carrying him as if he were a table, Nan Zhiyi's voice filled with urgency as she called out a warning.
Oh, got it.
Zhao Cixi responded with a couple of grunts, but inwardly dismissed the concern. His physical injuries were nothing compared to the wounds in his heart.
Didn't you cause all of them?
When your own husband argues with someone, you take sides against him. It's a miracle he hasn't been driven to his grave yet. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable in their rural community. Of course, Zhao Cixi dared only vent these grievances in his mind. To voice them aloud would be to offend the god of wealth, and in the end, he'd likely reap no benefits whatsoever. After sending Zhao Cixi and his son home with Mu Tianye, Nan Zhiyi rushed back to plead with Grandfather Chen. Grandfather, these are doctors I specifically sought out.
Please let them examine Mu Tianye first.
If it doesn't work, I'll collect their share of shells myself.
Grandfather frowned, a hint of displeasure in his expression. He couldn't fathom the younger generation's mindset.
Moments ago, the couple had been glaring at each other as if locked in a bitter feud. Now, with one collapsed, the other was pacing anxiously, on the verge of tears.
What kind of peculiar affection was this?
Shaking his head, the old man sighed.
That won't do. You didn't anger the sea god. He won't accept shells you retrieved. Whoever caused the trouble must take responsibility.
Only then will it show sincerity, and only then might the sea god forgive. His words were utter nonsense. The plane belonged to He Xingzhou. Those doctors were merely passengers.
This karmic debt didn't fall on them. Punishing He Xingzhou alone would suffice.
The reason Grandpa refused Nan Zhiyi's request was because he felt his medical skills were being questioned. Here stood a renowned healer right before him, yet she didn't call upon him. Instead, she went to great lengths to bring in doctors from outside. Wasn't that slapping his old man's face? It was a severe blow to the old man's pride. Nan Zhiyi couldn't fathom the old man's convoluted thoughts. Worried about Mu Tianye's condition, tears welled up in her eyes.
Lu Tsuixia couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly offered Nan Zhiyi a suggestion.
Grandpa, I heard the girls say they're going to set up internet for our village and give everyone a cell phone.
At a moment when lives were at stake, Lu Tsuixia suddenly brought up this topic. At first, Nan Zhiyi didn't grasp the deeper meaning and froze in confusion.
Only when she saw Lu Tsuixia persistently signaling her with meaningful glances did Nan Zhiyi begin to grasp the situation. She quickly picked up where Lu Tsuixia left off.
That's right, Grandpa. I've already contacted the internet company.
They should be arriving on the island shortly.
Could you please arrange for a few people to go to the lighthouse to greet them? Nan Zhiyi then pulled Ding Yao aside. Grandpa, this is my assistant.
She can handle all these matters.
If you need anything, just let her know.
I'll have her stay behind to take a head count of the village.
We'll start ordering phones immediately. By tonight at the latest, everyone will have a new phone.
I'll also have her order an extra tablet for you, Grandpa, so you can watch shows or scroll through videos more conveniently.
Watch what dramas? I don't watch dramas. Not my cup of tea. Grandpa shook his head emphatically. Nan Zhiyi grew anxious, fearing this approach wouldn't work.
Just as despair washed over her, Grandpa suddenly beamed with delight. I love watching live streams and PK battles, they're so thrilling.
Well. Nan Zhiyi forced a smile. Fine, whatever you like watching is your business. Then, Grandpa, may I take the doctor with me first? Go on.
Grandpa waved his hand dismissively, adding.
I told you, that boy's fine.
His sudden fainting was just from weakness, compounded by his pent-up emotions. He'll be fine after resting. But if you're worried, let the doctor you called take another look.
Nan Zhiyi thanked him profusely and hurried off with the two doctors. He Xingzhou was left standing there, as if invisible.
Watching Nan Zhiyi's hurried retreating figure, He Xingzhou's pupils contracted slightly, grinding his teeth in frustration.
What are you standing around for? Get to work. Is it proper to keep the sea god waiting like this? Grandpa tapped his cane on the floor and glared at He Xingzhou.
Regaining his composure, He Xingzhou suppressed his emotions. Without a word, he led his two bodyguards toward the shore.
He Chen watched his brother walk away, his face lighting up with relief, thinking he'd dodged a bullet. His eyes darted around, scheming to slip away unnoticed. But He Xingzhou seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Before He Chen could get far, he casually instructed his bodyguards, "Take him with us." The two bodyguards seized He Chen's arms, one on each side, and hauled him along behind He Xingzhou. He Chen's face twisted in despair as his short legs kicked helplessly in the air. Brother! Brother, tell them to let me go first. We can talk about this at home." Smack! He Xingzhou, who had been striding ahead, suddenly stopped, spun around, and slapped He Chen across the face. "Don't call me brother. Look at the mess you've made. You'd better behave yourself and stop doing things that piss me off. Otherwise, you know the consequences." The tone and attitude were nothing like those between brothers, they seemed worse than those of enemies. He Xingzhou's cold gaze fixed on He Chen. That face, bearing 6 or 7 parts of his own likeness, filled him with utter disgust. He had never liked this younger brother since childhood, for this brother had taken away the most important thing in his life. After a moment, He Xingzhou withdrew his gaze, slowly turned away, and continued walking forward, expressionless. No rush. He'd deal with him properly once they got home. He had sent He Chen back to China to help Nan Zhiyi promote her new product, but his true purpose was to have He Chen drive away the flies buzzing around her. But now, not only had the flies not been chased away, but he'd actually brought her and her ex-boyfriend together. It was infuriating, utterly useless, good for nothing but causing trouble. A complete waste of space. As He Xingzhou walked, he pondered what methods he should use to deal with his useless younger brother once he got home, something that would truly vent his anger. He Chen's gaze fixed on He Xingzhou's retreating figure, his emotions becoming complex and elusive. The fear suddenly lessened, replaced by a heart-wrenching hatred. In the span of a single day, He Chen couldn't recall how many times he'd been slapped. Mu Tianye struck him, Nan Zhiyi struck him, and even Ding Yao's lowly assistant dared to lay a hand on him. Yet all of them combined couldn't match the pain of He Xingzhou's single slap. Not just physically, but psychologically too. He clenched his teeth so hard, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. He Chen suddenly let out a low, chilling chuckle, his voice so icy it sent shivers down the spines of the two bodyguards gripping his arms. "My dear brother, since you've cast aside our bond so ruthlessly, I'll gladly help you rediscover our family ties." A demon had suddenly taken up residence in He Chen's heart, devouring him with frenzied intensity. Chapter 59, Open Your Mouth. Mu Tianye awoke again, the hour now deep into the night. Nan Zhiyi had stayed by his side all day, doing nothing else, not even eating lunch. She sat at the bedside, staring blankly at Mu Tianye's face. When Mu Tianye abruptly opened his eyes, he saw Nan Zhiyi's face heavy with worry. Their eyes met, and they looked at each other without speaking. Seeing Nan Zhiyi's haggard expression, Mu Tianye's lingering resentment softened slightly, his gaze growing gentler. His subtle shift in expression was keenly noticed by Nan Zhiyi. She quickly shed her hard exterior and asked with concern, "Are you hungry? Aunt Suecia made some congee for you. I'll go get you a bowl." Mu Tianye, not one to be ungrateful, gave a soft nod. Feeling a secret joy at the thaw in their relationship, Nan Zhiyi couldn't suppress the smile that curved her lips. She hurriedly rose to fetch the porridge. Lu Suecia was busy at the stove. Seeing Nan Zhiyi rush over, she quickly wiped her hands on her apron and asked, "What's up, girl? Your husband still hasn't woken up?" "He's awake, auntie. I'm here to get him a bowl of porridge." A smile lingered on Nan Zhiyi's lips, her ears flushing slightly. The word husband felt incredibly satisfying to her. The porridge had been simmering on the stove, and Lu Suecia swiftly ladled out 2 bowls. "You haven't eaten all day. Why don't you have some too? Shall I bring it in for you?" "No need, auntie. I can manage." Nan Zhiyi took the bowls and hurried back to the room. Watching Nan Zhiyi's retreating figure, Lu Suecia's smile remained unchanged. She found herself growing fonder of this girl with each passing moment. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also efficient and honest in her words and actions. The promised $1,000,000 was already hidden under the bed in her master bedroom. Ding Yao had sent it over. Having lived in poverty for most of her life, Lu Suecia now found herself transformed into a millionaire overnight. It felt like a dream, and she had spent the entire day floating on air. Her lips had been turned up in a smile all day, and even while working, a grin remained plastered on her face. Now she could add 2 more rooms to the courtyard, and there was money set aside for Dania's wedding. If there were no suitable girls in the village, they could always look elsewhere with this money. During the day, Lu Suecia went to the room to keep Nan Zhiyi company and chatted with her for a while. From what Nan Zhiyi implied, she planned to keep Dania close to work for her and asked Lu Suecia to discuss it with Zhao Xixi. Such a golden opportunity was hard to find even with a lantern. What was there to discuss? Lu Suecia agreed immediately, her smile stretching from ear to ear. There were plenty of good girls out there. With Dania working for the big boss, would he ever have trouble finding a wife? As for those village girls who had previously turned him down, well, let them regret it later. With such delightful thoughts in her mind, Lu Suecia worked with renewed vigor. She went back to the jar and fished out 2 more large sea cucumbers she had to nourish that handsome young man properly. After a moment's thought, she gritted her teeth and pulled out 2 more.
Daniel, his father, and Ding Yao went out together with the network company crew to upgrade the internet and distribute phones to every household. When they returned that evening, she'd nourish them too. Before, she'd been too stingy to eat them, saving them to sell for money. Now that she could afford it, there was no need to skimp on such trifles. After all, the best things were those that ended up in her own belly.
Meanwhile, Nan Zhiyi entered the room carrying 2 bowls of porridge.
Mu Tianye struggled to sit up on his own.
Don't move yet. Let me come over to help you up. Nan Zhiyi hurriedly set the bowls on the table and moved closer to assist him.
But Mu Tianye had already managed to sit up on his own.
Nan Zhiyi helped him lean against the headboard, gently scolding him, "Why did you have to show off? What if you'd pulled a muscle?" Mu Tianye replied, "It's fine. I'm not crippled. I'm not so helpless I can't take care of myself. It would be better if you were."
Nan Zhiyi muttered under her breath, thinking to herself, "If you couldn't take care of yourself, I could look after you every day." She thought it, but she couldn't bear for him to actually become disabled. Mu Tianye overheard her muttering and smiled helplessly.
"Do you hate me that much? To the point of wishing I were crippled?" Nan Zhiyi glared at him, biting her lip in silence. Sometimes she truly thought Mu Tianye was an idiot. If she disliked him, would she skip meals and stay by his side all day? If she truly hated him, why would she have come back at all? She brought over a bowl of congee, scooped out a small spoonful, blew on it gently, and then brought it to Mu Tianye's lips. Mu Tianye's expression was strange. He didn't open his mouth, just stared at Nan Zhiyi and said, "I'm not so helpless I can't take care of myself. You don't need to go to such lengths." How ungrateful. Nan Zhiyi felt a flicker of irritation. Under Mu Tianye's intense gaze, her cheeks flushed, but she deliberately stiffened her expression and pushed the spoon forward again. "Open your mouth," she said flatly. Her concern was clear, yet her attitude was as hard as stone. Mu Tianye still sensed her care. Memories began churning, stirring his emotions. There was a time when Nan Zhiyi had cared for him like this. Once, when he took Nan Zhiyi camping, he suddenly developed a high fever in the middle of the night and nearly lost consciousness. At the time, Nan Zhiyi couldn't drive and had no way to take him back to the city. She called an ambulance, but in the middle of nowhere, it couldn't arrive quickly. At a loss, Nan Zhiyi held Mu Tianye tightly in her arms, pressing her forehead against his, trying to share his fever. By the time the ambulance finally arrived, Nan Zhiyi had fallen ill herself. His hardened heart melted instantly. Mu Tianye stopped resisting and opened his mouth to eat the porridge. But the next moment, his forehead creased into a grimace, his expression bitter. Nan Zhiyi panicked immediately, urgently asking, "What's wrong? Is it too hot, or does it taste off?" Mu Tianye forced the porridge down, his expression resembling someone swallowing poison. He frowned and asked, "Did you cook this porridge? Didn't you taste it yourself?" Nan Zhiyi shook her head blankly. Logically speaking, the porridge Aunt Suecia cooked shouldn't be this awful, right? She scooped a small amount with a spoon and cautiously tasted it. It was fragrant and delicious, with no issues whatsoever. She looked up suspiciously, only to find Mu Tianye staring at her with a half-smile. Nan Zhiyi suddenly realized she'd been tricked by this rascal. "How annoying are you?" Nan Zhiyi pouted in complaint, her cheeks flushing slightly, looking every bit the little woman. She and Mu Tianye had used the same spoon. They had fed each other before, even more freely, mouth to mouth. But times had changed. With their current ambiguous relationship, such an intimate gesture made Nan Zhiyi's heart race wildly. Mu Tianye smiled. "The porridge is delicious. I see there's plenty of sea cucumber in it. You should eat quickly too. You probably haven't eaten all day and must be starving." So he knew everything. Nan Zhiyi pressed her lips together, her eyes instantly reddening. He knew she cared about him, yet he constantly misunderstood her about Xingzhou, about the land deal with Zhangjiang Pharmaceuticals. He wouldn't even let her explain, instead hurling those cold, heartless words to hurt her. The more Nan Zhiyi thought about it, the more wrong she felt. Tears fell in big drops, plopping one by one into her bowl of porridge. Like a child, she even began to sob softly, her lips pouting. Chapter 60, You're Not Full Yet? Mu Tianye was instantly thrown into disarray. He had never seen Nan Zhiyi cry like this before. Nan Zhiyi cried louder and louder. Mu Tianye fumbled awkwardly, reaching out to wipe her tears. For some reason, seeing Nan Zhiyi like this made his heart feel like it was breaking. "Stop crying already. The porridge is already salty enough." Though spoken from genuine concern, his words only made Nan Zhiyi seethe with anger. She turned her head away, refusing to let Mu Tianye touch her face. Mu Tianye sighed helplessly, forced to devise another plan. Ugh! He suddenly clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain, his brows furrowed tightly. "You, woo-woo, don't move around, woo-woo." This tactic worked like a charm. Nan Zhiyi instantly grew tense, hastily setting down her rice bowl. She slowly stifled her sobs, sniffling as she reached out to support Mu Tianye. Her tear-streaked face was heartbreakingly pitiful. Mu Tianye's heart fluttered, and as if possessed, he reached out and pulled her completely into his embrace. Nan Zhiyi froze, yet her eyes sparkled with surprise. He had finally taken the initiative to embrace her.
Instinctively, she wanted to respond, to wrap her arms around Mu Tianye. But then she remembered his injuries and feared causing him pain. So Nan Zhiyi could only rest her hand lightly on his shoulder. Turning her head, she bit his neck with just the right amount of pressure. That bite held her grievance, her excitement, her love both bitter and sweet, intense yet restrained. Lu Zuixia heard sobbing from inside the room and assumed the young couple was quarreling again. She hurriedly put down her work and rushed over to try and mediate. To her surprise, the moment she entered, she saw the young couple clinging to each other like glue and lacquer. There was no quarrel to mediate at all. Her hand awkwardly wiped against her apron. Lu Zuixia gave an uneasy laugh and hurriedly turned to leave. Though Lu Zuixia came and went like the wind, Nan Zhiyi still caught sight of her. Her face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed, and she hastily pulled away from Mu Tianye's embrace. Ouch! This time, Mu Tianye truly felt pain, as if his barely healed bones had shifted out of place again. Nan Zhiyi panicked, fumbling helplessly as she asked through choked-up words, "Are you okay? Should I have the doctor take another look?" Mu Tianye shook his head. "I'm fine. The porridge is getting cold. Eat quickly." He kept silent about his earlier emotional outburst, pretending nothing had happened. He'd been a bit too impulsive, and now he felt a faint pang of regret. He still didn't know Nan Zhiyi's true purpose for returning this time and dared not let his emotions run too freely. What if his feelings were one-sided? Or what if Nan Zhiyi had other plans? He could end up in a world of trouble. Besides, Nan Zhiyi was getting so close to Xingzhou now. One wrong move and they could easily become enemies. His mood suddenly grew heavy, and the porridge Nan Zhiyi fed him seemed less delicious than before. Nan Zhiyi, however, harbored none of these complex thoughts. Feeling Mu Tianye's affection for her, even if only for a few seconds, filled her with wild delight. When she first returned to the country, she had deceived herself, telling herself she was back to take revenge on Mu Tianye. In truth, upon learning of the Mu family's troubles, she had worried about him and rushed back to find him. Even that contract on the surface, a shackle binding Mu Tianye, was really born from her unwillingness to see him suffer outside. She wanted to keep him close and care for him. Nan Zhiyi understood Mu Tianye's deep-seated pride. Charity or gifts would only be humiliating to him. He would never accept them and would likely resent them. On their first meeting, Nan Zhiyi asked Mu Tianye how much debt he owed, offering to pay it off for him. Mu Tianye thought she was deliberately humiliating him, but she was sincere. Even if it meant sacrificing everything she possessed, she would repay every last debt without hesitation. Unfortunately, she had vastly overestimated her own worth, unaware of the true weight behind the title of Jiangcheng's former wealthiest man. Her entire fortune was likely only a fraction of the Mu family's colossal debts. This harsh reality crushed Nan Zhiyi's spirit. Frustrated with her own powerlessness, she took it out on Mu Tianye. Instead, her sharp words and cold demeanor were nothing but a stubborn display of defiance. She never truly intended to harm Mu Tianye. Yet resentment lingered, bitterness that he hadn't allowed her to stay by his side during his darkest hour to share the burden. Yet the moment Mu Tianye plunged into the sea, all resentment vanished without a trace. What remained was only profound despair. At that moment, she had only one thought: she would move heaven and earth to never be separated from him again, even if it meant death. Fortunately, they survived. She had hoped everything could return to how it was before, but unfortunately, Mu Tianye harbored numerous misunderstandings toward her and no longer trusted her as he once did. This left Nan Zhiyi feeling deeply wronged, yet utterly powerless. Many things couldn't be explained in a moment, nor could they be explained now. She couldn't sever ties with Xingzhou yet. Setting aside the debt of gratitude, she needed to grow her business large enough to repay all of Mu Tianye's debts. This was precisely why, when Mu Tianye was falsely accused by Chen of stealing the watch, Nan Zhiyi chose not to confront Chen openly. The brand image of Tianye couldn't be compromised. She had to break into the domestic market. Mu Tianye was merely enduring temporary hardship. Once she helped him clear his debts, he would ultimately understand her. She felt heartbroken for him during his hardship. But what could she do? He'd racked up all that debt himself. I wonder what Mu Tianye would think if he knew all this about Nan Zhiyi. Open wide. Nan Zhiyi pressed another spoonful of porridge toward him, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Mu Tianye suppressed the flutter in his heart and opened his mouth mechanically. Thinking of how she too had gone hungry all day, he couldn't bear it and said, "You should eat too." "I can manage on my own." A smile flickered at the corner of Nan Zhiyi's lips. "Then let's eat together." As a result, Mu Tianye was thrown into disarray once more. When she said eat together, she meant it literally. One spoonful for you, one spoonful for me, utterly intimate. Anyone witnessing this scene would have believed them a deeply devoted, loving couple. After finishing both bowls of porridge, Nan Zhiyi seemed to still want more. "You're still hungry? Shall I get 2 more bowls?" Mu Tianye's expression turned peculiar. "More? 2 more bowls?" Unable to hold back any longer, Mu Tianye remarked with a meaningful tone, "I think it's you who isn't full, isn't it?" Nan Zhiyi's cheeks flushed. Her stomach was stuffed. How could she not be full? What she truly craved wasn't porridge at all. "Fine, I won't eat. You take kindness for ingratitude."
Embarrassed, Nan Zhiyi suspected her thoughts had been read. She huffed defiantly, picked up her empty bowl, and prepared to leave to calm her nerves. Zhiyi. Mu Tianye called out to her from behind. Nan Zhiyi turned without speaking, her gaze fixed intently on Mu Tianye. He hadn't used her full name. Could you help me find a phone? I've been gone a whole day. The old lady at home must be worried sick. I need to let her know I'm safe. Nan Zhiyi felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. She thought he had something to say to her, but it turned out he was only worried about his family. Was he also afraid his younger sister, Yumao, would worry? Nan Zhiyi snorted indignantly. Give me your home number. I'll call for you. Her reasoning was simple, she couldn't let Mu Tianye or Su Yumo get in touch with him, nor could she let the old lady know about his injury. Chapter 61, Standing in the Eye of the Storm. Mu Tianye felt utterly helpless. Calling home was something he simply couldn't have someone else do for him. Nan Zhiyi's attitude was tantamount to saying, let me pee for you. It was utterly unreasonable. I'd better call back myself. The old lady is overly suspicious. If she can't reach me all day and now someone else is calling her on my behalf, she'll definitely suspect something's wrong with me. She might even go straight to the police. Mu Tianye tried to reason with her. Nan Zhiyi stared at him without blinking. You wouldn't happen to be missing your little sister, Yumao, would you? Ahem. Her leap in logic was too abrupt for Mu Tianye to keep up. No way. If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have forgotten she even existed. It was a lie, but he delivered it with such conviction that Nan Zhiyi couldn't detect a single crack in his facade. Calling home served another purpose, to check in with the old lady and Su Yumo about how their livestream was going. Xingzhou's sudden emergence meant certain matters needed to be discussed with the old lady beforehand. With the old lady riding high in online popularity, he worried Xingzhou might pull some underhanded tricks behind the scenes. Given the He family's influence, smearing someone online would be alarmingly easy. Mu Tianye's response satisfied Nan Zhiyi to some extent. A faint smile touched her lips, though she still didn't agree immediately. You can call home, but you can only speak to Grandma. Ignore Su Yumo. And don't tell Grandma about your injury. Nan Zhiyi laid out her conditions, then nervously pressed her lips together, feeling a bit uneasy inside. She knew her demands were unreasonable, especially the latter part, being injured yet forbidden to tell family, felt downright inhumane. But she had no choice. She could sense the old lady didn't care for her much. If she found out her precious grandson had gotten hurt while out with her, the old lady would surely dislike her even more. Fortunately, Mu Tianye hadn't planned to tell the old lady anyway. He'd even decided not to go home until his injury healed. Such a minor scrape wasn't worth worrying her over. As for Su Yumu, she didn't necessarily need to talk to her either. She could ask the old lady about the live streaming matter just as well. No problem. I'll do it. Without much hesitation, Mu Tianye agreed outright. By now, he had come to understand Nan Zhiyi's feelings to some extent. Though she often threw tantrums, she still cared for him. So on minor matters, he'd try to accommodate her as long as it made her happy. Then wait for me a moment. Nan Zhiyi took the empty bowl out and quickly returned. Earlier that day, she had already instructed Ding Yao to prepare a new phone for Mu Tianye, which now lay in the bedside cabinet. She retrieved the phone and handed it to Mu Tianye. Here, this is your new phone. I had it ready for you ages ago. But don't forget the condition you just agreed to. Mu Tianye took the phone and nodded with a smile. It was the latest Huawei model, with all the apps already downloaded. Only one number was saved inside his owners. Mu Tianye shook his head with a smile, finding Nan Zhiyi's childish temperament increasingly amusing. He entered the old lady's number on the dial pad, just about to press call, when he noticed Nan Zhiyi standing beside him like a pillar of stability. Mu Tianye couldn't help asking, why don't you step outside for a bit? What? Is there something you want to say behind my back? If I leave, how will I know if you're breaking the promise you just made to me? Nan Zhiyi spoke with righteous indignation, showing no intention of leaving. Mu Tianye sighed helplessly, saying nothing more as he dialed the number. After several rings, the call finally connected, but it wasn't the old lady's voice on the other end. It was Su Yumu. Hello, may I ask if you're looking for Grandma Li? The voice was polite and pleasant, sweet and crisp. Since Mu Tianye was using a new number, Su Yumo had asked that question. Mu Tianye felt the room's temperature drop suddenly. Turning his head, he saw Nan Zhiyi's pretty face frozen stiff with cold. He felt a headache coming on. Who knew Su Yumo would answer the phone? Besides, he hadn't initiated contact with her, so this didn't count as breaking the agreement, right? Convincing himself with this excuse, Mu Tianye pretended not to notice Nan Zhiyi's expression and said into the phone, Yumo, where's my grandmother? How come her phone is with you? Oh my gosh, Tianye. Why are you calling from this number? Where are you? Why can't I reach you on your phone? Su Yumo exclaimed excitedly before firing off a barrage of questions. Ha! Nan Zhiyi sneered coldly from the side. Though the speaker wasn't on, Su Yumo's agitated voice carried so clearly that she heard every word. Lifting her chin, she signaled Mu Tianye to put the call on speaker. With such an obvious signal, Mu Tianye could no longer pretend not to see it.
He had no choice but to activate the speakerphone and speak with Su Yumo.
Yumo, I accidentally lost my phone. This is my new number. Where's Grandma? Could you hand her the phone so I can speak with her?
Su Yumo explained, Grandma's live streaming right now and can't step away.
Tianye, is this urgent? Should I ask Grandma to end her stream first?
Mu Tianye thought for a moment and said, no need.
Let her keep broadcasting.
I just wanted to let her know I lost my phone so she wouldn't worry.
Put. Suyu, on the other end, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother Tianye, Grandma's been so busy today she hasn't even realized your phone isn't working.
I called you a few times myself, but I haven't had a chance to tell her yet.
That doesn't make sense. The old lady hasn't contacted me? Mu Tianye wasn't convinced and pressed further. Grandma didn't call me today?
No, I've been with her the whole time.
She's been chatting with fans all day and is having a blast. Su Yumo answered with absolute certainty. Mu Tianye pressed his forehead.
Great, he jumped to conclusions. Seems like he wasn't that important to the old lady after all. Embarrassed, Mu Tianye fidgeted with his toes.
What was worse, Nan Zhiyi had overheard Su Yumo's words.
Just moments ago, he'd been bragging to her about how much the old lady worried about him. Now it seemed she'd gotten hooked on live streaming and had probably forgotten she even had a grandson.
Nan Zhiyi stood nearby, arms crossed, eyes crinkling in silent amusement. Mu Tianye felt utterly humiliated and chose to change the subject. Yumo, how's your live streaming going? At that mention, Su Yumo perked up instantly. Guess what, Tianye? How many followers did Grandma and I gain today? Judging by her tone, things must be going smoothly. Mu Tianye thought for a moment, trying to exaggerate the number. Probably like 100,000 or 200,000, right? Su Yumo giggled. Brother Tianye, you're thinking too small. My account and Grandma's gained nearly 2 million followers today. We're about to hit 3 million followers soon. 3 million?
Mu Tianye admitted he was genuinely stunned.
After all, Su Yumo's account had only tens of thousands of followers yesterday.
To gain so many followers in such a short time. The era of traffic truly could create miracles.
Nan Zhiyi was also stunned, her mouth agape. She had followed Su Yumo's account and knew its original follower count.
As a major influencer herself with tens of millions of followers, she understood that Su Yumo and the old lady were now standing at the very edge of a windfall.
If they could seize this opportunity, they might just pull off a miracle. Chapter 62, Promoting You to Special Assistant. Yep, and the follower count is still climbing.
Our live stream's average concurrent viewers hit over 1 million at peak times. It's dipped a bit now, but it still hovers around 500,000 to 600,000. Su Yumo replied in a crisp, high-pitched voice, her excitement bubbling like a lark. After the initial shock, Mu Tianye regained his composure. An elderly woman cloaked in a hero's aura and a naive sweetheart selling sugary drinks at a street stall. Even with the boost from that night's viral moment, it was impossible for them to achieve such explosive popularity.
Something was definitely off. There had to be a catch. Yumo, has anyone contacted you two in the past couple of days?
Mu Tianye wasn't sure exactly what the problem was, but his gut told him that the mastermind behind such massive traffic couldn't possibly be an anonymous hero doing good deeds without seeking recognition.
Su Yumo answered without hesitation, yes, many brands have reached out to me and Grandma about product endorsements. But I haven't agreed to any, thinking we should discuss it once you returned. I just couldn't get in touch with you today. Her voice carried a hint of quiet disappointment as she finished, Brother Tianye, when will you be able to come home? Well. Mu Tianye glanced sideways at Nan Zhiyi beside him and immediately felt awkward. Su Yumo's tone sounded like a devoted wife waiting for her husband's return, and Nan Zhiyi's expression darkened noticeably. Mu Tianye hurriedly explained, I'm on a business trip out of town these days. I probably won't be back for a few more days. Oh, I see. Su Yumo replied with a hint of disappointment, the excitement and thrill from moments ago completely gone from her voice. Mu Tianye could sense what such a stark emotional shift signified, yet he found it difficult to offer any words of comfort. Dealing with Nan Zhiyi alone was already headache-inducing enough. If others got involved, it would only turn into a tangled mess. Oh, right, Tianye, 2 people came looking for you today. They said they were from your company, Mr. Chen. Must have been urgent, they seemed pretty anxious. Su Yumo suddenly remembered something else. Mu Tianye froze, nearly forgetting about it himself. He'd taken their 200,000 yuan and hadn't done a thing yet. Now he'd gone missing. It was pure luck they hadn't reported him for fraud. Rubbing his forehead wearily, Mu Tianye replied, got it. For now, just keep streaming with Grandma for shorter sessions these days. Stick to what I said before, no business deals for now. Okay, got it, Brother Tianye. Take care of yourself out there and come back soon, okay? I'll be waiting for you. A chill crept up his spine, and Mu Tianye hurriedly ended the call. Turning around, he found Nan Zhiyi staring at him with a faint, mocking smile, a smile as cold as Antarctic glaciers. About that company I used to work for, the order thing.
Mu Tianye changed the subject, casually mentioning Chen Yang's request for his help.
No problem. Much to his surprise, Nan Zhiyi agreed before he could finish. Mu Tianye was momentarily stunned. Then Nan Zhiyi continued, if he wants the order, I can give it to him. But 200 million is too small.
I've already had Ding Yao spread the word to increase the share tenfold. As long as his production capacity meets the requirements, I can sign the contract with him immediately.
Mu Tianye's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you kidding me? For Chen Yang's tiny company, a 200 million yuan order was already pushing it to the limit. 2 billion? That would crush him.
After a moment of shock, Mu Tianye quickly realized Nan Zhiyi had Ding Yao spread that rumor purely to set him up. Across the entire city of Jiangcheng, which garment OEM factory could possibly scale up to that level? Hearing such rumors, countless factories were probably scrambling to secure loans for expansion right now. Furrowing his brow, Mu Tianye protested, even if the deal falls through, this is going too far. Your offhand decision could cripple countless small factories. Manufacturing has been tough these past years, they can't withstand this kind of turmoil. Plus, you're going to make a lot of enemies. Who did she stand to offend? Nan Zhiyi couldn't care less. She intended to make those companies stumble, including Chen Yang's Pinshang. Though she claimed contracts would be signed upon meeting standards, the actual criteria remained entirely within her discretion. Come the time, she'd find 100 excuses to nitpick and reject any collaboration. Back when Mu Tianye was job hunting, these companies in Jiangcheng had made things incredibly difficult for him, even humiliating him. In the end, although Chen Yang's company hired him, they treated him like a lowly tea girl, making him endure so much hardship. Learning this, Nan Zhiyi felt both furious and heartbroken. He was Mu Tianye, the man she once idolized like a god. How dare those people treat him like this? That's why Nan Zhiyi deliberately made grand promises across all of Jiangcheng to teach those people a lesson. Ultimately, it was all about venting Mu Tianye's anger. But now it seemed Mu Tianye wasn't particularly pleased, he appeared rather displeased. Nan Zhiyi frowned and asked him, shouldn't you be pleased that Chen Yang got his comeuppance? Mu Tianye shook his head with a bitter smile. He had already begun to grasp a hint of Nan Zhiyi's true intentions. A warm current washed over his heart, but it was overshadowed by deep concern for Nan Zhiyi. In the business world, mixing too much personal emotion was always a major taboo. Besides, he didn't truly harbor hatred toward Chen Yang or even those who had humiliated him in the past. Zhiyi, there's something you might have misunderstood. Chen Yang was actually quite good to me. I don't hate him. On the contrary, I'm quite grateful to him. After all, he was the one who gave me a job back then. Mu Tianye voiced his thoughts. Nan Zhiyi stood frozen in place, frowning as she pondered his words. After a moment, she finally asked, then what about now? Ding Yao already leaked the news on the yacht. Mu Tianye rubbed his temples. President Nan was certainly decisive. He guessed that was why Chen Yang had rushed over to his place earlier today. How many orders could currently saturate Tianye's domestic market? Nan Zhiyi considered for a moment before replying, about 10 billion yuan at present. We originally planned to boost sales with promotional hype for the new product launch. Conservatively estimated, that should have increased it by at least 15 billion yuan. But now. She didn't finish, but Mu Tianye understood. Her meaning was clear, with He Chen's accident, the new product launch had become an unknown variable. Nan Zhiyi wasn't impulsive or reckless. When she had Ding Yao announce the 2 billion yuan investment, it wasn't without basis. Tianye had the capacity to absorb those orders. Mu Tianye pondered for a moment before consulting Nan Zhiyi. Could Ding Yao release another announcement? Keep the order volume unchanged, but clarify that Tianye doesn't intend to bundle the cooperation. The 2 billion yuan order can be distributed among several qualified companies. Nan Zhiyi pondered briefly before agreeing to the proposal. As for Chen Yang's side, could we? Mu Tianye still intended to advocate for Chen Yang. After all, having accepted favors from him, doing nothing felt a bit unreasonable. Nan Zhiyi lifted her chin haughtily and declared decisively, I'm promoting you to special assistant effective immediately. You can handle this on your own. Chapter 63, except for you. Special assistant? Mu Tianye's eyelid twitched violently. This was far too hasty. Or was she planning to make him work for her for the rest of his life? Let's discuss this later. I need to fulfill my current contract first. Mu Tianye declined politely. Nan Zhiyi moved closer and sat beside him, tilting her head. The contract states clearly that you cannot refuse any of my decisions. So you are fulfilling the contract right now. The distinctive scent of cedar wood wafting from her made Mu Tianye's mind wander. He instinctively shifted closer to the edge of the seat. A decision this significant, shouldn't you consult with the company's senior management? You're the CEO now. All decisions must prioritize the company's interests. You can't just act on a whim. Nan Zhiyi didn't want to hear it. She grabbed his arms, preventing him from pulling away, and pulled his face close to hers, challenging him with her gaze. What are you avoiding? We've been this close before, haven't we? Cough cough. Mu Tianye covered his awkwardness with a cough, deliberately avoiding her line of questioning.
The assistant role really isn't suitable for me. I'm better off staying as your driver.
Suddenly assigning such an important position to a stranger will cause a lot of discontent among the company staff.
He was considering things from Nan Zhiyi's perspective. A company's personnel appointment wasn't child's play, it couldn't be handled so frivolously.
Besides, he had no interest in the position anyway. Nan Zhiyi, however, saw things differently. She had founded the company herself. Who she chose to hire was entirely her decision, she didn't need to bow to anyone's wishes.
Moreover, naming the company Tianye carried profound significance. Mu Tianye's heaven, Nan Zhiyi's will.
Even when she left for overseas studies and Mu Tianye had already dumped her, she still chose this name when founding the company. The entire startup capital came from the money Mu Tianye had given her over those 3 years. She hadn't spent a single penny of it, saving every last cent. Although she lost all her startup money to a scam, the company had already taken shape.
In any case, without Mu Tianye, Tianye wouldn't exist today. Nan Zhiyi stubbornly believed Tianye was her and Mu Tianye's child. This company is mine. I hire whoever I want. I don't need anyone else's opinion. Nan Zhiyi suddenly felt childish, letting go of some of her resentment toward Mu Tianye.
When she was with him, her IQ visibly dropped. As long as she was with Mu Tianye, Nan Zhiyi was willing to be a foolish woman. Even if it meant turning her back on the entire world, having him was enough. Truthfully, long ago she had severed ties with that fractured family. In her world, only Mu Tianye remained. During these entrepreneurial years, she filled her life with relentless work, pretending to be fulfilled. Yet in the unseen corners, only she knew her existence was a vast emptiness. When Mu Tianye abandoned her, her world became a rusted, hollow box. Its ugly, filthy shell held her stumbling past, while inside, nothing but air filled the void, no present, no future. Fortunately, she had endured it all and made peace with herself, ready to share everything she possessed with Mu Tianye without reservation.
But Mu Tianye's gaze suddenly dimmed.
Something stirred within him, yet he knew her possessions belonged solely to her, he had no right to take them for granted.
What about He Xingzhou? Shouldn't we ask his opinion? Mu Tianye's words shattered the light-hearted atmosphere. Nan Zhiyi's expression changed, and she fell silent. Mu Tianye knew this would happen, yet he had asked the question anyway.
Some things, after all, had to be confronted.
And what about the land for Jiangcheng Pharmaceuticals? Since you're the company president, did you know about Nani's plan to bid on that plot?
This was a thorn in Mu Tianye's heart. After hearing about it from He Xingzhou earlier that day, his disappointment in Nan Zhiyi had been overwhelming, festering until it caused him to lose consciousness. Upon waking, he discovered Nan Zhiyi had cared for him all day without eating or resting. His heart softened, and his attitude eased. But just because something wasn't spoken of didn't mean it didn't exist. Now that the issue had surfaced, it had to be resolved. Running away wouldn't solve anything. Nan Zhiyi's hand tightened instinctively around Mu Tianye's arm, her expression suddenly flushing with panic, as if fearing the loss of something precious.
I knew nothing about this.
I never coveted that plot of land. She hurriedly explained, her voice urgent and her expression flustered. Earlier that morning, she hadn't wanted to explain. She'd been sulking at Mu Tianye, angry that he didn't trust her. But in that sudden moment, she sensed this might be her last chance to explain. Mu Tianye had brought up the issue precisely to resolve it. In this small matter, she and Mu Tianye shared an unspoken understanding.
This matter stuck in Mu Tianye's throat like a thorn, demanding to be addressed. He didn't entirely distrust Nan Zhiyi, though.
After calming down, he suspected He Xingzhou had deliberately stirred up trouble. Yet he had still asked the question, because he wanted to tell Nan Zhiyi something else. I believe you. But look, if you weren't even aware of such a major corporate decision, how could Dei possibly be entirely yours? Mu Tianye phrased it subtly. He'd never heard of a company making any major decision without the CEO's involvement.
Put bluntly, Nan Zhiyi as the boss was nothing but a joke. Nan Zhiyi's expression grew distant as many vague suspicions suddenly crystallized in her mind.
Lost in thought, she rapidly reviewed the company's internal structure in her mind. Mu Tianye sat quietly beside her, not interrupting. Some things had to be figured out by her alone, otherwise, she might not believe what others said.
He and He Xingzhou would inevitably end up on opposing sides.
If the reason Nan Zhiyi had returned was truly what he suspected, then she must be made to see reality sooner rather than later and clarify her own stance. Otherwise, if the day came when they stood on opposing sides, there would be no possibility of mending the broken relationship. Mu Tianye was nostalgic all these years, he hadn't fallen for anyone else. He harbored his own hopes regarding the purpose of Nan Zhiyi's return. After a long moment, Nan Zhiyi suddenly broke into a smile. Rest assured, she said.
If I say Tianye is mine, then she will always be mine. No one can take her away. Except you.
She added silently in her mind. Nan Zhiyi was no naive ingenue, her intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary people. Her global reputation as a renowned designer was no empty title. She quickly made up her mind. Indeed, over the past few years, He Xingzhou had used his status as an investor to place numerous people within the company's upper management. But what did that matter?
Ultimately, Tianye's core value rested on one thing alone: Nan Zhiyi's design philosophy.
If she were excluded from the core, Tianye would become a soulless giant, all show and no substance. Since troubling signs had already emerged, it was better to cut the knot cleanly. She would seize this opportunity to return to China for development, shed her old skin like a golden cicada, and start anew. Nan Zhiyi had always been decisive in her work, acting on her thoughts immediately. She immediately pulled out her phone and dialed Ding Yao's number. Chapter 64. How did you end up like this? Ding Yao had been busy all day on the island. She'd been going door to door thanking everyone and delivering phones, and had just seen off the internet company staff. Now she was hurrying back with Dad Nyo and his son, famished and ready for dinner. The villagers were incredibly generous, gifting them large bags and packages of local specialties. On the way back, the three of them were laden with dried fish and seaweed. As they walked, her phone suddenly rang. Ding Yao handed a bag of large raw oysters to Dainio and answered the call. Sister Nan, what's up? Have you finished everything over there? Ding Yao, I'm all set here. Heading back now. Nan Zhiyi offered a word of appreciation for his hard work before assigning new tasks. First, arrange for a boat. We're heading back to Jiangcheng tonight. We'll discuss the rest when we get back. Nan Zhiyi's sudden decision to return to Jiangcheng puzzled Ding Yao, but she didn't ask. She hung up and immediately contacted someone to pick them up from the island. At Dainio's house, Mu Tianye waited until Nan Zhiyi put away her phone before asking, why the rush to return? What's the plan? Nan Zhiyi did indeed have a plan, and she shared her thoughts with Mu Tianye. I plan to bring the design team back to the mainland. We need to return tonight to secure a place for them. Mu Tianye instantly grasped her intent, his heart skipping a beat at her unexpected decisiveness. While relieved, he couldn't help but feel some concern. Pulling the rug out from under him like this, aren't you rushing things? What if He Xingzhou has some backup plan? You could lose your influence in the company outright. Nan Zhiyi laughed dismissively. The design team is the soul of Tianye. Every designer was hand-picked by me and is absolutely trustworthy. Now that we're expanding our operations domestically, isn't it only logical to bring the design team back to support us? Her confidence radiated as her smile faded. Having seemingly made a decision, she fixed her gaze on Mu Tianye, her tone hardening. Sanjiang Pharmaceuticals, it was originally yours. Want it? I'll give it to you. Mu Tianye's heart jolted, his pupils contracting slightly as he demanded in a low voice, what are you trying to do? He sensed Nan Zhiyi was preparing for something reckless, a vague unease stirring within him. Instead of answering, Nan Zhiyi countered, don't worry about that. Just tell me if you want it or not. Fearing she might act impulsively, Mu Tianye patiently persuaded her, that piece of land with Sanjiang Pharmaceuticals is a hot potato. You absolutely mustn't get involved. Otherwise, you'll easily bring huge trouble upon yourself. If He Xingzhou wants to play games, I'll gladly play along with him. Don't meddle in these matters. I'm not as powerless as you imagine. He Xingzhou won't gain any advantage over me. In his urgency, he unconsciously clasped Nan Zhiyi's soft little hand. Nan Yu felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Instead of pulling away, she turned her hand to clasp his. Yet deep down, she knew Mu Tianye was just bluffing to protect her from getting burned. The Mu family was bankrupt, what did he have to fight He Xingzhou with? There was nothing to discuss about this matter. A reckless idea had already taken root in her mind. He had given her so much before even sacrificing his own basic sustenance to provide for her when he could barely feed himself. This time, it was her turn to protect him. Even if it meant risking her entire fortune, even if it meant sacrificing the entire Tianye, she would secure that plot of land from Sanjiang Pharmaceuticals and give it to him, whole and complete. If you want it, rest assured. I'll secure that land. It will be yours in the end. Mu Tianye sighed inwardly. This foolish woman had no idea how deep the waters ran here. Throwing herself in with nothing but reckless courage would only lead to utter ruin. He understood clearly that Nan Zhiyi was doing all this for him. His heart was both touched and filled with worry. But there was nothing he could do. He knew Nan Zhiyi's stubborn nature well. Once she made up her mind, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. Seeing persuasion was futile, Mu Tianye could only negotiate. Promise me you won't act impulsively. If anything happens, talk to me first. I swear I'm not lying, things aren't as bad as you think. Let me put it this way, I've got connections up there. The kind where a sneeze could trigger a tsunami. The He family? They're nothing but clowns to me. They can't stir up much trouble. Don't be foolish and risk everything you have. If things don't work out between us in the future, at least you'll have a way out, right? Just like back then, dumping her was giving her an escape route, so she wouldn't be dragged down with him into eternal ruin. He made it sound easy, but if he'd truly been confident, the Mu family wouldn't have ended up in this mess. The situation was far from simple. Their adversaries lurked in the shadows like rats, the most troublesome kind. Who knew when they might strike with dirty tricks, just like what happened to his father back then? That was Mu Tianye's fear. He didn't want Nan Zhiyi to get dragged into this. At this point, if he still didn't understand Nan Zhiyi's feelings for him, he'd be utterly foolish. That's why he feared she might recklessly throw caution to the wind, revealing all her cards and his true feelings toward her.
As for the rest, Nan Zhiyi seemed not to hear it. But that last sentence? She took it very much to heart. She pursed her lips, her mouth set in a frown, glaring at Mu Tianye with a sharp look. Why can't we be together? Was that the point? Mu Tianye sighed inwardly, forcing patience. My family situation, it's not something that can be resolved overnight. I've got all the time in the world. Nan Zhiyi was adamant. This time, don't even think about kicking me to the curb again. Mu Tianye sighed inwardly. What kind of talk was this? It made him feel like a heartless bastard. Finally finding something useful to ask, Nan Zhiyi inquired curiously, who else is above you? Your grandmother's comrades in arms? During their 3 years together, she rarely asked about Mu Tianye's family. His family was too happy, while her own was too painful to recall. The question made her feel inferior, so she always chose to avoid it. Mu Tianye, for the same reason, never discussed his family either. Nan Zhiyi only knew his family was wealthy beyond her wildest imagination. Beyond that, she knew nothing. She only learned about the old lady's background from online posts a couple days ago. But if the old lady had real connections, wouldn't the Mu family be in a better state than this? So Nan Zhiyi still believed Mu Tianye was exaggerating to comfort her. Hearing her press him for answers, Mu Tianye decided not to hide anything and patiently explained. You know the person above me too? I know them too? Nan Zhiyi looked utterly perplexed. Mu Tianye nodded. My mother, Ms. Jiang Wengjun. Nan Zhiyi froze. Could that elegant lady really wield such influence? Mu Tianye sensed her confusion and, before she could ask, began explaining. Ms. Jiang Wengjun is the apple of the Jiang family's eye in the capital. Nan Zhiyi suddenly understood, exclaiming in surprise, the Jiang family of the capital? You mean that? Mu Tianye nodded, confirming her guess. Exactly. The Jiang family you're thinking of. The Jiang family of the capital once, someone had sat upon its highest throne. That person was none other than Mu Tianye's maternal grandfather. Nan Zhiyi was so stunned she couldn't speak. The scoundrel beside her was actually royalty? After a long moment, she finally snapped back to reality and asked a question that left Mu Tianye utterly mortified. Then how did you end up like this? Chapter 65, Changing Assistants. To Nan Zhiyi, given Mu Tianye's background, it wouldn't be surprising if his family were not just the wealthiest in Jiangcheng, but the wealthiest in the entire nation. It was his current state of disrepair that struck her as odd. Mu Tianye gave a bitter smile. It's a long story too complicated to explain in a few minutes. Nan Zhiyi, however, was patient. Take your time. I want to hear it. She sought nothing from Mu Tianye except him. Her relentless questioning stemmed from a lingering sense of inferiority that had never faded. Given Aunt Zhang's immense influence, could someone like her possibly be worthy of her son? Last time, through a series of coincidences, she had a video call with Jiang Wengjun. They hit it off immediately and even exchanged WeChat contacts. But at the time, she hadn't known Jiang Wenjun's identity. She'd seen her as just an ordinary middle-aged woman, the only difference being that she was Mu Tianye's mother. So she deliberately flattered her, saying only what she thought Jiang Wenjun wanted to hear. Before leaving for the sea voyage, she even had Ding Yao mail a bracelet to the address Jiang Wenjun had given her. The jewelry, from Tianye's luxury segment, had a market value of roughly 6 figures. She had thought it was a very generous gift, and had even worried that Jiang Wenjun might feel burdened by its extravagance. But now she realized Jiang Wenjun's background was astonishingly wealthy. The bracelet she'd given suddenly seemed cheap and tacky. Nan Zhiyi felt uneasy and anxious, desperately wanting to learn more about Jiang Wenjun's preferences so she could tailor her interactions accordingly. Mu Tianye, of course, couldn't fathom the intricate thoughts of a young woman like Nan Zhiyi. He simply saw her as a curious child and couldn't bear to dampen her thirst for knowledge. So, he selected what he could share and began to tell her. Before my father's accident, he must have known something. To protect my maternal grandfather's family, he pretended to divorce my mother, converting her shares into cash to pull her out of the turmoil. At this point, Mu Tianye's gaze grew distant. At the time, my father was developing a drone project, pouring immense funds and effort into it. But halfway through, the project was abruptly halted. Special department officials came knocking, talking with him all night. I don't know the specifics of what happened, but soon after, every Mu family enterprise faced insurmountable obstacles. Shortly thereafter, my father jumped to his death after declaring bankruptcy. As he recounted this, Nan Zhiyi held her breath, her tension so thick it made breathing difficult. Only now did she finally grasp that what had befallen the Mu family back then was far more than mere bankruptcy. Mu Tianye suddenly let out a cold laugh. Jumped? Absurd! A man as proud as Mu Qingsong would never jump. He clenched his fists tightly, his face turning ashen, a murderous aura radiating from him. Nan Zhiyi quickly grabbed his hand, offering silent reassurance. Mu Tianye exhaled heavily, offering Nan Zhiyi a faint smile and a reassuring look. But what about Aunt Jiang? With her background and connections, who would dare do such a thing? Didn't she try to get her family involved afterward? Mu Tianye gave a bitter smile. Few people knew my mother's true identity. The perpetrator probably wasn't after that. After a pause, Mu Tianye continued, my mother probably knew something at the time. She agreed to divorce my father publicly, but secretly returned to the capital to investigate. Before she could uncover anything, my father met his end. The incident was quickly hushed up afterward. Even the people who had contact with my father back then seemed to have been erased from existence. After listening, Nan Zhiyi felt as if she'd watched an episode of Mission Impossible. The layers involved had already surpassed her understanding. She wasn't stupid. A project like drones likely involved military-industrial secrets. She dared not pry further. Some secrets were beyond her capacity to bear. Yet another thought suddenly dawned on her. Her raven-feathered lashes fluttered twice before she turned her head abruptly. Did you reject me back then because you feared dragging me down? After years of bottling it up, she finally voiced the question directly. Mu Tianye fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Even Mu Tianye was dead. If he truly intended to act, how could Nan Zhiyi, insignificant as an ant, possibly survive? The only solution was to feign indifference, discarding her like a discarded toy. That way, no one would care about her. With the knot untied, Nan Zhiyi's entire being brightened. She slipped her arm through Mu Tianye's and rested her cheek lightly against his shoulder. I'm not as fragile as you imagine, Mu Tianye. If you push me away again this time, I truly won't forgive you ever again. Her voice was calm and measured, yet it carried the weight of a vow etched into the soul. Mu Tianye's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively pulled her closer into his embrace. Stay out of my business. Not only can you not help, but you might just make things worse for me. Mu Tianye warned her again, afraid she might do something foolish. Nan Zhiyi murmured softly, though her heart refused to agree. You do your thing, I'll do mine. Even if it meant defying the entire world, she would never back down. At worst, she'd die alongside him. What was there to fear? Had Mu Tianye not appeared, she would have been dead 6 years ago. Mu Tianye had pleaded with her so earnestly. If he knew the stubborn thoughts festering inside Nan Zhiyi, he'd probably explode with rage. Sis Nan, should we go now? The boat is all ready. Ding Yao's breathless voice suddenly echoed through the room. But upon seeing the two figures locked in an embrace, her words trailed off. What was going on? This morning they were at each other's throats like sworn enemies, and now they're all lovey-dovey? Does it have to progress this fast? No build-up at all. The plot's moving too fast. How is this reader supposed to keep up? Ding Yao muttered to herself, but her voice trailed off weakly as she finished her unfinished sentence. The boat has arrived. Caught red-handed like an adulterer, Nan Zhiyi's face flushed with panic, her ears turning bright red. Reluctantly pulling away from Mu Tianye's embrace, she composed herself with a casual hair-smoothing gesture before shooting Ding Yao a dismissive glance. The boat's here. Let's go. I need to hurry back and replace my assistant. Ding Yao's eyes widened. Replacing an assistant? That sounded like she meant to replace her. What had she done wrong to deserve being replaced? Ding Yao pouted, where will Sister Nan find an assistant better than me? Nan Zhiyi sneered coldly, good or not doesn't matter as long as they know how to knock on doors. Ding Yao suddenly understood and hurriedly pointed at the door, defending herself. The door wasn't closed in the first place. She was speechless too. You two were hugging and cuddling inside without closing the door and now it's my fault? Humph. Nan Zhiyi glared at her menacingly. Now that her emotional knot with Mu Tianye had been untangled, every move she made radiated liveliness and cheerfulness. She even had the energy to tease Ding Yao now. Having followed her for 3 years, Ding Yao had never seen their boss Nan so lively. Though Nan Zhiyi claimed she was replacing her, Ding Yao didn't believe a word of it. Instead, she found this version of Sister Nan far more endearing. Unconsciously, Ding Yao let out a silly chuckle. Nan Zhiyi glared at her again. You still have the nerve to laugh. Ding Yao stuck out her tongue, her smile growing even sweeter. Chapter 66, Big Cow leaves the island. It felt like the ship you'd been rooting for in a drama suddenly came true. This kind of blissful feeling could only be understood by those who'd experienced it. That was exactly how Ding Yao felt right now. Even if Nan Zhiyi fired her right now, she'd still feel overjoyed. True love conquers all. What could be more beautiful than that? Seeing her utterly unfazed expression, Nan Zhiyi felt her resolve crumble. She realized her authority as a boss held little sway. Mu Tianye chuckled, stepping in to end this farce. If you're leaving, then do it sooner rather than later. Are you feeling all right? Nan Zhiyi asked with concern. Mu Tianye shook his head, indicating he was fine. The three then stepped outside to bid farewell to Zhao Xixi and his wife. Lu Tsuixia had already prepared dinner and insisted they stay for a meal before letting them go. As night fell, the boat Ding Yao had arranged was already waiting at the pier by the lighthouse. Zhao Xixi and his wife accompanied Mu Tianye and the others all the way to the pier, continuously loading bags and boxes of seafood onto the boat. Grandpa Chen and several villagers, having heard the news, also rushed over to bid them farewell. Nan Zhiyi had upgraded the island's internet this time and provided each resident with a new smartphone, earning her the islanders' deep gratitude. Watching the group board the ship with lingering reluctance, old Chen's eyes grew misty. He waved slowly at their retreating figures. Young lady, come back often. Once your husband's injuries heal, bring him along too. Mu Tianye had spent most of the past 2 days unconscious, so his bond with the villagers wasn't as strong as Nan Zhiyi's. Yet witnessing this scene stirred profound emotions within him. Nan Zhiyi's eyes glistened with tears as she turned to wave at the crowd on the shore, giving a firm nod. Everyone, please head back. I'll come visit the island again in a while. As the boat started moving, Nan Zhiyi spotted Lu Tsuexia hiding among the crowd, wiping away tears. Only then did she remember she'd brought the woman's son aboard. He hurriedly stepped aside, gesturing for the tear-stained Big Ox and his mother behind him to say their goodbyes. Big Ox had never left the island before, except when he went fishing with his father. Leaving his parents behind to set out alone now filled him with uncontrollable sadness. The burly young man wept with snot and tears streaming down his face, a sight both touching and amusing. Dania, listen to your sisters Ziyi and brother Xiaomu when you're out there. Don't be stubborn. If you miss home, just call. Lu Tsuexia called out, her voice strained. Zhao Cixi quickly tugged at his wife's sleeve. Enough, enough. Dania was going out with Miss Nan to see the world, not to the execution ground. Why are you fretting so? Zhao Cixi said this, but the men's eyes couldn't hide their redness. Lu Tsuexia, finding an outlet for her emotions, poured all her worries about their son onto her husband. You heartless bastard. Easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. We've had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes following you around. Lu Tsuexia's fist landed with just the right amount of force on Zhao Cixi, drawing a burst of laughter from the surrounding villagers. Not far away, on the riverbank, several weary figures watched the scene unfold. In the hazy night, Xingzhou's eyes were cold as he watched the boat drifting farther away, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Nan Zhiyi was gone just like that, without so much as a goodbye. He had transformed her from an ugly duckling into the swan she was now, yet she had simply abandoned him and left with Mu Tianye. He clutched a seashell in his hand, its sharp edge cutting his palm. Blood trickled through his fingers onto the sand, but Xingzhou remained oblivious. Mu Tianye, you're still as repulsive as ever. Xingzhou directed all his fury at Mu Tianye. If not for him, Nan Zhiyi would have been his prize sooner or later. It seemed the surprises prepared for the Mu family would have to be brought forward. What are you standing around for? Get to work. If the sea god temple isn't finished today, no one sleeps. Seeing Xingzhou and his group standing there in a daze, the villager supervising the work nearby shouted angrily. Xingzhou's temper was on the verge of exploding, but years of disciplined restraint allowed him to quickly regain control. Taking a deep breath, he slowly withdrew his gaze and returned to his unfinished task. Chen followed behind Xingzhou, his gaze fixed on his back with a cold smile playing on his lips and a malicious glint in his eyes. It seemed his older brother was truly determined to have Nan Zhiyi. Chen sneered inwardly. Dream on. Everything Xingzhou desired, he would destroy. Nearly 2 hours later, the boat carrying Mu Tianye and the others finally docked at the west suburb pier. Having set foot on Jiangcheng soil again after just 2 short days, everyone felt as if they had stepped into a different world. Driver old Zhao had been waiting for quite some time. Thanks to Ding Yao's prior arrangements, old Zhao had even arranged for an extra vehicle. Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye rode in her Rolls-Royce, while Ding Yao took Daniu in the Mercedes-Benz behind them. It was Daniu's first time riding in a car. He stood hesitantly by the door, too nervous to get in. Nan Zhiyi walked over with a smile and whispered softly to Daniu, "It's okay. You'll get used to it after a few rides. You'll be with Sister Ding Yao. If you have any questions, just ask her. She'll take good care of you." Daniu shook his head with great determination. "I don't need looking after. My dad said I'm here to work for Miss Nan. It's my job to take care of her." Nan Zhiyi chuckled at his earnestness and played along. "I already have brother Mu to look after me. Your job is to take care of Sister Ding Yao first. This is your first task, so you must complete it properly." The moment Daniu heard it was work, he nodded vigorously. Stepping aside, he instinctively held his hand above the car door, gesturing for Ding Yao to get in. His earnest, simple manner made everyone laugh, and the weariness of the past days seemed to melt away. "Thanks a lot, Daniu." Ding Yao flashed him a sweet smile before climbing in and waving goodbye. "Daniu, get in the car quickly." Daniu closed the door, walked around to the other side, opened it, and scanned the area thoroughly before finally getting in. The entire process was done with such professionalism it made him look like a trained bodyguard. Mu Tianye and Nan Zhiyi exchanged glances, both feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. A question simultaneously popped into both their minds: who did Big Cow learn this little routine from? As the car rolled down the road, Nan Zhiyi sat close to Mu Tianye in the back seat, their palms pressed together, inseparable. A radiant smile spread across Nan Zhiyi's lovely face, utterly different from the icy demeanor she'd displayed upon meeting him moments ago. Mu Tianye breathed in the intoxicating scent of her skin, so close he could almost taste it, and his heart melted like cotton candy. This was dangerously intoxicating. Mu Tianye steadied his nerves and sought a topic to divert his attention. "Now that you've brought Daniu out, what are your plans for him?" Nan Zhiyi hadn't actually planned anything for Dainyu. It was merely that while Mu Tianye was unconscious, Lu Tsuexia had chatted with her and casually suggested letting Dainyu see the world. It was nothing more than a passing suggestion, essentially taking Dainyu on a little trip. Now that Mu Tianye asked, Nan Zhiyi truthfully shared her thoughts. Mu Tianye's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Nan Zhiyi's approach to being a boss was far too careless. Aunt Tsuexia wanted her son to learn something. You took him on a trip, what could he possibly learn? When you send him back with no progress, how disappointed will his parents be? Chapter 67, Living Off Others. Nan Zhiyi hadn't considered these implications before. Only now, hearing Mu Tianye's words, did she truly begin to take the matter seriously. But Big Ox didn't seem to have any particular talents, and she had no idea what to assign him to do. For a moment, she was at a loss. Seeing her troubled expression, Mu Tianye couldn't help but smile. You've never had bodyguards with you. Why not have Dainyu follow you for now? That kid's got brute strength. If anything happens, he should be able to handle 2 or 3 ordinary guys. Having him with you will expose him to different kinds of people, which will be good for him. Bodyguard? Nan Zhiyi was taken aback by Mu Tianye's suggestion. She had always considered herself an ordinary businesswoman and had never contemplated needing bodyguards. I don't need one. How about letting Big Nyo follow you instead? Nan Zhiyi thought Mu Tianye needed a bodyguard more than she did. Mu Tianye gave a wry smile. If I make Dainyu my bodyguard, would I be protecting him or would he be protecting me? Nan Zhiyi thought about it and realized he was right. Back in school, Mu Tianye had been quite the fighter, she'd seen it with her own eyes. He'd taken on 7 opponents and won hands down. Fine, then. Trust me on this. Let Dainyu accompany you. That kid seems stubborn, he might not listen to others. Having him by your side will save me some worry. Nan Zhiyi couldn't think of a better solution, so she reluctantly agreed for now. She was the one who brought him into this world, she had to take responsibility. Truthfully, Mu Tianye harbored another concern. Nan Zhiyi seemed utterly determined to stay this time. He had no idea how many people he might offend with his upcoming actions. Having a reliable person by Nan Zhiyi's side would at least give him some peace of mind. Dainya's background was clear and above board, no issues there. Besides, the kid was born to be a bodyguard, trying to make him do anything else would probably be futile. After driving for a few more minutes, Mu Tianye suddenly realized they weren't heading back to the hotel. Confused, he asked, where are we going now? Aren't you going back to the hotel? You'll see when we get there. Nan Zhiyi teased. Before long, old Zhao the driver pulled into a shopping mall parking lot. Nan Zhiyi motioned for Mu Tianye to get out, instructing old Zhao to wait in the car. She hooked her arm through his and headed upstairs. Watching Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye's receding figures, the seemingly honest old Zhao pulled out his phone and made a call on the sly. The 3rd floor of the mall housed the clothing section. Back when they were together, Mu Tianye often brought Nan Zhiyi here to shop. Several luxury brands were located here. Back then, Mu Tianye was a prestigious VIP customer, buying Nan Zhiyi clothes by purchasing every color in each collection. But now, Mu Tianye's glory days were long gone, and he hadn't set foot here in ages. Passing by several ordinary clothing stores, Nan Zhiyi showed no intention of stopping. Mu Tianye felt suspicious. Why would Nan Zhiyi suddenly want to go shopping at the mall so late at night? They finally stopped in front of a men's clothing store. Without a word, Nan Zhiyi pulled Mu Tianye inside. The clothes here weren't cheap, ordinary items cost tens of thousands, some even hundreds of thousands, with pricier options available. Only now did Mu Tianye realize that Nan Zhiyi intended to buy him clothes. Having grown accustomed to frugal living over the years, he felt somewhat out of place stepping into such an upscale boutique. He was still wearing his old, cheap suit and shirt, which looked completely out of place among the luxurious, extravagant clothing around him. Nan Zhiyi, however, was dressed exquisitely. Earlier that day, when Ding Yao had sent people to the island to deliver money, she had also arranged for 2 outfits to be brought over for Nan Zhiyi and herself. The saleswoman was highly professional, maintaining an impartial smile without skimping on her courtesy despite Mu Tianye's shabby attire. Nan Zhiyi linked arms with Mu Tianye as they browsed the store. Spotting a bespoke suit she liked, she promptly handed it to him without explanation, urging him to try it on first. Mu Tianye's lips twitched, instinctively wanting to refuse. But seeing the determination in Nan Zhiyi's smile, he knew resistance was futile and could only take the clothes toward the fitting room. While waiting, the saleswoman struck up a lively conversation with Nan Zhiyi. Your boyfriend has such a great physique. That suit will definitely elevate his style to the next level. The saleswoman's compliment wasn't insincere. Mu Tianye had trained in combat sports with his grandmother since childhood, resulting in well-defined muscles and an upright posture. Even in ordinary clothes, his natural charisma shone through. However, Nan Zhiyi felt a slight unease at the saleswoman's words, her brow furrowing slightly. He doesn't need clothes to make him look classy. He's classy on his own. The saleswoman shut her mouth, seething inwardly. He's just some kept pretty boy, right? Why defend him so fiercely? She hadn't said anything offensive. Given how shabbily he was dressed, what else could she praise besides his physique?
Of course, she dared not voice these thoughts aloud. She merely indulged in them privately, her smile not wavering in the slightest. She stole a glance at Nan Zhiyi out of the corner of her eye. Even just his profile was breathtakingly beautiful, almost to the point of making her jealous. Her beauty and poise were both exceptional, more captivating than any movie star. Especially her skin jade-like and luminous, the cold, porcelain complexion every woman coveted.
What man could possibly resist such a dazzling woman? Why bother keeping a kept man?
As the saleswoman silently grumbled, Mu Tianye emerged from the fitting room, fully dressed. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a ruggedly defined physique. His clean-cut short hair complemented his sharply chiseled features, radiating an innate, aristocratic elegance.
The saleswoman couldn't help but stare.
She finally understood why the lady beside her had looked displeased when she had just complimented this gentleman. It wasn't the suit that flattered him, he made the suit look even more elegant and distinguished. Nan Zhiyi's smile was unrestrained and proud as she walked over to adjust Mu Tianye's collar, offering a half-hearted compliment. "It's passable." The saleswoman rolled her eyes inwardly.
This pretentiousness was unbearable. Mu Tianye in that suit was practically blinding her, and she called that passable?
Maintaining her professional smile, the saleswoman folded her arms and stood to the side. This time she'd learned her lesson and kept her mouth shut.
Nan Zhiyi hooked her arm through Mu Tianye's and turned to the saleswoman.
"Same size, one set in each color."
"Wrap it up."
The saleswoman beamed with delight and hurriedly sent a colleague to fetch the clothes. Mu Tianye still felt somewhat uncomfortable living off someone else. He wanted to say one suit was enough, there was no need for so many. But before he could speak, Nan Zhiyi seemed to already know what he was going to say. Raising herself slightly on tiptoe, her hot breath brushing against Mu Tianye's ear, Nan Zhiyi threatened, "Dare to refuse, and I'll buy the entire store." This was exactly the kind of thing Nan Zhiyi would do. Mu Tianye swallowed his refusal and settled for a solid free meal.
Chapter 68, There's a Mole.
The clothes were quickly bagged, and Nan Zhiyi walked over to swipe her card for payment.
"Well, if it isn't Mr. Mu. Long time no see. How come you're living off someone else now?"
A shrill voice suddenly cut through the air. Several people entered the storefront, the speaker being the wealthy young master at the front. A cynical smirk played on his lips as he held a curvaceous girl in a short skirt close, flanked by two bodyguards, the very picture of a spoiled rich kid.
Fu Jiuzhe, an old acquaintance of Mu Tianye's. Back in the day, he'd even been Mu Tianye's lackey.
But times had changed.
Mu Tianye was no longer the once mighty prince of Jiangcheng, while Fu Jiuzhe had transformed into the undisputed leader among his peers. The hostility in his tone was unmistakable. Nan Zhiyi withdrew her card, frowned, and glanced toward the entrance, preparing to retort. Mu Tianye, however, took a step forward without a flicker of emotion, positioning himself before Nan Zhiyi. His pupils narrowed slightly as he offered a dismissive smile. "Isn't this my old shadow? How is it that after not seeing each other for a while, you now dare to speak to me in this tone?" Fu Jiuzhe's smile vanished, his expression darkening. "Mu Tianye, even reduced to living off others, your mouth remains as irritating as ever." He glanced sideways at Nan Zhiyi standing behind Mu Tianye, his smile growing even more insolent. "The renowned designer from Nanda University is doing quite well for herself these days. What made you decide to go back to your old ways? I heard you're all over the tabloids with that little starlet." His gaze swept over Mu Tianye as Fu Jiuzhe let out a cold, dismissive chuckle. "Could it be that pretty boy falls short in certain areas compared to young Master Mu, failing to satisfy you?" The woman in Fu Jiuzhe's arms covered her mouth, giggling like a flower in full bloom. "Fu Jiuzhe, watch your filthy mouth." Nan Zhiyi's face flushed crimson with fury. She could no longer contain herself, her expression hardening as she shouted angrily. Mu Tianye's expression darkened. Insulting him was one thing, but insulting Nan Zhiyi? That he would not tolerate. He strode over to Fu Jiuzhe, narrowing his eyes as he appraised him. Back when he was at the height of his glory, he hadn't treated this guy badly. When Fu Jiuzhe's family business hit rough waters, Mu Tianye had even asked his father to step in and smooth things over. Yet now, when his own family faced misfortune, Fu Jiuzhe was the first to emerge from their former circle and kick him while he was down. When a tiger falls from grace, the coldness of human relationships truly chills the heart. Mu Tianye's expression grew even colder as he sneered, "Fu Jiuzhe, do you think that just because you've managed to scrape together a semblance of respectability, you can now try to assert your presence in front of me?" As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Fu Jiuzhe across the face. The bodyguards behind Fu Jiuzhe were about to react, but Mu Tianye shot them a cold glare. They immediately froze, daring not to make a move. With a dismissive snort, Mu Tianye lightly brushed away non-existent dust from Fu Jiuzhe's shoulder. "Trying to show off in front of me? You'll never get the chance in this lifetime. You couldn't do it before, and you certainly can't do it now." His expression abruptly turned icy, and the hand resting on Fu Jiuzhe's shoulder tightened with sudden force. Fu Jiuzhe instantly felt a sharp pain shoot through him, causing him to suck in a sharp breath. "I don't want to see a repeat of today's incident. You know exactly what my temper is like." Your Fu family might be doing okay now, but in my eyes, it's nothing special. If you push me too far, you won't even get a chance to apologize. Don't believe me? Try it. Mu Tianye finished speaking without another glance at Fu Jiuze. He signaled Nan Zhiyi to settle the bill, then swiftly led her away. He had intended to teach Fu Jiuze a lesson, but suddenly changed his mind. He noticed someone nearby taking photos with their phone, and Fu Jiuze's appearance felt too coincidental. Something was clearly off. Only after Mu Tianye had disappeared into the distance did Fu Jiuze snap back to reality. His face was ashen, yet his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Mu Tianye was a madman who never considered consequences. Though he'd lost his rich kid status, his temperament seemed unchanged. Fu Jiuze had never intended to cross Mu Tianye. But he'd just received a call from Xingzhou, instructing him to meet an old acquaintance. Fu Jiuze understood perfectly well what Xingzhou meant. He was being sent to cause trouble for Mu Tianye. Though he was utterly unwilling, he had no choice. The Fu family's lifeline now lay in the He family's hands, and Xingzhou's orders demanded obedience. Brother Zay, that guy's so arrogant. Why didn't you have your bodyguards teach him a lesson? The woman in the short skirt, her expression inscrutable, tugged at Fu Jiuze's arm in a pout. Fu Jiuze's face darkened, and he slapped her hard across the face. Did he not know Mu Tianye was arrogant? If the 2 bodyguards he brought were any good, would he even need her to point it out? Forget 2 bodyguards, even 2 more wouldn't stand a chance against Mu Tianye. The woman in the short skirt clutched her face, her beauty fading. Under Fu Jiuze's glare, she dared not even sob aloud. Turning to Mu Tianye's retreating figure, Fu Jiuze's eyes burned with venom. Even reduced to this state of ruin, he remained as arrogant as ever. But it didn't matter. Once young master he arrived in Jiangcheng, she'd see how arrogant he could be then. Little did Fu Jiuze know that Mu Tianye had already crossed paths with Xingzhou and remained just as arrogant. Nan Zhiyi wrapped her arm around Mu Tianye's, clinging to him like a little bird. Calm down, it's not worth getting worked up over someone like that. Let's go buy something else. I'll reward you properly tonight. Nan Zhiyi's earlobes flushed slightly, her words carrying a suggestive undertone. Mu Tianye felt a rush of warmth in his chest, his mouth suddenly dry. This body beside him, the one he'd once been utterly captivated by. But now wasn't the time for wandering thoughts, the matter wasn't settled yet. Wait here for a moment. After exchanging a brief greeting with Nan Zhiyi, Mu Tianye walked alone toward 2 men wearing sun hats. Hold on a moment. Please delete those photos you just took. Mu Tianye blocked their path, getting straight to the point. Why should we? One of them tried to argue back, but Mu Tianye dropped his smile and glared coldly at him. The man, intimidated by his icy stare, dared not utter another word of refusal. They knew exactly who Mu Tianye was. Even though he was now a fallen noble, he was still far beyond their level to provoke. They were merely doing a job for money, there was no need to alienate him completely. They hurriedly pulled out their phones and deleted the photos they'd just taken right in front of Mu Tianye. Only after confirming everything was in order did Mu Tianye let them go. He didn't ask who had sent them. Some things he already knew the answer to in his heart. Only now did Nan Zhiyi sense something was amiss. She walked over to Mu Tianye, frowned, and asked, "What's going on?" Mu Tianye offered a reassuring smile. "Nothing serious. Just 2 flies buzzing around." But his tone shifted abruptly, his meaning clear. "You might need to find a new driver." Nan Zhiyi pondered for a moment before the truth dawned on her. In the past 3 years, Mu Tianye had never once encountered Fu Jiuze in Jiangcheng. Yet today, such a coincidence? It was clearly orchestrated by someone. And the photo incident? Clearly aimed at her. First, rumors about her and He Chen were all over the place, and now she was out shopping with Mu Tianye. If fans got wind of this, it would undoubtedly spark a massive uproar, potentially leading to a boycott of all Tianye products domestically. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Nan Zhiyi felt a chill run down her spine. Her gaze immediately turned icy. The only person aware of her and Mu Tianye's whereabouts was their driver, old Zhao. The mall trip was an impulse decision, she hadn't even brought Ding Yao or Ding Yo along. Chapter 69. Enough already, can't bear to read anymore. As they exited the mall, Nan Zhiyi casually picked up a box of consumables. High-end stuff the brand Mu Tianye used to buy regularly. Nan Zhiyi linked arms with Mu Tianye, biting her lip lightly, her eyes flickering with anticipation. Mu Tianye opened his mouth several times, wanting to remind Nan Zhiyi of their current situation. He still had injuries and wasn't suited for strenuous activity. But in the end, he held back those killjoy words. Their relationship had improved slightly, and he didn't want to revert to the tension they'd felt when they first met. Besides, there were certain things he was looking forward to as well. Having gone 3 years without any female companionship, both his mind and body craved connection. No pain, no gain. If need be, he'd gladly risk his life to keep her company. Back at the parking lot, old Zhao waited obediently by the side. Mu Tianye and Nan Zhiyi showed no signs of unease as they got into the car and instructed old Zhao to drive them back to the hotel. On the way, Nan Zhiyi casually asked, "Mr. Zhao, how long have you been with the company? Are you satisfied with your compensation?" Old Zhao paused, stealing a glance at Nan Zhiyi through the rearview mirror. Seeing no change in her expression, he relaxed slightly. Almost half a year now. The company treats me well, much better than what I earned driving for Mr. He before. Hearing the name Mr. He suddenly, Nan Zhiyi narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Only then did she recall that old Zhao had been introduced by He Xingzhou, who claimed it would be inconvenient for her to handle affairs upon returning to China and arranged for a reliable driver. She had been quite satisfied with him until today. Now, even hearing the word he made Nan Zhiyi feel sick to her stomach. Nan Zhiyi said nothing more. She exchanged a glance with Mu Tianye, her mind already made up. Upon arriving at the hotel, Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye stepped out of the car together. Instead of rushing inside, they called old Zhao down as well. Mr. Zhao, hand over the keys. You won't be needed tomorrow. I'll have Ding Yao notify Mr. He you should return to his side. Old Zhao's expression instantly darkened. Ms. Nan. Did I do something wrong? I can. Nan Zhiyi shook her head, cutting him off. No need to explain. Hand over the keys and leave immediately. Though she didn't spell it out, her tone left no room for negotiation. Old Zhao had already guessed the situation. Reluctantly, he handed the keys to Mu Tianye and hurriedly left. Mu Tianye stared at the car keys in his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, his role as a driver finally felt truly deserved. Back in the hotel room, the world suddenly seemed to shrink to just the two of them. The atmosphere was eerie. Neither spoke, each seemingly able to hear their own uncontrollable heartbeat. When people are nervous, they really do become busier. Nan Zhiyi paced around the room like a headless fly, searching here and rummaging there, though even she didn't know what she was looking for. Mu Tianye felt dizzy from her constant pacing and finally asked, "What are you looking for? Do you need help?" "Ha?" Nan Zhiyi gave a startled, single-syllable reply before quickly regaining her composure and retorting with feigned confidence, "What are you doing just standing there? Don't you need to take a shower?" No need to be so impatient, it's still early." Mu Tianye gave a wry smile and had to remind her, "I'm currently an injured patient." A faint trace of disappointment flickered in Nan Zhiyi's eyes. Considering Mu Tianye's condition, she resolved to hold back a little longer. But before she could speak, Mu Tianye added, "It's not entirely impossible, but the experience probably won't be very pleasant." "Wait for me." Nan Zhiyi's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. She bolted into the bathroom as if fleeing. A few minutes later, a timid voice came from inside. Turn off the light." Mu Tianye chuckled helplessly. It wasn't like he hadn't seen one before. She was acting like a maiden riding in a palanquin for the first time. Still, he obediently switched off the light, his own heart beginning to race with nervous excitement. In the darkness, a soft body, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, trembled as it nestled into his embrace. Mu Tianye's Adam's apple bobbed. After a long moment, he uttered a rather anticlimactic remark. "I haven't showered yet." His voice was hoarse, his mouth parched. Nan Zhiyi bit his chest, neither too hard nor too soft. "You talk too much." Before they knew it, they were tangled together. Just as Mu Tianye was about to make a move, his hands were pinned down again. She was actually being considerate of his injuries, but the way it played out made it seem like she was using him as a tool. In the end, Mu Tianye was the one left feeling utterly dissatisfied with the entire experience. Nan Zhiyi lay on her side beside him, her voice thick with exhaustion. "This time, I won't let you escape." Her words carried the weight of years of longing, grievances, and the solid contentment of this moment. She didn't continue to fuss soon. Nan Zhiyi's breathing grew soft and steady. These past few days had left her utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Mu Tianye couldn't bear to wake her, so he held back from taking a shower. Just this once, he'd overlooked the lack of hygiene. When she awoke the next morning, Nan Zhiyi radiated a renewed vitality, as if infused with some mysterious life force. Mu Tianye couldn't help but wonder if he possessed such an effect. They spent the entire morning snuggled up in their room, ordering room service once during that time. Love was sweet, but life and work had to go on. After lunch, Nan Zhiyi began making call after call to arrange work matters. Ding Yao was highly efficient. The overseas design team had arrived in Jiangcheng that morning. She had rented an entire floor of an office building and already settled everyone in. Nan Zhiyi went over some details over the phone before taking several more client calls. The sudden decision to repatriate the entire design team prompted inquiries from several shareholders, even drawing the attention of He Xingzhou, who called to ask for an explanation. Nan Zhiyi had prepared her explanation in advance, citing the need for additional personnel to support domestic development. The shareholders didn't express much concern. Watching Nan Zhiyi bustle about non-stop, Mu Tianye suddenly felt like a cripple. Upon careful reflection, he realized he truly was useless now, his career and personal life both in shambles. This couldn't go on. Living off someone else was comfortable, but the arrangement felt precarious. Nan Zhiyi's approach to managing the company was far too emotional. Strictly speaking, she wasn't a qualified leader. Her methods for handling many matters were too immature. If she continued like this, disaster was bound to strike. Mu Tianye worries, yet he can't say anything. After all, it's her company, or rather, it belongs to her, and Hixingzhou. Mu Tianye has no right to meddle. But he had to do something. If the free ride ended, he couldn't let them both end up eating dirt. After pondering, Mu Tianye pulled out his phone and dialed Jiang Wenjun. Mom, tell Grandpa I'm ready to take over the Jiang family business. Chapter 70, The Mother-in-Law is Coming. On the other end, Jiang Wenjun froze for a long moment. Thinking she must have misheard, she couldn't help but ask, Son, what did you just say? Mu Tianye patiently repeated himself. I said to let the old man know I'm taking charge of the Jiang family. Jiang Wenjun fell silent again. After a moment, her voice cracked with emotion. Son, you've finally come to your senses. Over the years, she hadn't been without thoughts of bringing Mu Tianye back to the capital. But her son was stubborn. As long as the old lady remained, he refused to leave. In Mu Tianye's generation of the Jiang family, he was the only son. His first and second uncles had only daughters. While they didn't practice son preference, Mu Tianye's cousins showed no interest in the family business. Thus, whatever Mu Tianye desired, the Jiang family was more than willing to hand over. When Jiang Wenjun divorced Mu Qingsong, the patriarch had immediately wanted to bring Mu Tianye back. Unfortunately, the boy didn't recognize his good fortune, which had caused the old man no end of frustration. With both his eldest and second uncles pursuing political careers, Jiang Wenjun had managed the Jiang family's businesses for the past 3 years. She had been hoping her son would change his mind for more than just a day or two. But before Mu Tianye could speak, Jiang Wenjun voiced her concern. Did something happen? Given her son's temperament, he wouldn't have considered returning to the Jiang family so soon unless he faced real trouble. Sure enough, Mu Tianye revealed the reason. Sanjiang Pharmaceuticals is being auctioned off. I suspect the He family is behind it. I must reclaim what belongs to Mu Qingsong. The Jiang family was the Jiang family, and the Mu family was the Mu family. When Mu Qingsong was alive, they had always kept things strictly separate. Even when the Mu family was at its most desperate, Mu Qingsong never considered asking the Jiang family for help. It wasn't due to estrangement, but because the Jiang family's position was too sensitive. One could say that touching one hair could set off a chain reaction. The slightest misstep could have incalculable consequences. But now, Mu Tianye couldn't afford to be so cautious. Not using his connections would make him a fool. Reflecting on it, his 3 years of accomplishing nothing made him a complete fool. Fortunately, the years weren't entirely wasted. His temperament had been tempered enough that he dared to brazenly demand something from the Jiang family. Jiang Wenjun's anger radiated through the phone as Mu Tianye listened to her son's words. The He family. Jiang Wenjun spat out the 2 words coldly. They've always had their eyes on the Jiangcheng business. Who knew after all these years, their audacity would only grow? Mu Tianye paused, then voiced his suspicion aloud. I suspect the Mu family incident back then had something to do with the He family. Impossible. Jiang Wenjun flatly dismissed Mu Tianye's idea. The He family has some roots in Yuncheng, but they're not powerful enough to reach that level. I've been secretly investigating your father's case and have already uncovered some clues. Don't worry about it, I'll handle it myself. Mu Tianye was taken aback. From Jiang Wenjun's tone, his father's case seemed far more complicated than he'd imagined. Even if the He family hadn't been directly involved, they were still the kind of opportunists waiting to reap the benefits. Anyone daring to target Sanjiang Pharmaceutical was an enemy of Mu Tianye. How should we handle the He family? Sanjiang Pharmaceuticals will likely enter the judicial auction process within days. I'll book a flight to Jiangcheng this afternoon. Meet me at the airport. Jiang Wenjun was decisive by nature and made up his mind instantly. Mu Tianye felt a bit helpless. With his injuries, he knew he couldn't hide this from his mother. Just imagining her endless nagging gave him a headache. Ms. Jiang Wenjun, this frantic pace of yours is unacceptable. You need to change it. The Jiang family is such a massive operation, you can't just abandon it like that. Those are all my things, your sons. You should at least pay some attention. The He family's trivial matter, is it really worth you making a personal trip? It was an excuse. He simply didn't want Jiang Wenjun to see his injuries when they met. Jiang Wenjun wasn't buying it. You ungrateful little brat. Haven't you missed your old mom after all this time? Mu Tianye rolled his eyes and walked over to the windowsill to light a cigarette. Jiang Wenjun grumbled a few more times about how sons were less considerate than daughters, saying his cousins were all more thoughtful than this biological son of hers. Oof. Then let my cousins take care of you in your old age. Jiang Wenjun fumed, wishing she could reach through the internet cable to discipline this ungrateful son. It's settled then. Your cousin Liuqiu will handle the Jiang family affairs for me. Besides, my visit isn't solely for the He family matter. I haven't been in touch with your grandmother in ages, so I'll drop by to see her while I'm here. With his daughter-in-law visiting her mother-in-law, Mu Tianye had no grounds to refuse. The mere mention of Jiang Liuqiu made Mu Tianye instinctively rub his forehead. Another mess to clean up. His decision to avoid the Jiang household these past years stemmed partly from this very Jiang Liuqiu. The capital's most beautiful woman, peerless in both talent and looks, a goddess adored by countless young masters. She was the adopted daughter of his eldest uncle's family. If Mu Tianye wanted to take over the Jiang family, Zhang Liqiu was an obstacle he simply had to overcome. Jiang Wenjun seemed to have sensed this issue as well, her voice tinged with unease as she probed. Xiaoyi, are you serious about that girl who answered the phone the other day, or is it just a fling? If you don't plan to spend your life with her, you should end it sooner rather than later. You know cousin Liqiu's temper. If any misunderstanding arises later, I fear she might do something to that girl. She genuinely liked Nan Zhiyi, thoughtful, warm, and easy to talk to. Just one phone call, and that girl had sent her a six-figure bracelet. To her, the bracelet wasn't particularly valuable, but she could feel the sentiment behind it. Before, when Mu Tianye had no intention of returning to the Jiang family, no one interfered with what kind of girlfriend he chose. But now that he'd decided to go back, the wife of the Jiang family heir had long been predetermined. On this matter, no one in the entire Jiang family had any room for negotiation. Mu Tianye was preoccupied with this very dilemma when he suddenly sensed a chill in the air behind him. Turning around, he found Nan Zhiyi standing gracefully behind him, seemingly having listened for an unknown length of time. Yet her icy expression made it clear she absorbed every word concerning Zhang Liqiu. Mu Tianye gave a nervous chuckle and forced himself to say into the phone, "I'll bring her with me to pick you up this afternoon." He quickly hung up, searching for words to soothe Nan Zhiyi's mood. But Nan Zhiyi had already approached with a dark expression, standing so close she was practically pressed against him. "I have a younger sister at home, and cousin Liqiu in the capital. Mu Tianye, what do you take me for?" Her tearful, stubbornly aggrieved expression made Mu Tianye feel like a heartless bastard. At times like this, yielding, flattering, or apologizing was utterly useless. Nan Zhiyi always liked to get stuck on things. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. Mu Tianye stiffened his expression and feigned anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you know what I think of you? Don't you understand why I brought you to pick up my mother?" This tactic proved most effective on Nan Zhiyi. Her lips remained tightly pressed together, yet a sweet smile involuntarily played at the corners of her mouth and eyes. But even the most beautiful bride-to-be would feel nervous meeting her future mother-in-law. Nan Zhiyi suddenly felt flustered. "What should I wear to pick up Auntie? Should we go to the mall now and buy a couple more outfits? Auntie probably doesn't have a place to stay in Jiangcheng. Should we book a hotel for her? What does Auntie like to eat? I'll have Ding Yao make a restaurant reservation in advance." Auntie. Chapter 71, Hard to Judge. Mu Tianye's eyelid twitched violently, and he hastily made a stop gesture. "You don't need to be so deliberate. My mom is easygoing, no need to be this tense." Nan Zhiyi calmed down slightly, though her expression still betrayed an unmistakable sense of unease. She had once crossed oceans alone to build a life abroad, yet she had never felt this anxious. It was precisely because she cared so deeply that she felt this uneasy and cautious. I still feel uneasy." Nan Zhiyi gazed at Mu Tianye with wide, watery eyes, looking like a pitiful, innocent kitten, her voice brimming with vulnerability and helplessness. Mu Tianye felt a pang of pity and instinctively pulled her into his arms. The man he once was might not have understood Nan Zhiyi's feelings at this moment. But now, having tasted the coldness of human relationships and witnessed the harsh realities of the world, Mu Tianye understood Nan Zhiyi's unease perfectly. In this vast world, she stood almost entirely alone, without support, without a safety net. Beyond Ding Yao, she didn't even have a single close female friend. Her love, or perhaps hatred, for Mu Tianye was likely the sole anchor holding her life together. Some things Mu Tianye had only come to grasp in the past few days. More accurately, it was the moment Nan Zhiyi plunged into the depths of the ocean with him, without a second thought. In her world, Mu Tianye was her only anchor. Had he grasped this truth sooner, he never could have brought himself to cast her aside so ruthlessly. He had thought granting her freedom would set her free, but in reality, he had nearly pushed her into hell. Running his fingers lightly over Nan Zhiyi's back, Mu Tianye soothed her with a gentle voice. "There's really nothing to be nervous about. Didn't you chat quite happily with my mother last time? She has a very good impression of you, even better than she does of me, her own son." She could tell his words were exaggerated. Yet nestled in his warm embrace, an inexplicable sense of peace washed over her, dulling the earlier panic. "What about your cousin Liqiu? I heard everything Auntie said on the phone just now. It wasn't mere jealousy, but a strong sense of crisis. Anything that could cause someone of Jiang Wenjun's stature such headaches was bound to be a difficult problem to solve." Mu Tianye felt helpless too, but dared not show it. He kissed her forehead gently, offering a promise that rang hollow. "You just need to be sure of your own feelings. I'll handle everything else." Nan Zhiyi took him at his word, pressing her face against his chest and wrapping her arms around his waist. "I'll remember this. You'd better keep your word, or I'll never forgive you." Mu Tianye's heart trembled slightly, leaving him speechless. It felt like he'd walked himself to the execution ground, facing the constant threat of losing his head. Zhang Liqiu, that madwoman, was no easy target to deal with. The patriarch of the Jiang family and Zhang Liqiu's grandfather were lifelong friends and crucial political allies. Later, during a brutal political struggle, Jiang Liqiu's family paid a terrible price to protect the elder Jiang.
At that time, the 1-month-old Jiang Liqiu hadn't yet taken the Jiang surname. Hers was Bo. The Jiang patriarch had his eldest son adopt her and change her surname to Jiang. At the grave of his old friend, the Jiang patriarch made a solemn vow: the Jiang family's estate would either be divided equally with Jiang Liqiu, or the heir would marry her. Mu Tianye's persistent reluctance to return to the capital stemmed partly from this very reason. By Mu Tianye's generation, the Jiang family had only daughters except for him. Though Jiang Liqiu was a renowned scholar whose fame echoed throughout the capital, her beauty rivaled even Nan Zhiyi's, truly breathtaking. Logically, Mu Tianye had no reason to resist. Yet the fate imposed upon him was not what he desired. When they were very young, certain events had transpired between him and Jiang Liqiu, leaving her image in his mind nothing short of a nightmare. Oh no, I'm running out of time. Just as Nan Zhiyi had calmed herself, she suddenly remembered something. She abruptly shoved Mu Tianye aside and reached for her phone to make a call. In her haste, she forgot Mu Tianye was injured. That push had landed precisely on his wounded area. Sigh. Mu Tianye sucked in a sharp breath, his face instantly turning pale with pain. Yikes. Nan Zhiyi snapped back to her senses, gasping in alarm as she turned to check on Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye hastily raised a hand to decline her offer. I'm fine. Just stay there. Don't come any closer. He was genuinely scared. Last night's ordeal hadn't been enough, now she was hitting him without restraint. Even with his military-trained physique, he couldn't take this kind of rough treatment. Worry and concern filled Nan Zhiyi's eyes, yet her pouty little mouth twisted in a look of hurt. I didn't mean to. She truly hadn't meant to, but her entire mental state was off-kilter now. Mu Tianye dared not risk close contact with her. What's too late? Mu Tianye changed the subject, asking why she'd suddenly gotten so flustered. Nan Zhiyi hurriedly explained, it's almost 1 o'clock now. I need to try on clothes and get my makeup done quickly. What if I'm late picking up Auntie? Mu Tianye was at a loss for words. He walked back to the window, sat down, pulled out his phone, and retrieved the flight details Jiang Wenjun had sent him. He handed the phone to Nan Zhiyi. Ms. Jiang Wenjun's flight lands at 7 p.m. That's still nearly 6 hours from now. There's plenty of time. You don't need to be so anxious. Only 6 hours left? How could I not be anxious? Nan Zhiyi stamped her foot in frustration and immediately called Ding Yao, instructing her to arrange for a makeup artist to come to the hotel. Just as she was about to hang up, another thought struck Nan Zhiyi. She instructed Ding Yao to contact her private doctor to examine Mu Tianye. While on the call, she flung open her wardrobe, tossing garment after garment onto the bed. All the clothes were her own designs, the company's latest collection. With over a dozen outfits, her determination suggested she intended to try them all on. Mu Tianye watched in stunned silence, gaining a whole new understanding of the female species. Several times he opened his mouth to speak, yet dared not utter a word to voice his thoughts. The current Nan Zhiyi was bordering on frenzy, best to avoid provoking her. What about this one? Nan Zhiyi held a khaki skirt suit up to herself, looking up to ask Mu Tianye for his opinion. Mu Tianye smiled and nodded in approval. It's beautiful. The style suits your aura perfectly. Nan Zhiyi frowned. The color's too dark. It makes me seem distant. She picked up a beige suit and asked Mu Tianye, what about this one? Mu Tianye wore a mechanical smile, nodding mechanically as he prepared to deliver his rehearsed, formulaic response. Sigh, asking you is pointless. Before he could speak, Nan Zhiyi tossed the suit aside and pulled out a red silk dress. How about this one? Mu Tianye felt a flock of crows flying over his forehead. Didn't she just say asking him was pointless? This is hard to judge. Chapter 72, Someone made their move early. A peerless beauty, changing outfits one after another right before your eyes. What a blissful scene this must be. Even in dreams, such a sensual vision would be hard to imagine. Unfortunately, Mu Tianye found it unbearably agonizing. Only when Ding Yao arrived at the hotel with her makeup artist and 2 doctors was Mu Tianye finally liberated. He handed over the task of appreciation to Ding Yao and went to cooperate with the doctors for his physical examination. At 5:30 p.m., Beijing Capital Airport. A tall woman in a trench coat and sunglasses affectionately linked arms with Jiang Wenjun, bidding a reluctant farewell. Auntie, when you go to Jiangcheng this time, stay only 2 days and hurry back. With all the mess at home, we can't manage without you. The speaker was Jiang Liqiu, half her face hidden behind dark sunglasses. Yet even the exposed portion revealed a stunning beauty. Jiang Wenjun feigned anger and glared at her. Auntie finally gets a vacation, and you're deliberately trying to ruin it for me? I'm not. Jiang Liqiu playfully tugged at Jiang Wenjun's arm, then bit her lip slightly, asking with a hint of anticipation, is Xiaoyu really coming back with you this time? Jiang Wenjun's expression shifted slightly, but she nodded in agreement. He said he wanted to come back, but I can't be sure. That kid's always been so indecisive, 1 minute this, the next minute that. Who knows what he'll decide? She sighed inwardly. This girl was such a good match, capable, sensible, and stunningly beautiful. The only problem was her own foolish son, who always acted like he'd seen a ghost whenever he was around her.
Thinking of Nan Zhiyi, the girl by Mu Tianye's side, Jiang Wenjun felt a headache coming on.
That girl wasn't bad either, warm, pretty, and her tastes even aligned with his.
But alas, in a love triangle, one person is bound to be the odd one out.
She just didn't know who would end up getting hurt in the end. Unable to bring himself to tell Jiang Liqiu about Nan Zhiyi, Jiang Wenjun felt a pang of guilt.
He took Jiang Liqiu's hand and squeezed it gently.
Liqiu, if Sha doesn't return this time, I'll likely stay in Jiangcheng for a while.
Handle the Jiang family affairs yourself. If that brat disobeys, I'll make decisions for him directly.
Everything belonging to the Jiang family will be yours, leaving him with nothing.
When emotional debts couldn't be repaid, material compensation would have to suffice.
Jiang Liqiu seemed to sense something, her smile fading into melancholy.
What use would those things be to me?
You know very well, auntie, my ambitions lie elsewhere. She had always been indifferent by nature, call it otherworldly detachment or aloof pretentiousness, but few things truly captured her interest.
Yet she found Mu Tianye utterly fascinating. Jiang Wenjun sighed.
Boarding was imminent, leaving no time for further discussion.
She couldn't say much more. Elders shouldn't meddle too much in young people's affairs. She gave Jiang Liqiu a gentle hug. Let things take their natural course. If Shaoyi still doesn't get it in the end, it's her loss. Anyway, your auntie loves you most. I doubt I can count on Shaoyi.
I'm still counting on you to take care of me in my old age. Jiang Liqiu's eyes glistened with tears, yet a faint smile touched her lips.
Auntie, hurry and check in. Don't be late. After waving goodbye, she watched Jiang Wenjun's figure disappear before leaving the airport with her bodyguards blending into the crowd. On the way back to the Jiang residence, Jiang Liqiu made a call from the car. Within 2 hours, I want news of the Yi family's financial collapse.
Without further explanation, Jiang Liqiu hung up the phone.
The recipient on the other end didn't ask for details. They did as the young lady commanded, concerned only with results, not reasons. After the Bo family's downfall, whatever assets they managed to salvage were absorbed into the Jiang family. The person Jiang Liqiu had just contacted was an elder from the Bo family's remnants, now serving the Jiang family.
Yet in their hearts, Jiang Liqiu was their true young mistress.
They remained loyal to the Jiang family, yet deep down, they considered Jiang Liqiu their true master.
Putting away her phone, a flash of malice flickered in Jiang Liqiu's eyes.
How dare the insignificant He family bully her little Shaoyi? How utterly reckless. Jiang Wenjun had gone to Jiangcheng without telling Jiang Liqiu her purpose.
But with Jiang Liqiu's capabilities, investigating such matters was as easy as breathing. Jiang Wenjun had left in such a hurry that Jiang Liqiu sensed something might have happened to Mu Tianye. Worried, she immediately ordered an investigation, which is how she learned about the He family. Not only that, she had already learned about the yacht sinking and even that Mu Tianye had been injured.
And Nan Zhiyi's existence? That went without saying.
Clenching her fists tightly, Jiang Liqiu suddenly felt a surge of irritation.
You little bastard, you better just be fooling around. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook.
She muttered the threat under her breath, yet her face remained clouded with worry. That woman named Nan Zhiyi was simply too dazzling. Her beauty rivaled his own, she possessed considerable skill, and most crucially, she shared many deeply meaningful experiences with Mu Tianye.
Could Mu Tianye truly be treating someone like her as nothing more than a game?
For the first time in her composed and unflappable life, Jiang Liqiu felt a sense of crisis. She suddenly looked up at her assistant in the passenger seat. Yang Fan, check our schedule for the next few days and make arrangements immediately.
I need to go to Jiangcheng.
Yang Fan, a handsome young man in his 20s, served as both assistant and bodyguard to Jiang Liqiu. Standing at 185 centimeters tall, he was a retired professional taekwondo athlete who also held 10 certificates in economics and management. To ordinary people, someone like Yang Fan was practically a god.
But to Jiang Liqiu, he was merely competent. But Yang Fan himself likely didn't see it that way.
What he truly desired was far more. Miss, you're now handling all matters for the Jiang family.
I doubt you'll have time to go to Jiangcheng.
His tone remained level and respectful, even when declining his boss's request. Jiang Liqiu narrowed her eyes, propping her chin as she gazed out the window, replying with a light, almost dismissive tone.
This is the first and last time. Understand? Understood.
Cold sweat beaded on Yang Fan's forehead. He had inexplicably defied Jiang Liqiu just now, something that had never happened before. But this time, he knew Jiang Liqiu was heading to Jiangcheng for a man named Mu Tianye.
For some reason, Yang Fan couldn't shake this uneasy feeling.
Now that you know, make arrangements immediately. I hope you understand the meaning of as soon as possible. As Yang Fan shuddered with lingering fear, Jiang Liqiu spoke again, his tone as calm as before. His tone remained as calm as ever, yet the weight in his voice felt suffocating. Yes. This time, Yang Fan dared not delay further and hurriedly checked Jiang Liqiu's schedule for the coming days. Just as Jiang Wenjun was preparing to board her flight, her butler, Uncle Chen, suddenly called.
Miss Jiang, the He family's overseas capital chain has suddenly come under attack. Should we proceed? You didn't do this? Jiang Wenjun asked in confusion. She had already made arrangements regarding the Yi family before her departure, but it seems someone had beaten her to it. No. Shen Bo answered honestly. But the order must have come from the Jiang family. Chapter 73, The Yi Family Crisis. Uncle Chen was on the verge of naming the culprit outright. Jiang Wenjun understood perfectly well. She couldn't help but shake her head with a bitter smile. Let it be. You needn't concern yourselves. Let her have her way. After hanging up, Jiang Wenjun stared blankly at her phone for a few seconds. It seemed she really was getting old. Such a satisfying act of revenge had been snatched away by a younger generation. She understood that Zhang Liqiu had moved so swiftly against the Yi family purely to vent her anger on behalf of her own ungrateful son. She knew Jiang Liqiu's nature well. It had been this way since childhood. Outwardly detached and untouched by the world, inwardly he was more sensitive and fiery than anyone. He could love someone for a lifetime, and he could hate someone just as intensely. At this thought, Jiang Wenjun's brows furrowed again, a vague unease stirring within her. The falling flower has its affections, but the flowing water remains indifferent. Love and affection are the most torturous of all. She couldn't fathom what had possessed her son to develop such an innate aversion toward Jiang Liqiu. Sighing, Jiang Wenjun pushed the thought aside and walked forward to check in. Children have their own destinies, let the young sort out their own affairs. At the same time, at the Yi family's lakeside villa in Jiangcheng, calls came in from over a dozen different countries almost simultaneously. All inquiries revolved around the same issue. All of the Yi family's overseas subsidiaries had suddenly come under attack from unknown sources. Industrial operations faced raw material shortages, financial projects saw widespread shareholder withdrawals, entertainment ventures were subjected to joint investigations by multiple departments, and even several underground businesses were uprooted overnight. In an instant, the Yi family was thrown into a state of panic, with everyone looking gloomy. He Xingzhou had just returned from Nantai village, where he had personally restored the sea god temple. Exhausted, he hadn't even had time to shower before his father, Yi Junlin, summoned him to the study. Accompanying him was Yi Chen, his face a bruised and battered mess. Needless to say, Yi Chen's injuries were undoubtedly the result of Yi Xingzhou taking out his frustration. The once beloved heartthrob now looked like a refugee fleeing disaster. If his fans saw him like this, the internet would likely explode. As the brothers reached the staircase, Yi Xingzhou abruptly halted and turned to glare coldly at Yi Chen. You'd better know exactly what to say and what not to say later. In the past, facing Yi Xingzhou's threats, Yi Chen would have been scared stiff. But the Yi Chen of today was a different man. Watching Mu Tianye repeatedly humiliate Yi Xingzhou, he suddenly realized that the brother he always viewed as venomous wasn't so terrifying after all. Compared to Mu Tianye, Yi Xingzhou seemed weak by more than just a little. Of course, he dared not reveal this shift in his heart. He feigned fear, nodding nervously. Seeing his younger brother still wearing that cowardly, timid expression, Yi Xingzhou curled his lips in a sneer and continued toward the study. The instant Yi Xingzhou turned away, Yi Chen flashed a vicious smile unseen by anyone. Inside the study, 7 or 8 executives from Yi Group Enterprises stood in a line, heads bowed in submission. Scattered documents and shattered teacups lay strewn beneath their feet, creating a scene of utter chaos. Behind the desk, a man of medium build and imposing presence paced back and forth, his face twisted with anger and irritation. This man was Yi Junlin, the patriarch of the Yi family. Seeing the scene inside the office, both Yi Xingzhou and his brother froze in shock. Xingzhou, have you offended anyone recently? Yi Junlin, spotting his sons entering, immediately directed his question at the eldest, Yi Xingzhou. Having spent recent years developing overseas ventures, Yi Xingzhou was now facing issues with foreign operations. Yi Junlin immediately suspected his eldest son had stirred up trouble. As for the younger son, Yi Chen, Yi Junlin chose to ignore him completely, not even noticing the injuries on his face. A minor celebrity propelled by the Yi family's resources, he certainly didn't have the clout to cause such a major disaster. Dad, what happened? Yi Xingzhou had returned in a rush and was still completely in the dark. Yi Junlin stared at his eldest son for a moment, satisfied that he genuinely seemed unaware of the situation. Only then did he patiently explain the entire sequence of events. He had always been satisfied with this son. He was low-key and steady, with remarkable ability in his career. Although he had initially suspected his eldest son of causing trouble, Yi Junlin hadn't raised his voice at Yi Xingzhou since he walked in. Seeing Yi Xingzhou's bewilderment now, Yi Junlin refrained from pressing him further. How could this happen? After hearing Yi Junlin's account, Yi Xingzhou was utterly shocked. What kind of person possessed such immense power to strangle the Yi family's overseas operations in the blink of an eye? Yi Junlin sighed, then his face flushed with fury. He swept a pile of documents off his desk onto the floor and roared at the assembled executives. You useless bunch! What are you standing around for? Get moving! You have 1 day to find out who's behind this. If you don't uncover the mastermind, you'll all be out on your asses. The executives dared not breathe a word, fleeing the study as if escaping for their lives. Once they were gone, Yi Junlin slumped back into his chair, exhausted. He pressed his hands to his temples, his face etched with weariness. The Yi family's current glory was built on the hard work and sacrifices of generations.
By his generation, they believed aligning with mysterious forces would allow them to swallow up the Mu family's businesses in neighboring Jiangcheng, propelling the He family to new heights. Alas, before anything could be accomplished, a colossal disaster had already struck. Such thunderous tactics, and he didn't even know who was behind it. Exhausted, He Junlin felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Just who was this powerful figure who had it in for the He family? Dad, with something this big, you mean they didn't leave a single trace? He Xingzhou knew how to read the room. As he spoke, he poured his father a glass of water. Take a sip of water first, father. Don't let this upset you. After all, the He family's roots are firmly planted in this country. This situation is troublesome, but it's not an insurmountable hurdle. With your capabilities, father, you will surely navigate this crisis safely. He Junlin accepted the water from his eldest son, feeling a slight comfort in his heart. This son of his was perfect in every way, utterly flawless in his eyes. He Xingzhou's emotional support was perfectly timed. His subtle flattery gently soothed He Junlin's irritation. He Chen, retreating to the back, sneered inwardly. His eldest brother excelled at playing one game to his father's face and another behind his back. He knew full well that He Xingzhou harbored not a shred of affection for this father, only hatred. After taking a few sips of water, He Junlin casually spotted the timid He Chen. The anger that had just been soothed by his eldest son flared up again, his brow furrowing anew. What the hell happened to you? He Junlin roared, flinging the blanket in his hand toward He Chen. The cup struck He Chen's chest, spilling water all over him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, He Chen lifted his head, ready to speak the truth. He Xingzhou turned his head slightly, his gaze sweeping coldly over the scene. He Chen's thoughts shifted abruptly. He quickly amended his words. I recently got injured during a fight scene. He Xingzhou's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he withdrew his gaze, standing properly to the side. Chapter 74, Hidden Agendas. He Junlin shot He Chen a look of disappointment, his expression one of frustration at his brother's shortcomings. Your eldest brother toils tirelessly behind the scenes building his career. I'm getting on in years now. Can't you show some progress and stop causing the family constant worry? He Chen scoffed. Here we go again with the paternalistic speech. He constantly harped on not causing the family worry, yet in all his years, when had the family ever truly worried about him? Everything revolved around He Xingzhou. He Chen felt utterly invisible. The absurd truth was that He Xingzhou was a wolf through and through, likely harboring murderous thoughts toward his own father at every moment. And these wounds all over my body, didn't your beloved son inflict them? If he knew the truth, would this cold-hearted, deluded old father of mine be driven to his grave by sheer fury? He Chen's mind raced with wild thoughts, yet his face betrayed nothing. He kept his head bowed meekly, adopting the posture of a dutiful son. You represent the He family's public face. Mind your conduct at all times, don't bring shame upon us. He Junlin scolded him a few more times before dismissing He Chen to tend to his injuries. He needed to discuss how to handle this crisis with his eldest son. His younger son was just in the way and couldn't be of any help. He Chen clenched his fists silently and obediently withdrew from the study. Dad, please calm down. I'll have a proper talk with Chen later. He's still young, he'll mature in a few years. He Xingzhou played the role of the protective older brother, prompting He Chen to snort coldly outside the door. Ah, if only your brother possessed half your sense of responsibility, I'd be perfectly content. He's reached this age yet still acts like an immature child. If he continues this way, how can I ever face your late mother? He Junlin spoke with heartfelt sincerity, yet He Xingzhou's expression grew secretly colder beside him. You have the nerve to mention mother? He Xingzhou fought to control his emotions, refusing to lose his composure. By the way, how's that company you invested in overseas, Tianye? Any recent issues? He Junlin composed himself and steered the conversation back to business. He Xingzhou thought for a moment. Aside from Nan Zhiyi relocating the design team back to China, nothing else seemed particularly troublesome. Nothing. Tianye's been doing quite well lately. We've already shifted some resources to the domestic market and plan to expand into it. After hearing his son's report, He Junlin's brow furrowed involuntarily once more. All of the He family's overseas projects had hit snags, yet this particular company his son invested in was sailing smoothly. Was this mere coincidence, or was there something fishy going on? His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop as He Junlin fell deep in thought. Dad, I don't see much profit in those overseas projects. In fact, they're draining significant funds from our domestic operations every year. This situation might not be entirely bad. Why not cut our losses decisively? Let's temporarily halt our overseas ventures to prevent the fire from spreading to the very foundation of the He family. He Xingzhou's mind raced as he voiced his opinion. He Junlin felt tempted by the idea, yet hesitated. The overseas ventures weren't about making money, they were about preparing to shift assets. Abandoning the overseas ventures wouldn't be difficult, but rebuilding the international network from scratch would be far more challenging. He Junlin understood the wisdom of having multiple escape routes. As the He family grew ever larger, they couldn't afford to put all their eggs in the domestic basket. He harbored another concern: could this incident be someone deliberately cutting off the He family's escape routes? The goal might be to first clear out the periphery of the He family's operations, then close in for the kill, before moving on to target their domestic businesses. It must be said that He Junlin possessed considerable experience, instantly grasping the crux of the matter. His conjecture was precisely Jiang Liqiu's plan. The first strike against the He family's overseas ventures was designed to seal off every possible escape route. The profits earned domestically? Even if the He family went bankrupt, that money would remain trapped within China, not a single penny could be taken out. But even if He Junlin had guessed correctly, it would have been useless. Jiang Liqiu had backup plans. She always pulled out the weeds by the roots when she acted. He Xingzhou, being no fool himself, understood his father's concerns. His eyes darted around as he tentatively suggested, "Dad, I suspect whoever orchestrated this didn't know that Tianye is connected to the He family. Why not temporarily suspend other overseas operations while secretly bolstering Tianye? If Tianye can reach new heights, the He family could then discreetly use it to transfer funds. This way, we'd also avoid many potential risks." A flicker of interest flickered in He Junlin's eyes. "What exactly do you have in mind?" Seeing this, He Xingzhou quickly replied, "I have my eye on that plot of land owned by the Mu family's Zhangjiang pharmaceutical. If we can secure it under Tianye's name this time, it will undoubtedly boost Tianye's reputation. Then, with increased investment in the industry clout of my partner, I'm confident we can turn Tianye into a flagship enterprise in Jiangcheng." He Junlin tapped his fingers lightly on the table again, pondering for a moment before asking his son, "How confident are you?" He Xingzhou's eyes flashed with determination. "With the family's backing, I'm 100% certain." "Very well. Go ahead. Leave the land acquisition to me. I'll call your Uncle Zhong right now to make arrangements." He Junlin pulled out his phone and scrolled to the number of a certain Jiangcheng official. Just as he was about to dial, he seemed to think of something else. He Junlin said to He Xingzhou, "Go downstairs and check on Chen first. I'll handle this matter." He Xingzhou sneered inwardly. This was his so-called loving father, all lip service about filial piety and brotherly devotion, yet in reality, he trusted no one around him, including his own son. He exited the room without a trace of emotion, his gaze turning icy. Leave a backdoor for the He family? What a joke! His purpose in doing this was solely to curry favor with Nan Zhiyi and humiliate Mu Tianye. Once Tianye established herself firmly in the country, Nan Zhiyi would surely be eternally grateful to him. Mu Tianye? Ha, nothing but a laughingstock, a stray dog. As for the He family, he would gradually use Tianye to drain them dry. Then, he would crush his father underfoot. Each father and son harbored their own schemes, yet none suspected that the very source of the He family's current predicament was Mu Tianye, the man they regarded as insignificant as an ant. In He Chen's private quarters, as servants tended to the wounds on his face, He Xingzhou suddenly pushed open the door. "Young master." The servant immediately stopped what they were doing and stood respectfully to the side, greeting him. He Xingzhou waved his hand, dismissing the servant. He didn't even ask if He Chen's treatment was complete. "Big brother, have you and Dad taken care of everything at home?" He Chen wore a respectful expression, feigning deep concern for the family affairs. He Xingzhou sneered coldly, circling the room without a word before picking up a belt from the coat rack. "In the study just now, did you have something you wanted to say to father?" I didn't." He Chen's face twisted with terror. He Xingzhou's face darkened as he raised his hand and lashed the belt down toward He Chen. He Chen winced in pain, his mouth opening to cry out. He Xingzhou's face was as cold as ice as he said icily, "Dare to make a sound, and I'll send you abroad for rest and recuperation." He Chen clenched his teeth and bit back the scream. He Xingzhou swung again, lashing him repeatedly with the belt. Chapter 75, No Shortage of Women. 7:30 p.m., Jiangcheng Airport. Mu Tianye had been waiting at the arrivals gate with Nan Zhiyi for over half an hour. Following Ding Yao's advice, Nan Zhiyi had ultimately chosen a beige women's suit, a color that wasn't overly eye-catching, with a formal and dignified cut. However, after spending nearly 3 hours having the makeup artist meticulously apply her elaborate makeup, it was now obscured by sunglasses and a mask. There was no other way. After being secretly photographed at the mall, she now had no choice but to go out like this. She was highly recognizable, though rarely seen in domestic media. If fans recognized her arriving at the airport with Mu Tianye to pick someone up, it would inevitably cause unnecessary commotion. Nan Zhiyi clutched a bouquet of carnations. Neither sunglasses nor mask could conceal her unease and trepidation as she kept glancing toward the arrival gate, her anticipation mingled with nervousness. Mu Tianye gently wrapped an arm around her shoulder, offering encouragement with a smile. "Don't be nervous. If it gets too much, just pretend you're meeting a client." Nan Zhiyi rolled her eyes, freeing one hand to pinch his soft waist playfully. "How is that the same? I'm so nervous I could die, and you still have the energy to joke around." Though she said this, her heart suddenly felt much calmer. Mu Tianye's teasing instantly eased some of her tension. "Here we are." Mu Tianye suddenly waved toward the entrance. Nan Zhiyi looked up and saw Jiang Wenjun walking alone toward them, pulling a small suitcase with a relaxed stride and a smile on her face. Nan Zhiyi's body instantly tensed again, the nervousness that had just subsided reclaiming her emotions. She felt it was impolite to meet an elder for the first time while wearing a mask and sunglasses, as if she were some big shot.
Without a second thought, Nan Zhiyi reached to remove her mask and sunglasses. Mu Tianye hurriedly stopped her. No need. My mom won't mind these things. The airport was swarming with paparazzi chasing celebrities. If someone accidentally snapped a photo, it would cause a huge mess.
While they were talking, Jiang Wenjun had already approached them.
Hello, auntie. Nan Zhiyi greeted her first, though nervousness made her words stumble.
She awkwardly handed over the bouquet she held.
Jiang Wenjun didn't mind.
She tossed her suitcase and trench coat to her son, happily accepted the flowers Nan Zhiyi offered, and with one free hand, gave her a warm, spontaneous hug.
Did you wait too long?
Not at all, we just arrived ourselves.
Were you tired from the flight, auntie? Shall we go eat first or head back to the hotel? I've already made arrangements for everything.
Faced with Jiang Wenjun's warm gesture, Nan Zhiyi felt her initial awkwardness ease slightly. Jiang Wenjun, like a considerate and kind elder, casually smoothed out the creases in Nan Zhiyi's collar.
Let's eat first. It's been ages since I returned to Jiangcheng, and I'm craving the local flavors.
She handed the flowers to Mu Tianye, then took her own trench coat and draped it warmly over Nan Zhiyi's shoulders.
October in Jiangcheng brought a cool night breeze. It was indeed starting to feel chilly. Overwhelmed by the kindness, Nan Zhiyi hurriedly protested, Auntie, I'm not cold.
You should wear it yourself.
Don't catch a chill.
Jiang Wenjun stubbornly wrapped her coat around her daughter, then shot her son a stern look.
I'm fine, dear. That little rascal.
He could have come to pick me up himself. Instead, he insisted on bringing you out in this freezing weather to suffer.
After venting about Mu Tianye, she linked arms with Nan Zhiyi and led her outside.
That little bastard of mine has never known how to care for others since he was a child. If you're going to be with him, be prepared mentally. There will be times when you'll have to endure hardships.
Her words carried hidden meaning, yet the genuine concern and affection for Nan Zhiyi in her tone were unmistakable. Nan Zhiyi sensed it vaguely, though not quite clearly.
Walking beside Jiang Wenjun, Nan Zhiyi felt like a tender young sapling suddenly sheltered by a towering tree. Never before in her life had she felt such concern from an elder. This was the first time, and her nose stung with unshed tears.
It won't happen, Auntie. Tianye is wonderful.
I wouldn't mind any hardship if it meant being with him. Her words sounded like a vow made with resolve, leaving Jiang Wenjun with a bitter taste in her heart. Out of concern for her son, Jiang Wenjun had already investigated Nan Zhiyi. She knew everything about her and her son, and was well aware of Nan Zhiyi's unhappy past. She felt genuine pity for Nan Zhiyi, yet also worried about the hardships the young couple would face. As someone who had been through it all, Jiang Wenjun's casual remarks had inadvertently revealed Nan Zhiyi's resolve toward her son, deepening the gloom in her heart. Deep affection is hard to bear, and suffering is inevitable.
If that boy ever bullies you, come find Auntie.
I'll take care of him for you.
Jiang Wenjun only voiced half of what she truly felt.
If others bully you, Auntie can't do much. It all depends on whether this kid can protect you.
Warmth enveloped Nan Zhiyi's heart, softening her entire demeanor.
She gently nuzzled her head against Jiang Wenjun's shoulder. The two walked arm in arm, looking like a real mother and daughter. Mu Tianye hadn't gotten a single word in yet, looking like nothing more than a bag-carrying sidekick trailing behind, shaking his head helplessly.
He couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Jiang Wenjun squeezed Nan Zhiyi's arm tenderly, glancing back at Mu Tianye.
Where's the car? What's with all the dawdling? Mu Tianye rolled his eyes.
In certain ways, Jiang Wenjun and Nan Zhiyi truly resembled mother and daughter. Both women were accustomed to treating him like a servant.
Wait at the next intersection. I'll go get the car from the parking lot.
Over the phone, Mu Tianye dared to talk back to Jiang Wenjun a few times, but now, face to face, he didn't dare show the slightest hint of defiance. In this world, only two women dared to beat him without restraint, old Mrs. Li and his mother, Jiang Wenjun.
Seeing Mu Tianye's flustered expression, Nan Zhiyi couldn't help but chuckle.
She never imagined that Mu Tianye, who feared nothing under heaven, actually had someone he feared.
A few minutes later, Mu Tianye drove Nan Zhiyi's Rolls-Royce, taking them to their reserved restaurant. Once inside the car, Nan Zhiyi removed her sunglasses and mask.
Her stunning face was radiant with joy, and happiness seemed to overflow from her arched eyebrows and eyes. The unease she'd felt earlier had been completely dispelled by Jiang Wenjun's warmth. Now she was as docile as a little cotton jacket, never letting go of Jiang Wenjun's hand.
Jiang Wenjun couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how incredibly fortunate his son was with women.
It had been this way since childhood. The girls surrounding him were each more stunning than the last. Such charms weren't necessarily a blessing, they were the sharpest test of a man's resolve. Jiang Liqiu alone was headache enough, and now Nan Zhiyi, not a docile kitten, but sharp-edged to the core. As a woman herself, Jiang Wenjun could sense the stubborn streak in Nan Zhiyi's character. She suddenly recalled a video she'd come across a few days ago featuring a girl named Su Yumo, another figure who was far from ordinary. Over the past couple of days, Jiang Wenjun had watched the old lady in Su Yumo's livestreams quite a bit.
With such immense popularity, she couldn't possibly be unaware. Out of concern for the old lady, she'd also investigated Su Yumu's background. The results were far from simple. She was no ordinary innocent. The reason Jiang Wenjun had come to Jiangcheng this time, ostensibly to visit the old lady, was also out of concern that something might go wrong with this matter. Lost in these troublesome thoughts, Jiang Wenjun couldn't help but sigh, a hint of weariness creeping onto her face. Chapter 76, Curiosity Grows with Age. Nan Zhiyi quickly picked up on Jiang Wenjun's emotional shift and asked thoughtfully, "Auntie, are you tired?" Hearing this, Jiang Wenjun quickly composed herself, forcing a smile. "Not tired, just a bit hungry. I skipped lunch waiting to try Jiangcheng's sea base." Nan Zhiyi hurriedly urged Mu Tianye to speed up, asking how much longer it would take. "Soon. 7 or 8 minutes at most." Mu Tianye replied casually, glancing sideways and catching Jiang Wenjun's gaze in the rearview mirror. He pursed his lips, quickly averting his gaze to focus on driving. He could tell she wasn't hungry at all. She was clearly annoyed with him, her son. At Wanhai Tower, Nan Zhiyi had already had Ding Yao and Dania come ahead to reserve a table. Upon entering the private room, Nan Zhiyi gestured for Jiang Wenjun to take a seat before instructing Ding Yao to call the waitstaff to serve the meal. Dania stood like a door god at the entrance, glancing around with wide-eyed curiosity. It was his first time dining at a restaurant, and everything fascinated him. Jiang Wenjun found the young man amusing and couldn't help but glance at him a few extra times. Soon, all the dishes were served. They hadn't ordered many, just 6 dishes, all specialties of Jiangcheng. The most famous among them was the sea-skirted fish. This arrangement avoided seeming overly formal while still showing the host's thoughtful hospitality. Jiang Wenjun gazed at the dishes on the table, suddenly feeling a pang of emotion. Returning after 3 years, she now found herself in the role of the guest. After everything was settled, Ding Yao prepared to take Daniu away. This was a family gathering, and it wasn't appropriate for them to stay. Jiang Wenjun, however, was warmly inviting, urging them both to sit down and join the meal. The more distinguished the family, the less pretentious the person. The depth of their heritage and background didn't need to be constantly flaunted through superior behavior. Having just come from the fishing village, Dania wasn't well versed in social etiquette. Seeing Jiang Wenjun's warm invitation, he sat down to eat without a second thought. Ding Yao's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she hurriedly pulled Daniu back. "Auntie Jiang, please eat without us. We've reserved a table downstairs. Several colleagues just returned from abroad, and President Nan specifically asked me to arrange a welcome banquet for them. I must go downstairs to host them and won't disturb you any longer." Jiang Wenjun nodded with a smile, saying nothing more. Inviting them to join was merely a matter of personal courtesy. She had much to discuss with her son, and having outsiders present was actually rather inconvenient. After Ding Yao led Daniu away, Jiang Wenjun smiled and asked Nan Zhiyi, "Your assistant is quite capable." "But what's this young man's name again?" "His name is Daniu." Nan Zhiyi poured Jiang Wenjun a cup of tea and replied casually. "Oh, right, Daniu. This young man seems earnest and reserved, and even his name is so down to earth. I'm actually quite curious, how did he end up working for your company?" These questions genuinely piqued her curiosity. As the CEO of a company with annual sales in the billions, she naturally had a keen eye for talent. But that young man named Dania seemed, in every respect, to have no connection whatsoever to the industry Nan Zhiyi worked in. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Wenjun couldn't help but ask. Her intuition told her there was a story behind this. Jiang Wenjun was unaware of the events Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye had experienced these past 2 days. If she were to answer this question, Mu Tianye's injury would inevitably come to light. His expression instantly grew tense, and Nan Zhiyi momentarily didn't know how to respond. Mu Tianye rinsed the cutlery with tea water, set the place settings for Jiang Wenjun and Nan Zhiyi, and met Nan Zhiyi's pleading gaze with a reassuring smile. "This is internal company business. At your age, don't you get tired of prying into everything? Why don't you stay in Jiangcheng? I'll have Zhiyi assign you a personnel manager." Mu Tianye's words were like poison, turning Jiang Wenjun's face green with anger. Nan Zhiyi shot him a glare, signaling him to back off and avoid offending anyone. After placing a piece of fish in Jiang Wenjun's bowl, Nan Zhiyi casually scolded Mu Tianye. "How could you speak to Auntie like that?" Daniu was so simple and straightforward, anyone seeing him would naturally be curious and ask a question. Isn't that perfectly normal? With one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, Jiang Wenjun couldn't press the issue further. Midway through the meal, Mu Tianye suddenly asked Nan Zhiyi, "Your company's having a dinner downstairs. As the boss, should you go down and make an appearance?" Nan Zhiyi understood immediately. "I should go down. Auntie, please continue eating. I'll be right back." Jiang Wenjun nodded with a smile. "Go ahead and take care of your business. Don't worry about me, Xiao Yi is here to keep me company." The moment Nan Zhiyi left the private room, Jiang Wenjun's expression turned cold. "Spill it, you little rascal. What are you hiding from me?" Jiang Wenjun could clearly see that Mu Tianye had deliberately sent Nan Zhiyi away. Throughout the meal, she tried several times to subtly probe Nan Zhiyi, only to be interrupted by Mu Tianye each time. She'd been seething inside the whole time. With Nan Zhiyi present, she'd held back her temper. Now that it was just mother and son, Jiang Wenjun could no longer maintain her pleasant facade. Mu Tianye gave a bitter smile. That was precisely why he'd sent Nan Zhiyi away temporarily. Ever since you got off the plane, you've been hinting and probing at every turn. Nan Zhiyi isn't stupid, she can tell, can't she? Jiang Wenjun felt an even heavier lump in her throat.
They say grown daughters are hard to keep, but I see grown sons are no different.
He hasn't even done much yet, and already he's protecting her and turning against me, his own mother? Mu Tianye smiled bitterly. Was she getting jealous now? What on earth are you talking about? This is completely unreasonable. Before Jiang Wenjun could respond, Mu Tianye continued, haven't you already looked into her background? She's a pitiful soul, tough on the outside, sensitive within.
Don't dig so deep into her past.
She's a good person, kind to me too. Knowing that is enough. Jiang Wenjun chuckled. Being good to you means making you sign a contract selling yourself? And what about Daniel? Where did he come from? What else is going on that you won't tell me?
Jiang Wenjun was exceptionally sharp, she understood much without needing to be told.
Mu Tianye knew he couldn't hide it from his mother any longer.
He stopped concealing the truth and recounted the entire story, how he had ended up in Nantai village and been taken in by Daniel's family. He recounted the entire sequence, from Yichen deliberately sinking the ship to his own injuries, and finally Nan Zhiyi vowing to follow him in life and death.
Jiang Wenjun's face darkened considerably as she listened.
She looked at her son with concern, worried, how are your injuries?
You broke a rib, how can you possibly drive someone around? Mu Tianye shrugged it off. What's the big deal? Didn't my grandmother still fight on the battlefield after being shot multiple times?
Jiang Wenjun tapped her son's forehead.
You just love to upset me.
But he was her own flesh and blood, and she couldn't bring herself to be too harsh.
Understanding the full story, Jiang Wenjun's mood grew heavy once more. A woman who was willing to die alongside her son, was it even possible to separate them?
Though she'd greeted Nan Zhiyi with smiles all along, resistance simmered beneath the surface. She had thoroughly investigated everything from the contract Nan Zhiyi had Mu Tianye signed to the humiliation he suffered at the company banquet.
Even if one felt wronged, wasn't this a way to humiliate someone?
But hearing all this now, she realized Nan Zhiyi's feelings for Mu Tianye must run deep to the bone.
Regarding the Yi family, you've already taken action against cousin Liqiu.
She was giving her son a heads up. She could turn a blind eye, but Jiang Liqiu wouldn't be fooled.
Chapter 77, Why bring her up?
Though he'd braced himself, the sudden mention of Jiang Liqiu's name still sent an involuntary shiver down Mu Tianye's spine.
Why bring her up out of nowhere? Jiang Wenjun snorted coldly. Do you think I'll let you get away with ignoring this? You know exactly what kind of person your cousin is. I'm just giving you a heads up.
Your boss Nan may have some skills, but he's no match for your cousin.
Prepare yourself mentally for what's coming.
Don't end up caught between a rock and a hard place, making things awkward for everyone.
Why did this curse of a beautiful woman have to fall on her unlucky son? Jiang Wenjun was genuinely troubled.
When she learned Jiang Liqiu had taken action against the Yi family, she suspected he already knew about Nan Zhiyi's existence.
Given her niece's temperament, who knew what she might do? She feared Nan Zhiyi would suffer and Mu Tianye would be heartbroken.
Her well-intentioned warning earned her nothing but a dismissive glare from her son. Furious and exasperated, Jiang Wenjun raised her hand to strike him, but remembering his injuries, she couldn't bring herself to hit him hard. Instead, she gently tapped his forehead.
Mu Tianye, equally irritated, rubbed his forehead wearily. Don't worry about this. Instead, spend a few days with grandma.
She doesn't say it, but she misses you all the time. The old lady did miss her daughter-in-law, but it wasn't like she thought about her every single day.
Before Jiang Wenjun and Mu Qingcang divorced, their relationship had been harmonious.
Later, when they reluctantly separated temporarily, the old lady never asked questions. Yet she understood everything as clearly as a mirror, never once blaming anyone or even raising a single word about it.
Mu Tianye brought it up now deliberately to divert Jiang Wenjun's attention, not wanting her to dwell on his romantic entanglements.
The moment Mu Tianye mentioned the old lady, worry clouded Jiang Wenjun's face, instantly pushing her son's troubles to the back of her mind. I haven't been in touch with her for quite some time.
Is the old lady still in good health? Mu Tianye smirked. She's doing great, eats well, sleeps soundly. Her constitution's almost as strong as it was back in the day. She beats me like it's child's play.
Hearing this, Jiang Wenjun smiled warmly in understanding. Staring at her son's face, now more mature and resolute than before, Jiang Wenjun's eyes reddened as she smiled. Her heart ached for both the old lady and her son. She knew the old lady's current good health was entirely due to her son taking such excellent care of her. The entire family had collapsed overnight, leaving all the burdens on the shoulders of the old and the young. She couldn't begin to imagine the hardships they'd endured to make it this far.
Jiang Wenjun knew every detail of their journey.
She admired the old lady's resilience and took comfort in her son's growth.
Yet deep down, she still harbored some resentment toward the old woman.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone so long without even a phone call.
While the Mu family's debts were astronomical, some were legitimate obligations, while others were not.
Jiang Wenjun had once planned to leverage the Jiang family's influence to resolve these matters and bring the old lady back to live in the capital. But the old lady was stubborn and refused to let Jiang Wenjun intervene. Jiang Wenjun understood the old lady felt embarrassed to burden her in-laws, but by stubbornly holding out, she had ended up burdening her own son for 3 whole years. As long as the old lady stayed, Mu Tianye wouldn't leave either. This was only natural, but seeing her own son endure such hardship weighed heavily on Jiang Wenjun's heart. Mu Tianye read his mother's expression and knew exactly what she was thinking. He quickly handed her a piece of paper.
What's this? Trying to stop us from eating? Eat, 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 all you ever think about is eating. Where's your boss Nan? Why hasn't he come back yet? Mu Tianye grinned cheekily. I haven't even thought about it yet, how come you're already thinking about it? Put. You little brat. Jiang Wenjun burst into laughter through her tears, swatting Mu Tianye's hand away. Her heart ached for her son. She picked up the spoon again and ladled a bowl of old hen soup for Mu Tianye. Drink up. I'll have your uncle contact an old TCM doctor in Beijing to prescribe some trauma medicine and mail it over. You'll stay with me for now. Once you're healed, you can go back to your antics. She wasn't the type of mother to spoil her child to the point of sickness. Life was bound to have its bumps and bruises, getting hurt was normal. But he was still a piece of her flesh and blood. When Mu Tianye hurt, it hurt her too. Having Mu Tianye stay close these days served 2 purposes. First, she missed her son and wanted his company. Secondly, she harbored a slight grievance toward Nan Zhiyi over Mu Tianye's injury. They were both adults. If they loved each other, they should be together properly. If not, they shouldn't hurt each other. Why insist on this contract of servitude, dragging Mu Tianye out to sea? Otherwise, why would all this trouble have arisen? She couldn't say it outright, but she wanted to give Nan Zhiyi a taste of her own medicine. She'd take her son first. As for that $1 million contract? She couldn't care less about it. It wasn't contempt for contract law, that sum was simply insignificant to her. Even after paying Mu Tianye's breach of contract penalty, the Jiang family's accounts showed no noticeable change. Before the divorce, the Jiang family's money belonged to the Jiang family. After the divorce, the Jiang family's money would be under her control, and in the future, it would belong to her son. As for her son's uncles, they had no interest in such yellow and white stuff. Once people reached a certain level, they truly didn't need money to prove anything or gain anything. We'll see. She might have her eye on that plot of land we own. I need to keep an eye on her, lest she do something foolish. Mu Tianye took a few sips of the chicken soup his mother handed him, casually mentioning the matter of Zhangjiang Pharmaceuticals. Jiang Wenjun laughed in exasperation. What does she think she is? Eyeing that land now? Mu Tianye knew his mother had misunderstood and quickly clarified. It's not what you think. She said she wants to buy that land and give it to me. Jiang Wenjun paused, her expression softening slightly. She's thoughtful, but it's a bit of a pipe dream. Not necessarily. Mu Tianye shook his head. You should have looked into it. That company she founded has the He family's shadow behind it. This time, she's pulling the design team back to China, probably planning to start fresh. But I'm worried she has other schemes in mind. This could easily break the law and seriously offend the He family. He had a rough idea of what Nan Zhiyi was thinking. Using the He family's money to pursue her own agenda. If it fails, fine. If it succeeds, it'll likely cause major trouble. Jiang Wenjun was equally stunned upon hearing this. She has the nerve? Mu Tianye gave a wry smile. She's bold enough. If she isn't afraid of me, what could possibly scare her? Jiang Wenjun chuckled softly. She actually admired Nan Zhiyi's bold nature. She knew her son's temperament better than anyone. He needed a woman who wasn't afraid of him and could keep him in check. Don't worry about that. Since you've already made your move with Cousin Xiu, no one else will be eyeing that land. Mu Tianye set down his bowl. That's best. But keep an eye on things. I don't trust my cousin's methods. She might end up screwing me over. Jiang Wenjun shook her head helplessly, yet she understood her son's concerns weren't entirely unfounded. Jiang Liqiu was the kind of person who dared to bully the red second generation of the capital mercilessly. Chapter 78, Drink or Be Forced to Drink. Mother and son chatted over their meal, exchanging casual family banter without revisiting those troublesome romantic entanglements. As for Zhangjiang Pharmaceuticals facing judicial auction, they only touched on it briefly, paying it little mind. With Jiang Liqiu handling it, they were off the hook, free to relax. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs, sounding like a fight had broken out. Mu Tianye set down his chopsticks. Listening closely, he thought he recognized Nan Zhiyi's voice. His heart raced. He hurriedly told Jiang Wenjun, "Stay here. I'll go down and see what's happening." Before Jiang Wenjun could respond, Mu Tianye had already risen and dashed out of the private room. You. Jiang Wenjun tried to call out a warning, but he was already gone. Worried her son might be in trouble, Jiang Wenjun followed him out of the private room. But she didn't go downstairs, she just stood in the corridor looking down.
The first-floor lobby featured several scattered tables, flanked by 2 large private rooms on either side. The commotion was coming from the private room on the right, where 7 or 8 people had gathered at the doorway. The instigator was a young man in his mid-20s, sporting short hair and a dress shirt. He looked respectable enough, like a government official, but his words were utterly repulsive.
Nan Zhiyi, we were classmates. Inviting you for a drink is doing you a favor.
Don't think you're above everyone else just because you've made a name for yourself.
You're nothing but a whore pretending to be high and mighty.
You're just some used-up piece of trash Mu Tianye played around with, acting like you're some chaste maiden.
Yu Yang, watch your mouth.
I'll let it slide today since you're drunk. Now get out, and I'll pretend nothing happened.
Nan Zhiyi stood at the private room door, facing him with a stony expression.
Yet, seemingly mindful of his status, she held back her rage with great effort. Inside the private room behind her, 5 or 6 young men and women were too terrified to breathe. These were the members of the design team Nan Zhiyi had brought back from overseas. Ding Yao and Din Yo were among them. Daniel's face was flushed with fury. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to storm out and teach that guy a lesson for speaking so disrespectfully to his sister Nan. Ding Yao, seemingly aware of the man's status, grabbed Daniel's arm tightly, preventing him from acting impulsively. The commotion drew the attention of other patrons in the restaurant, who gradually gathered around to watch the spectacle. Some even pulled out their phones to take pictures. Young Master Yu, there are too many people here. It's not good to make a scene. I think we should just let it go? Behind Yu Yang stood an old acquaintance of Mu Tianye's, none other than Fu Jiuzi, whom he'd briefly encountered at the mall yesterday. It was he who spoke now. Originally, following He Xingzhou's instructions, he had arranged to meet Yu Yang at Wanhai Tower to discuss the West Suburb dock project. After a few drinks, Yu Yang stepped out of the private room to use the restroom and happened to encounter Nan Zhiyi. Back in school, they had been classmates. Even then, Yu Yang had harbored feelings for Nan Zhiyi. Unfortunately, at that time, Nan Zhiyi belonged to Mu Tianye. Even if Yu Yang had wanted to, he dared not make a move. Now that Mu Tianye had fallen from grace and Yu Yang's father had been promoted to a higher rank, their chance encounter reignited the embers of his long-dormant feelings. Under the influence of alcohol, Yu Yang insisted on dragging Nan Zhiyi back to his private room to drink. She politely declined, but Yu Yang suddenly became drunk and rowdy, spouting a string of offensive remarks. Seeing the situation growing increasingly ugly, Fu Jiuzi stepped in to say a few words. Setting aside Mu Tianye, Nan Zhiyi was also someone He Xingzhou had his eye on. Fu naturally wouldn't let her suffer at Yu Yang's hands. But Yu Yang was also someone he dared not provoke. His father was now the top economic official in Jiangcheng. Offending him would make his own future in Jiangcheng difficult. Weighing his options, Fu Jiuzi realized he couldn't afford to offend either man. He reminded Yu Yang that many people were present, hoping Yu would rein himself in out of respect for his status. Unexpectedly, Yu Yang, fueled by alcohol, disregarded all caution. Too many eyes watching? Yu Yang sneered coldly, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the onlookers. Then, in a deep voice, he ordered his henchmen behind him, keep a close watch. If anyone dares to spread rumors about today's incident, tomorrow we'll send someone to their house to check the water meter. His henchmen nodded immediately, their cold stares locking onto the people taking photos. Yu Yang had become quite notorious in Jiangcheng over the years. As the hottest young upstart around, many knew his reputation. Hearing his threatening words and feeling the piercing stares of his henchmen, the photographers quickly stashed their phones away. Disperse. Get back to your business. Don't waste my time here. Yu Yang tugged at his tie and bellowed the order to the surrounding crowd. The onlookers immediately scattered like birds and beasts, returning to their tables without daring to glance this way, though they pricked up their ears to listen. Having flexed his authority on the crowd, Yu Yang smirked smugly. He waved for someone to bring over a glass of liquor, then swayed unsteadily as he handed it to Nan Zhiyi. You're drinking this glass of wine today, whether you want to or not. Yu Yang, don't push it too far. Nan Zhiyi clenched her teeth, glaring coldly at him. Yu Yang sneered dismissively, holding the cup steady with an unyielding expression that said this matter wouldn't end until she drank. In his hand was a full cup of baijiu, roughly 3 liang. Fu Jiuzi, seeing Yu Yang ignore all pleas, was at his wit's end. In his panic, he suddenly spotted a slouching figure descending the stairs. At the sight of this person, Fu Jiuzi's heart sank. He knew immediately that trouble was brewing, something big was about to happen today. Without further delay, Fu Jiuzi quietly withdrew from the center of the storm and hurriedly called He Xingzhou. The man he had just spotted was none other than Mu Tianye. With this guy appearing, the situation was no longer something Fu Jiuzi could control. He needed to notify He Xingzhou immediately and let him decide what to do. Excuse me, please move aside. Mu Tianye said lightly, parting the crowd as he walked toward the VIP room entrance, hands tucked into his pockets. The men accompanying Yu Yang all recognized Mu Tianye. Seeing him suddenly, they scattered like fleeing from a plague god, letting him stroll through unimpeded. Not a single one dared to stop him. Let me see what fine wine young master Yu insists on drinking. Mu Tianye walked straight up to Nan Zhiyi, gave her a faint smile, then turned to glance at the wineglass in Yu Yang's hand with a flirty look before curling his lip in disdain.
Nothing special, I see.
Taking a step forward, he locked eyes with Yu Yang.
Mu Tianye's expression suddenly darkened.
What's this, young master you?
Did your father teach you to toast people like this?
They were old acquaintances who had never gotten along since their university days. One wielded power, the other held wealth, neither would yield to the other. Though they moved in the same circles, they were constantly locked in a silent rivalry. Back then, Mu Tianye had the stronger fists and the tougher connections, so Yu Yang usually came out on the losing end.
Back then, Yu Yang's father, Yu Lianchuan, hadn't yet risen to his current position.
Even when his son suffered losses at Mu Tianye's hands, his father dared not cause trouble for the Mu family. But times had changed. The Yu Yang of today was a far cry from his former self.
Well, if it isn't young Master Mu. Can't even save himself, yet still trying to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress?
Yu Yang froze momentarily upon seeing Mu Tianye, but brushed it off. This encounter was perfect time to settle both old and new grudges.
Mu Tianye, back when you were keeping Nan Zhiyi as your mistress, how much did you pay her monthly? With your current fortune, I doubt you can afford it anymore, huh?
He smirked wickedly, his lips curling.
Why don't you name your price? Let me have her for a few days. Chapter 79, Refuse the offer, face the consequences. Mu Tianye's face darkened.
He fought the urge to punch someone, forcing down the rage boiling in his chest.
Yu Yang wasn't just some ordinary spoiled rich kid. Escalating this would be disastrous. Nan Zhiyi feared Mu Tianye would cause trouble too.
Though seething inside, she clutched his arm tightly, afraid he might lash out at the slightest provocation.
Yu Yang, don't push your luck. If you keep this up, I'll post everything online and let the public judge.
Nan Zhiyi stepped in front of Mu Tianye, shielding him behind her as she spoke. She was never one to shy away from conflict, but she didn't want Mu Tianye to get into trouble because of her.
After all, she was now an entrepreneur with some online visibility. She figured Yu Yang would think twice and not act too recklessly. But some people's shamelessness knew no bounds.
Especially since Yu Yang was still drunk.
Nan Zhiyi, why are you protecting a useless piece of trash like Mu Tianye? Why not join me instead? I'll give you whatever resources you want in Jiangcheng.
Yu Yang sneered at Mu Tianye with a mocking smile. What could he possibly offer you? He used to rely on his family's wealth, but his father's been dead for years now. What does he have left? Oh, right. Yu Yang seemed to suddenly recall something. He still has that mother of his, still got it. His gaze taunting Mu Tianye, Yu Yang laughed unrestrainedly.
Mu Tianye, why don't you have your mom find you another sugar daddy?
Otherwise, with your current status, you've got no business standing across from me. You bastard. Apologize to Aunt Jiang right now, or this won't end today.
Before Mu Tianye could react, Nan Zhiyi exploded first. She could endure insults directed at herself, but humiliating Mu Tianye's parents was something she couldn't tolerate. She snatched the wineglass from Yu Yang's hand and flung the liquid straight into his face. No one expected Nan Zhiyi to suddenly lash out, and the room fell deathly silent. Yu Yang himself froze, his face drenched in liquor, looking utterly disheveled. You want to die? Moments later, Yu Yang snapped out of it.
Wiping the liquid from his face, he raised his hand in a furious motion, poised to strike Nan Zhiyi. Mu Tianye reacted swiftly, yanking Nan Zhiyi behind him and simultaneously catching Yu Yang's raised hand.
Yu Yang, what kind of man hits women?
If you want to play, I'll play with you. The moment Yu Yang mentioned his parents, Mu Tianye had already decided he wouldn't tolerate it anymore. Over the years, he had tried countless times to swallow his pride and endure, but it had proven futile. It only emboldened those who sought to bully him. Mu Tianye, you're so broke you're practically begging for food. What do you have to play with me? Today, I'll play her to death right in front of you. Let's see what you can do to protect her. Yu Yang's face contorted as he yanked his hand back, but it wouldn't budge. What are you standing there for? Kill him. He barked at his henchman behind him, then raised his other hand, clenched it into a fist, and swung it toward Mu Tianye's face. Mu Tianye sneered coldly, suddenly releasing Yu Yang. He delivered a kick straight to Yu Yang's chest, sending him flying backward over a meter.
Yu Yang lay on the ground, writhing in agony.
His face flushed crimson with pain, unable even to cry out. Some rushed to help him up, while a few bolder ones encircled Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye narrowed his eyes coldly, his voice icy and piercing. Stay where you are. Anyone who moves gets killed. Many present recognized Mu Tianye from before and knew his temperament well. They didn't mistake his words for empty threats. As soon as Mu Tianye finished speaking, those who had been about to act froze in place, daring not to make another move. Bunch of cowards. Mu Tianye sneered with contempt. Big ox, fetch 2 bottles of liquor. Young master Yu wants to drink, so I'll treat him to a proper feast. Got it. Daniel responded promptly, returning to the private room to fetch 2 bottles of baijiu. Nan Zhiyi tugged nervously at Mu Tianye's sleeve, pleading, forget it. Don't make things worse. It's fine. Just take care of my mom for me later. Mu Tianye had made up his mind today's incident wouldn't end peacefully. Nan Zhiyi tried to dissuade him further, but Mu Tianye had already taken one of the bottles from Daniel and was striding toward Yu Yang.
Yu Yang had regained his strength and was struggling to get up. Mu Tianye planted his foot firmly on Yu Yang's chest, pinning him down. Don't rush, young master you. You want to drink? I'll feed it to you. Mu Tianye, what do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, don't mess with me. My father's risen to power now, he could crush you with a flick of his finger. Yu Yang's expression finally changed. The alcohol had worn off somewhat and his face twisted with terror as he tried to intimidate Mu Tianye by invoking his father's authority. Unfortunately, Mu Tianye wasn't swayed by such threats. Unscrewing the bottle cap, Mu Tianye lifted his foot, crouched before Yu Yang, grabbed his collar, and coldly uttered 2 words. Open your mouth. Yu Yang clamped his mouth shut, his eyes filled with venom as he glared at Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye frowned and repeated, open your mouth. Don't make me say it a 3rd time. Yu Yang still refused to comply, his mouth tightly shut. Mu Tianye sneered coldly, looks like young master you prefers punishment over a polite drink. He set down the liquor bottle. As fear filled Yu Yang's eyes, Mu Tianye raised his fist and slammed it hard into Yu Yang's face. Blood gushed from his nostrils. He let out a wail, but before he could curse, Mu Tianye's second punch landed. After 2 punches, Mu Tianye showed no sign of stopping. His face remained expressionless as he delivered blow after blow to Yu Yang's face. At first, Yu Yang could still manage a few agonized cries, but soon he couldn't even scream anymore. Soon, Yu Yang's face was covered in blood, and Mu Tianye's fists were drenched in it too. Yet he showed no sign of stopping. When dealing with beasts, one must strike fear into their very souls from the very first blow. Only then could they be tamed. Yu Yang's henchmen dared not intervene, frozen in fear. A few slightly bolder ones snapped out of their stupor and quickly pulled out their phones to call their parents. What a bunch of wimps, all they could do was run home and tattle. Nan Zhiyi's face drained of color, yet her eyes flickered with a faint, excited gleam. She thought Mu Tianye had changed, but he hadn't. He was still the same spirited young man as before. Fearing Mu Tianye might truly kill someone, Nan Zhiyi rushed forward and grabbed his fist as it descended. Enough. Stop hitting him. You'll kill him if you keep going. Mu Tianye finally stopped, exhaling a heavy breath before offering Nan Zhiyi a faint smile. It's fine. Young master Yu's tough. He won't die that easily. He knew exactly how hard he'd hit him. Yu Yang looked terrible, teeth scattered everywhere, but he wasn't about to kick the bucket just yet. As soon as Mu Tianye released his grip on Yu Yang's collar, the man collapsed limply to the ground. Blood streamed continuously from his mouth and nostrils, and his eyes rolled back repeatedly, making him look terrifying. Nan Zhiyi tried to pull Mu Tianye to his feet, intending to get him away quickly. She'd just seen someone make a call. The police or the parents behind these men would likely arrive soon. Hold on. Young master Yu hasn't had a drop to drink yet. To everyone's surprise, Mu Tianye had no intention of letting Yu Yang off so easily. Chapter 80, Jiangcheng. Hearing Mu Tianye's words, Yu Yang, lying on the ground, twitched. He suddenly opened his eyes, terrified as he tried to sit up. Half of his earlier pitiful state had been in act. Mu Tianye forced him back down, grabbed the liquor bottle, and shoved the mouth of the bottle into Yu Yang's mouth. Drink up. Not a drop wasted. If you spill a single drop, I'll make you lick it clean. Mu Tianye's voice drifted lightly into everyone's ears, yet it sounded as if it came from hell itself. Nan Zhiyi tensed, wanting to intervene, but ultimately said nothing. She understood Mu Tianye's temperament and knew persuasion was futile. Jiang Wenjun stood on the 2nd floor corridor, observing the entire scene like a spectator. As a mother, she did not descend to stop her son's actions. Over these past 3 years, her son had endured so much hardship in Jiangcheng, facing nothing but scorn. It was time for him to vent. To become the heir of the Jiang family, one must possess some fiery spirit. How could he let every Tom, Dick, and Harry walk all over him? Where would that leave the Jiang family's reputation? Besides, that young man named Yu Yang truly deserved a beating. Not only had he spoken frivolously to Nan Zhiyi, but he also dared to bring up her late father, Mu Tianye. It was utterly despicable. Had Mu Tianye not acted, Jiang Wenjun had already planned to have Yu Yang thoroughly taught a lesson. In this small city of Jiangcheng, just because he controls the local economy, he thinks he's the emperor of heaven? He clearly didn't know his place. But despite her anger, Jiang Wenjun was thoroughly satisfied with Nan Zhiyi's response. When Yu Yang cursed and humiliated her, she held her tongue and restrained herself. But the moment Yu Yang spoke disrespectfully to Jiang Wenjun, Nan Zhiyi turned on him without a second thought. When Nan Zhiyi flung wine in Yu Yang's face, Jiang Wenjun felt deeply gratified, her regard for Nan Zhiyi growing significantly. This is exactly the kind of daughter-in-law one should seek. Mu Tianye forced both bottles of liquor down Yu Yang's throat, wiped his hands on Yu Yang's clothes, and then slowly stood up. Yu Yang rolled on the floor, vomiting incessantly. Mu Tianye scanned the room calmly and asked, anyone else want a drink? No one dared meet his gaze. Heads were bowed or eyes averted. Mu Tianye sneered coldly. A bunch of good-for-nothings who couldn't hold their own. He'd never thought much of these guys back in school. The powerful looked down on the wealthy. Back then, they all belonged to the same circle, yet they constantly opposed Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye rarely engaged with them.
A few snide remarks behind his back were harmless, but few dared to cross him to his face.
Except for a few ringleaders.
After getting taught a lesson by Mu Tianye a few times, they all learned their place. After that, their paths rarely crossed. Who would have thought that after 3 years apart, they'd unexpectedly cross paths today in such a manner? Coincidence? Probably not entirely. Mu Tianye suddenly frowned. Someone was missing. Fujiosa was missing. The reason he lashed out at Yang Dao had another crucial factor. He had spotted Fujiosa. Yesterday's chance encounter at the mall, today's chance encounter at the restaurant. There couldn't be that many coincidences. It was likely orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. Scanning the area and finding no sign of Fujiosa, Mu Tianye suddenly lost interest, letting out a bored chuckle.
Fujiosa had indeed slipped away.
Just moments ago, when he stepped outside to call Yixingzhou, he happened to see Mu Tianye descending the stairs. He relayed this to Yixingzhou, who advised him over the phone to sit tight and let Mu Tianye and Yu Yang tear each other apart.
But Yu Yang proved useless, not down by Mu Tianye in less than a round. Hiding outside the door, Fujiosa felt profound disappointment mixed with lingering fear.
Fearing Mu Tianye would turn his attention to him next, Fujiosa promptly slipped away, jumping into his car and speeding off.
Nan Zhiyi, worried that Mu Tianye's recent fight had aggravated his old injury, approached him with concern. "Are you okay?" Mu Tianye shook his head. "I wasn't the one getting beaten up. What could possibly be wrong?" He glanced at the crowd surrounding them. "If you're all fine, please disperse. Don't linger here and disrupt the business." The commotion had indeed disrupted the restaurant's business, scaring away several customers. The owner, however, remained hidden in a corner, not daring to show his face. He knew the identity of the beaten man. If someone with that kind of background could be beaten to the ground, he certainly wouldn't dare go out and meddle. Yu Yang's henchman stood rooted to the spot, showing no intention of leaving. Mu Tianye frowned. "What? Is there something else?" The men remained silent, heads bowed in nervous tension, the standoff continuing. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, they dared not. Mu Tianye was someone they couldn't afford to offend, and neither could Yu Yang's family. He had just called his elders at home, and the response was to wait for the police to arrive and cooperate with them in identifying the culprit. "Let's get out of here quickly. You wait outside first, I'll go upstairs to call Auntie." Nan Zhiyi had just seen someone making a call and knew bringing him downstairs would only lead to trouble, so she hurriedly urged Mu Tianye to leave. Mu Tianye also sensed something was off, but he wasn't prepared to leave, and even if he tried, he probably couldn't get away. "Take my mom out first. I'll probably have to go with them to the station later." He knew these guys inside out. They'd just call the cops and then find some excuse to make trouble for him. Nan Zhiyi clung to his hand, unwilling to let go. The trouble had started because of her, and now it seemed Mu Tianye might end up in custody. How could she face his mother? "I'll go with you." Nan Zhiyi bit her lip, her tone firm. Mu Tianye chuckled. "This isn't a shopping trip. Why do you need to come with me?" He patted her hand gently and explained, "Listen, I'll be fine. You just take care of my mom. As for what happens next, she'll figure it out. Don't worry." As if. With Jiang Wenjun there, how could he possibly get thrown in jail and suffer in silence? Sure, he did punch someone. So what? The Jiang family had plenty of ways to smooth things over. He wouldn't have to clean up the mess himself. As they spoke, sirens wailed outside. 6 officers strode into the lobby, advancing toward them with an intimidating presence. Mu Tianye glanced over and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. They must think he's a terrorist. Was all this force really necessary? Not counting the ones who'd just entered, he spotted over a dozen more waiting outside. Mu Tianye also recognized a familiar face among the officers, a woman with delicate features and short hair. Jiangcheng, a good-looking tomboy and a former classmate. Looks like she's doing well for herself now. This operation seemed to be under her command. It made sense. Coming from a police family, reaching this level by her age wasn't unusual. As Mu Tianye looked at her, Jiangcheng was staring right back at him. She tore her gaze away and glanced at Yu Yang on the ground, her frown deepening. After ordering someone to take Yu Yang to the hospital, Jiangcheng finally addressed Mu Tianye. "It's been years, yet you haven't grown a bit. Don't you have any sense of your own standing? Who do you think you are, laying hands on just anyone?" Her tone was sharp, tinged with condescending lecturing. Mu Tianye raised an eyebrow, unwilling to argue with her. Nan Zhiyi, however, couldn't stand anyone speaking to him that way. Meeting Jiangcheng's gaze head-on, he retorted without backing down, "Officer Jiang, after all these years, how can you still be so immature? Do your job properly. Why bring personal feelings into it? I'm seriously questioning your professionalism now." The two women clashed head-on, a scene eerily reminiscent of university days that Mu Tianye couldn't help but recall. Chapter 81, I have a meeting. "Officer Jiang, are you here to investigate or catch up?" Mu Tianye didn't want them to squabble over trivial matters and spoke up to interrupt. Jiangcheng could tell from Mu Tianye's tone that he was siding with Nan Zhiyi. For some reason, the unpleasant feelings in her heart instantly magnified. "Take them all back.
Jiangcheng's gaze lingered on Mu Tianye for a moment before she instructed her colleagues.
Mu Tianye frowned, sensing to some extent that she was settling a personal score.
But procedurally speaking, her actions were perfectly justified.
Nan Zhiyi and the others were also involved. Parties taking them back for questioning was perfectly justified.
But when the officers approached Nan Zhiyi and the others and produced the silver bracelet, Mu Tianye's expression changed.
Jiangcheng, this is going a bit too far, don't you think?
Mu Tianye's voice was low, stripped of the politeness he'd shown upon meeting them earlier.
Nan Zhiyi's brows were also tightly furrowed.
She had no objection to accompanying them back to the station. She'd been uneasy about Mu Tianye being taken alone anyway, and going with them would ease her mind.
But Jiangcheng's current actions were clearly meant to humiliate her.
She was merely a party involved, not a suspect. Indeed, she was the victim.
What right did they have to handcuff her?
Jiangcheng wanted to make her look ridiculous, to get her trending on social media.
You're somewhat famous now, aren't you, Nan Zhiyi? Well, let your fans and netizens see you handcuffed and shoved into a police car.
Jiangcheng harbored precisely such intentions, driven by twisted, pathological jealousy. At Mu Tianye's questioning, she merely curled her lips, offering no defense.
The Mu Tianye of today was no longer the Mu Tianye she once knew.
Beyond his good looks, he held no value that warranted her concern. As Nan Zhiyi and Ding Yao were about to be handcuffed, Mu Tianye's expression darkened further. Weighing multiple factors, Mu Tianye steeled his patience and continued to caution Jiangcheng.
This has nothing to do with you. Just handle it professionally. There's no need to stick your neck out. The person sent to the hospital has a special status. I'm sure his family doesn't want this made public. Think it through carefully. Mu Tianye's words were crystal clear.
Whether Jiangcheng grasped their meaning depended entirely on her own insight.
Getting Nan Zhiyi trending over this incident would be easy enough, but Yu Yan couldn't remain untouched either. Jiangcheng's expression finally shifted. Hold on.
She halted her colleagues' further actions.
Just then, Jiangcheng's phone rang.
Glancing at the caller ID, Jiangcheng frowned and answered the call. It was her father, Jiang Zhengping. His message was clear: someone had intervened, and Nan Zhiyi must be kept out of this.
Moreover, Yu Yang's father had also spoken with him. This matter couldn't be made public knowledge.
After hanging up, Jiangcheng gritted her teeth silently, shooting several hostile glances at Nan Zhiyi.
Who would have thought that the ugly duckling of the past had truly blossomed?
Now, influential figures were stepping in to protect her. Composing herself, Jiangcheng ordered her colleague to take Mu Tianye and wrap up the operation. Whether by oversight or design, she ultimately refrained from placing handcuffs on him. As they departed, Mu Tianye turned to Nan Zhiyi with a gentle smile. Don't do anything, he said. Just stay with my mom. Nan Zhiyi nodded with reddened eyes, a profound sense of helplessness filling her heart. She was still too insignificant. What she desired and what she wanted to protect always proved beyond her reach.
Nan, what should we do now?
Even after the police car vanished from view, Nan Zhiyi remained frozen in place until Ding Yao had to prompt her.
With so many people around, it wasn't suitable for Nan Zhiyi to linger here too long.
Although Yu Yang's family would do their utmost to prevent the incident from escalating online, it was inevitable that those with ulterior motives would seize upon it. Nan Zhiyi withdrew her gaze, exhaled a long breath, and said to Ding Yao, "Take Daniel and the others back first. I still have some matters to handle here." Glancing at the shaken members of the design team behind Ding Ning, the weariness on Nan Zhiyi's face grew more pronounced. Having just summoned them back from abroad, only for this incident to occur immediately, it was truly an inauspicious start, leaving her feeling utterly drained. "I sincerely apologize for the disruption at today's welcome banquet.
I'll reschedule it for another time.
For now, everyone should return and rest well.
Ding Yao will handle the work handover with you."
After a few brief instructions, Nan Zhiyi had Ding Yao arrange a car for her and urged the others to leave promptly. The members of the design team were all her devoted fans within the industry. They had joined Tianye specifically because of Nan Zhiyi. She had hoped this return to China would be their chance to shine, but unexpected setbacks had piled up before they even began. Nan Zhiyi felt a pang of guilt. Ding Yao was concerned about Nan Zhiyi and suggested that Daniel stay behind to accompany her, but Nan Zhiyi declined. She needed to be with Jiang Wenjun. Having others around would be inconvenient. Ding Yao couldn't persuade her, so she could only offer a few worried words of advice before leaving the restaurant with her colleagues. Nan Zhiyi ascended the stairs with a heavy heart, her steps weighed down by anxiety.
She didn't know how to face Jiang Wenjun. The incident had started because of her, ultimately landing Mu Tianye in the police station. As Mu Tianye's mother, Jiang Wenjun must be utterly disappointed in her. "Have you made arrangements for your colleagues?"
Jiang Wenjun's voice suddenly echoed from the stairwell.
Nami's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly replied, "Yes, everything's taken care of." Steeling herself, she met Jiang Wenjun's gaze.
Seeing no particular emotion on her face, Nan Zhiyi felt uneasy and gritted her teeth. "Auntie.
I'm sorry. Then let's go."
Jiang Wenjun smiled calmly, as if the matter hadn't troubled her at all.
Uncertain of Jiang Wenjun's true feelings, Nan Zhiyi dared not say more. She led Jiang Wenjun toward the parking lot, her heart racing the entire way. Once in the car, Nan Zhiyi took the initiative to drive. Only after the car started did Nan Zhiyi realize she had no idea where to go. She felt utterly lost, torn between worry for Mu Tianye's situation and fear that Jiang Wenjun might be displeased with her. The conflicting emotions left her dazed. Let's head to the China World Trade Center first. There's a cafe there. I have a meeting with someone. You can come with me and sit for a while. Nan Zhiyi froze. Wait, Auntie, your son was just taken away by the police. How can you even think about having coffee right now?
Jiang Wenjun seemed to read Nan Zhiyi's thoughts and smiled kindly.
Don't worry about Xiao Yi. It's good for him to learn some patience. It'll keep him out of trouble. He's old enough now, yet he still can't keep his cool. A little hardship will teach him a lesson, it'll do him good. Nan Zhiyi felt tears welling up. Auntie, I'll take you over first and come back for you later. I know a few people I want to reach out to, see if we can settle this privately with Yu Yang's family. Go ahead. We can discuss this on the way. My contacts will be here soon. It wouldn't be good to keep them waiting.
Suppressing her anxiety, Nan Zhiyi pressed the accelerator and steered the car toward the China World Trade Center.
Chapter 82, China World Trade Center. The entire drive, Nan Zhiyi was deep in thought, her mind consumed by Mu Tianye.
Jiang Wenjun sat calmly in the passenger seat, showing no sign of concern for her son. You mentioned earlier about finding someone to negotiate privately with the Yu family.
Who do you plan to approach? The eldest son of the He family? Jiang Wenjun suddenly asked.
Nan Zhiyi was caught off guard but dared not conceal the truth, murmuring a low
Jiang Wenjun smiled. Yu Lianshan is now the top official at the Jiangcheng Development and Reform Commission.
The He family can barely keep up with currying favor with him. How could they possibly risk offending him over this matter? Besides, Yu Lianshan wouldn't grant the He family that favor. To put it plainly, the person you want to approach doesn't have enough clout to handle such a major issue.
So she knew everything all along.
Nan Zhiyi bit her lip silently, her grip on the steering wheel tightening until her knuckles turned white. Jiang Wenjun caught her glance out of the corner of her eye but didn't let it go.
She continued. Besides, that young man from the Yi family has some issues with Xiao Yi, doesn't he? Regardless of the reason, approaching him about this isn't appropriate.
The fact that you weren't taken away with Xiao Yi just now is probably the maximum help the Yi family could offer.
Nan Zhiyi's hand on the wheel trembled, causing the car to swerve slightly. Nan Zhiyi quickly steadied herself and regained control of the vehicle.
But her heart was still pounding with shock. Recalling the call Jiangcheng had received and piecing it together with Jiang Wenjun's words, she instantly guessed what Xingzhou must have done. But she hadn't considered this possibility earlier.
How did Jiang Wenjun know? She no longer viewed Jiang Wenjun as just an ordinary middle-aged woman.
Setting aside her identity as Mu Tianye's mother, Jiang Wenjun was still the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, the true helmswoman of the entire Jiang family's external business ventures.
For the first time, Nan Zhiyi truly acknowledged Jiang Wenjun's status, and her admiration for this aunt grew immeasurably.
As if to validate Jiang Wenjun's words, the phone Nan Zhiyi had placed on the console suddenly rang. Glancing down, she saw it was Xingzhou calling.
Nanny hesitated for a few seconds before reaching out to hang up.
She silenced the phone and slid the screen back down. Jiang Wenjun watched her series of actions, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth.
That's the spirit.
If you want to be the young mistress of the Jiang family, you can't seek help from other men when trouble arises. Besides, she knew Tianye had been backed by the Yi family, and she didn't care for that. The woman her son had set his sights on couldn't be entangled with other men, that was her bottom line. Rather than contemplating how to clean up her son's mess, Jiang Wenjun found herself wanting to give Nan Zhiyi a stern talking to. Xiaoya's father may be gone, but I, his mother, still have a few years left. While I'm still able to eat and move about, I'll do my best to smooth the path for Xiao Yi.
If you want to start a business, I can introduce you to some old acquaintances.
They're more reliable than the He family, at least they won't take advantage of you or harbor ulterior motives.
Nan Zhiyi's face burned crimson.
She understood Jiang Wenjun's meaning perfectly well.
Unable to argue, she could only murmur, "Thank you, Auntie." Jiang Wenjun stopped there, saying no more.
It wasn't really her place to say these things, but since the two young people clearly had feelings for each other, she felt compelled to offer a warning.
If any rumors reached the old patriarch in the capital, it wouldn't even require Jiang Liqiu's interference.
One command from the patriarch would ensure Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye had absolutely no chance of being together. The older generation valued reputation and integrity above all else. Facts often mattered little, their feathers could not be soiled in the slightest. It was precisely for these reasons that Mu Qingsong had chosen divorce and ultimately death over ever opening his mouth to ask the Jiang family for help.
The car arrived at the China World Trade Center.
Jiang Wenjun instructed Nan Zhiyi to head to Zone B of the underground parking garage.
Following Jiang Wenjun's directions, Nan Zhiyi parked in a designated spot.
As she unbuckled her seatbelt to exit, Jiang Wenjun said, "No rush.
Stay in the car." A black Audi was parked in the adjacent space.
Jiang Wenjun rolled down her window, extended her hand outside, and tapped on the Audi's window. The rear window of the Audi slowly rolled down. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and a brown jacket sat composedly in the back seat. He turned his head toward Jiang Wenjun. Though his expression held a smile, his entire demeanor radiated the authority of someone long accustomed to power. Nan Zhiyi's pupils dilated sharply at the sight of this man, her heart trembling as if struck by an earthquake. Yang Wenlong, the top leader of Jiangcheng Nan Zhiyi, had only seen him on television. This was her first time encountering a leader of this caliber face to face. And under such bizarre circumstances like a clandestine meeting between secret organizations, it made Nan Zhiyi extremely nervous. She quickly averted her gaze, afraid to look or think too much. Little junior sister, you returned to Jiangcheng without even giving me a heads up. I could have gone to the airport to pick you up properly, but instead, we end up like this. A Revolutionary Party member like me, acting like we're underground operatives. Yang Wenlong let out a bitter laugh, yet the term little junior sister carried genuine concern. Jiang Wenjun smiled faintly. I'm sorry to have inconvenienced you, senior brother. But I have matters to attend to on this trip and wish to avoid drawing attention. Yang Wenlong nodded, his expression growing more serious. His current position had been deliberately arranged by Old Master Jiang. When the Mu family collapsed in a thunderous crash, the entire standing committee of Jiangcheng was swept away in one fell swoop. The city underwent a massive reshuffle. Against all objections, Old Master Jiang personally selected his star pupil, Yang Wenlong, to take on the crisis. In his entire career navigating the political arena, this was the first time Old Master Jiang had ever done such a thing. Many found his motives puzzling, but those privy to the truth understood Old Master Jiang was preparing to do something for his deceased son-in-law. Jiang Wenjun would never let her husband die in obscurity. Sooner or later, she would return to Jiangcheng. Old Master Jiang understood his daughter well. Though he said nothing, he had already paved the way for her. Upon meeting, the former classmates exchanged no small talk. Jiang Wenjun cut straight to the chase. Xiaoyi got into trouble and was taken away by the municipal bureau. Keep an eye on your nephew. Though impulsive, his character is beyond reproach. I know my son well. Yang Wenlong nodded. I'll handle it right away. But who did Xiaoyi offend? He was merely curious. If it were trivial, Jiang Wenjun wouldn't have sought him out. Nothing major. Yulian Chuan. Xiaoyi beat up his son, who's still in the hospital. Nan Zhiyi spoke casually, but Yang Wenlong's eyelids twitched. The director of a city's development and reform commission, wasn't that a big shot? With a bitter smile, Yang Wenlong sighed. My nephew is just like you. When he causes trouble, it's always big trouble. Jiang Wenjun curved his lips without comment. Glancing at his watch, Yang Wenlong continued, I'll go make arrangements first. If we drag this out too long, Xiaoyi might suffer the consequences. He knew exactly how things worked inside, and since Mu Tianye had indeed laid hands on someone, making him suffer a bit wouldn't be difficult. Jiang Wenjun nodded. Just give the municipal bureau a heads up. No need to overdo it. I'll handle the Yu family myself. Suddenly remembering something, she glanced at Nan Zhiyi beside them and added to Yang Wenlong, this is Xiaoyi's girlfriend. She runs a successful business overseas and now wants to return to Jiangcheng for development. She'll likely be dealing with you on many matters going forward. Chapter 83, Aunt John's Friends. Jiang Wenjun's words were merely polite introductions meant to connect Nan Zhiyi with Yang Wenlong. How big could Tianye really be? Even if all its overseas investments were repatriated to Jiangcheng, it wouldn't reach a scale that would warrant Yang Wenlong's attention. Yang Wenlong understood Jiang Wenjun's intent perfectly. He smiled amiably and nodded to Nan Zhiyi. Who'd have thought Xiaoyi would bring back an overseas returnee? Our city is rebuilding from the ground up. We desperately need ambitious young people like you to join the effort. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. Within policy limits, the municipal committee will provide full support. Yang Wenlong's tone was both friendly and half joking, half serious. Nan Zhiyi suddenly felt flustered. Secretary. Secretary Yang. Beyond that polite greeting, Nan Zhiyi's mind went blank. She froze, unsure what to say next. Yang Wenlong didn't seem to mind. He smiled good-naturedly, shifted his gaze, and said to Jiang Wenjun, well, I'll be off then. I have a meeting at the Development and Reform Commission. Jiang Wenjun's pupils contracted slightly as she replied sincerely, thank you for your consideration, senior brother. Yang Wenlong waved his hand, rolled up the car window, and instructed the driver to proceed. The Audi had barely left the parking lot when Yang Wenlong called his secretary. Xiao Yang, notify the standing committee members and all NDRC staff to convene an emergency meeting at the compound. Regardless of how urgent their current tasks are, everyone must attend without exception. In truth, there was no urgent matter requiring this meeting. He had decided to convene it on the spur of the moment. There were certain matters he couldn't directly intervene in. Before Jiang Wenjun could reach Yu Lianchuan, he needed to keep you occupied, preventing him from finding time to cause trouble. Hanging up the phone, Yang Wenlong instructed his driver, Xiao Zhou, after dropping me off at the compound, go directly to the municipal bureau yourself.
Meet with Jiang Pingchao and convey a message in your own name. He'll know what to do. Understood, Secretary Yang. Driver Xiao Zhou's reply was crisp and steady. One who drives for a leader is naturally no ordinary driver.
Yang Wenlong closed his eyes to rest, his mind filled with deep emotion.
It seemed another storm was brewing in Jiangcheng.
He and Jiang Wenjun had been university classmates. After graduation, Jiang's grandfather had taken a liking to him, paving his path to a smooth political career. He had thought his partnership with Jiang Wenjun would become a celebrated tale, but then Mu Tianye, a man of astonishing talent, had emerged unexpectedly.
Yang Wenlong conceded defeat wholeheartedly.
Being a magnanimous man, he harbored no ill will toward Mu Tianye or Jiang Wenjun.
His current lament was simply for his junior sister.
Mu Tianye had died young, and Jiang Wenjun had endured hardship these past years. During his years in charge of Jiangcheng, he had secretly investigated the events of that time and had uncovered some clues. Yet the truth remained shrouded in mystery, the waters running deep. His junior sister's wish to do something for her late husband would likely prove far from easy. In the parking lot, Nan Zhiyi's mind remained unsettled for a long time. Jiang Wenjun had brought her to meet someone so important tonight, introducing her as if she were his daughter-in-law. This left Nan Zhiyi both shocked and delighted, and she was still in a daze. Jiang Wenjun showed no urgency. Sitting in the passenger seat, he made 2 more phone calls. By the time he hung up, Nan Zhiyi had somewhat gathered her composure.
Auntie, Nan Zhiyi asked, where are we going now? Jiang Wenjun smiled. Didn't I say I'd take you for coffee? Nan Zhiyi was baffled again. Hadn't they already met?
Jiang Wenjun offered no explanation, simply unbuckling her seatbelt and stepping out of the car.
Just leave the car here. Let's hurry upstairs, I don't want my sisters waiting impatiently. Nan Zhiyi hurriedly got out, locked the doors, and followed Jiang Wenjun step by step into the elevator.
4th floor of the International Trade Center, 10 Years Coffee House, a small, retro-style shop. Jiang Wenjun led Nan Zhiyi straight inside. After greeting the waiter, he was promptly led to the door of a private room. Jiang Wenjun politely thanked the attendant and reached into her bag for a tip, but Nan Zhiyi was quick as lightning, slipping several red bills into the attendant's hand first.
Jiang Wenjun said nothing.
Only after the waiter had walked away did she knock on the private room door.
Before any response came from inside, Jiang Wenjun pushed the door open and led Nan Zhiyi in.
The private room featured a clean, rugged decor dominated by black and gray tones. Exposed walls and pipes, paired with warm yellow lighting, exuded an industrial aesthetic.
As a designer, Nan Zhiyi found the room's decor fascinating.
But she dared not look around freely, instead staying obediently behind Jiang Wenjun. Inside sat 6 or 7 middle-aged women, all instantly recognizable as wealthy ladies adorned in jewels and finery.
Upon seeing Jiang Wenjun enter, everyone rose to greet her. Hello, Sister Jiang. It felt less like welcoming a friend and more like employees greeting their boss.
Nan Zhiyi briefly scanned the women across from her, and a tsunami of emotions once again surged within her heart. They were all prominent figures in the business world, the kind frequently featured in television and magazines.
Nan Zhiyi recognized several by name.
Ms. Zhanqi, CEO of Hengtong Express, Ms. Chen Liping, CEO of Dingtai Jewelry, Ms. Lu Ru of Xian Property, Ms. Zhang Yanan, the legendary investor of South China Holdings. Among them was the one Nan Zhiyi knew best, Wu Meiling, founder of Meiching Apparel. Since they were in the same industry, Nan Zhiyi had even asked for her autograph at a fashion exhibition in Italy last year. These were iron ladies from various industries.
Nan Zhiyi never imagined Jiang Wenjun could gather them all with just one phone call. What astonished Nan Zhiyi even more was the respect these women showed Jiang Wenjun. Few people in the entire city of Jiangcheng could command such respect that they would address her as Sister Jiang. As for Jiang Wenjun herself, though she wore a smile, she merely gave a slight nod. That was all.
Nan Zhiyi felt her worldview being overturned, her perception of the Jiang family's power completely reassessed. She had once thought of the Jiang family as towering mountains, but now she suddenly realized they were not merely mountains, they soared into the heavens. Yet such a powerful and wealthy background couldn't protect Mu Tianye? A chill ran down Nan Zhiyi's spine. She understood more and more why Mu Tianye had dumped her back then. After Jiang Wenjun took her seat, the other noble women remained standing. Jiang Wenjun beckoned to the stunned Nan Zhiyi, gesturing for her to sit beside her. Nervous and awkward, Nan Zhiyi politely nodded to each person before obediently sitting upright beside Jiang Wenjun. Jiang Wenjun chuckled softly, taking her hand warmly.
No need to be so tense. Relax, we're all family here.
The phrase "our own people" was particularly intriguing. A warm glow filled Nan Zhiyi's heart, while the others began to reassess her status. If she was Sister Jiang's own people, she was most likely the future daughter-in-law.
Observing Nan Zhiyi's face still breathtakingly beautiful despite her nervousness, the others felt more certain. She was indeed a stunning beauty.
In terms of looks alone, she was a perfect match for the young master of the Jiang family.
Sit down, everyone.
It's a private gathering, no need to be so stiff. You're scaring my little Xiaoye's girlfriend.
That ugly boy will be nagging me again later.
Nan Zhiyi felt as if she'd been drenched in honey, her lips curling into an uncontrollable smile.
The others understood immediately, realizing Sister Jiang was subtly hinting at them. This was the Jiang family's future daughter-in-law.
They needed to know how to behave when they encountered her in the future.
Chapter 84, The Collaboration. Though they decome for coffee, Jiang Wenjun truly only drank coffee.
She took Nan Zhiyi by the hand, introduced everyone around the table one by one, and then chatted about trivial matters. She avoided business or serious topics, acting like sisters catching up over simple family gossip and daily necessities. Nan Zhiyi felt completely lost, yet her heart burned with anxiety. She desperately wanted to remind Jiang Wenjun, "Auntie, you have a son sitting in jail.
Have you forgotten?"
But she dared not. The shock Jiang Wenjun had delivered today was too great, so overwhelming that it would take her a long time to process. No matter how anxious she felt, she had to hold back.
Every woman present was a smooth operator, ensuring Nan Zhiyi never felt left out. Some chatted idly with Jiang Wenjun, while others approached Nan Zhiyi to strike up conversations. Guo Meiling was the first to approach, gliding over with a smile and settling naturally beside Nan Zhiyi. "Miss Nan, may I call you Zhiyi?" What was there to discuss? Nan Zhiyi paused for a moment before hastily replying, "Please feel free to call me whatever you like, Ms. Guo. Any name is fine." Joking aside, Guo Meiling's Meicheng fashion was the industry leader. Standing before her, Nan Zhiyi felt like a blade of grass beneath a towering tree. Guo Meiling seized the moment, warmly taking Nan Zhiyi's hand. "Look at you, I call you Zhiyi, yet you address me as Mr. Guo? That's too formal." She feigned annoyance with a playful glare. "How about this? From now on, just call me Sister Meiling." Nami was flattered but dared not actually use that name. All the goodwill everyone here showed her didn't belong to her, it stemmed from Jiang Wenjun. Just as Nan Zhiyi was about to offer some polite responses, Jiang Wenjun suddenly interjected. "That won't do. Little Nan calls me auntie but calls you sister? That's messing up the family hierarchy." The assembled ladies all covered their mouths and giggled softly. Nan Zhiyi smiled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Guo Meiling protested with feigned hurt, "Sister Jiang, I'm not having any of this. Let's be clear, I'm barely over 30. Are you seriously suggesting Zhiyi call me auntie?" She was indeed in the prime of her youth, a renowned beauty CEO in the industry, famously alluring at 30. The others chuckled again. Jiang Wenjun joined in the laughter. When it wasn't about business, she was usually quite easygoing. "Fine, whatever you two decide. But since Nan is returning to China for her career, you two could have a good chat. Your fields align, and you can share experiences with each other." The phrasing was tactful, considerate of Nan Zhiyi's feelings. Translated plainly, it meant Guo Meiling should look out for Nan Zhiyi in this industry going forward. Although Nan Zhiyi's company had some recognition, neither her credentials nor her company's scale gave her the standing to offer advice to Guo Meiling. Guo Meiling understood the subtle implication and didn't let Jiang Wenjun's hint go unnoticed. She seamlessly picked up the thread. Tianye is already a mature brand overseas. Returning to China is indeed a wise decision. After all, the global market combined doesn't hold a candle to the size of the domestic pie. After a moment's thought, Guo Meiling asked Nan Zhiyi, "For this return to China, are you planning to build your own factory or seek contract manufacturing?" Nan Zhiyi quickly replied, "We definitely need our own production line, but the site hasn't been finalized yet. The entire process will take some time, so for now, we plan to work with a few contract manufacturers." Guo Meiling listened thoughtfully, glancing sideways at Jiang Wenjun. Seeing her expression unchanged, Guo continued. "Take it step by step. No need to rush. I have a few contract manufacturers I work with in Jiangcheng. They're not huge operations, but their technical skills and integrity are solid. If you need it, I can send you their contact info later." Nan Zhiyi naturally couldn't refuse and thanked her repeatedly. Truthfully, she wasn't inclined toward the partners Guo Meiling offered. She already had her own plans for this matter. She kept Mu Tianye's words in mind. Shenyang of Pinshang had once provided him with sustenance. Therefore, Nan Zhiyi intended to give Pinshang a chance this time. She'd just been too busy these past few days to finalize the arrangement. Ding Yao's team was already drafting the contract. It all hinged on Shenyang's stance. If negotiations succeeded, Nan Zhiyi intended to use this as an opportunity to part ways with Xingzhou. Of course, achieving that goal wouldn't happen overnight. She wasn't in a rush, she'd take her time. Guo Meiling could tell Nan Zhiyi hadn't taken her earlier suggestions seriously, but she didn't get upset. As Sister John's future daughter-in-law, resources wouldn't be scarce for her. Introducing a few small, workshop-like contract manufacturers would only make her seem petty. After a moment's pause, Guo Meiling extended another olive branch. "Zhiyi, how about this? Once things settle down with your factory, I'll arrange a private meeting. I was thinking we could collaborate on a co-branded collection. Would you be interested?" Nan Zhiyi stared in disbelief, convinced she'd misheard. For a moment, she forgot to respond. Collaborating with Guo Meiling's brand was practically a myth in the industry, utterly impossible. No amount of money could persuade anyone to do it. Yet here Guo Meiling was, proactively proposing a collaboration.
This would be like standing on the shoulders of a giant with Meicheng fashion esbacking. Tianye's domestic expansion would become smooth sailing, cutting through obstacles like a jet plane. At that moment, Nan Zhiyi felt like she'd won the lottery. She desperately wanted to accept immediately, but her rational mind warned her not to appear too eager. Suppressing her excitement, Nan Zhiyi turned to Jiang Wenjun, seeking her opinion with a glance.
Jiang Wenjun offered a warm smile and gave a slight nod.
With Jiang Wenjun's tacit approval, Nan Zhiyi's heart raced with excitement, though she maintained a composed exterior.
Sister Miling, I'm very interested in your proposal. However, I'll need to carefully consider the specifics once I return.
After all, Tianye is new to the market and still in the exploratory phase.
If any missteps were to damage Meicheng's brand image, I'd be the one held accountable.
A hint of surprise flashed across Guo Miling's eyes, and her regard for Nan Zhiyi grew even stronger.
Alright, let's exchange contact details first and discuss further later.
Watching the two exchange WeChat contacts, Jiang Wenjun smiled with satisfaction.
She's a capable young woman, smooth operator without being calculating, thoughtful in every detail. Following Guo Miling, Chen Liping from Dingtai Jewelry approached as well. She exchanged contact details with Nan Zhiyi and suggested future collaborations on projects.
Tianye also dealt in jewelry, but focused primarily on creative design, unlike Dingtai, which specialized in rare and precious pieces. Still, they shared common ground and could be considered half-colleagues.
Jiang Wenjun saw it was getting late. Having achieved her purpose in bringing Nan Zhiyi here, she prepared to leave. Without further pleasantries, Jiang Wenjun stood and said, "That's all for today."
The others rose as well, offering no further retention, only saying, "Take care, Sister Jiang." Back in the parking lot, Nan Zhiyi still felt as if she'd been in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal.
Do you know where Xiaoyi lives with his grandmother? Once in the car, Jiang Wenjun suddenly asked. Nan Zhiyi snapped back to reality, mechanically shaking her head.
Worried, she asked, "Auntie, shouldn't we go to the station to see him?"
Chapter 85. I still don't think much of you. Over 3 hours had passed since Mu Tianye was taken away by the police. Nan Zhiyi worried he might suffer at the station and couldn't stop thinking about him.
Jiang Wenjun, however, seemed unconcerned, her expression unchanged.
What's there to see?
Let him stay there and enjoy himself. Jiang Wenjun's tone carried a hint of displeasure.
Nan Zhiyi immediately grew tense, yet hesitantly voiced her concern. But what if he gets bullied in there?
And his injuries haven't healed yet. Seeing her eyes redden as if she might cry, Jiang Wenjun's heart softened.
He sighed. Don't worry. I just spoke with his uncle Yang. Xiaoyi won't be at a disadvantage in there. As his biological mother, how could she possibly stand by and watch her son suffer?
The reason she hadn't gone to see Mu Tianye yet stemmed from multiple considerations. So far, the Yu family hadn't made any moves.
She couldn't gauge their intentions.
Visiting Mu Tianye now without being able to bring him out would make her seem overly anxious and put her at a disadvantage.
Besides, Jiang Wenjun genuinely felt some resentment toward Mu Tianye.
If he hadn't wanted to go in, Jiang Wenjun had countless ways to get her son out. But Mu Tianye had deliberately chosen to follow that girl named Jiangcheng. Jiang Wenjun knew her son too well. Calling him cunning would be an understatement. When he learned Jiang Liqiu had meddled in the He family's affairs, he'd already guessed this cousin would likely arrive in Jiangcheng within days. That's why Mu Tianye deliberately hid himself away in the police station, leaving this entire mess for his mother to clean up. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Nan Zhiyi to do nothing but follow Jiang Wenjun. He phrased it nicely, saying he wanted Nan Zhiyi to help look after his mother.
But Jiang Wenjun was perfectly capable. What exactly needed looking after? Put plainly, Mu Tianye meant for Jiang Wenjun to protect Nan Zhiyi, ensuring Jiang Liqiu wouldn't bully her later.
Let's go back to the hotel first.
Did you book the room? Jiang Wenjun asked. Suppressing her unease, Nan Zhiyi nodded.
Auntie's accommodations are already arranged. If you're tired, I'll take you back to rest first. Jiang Wenjun understood her implication. She seemed to be planning something else after dropping her off at the hotel. Rubbing her temples wearily, she sighed, "If you're not too tired, I'd appreciate it if you could accompany me somewhere else."
She wasn't in the mood for sleep anyway.
Regardless of the reason, she needed to go to the hospital first and meet with the other party's family. On the drive to the hospital, Nan Zhiyi drove the car but appeared distracted. Jiang Wenjun could tell this girl truly loved her son deeply, and he felt a slight sense of relief. He had deliberately introduced her to those connections earlier, and it seemed his efforts hadn't been in vain. She had done so because she had absolutely no confidence in protecting Nan Zhiyi from that girl, Jiang Liqiu. Her so-called niece was a headache when she went berserk. Otherwise, Mu Tianye wouldn't have simply packed up and disappeared. She reasoned that if Nan Zhiyi suffered any injustice later, giving her some compensation now would at least count as doing something for her son. As for whether her son and Nan Zhiyi would ultimately end up together, that was entirely up to their own fate. The people you met earlier are all trustworthy. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can seek them out. Within their capabilities, they won't refuse you. Jiang Wenjun suddenly added. Nan Zhiyi's hand twitched on the steering wheel as she offered sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Wenjun shook her head with a bitter smile, unsure how to respond. The businesses run by Guo Meiling and her associates were all secretly nurtured by her. She held shares in every single one of those companies. This was merely the tip of the iceberg, but for Nan Zhiyi's current situation, it should prove helpful. Even if Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye didn't end up together, her career should still advance to the next level. If they did become a couple, Jiang Wenjun could gradually transfer these resources to Nan Zhiyi. Jiang Wenjun was the matriarch of the Handkerchief Club. Its members were all iron ladies through and through. When she retired, Nan Zhiyi would be the most suitable successor Mu Tianye certainly couldn't take over. Of course, all of this hinged on Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye actually getting together. Jiang Wenjun never voiced these motherly concerns to Nan Zhiyi, but the girl could sense the kindness behind them. At the municipal bureau, Mu Tianye's lengthy interrogation finally concluded. 7 or 8 witnesses had come forward to identify him as the assailant. The victim remained in intensive care, and Wang Haitauer's surveillance footage captured the entire incident clearly, leaving Mu Tianye no room for denial. He made no attempt to deny it, confessing without hesitation and recounting the entire sequence of events truthfully. Initially, they planned to place him in a detention center. However, the victim's special status meant no instructions had yet arrived from higher-ups. The officers were uncertain how to proceed and refrained from acting rashly, keeping Mu Tianye in the interrogation room for the time being. After everyone else left, Jiangcheng deliberately slowed her pace and lingered behind. Mu Tianye leaned back in his chair, glancing at her casually. He sensed she had something to say, but he didn't initiate the conversation. Instead, he withdrew his gaze and looked around the room with curiosity, studying its layout and structure. He had been to police stations several times before, but this was his first time in such a formal interrogation room. 4 cameras were positioned at each corner of the ceiling, likely active at that moment. Jiangcheng walked to the desk, reached beneath it, and with a click, flipped a switch that shut off all the overhead cameras. Mu Tianye frowned slightly. He didn't believe Jiangcheng would dare to abuse him, but he was curious about her intentions. You're still daydreaming when death is imminent. Looks like you haven't grasped the gravity of the situation yet. Jiangcheng leaned back against the desk, arms crossed over her chest, a smug smile playing on her lips. Mu Tianye shrugged it off with a dismissive chuckle. I doubt it's that serious. I was just helping someone out by teaching a drunken thug a lesson. His tone was light, as if he had no idea who the beaten man was. Jiangcheng snorted derisively. Playing dumb with me won't work. You'll only prove yourself if you can pull it off with the Yu family. Mu Tianye disliked her tone and lost interest in continuing the conversation, choosing instead to fall silent. Jiangcheng, sensing his indifference, darkened and continued her taunts. Looking back now, I should actually thank you for rejecting me all those years ago. If I'd ended up with you, not only would I be saddled with a mountain of debt, but I'd also have to visit you in prison. Just the thought of it is humiliating. Only a shameless gold digger like Nan Zhiyi would ever want someone like you. Jiangcheng leaned forward, her bangs brushing Mu Tianye's forehead as she looked down on him. But I'm curious now that you're penniless and powerless, why is Nan Zhiyi suddenly rushing back to you? What does she want from you? Mu Tianye turned his head away in disgust, his voice flat. No need to thank me. I had my reasons for not wanting you back then, and I still don't want you now. If anything, I should be thanking you for not clinging to me. It finally gave me a few years of peace. Chapter 86, What are you doing here? Jiangcheng deliberately lingered just to deliver a cutting remark. She hadn't expected that even now, reduced to his current state, Mu Tianye still spoke with such arrogance. Jiangcheng had intended to lecture him, but instead found herself seething with anger. Back in college, Jiangcheng had been one of Mu Tianye's many admirers. Unlike the others, she was bold and ruthless in her pursuit. Once, taking advantage of Mu Tianye's drunkenness, she dragged him to a hotel, intending to make him take responsibility by forcing him into a situation he couldn't back out of. But even in his hazy state, Mu Tianye hadn't touched her. For Jiangcheng, this incident became a lifelong humiliation she could never forget. Later, Nan Zhiyi found him at the hotel and took him away. As she left, she didn't forget to call Jiangcheng a. Jiangcheng had never forgiven Mu Tianye or Nan Zhiyi. Now that Mu Tianye had finally fallen into her hands, she certainly wouldn't let him off easily. Mu Tianye, I never imagined that after 3 years apart, you'd become even more detestable than before. Rest assured, once you're locked up in prison, I'll have all the time in the world to play with you slowly. Jiangcheng gritted her teeth, her face contorted with fury. Mu Tianye frowned, realizing that the person he found increasingly repulsive was actually Jiangcheng. The Jiangcheng of the past, though brash and fiery in her actions, hadn't been particularly malicious at heart. She was beautiful, came from a wealthy family, and had countless suitors back then. Yet Mu Tianye had never felt anything for her. She was overly aggressive, possessive, dressed like a tomboy, yet harbored a princess complex deep down. Whatever she liked or wanted, she had to have, otherwise, she'd lose control and go berserk. You know what? You're actually sick. You need to get yourself checked out. Mu Tianye offered this sincere advice, only to ignite Jiangcheng's fury to its peak. She pulled out the silver handcuffs she always carried and clamped them onto Mu Tianye's wrists. Looks like you've gotten too comfortable here, which is why your mouth runs so much.
There are plenty of people in the detention center who'd be interested in your mouth. Since you're so bored, why don't you go stay there? Jiangcheng threatened with a cold laugh, though she didn't actually escort Mu Tianye out of the interrogation room.
Such childish scare tactics held no fear for Mu Tianye. If anything, he found Jiangcheng's current demeanor slightly endearing.
Adorably childish. Officer Jiang, I can overlook your lack of professional training since you didn't graduate from the police academy. But next time, think twice. Not everyone is as easygoing as me. If you misuse public resources for personal gain, I'll file a formal complaint against you.
Mu Tianye sat perfectly composed, his tone calm and detached, his face serene and unruffled just as it had been all those years ago. Jiangcheng was seething with anger, but suddenly, as she looked at Mu Tianye's face, she was momentarily lost in thought. This guy is still as handsome as ever, you heartless bastard. She had once liked Mu Tianye, not for his money, but purely for his body. Long-buried emotions suddenly surfaced like spears piercing through soil. Jiangcheng's heart trembled, and she quickly steadied herself. She clenched her fists silently. You've really gotten yourself into deep trouble. Yu Yang's father is at the height of his power now. Keeping you locked up for 10 or 8 years wouldn't be difficult. All the evidence is stacked against you. Think hard about any connections your father had back then that might still be useful. This was precisely why Mu Tianye believed she wasn't a bad person, tough on the outside, soft on the inside, though she always seemed to lose control. As a police officer, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be telling me this? Mu Tianye shrugged, grinning teasingly. Jiangcheng shot him a fierce glare.
Don't be ungrateful. We were classmates.
I don't want to see you end up behind bars after all we've been through. That was Jiangcheng's nature. One moment she'd be venomous, the next, after calming down, inexplicably impossible to dislike.
Mu Tianye now felt inclined to chat with her a bit longer.
Shaking his head with a faint smile, he said, it's really not as bad as you think. If you care about our old friendship, just get me a private room where I can stay put for a few days.
Put. Jiangcheng spat.
If I cared about our past, I'd throw you in there to serve those perverts. Mu Tianye smiled silently, waiting for her response.
The two stared each other down until Jiangcheng lost her nerve first.
She suddenly gave a self-deprecating chuckle.
You know, I was just venting earlier.
What happened back then really shook me up.
You don't take those jabs to heart, do you? Mu Tianye sighed. It's nothing. I've heard it all before. It doesn't bother me.
Jiangcheng looked at him with a complex expression, her fingers tightening as her lips trembled.
Why did you choose to support Nan Zhiyi back then instead of accepting me? Was I really that much worse than her?
Mu Tianye hadn't expected such a direct question and paused, then answered honestly.
Honestly, you're a good girl.
You're not inferior to anyone, in fact, you're quite exceptional. After a pause, Mu Tianye continued, but back then, I was truly a playboy.
I only wanted to have fun in relationships, never intending to commit.
When I first started seeing Nan Zhiyi, I had that same mindset.
Your family background meant you couldn't play emotional games like that.
I couldn't take responsibility for you. That's the truth. Jiangcheng clenched her teeth, her gaze fixed on him with scrutiny.
Mu Tianye gave a bitter smile. I swear I'm not lying.
If I'd been serious about settling down with one person back then, I wouldn't have rejected you so decisively. Jiangcheng scoffed coldly.
So my family background is a crime? So Nan Zhiyi benefited from having a poor background?
You're just as half-hearted at lying as you were back then.
Her background isn't poor, it's pitiful. Mu Tianye corrected Jiangcheng's phrasing before suddenly falling into deep thought.
After a moment, he looked up at Jiangcheng and said, even if her background were the same as yours, I'd probably still choose her. Jiangcheng's fair, delicate face paled further. She sneered, you're in this state now saying this is pointless.
Nan Zhiyi can't hear you anyway. She has probably back to get revenge.
Think about all the shady things you did back then. If I were her, I'd hate you for life. Mu Tianye fell silent, his mind racing as he tried to recall exactly what he had done back then.
In his memory, hadn't he treated Nan Zhiyi decently enough? He'd tell her not to wait when going out drinking with girls. He'd make her wait in the car until midnight at a friend's birthday party, only to stumble out drunk, supported by several girls. Mu Tianye's Adam's apple bobbed as a wave of unease washed over him.
He really had done some ridiculous things. But he could swear on his life that he had never strayed, either physically or emotionally.
His position back then inevitably required countless unavoidable social engagements. Playing the part, he couldn't explain it. Nan Zhiyi never asked, never mentioned it.
But now, Mu Tianye suddenly had doubts.
She must want to hear his explanation, right? He suddenly yearned to see Nan Zhiyi.
Just then, the interrogation room door swung open.
A middle-aged police officer stood in the doorway. Judging by the rank insignia on his shoulder, he was no low-level officer.
Spotting Jiangcheng leaning against the table opposite Mu Tianye, the man froze.
What are you doing here? Chapter 87, Release the Person.
The man at the door was Zhang Pingchao, the head of the municipal bureau and Jiangcheng's father. Behind him followed another man.
Mu Tianye didn't recognize him, but Jiangcheng had seen him several times before Secretary Yang's driver, Xiao Zhou.
In a sense, the secretary's driver represented the secretary himself. Seeing her father appear alongside Xiao Zhou, Jiangcheng also froze in surprise.
Had they come specifically for Mu Tianye? What could possibly warrant Xiao Zhou making a special trip to see Mu Tianye now?
Her mind filled with questions, Jiangcheng looked at her father suspiciously and said, "I handled this case.
I just need to ask him a few details." Jiang Pingchao's expression shifted upon seeing the handcuffs on Mu Tianye's wrists.
He nervously glanced at Xiao Zhou's face out of the corner of his eye. Noticing the slight frown on Xiao Zhou's brow, Jiang Pingchao felt even more uneasy.
Xiao Zhou had just reminded him not to touch Mu Tianye.
Though it hadn't been explicitly stated, Jiang Pingchao knew this was the party secretary's order. He had just sworn up and down that the man would be perfectly safe in his custody. Little did he expect that the moment he turned his back, his damned daughter would have him cuffed.
Jiang Pingchao glared at Jiangcheng and snapped, "This is nonsense. Unlock them immediately."
Jiangcheng was even more puzzled.
Mu Tianye had assaulted someone, wasn't it perfectly normal to handcuff him?
But seeing her father's furious expression, she dared not ask further. Handcuffing Mu Tianye had merely been a personal venting of frustration. She hadn't intended to harm him. After unlocking Mu Tianye's handcuffs, Jiangcheng tactfully stepped out of the interrogation room.
Jiang Pingchao smiled apologetically at Xiao Zhou. "Would you like to speak privately for a moment?"
Xiao Zhou shook his head.
"No need.
Seeing he's unharmed is enough. The secretary has matters to attend to, so I must hurry back to the municipal party committee." Without entering, Xiao Zhou exchanged a glance with Mu Tianye outside the door and gave him a slight nod in greeting. Mu Tianye didn't recognize him, but from their exchange, he vaguely guessed the man's identity.
"He must be backup my mom brought in." Mu Tianye responded with a nod and a smile, saying nothing more.
Xiao Zhou turned to leave, and Jiang Pingchao hurried after him to escort him to the door.
The secretary's driver was practically half a secretary himself. Having navigated the system for years, Jiang Pingchao understood these dynamics well.
So even though the man was just a driver, he kept his demeanor humble.
"Old Jiang, what's going on here?"
Just as Xiao Zhou drove away, Jiangcheng suddenly appeared behind her father. Lost in thought, Jiang Pingchao jumped at his daughter's sudden appearance.
He turned and glared at her, snapping irritably, "Trying to scare the hell out of me?" Jiangcheng rolled her eyes dismissively, unimpressed.
Jiang Pingchao couldn't help but feel helpless. She'd been spoiled rotten by her mother since childhood. Recalling the scene he'd witnessed in the interrogation room moments earlier, Jiang Pingchao's mind began to race. Though his daughter was usually carefree, she was meticulous in her work. Having grown up in this environment, she wasn't clueless about navigating relationships either. The victim in this case was Yu Lianchuan's son, but whoever dared to lay a hand on him clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with.
Following standard procedure, bringing someone like this back to the station would only mean keeping them under observation. Without Yu Lianchuan making a clear statement, the officers inside wouldn't do anything to Mu Tianye.
But from his daughter's demeanor, Jiang Pingchao knew she'd let personal feelings cloud her judgment in handling this matter. Bringing the man in for a mere 3 hours of questioning, then handcuffing him afterward, this was clearly an act of personal vengeance. Yet it didn't seem like a personal vendetta either. If it were, they wouldn't have stopped at mere handcuffs. There were plenty of ways to inflict suffering inside. With subordinates bustling about constantly, Jiang Pingchao felt it unwise to linger and speak further. He gave Jiangcheng a subtle nod, signaling for her to follow him to his office. Back in the office, the moment he closed the door, Jiang Pingchao couldn't wait to ask his daughter, "What's up? Something going on with that guy in the interrogation room?" Jiangcheng's pretty face flushed imperceptibly. "I was just doing my job. What could possibly be going on?" Jiang Pingchao chuckled. He knew his daughter well enough to recognize the lie. Jiangcheng grew irritated by her father's expression. "Old Jiang, what's with that look? He's just a bankrupt, down-and-out playboy. What could I possibly see in him?" Her words were defiant, but inside, she felt utterly wronged. Mu Tianye had made it crystal clear just now he hadn't wanted her before, and he still didn't want her now. Jiang Pingchao frowned, disliking his daughter's snobbish remarks. "How many times have I told you? Don't set your sights so high. After all these years of higher education, how can you still not grasp the principle that everyone is equal?" Jiangcheng rolled her eyes, completely unmoved. Seeing her stubborn resistance, Jiang Pingchao sighed helplessly. "How many times have I told you? You can't judge people by appearances alone. Haven't you heard the saying, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse?" After a pause, Jiang Pingchao continued, "Besides, even though Mu Tianye went bankrupt, the Mu family hasn't completely collapsed. Just the other day, at the front building police station, a deputy chief offended the old matriarch of the Mu family. Headquarters issued orders overnight, removing him from his post for investigation. I personally handled that case. This alone shows the Mu family still has powerful backers. Forget distant examples, just look at the recent one. You know who that gentleman was we just saw off? Who possesses the clout to get him to personally make an appearance? Do I really need to spell it out?" Jiang Pingchao pleaded earnestly, dreading his daughter's stubbornness might cost him a golden match.
I see you and that boy are old acquaintances.
If you truly have feelings for him, seize this chance.
If not, at least don't alienate him. Understand? I told you, there's nothing between us. I'm done talking about this. I'm off to work.
Jiangcheng stamped her foot in irritation, swaying her hips as she strode out of the office. As she reached the doorway, she turned back, shot her father a fierce glare, and slammed the door shut. Colleagues outside the office were unfazed, lowering their heads to feign busyness, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Jiang Pingchao sat in his office chair, sighing heavily as he rubbed his forehead wearily. His daughter wasn't bad looking, she took after him. But her temper? That she definitely inherited from her mother. His phone suddenly rang. Jiang Pingchao glanced at it, his face immediately clouding over again.
He'd just sent one away, and now another was coming. The call was from Yu Lianchuan.
Suspecting ill intent, Jiang Pingchao hesitated, letting the phone ring several times before pressing the answer button.
Hello, Director Yu. What are your instructions?
Jiang Pingchao greeted him with a smile, but his words were merely polite formalities. He and Yu Lianchuan were peers with no subordinate relationship, so the so-called instructions were merely flattery.
Director Jiang, release the person.
My son's matter has been settled with the other party.
There's no need to dwell on it. After all, in my position, I must show magnanimity to avoid giving others ammunition. When you have time later, I'll find you for a proper drink.
Yu Lianchuan's voice was low and weary. He had no interest in beating around the bush with Jiang Pingchao and stated his purpose directly. Jiang Pingchao froze for a moment, a mocking smile curling his lips.
Magnanimity? If he hadn't been crushed under the pressure, Yu Lianchuan would be magnanimous? Yeah, right. Chapter 88, seems there's a misunderstanding. Director Yu truly possesses noble character, I must admit defeat. I have much to learn from you in the ways of conduct. Flattery gets the job done.
Jiang Pingchao paid a few compliments, but seeing Yu Lianchuan wasn't in the mood for conversation, he wisely ended the exchange.
Alright then, I'll have them released immediately. We'll catch up another time, you and I.
After hanging up, Jiang Pingchao pulled up his daughter's number, intending to call her to release the person. But after a moment's thought, he tucked the phone away, deciding to handle it personally. In a single move, he had forced Yu Lianchuan, whose political career was on the rise, to surrender. The Mu family and the Yu family were now clearly separated by a chasm. Jiang Pingchao was a shrewd operator who never missed an opportunity to build connections. Since he couldn't count on his daughter, he decided to step in personally and see if he could earn some favor.
Though the Jiang family was also an established clan, by his generation, reaching his current position was likely the limit.
Sitting idle for too long was taxing on the mind, and he too wanted to shift his focus elsewhere. Jiangcheng emerged from her father's office and inexplicably headed to the interrogation room where Mu Tianye was being held. The two stared at each other in silence for several minutes, neither knowing what to say.
Mu Tianye felt uneasy.
Being alone in a room with a beautiful woman made him feel guilty toward Nan Zhiyi.
Though this was a police interrogation room, where no romantic entanglements could possibly occur. Hey, Officer Jiang, don't you have work to do? I'm not bored sitting here alone. You didn't have to come keep me company.
Jiangcheng gave a cold chuckle.
Don't flatter yourself. I am working right now keeping an eye on you, the suspect.
Mu Tianye didn't want to engage in a verbal spar with her, fearing it would only stir up trouble. It was a case of unrequited affection bound to end badly. Better to draw a clear line early on. Seeing him fall silent, Jiangcheng instinctively wanted to scold him. But remembering how the secretary's driver had personally run an errand for him earlier, the mocking words stuck in her throat. Hey, who'd have thought? Even with your family in this mess, some big shot still sticks up for you.
Spill it, how do you manage to latch onto such powerful connections? Mu Tianye seemed oblivious to her sarcastic tone, teasing, want to learn? Can't teach you that your dad never made it to top tycoon.
It was just a joke. He knew the party secretary's intervention came from his mother's connections.
Put. Jiangcheng spat. That's ancient history. How dare you bring it up? Don't get too cocky. The Yu family isn't pushovers. Even with someone backing you, don't expect an easy release. Just stay put.
Mu Tianye shrugged with a smile. He understood it wasn't about whether others would let him go, it was about whether he wanted to go. As the two bickered, Jiang Pingchao pushed open the door again. Seeing his daughter chatting and laughing with the other man, Jiang Pingchao's mood lifted considerably. He beamed, the case is closed. I just called Yu Lianchuan, and he agreed to a private settlement.
You're free to go now.
Jiang Pingchao lied without batting an eye, as if he himself had brokered the deal. Mu Tianye saw right through it, but chose not to call him out. After all, one doesn't bite the hand that feeds them, and he didn't dislike the Jiang family. With a polite smile, Mu Tianye said, "Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Jiang. I will repay this kindness generously when the opportunity arises." Jiang Pingchao felt deeply gratified, chuckling, "It was nothing.
Don't give it another thought." His smile faded as a look of nostalgia crossed his face. Truth be told, your father and I shared some acquaintance back in his days. How time changes things. To meet an old friend again, and here in the six gates of justice no less, it truly stirs one's emotions. His words were half truth, half pretense. He had already held his current position during Mu Tianye's heyday, and though they'd crossed paths a few times, their acquaintance was superficial at best. His deliberate choice of words now was an attempt to bridge the gap between them. Mu Tianye understood this well and responded with a silent smile. Jiangcheng, standing beside them, felt utterly mortified. Moments ago, she had boasted that Mu Tianye couldn't leave just yet. Now, her own father had come running to slap her in the face. In the blink of an eye, he was ready to release the man. It was beyond her expectations. Seeing her father's fawning expression now, Jiangcheng felt her face flush with shame. She glared angrily at her useless father. Jiang Pingqiao was smooth-talking but not inherently corrupt. His position demanded integrity and professional ethics that had withstood rigorous scrutiny. After years in public service, he had never abused his power for personal gain. Outside the strict rules, a certain degree of smoothness and worldliness was simply a survival strategy. Seeing his daughter's expression, he knew she couldn't grasp it. But that was fine. He'd teach her gradually in time. Winking at Jiangcheng, Jiang Pingqiao said, "Xingxing, could you see Xiaomuo for me later? I have some business to attend to. You two chat for a while, I'll head over first." Jiangcheng pressed her lips tightly together, her expression clearly unwilling. She was supposed to personally escort someone she'd brought back? Didn't she have any pride? Still, she said nothing. The Yu family wasn't pressing the issue, and Mu Tianye was able to leave. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But Mu Tianye himself was displeased. "This won't do, Uncle Jiang. I can't leave yet." Jiang Pingqiao, who was about to step out the door, abruptly halted in his tracks. Thinking he'd misheard, he turned back in a daze. Jiangcheng's mouth dropped open in astonishment, staring at Mu Tianye as if he were an idiot. "So you've gotten addicted to staying here? You won't leave even when told to?" Under the bewildered stares of father and daughter, Mu Tianye explained with a smile. "I'm a law-abiding citizen. I know I did something wrong and can't evade justice. I'm turning myself in now. I assaulted someone, and the victim is likely still in the hospital. If we're to settle this, it should be done only after the victim wakes up and makes the decision personally. His family can't speak for the victim." His reasoning was simple: he dared not go out, it was safer here. Zhang Liqiu would definitely arrive in Jiangcheng within the next couple of days. By taking action against the Yi family, she was signaling to Mu Tianye, "I'll handle your affairs. Stop hiding. Come back to the capital with me." That's why Mu Tianye had resolved during the assault on Yu Yang to use this incident as cover to lie low for a while. Little did he know Yu Yang's family would be so pathetic. This was barely the beginning. His mother hadn't even exerted her full influence yet, and they'd already agreed to settle? They were utterly pathetic, opponents as useless as pigs. Jiang Pingqiao was utterly flummoxed. In all his years in the business, he'd never encountered anything like this. He gave his daughter a knowing wink, signaling her to intervene. This guy was no ordinary client. If he stayed here, people would be knocking on his door every other day, giving him a headache. Jiangcheng snapped out of her surprise, her eyes narrowing as she studied Mu Tianye with amusement. A sly smile curved her lips. "If he doesn't want to leave, let him stay. I'll take his case, the one he turned himself in for." Jiang Pingqiao was furious at his foolish daughter, but the sight of Mu Tianye and Jiangcheng smiling at each other suddenly filled him with a flicker of hope. Could it be that this young man had also taken a liking to his silly daughter, deliberately staying behind to spend more time with her? One had to admit, young people were bold and unrestrained. But that was fine, it suited Jiang Pingqiao perfectly. He smiled meaningfully. "Well then, Xingxing, I'm handing this case over to you. Make sure you handle it flawlessly." Jiang Pingqiao walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving Jiangcheng and Mu Tianye staring at each other. It seemed there was some kind of misunderstanding here. Chapter 89, Zheng Chuang. Half an hour earlier, Jiang Wenjun had taken Nan Zhiyi to the Municipal People's Hospital. Yu Yang remained in the intensive care unit, still unconscious and in a coma. His eyebrow bone was fractured, his nasal bridge broken, his entire face distorted. The injuries were severe. Mu Tianye had truly struck with lethal force. Daring to bring up his dead father and verbally humiliate Jiang Wenjun, Mu Tianye had genuinely considered killing him. While disposing of the body would be troublesome, at least he wouldn't have to pay with his life. In the end, Mu Tianye held back. He was past the age of reckless abandon. If a few insults warranted murder, then all his years of living would have been wasted. Jiang Wenjun revealed her identity and stated her purpose. Yu Yang's mother emerged, wiping away tears, to confront her. Zhang Lijuan, a woman who appeared quiet and respectable. Of course, that was merely the surface. A well-educated, refined mother could never have raised a son like Yu Yang, reckless, arrogant, and full of himself. There's no room for negotiation. Everything will be decided by the police's investigation. My son is still unconscious. Your apology means nothing to him. Now leave. I don't want to see you. Zhang Lijuan didn't even glance at Jiang Wenjun and Nan Zhiyi.
After speaking coldly, she turned to head back to the hospital room.
Jiang Wenjun understood the implication. She wanted her son to go to prison.
It sounded nice to say it depended on the police's findings, but everyone knew the Yu family was powerful, while the Mu family was just ordinary folk now. Jiang Wenjun smiled wryly, losing all interest in negotiation. She prepared to leave with Nan Zhiyi, but Nan Zhiyi, overcome by concern, hurried forward to block Zhang Lijuan.
She adopted a submissive tone, negotiating terms. We can pay compensation any amount you demand. Even if it means selling everything I own, it's fine. As long as you don't press charges, I'll agree to any terms.
Before Jiang Wenjun could intervene, Nan Zhiyi had already lowered herself to near supplication. She shook her head helplessly.
The girl was still so naive.
If the Yu family could be bought off with money, Yu Lianchuan wouldn't have risen to his current position.
Sure enough, upon hearing Nan Ziyi's words, Zhang Lijuan responded with a cold laugh. What's that supposed to mean? Is having money so great? Can money buy back the scars on my son's face? After firing off the questions, Zhang Lijuan's tone turned mocking and harsh.
She glanced at Jiang Wenjun behind her, her lips curling into a cold smile. Besides, the Mu family has already fallen from grace. I hear they're drowning in debt.
What exactly do you plan to use to pay compensation?
She turned away, ignoring Nan Zhiyi entirely, instead scrutinizing Jiang Wenjun from head to toe.
Or is it that after divorcing Mu Tianye all those years ago, you've latched onto some rich sucker lately, hoping to buy your son's freedom with his money?
Jiang Wenjun narrowed her eyes. She was indeed Yu Yang's mother, her words mirrored her son's every word.
Jiang Wenjun possessed good temperament and had no desire to engage in such pointless verbal sparring. Nan Zhiyi, however, couldn't hold back.
She had promised Mu Tianye to take care of his mother. How could she stand by and watch Jiang Wenjun be slandered?
How could you say such things, ma'am?
No wonder your son lacks manners like mother, like son. If he didn't share your foul breath, he wouldn't be lying unconscious in a hospital bed right now. The meek lamb who'd been meekly negotiating moments ago suddenly transformed into a prickly hedgehog. Zhang Lijuan froze for a moment before fury boiled over. She pointed an accusing finger at Nan Zhiyi, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse. With people coming and going in the hospital, Jiang Wenjun feared Nan Zhiyi might be recognized, causing unnecessary trouble. He stepped in to interrupt Zhang Lijuan before she could explode. We came here today with sincerity to resolve this issue. But since you refuse to negotiate, we'll let you handle it however you see fit. Just remember it was your son's drunken misconduct that led to this outcome.
If it goes to court, you might not win.
Jiang Wenjun paused, her expression suddenly turning sharp.
And a scoundrel like your son, he's lucky my son didn't beat him to death.
As his mother, you'd better think about how to discipline him from now on.
Otherwise, you're only harming him. Taking 2 steps forward, Jiang Wenjun's gaze became intensely confrontational. Don't think your husband's current success gives him the right to act so arrogant. A mere director you isn't worth my attention.
Today, I'll let it slide since you're worried about your child. But next time, I'll make you understand what it means to speak without thinking. Despite being just an ordinary woman who'd gone through bankruptcy and divorce, the sheer force behind her words sent an inexplicable chill down Zhang Lijuan's spine. Jiang Wenjun saw the fear hidden in the other woman's eyes and sneered coldly with disdain.
Repeat every word I just said to your husband.
And remind him, bring my son back the exact way he was taken.
If he keeps me waiting too long, he'll face the consequences. Dropping that threat, Jiang Wenjun beckoned to Nan Zhiyi. Nan, let's go.
The shift from calling her little Nan to Nan signified Jiang Wenjun's growing acceptance of Nan Zhiyi.
Nan Zhiyi sensed it, her steps lightening as she walked over, linking arms with Jiang Wenjun.
Together, they walked out of the hospital.
Auntie, you were so cool just now. Nan Zhiyi praised sincerely. She was genuinely impressed by Jiang Wenjun's commanding presence. Someone who seemed so gentle and kind could be so intimidating when standing up for herself. Jiang Wenjun smiled gently, saying nothing. This was nothing special. Before meeting Mu Tianye, she had been known throughout the capital as fiery as a chili pepper. It was only after marriage that her temperament mellowed somewhat. Over the years, as she aged, the sharp edges of her teenage personality gradually smoothed away. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family? She was no pushover to be pushed around. As the saying goes, like mother, like son. Much of Mu Tianye's character was likely inherited from Jiang Wenjun. Long after the two figures disappeared down the corridor, Zhang Lijuan remained rooted to the spot, her face still ashen. Mrs. Zhang, shall I send someone to intercept them? The question came from one of Yu Lianchuan's subordinates.
Yu himself had been summoned to a meeting at the municipal committee and couldn't leave, so he sent a trusted confidant to assist his wife in handling their son's affairs. Zhang Lijuan clenched her teeth so hard her face contorted in fury, giving her a menacing, demonic look. After a moment of silence, she exhaled a long, heavy breath and slowly shook her head.
No need. I'll handle this myself. Call old Yu and brief him on the situation here.
Walking back outside the ward, she gazed through the window at her son lying in bed hooked up to a ventilator. Zhang Lijuan clenched her fists tightly, recalling the harsh words Jiang Wenjun had just hurled at her. She felt a surge of rage with nowhere to vent. Reaching the far corner of the hallway, she pulled out her phone and dialed her younger brother's number. The call connected immediately. Zhang Lijuan instantly changed her demeanor, as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice, and burst into tears.
Zhang Chuan. Your nephew's been beaten into a coma. And now they're bullying me here at the hospital.
You need to come back immediately and take care of this for us.
Chapter 90. I hear your son is quite the troublemaker.
At a military base in the capital, a middle-aged man with 2 bars and 3 stars on his shoulders answered the call, his face flushing with rage.
This man was Zhang Lijuan's younger brother, holding an exceptionally high rank in the military. Truth be told, Yu Lianchuan owed much of his recent success in Jiangcheng to this younger brother-in-law. Sis, what's going on? How is my nephew? What? This is outrageous. Who would dare to beat Yang Yang like this?
Listening to the anguished cries on the other end of the line, Zhang Chuan's rage boiled over. He grabbed the teacup from his desk and slammed it hard onto the floor. The guard outside the door rushed in upon hearing the noise, fearing something had happened to the leader.
Without looking up, Zhang Chuan waved the guard away.
Once the guard left, he continued the conversation on the phone.
What about my brother-in-law? Hasn't he come back to handle this?
Zhang Lijuan sobbed. Your brother-in-law was suddenly called to a meeting at the municipal committee. When he told them Yang Yang had been hurt, they wouldn't give him leave. They insisted he attend.
I think something's fishy here.
I had no choice but to call you.
Zhang Lijuan wept as she spoke, her voice nearly breaking.
Zhang Chuan, you know how your sister has always treated you since childhood. When you said you wanted to join the army, she sold her dowry to cover your expenses. When you needed money in the military, she took out loans to send it to you. Now that you've made something of yourself, how can you stand by and watch your sister and nephew get treated this way? Hearing his sister recount these past sacrifices, Zhang Chuan's expression filled with guilt. Sis, rest assured.
I'm coming back personally to handle this. No matter who they are, I won't let them get away with it.
They'll pay the price they deserve.
Then hurry back. I'll wait for your news.
Your nephew is still unconscious. I'll go check on him now.
After hanging up, Zhang Lijuan instantly stopped crying.
Wiping the tears from her face, her expression turned cold and vicious. So she's just a divorced, widowed lowlife, thinking she can act all high and mighty just because she hooked up with some rich guy? Put. When Zhang Chuan gets back, I'll see what you've got left to strut around in front of me. I'll make sure you and that good-for-nothing son of yours pay dearly.
Zhang Lijuan thought maliciously, her lips curling into a silent sneer.
She wasn't some ignorant woman, on the contrary, she was exceptionally sharp-witted. From the moment her husband was summoned to a meeting and couldn't leave, to Jiang Wenjun strutting into the hospital to discuss a settlement, she had already guessed that someone powerful was backing the Mu family and not just anyone. Fearing her husband's standing wouldn't hold sway over them, she decided to call her brother back to back her up. Precisely because she had pieced things together, she hadn't gone head-to-head with Jiang Wenjun just now. But she had miscalculated one crucial point. Jiang Wenjun's ability to keep her husband in check stemmed not from some wealthy sugar daddy, but from the Jiang family's status as one of Beijing's most powerful elite clans. At the municipal committee compound, all heads of the economic department were urgently summoned to a meeting. Everyone assumed it was urgent business, but after nearly an hour, the chairperson, Yang Wenlong, was still rambling on about nothing. To be precise, there was no concrete core agenda. Suspicion gnawed at their insides, yet no one dared show it. They sat stiffly upright, listening intently, even going through the motions of taking notes. But their pens merely scribbled circles on the paper, utterly at a loss for what to record. In the entire conference room, only Yu Lianchuan fidgeted restlessly. He kept checking his phone for the time, his face etched with anxiety. Simultaneously, a sense of foreboding settled over him. The secretary had summoned them for a late-night meeting without any substantive agenda, yet he hadn't even granted him leave when his son was hospitalized. It all felt too coincidental, as if deliberately targeting him. Sun Wenchang, Yang Wenlong's secretary, suddenly entered the conference room holding a phone. He approached Yang Wenlong and whispered a few words in his ear. Yang Wenlong frowned, casting a deliberate glance at Yu Lianchuan seated to his right. Excuse me, we'll pause the meeting. I need to take an important call. With that, he rose and left the office with his secretary. Everyone assumed it was a high-ranking official giving Yang Wenlong some crucial instructions, speculating that he would likely return shortly with important work assignments. To their surprise, 2 minutes later, Yang Wenlong returned to the conference room. His face was stern as he uttered just 2 words, dismissed. Everyone was utterly baffled, yet dared not ask questions. They left, each lost in their own thoughts. Yu Lianchuan breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and hurried out of the conference room. Just then, his phone rang. It was his secretary, whom he had sent to the hospital to lend a hand. Fearing another problem with his son, Yu Lianchuan hurriedly prepared to answer. Director Yu, hold on a moment. I need to speak with you. Yang Wenlong's voice suddenly reached Yu Lianchuan's ears. His finger, poised over the answer button, froze abruptly.
Suppressing his unease, he swiftly hung up and silenced the phone. Once everyone had left, only Yang Wenlong and Yu Lianchuan remained in the conference room. Yang Wenlong offered a perfunctory smile. Director Yu, no need to be nervous. I just wanted to chat about some personal matters. Yu Lianchuan cursed inwardly. He was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. How could he possibly be in the mood for small talk? But he dared not show it, instead putting on an attentive expression. Has something happened at home? Yang Wenlong asked, feigning ignorance. No, nothing. Just my son had an accident and was taken to the hospital. Yu Lianchuan's mind raced, and he had no choice but to mention his son's hospitalization, hoping Yang Wenlong would let him leave quickly. Yang Wenlong nodded calmly, showing no concern whatsoever for Yu Lianchuan's son's hospitalization. I recall your son works at the investment promotion office, right? Yes. I didn't expect Secretary Yang to remember even that. Yu Lianchuan flattered him, thinking the leader was showing concern for his son. Yang Wenlong merely smiled faintly and remarked, I've also heard that your son is rather mischievous. Could this hospitalization be due to some trouble he got himself into? Yu Lianchuan paled, his mouth agape, unsure how to respond. Yang Wenlong's smile vanished, replaced by a meaningful expression. Since your son is in trouble, you should go see him right away. But in your current position, every word and action is under scrutiny. Where you can show mercy, show mercy. Don't push things too far. With that, Yang Wenlong rose and departed, leaving Yu Lianchuan drenched in cold sweat. Some things are best left unsaid. In a way, his words were meant to save Yu Lianchuan. Whether he grasped the hint was entirely up to him. Earlier, Yang Wenlong had received a call from Jiang Wenjun, learning of the incident at the hospital. Jiang Wenjun stated that Yu Lianchuan's wife refused to settle, so there was no need for him to take further action. Yang Wenlong sensed Jiang Wenjun's intention to take action against the Yu family. He hastily concluded the meeting and took the opportunity to offer Yu Lianchuan a few parting words. Chapter 91, Watch out, I'll report you. Long after Yang Wenlong had left, Yu Lianchuan remained frozen in place. He had begun to grasp the meaning behind Yang Wenlong's words, and a chill gripped his heart. His son had provoked someone he shouldn't have, someone even Yang Wenlong avoided mentioning. But wasn't he just that spoiled second-generation heir from the Mu family? Could he really wield such power? Now that the Mu family had fallen from grace, what powerful figure would still back that brat? Yu Lianchuan couldn't make sense of it, yet he knew Yang Wenlong wouldn't speak without cause. His phone screen flashed repeatedly as his secretary called several more times. When he answered, the secretary recounted Jiang Wenjun's visit to Zhang Lijuan, relaying every word Jiang Wenjun had said to Yu Lianchuan. After hearing this, Yu Lianchuan felt even more uneasy. He knew exactly what kind of person Jiang Wenjun was, not someone who made empty threats. Back in the day, she not only outshone all the other women but also carried herself with grace and poise. Every man in Jiangcheng envied Mu Tianye. A woman so universally admired would never make empty threats against his wife. Behind this, he suspected, lay the influence of some powerful figure. Yu Lianchuan's success stemmed not only from his brother-in-law's influence but also from his keen ability to read the situation. He immediately calculated in his mind, his son was bound to take the hit this time. Though 1,000 objections raged within him, he could only swallow his pride for now. Retreating to advance, he'd wait and see how things unfolded. His family had long been accustomed to bullying others with their influence. Now, facing the same treatment for the first time, Yu Lianchuan felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. But circumstances forced his hand. Only those who knew when to bow their heads could walk further down the road. He immediately instructed his secretary to keep a close eye on Zhang Lijuan, making absolutely sure she didn't do anything foolish. Now that even Yang Wenlong had been roused, the slightest misstep could ruin his political career. After hanging up, he immediately called Jiang Pingqiao, instructing him to release the detainees and indicating that he would not pursue the matter further. Only after completing these tasks did his heart ache for his son, still unconscious in the hospital. He rushed there without delay. Amidst all the turmoil unfolding outside, Mu Tianye, holed up in the municipal bureau, remained utterly oblivious. He was currently locked in a heated argument with Jiangcheng over whether he should sleep in the interrogation room or her office. Mu Tianye, do you think you're staying at a hotel? You're the one who refused to leave. No one forced you. Not sending you to the detention cell is already showing you mercy. Stop being so picky. Jiangcheng glared at Mu Tianye, arms crossed over her chest, blocking the doorway to her office to prevent him from taking over her little space. She wasn't even scheduled for the night shift today, but she'd taken on Mu Tianye's case single-handedly. Now she'd swapped shifts with a colleague to stay and keep him company. Mu Tianye shoved his hands into his pockets, speaking with a sense of entitlement. Officer Jiang, could you broaden your perspective a bit? I'm a guest here, after all. What kind of hospitality is this? He'd just taken a quick look around and noticed a wire bed in Jiangcheng's office, presumably for those late-night overtime sessions. Since the interrogation room lacked a bed, Mu Tianye suggested spending the night in her office instead. Jiangcheng firmly refused. If he slept in her bed, where would she sleep? Besides, even if it was just a makeshift bed for late nights at work, it was still part of a woman's private sanctuary. How could she just let a man climb onto it like that? Jiangcheng was nearly driven mad by his audacity.
It was the first time she'd ever heard someone visiting the police station speak with such righteous indignation.
Mu Tianye, how thick-skinned have you become? Can't you show a little decency?
Mu Tianye shrugged.
I've always been like this. You just never got to know me well enough.
The double meaning in his words instantly made Jiangcheng's face flush crimson. Back when she was infatuated with Mu Tianye, she'd been bold and reckless, almost willing to give herself to him. Now that there was no chance between them, she'd become cautious and reserved, the polar opposite of his thick-skinned, fearless attitude. Love was truly a strange thing. When you were in love, you were one person; when you weren't, you were another. Between love and hate, it could completely transform you, making you unrecognizable to yourself. Unable to argue with him, Jiangcheng stepped aside, choosing retreat as a strategy.
The bed inside is where I sleep. If you don't mind, you can take it. But I'm warning you, this is like walking into a trap. I've never forgotten what we failed to accomplish back in school. This is my turf now. If I decide to do something to you, no one can save you. If you don't mind waking up with someone else in your bed, then go ahead.
She remembered how, after that incident years ago, Mu Tianye would avoid her like the plague whenever he saw her. She figured Mu Tianye would surely fear her repeating the past, so she brazenly brought it up again, hoping to scare him off and make him back down. But to her surprise, Mu Tianye simply sidestepped past her and strode in. He flopped down onto her small bed with a thud, hands behind his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched Jiangcheng frozen in the doorway.
Officer Jiang, are you stupid, or do you think I am? This is a police station. Do you really think you could take me here?
Jiangcheng stomped her foot in frustration. Her shoulder-length hair fluttered wildly, framing her spirited face with a wild, youthful energy.
Mu Tianye suddenly felt a bit dazed.
Only when you shed your prejudices and truly look at someone could you see their true essence. From her personality to her appearance and even her aura, Jiangcheng defied conventional notions of feminine beauty. She wasn't the kind of beauty that could make one lose their bearings at first glance, yet she offered a refreshingly new perspective.
She was unique.
All the seemingly unremarkable aspects of her came together to form her identity, allowing her to carve out her own niche within the appearance-obsessed crowd. Mu Tianye regarded her with unabashed admiration, openly appraising her from head to toe while silently critiquing her features in his mind. Jiangcheng, who had been angry, felt uncomfortable under his gaze.
She raised her tiny fist and waved it angrily twice. Unfortunately, she failed to intimidate Mu Tianye.
Instead, he found her adorable and couldn't help but chuckle. Jiangcheng felt a deep sense of helplessness. This guy had such a good-looking face, but his skin was thicker than a city wall. He was stubborn and unyielding, and there was nothing she could do about him.
A colleague on night duty passed by the right corridor.
Jiangcheng feared someone might spot Mu Tianye lounging comfortably on her bed, so she hurried into the office and casually closed the door behind her. Only after the footsteps faded did Jiangcheng breathe a sigh of relief. But when she turned back, she found Mu Tianye staring at her with a smirk that wasn't quite a smile.
Jiangcheng's anger flared instantly.
She grabbed the baton from her desk.
I'm warning you, don't get too cocky. I've picked up a few tricks over the years at the bureau.
One move from me, and you'll be begging for mercy. She snapped the baton out with a sharp crack, flicking it lightly against her other palm. A smirk curled her lips, her smile laced with menace.
Trying to scare little kids?
Mu Tianye laughed dismissively, even lying back on the bed and crossing his legs. He tilted his chin toward the camera behind Jiangcheng. Abuse of authority will get you disciplined.
Careful, I might report you. Chapter 92, taking you somewhere else. Jiangcheng was utterly helpless against him.
She tossed the baton back onto the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down with a sigh. Ever since bringing Mu Tianye back from Wanhai Tower, she'd been trying to outmaneuver him at every turn only to suffer utter defeat every single time. In the cramped office, one lay on the bed looking utterly content, while the other sat in the chair, face twisted with anger. Neither spoke. Alone together, the atmosphere slowly grew awkward.
Hey, what's going on between you and Nan Zhiyi? Talk to me. Jiangcheng couldn't hold back any longer, finding a topic to ease the awkwardness.
Her temper flared and faded quickly. Moments ago, she'd been seething with rage, wanting to tear Mu Tianye limb from limb.
Now, she'd completely forgotten it.
The fire of gossip in her heart couldn't be contained, already kindling a small flame. After the Mu family's bankruptcy, no one in their circle had dared to associate with Mu Tianye anymore. Some avoided him like the plague, fearing trouble would stick to them like glue. Others, who had previously owed Mu Tianye a great deal, worried he might come knocking for repayment now that he was desperate, so they simply blocked and deleted him from their lives.
Others, like Yu Yang and Fu Zhouze, were eager to kick a man when he was down.
But with the situation still uncertain, no one could say for sure if the Mu family had any chance of recovery, so none had rushed to strike. Later, Mu Qingsong died, and Mu Tianye vanished. He deliberately avoided his old circle, not out of pride or fear of anyone, but solely to prevent Nan Zhiyi from learning of his situation through them. The details of his breakup with Nan Zhiyi remained unknown to others, which was why Jiangcheng now asked curiously. Mu Tianye shifted his weight, his expression unchanged.
Want to hear a story? No booze, no tale. He didn't want to discuss the topic and dismissed it with a casual remark. To his surprise, Jiangcheng seemed to take him seriously. She bit her lip, lost in thought, her eyes flickering with hesitation and conflict. Drinking heavily in the office during work hours was something no one had ever done before. She wondered if old Jian could cover it up if it ever came to light. But she genuinely wanted to hear the story. And the man beside her was the white moonlight she nearly pledged herself to a lingering affection long buried. Only wine could smooth the wrinkles in her heart. Just a little bit. Jiangcheng shot Mu Tianye a sidelong glance, her tone sounding more like a negotiation. Mu Tianye froze. Are you serious? Jiangcheng gave a cold laugh, her tone haughty. When have I ever been serious about anything? Indeed, even back when she tried to force Mu Tianye into a committed relationship, she'd been dead serious. Jiangcheng was that kind of person, passionate in love and hate, acting on impulse. Her emotions were crystal clear, fiery when she loved, blunt when she didn't. She could force others, but never compromised herself or wallowed in self-pity. Mu Tianye felt a stir within his heart. He stared at Jiangcheng for a few seconds with an admiring gaze. It was pure admiration for her character, decisive and uncompromising, without a trace of hesitation. It was a rare quality. Having someone like that as a friend would be quite a good thing. He then sat up on the bed, shedding his casual demeanor. Then let's have a drink. Jiangcheng caught the shift in his mood, sensing something. She resolved to let go of certain emotions within her and move forward with him in a different capacity. She stood up, turned to open the door, and prepared to go out and buy alcohol. Just as she was about to leave, Mu Tianye's voice suddenly rang out again. Hey, let's not just drink on an empty stomach. Grab some snacks too. I didn't eat much dinner and my stomach's growling like crazy. Mu Tianye, don't push your luck. Jiangcheng's eyelid twitched violently. Her palm tightened around the doorknob as anger surged in her chest, nearly overwhelming her. It seemed her earlier intuition had been wrong. This guy wasn't interested in drinking and chatting with her at all, he was clearly just hungry. Mu Tianye chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the anger creeping across her face. He propped his head back up on his hands and urged Jiangcheng, hurry up, dummy. What are you standing there for? Go and come back quickly. Don't make me fall asleep waiting for you. Jiangcheng took a deep breath, silently repeating police training mantras several times before barely suppressing the urge to punch him. Slamming the door shut, Jiangcheng turned and left. Mu Tianye stared at the closed door, then couldn't help but chuckle after a moment. She was a pretty good girl. He hoped she'd also be a good friend. He hadn't genuinely socialized in 3 years, but this time, he suddenly felt the urge to try. It wasn't just because he admired Jiangcheng's character. He needed to investigate matters concerning his father, and Jiangcheng's identity might prove useful in the future. This was a calculated approach, not a simple one. But what did it matter? He had long since seen through it all. In this era, beyond the closest of kin, what genuine, uncomplicated relationships remained? That night, in an office at the municipal police headquarters, the hearty laughter of a young woman echoed intermittently. The night shift officers occasionally heard shouts like, "Damn it, no fish keeping allowed." But no one dared to intervene. She was the notorious Mei Chaofeng of the unit, someone you didn't want to cross. Early the next morning, Nan Zhiyi rose before dawn. She reviewed the work progress Ding Yao had reported the previous day, made new annotations on areas needing improvement, and then sent the document back to Ding Yao's email. Ding Yao had also risen early. Upon receiving the email and realizing Nan Zhiyi was awake, she sent her a WeChat message inquiring about Mu Tianye. Sis Nan, how's brother Mu doing? Though she hadn't known Mu Tianye for long, she already considered him a sworn brother. And indeed, it was a matter of life and death. When Yi Chen pushed her into the sea, Mu Tianye had nearly drowned trying to save her. Fortunately, Mu Tianye had survived unscathed. Otherwise, Ding Yao wouldn't have known how to face Nan Zhiyi afterward. Now, after being taken away by the police for an entire night with no word, Ding Yao couldn't stop worrying. Nan Zhiyi had also risen early, consumed by worry over Mu Tianye. She tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Aunt Jiang has reached out to someone on his end, so he should be fine. I'll head over with Aunt Jiang shortly to check on things. As for work, you'll have to shoulder more responsibility these next couple of days. And keep an eye on Dania too, have him shadow you for now. After replying to the message, Nan Zhiyi hastily washed up and dressed, not as meticulously as yesterday. She simply didn't have the heart for it. The room she'd booked for Jiang Wenjun was right next door. Glancing at the time, it was exactly 8 o'clock. It was a bit early. She wasn't sure if Jiang Wenjun was awake yet. But her concern for Mu Tianye's situation was too pressing. Nan Zhiyi couldn't afford to hesitate. After a moment's pause, she sent Jiang Wenjun a WeChat message. Auntie, are you up yet? The reply came quickly. Nan, I've been up for a while. I was hoping you could sleep in a bit longer, but I didn't expect you to be up so early either. Seeing the word Nan warmed Nan Zhiyi's heart, and she quickly replied. Then I'll have breakfast delivered first. Let's grab something to eat before heading to the municipal bureau? Jiang Wenjun replied, come out now. Let's grab a bite outside. We won't go to the municipal bureau today. I'll take you somewhere else first. Take her somewhere else? Nan Zhiyi felt completely numb. She felt this auntie was too carefree, as if she'd forgotten about her son. Chapter 93, False Alarm. At 9 in the morning, Nan Zhiyi accompanied Jiang Wenjun to a plain-looking breakfast shop. Noticing her distracted state and that she barely touched her bowl of congee, Jiang Wenjun asked, "Doesn't tea suit your taste? Shall I get you something else?" Nan Zhiyi snapped out of her daze, forcing a smile as she shook her head. "No, auntie, I just don't have much of an appetite." Jiang Wenjun could tell something was troubling Nan Zhiyi, likely worries about her son. "Don't worry about Xiao Yi. I spoke with Yang Wenlong again last night. Yu Lianchuan agreed not to pursue the matter. He can come out whenever he wants. If he doesn't want to come out, let him stay." Jiang Wenjun couldn't bear to see Nan Zhiyi living in constant fear, so she decided to lay everything out plainly. Nan Zhiyi stared blankly, her mind struggling to process it. "Auntie, are you saying he deliberately doesn't want to come out?" Jiang Wenjun nodded. Nan Zhiyi grew even more perplexed. "What does he want?" Jiang Wenjun gave a bitter smile. "His cousin is probably coming to Jiangcheng in the next couple of days. He doesn't want to see her, and he's afraid to see her, so he's just holed up in the police station to hide." How could Mu Tianye's little schemes possibly escape his mother's notice? Yet she couldn't fathom why her son, who feared nothing under heaven, harbored such profound dread specifically toward Jiang Liqiu. Nan Zhiyi lowered her gaze, her fingers curling slightly as she remained silent, lost in thought. "Let's go. Forget about her for now. We should go see the old lady." Only then did Nan Zhiyi realize where Jiang Wenjun intended to take her, the place where Mu Tianye currently lived with his grandmother. Recalling her brief encounter with the old lady via video call on the yacht that day, Nan Zhiyi instantly felt nervous. The old lady seemed to harbor some prejudice against her, her words and hints clearly indicating she didn't want Nan Zhiyi and Mu Tianye together. Noticing her pallor, Jiang Wenjun asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Nan Zhiyi shook her head weakly, her voice trembling with unease. "Auntie, the old lady doesn't seem to like me very much." Jiang Wenjun froze. "You met the old lady?" "A few days ago, Xiaoyi had a video call with her, and I chatted with her for a bit." She recalled her first meeting with Jiang Wenjun also over a video call when she'd been soaking in the bath, an awkward memory. Nan Zhiyi's face flushed involuntarily, her gaze shifting nervously. Jiang Wenjun chuckled softly, recalling some amusing experiences of her own. "It's fine. She's a lovely lady. We'll get to know her gradually." The two walked out of the breakfast shop. Nan Zhiyi drove while Jiang Wenjun gave directions as they headed toward the suburbs. Nan Zhiyi felt conflicted. Meeting the old lady made her uncontrollably nervous. And with Su Yumu present at Mu Tianye's home, it felt like heading into battle. Nan Zhiyi's expression grew serious as she mentally pumped herself up over and over. First battle, victory guaranteed. Meanwhile, the person keeping Nan Zhiyi on edge at the municipal bureau was still fast asleep. In Jiangcheng's office, on a narrow wire bed, one person lay at the head and the other at the foot, their feet pressed against each other's faces. Mu Tianye's hot breath brushed against Jiangcheng's pale little feet, making the soles tingle. Her adorable toes fidgeted restlessly, kicking lightly yet firmly against Mu Tianye's face several times. Mu Tianye opened his eyes groggily. It took several seconds to focus on the pair of tiny feet that had roused him. He turned his head slightly, saw the floor littered with empty bottles, and frowned as he recalled last night's details. Mu Tianye couldn't help but smile bitterly. Jiangcheng had insisted she could only drink a little, but as the night wore on, she became increasingly tipsy. She even ran out multiple times to buy more alcohol, completely ignoring Mu Tianye's attempts to dissuade her. Hearing the footsteps coming and going outside the office, Mu Tianye guessed it was already quite late. Jiangcheng seemed to be sleeping soundly, so he'd have to wake her up for work. He reached out a hand and gently tickled the soles of Jiangcheng's feet. Jiangcheng felt the tickle and murmured in her sleep, rubbing her feet together. Her toes nearly poked into Mu Tianye's nose, yet she still didn't wake up. Mu Tianye sighed in exasperation and shifted his foot, gently nudging Jiangcheng's face a few times. "Hey, wake up. It's time for work." Jiangcheng was dreaming, clutching a pig's trotter and gnawing on it. Suddenly, the trotter in her arms seemed to come alive, wriggling wildly. Plus, the smell of this huge pig's trotter seemed a bit off. She struggled to open her eyes, stared at the pair of huge feet she was clutching, froze for a few seconds, then let out a blood-curdling scream. "Mu Tianye, I'll kill you." A colleague passing by the door was startled by the furious roar, dropping the file folder in their hands onto the floor. Heads turned in their direction, speculating what had set this young lady off again. Some quick-witted souls recognized another voice in Jiangcheng's office, likely a man's, and their eyes narrowed with amusement. The flames of gossip began to blaze. Jiang Pingchao's office wasn't far away. Hearing his daughter's sudden scream, the old father's heart raced with worry. He hurried out of his office and jogged toward his daughter's direction. He had arrived at work early that morning and hadn't seen his daughter anywhere. Mu Tianye was nowhere to be found in the interrogation room either. He had been puzzled, assuming they had left, and had just finished handling some tasks when he was about to call his daughter to check on her. That's when he suddenly heard her shrieks. He didn't know what had happened inside, but judging by her voice, she was likely in trouble. Could it be that some audacious criminal had dared to break into the police station and take Jiangcheng hostage? Though absurd, such a scenario wasn't entirely impossible. Zhang Pingchao's expression turned grim as his hand slipped to the service weapon at his waist. He then signaled to the nearby officers to prepare for a surprise assault. The officers immediately tensed, closing in with heightened alertness. Zhang Pingchao took a deep breath, then counted down with hand signals, 3, 2, 1. As his third finger rose, he suddenly thrust his foot forward with explosive force, kicking the office door wide open. Almost simultaneously, he drew his service weapon, gripped it with both hands, and held it level in front of him, shouting, "Drop your weapons. Don't make any unnecessary." Before he could finish, Zhang Pingchao saw the scene inside. He froze in place, utterly stunned, as if turned to stone. On the wire bed, Jiangcheng and Mu Tianye were locked in a struggle, each clutching the other's foot. Jiangcheng was particularly fierce, her teeth sunk into Mu Tianye's calf. Mu Tianye winced in pain but dared not fight back too hard, first, because he was still injured himself, and second, because he feared hurting Jiangcheng. He could only gently kick her face with his foot. Suddenly sensing movement at the doorway, the two combatants instinctively froze and turned their heads toward the entrance. What met their eyes was a sea of heads, with those behind still tiptoeing to peer inside. Zhang Pingchao, standing at the very front, still held his gun raised, frozen in place as if stunned. Mu Tianye's eyelid twitched. He forced a smile and cracked a grin. "Good morning, everyone." Jiangcheng snapped back to her senses and let out another blood-curdling scream. Zhang Pingchao finally snapped out of his daze at his daughter's shrieking and slammed the door shut. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Zhang Pingchao feigned composure and waved at the gathered subordinates. Well, it was a false alarm. Everyone, get back to work. Chapter 94, Beyond Redemption. Early that morning, the municipal bureau colleagues had been treated to quite a spectacle. The crowd outside Jiangcheng's office gradually dispersed, but each person wore a knowing smile. Who knew Miss Jiang would go this far? She's really bold. Many were silently giving Mu Tianye a mental thumbs up. This guy was fierce. Once Zhang Pingchao was sure no one was around, he cleared his throat a few times, pressed his ear against the door, and whispered, "Qingqing, this is the office. Don't get too wild. Come to my office when you're done." With that, he walked toward his office, hands behind his back and whistling. The impact was indeed somewhat negative, but it wasn't a big deal. He just needed to give a few light reprimands, and no subordinate would dare to gossip about his daughter. He'd been hoping to pair his daughter with that Mu family boy anyway. Last night he'd worried she might be too young to understand, but now? They'd rolled into bed together. What was there left to worry about? She really was his own flesh and blood, one word, fierce. Inside the office, Mu Tianye and Jiangcheng had pulled away from each other, both sitting on the bed in a daze. This misunderstanding was a bit much, catching Mu Tianye off guard. He tilted his head slightly, glancing at Jiangcheng out of the corner of his eye. She was flushed, lost in thought. This incident had made her the center of attention in front of all her colleagues, and it must have been quite a blow to her. Mu Tianye felt he bore some responsibility. After a moment's thought, he decided to apologize. Sorry about that. I was just trying to wake you up for work, didn't expect." "Shut up." Before he could finish, Jiangcheng cut him off harshly, glaring at Mu Tianye with puffed-up cheeks. "I worked the night shift last night. What job were you trying to wake me up for?" Mu Tianye froze, realizing she was right. He opened his mouth to explain, but no words came out. He hadn't really done anything. Last night, it seemed like Jiangcheng was the one who insisted on drinking so much. After getting drunk, she was the one who insisted on sleeping together. Mu Tianye had been passive throughout the entire incident. Even when Jiangcheng suggested they sleep together, he had firmly refused. But Jiangcheng was stubborn as hell and wouldn't listen to reason. "We're buddies now, right? What's there to be afraid of sharing a bed? Or is it that you've got something to hide, planning something shady with me?" Those were Jiangcheng's exact words last night, and Mu Tianye remembered them clearly. To prove he had no such intentions toward Jiangcheng, he reluctantly agreed to share the bed, but insisted they sleep at opposite ends. That was his bottom line. Jiangcheng, her eyes hazy with drunkenness, muttered something about him being overly sensitive before kicking off her shoes and collapsing face down onto the bed. Mu Tianye wanted to recount the whole incident to her, but when he met Jiangcheng's murderous glare, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Trying to reason with a woman in a rage was, by its very nature, pointless. "Just you wait, I'll settle this with you later." Jiangcheng dropped the threat, steeled herself for whatever came next, and pushed open the door to face her colleagues' amused stares. Mu Tianye shook his head with a bitter smile. The old adage passed down by elders held some truth after all. Drunken indiscretions added another messy chapter to his life. Back in school, he'd steadfastly upheld his manly virtue. Little did he expect that 3 years later, he'd nearly ruin his entire reputation at the police station. Though nothing substantial had happened, a man and a woman sharing a bed all night, how could he possibly explain that if word got out?
Recalling Nan Zhiyi's sickly sweet demeanor during their first meeting days ago, Mu Tianye felt his head spin.
No, Nan Zhiyi absolutely couldn't find out about this.
Frustrated, he rubbed his face and rose from his desk, heading out of the office to find somewhere to freshen up. He genuinely had no intention of turning himself in right now, treating the police station like a hotel. Stepping out of the office, Mu Tianye glanced left and right, searching for the restroom. Countless pairs of eyes met his gaze with knowing smiles, sending a chill down his spine. He forced a smile and nodded politely to each one. Several male officers secretly gave Mu Tianye a thumbs up, their faces full of admiration.
Mu Tianye sighed inwardly. He was as good as dead. Passing a female officer's desk, Mu Tianye paused and smiled politely. Hello, where might the restroom be?
His smile was gentle and handsome, radiating warmth. Her heart fluttered wildly, and she found herself inexplicably jealous of Jiangcheng.
Such a handsome guy, and he was under the thumb of that tomboy Jiangcheng? What gave her that right?
Nervously swallowing, she awkwardly pointed in a direction.
It's over there. Mu Tianye smiled and nodded, murmuring his thanks.
After he walked away, the girl remained frozen in place, dazed. A colleague nudged her playfully.
Hey, Xiao AI, he's already taken. Don't go gushing over him, you don't want Miss Jiang coming after you.
Xiao AI snapped back to reality, flushing as she glared at her colleague. Jiangcheng arrived at Zhang Pingchao's office and explained herself at length. Yet, facing her father's still amused gaze, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Her reputation was ruined.
There was no way to clear her name. Whatever. No more explanations. Think whatever you want. I'm going home.
She pushed the door open angrily and slammed it shut behind her.
She was in an extremely irritable mood now.
She didn't want to stay at the office any longer, didn't want to face the gossiping colleagues, didn't want to face her matchmaking father, and certainly didn't want to face the root of all this trouble, Mu Tianye.
She needed to go home, cool off, and sleep it off.
Meanwhile, Nan Zhiyi arrived at Mu Tianye's rented courtyard with Jiang Wenjun, her heart heavy with apprehension.
The location was remote, the surroundings messy, the courtyard old and dilapidated. Nami carefully surveyed Mu Tianye's living conditions, a wave of inexplicable sadness welling up inside her. Over these past 3 years, he must have endured so much hardship.
Jiang Wenjun, walking ahead, also wore a look of deep sorrow. Seeing her son struggling weighed heavily on her heart as a mother. But there was nothing she could do. It was her son's own choice, and as a mother, she couldn't interfere too much. Standing at the courtyard gate, Jiang Wenjun took a deep breath before gently pushing the door open and leading Nan Zhiyi inside. Inside, the old lady was live streaming with Su Yumu. After a few days of adjustment, she had practically become addicted to streaming. She made time daily to shoot videos with Su Yumu, while the rest of her hours were spent chatting with viewers in the livestream chat. As her popularity grew, the chat became a mixed bag, occasionally attracting a few trolls who would drop sarcastic, snide comments in the comments stream. Worried the old lady might get upset, Su Yumu would immediately flood the chat with lucky bag codes whenever negative comments appeared, drowning them out. But the old lady has sharp eyes and ears, she sees everything. Having weathered every storm in her life, how could she let a few baseless insults get to her? She didn't choose to ignore them. Each time she saw them, the old lady calmly explained and set the record straight. That was the way of her generation, never going with the flow, never settling for mediocrity. They met every nail with a hole, and while they might not retaliate tooth for tooth, they absolutely refused to tolerate any sand in their eyes. Just then, as the old lady was sharing stories about her life before enlisting with her online friends, a knock sounded at the door.
Mom, open the door. It's Wenjun.
The old lady froze, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes. Her lips trembled with emotion, yet her expression betrayed inner conflict.
Chapter 95, I won't harm him.
Su Yume also heard the voices outside and sensed the old lady's emotional turmoil.
Grandma, are you tired? Shall we end the stream and rest for a bit? Not wanting the old lady's family matters exposed to the live stream viewers, Su Yumo offered a kind suggestion.
The old lady snapped out of her daze, regaining her usual composure.
She nodded slightly and waved at the camera. Old age makes one weary easily.
I'll sign off for a bit to rest and join you all later for a chat.
Su Yumo bid farewell to the viewers, quickly ended the stream, and hurried over to open the door for Jiang Wenjun.
Meeting Jiang Wenjun for the first time, Su Yumo felt a bit nervous and awkward.
Captivated by his unique aura, she momentarily forgot to speak, standing dumbstruck at the doorway. Hello, you must be Yumo?
Jiang Wenjun had watched her livestream with the elderly woman and recognized her instantly.
Ah, yes. Hello, Auntie. Grandma is inside. Please come in.
Su Yumo snapped out of her daze, hurriedly greeting her and stepping aside to let Jiang Wenjun enter.
Jiang Wenjun smiled faintly, took a deep breath, and hurried toward the elderly woman seated on the living room sofa.
Only then did Su Yumo notice another person standing outside the door, Nan Zhiyi, her arms laden with large and small bags. She froze, instinctively on guard as if facing a natural enemy.
Yet she was simultaneously stunned by Nan Zhiyi's stunning beauty and exceptional poise.
Su Yumo silently compared herself, confirming this was a formidable rival.
Miss Nan, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time.
Facing Nan Zhiyi, Su Yumo seemed like a different person, graceful and composed, offering a sweet smile as she extended her hand. Nan Zhiyi stared at the outstretched hand, the corners of her mouth curling slightly.
Looking for trouble? Didn't she see Su Yu was holding so many things? How could she shake hands?
If I put down my things, I'd have to bend over to shake hers.
But refusing to shake hands without putting them down would be rude. Was she trying to intimidate me? Nan Zhiyi chuckled softly, calmly handing over the items in one hand and murmuring, "Thank you for your help." With that, Nan Zhiyi stepped inside, leaving Su Yumo standing there.
Su Yumo stared at her retreating figure, then glanced down at the items in her own hands, letting out an involuntary chuckle.
She was indeed no pushover, not some fragile ornament to be manipulated at will.
In the living room, Jiang Wenjun held the elderly lady's hand as they sat side by side, attentively inquiring about her well-being.
Spotting Nan Zhiyi enter, Jiang Wenjun promptly introduced her. "Mom, this is Nan, Xiaoya's girlfriend."
The old lady frowned, clearly catching the implication in her daughter-in-law's words. The very thing she dreaded most had finally come to pass.
In her life experience, stories of rekindled old flames usually ended in a messy, unhappy conclusion.
She didn't want Mu Tianye entangled with women he knew from the past, but since Jiang Wenjun had given her approval, she couldn't say much. Besides, she trusted her daughter-in-law's judgment. Pushing aside all her reservations, the old lady offered a gentle smile and nodded slightly to Nan Zhiyi.
"We've met before, on video calls.
Don't be shy, make yourself comfortable.
Though our home is rather modest, I wonder if Miss Nan might find it a bit unfamiliar."
Though not meant to be difficult, her words still carried a hint of underlying emotion.
Nan Zhiyi quickly replied, "Hello, Grandma. I grew up in the countryside.
My family wasn't well off when I was young, and I've endured all kinds of hardships.
Nothing here will be unfamiliar to me."
She almost wanted to recount her entire life story, hoping to earn a shred of sympathy from the old lady or at least prevent her from viewing Nan Zhiyi through tinted glasses. But she knew better than to say too much. Setting the gift aside, she immediately moved to sit on the other side of the old lady, mimicking Jiang Wenjun's mannerisms to appear like a dutiful and sensible granddaughter-in-law. She naturally took the old lady's other hand in hers. She wasn't actually good at interacting with elders and even felt some resistance toward them. This personality flaw, shaped by her childhood experiences, wasn't something she could change overnight. Still, she mustered her courage and attempted to bridge the gap with the elderly woman through this clumsy gesture. As for the pile of gifts she brought, some were prepared by Jiang Wenjun, while others were hastily selected along the way. Though rushed, they were chosen with genuine care. Yet from the moment she entered the door until she sat down, she hadn't uttered a single word about those valuable items. She knew the elderly woman didn't care about such things. Talking too much about them would backfire and make the old lady uncomfortable.
Human relationships are complex and wondrous things.
No need for many words, one can sense others' feelings toward you. The old lady sighed softly, gently patting Nan Zhiyi's hand before finally voicing her concern.
"You must have endured a lot of hardship living with Xiaoyi before, right?"
Jiang Wenjun, fearing Nan Zhiyi might be put on the spot, tried to defuse the situation for her.
But Nan Zhiyi had already composed herself and nodded gracefully.
"Yes, I endured many hardships. Grandma, you might not know this, but your grandson used to be quite the playboy. Being with him, I lived in constant fear and uncertainty, never having a single day of peace." Her sudden revelation caught both Jiang Wenjun and the elderly lady off guard.
They both frowned slightly, but Nan Zhiyi seemed completely oblivious, continuing her story smoothly.
"I was adopted by my family.
During my freshman year, if it weren't for meeting Tianye, my adoptive father would have sold me off. Tianye saved my shattered life.
I had liked him before that, and after that, I decided to follow him wholeheartedly." Her expression remained impassive, as if recounting someone else's story. After a pause, she continued. "When I called him a playboy earlier, that's just how the outside world sees him. I know he's just playing the field, never crossing lines in relationships. When I said I felt uneasy, it wasn't fear of him chasing other women, but dread that one day he'd tire of me and abandon me." She laid bare the raw, painful fragments of her past for them to see. Jiang Wenjun felt a pang of reluctance, her lips parting as if to ask her to stop.
Nan Zhiyi shook her head with a faint smile. "He did dump me in the end."
"I'm not ashamed to admit it to you, Grandma and Auntie, I had some pretty dark thoughts back then.
Life felt pointless, and I didn't want to keep going. But I couldn't let go.
So I gritted my teeth, went abroad, and vowed to come back and get my revenge once I made something of myself."
She suddenly gave a self-mocking chuckle. "I did want revenge.
I thought my hatred ran deep. But coming back this time, seeing him again, I realized I couldn't bring myself to hate him at all. I also know he had his reasons back then.
I don't blame him.
Instead, I feel pity for him." Her gaze fixed on the old woman as her expression hardened.
"Grandma, rest assured. I didn't come back to harm him.
I came to share his joys and sorrows. Every burden he carries, I will bear with him." It was as if she were swearing an oath. Even if the whole world opposed them, she would never let him go. Through love. Both the old lady and Jiang Wenjun were visibly moved. Suyu, standing nearby, listened intently, her expression complex as she lost herself in thought.
Chapter 96, Where's my grandson? Nan Zhiyi stopped speaking.
She suddenly stood up, apologetically saying, Grandma, please chat with Auntie for a bit.
It's almost time. I'll go prepare lunch for you all.
Turning to Su Yumo beside her, Nan Zhiyi smiled.
Where's the kitchen? Would you like to come help, Yumo?
Su Yumo gave her a deep look before returning the smile sweetly.
It's over there. I'll take Sister Nan.
Watching the two beauties walk away, each radiating her own unique charm, the old lady and Jiang Wenjun exchanged a wry smile.
Neither of them was easy to handle.
Their own little rascal who knew whether he was a blessing or a curse.
Jiang Wenjun shook his head helplessly. Let Xiaoyi handle it himself. Children have their own destinies, we can't meddle too much. Let's see how their own fate unfolds. The old lady sighed and nodded slowly. Nan Zhiyi had changed her perspective considerably this time. She wasn't what the old lady had imagined. She felt like someone who could weather life's trials alongside her grandson. The old lady felt conflicted, sensing a sense of debt toward Su Yumo. She was a good girl too. Let fate decide.
I can barely manage my own affairs these days.
I'm too old to meddle anymore.
Jiang Wenjun felt a pang of unease at her words. Clasping the elderly woman's hand, she lowered her gaze and said, Mom, please stop worrying about those debts.
It's not much money.
Just give me the IOUs when you have time, and I'll handle them all. She had said this many times before, but the old lady had always refused, and this time was no different. The Jiang family may be wealthy, but you're divorced from Qingsong now. It wouldn't be right for you to repay those debts. People would point fingers at my son, saying he lived off his ex-wife even after death. How could he rest in peace? I know he divorced you partly to avoid trouble for the Jiang family. Now that he's gone, I, as his mother, must honor his final wish.
Jiang Wenjun frowned bitterly. Why are you still so stubborn? Haven't these past 3 years been hard enough?
If you won't think of yourself, at least consider Xiaoyi. How can you bear to let him suffer alongside you? In her desperation,
Jiang Wenjun spoke bluntly, her words stinging.
She regretted it immediately, but having come determined to persuade the old lady, she pressed her lips together and refused to soften her tone. The old lady did indeed grow a bit angry.
Rest assured, this old woman won't burden your precious son. I've already spoken to him. He'll return to the capital with you and live as a gentleman. His father's affairs aren't his responsibility to shoulder alone. His household registration isn't with the Mu family now. Even if someone were to sue in court, they couldn't hold him accountable.
Jiang Wenjun knew she was speaking out of frustration, but she had no intention of appeasing her.
Mom, what good does this talk do?
If Xiaoyi could let go of you, he would have come back to the capital with me 3 years ago.
As long as his father's debts remain unresolved, the burden on your shoulders won't lift and he won't leave. Besides, the Jiang family's money will be his money someday.
Using his own money to settle his father's debts is only right and proper.
Who could possibly criticize that?
The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law argued, each speaking from a place of concern for the other, yet their words took on a bitter edge.
Grandma, Auntie, what are you discussing? Have some fruit first, dinner will take a while longer.
Nan Zhiyi suddenly appeared carrying a fruit platter, her cheerful laughter cutting through the tension. She had overheard fragments of their argument from the kitchen and, sensing the tense atmosphere, hurried out with the fruit platter. Jiang Wenjun felt awkward arguing with the elderly lady in front of the younger generation.
She composed herself and smiled at Nan Zhiyi, asking, Do you need a hand? Are you managing okay?
No need. You should catch up with Grandma. You said on the way here you'd missed her terribly. Nan Zhiyi set down the fruit platter, speared a slice of pear with a toothpick, and offered it to the elderly lady.
Grandma, please try this.
Auntie said you love pears, so on the way here, she made me take a long detour to buy these at the orchard in the south of town. They're so fresh, just picked. This was her way of easing the tension between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The old lady clearly appreciated it.
A glance at Jiang Wenjun instantly melted away any lingering displeasure. She was satisfied with her daughter-in-law.
All these years since she married into the Mu family, there was nothing to falter about, no matter how you looked at it.
Though the Mu family held considerable prestige in Jiangcheng, they couldn't quite match the stature of the Jiang family in the capital. The gap was undeniable. Jiang Wenjun had essentially married below her station, a fact the matriarch understood well.
That's why, ever since her arrival, she had treated her like a beloved daughter. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had always been harmonious, with hardly any arguments. Days like today were rare. Though her daughter-in-law had spoken harshly, most of those harsh words were truthful. The matriarch understood her daughter-in-law's well-intentioned efforts. Only after Nan Zhiyi returned to the kitchen did the old lady sigh. Let's wait until Xiaoyi comes back to discuss this. You two can figure it out together. I'm getting old, my shoulders can't bear the weight of such matters anymore. From now on, I'll just pass the time with Yumo, making videos and doing live streams. That's all this life has left for me. Hearing her finally concede, Jiang Wenjun was overjoyed, nearly moved to tears. Clutching the old lady's arm tightly, Jiang Wenjun now resembled a vulnerable young girl seeking warmth by holding onto an adult's hand. Moved by the moment, the old lady gently ruffled Jiang Wenjun's hair. My dear, you've suffered these past years. Marrying into our old Mu family, you've endured so much hardship. Jiang Wenjun could no longer hold back her tears, and they streamed down her cheeks. It wasn't hardship, nor was it injustice. Marrying Qingtsang and meeting a mother-in-law like you are the greatest blessings of my life. The two women embraced each other, the atmosphere warm and tender. Truthfully, when Jiang Wenjun had just heard the old lady mention continuing the short videos with Su Yumo, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Su Yumo's feelings for Mu Tianye were obvious, but her son's heart clearly belonged to Nan Zhiyi. If the old lady continued to grow too close to Su Yumo, it could spell trouble down the road. However, since the old lady had just agreed to settle the accounts, it wasn't wise to provoke her further. Jiang Wenjun chose not to bring it up again, deciding to take things one step at a time. Though she kept quiet about it, she could still find other ways to give Nan Zhiyi a little boost. Jiang Wenjun retrieved the gifts she and Nan Zhiyi had brought, opening a bag to reveal a new outfit inside. Mom, try this on. Nan personally picked it out for you. You might not know, but she's an internationally renowned designer. Her taste is impeccable. The old lady could tell Jiang Wenjun was deliberately praising Nan Zhiyi, but she didn't call her out on it. She took the clothes with a smile, though she didn't go to try them on immediately. Suddenly, she remembered something. It had been days since she'd seen her eldest grandson. Wenjun, where's Xiaoyi? You've finally come back for a visit, yet that boy hasn't even come home to see you. He hasn't been home for days. Jiang Wenjun's heart skipped a beat. Her expression turned unnatural as she replied, I've already seen Xiaoyi. The old lady sensed she was hiding something, furrowing her brow slightly and asking what was going on. Jiang Wenjun couldn't bring herself to deceive the old lady. She steeled herself and told the truth. Xiaoyi ran into some trouble. He's at the city police headquarters now. Chapter 97, Perhaps Destiny. The old lady's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing her grandson was at the municipal bureau. Yet she showed no panic, scrutinizing Jiang Wenjun as she frowned and pressed. What exactly happened? Jiang Wenjun looked troubled. This matter involved Nan Zhiyi, and she didn't know how to explain it. Though it wasn't Nan Zhiyi's fault, the incident had indeed started because of her. If the old lady learned the full story, the favorable impression she'd worked so hard to build for Nan Zhiyi would likely vanish in an instant. Moreover, Mu Tianye's reluctance to leave the municipal bureau was also connected to that girl, Jiang Liqiu. If the old lady learned that inheriting the Jiang family estate required marrying an adopted daughter as a prerequisite, she would likely oppose it 1,000 times over. All the effort she'd put into persuading him to cover the debt would likely go down the drain. It's no big deal. Xiaoyi took me to Wanghai Tower for dinner, where we ran into some drunken troublemakers. In the heat of the moment, Xiaoyi lost his temper and hit one of them. The guy called the cops, and they took Xiaoyi away. Jiang Wenjun chose her words carefully, emphasizing the light and downplaying the heavy, hoping to gloss over the incident with a casual brush. The old lady narrowed her eyes, staring at her daughter-in-law, her face brimming with disbelief. Do you think I'm senile? If it wasn't serious, why would he still be locked up? Who did he fight for? Who did he hit? Experience speaks volumes. Her barrage of questions cut straight to the heart of the matter. Seeing she couldn't evade the truth, Jiang Wenjun recounted the entire incident in detail. After hearing it, the old lady frowned and glanced toward the kitchen, her expression darkening. I knew the moment I laid eyes on that girl she'd be trouble. There was no reproach in her tone, just a statement of fact. Fearing the matriarch might harbor resentment toward Nan Zhiyi again, Jiang Wenjun hastily defended her. Mom, you can't say that. Given the situation back then, even if it hadn't happened to Nan, Xiaoyi's fiery temper would have made him step in anyway. Besides, he only hit so hard because that you family brat disrespected Qingtsang and me. To be honest, it wasn't entirely because of Nan. Those people knew Xiaoyi before. When his father was alive, Xiaoyi always kept them in check. Now that the Mu family has fallen, who among them wouldn't want to kick Xiaoyi while he's down? They knew about Nan and Xiaoyi's past connection and used it as an excuse. It's all cause and effect. Ultimately, Nan was dragged down by Xiaoyi. These words weren't entirely biased toward Nan Zhiyi, more than half of them were true. The old lady sighed. I'm not unreasonable, but my gut tells me Xiaoyi will suffer more if he keeps tangling with this girl. Jiang Wenjun smiled bitterly inwardly. Who could argue with that? Not to mention, just looking at her own young mistress, she'd likely give this ill-fated pair a run for their money. There's nothing to be done about it. When fate intervenes, no amount of outside opinion matters. The old lady fell silent for a long while, no longer broaching the topic of whether Nan Zhiyi was suitable as a granddaughter-in-law. Instead, she asked another question Jiang Wenjun had been avoiding. The Yu family alone can lock your son up and refuse to release him? What else are you hiding from me? As in-laws, the old lady knew full well the depth of the Jiang family's resources. Even if they'd beaten up every spoiled brat in Jiangcheng, Jiang Wenjun had more than enough connections to ensure his son emerged unscathed. The real mystery lay here. With Jiang Wenjun already in Jiangcheng, how could he possibly stand by and watch his son languish in prison without lifting a finger? Unable to withstand the pressure in the old lady's gaze, Jiang Wenjun reluctantly revealed the truth about Jiang Liqiu.
Jiang Liqiu? The former darling of the Bo family? Jiang Wenjun nodded wearily. That's right. My father swore an oath at old Master Bo's grave that the heir of the Jiang family must marry Jiang Liqiu. It should have been a blessing. Liqiu, that girl, whether in looks or talent, was considered top tier among the beauties of the capital. But that little wild boar Shao just seemed to have lost his mind. He and his cousin were like oil and water, avoiding each other like the plague. I couldn't figure out what that kid was thinking either. The old lady couldn't fathom it either that there could be a woman in this world her precious grandson feared? Of course, neither she as grandmother nor Jiang Wenjun as mother fell into that category. Jiang Wenjun had waited so long for her son to return to the Jiang household. Fearing the old lady might overthink things and interfere, she quickly brushed the matter aside. Don't worry about Xiao Yi. I've already spoken with Secretary Yang, and the Yu family has agreed not to pursue the matter. Right now, Xiao Yi simply doesn't want to come out. If he wants to stay put, let him stay. We shouldn't interfere. Hearing this, the matriarch felt somewhat reassured, though she sensed the matter wouldn't be so easily swept under the rug. Whose child isn't precious? Her grandson had beaten someone so badly they ended up hospitalized. Did they really just drop it because the other party said so? It probably wasn't that simple. Still, she didn't press further. After all, her grandson was also a Jiang family heir. With the Jiang family watching over him, nothing too serious would likely come of it. In the kitchen, Nan Zhiyi bustled about the stove while Su Yumo helped by washing and preparing vegetables. On the surface, their relationship appeared harmonious, but beneath the surface, they were constantly competing. Miss Nan, have you cooked before? Can you tell salt from sugar? Maybe I should handle this? Su Yumo's voice was as sweet as ever, but Nan Zhiyi detected a hint of provocation. She skillfully tossed the vegetables with her spatula, offering a faint smile without turning her head. Since my sophomore year, every meal he's eaten has been made by me. If I can't tell sugar from salt, then Mu Tianye must have a taste deficiency. Su Yumo lowered her eyes, inwardly disheartened. She lost this round again. But she refused to be discouraged. Love didn't follow a strict order of precedence. She'd simply met Mu Tianye later than Nan Zhiyi had. Miss Nan, could you tell me about Brother Tianye's school days? Nan Zhiyi turned off the gas. A plate of stir-fried green peppers and pork strips was ready. Su Yumo craned her neck for a peek. It looked decent enough, presentable. Back in school, he was loaded a real ladies' man. Rich and handsome, with top grades to boot. Countless girls swarmed around him, each as young and pretty as you are now. Nan Zhiyi's lips curved into a smile as she spoke, washing the wok while preparing another dish. Have you washed the green beans yet? She turned to ask Su Yumo. Oh, they're done. Su Yumo handed over the prepared green beans and asked, what about you? Did you have a lot of people chasing after you too? Heating oil in the wok, Nan Zhiyi skillfully controlled the temperature as she casually replied, no, I was the ugly duckling. My family was poor, and I didn't stand out at school at first. She glanced at Su Yumo again. Pass me the garlic. Su Yumo promptly obliged. But he just happened to fall for this ugly duckling. Some things, I can't quite explain why. He was so dazzling, and I was so dull, yet we ended up together, madly in love. I guess that's fate, don't you think? Nan Zhiyi's words seemed to carry hidden meaning. She ended with a question, though she didn't expect any answer from Su Yumo. Whether it was fate or not, she would take control of her own destiny. Mu Tianye and Nan Zhiyi, whether destined or not, could only be together. They had to be together. Chapter 98, Am I a Fraud? Su Yumo watched Nan Zhiyi's retreating figure, setting aside subjective opposition to objectively admire her. She felt that this version of Nan Zhiyi truly deserved to be Tianye's partner. Were Mu Tianye and Nan Zhiyi truly destined? Su Yumo didn't dwell on the question. She could tell Nan Zhiyi wasn't one to believe in fate. This question was merely an excuse to convince herself to back down. With profound disappointment in her eyes, Su Yumo offered a sorrowful smile. It seemed her chance was gone. Miss Nan and Brother Tianye appeared inseparable, fused together like welded metal. Su Yumo was the type who could let go easily. Negativity lingered in her heart only briefly. Soon, she laughed it off with a carefree smile. What did it matter anyway? Love was never meant to be an equal exchange. You couldn't weigh giving and receiving on the same scale. Nor could you expect someone to love you back just because you loved them. It was only natural. No need to dwell on it. The future held endless possibilities. The story isn't over until the final curtain falls. Nan Zhiyi prepared a simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup, all homestyle fare, without fancy plating or decoration. It carried the rich, earthy aroma of everyday life. When the dishes hit the table, their down-to-earth simplicity felt like the very essence of what life should be. At the table, the elderly matriarch cast several lingering glances at Nan Zhiyi. She was someone who knew how to live life, not some pampered princess with her feet never touching the ground.
Throughout the meal, Nan Zhiyi frequently served Jiang Wenjun and the matriarch, while also warmly encouraging Su Yuma to eat more, ensuring she wasn't overlooked.
Jiang Wenjun raved about Nan Ziyi's cooking, repeatedly remarking how fortunate his son would be to have such a skilled cook in the future.
The matriarch's face softened into a kind smile, though mindful of Su Yumo's feelings, she restrained herself from showing it too openly. Instead, she thoughtfully piled extra meat into Su Yumo's bowl, urging her to eat more. Su Yumo did feel a bit uncomfortable inside. Nan Zhiyi acted so much like the mistress of this household. It wasn't that she lacked the ability to assert herself, she simply didn't want to. All beautiful things come hard-won, just like the bond between two people. No matter how much others might admire it, they shouldn't shatter that beauty. This innate kindness was part of Su Yumo's nature. She'd rather endure her own discomfort than cause trouble for others. Nan Zhiyi didn't continue targeting her either, instead showing her great tolerance and kindness.
A person's kindness is something others can always sense. Kind people deserve to be treated with kindness in return.
In the small courtyard outside the city, four women shared a table of food, enjoying a warm and cheerful meal. Meanwhile, at the municipal bureau, Mu Tianye encountered a bit of trouble. Jiangcheng stormed off in anger, leaving Mu Tianye behind.
However, she proved to be quite considerate. Worried that Mu Tianye might not adjust to the office meals, she specially ordered takeout and had it delivered to Jiang Pingchao's office. It was enough for two. Jiang Pingchao, benefiting from Mu Tianye's thoughtfulness, experienced the warmth of a little cotton jacket for the first time. But just as they were about to dig in, a minor incident occurred.
Someone came to the police station to report being scammed out of 200,000 yuan.
Jiang Pingchao recognized this as an economic fraud case.
While nationwide campaigns against telecom scams were gaining traction, Jiangcheng had yet to crack a single noteworthy case.
Jiang Pingchao had been fretting over this for days, dissatisfied that Jiangcheng's atmosphere was too good, so good that there wasn't even a single decent fraudster to show for it.
This had left him utterly disgraced in the national special evaluation. No cases meant a low clearance rate, a deadly situation. Fortunately, help arrived just when he needed it most. Though it was only a 200,000 yuan case, it was better than nothing.
Even a tiny mosquito is still neat. Big nephew, you eat first. I'll go see what's going on.
Ever since witnessing his daughter and Mu Tianye in the office that morning, Jiang Pingchao had affectionately switched to calling him Big Nephew. Mu Tianye was thoroughly exasperated by this, yet helpless to protest.
How could he explain it? There was simply no way to explain it. Uncle Jiang, go ahead with your work. Don't worry about me.
After exchanging greetings, Jiang Pingchao hurried out the door. He intended to personally oversee this case, determined to solve it as quickly as possible.
And indeed, it was quick. Jiang Pingchao left quickly and returned just as swiftly.
In less than 5 minutes, he returned to the office, his face frozen in utter bewilderment.
Nephew, is the family really in such dire straits? You'd resort to scamming for 200,000? Put. Mu Tianye spit out the mouthful of rice he'd just taken. Uncle Jiang, what are you talking about? He looked equally bewildered. How could Uncle Jiang treat him like a fraudster after just a few minutes away?
Jiang Pingchao frowned, staring at Mu Tianye for a moment before handing him a police report receipt. Read it yourself. His expression had already darkened. If Mu Tianye truly was this kind of swindler, he would never allow his daughter to continue seeing him. He would personally see to it that Mu Tianye faced justice.
Mu Tianye eyed the form suspiciously.
The contents were straightforward. A complainant had entrusted someone with handling a matter, providing 200,000 yuan in operational funds, only for the recipient to abscond with the money, vanishing without a trace.
Mu Tianye's pupils contracted slightly. This scenario felt eerily familiar.
Scanning further down, the suspect's name was listed as Mu Tianye, while the complainant's name was filled in as Chen Yang.
Holy! Mu Tianye's pupils, which had just contracted, suddenly dilated as he blurted out the name of a plant involuntarily. If you have any hidden circumstances, you'd better come clean now. Cases like this are currently a major crackdown target. If the evidence is solid, no one will be able to protect you then. Jiang Pingchao's expression was stern, his tone sharp and unyielding. Mu Tianye pressed his hand to his forehead and gave a wry smile. Uncle Jiang, this is a misunderstanding. Is the complainant still here? Bring him in. I'll explain everything clearly in front of you. Jiang Pingchao looked skeptical, as if afraid Mu Tianye might flee.
Instead of going out to fetch the man, he called his subordinate who had taken the report and ordered them to bring Chen Yang over.
Soon, Chen Yang arrived at the office.
Seeing Mu Tianye sitting calmly inside, he froze for a moment before his anger flared. Pointing angrily at Mu Tianye, he began to rant and rave.
You bastard, Mu Tianye! You're nothing but a fraud.
I trusted you so much, and this is how you repay me.
Do you still want the order?
Mu Tianye cut him off before he could finish, asking calmly.
Chen Yang froze again. What do you mean?
He hadn't been able to find Mu Tianye these past few days. No phone contact, no WeChat replies. He'd even taken old Zhao to search that small courtyard in the western suburbs, but found no one. Instead, they encountered a young maid. After explaining their business, the maid mistook them for con artists and chased them away with a broom. With no other options, Chen Yang had finally decided to report it to the police today. He never expected to see Mu Tianye so soon. Something happened these past few days. My old phone fell into the sea, and I've been busy with other matters since returning. I just haven't had a chance to contact you yet. Mu Tianye offered a casual explanation before asking, "Didn't Mr. Nan's assistant contact you?" Chen Yang shook his head blankly. No one did. Mu Tianye didn't seem surprised. Ding Yao was probably too busy these past 2 days to follow up on the matter. Nan Zhiyi had already made her decision. She would give Chen Yang a chance, and the order volume would be larger than before. However, the terms of the cooperation might be different. I've secured the order for you. If you want it, go find Mr. Nan's assistant yourself. I'll give you a contact later. But this cost me a lot of effort. The fee you originally offered is nowhere near enough. How you handle it is up to you. If I had the ability to secure this order, I also have the ability to make it fall through. Chapter 99, Deal Done? Mu Tianye wasn't trying to push his luck or extort more. He nearly lost his life accompanying Nan Zhiyi on that voyage. Asking Chen Yang to compensate him for emotional distress was only fair. Though his purpose in going out to sea wasn't to help Chen Yang secure the order, who cares? Let's just say it was. And now Chen Yang had reported him to the police as a fraudster. This made Mu Tianye feel his character had been insulted. So making Chen Yang cough up some cash wasn't too much to ask, right? Having justified his shamelessness internally, Mu Tianye grabbed the pen and paper from the table and swiftly scribbled down Ding Yao's new number. He handed it to Chen Yang, glancing at him sideways. Here. I'm tied up for the next few days. You handle the rest yourself. As for how well you negotiate it, well, that depends entirely on your own skills. Chen Yang took the number with a mix of skepticism and doubt. Mu Tianye added, but let me remind you, President Nan plans to significantly increase his investment in Jiangcheng this time. The share I secured for you far exceeds what you originally anticipated. If you have any sense of conscience, you should know exactly what to do next. Chen Yang's chubby face contorted with excitement, his hands trembling slightly beyond his control. I get it. If this is truly as you say, rest assured I won't shortchange you. After speaking, he felt uneasy. What if he left now and Mu Tianye turned his back and ran? Mu Tianye saw through his worry and gave a cold laugh. I'll be staying here for the next few days. If you don't believe me, ask Uncle Jiang. Chen Yang turned his gaze toward Jiang Pingqiao. Jiang Pingqiao pondered for a few seconds before nodding. It seemed that for now, Mu Tianye truly couldn't be allowed to leave. Only then did Chen Yang feel somewhat reassured. Alright, I'll contact Assistant Ding right away. As he turned to leave, Mu Tianye called him back. Wait, save my new number too. Next time you need something, just call me directly. He fumbled around his pockets but couldn't find his phone. Mu Tianye suddenly remembered that after he'd been taken to the police station, that brat Jiangcheng had confiscated his phone. Shaking his head helplessly, he picked up a pen and wrote down his new number for Chen Yang. We've worked together for years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Next time, don't be so impulsive. It's only because I'm easygoing that I'm not holding it against you. If it were someone else, not only would they have cancelled your order, but they'd also sue you for defamation. Mu Tianye complained indignantly. Yeah, it's my fault. I was definitely too impulsive. Little Mu, don't hold it against me. If this order goes through, I'll call you boss from now on. Whatever you say goes. Mu Tianye gave a forced smile, his lips twitching. Stop just talking the talk. Put some real action behind it, or else you'll be begging to be called sir later. Chen Yang dared say no more, nodding apologetically before slipping away like grease on his heels. After this pre-dinner interlude, once everyone had left, Mu Tianye turned to Jiang Pingqiao. Uncle, shall we continue eating? Let's eat. I knew it. My nephew isn't the type to stoop to petty theft over a measly 200,000 yuan. I questioned the report the moment I got to the station and even reprimanded the caller. Filing false reports wastes police resources, that's illegal. Jiang Pingqiao spoke with righteous indignation, as if he hadn't been the one questioning Mu Tianye moments before. Mu Tianye gave a perfunctory nod, not taking it to heart. Whether it was Chen Yang or Jiang Pingqiao, their reactions were perfectly human. There was no need to dwell on it. After lunch, Mu Tianye headed to Jiangcheng's office for a nap. Jiang Pingqiao didn't restrict his freedom. As long as it didn't interfere with the unit's normal operations, Mu Tianye was free to arrange his own schedule. Of course, restricted areas like the archives were off limits. The entire police station bustled with either busy officers, arrested criminals, or victims reporting crimes. Mu Tianye stood out as the odd one out, as if he were here on vacation. He wandered around in the morning, took a nap after lunch when he felt sleepy, and entered Jiangcheng's office as if it were his own bedroom. Yet no one dared voice any objections or even dare to think them aloud. Anyone with eyes could see that this gentleman had deep ties to Miss Jiang. He might even become her Prince Charming. At 3 in the afternoon, Chen Yang returned to the police station, his face glowing with a rosy flush, looking as though he'd just won the lottery. Mu Tianye was sound asleep when the commotion abruptly woke him, his morning grogginess still thick. Seeing Chen Yang's energetic state, he guessed the deal had likely been sealed. "Go get me a cup of coffee first." Mu Tianye ordered Chen Yang with a stern expression, as if commanding a servant. "Right away, Master Mu. I'll be right back." After Chen Yang left, Zhang Pingqiao, who had brought him over, looked astonished. It seemed this kid had actually pulled it off. He had discreetly asked Chen Yang about a deal worth at least several hundred million yuan. How had this kid casually torn off a piece of paper, scribbled down 2 phone numbers, and effortlessly sealed such a massive deal? The wealthiest families truly have their blessings. "A starving camel is still bigger than a horse," truly an apt saying. It seemed his foresight had indeed paid off. Matchmaking his daughter with this young man was undoubtedly a wise decision. Given her temperament, she was never destined for a long career in politics. But even a fallen aristocrat was still aristocracy. If she ended up with this young man, letting her daughter live a life of luxury as a wealthy wife wouldn't be so bad. As Zhang Pingqiao pondered these prospects, he seemed to forget Mu Tianye's current status, merely a corporate drone whose outward trappings bore no resemblance to a wealthy young master. Still, Zhang Pingqiao trusted his judgment. Which wealthy young master in Jiangcheng would dare lay a finger on Yu Lianchuan's son? The crucial point was that even after the beating, the Yu family had to actively seek reconciliation. What kind of background would it take to intimidate the Yu family like that? Just as Zhang Pingqiao was lost in his thoughts, Chen Yang returned, now holding 2 cups of coffee. Chen Yang was no fool either. Operating on Zhang Pingqiao's turf, he couldn't afford to show favoritism. A cup of coffee was the least he could offer. "Uncle, have some. Don't be so formal." Mu Tianye acted as if he owned the office, beckoning Zhang Pingqiao before pouring himself a cup and taking 2 hearty gulps. Zhang Pingqiao felt deeply gratified, sensing the concern his future son-in-law showed toward his father-in-law. Had Mu Tianye known what Zhang Pingqiao was thinking at that moment, he would have risked offending him to make Zhang spit out every drop of that coffee. This was no laughing matter, he already had more than enough romantic entanglements to deal with. The coffee tasted slightly bitter, with extra milk and less sugar. Though it was just a small cup of coffee, it was clear that Chen Yang had put thought into it. This was the flavor Mu Tianye preferred. "How is it? Not bad, right? I specifically called the office earlier to ask Aunt Lu about your coffee preferences." Chen Yang rubbed his hands together, eager to take credit. Aunt Lu handled logistics and cleaning at Pinshang, usually preparing the office coffee and tea. But Mu Tianye had only enjoyed this treatment for about a year when he first joined the company. His status was practically the same as hers. Mu Tianye nodded in satisfaction, glancing sideways at Chen Yang. "So, did you settle the matter?" Chapter 100, Visiting Hours. Finally hearing Mu Tianye address business matters, Chen Yang flushed with excitement. "It's settled very smoothly. I came specifically to inform you, Boss Mu. Since we'll be working together from now on, I'll need you to put in a good word for me with President Nan." Mu Tianye only caught half of what he said. Working together? What was that about? Previously, he'd been scraping by under Chen Yang's employ that should have been a subordinate relationship. After a moment's pause, Mu Tianye tilted his chin toward Chen Yang. "Spell it out for me." Without overthinking it, Chen Yang recounted every detail of his meeting with Ding Yao that day. It turned out Nan Zhiyi had directly acquired Chen Yang's company at a premium price. She planned to establish it as Tianye's first domestic subsidiary under her personal name, rebranding the former Pinshang. She offered Chen Yang a 5% stake and appointed him as the general manager of this branch. Ding Yao also required Chen Yang to promise that a sum of around 4 billion yuan would soon be transferred from overseas into the new company's account. She instructed him to use these funds to expand operations beyond the existing Pinshang Foundation. Specifically, this meant acquiring land, expanding the factory, and ramping up production. Regarding the working together, Chen Yang mentioned he had heard from Ding Yao that Mu Tianye was now the president's special assistant at Nan Zhiyi. Within Tianye's domestic branch, Mu Tianye held considerable influence. After hearing this, Mu Tianye didn't seem particularly pleased. Instead, he frowned thoughtfully. He hadn't expected Nan Zhiyi to move so swiftly. In such a short time, she had already begun transferring Tianye's overseas assets. 40 billion yuan, such a massive sum. How had she persuaded He Xingzhou to agree? Regardless of He Xingzhou's motives for agreeing to inject this capital into the domestic market, Nan Zhiyi's current actions were tantamount to playing with fire. The slightest misstep could ignite a conflagration that would consume her, leaving her with no chance of redemption. First, Tianye's brand hadn't been tested by the domestic market. To date, not a single Tianye flagship store existed in mainstream domestic shopping malls. If the brand failed to gain market acceptance, pouring such a massive sum into the new company could easily end up being a complete waste of resources. Even if the new venture thrives, using such substantial overseas funds under Nan Zhiyi's personal name leaves her vulnerable. Should He Xingzhou seize upon this, charging her with embezzlement or fraud, she'd be unable to clear her name. "Let me borrow your phone." Mu Tianye reached out to Chen Yan for his phone.
He had to warn Nan Zhiyi immediately she couldn't be allowed to act recklessly. He Xingzhou wasn't stupid. Such a large capital movement could easily hide something sinister. Chen Yang didn't know what Mu Tianye intended, but he quickly pulled out his phone and handed it over. Mu Tianye dialed Nan Zhiyi's number directly.
Zhang Pingchao, seeing that the two seemed to be discussing work again, felt it was awkward for him to stay. With a knowing glance, he excused himself and returned to his own office. But the conversation he'd just overheard between Chen Yang and Mu Tianye had left him stunned.
40 billion yuan? Could you even imagine? He hurriedly locked his office door from the inside and immediately called his wife. This golden son-in-law couldn't be let slip away.
He had to get his daughter to prepare a nourishing tonic soup right away, the same formula he always drank, and have her daughter bring it over for Mu Tianye when she took over the night shift. As he grew older, Zhang Pingchao increasingly felt his strength waning in certain areas. Fortunately, he'd obtained a potent medicinal broth through expert guidance. Its effects were remarkably potent, as he'd personally experienced. Mu Tianye was in his prime, the effects would surely be doubled. By then, the rice would be cooked, and they'd have 2 children within 3 years. While Zhang Pingchao and his wife plotted their grandchild plans, Mu Tianye dialed Nan Zhiyi's number.
Hello, who is this? Nan Zhiyi didn't have Chen Yang's number, so she answered with a formal inquiry. Zhiyi, it's me. Hearing Mu Tianye's voice, Nan Zhiyi was overcome with emotion. How are you? Are you out yet? Did they mistreat you in there? Where are you? I'll come pick you up right away.
Nan Zhiyi was so flustered she could barely get her words out, firing off a barrage of questions without pausing for breath. Mu Tianye rubbed his temples with a wry smile.
I'm still at the station. This is Chen Yang's phone. He went to see Ding Yao this afternoon and told me you acquired his company?
Learning Mu Tianye was still at the police station, Nan Zhiyi's excitement quickly cooled, replaced by deep concern and worry. Still, the fact that Mu Tianye could call meant his situation wasn't too dire. She felt slightly relieved and replied to Mu Tianye, yes, the contract was drafted a couple of days ago, but then one thing after another happened, and we didn't have time to finalize it.
Mu Tianye, such a large sum of money, how did you convince Xingzhou to agree? Have you considered that a move this big could easily cause major trouble? Don't worry, it'll be fine.
Besides, this was Xingzhou's idea. I'm transferring my overseas company shares to him and using my name to bid on Sangjian Pharmaceuticals' land back home. Part of this money is mine, and part is what Xingzhou gave me for the auction. But rest assured, Xingzhou apparently doesn't want the outside world to know that Yi family invested in Sangjian Pharmaceuticals' land. So all this money was transferred back under the guise of equity transfers.
He won't be able to trace it back later.
Nan Zhiyi's voice carried a hint of satisfaction.
Mu Tianye felt even more uneasy after hearing this. Although Nan Zhiyi had considered potential risks, there were still too many holes in the plan. The He family's sudden acquisition of Nan Zhiyi's overseas shares alone was highly suspicious. Then there was the move to have Nan Zhiyi bid for Sangjiang Pharmaceutical under her own name, a clear sign the He family saw the murky waters ahead and wanted her to be the sacrificial lamb. Has the contract been signed? Mu Tianye asked anxiously. I've already signed the electronic version.
Xingzhou will personally come to Jiangcheng in the next couple of days to have me sign the physical contract.
Nan Zhiyi replied truthfully.
Mu Tianye tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop, lost in thought.
After a long moment, he sighed.
He couldn't figure out what Xingzhou was up to in the short term. Nan Zhiyi had already stamped the contract, making it almost legally binding. It was too late to do anything now. He could only take things one step at a time.
The new company can't move too fast. You need to proceed steadily, step by step.
And regarding Sangjiang Pharmaceuticals, you absolutely must not get involved.
Understand? Mu Tianye's tone was stern, though it was unclear how much Nan Zhiyi had taken to heart. Got it. Anything else? I gotta go play mahjong with grandma. Nan Zhiyi suddenly grew impatient. Mu Tianye froze. Just moments ago she'd been so worried about him, and now she was annoyed already? Was mahjong more important than talking to him? Which grandmother?
Mu Tianye felt a twinge of irritation, his voice muffled as he asked.
Your grandmother. Nan Zhiyi replied in a crisp tone. Mu Tianye nearly slid off his chair. You're at my house? Yep, Auntie brought me here. Mu Tianye was speechless.
This was exactly the kind of thing his mother would do.
Did she even know Su Yumu was in his house? Huh, well, your place sure is lively. Mu Tianye sensed the conversation was spiraling out of control.
Before she could finish, he quickly made up an excuse and hung up.
I gotta go. Chen Yang's visiting hours are up. Chapter 101, Becoming a Laughingstock. Chen Yang took the phone back from Mu Tianye, utterly baffled. When did I come for a prison visit? Aren't you here for a police station tour, Mu Yi?
Without bothering to explain to Chen Yang, Mu Tianye leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs on the desk like a high-ranking official.
Get back to work. Be careful. If you screw up with Mr. Nan, you won't be able to recover from it. Mu Tianye offered a solemn reminder. Chen Yang nodded hastily. Got it. Rest assured, Mr. Mu. I'm no rookie in this business. I'll make sure the new company thrives. Mu Tianye sighed.
Times had changed.
With Chen Yang's old methods, forget about thriving, just breaking even would be a miracle. Are there any other arrangements regarding personnel appointments for the new company from Mr. Nan?
Yes. He's assigned a design team to join, and the legal and accounting staff are also his picks. Plus, he's appointed Assistant Ding as the company's executive director.
Mu Tianye felt considerably more at ease. Ding Yao's work capabilities were reliable. Alright, go ahead. Keep me updated on any new developments at the company. Mu Tianye waved him off.
Chen Yang exited the office and closed the door quietly.
Back in his office, Mu Tianye closed his eyes in deep thought, a persistent unease gnawing at his gut.
He pieced together recent events, sensing someone was plotting something big, yet couldn't pinpoint exactly where the trouble might strike. The bizarre surge in popularity of his grandmother and Su Yumo, Fujioza, and Yu Yang taking turns to provoke him after their chance encounter, Xingzhou's massive acquisition of Nan Zhiyi's shares, and now allowing Nan Zhiyi to strike out on her own.
Each incident seemed unrelated, yet Xingzhou's shadow loomed behind them all. What the hell is that bastard up to?
Meanwhile, at the He residence in Jiangcheng, Xingzhou stood behind He Junlin in the old patriarch's study. He placed the digitally signed contract with Nan Zhiyi's seal on the desk and reported on his work over the past 2 days. Father, I've liquidated all our overseas holdings. Using those funds, I acquired shares in Tianye under the guise of a foreign associate.
Tianye is now firmly under our family's control. We can transfer assets out through Tianye's accounts at any time.
He Junlin stared at the contract on the screen, nodding with satisfaction. Then, recalling a potential risk, he turned to look at his eldest son.
Many of our overseas assets were acquired through underground deals. Could that money cause problems?
Xingzhou smiled confidently.
Father, you needn't worry about that.
Not a single penny from the sale of those assets passed through our He family accounts.
It all went directly into Nan Zhiyi's account. Even if there were issues, they wouldn't involve our He family.
Hearing this, He Junlin burst into hearty laughter and nodded approvingly at his son. This was the son he valued, reliable and capable, unlike that good-for-nothing younger son who only brought trouble to the family. Xingzhou smiled politely, but inside, his heart was as cold as ice.
Father, laugh now. But mark my words, your time to weep will come.
The foreign investor who acquired Tianye was actually Xingzhou himself, operating under a secret overseas identity.
Once all the He family's assets were transferred to Tianye's name, it would mean the entire He family's fortune would flow into his own pockets.
Then he would watch He Junlin beg on the streets with his own eyes.
And that brother who disgusted and repulsed him? He would make him sleep rough too. As for Nan Zhiyi, it was somewhat regrettable. Did she think he didn't know she'd long planned to start anew?
Well, he'd grant her wish. That foolish woman was probably still in the dark, convinced he was showing great mercy by buying her shares at a premium. Little did she know, not a single penny of that money was clean. Let Nan Zhiyi take that money back to China for investments, and while she's at it, use it to make Mu Tianye sick over that Zhangjiang Pharmaceuticals affair. When the scandal eventually blows up, he'd step in as the savior. By then, he was certain Nan Zhiyi would have no choice but to submit to him. Everything that belonged to Mu Tianye, he would claim, including Mu Tianye's woman. During his years abroad, he'd had ample opportunities to seize Nan Zhiyi by force. But that wasn't what he wanted. He wanted Nan Zhiyi to serve him willingly, preferably right in front of Mu Tianye. Xingzhou's mind was filled with dark, malicious thoughts, yet He Junlin, seated before him, remained completely oblivious. The sudden attack on the He family's overseas business had left him unable to eat or sleep for days. Fortunately, his eldest son proved capable, resolving the matter swiftly and securing a new avenue for the He family. He Junlin felt immense satisfaction, utterly pleased with his eldest son. Xingzhou, while you're home these days, let's go fishing and brew tea together tomorrow in Nanjing. I've been craving that sour bamboo shoot tofu fish at the restaurant by Jibei Bridge for ages. Xingzhou looked troubled. Father, tomorrow probably won't work. Chen signed up for a dating show recently, and they're about to film in Jiangcheng. I plan to accompany him there. This overseas incident has somewhat affected our family's reputation within the industry. I intend to use this opportunity to invest in some title sponsorship for the show, doing some positive publicity for the He family. He Junlin felt disappointed at first, wishing he could relax with his son. But as he listened further, he nodded with satisfaction. Xingzhou, you always think ahead. Business comes first, go handle it. But keep a close eye on that good-for-nothing brother of yours. Don't let him disgrace the He family again. Xingzhou bowed his head in acknowledgement. Understood, father. But if you're craving that sour bamboo shoot and tofu fish from Jibei Bridge, why not let me have someone pack some up for you? He Junlin was deeply touched by his son's thoughtfulness, but he shook his head. That dish is all about the atmosphere. It just won't taste the same when packed up. Never mind. When you're done with your business, we'll find time to go together, just the two of us. Xingzhou nodded in agreement. Then I'll head back to work. We'll be leaving very early tomorrow morning, probably before you're up. So Chen and I won't be able to say goodbye in person. He Junlin's expression softened, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes as he gave his son a warm pat on the hand.
Go on, go on. A man's ambitions lie far and wide. Don't worry about home.
Take care of yourself out there, don't overwork yourself. He Chen listened in from outside the door, hearing every word clearly. His eyes flickered, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
What a touching display of fatherly affection and filial piety, truly enviable.
From start to finish, aside from being labeled a failure, it seemed as though nothing concerning the He family had the slightest connection to him in the eyes of that father and son. Noticing He Xingzhou about to leave, He Chen hurriedly slipped away on tiptoe. Yet the sneer on his lips only deepened, his heart filled with scorn. You've got some nerve, He Xingzhou, trying to hijack a dating show to boost the Yi family's reputation.
Ha! Think again.
This time, he would make the Yi family a laughingstock once and for all.
Chapter 102, Preparing Gifts for the Family.
He Xingzhou stepped out of the study. The moment he closed the door, his expression turned icy. All the respect and concern he'd just shown his father, He Junlin, had been pure pretense.
The entire He family meant nothing to him except for their money.
Soon enough, the He family's money would become his own. Then, he would never again have to put on that sickeningly obedient and sensible facade. Passing by He Chen's room, He Xingzhou paused briefly. Recalling how he had beaten He Chen mercilessly yesterday, like a beast of burden, he felt a surge of satisfaction. That sensation had captivated him. Seeing He Chen covered in bruises yet unable to cry out in pain brought an inexplicable satisfaction to He Xingzhou's twisted mind. They were blood brothers, yet from the moment He Chen was born, He Xingzhou had hated him with a venom that ran deep. Because the only mother who had ever cherished him had died in childbirth giving birth to He Chen. When they were young, He Junlin hadn't treated He Xingzhou well either, constantly beating and scolding him with extreme harshness. Back then, in the entire He family, only his mother cherished him deeply. Not only was He Junlin not a loving father, he was a scumbag who kept countless mistresses on the side. Yet He Junlin was cautious. He Xingzhou had investigated and found that while his father played around, he had no illegitimate children. His current wife bore him only one daughter, though she was still young. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, He Xingzhou would naturally inherit the Yi family estate in the future. But He Xingzhou refused to wait that long. The entire He family filled him with disgust. He couldn't wait for He Junlin to live out his days in peace before inheriting his fortune. He intended to strip He Junlin of everything with his own hands, making him wish he were dead. Because back then, while his mother's body was still warm, He Junlin brazenly brought his new lover into the family. After glancing at He Chen's door a few times, He Xingzhou felt his palms itch again, and urge to grip a whip surging within him. But he had no time for that now. He had prepared many surprises for Mu Tianye's family and had to deliver them immediately. Returning to his own room, He Xingzhou locked the door and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Hello, Editor Lu. How's the preparation of the items I requested coming along? A sleazy voice answered from the other end. He, young master he, rest assured. Everything's ready as you instructed, all explosive material. Once this news hits, that old hag will be utterly despised by everyone. He Xingzhou chuckled with satisfaction. Then let's go with noon tomorrow. I'll have someone send you some scandalous stories about young Master Mu from his school days later. Release them all together then. Don't skimp on the budget by plenty of traffic. Make sure these stories hit the trending charts. I'll transfer the money to your account afterward. If you handle this well, I'll reward you handsomely. Rest assured, young master he. Just watch the news unfold. It'll be flawless. He Xingzhou hung up, leisurely lighting a cigarette. As he exhaled slowly, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes, hidden behind the smoke. After spending so much to propel an old woman to internet stardom, it was finally time to close the net. The higher one climbs, the harder the fall. This time, he would ensure Mu Tianye and his family faced utter ruin. He raised a finger to rub his forehead, where a faint scar stretched about 3 inches long. He'd tried countless methods to make it less noticeable. Mu Tianye had left it there. He remembered the day a wine bottle smashed against his forehead, shattering into pieces, leaving him covered in blood. In full view of everyone, the esteemed young master of the Yi family had been beaten like a dog. Later, constrained by the other man's status, he had even been forced to bow his head and submit. He Xingzhou held grudges almost obsessively so. His attitude toward his father and younger brother made that abundantly clear. That minor friction with Mu Tianye had remained a thorn in his side ever since. Admittedly, that day he had been tempted by beauty, captivated by Nan Zhiyi's breathtaking looks, and had indirectly pressured his companions to get her to accompany them in drinking. He never expected it would involve Mu Tianye's woman that was beyond his calculations. But he Xingzhou, what woman couldn't he have? So what if she belonged to Mu Tianye? Sooner or later, she would become his plaything. Halfway through his cigarette, He Xingzhou narrowed his eyes and dialed another number. Have you found the person yet? Young master, she's been located. What should we do next? First, transport her secretly to Jiangcheng. Find a place to hide her until I give further instructions. Yes, sir. The other end received the instructions and ended the call decisively. He Xingzhou's lips curved into a faint smile, his gaze seeming to pierce through the room, distant and profound. He had made extensive preparations this time, surprises for Mu Tianye and the old lady, and even a gift for Nan Zhiyi. Designer Nan, you'd better play nice this time. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to tear you down from your pedestal myself. He Xingzhou murmured to himself, his voice tinged with danger. He had played an indispensable role in shaping Nan Zhiyi's current success. Destroying her with his own hands felt somewhat wasteful, but it didn't matter. An obedient Nan Zhiyi was far more useful to him than a famous one. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, pondered for a moment, then pulled up Fu Zhou's number and dialed. Young Master He, what are your instructions? After only 2 rings, the call was answered, followed by Fu Zhou's ingratiating voice. What's the status with Yu Yang? He Xingzhou asked casually, twirling his lighter. Not good. He's still unconscious. Fu Zhou answered honestly. He Xingzhou's hand paused mid-motion, his expression darkening. What an idiot, his answer was completely off the mark. Why would he care about the life or death of a worthless piece of trash like Yu Yang? He was asking about how Yu Yang's family was handling this matter. Suppressing his disgust, He Xingzhou composed himself. Fu Zhou still had some use, it wasn't time to kick him to the curb just yet. Has Yu Lianchuan made any moves? He asked patiently once more. Fu Zhou finally snapped out of it and hurriedly replied. Oh, I've looked into that too. Apparently Yu Lianchuan initiated reconciliation and decided not to pursue it. I don't know the specifics myself. He Xingzhou's brow furrowed sharply as he clenched the lighter in his hand. His instincts screamed something was off. Some big shot must have intervened. Otherwise, given the Yu family's temperament, they'd have gone all out to crush Mu Tianye in this situation. Suddenly, a phrase Mu Tianye had uttered in Nantai village flashed through his mind. Some people are more terrifying dead than alive. A chill ran down He Xingzhou's spine. Could it be that the Mu family truly had powerful patrons behind them? Was it Mu Qingson's network of connections? What immense stakes could possibly be involved that someone would still be willing to stand up for Mu Qingson's son so many years after his death? He Xingzhou was only half right. There was indeed someone backing the Mu family, but Mu Qingson's connections hadn't been activated yet. What about Mu Tianye? He Xingzhou concealed his inner shock and doubt, his voice calm as he pressed on. That kid seems to still be at the municipal bureau. I called Jiangcheng to ask, but she wouldn't give specifics. It sounds like Mu Tianye still has something hanging over him. Otherwise, if the Yu family isn't pursuing it, why would he still be held there? Fu Zhou couldn't begin to imagine that Mu Tianye was voluntarily staying there. Chapter 103, The Creditor Arrives. He Xingzhou's intelligence was clearly far superior to Fu Zhou's. If Mu Tianye truly had something on him, how could Yu Lianchuan pass up the chance to exploit it? The fact that the guy was stuck at the municipal bureau meant there was definitely something fishy going on. He Xingzhou couldn't figure out the specifics just yet, but it didn't matter. Since Mu Tianye wasn't coming out, he'd use this chance to send a little surprise to the old hag at his place. Those people I asked you to contact earlier, have you gotten in touch with them all? He Xingzhou asked casually. All set. 47 people in total, all creditors holding Mu family IOUs. I tallied it up, the total amount exceeds 200 billion. Fu Zhou provided a specific figure. He Xingzhou gave a cold chuckle. Good. Contact them and tell them to head over to the Mu residence for a little excitement. Say a wealthy businessman friend of the Mu family, who recently returned from studying abroad, is willing to settle their debts. He's there right now. First come, first served. Tell them to hurry. Mr. He, this. On the other end of the line, Fu Zhou felt a pang of unease upon hearing He Xingzhou's words. His fear of Mu Tianye ran deep in his bones. With Mu Tianye's case still pending, if he angered him beyond repair, wouldn't Mu Tianye come after him for his life once released? What? Do you have an objection? He Xingzhou's voice turned cold. No objections. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Compared to Mu Tianye, Fu Zhou feared He Xingzhou far more at this moment. Over half of the Fu family's current business operations relied on the He family's backing. Offending He Xingzhou would instantly sever the Fu family's financial lifeline. Gritting his teeth, Fu Zhou agreed to the task, yet He Xingzhou remained unsatisfied. Find a reliable person to infiltrate them, preferably someone with a grudge against the Mu family. Once inside, stir up trouble and make a big mess of things. Fu Zhou's heart sank, but he dared not protest. All he could do was obey without question. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. After making several calls in succession, He Xingzhou stretched lazily, a hint of weariness in his voice. Intrigue and underhanded schemes were, after all, physically demanding work. Tossing his phone onto the coffee table, He Xingzhou absent-mindedly flicked his lighter on and off, repeating the motion without purpose. Tomorrow promised to be a spectacular day. The entire internet would be flooded with negative news about Mu Tianye and his grandson. Just thinking about it filled He Xingzhou with excitement. What excited him even more was the likelihood that Nan Zhiyi would come begging for his help. He had deliberately instructed Fu Zhouze to arrange for creditors to cause a scene at the Mu residence precisely because he knew Nan Zhiyi was currently with that old woman. With debts exceeding 20 billion yuan, Nan Zhiyi would be utterly powerless to help, even if she wanted to. Once she learned of the Mu family's staggering debt, Nan Zhiyi might well distance herself from Mu Tianye. And with so many creditors closing in, who else could rescue her but him? Then, appearing as her savior and whisking her away, Nan Zhiyi would surely be eternally grateful. Wouldn't it be possible for her to pledge herself to him? He Xingzhou grew more and more excited as he thought about it, unable to suppress a loud laugh. When one is in high spirits, it's only natural to seek company to share the joy. He picked up a remote control and pressed the service button. Soon, a servant's voice came through the speaker. "Young master, what are your instructions? Bring the second young master here. I have something to discuss with him." With the important matter settled, he now had all the time in the world to teach Yichen how to respect his elder brother. Mu Tianye had spent a tedious day at the municipal bureau and was now killing time playing chess with Jiang Pingqiao in his office. Jiang Pingqiao, sitting across from him, was distracted, making several poor moves and glancing at his phone to check the time every so often. Mu Tianye made a central cannon checkmate move and looked up at Jiang Pingqiao. "Is there an urgent matter, uncle? If so, you should go ahead. I can manage here." Nothing. I was just checking the time." "What time is it already? Why hasn't Jiangcheng come to relieve me yet?" Jiang Pingqiao put away his phone and casually moved a rook. He was genuinely anxious. It was long past closing time, yet Jiangcheng still hadn't arrived for her shift. He wondered if the soup his mother had been stewing at home was even ready. Dinner time had long passed. Worried Mu Tianye wouldn't have room for soup after eating, Jiang Pingqiao had been starving alongside him, eagerly awaiting his daughter's meal delivery. Just then, the office door burst open from the outside. Jiangcheng entered, her pretty face solemn and her clothes dusty from the journey. She slammed the lunchbox onto the chessboard. "Gentlemen, please eat." Seeing his daughter appear, Jiang Pingqiao rose with a sigh of relief. "Jiangcheng's here. You stay and eat with Xiaoyi. I have a business meeting to attend, so I'll be leaving first." Jiang Pingqiao spoke before striding out of the office, giving his daughter a meaningful wink. Jiangcheng, puzzled, huffed indignantly, "Old Jiang, Mom spent the whole afternoon stewing soup for you, and now she's just brought it over, and you're leaving for another meeting? Give it to Xiaoyi to drink." With that, he turned and slammed the office door shut. By the time Jiangcheng reacted, her father had vanished. Jiangcheng muttered under her breath, then turned around and froze in place. There sat Mu Tianye, having slurped down the entire bowl of soup. He wiped his mouth with a satisfied look, still craving more. "I gotta say, your mom's soup is pretty damn good. Rich aroma, and it really perks you up. I feel refreshed and alert now." Jiangcheng opened her mouth, then stomped her foot in frustration after a long moment. "Are you some kind of starving ghost reincarnated? You'll shove anything into your mouth?" She knew exactly what kind of soup this was. She thought her mother had stewed it for old Jiang, only to discover Mu Tianye had drunk every last drop. "What's the big deal? Did you put arsenic in it or something? It's just some herbs. Now that I drank it, you're upset?" Mu Tianye opened the other food boxes without waiting for a response, muttering under his breath, "Stingy bastard," before diving into his meal with gusto. Jiangcheng gave a cold chuckle, folding her arms as she sat across from him. "You're just asking for it. You'll regret this later." Mu Tianye shrugged indifferently and politely asked, "Have you eaten yet? Want to grab something together?" Jiangcheng didn't respond, just glared at him with a cold smile. "Seriously?" Mu Tianye silently cursed under his breath, ignoring her as he buried his head in his food. In the small courtyard of the western suburbs, just after dinner, Nan Zhiyi and Su Yumu were washing dishes in the yard. Suddenly, over a dozen cars pulled up outside the gate. A large, aggressive crowd poured out, jostling each other as they rushed toward the entrance, shouting demands like "Pay us back" and "Give us our money." Startled, Nan Zhiyi and Su Yumu stopped what they were doing and stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss. Jiang Wenjun, who was inside chatting with the elderly woman, frowned upon hearing the commotion outside. She recognized the voices as creditors coming to collect. "Mom, please sit tight for a moment. I'll go check it out." Just as she rose, the old lady pressed her hand down. "I'm not dead yet. Why should you be the first to take the bullet?" The old lady sighed, slowly rising to her feet. She straightened her back and walked out with measured steps. Jiang Wenjun watched her mother-in-law's frail figure retreating into the distance, a pang of sorrow welling up inside her. There was no time for sentimentality. She hurried to catch up with the old lady. Chapter 104, Why Officer Fu Again? Seeing the old lady and Jiang Wenjun appear, Nan Zhiyi and Su Yumu finally calmed their nerves. They hurried over to the old lady's side, standing obediently nearby with worried expressions. The old lady glanced at the debt collectors nearly crowding the gate, frowned, but said nothing. Turning to Nan Zhiyi and Su Yumu with a gentle smile, the old lady asked softly, "Didn't scare you, did it?" The two girls shook their heads repeatedly. They were frightened, after all. Being young and inexperienced, they'd never encountered such a scene before. "Don't be afraid. Grandma is here. You two go inside and wait for a moment. Once grandma has handled this matter, I'll come out and chat with you. The old lady remained composed, seemingly untroubled by the thunderous clamor of debt collectors outside the courtyard. The two girls shook their heads again, standing their ground with unwavering resolve. At this moment, whoever took a step back would forfeit their eligibility to compete for the position of the Mu family's granddaughter-in-law. Moreover, Nan Zhiyi and Su Yumu were no ordinary women. They weren't the type to flee the battlefield. Pay up now. Old Mrs. Li, you must settle my debt today. Pay me back first. I won't charge interest, just return the principal. My wife is still in the hospital and we can't afford the surgery. Auntie Li, please have mercy and pay me back first. Creditors crowded around the doorway, each clutching handwritten IOUs from the old woman, shouting at the top of their lungs. The old woman's gaze remained calm, not uttering a word. Their faces twisted into fierce expressions, but compared to the Japanese soldiers she killed on the battlefield, these men were mere children. They couldn't intimidate her. Her silence stemmed from their deafening clamor. At her age, she lacked the volume to match their shouting. She let them rant for a while, knowing they'd tire themselves out and eventually quiet down. There was another reason. The old woman sensed something was off about today's situation. She actually had some secret savings, and she had been faithfully transferring interest payments to them every month. After so many peaceful months, why had these people suddenly descended en masse to block her door today? And behind those creditors were people who looked like reporters, snapping photos non-stop with their cameras. This looked like a carefully orchestrated, organized, and premeditated scheme, definitely not a coincidence. With her keen eyes and sharp ears, the old woman spotted several agitators stirring up trouble in the crowd. One of them was none other than Fu Yuan, the police officer who had recently harassed her and her granddaughter at the night market. But how could Fu Yuan, a public servant, personally get involved in something like this? The old woman frowned in deep thought, inwardly sensing that today's situation was rather tricky. Jiang Wenjun also sensed something was amiss. She shot a cold glance at the debt collectors, her eyes brimming with disgust and contempt. To put it bluntly, these people had once eagerly sought out Mu Tianye with their money, hoping to invest. Many among them were friends he had known during his humble beginnings. When Mu Tianye started his business, some had extended a helping hand. Later, when Mu Tianye became the richest man, he didn't forget these people. He used investments to let them gain the highest profits with the least amount of money. Otherwise, given the Mu family's wealth at the time, would Qi Hui have even bothered with such paltry investments? Don't be fooled by the promissory notes these people hold, which often run into hundreds of millions or even billions. In reality, their actual investment back then was no more than tens of millions or even millions. Moreover, during the years when the Mu family was thriving, these people had already reaped returns many times over. After Mu Tianye's death, however, these individuals shamelessly brandished their original investment contracts, demanding settlement of their investments through profit sharing based on the total assessed value of the Mu family's assets. The old lady knew some of them were her son's benefactors back in the day. Not wanting to burn bridges, and with her son's funeral pending and the police refusing to get involved, she reluctantly agreed to a compromise. In Jiang Wenjun's view, these debts were arguably optional to repay. Even if repayment were required, it should only be based on the original investment amounts. All those years of dividends paid to them might as well have been thrown to the dogs. After shouting themselves hoarse for a while, the men finally quieted down, their voices fading away. The old woman then took a few steps forward, reaching the courtyard gate. Jiang Wenjun, Nan Zhiyi, and Su Yumu followed closely behind her. The old lady halted, calmly scanning the crowd. Among them, a figure lurked furtively, yet her gaze locked onto him. This gentleman appears to be Officer Fu? The old woman asked indifferently. Fu Yuan hadn't expected the old woman's eyes to be so sharp. She'd spotted him instantly. His gaze darted nervously, and he lowered his head, saying nothing. The old lady smiled. I don't recall my son owing you any money. Or have I grown senile and forgotten? No mistake. I just happened to be passing by and came to see the commotion. Fu Yuan stammered in explanation, offering an awkward smile before turning to leave immediately. Behind him, a reporter aimed a camera and snapped several photos. Fu Yuan's face darkened. He raised his hand to shield his face and took off running, his feet practically slipping oil beneath him. But he didn't get far. Like a rat in a sewer, stinking to high heaven, he hid nearby and watched. It was precisely because of that incident at the night market last time that he'd lost his job. Now he was an unemployed vagrant. If it weren't for the Fu family stepping in to smooth things over, he might have ended up behind bars. In his years as a cop, his rank was never high, but he'd done his share of unscrupulous deeds. Now that he was jobless, instead of reflecting on his actions, he harbored resentment toward Mu Tianye and his grandson. The reason Fu Jiuzhe could gather so many of the Mu family's creditors this time was because Fu Yuan had used his old connections to pull up their information. Fu Yuan was delighted when Fu Jiuzhe asked him to bring these creditors along and fan the flames at the right moment. He intended to witness the Mu family cornered into desperation by this mob. Little did he expect that the moment they met, the old woman would expose his true identity. But it didn't matter. The real show was yet to come. Seeing Fu Yuan leave, the old woman paid him no mind. He was merely a clown, insignificant. Turning back, she composed herself, ready to negotiate with these people calmly. But Jiang Wenjun suddenly grabbed her hand.
Mom, let me handle this.
The old lady's lips twitched as she looked at Jiang Wenjun. Seeing her daughter-in-law's resolute expression, she suddenly felt at ease.
Very well. I'm getting old. I won't meddle in this matter. You handle it.
Though she had been stubborn all her life, her sudden yielding wasn't due to age. Her grandson was grown now. She couldn't let her own petty pride and desire for dignity continue to hold him back. All this had to come to an end. She knew her daughter-in-law's capabilities. With her stepping in, resolving the matter wouldn't be difficult.
Nan Zhiyi and Su Yumu stepped forward, each taking an arm of the elderly woman as they stood silently beside Jiang Wenjun.
Jiang Wenjun gave them a knowing smile before turning back to the group of debt collectors. Her gaze had turned utterly cold.
Chapter 105, 3-Day Deadline.
Meeting Jiang Wenjun's piercing gaze, everyone felt a chill run down their spines.
This Mrs. Mu was no pushover like the old woman.
Before Jiang Wenjun could speak, a balding middle-aged man plucked up his courage and blurted out. She divorced Mu Tianye ages ago.
How dare she meddle in the Mu family's affairs?
Jiang Wenjun's pupils narrowed slightly, a cold smile curling her lips. Finally, a fool had walked right into her trap. The bald man felt his scalp tingle under her gaze, his earlier bravado instantly deflating. Before Jiang Wenjun could make a move, he shrank his neck and backed away, head bowed.
Jiang Wenjun sneered. Such an opponent was utterly boring.
Beside her, Nan Zhiyi and Su Yume secretly admired her, overwhelmed by Jiang Wenjun's imposing presence. In her place, they doubted they could silence someone with just a glance. Divorce is one matter, but she is my grandson's biological mother.
Do you think she has no right to concern herself with the Mu family's affairs?
The old lady remarked lightly. The people across from her fell silent. Jiang Wenjun kept her gaze fixed on the balding man who had just spoken up. After a moment's thought, she smiled faintly.
You're Lu Quan, right?
In the building materials business. Your operation isn't huge, but your appetite sure is. If I recall correctly, back then you were the one scrambling around with 2 million, begging Ching-sung for 2 months before he finally agreed to let you buy in. Over the years, the dividends you've gotten from the Mu family must be well over 50 million, right? How much does the Mu family owe now? Did you bring the IOU? Let me see it. Lu Quan swallowed hard, plucking up his courage. Dividends are dividends, but we're shareholders. Since the Mu family's business failed, they should compensate us according to our shareholding ratio.
Jiang Wenjun chuckled. Shareholders? Do you even know how much a single Mu family stock was worth back then? With your measly investment, you dare call yourselves shareholders? Her expression turned icy at this point. Let's be clear, when Ching-sung agreed to let you invest, he was just tossing you a bone. Yet you repay kindness with betrayal. Not only do you show no gratitude, but you come bullying his widow and orphan while his body is still warm. Even a dog has more conscience than you. Lu Quan flushed crimson, speechless. Jiang Wenjun intended to make an example of him and had no plans to let him off the hook. Since you brought up shares, let me explain the principle clearly. Investment means bearing your own profits and losses. With the Mu family bankrupt, you claim to be a shareholder, but demanding repayment now is inappropriate. Not only that, you must assume partial liability for repayment limited to the amount you invested. Go prepare yourself, my lawyer will contact you shortly. Lu Quan listened, his eyes wide and mouth gaping so wide he could fit an egg inside. He had come to collect a debt, yet Jiang Wenjun had turned him into the debtor with just a few words. He desperately wanted to argue, but some things were etched in stone by the law. As a CEO himself, Lu Quan knew a thing or two about the law. He dared to come collect because he figured the old woman was clueless about legal matters. But today, he'd met his match. He wanted to leave immediately, planning to return after Jiang Wenjun departed. As if reading his mind, Jiang Wenjun offered a faint smile. Some things can't be avoided. You have 2 days to prepare the money. Return every single penny you've taken from my mother-in-law over the years. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make you rot in prison. Lu Quan's face drained of color, his heart pounding with terror, though he refused to believe Jiang Wenjun had such influence. Who are you trying to scare? This is pure nonsense. You owe money and now you're playing the righteous card? Fine, we'll settle this in court. Lu Quan spat out a few threats, then stormed off, head thrown back in anger. He appeared defiant, but in truth, he fled in panic. Jiang Wenjun remained unfazed, a smile playing on her lips as if everything was under her control. She paid no attention to Lu Quan's departure, instead withdrawing her gaze to survey the remaining people once more. What I just said to Lu Quan applies to all of you as well. Those who came here under the guise of investing to collect debts, go prepare your money now. Pay back exactly what you invested, plus every penny you've taken from my mother-in-law over the years. You have 3 days to get it ready, down to the last cent, otherwise, you'll be eating prison food. Some began to retreat at her words, while others remained stubborn, convinced Jiang Wenjun was merely bluffing. After waiting a while and seeing few depart, Jiang Wenjun sighed and pulled out her phone to make a call. Xiao Liang, in the drawer of my office desk, there's a file.
Immediately file lawsuits against the names and amounts listed inside, in my son's name. After giving these simple instructions, Jiang Wenjun hung up and stared expressionlessly at the anxious faces before her. It didn't matter if they didn't believe her words would soon be proven true. The Jiang family had the finest legal team in the entire capital. Their efficiency in handling such matters would astonish everyone involved. As for the approach to handling this matter, it was actually a plan Mu Tianye had devised long ago. The document in Jiang Wenjun's office had been prepared and handed to her by Mu Tianye long ago. The reason it had been delayed until today was precisely because of this. This was Mu Tianye's intention. He deliberately allowed these self-proclaimed creditors to come and cause trouble every other day for 3 days straight, precisely to prevent Mu Qingsong's case from being swept under the rug. If even the debts vanished, Mu Qingsong would soon be forgotten by the world. Mu Tianye had been investigating his father's affairs, so he couldn't allow Mu Qingsong's name to vanish completely from public view. The reason Jiang Wenjun decided to settle this matter today was that she had uncovered some leads through her own investigations. She no longer needed to resort to such methods to keep the name Mu Qingsong in the spotlight. She also understood that her seemingly impulsive and rebellious son had been quietly working behind the scenes. He had likely uncovered something significant, which explained why he had recently stopped keeping a low profile and stirred up so much trouble. Her son, the child of Jiang Wenjun and Mu Qingsong, was no idle, impulsive fool waiting to die. Even that incident at the night market, where Mu Tianye deliberately escalated the situation, forcing the old lady to reveal her identity as a last resort. Jiang Wenjun suspected it was all orchestrated by her cunning son. His goal was to draw the attention of certain individuals within the military. Regaining her composure, Jiang Wenjun scanned the crowd. Her expression softened as she noticed several figures at the front, their hesitant faces gradually relaxing. These individuals must have borrowed money from you after Qingsong ran into trouble, correct? The individuals hastily nodded, briefly explaining the origins of their debts. Jiang Wenjun smiled gently. My apologies for the delay in settling your debts due to certain circumstances. Could you please provide me with the exact amount and your payment account? I'll arrange the transfer immediately. Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged. Interest will be calculated at the highest applicable rate. Chapter 106, Differential Treatment. After hearing Jiang Wenjun's words, the group exchanged glances. Half believing, half doubting, they handed over the IOUs to Jiang Wenjun along with their payment account details. Jiang Wenjun examined them carefully. Unlike the others, these promissory notes bore Mu Qingsong's own signature. Seeing the familiar handwriting, Jiang Wenjun felt a mix of emotions welling up inside her eyes slightly reddening. These were loans Mu Qingsong had reluctantly taken from these individuals during the Mu family's most difficult times, solely to pay the workers' wages. 7 creditors in total, amounting to 650 million yuan. Mu Qingsong was that kind of man. He would rather shoulder everything himself than burden his wife, who shared his bed, with his troubles. As she examined these IOUs, Jiang Wenjun confirmed another truth: her and her son's suspicions were correct. Mu Qingsong absolutely did not die by jumping off a building. With his own debts unpaid, how could such a proud man possibly choose suicide? Taking a deep breath to suppress all other emotions, Jiang Wenjun smiled faintly. Please wait a moment. She then photographed each IOU and the corresponding payment account numbers before sending them to the Jiang family's butler. After finishing, she called the butler. Uncle Zhong, I just sent you these accounts. Please arrange for the funds to be transferred to them immediately according to the amounts listed. Understood, Mississippi. The reply came as crisply as ever, nothing but obedience, not a single unnecessary question. Another 10 minutes passed before the crowd suddenly grew restless. Those who had come to collect debts started receiving calls one after another, but the messages varied. Some received confirmation calls from the bank about the transfers, while the majority received court summonses. This was Jiang Wenjun's style. What she said, she did. Those who received the money were overjoyed. They had thought the funds were lost forever, only to be surprised by this windfall. The interest rate was so high it rivaled investment dividends. They suddenly felt a bit awkward. If it weren't for their solid relationship with Mu Qingsong, he wouldn't have extended a helping hand when the Mu family faced crisis. Yet the sum was substantial, and they couldn't bear the thought of it going to waste. So when they heard a wealthy returnee was willing to settle the Mu family's debts, they came along hoping for a chance. To their astonishment, they actually returned home with a windfall. Mrs. Mu, it's been 3 years since we last met, and I never imagined you'd thrive so well abroad. Hundreds of millions transferred in minutes. The speaker was a refined middle-aged man. Jiang Wenjun had once accompanied Mu Qingsong to a meal with him. He ran a gaming company and went by the name Fang Jingmen, a rather gender-neutral moniker. Hearing his words, Jiang Wenjun couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Overseas development? She couldn't help but ask. Fang Jingmen, seeing the confusion on Jiang Wenjun's face, paused in surprise. Didn't Mrs. Mu go abroad for business these past years? We received word today that a wealthy businessman returning from overseas intends to repay the Mu family's debts, so we rushed over.
Otherwise, no matter how poor we are, we wouldn't dare trouble the old lady. After all, when Brother Mu was alive, he showed us all great kindness. He offered a rough explanation, his face tinged with embarrassment. Still, what he said was true. This was their first time personally demanding repayment. They hadn't participated in any of the previous instances when debt collectors had besieged the Mu residence. Jiang Wenjun pondered briefly, glancing sideways at Nan Zhiyi. He noticed she too was deep in thought. Both were sharp-witted women. From Fang Jingmin's words, they quickly grasped the crucial detail: this so-called wealthy returnee was most likely referring to Nan Zhiyi. This meant the matter was directed at Nan Zhiyi. Jiang Wenjun understood this in her heart, yet her expression betrayed nothing. Mr. Fang, you're overreacting. Debt repayment is only fair. In fact, I should be thanking you on behalf of Jiangcheng. If not for your generous assistance back then, the workers under Jiangcheng might have been left destitute. Fang Jingmin and his companions sighed with emotion, inwardly admiring Mu Tianye as a true man of honor and his ex-wife as a woman who stood shoulder to shoulder with any man. I have matters to attend to today and can't host you properly. Let's find another time when I can host a banquet with my son to express our gratitude. Jiang Wenjun exchanged a few polite words, but her intention was clear: it was time to see them off. Those who had received court summonses lingered stubbornly, and she still had work to attend to. Fang Jingmin and the others were perceptive enough to take the hint and bid their farewells without lingering. I assume you've all received the court summons. You may leave now. Remember, I'm giving you only 3 days. No exceptions. Jiang Wenjun's icy tone shattered their last shred of hope. Her words left no room for negotiation. Helplessly, they gradually dispersed. They felt like they'd lost more than they'd gained. Had they not been so shamelessly greedy, Jiang Wenjun wouldn't have taken such drastic measures to eliminate them completely. They had only themselves to blame for digging their own grave. Mu Tianye was dead, yet they still sought to profit from his misfortune. After dismissing those men, the four returned indoors. The old woman, now free of debt, looked lighter, her wrinkles seeming fewer. Wenjun, it's all thanks to you. This old woman suffered because I didn't know the law, letting these people hassle us for so long. The old woman clasped Jiang Wenjun's hand, her voice heavy with emotion. Jiang Wenjun smiled and shook her head, saying nothing. The matter could have been resolved long ago, but her son had refused. And even if she had suggested it earlier, the old lady might not have agreed to such a solution. After all, those people had been close associates of Mu Tianye during his lifetime. The old lady cherished those old ties and didn't want to sever her son's friendships. This only emboldened those individuals, making them even more arrogant and demanding. These words couldn't be shared with the old lady, lest she take it to heart. Jiang Wenjun glanced casually at Nan Zhiyi, noticing her distracted state, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The old lady had been right about one thing: this girl really was a handful. But it didn't matter. Her son liked her, after all. If it became a big problem, then as his mother, she would have to take the fall for him. Nan, are you tired? Why don't you go rest in Xiaoye's room for a bit? Jiang Wenjun asked with concern. She feared the old lady might notice Nan Zhiyi's preoccupied state and, combined with what Fang Jingmin had just said, connect today's events to Nan Zhiyi. Jiang Wenjun sensed that her son and this girl were destined to be entangled yet distant. She didn't want the old lady to develop a prejudice against her. This was her way of protecting Nan Zhiyi. Nan Zhiyi snapped back to reality, her expression flustered as she opened her mouth to refuse. But catching the hint in Jiang Wenjun's eyes, she suddenly understood. At the same time, she was genuinely curious: what exactly did Mu Tianye's room look like after living there for 3 years? Oh, I didn't sleep well last night. I am a bit tired. Nan Zhiyi responded in line with Jiang Wenjun's words. The old lady observed everything silently, sighing inwardly but keeping her thoughts to herself. She patted Nan Zhiyi's hand affectionately. If you're tired, go rest. Don't be shy, make yourself at home. Nan Zhiyi's eyes reddened slightly, yet her heart surged with excitement. Treat this as my own home? Was the old lady accepting her? Not wanting to show her emotional shift, Nan Zhiyi nodded lightly and hurried into Mu Tianye's room. Chapter 107, A Bunch of Good-for-Nothings. Watching the closed door, the old lady withdrew her gaze and shot Jiang Wenjun a meaningful look. Jiang Wenjun let out a helpless, bitter smile. The old lady truly was a shrewd one. Nothing escaped her notice. With Su Yumo present, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law chose not to dwell on the matter. Su Yumu, however, stared blankly at Mu Tianye's room, a faint sense of loss settling in her heart. She had stayed here for 2 days yet hadn't once dared to enter Mu Tianye's room. Last night, she had slept alongside the old lady. She never expected that the moment Nan Zhiyi arrived today, the old lady would send her to rest in Mu Tianye's room. A deep ache welled up inside her, yet she knew that among these 4 people, she truly was the only outsider. Seeing her distracted state, the old lady couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. But there was no other way. She had deliberately phrased it that way. Some matters couldn't be muddled through. If they weren't sorted out early, the trouble would only grow worse, and in the end, the wounds would be deeper. Yumo, are you tired? Why don't you come sleep in Grandma's room for a while? I treat you like my own granddaughter. If you exhaust yourself, it would break my heart. She couldn't treat them equally. There was a difference between a biological granddaughter and a beloved granddaughter-in-law.
The old lady reached out to stroke Suyumo's cheek, her affection tinged with guilt. Suyumo snapped back to reality, forcing a smile as she shook her head.
I'm not tired, Grandma. You chat with Auntie. I'll edit the video we shot yesterday.
She walked off alone, pulled out her tablet, and began editing the footage with focused concentration. Outwardly, she appeared composed, but inwardly, her heart felt barren like a backyard swept bare by autumn winds, desolate and bleak. The old lady and Jiang Wenjun exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and heartache. It was all that scoundrel Mu Tianye's fault, playing the field and causing so much trouble. Not far from the small courtyard, Fu Yuan had never left. Hiding in the shadows, he watched as Jiang Wenjun swiftly dismissed those men with thunderous force. His heart burned with both urgency and fury. He had promised his nephew, Fu Jiuzhe, that this time, he would make a big scene. He was determined to make that old woman from the Mu family suffer. He harbored resentment toward the old woman, and this hasty, lackluster conclusion, all thunder and no rain, clearly fell short of his desired effect. This couldn't be the end of it. He had to stir up more trouble. As dusk fell, Fu Yuan patiently concealed himself in his hiding spot, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment to strike with his poisoned fangs. At the He residence in Yunqing, He Xingzhou waited anxiously for news from Fu Jiuzhe's side. During the wait, he summoned He Chen to his room and dealt him a severe beating. His preferred method remained unchanged, venting his hatred with a whip. He Chen lay on the floor, bound like a prisoner, his clothes whipped to tatters. Blood seeped through the fabric, making him look utterly pitiful. He dared not lift his head, burying his face in the dirt, terrified that He Xingzhou would see the stubborn defiance and hatred in his eyes. He Chen also enjoyed whipping others, a habit he'd likely picked up from He Xingzhou. His phone suddenly rang. He Xingzhou shot a look of disgust at He Chen, who lay like a dead dog. He tossed the whip aside, picked up the phone, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and pressed the answer button absent-mindedly. How's the job going? He Xingzhou asked lightly. Mr. He, we've hit a snag. Those creditors are now in deep trouble themselves. That Jiang Wenjun pulled some trick, she sued them all. I checked around, and it looks like Jiang Wenjun will likely win this case. Using these useless fools to cause trouble for the Mu family probably won't work. Fu Jiuzhe's voice was devoid of confidence. Up to this point, he still hadn't uncovered what resources Jiang Wenjun had mobilized. Sue dozens of moderately well-known business owners in such a short time, and have the court accept the cases immediately? This wasn't something an ordinary person could pull off. After hearing this, He Xingzhou's anger flared. He silently cursed Fu Jiuzhe as useless too. Such a simple task, and he'd managed to screw it up. No wonder he'd spent his youth trailing behind Mu Tianye like a cheerleader. A useless fool like him was only fit to be a lapdog, incapable of handling important tasks. Young Master Fu, your performance is increasingly disappointing. He didn't explode in rage, just uttered this sentence in a flat tone. He Xingzhou hung up the phone immediately and tossed it onto the sofa. Glancing back at He Chen, who was eavesdropping with ears perked up, He Xingzhou sneered coldly. He picked up the whip and unleashed another round of savage, merciless beating. He Chen was in agony physical pain, but the pain in his heart was even worse. Yet he dared not make a sound, clenching his teeth so tightly that blood slowly began to trickle from the corners of his mouth. After several minutes, He Xingzhou had vented his fury sufficiently and finally stopped. He gave He Chen a cold smile. My dear brother, that's enough for today. Go rest. Tomorrow morning, we're heading to Jiangcheng. Remember to put on a good show, don't let your fans notice anything off. Otherwise, I'll be displeased. A chill crept up He Chen's spine. Forcing himself to ignore the pain, he staggered to his feet and stumbled out the door. Meanwhile, Fu Jiuzhe paced restlessly in his room after hanging up with He Xingzhou. Not a single task He Xingzhou had assigned him these past few days had been accomplished. It was easy to imagine how utterly disappointed He Xingzhou must be in him. But what could he do? The man He Xingzhou had ordered him to provoke was none other than Mu Tianye, the notorious troublemaker. Even if he wasn't the crown prince anymore, he was no small fry to be easily manipulated. If Mu Tianye were truly that easy to deal with, why hadn't He Xingzhou come personally to take the glory? But dwelling on that was pointless. For the Fu family now, offending He Xingzhou would surely bring far greater trouble than offending Mu Tianye. After much deliberation, Fu Jiuzhe resolved to take further action. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and dialed Fu Yuan's number. Uncle, tonight, find an opportunity to stir up some trouble and scare those women from the Mu family. His idea resonated instantly with Fu Yuan, who immediately agreed to handle it. Jiuzhe, leave this to me. I know exactly what to do. But once it's done, you'd better prepare some money for me to lie low overseas. A cold smile played at Fu Jiuzhe's lips as he readily agreed. Don't worry, uncle. I'll book your flight immediately. Once everything's settled, I'll get you abroad right away. After hanging up, Fu Jiuzhe immediately blocked Fu Yuan's number. A mere cousin by marriage, daring to negotiate terms with him? He was delusional.
If not for his remaining usefulness, Fu Yuan wouldn't even be worthy of speaking to him in his current state. Just because he called him uncle, did he really think he was someone important? Absolutely laughable. Fu Jiuzhe poured himself a glass of red wine with satisfaction, taking a sip with an expression of pure delight. If Fu Yuan succeeded, he'd have an explanation for He Xingzhou. If he failed, he could distance himself from Mu Tianye's pursuit. As for the escape funds Fu Yuan demanded, Fu Jiuzhe had never intended to pay them from the start. Are you kidding? These days, sending someone abroad to escape isn't exactly cheap. Wouldn't it be better to spend that money on women and booze? Give it to Fu Yuan? That would be pure waste. Fu Jiuzhe secretly reveled in his own perceived brilliance, but in reality, he was being utterly foolish. Greed for small gains inevitably leads to big losses. Chapter 108, What did you slip me? Meanwhile, Mu Tianye at the municipal bureau wasn't having an easy time either. He felt as if he'd swallowed molten lava, his insides burned unbearably, his whole body racked with feverish heat, and some primal urges stirred restlessly within him. Jiangcheng, what the hell did you feed me? Mu Tianye demanded, his eyes bloodshot and voice hoarse. Jiangcheng crossed her arms, carefully keeping her distance, a mocking smile playing on her lips. You drank that soup yourself. I never said it was for you. Mu Tianye stared at Jiangcheng like she was a freak. You actually gave your dad that stuff? His worldview shattered. A daughter feeding her father aphrodisiacs, that must be what this was. Jiangcheng saw Mu Tianye's misunderstanding and flushed crimson with anger. Mu Tianye, you beast. How can your mind be so filthy? That was my mother. Jiangcheng abruptly fell silent. Continuing would be inappropriate, her parents' trivial affairs weren't worth sharing with outsiders. She stamped her foot in a huff. Anyway, this was an accident. Put away your filthy thoughts, or I won't be polite. Mu Tianye had no interest in gossiping about her family's ethics. Hurry up and figure something out. Your whole family has really screwed me over this time. If nothing works, I'll take my frustration out on you. Mu Tianye felt increasingly uncomfortable. Frustrated, he tugged at his collar, revealing skin on his neck that was already flushed crimson. Threatening to take it out on Jiangcheng was merely a scare tactic. Right now, he was fighting a desperate battle of willpower against the wicked thoughts swirling in his mind. Jiangcheng glared at him, her cheeks puffed out in anger. Stop playing games with me and get real. Her eager expression left Mu Tianye speechless. Due to certain experiences from the past, Jiangcheng genuinely believed Mu Tianye to be a saint. Far from being intimidated, she pushed her chest out and leaned in closer. Mu Tianye sat down in his chair, feeling flustered. Jiangcheng provocatively leaned in, her hands pressed against the armrests as she looked down at him from above. Her short hair fell loosely to the tip of Mu Tianye's nose, and the faint, lingering fragrance from her hair seeped into his nostrils. Like a pile of explosives suddenly ignited, Mu Tianye's chest heaved. He gritted his teeth in agony, his wide eyes growing increasingly red. Jiangcheng, don't you dare play with fire. Mu Tianye gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he reached out, scooped Jiangcheng up entirely, gripped her waist, and sat her down on top of him. Ya! Jiangcheng was startled and reflexively pushed forward. Her hands landed squarely on Mu Tianye's chest. Ouch! Mu Tianye sucked in a sharp breath. He still had a wound on his chest. The sharp pain jolted him back to his senses. He quickly released Jiangcheng, his voice hoarse with pain as he snapped, "Get out of here!" Jiangcheng saw the pain etched on his face and realized something. She hurriedly asked, "Are you injured?" Mu Tianye ignored her. Seeing her beautiful face now felt like torture to him. He closed his eyes, silently repeating the mantra, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." Are you okay? Jiangcheng asked again, her voice filled with concern. Mu Tianye still didn't open his eyes, snapping irritably, "Just get out of here. Otherwise, you'll be the one in trouble later." Jiangcheng bit her lip, her eyes flickering with struggle and hesitation. After a moment, she spoke hesitantly. "How about I help you?" Mu Tianye's eyes suddenly widened. He swallowed hard and frowned at her. "What do you think you're doing?" No way. Could it be what he was thinking? No, he couldn't agree to this. But it really hurts so much. Mu Tianye felt both resistance and anticipation, his emotions torn in conflict. Jiangcheng bit her lip as she drew closer, her expression shy and coy, as if confirming some of Mu Tianye's thoughts. I have a way to help you." She bit her lip lightly and slowly drew nearer. Mu Tianye felt his mouth go dry. The words of refusal were on the tip of his tongue, yet he couldn't bring himself to speak them. Suddenly, a chill touched his wrist. Followed by a sharp crack. Holy! Mu Tianye snapped back to his senses, roaring in fury. Jiangcheng grinned, taking 2 steps back and clapping her hands triumphantly. "All good now, Mr. Mu. Serves you right. Enjoy it, hee. Jiangcheng, you. Let go of me." Mu Tianye seethed with rage, yanking violently at his restraints, only to find himself firmly bound. Earlier, Jiangcheng had taken advantage of his distraction to chain his hands to the table. Jiangcheng folded her arms, raising an eyebrow triumphantly. "I won't let go. Let you taste this limbo for yourself.
Hearing her words, Mu Tianye suddenly realized something. This woman had clearly come prepared today, deliberately trying to humiliate him. Back then, when Jiangcheng had taken her to a hotel and stripped him bare, Mu Tianye hadn't touched her.
Jiangcheng was settling the score. It seemed every woman harbored equally strong vengeful tendencies.
Knowing pleas were futile, Mu Tianye resignedly closed his eyes, silently battling the burning desire within his body.
Jiangcheng silently studied Mu Tianye's clean-cut, noble features.
The smile faded from her face as she gently bit her lip, her expression a mix of longing, reminiscence, and confusion. Only she knew the truth, this wasn't revenge against Mu Tianye. She feared his impulsiveness, and her own. She couldn't deceive herself. After all these years, meeting him again still stirred her heart. Alas, his heart belonged to another, and his devotion ran deep. Jiangcheng's love was unrestrained, but not careless. The love she sought went beyond mere physical pleasure. She would never indulge her body like an animal. What was destined to remain beyond the reach of her soul, she resolutely refused to touch. As dusk fell, the night stretched long ahead.
For Mu Tianye, this night was destined to be both unbearable and unforgettable. 9 o'clock at night, in a small courtyard outside the city. Su Yumo finished editing the video and posted it to her Douyin account. Soon, numerous fans liked and commented, asking why the old lady wasn't streaming. Following the pattern of the past 2 days, she and the old lady should have been chatting away with their viewers at this hour. Su Yumo scanned the comments, her mood sinking. Now that Nan Zhiyi had joined the household, her own presence suddenly felt very small. Perhaps grandma wouldn't stream with her anymore? With a self-deprecating chuckle, Su Yumu's expression turned desolate, her face worn with exhaustion. Grandma, the fans are asking if we're streaming today? She forced herself to sound upbeat, though her voice held little hope. Of course we'll stream. How could we not? We promised them. We can't just give up halfway.
The old lady agreed without hesitation. Su Yumo's eyes lit up with delight, her expression visibly brightening. The old lady and Jiang Wenjun shared a knowing smile. What a carefree little girl. The old lady paused, then added, but it's getting late today.
How about we finish filming the video tomorrow morning before going live? What do you think? Sure. Su Yumo nodded vigorously, her voice brimming with excitement. Then I'll go ahead and notify everyone in the group chat so they don't keep waiting. Chapter 109, Arson.
Su Yumo announced the cancellation of tonight's broadcast in the fan group, then packed her things and prepared to leave. She'd been staying here for several days now. At first, it had felt fine, and she'd been content to stay. The thought of catching a glimpse of someone unexpectedly returning home brought her joy. But now that 2 more people were in the house, staying any longer felt a bit inappropriate. After all, she was truly just an outsider.
It's so late, why go back now? Stay here tonight.
Without you around, Grandma probably still feels a bit unsettled. The old lady wouldn't let her go, holding Su Yumo's hand in sincere entreaty. Knowing Su Yumo was in a low mood, staying would likely only make things more awkward. But the old lady genuinely cherished and adored her, unwilling to see her endure the hassle of traveling back and forth so late at night. Su Yumo felt a wave of warmth wash over her, hesitating as she bit her lip.
Let Aunt Jiang stay with you. It might be awkward for me to stay here. Why would it be inconvenient?
Nan and I will stay in Xiaoye's room.
You staying with me is perfect. Jiang Wenjun didn't want to put the old lady in a difficult position and tried to persuade her to stay.
Su Yumo hesitated for a moment before shaking her head in refusal. Aunt Jiang has come back after so long. You should spend time with Grandma. Besides, I haven't been home in ages.
I have a cat there I need to check on.
She was a girl with a keen sense of propriety, unwilling to burden others. The old lady sighed but didn't press the matter.
Well, drive safely. Let me know when you arrive home. Sleep in tomorrow morning, just come over for lunch.
Yes, I will, Grandma.
You two should get some rest too. Su Yumo replied obediently.
The old lady and Jiang Wenjun escorted her out of the courtyard. Only after her car's taillights vanished did Jiang Wenjun help the old lady back inside. Neither of them noticed the pair of venomous eyes fixed on them from a nearby corner, watching without blinking.
Nan Zhiyi lay sound asleep in Mu Tianye's room, oblivious even to Su Yumo's departure.
The scent of Mu Tianye permeated the quilt and pillow, enveloping Nan Zhiyi in a long-forgotten sense of security. She had only intended to peek in briefly, but the moment her head touched the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, she and Mu Tianye were back in their university days. It must have been the day her adoptive father tried to assault her, and Mu Tianye appeared out of nowhere to rescue her. Yet the dream diverged slightly from reality. In the dream, her adoptive father's family seemed to know Mu Tianye was returning and had prepared in advance. They locked her in her room and set a fire outside, intending to burn her alive.
The flames roared fiercely. Her panic disorder flared up at that moment. Huddled inside the room, she was both terrified and in agony.
Thick smoke billowed, making it hard to breathe. She heard Mu Tianye frantically calling her name, but she couldn't utter a single sound. It was an incredibly strange dream. The physical discomfort felt as real as being trapped in a burning building, smoke and dust filling her lungs with every breath.
Nan Zhiyi coughed painfully. Nan, wake up. There's a fire. Nan Zhiyi jolted awake.
This didn't feel like a dream. Someone was genuinely calling her name. But it wasn't Mu Tianye, it was Jiang Wenjun, accompanied by the sound of someone pounding fiercely on the door. Feeling the thick smoke in the air and the abnormal heat around her, Nan Zhiyi finally realized there really was a fire here.
Nan. Open the door. Jiang Wenjun's anxious voice rang out again. Nan Zhiyi scrambled to her feet and rushed to open the door.
As she entered, she quickly locked the door from the inside. Jiang Wenjun and the old lady had just turned off the lights and gone to sleep when they suddenly noticed the fire in the courtyard. They ran over to call Nan Zhiyi, but after several shouts, there was no response. Jiang Wenjun stood at the doorway, her face etched with panic. Seeing Nan Zhiyi open the door, she finally breathed a sigh of relief.
There's a fire outside. Come with me quickly.
Jiang Wenjun grabbed Nan Zhiyi's hand and pulled her toward the old lady's room. Outside, the flames raged fiercely, burning most intensely right at the doorway, blocking their escape route.
Panicked, Nan Zhiyi hadn't seen the old lady and grew frantic. She called out anxiously, "Auntie, where's Grandma?" "I'm here." Before Jiang Wenjun could answer, the old lady's steady voice came from inside her room. Only then did Nan Zhiyi's heart settle, and she followed Jiang Wenjun into the old lady's room. But the scene before her left Nan Zhiyi frozen in place. The old lady stood there, hammer in hand, swinging it with practiced speed as she smashed away at the wooden planks nailed over the window. The old lady's room happened to be directly opposite the fire's origin. Now, this window was the only escape route left in the entire room. But the house was old and neglected. The original window glass had long since broken. To save money and for convenience, the old lady had simply had Mu Tianye board up the window with wooden planks. Now, she had to remove those very planks to climb out. The flames grew fiercer, threatening to engulf this side. Though the old woman was still sturdy, her age was catching up to her. After hammering for a while, she began to tire, her movements visibly strained. Jiang Wenjun rushed over to help. "Mom, let me do it." But the old woman refused. "You're no match for me. If we'd relied on you to dismantle this stuff, we'd probably all be burned to ashes by now." In this critical moment, the old lady spared no tact in her words toward her daughter-in-law. Jiang Wenjun felt humiliated, but she knew the old woman spoke the truth. She had been a pampered young lady since childhood, never doing any physical labor. Her strength was no match for the old woman's. Seeing she couldn't help, Jiang Wenjun could only stand by, feeling helpless. She worried the old lady would exhaust herself, yet also feared her movements couldn't keep pace with the advancing flames. "Grandma, let me help." Nan Zhiyi suddenly stepped forward, her tone firm. "But you." The old lady instinctively tried to refuse, but her words stopped abruptly mid-sentence. Nan Zhiyi had already snatched the hammer from her grasp without a word. Gritting her teeth, she swung it down hard against the window without hesitation. She wasn't some delicate princess incapable of lifting a finger. Having grown up in the muddy fields, she'd learned farm work the moment she understood her surroundings. Seeing her swift and decisive actions, the old woman suddenly felt this was exactly how her granddaughter-in-law should be, utterly pleasing to the eye. People from her generation valued those who were down to earth, hardworking, and capable. Nan Zhiyi hammered away for 2 or 3 minutes, sweat gradually beading on her forehead. Exhaustion was one reason, but the heat was worse. The flames were nearly at the door of this room. Her last time doing farm work had been years ago, and the calluses on her hands had long since been worn smooth. After just a short while, she felt the strain. A piercing pain shot through her palms. Blisters were likely forming. But Nan Zhiyi didn't even flinch. She gritted her teeth and persevered. Only one thought occupied her mind: these were the 2 women closest to Mu Tianye in the world right now. No matter what, she had to get them out safely. Chapter 110, Leaving the Capital. With a loud crack, the crossbeam above the doorway snapped and crashed to the floor. Thick black smoke filled the entire room, with nearly half of it engulfed in flames. Jiang Wenjun had already called the fire department, but help wouldn't arrive anytime soon. It was late at night, and the location was remote. The neighbors likely hadn't noticed yet. The situation grew increasingly perilous. The 3 huddled by the window, coughing incessantly as the thick smoke choked them. Fortunately, there was a kettle in the old woman's room. She instructed Jiang Wenjun to wet some clothes with water, which they then used to cover their noses and mouths. Nan Zhiyi couldn't spare her hands because she was gripping the window bars tightly. Jiang Wenjun had no choice but to cover her own nose and mouth with one hand while using the other to hold a damp cloth over Nan Zhiyi's face. The room's electrical wiring crackled incessantly, a constant reminder that danger was drawing near. Finally, with a loud bang, Nan Zhiyi knocked out the last wooden panel. A cool breeze swept in, and the thick smoke filling the room seemed to find an outlet, rushing toward the window. "Auntie, you go first." Nan Zhiyi tossed aside the hammer, her voice weak but determined as she helped Jiang Wenjun climb toward the window. "Mom, you go first." Jiang Wenjun, worried about the elderly woman, refused to be the first to escape. "Stop arguing. Listen to Nan.
The old lady settled the matter decisively. In a crisis, there was no room for politeness. Jiang Wenjun had no choice but to jump out the window first with Nan Zhiyi's help.
Grandma, hurry up. I'll help you. Nan Zhiyi beckoned the old lady over, then called to Jiang Wenjun outside the window, Auntie, catch Grandma carefully. Don't let her fall. Only now did the old lady and Jiang Wenjun understand Nan Zhiyi's thoughtful consideration. She had let Jiang Wenjun go first because she feared the elderly lady, being advanced in years and less agile, might fall while jumping out the window. In the midst of danger, she had remained calm and made the most reasonable decision. Jiang Wenjun and the old lady both silently raised their estimation of Nan Zhiyi once more. The old lady wasted no time, nimbly climbing onto the windowsill. After a brief moment of preparation, she sprang out with a swift leap. She stumbled slightly upon landing, her legs unsteady. Had Jiang Wenjun not been ready, the old lady would have fallen. After all, age had taken its toll, and she was no longer as agile as in her youth. Though the window wasn't particularly high, an elderly person of her age, no matter how sturdy, could suffer unforeseeable consequences from such a fall. Girl, hurry up. Once the old lady regained her footing, she urgently motioned for Nan Zhiyi to jump down. By the time all three had safely escaped, the small courtyard had been engulfed in flames. A chilly breeze swept through as the trio stood together, supporting each other, their expressions still tinged with lingering fear. Neighbors began gathering in their nightclothes to watch the scene. Some kind-hearted souls arrived with buckets, eager to help extinguish the flames. But the flames were too fierce. Manual bucket brigades were utterly useless. Worried someone might get hurt, the old woman quickly stopped the eager volunteers. Shortly after, fire trucks arrived at lightning speed. Under the spray of high-pressure water cannons, the blaze was quickly brought under control. The firefighters carefully examined the scene and discovered some clues in the yard. The fire had started where the old woman had piled up the junk she had collected. It was not an accident, but arson. There were traces of gasoline residue at the scene. The firefighters advised the elderly woman to report the incident to the police, explaining that their role was limited to extinguishing the fire, while the investigation would fall under police jurisdiction. After discussing it with Jiang Wenjun, the elderly woman decided not to report it immediately. After expressing their gratitude and seeing the firefighters off, the three drove Nan Zhiyi's car to the hotel where Nan Zhiyi and Jiang Wenjun were staying. The small courtyard had been reduced to ruins, so they would have to stay at the hotel for the night. This time, Jiang Wenjun took the wheel. Nan Zhiyi, whose palm was scraped raw from breaking the window, sat in the back seat with the elderly woman. Having narrowly escaped disaster, all three felt a lingering sense of dread. The car fell silent, with no one speaking. Grandma, the firefighters said it was arson. Why didn't we just call the police? Nan Zhiyi broke the silence first, voicing her confusion. The old lady explained, there are no surveillance cameras around here. Calling the police probably wouldn't have helped anyway. Besides, whoever set the fire was after this old woman's life. Reporting it to the police would be too lenient for them. When June will handle this properly, it'll be more effective than calling the police. By the end of her sentence, the old woman's voice carried a hint of the grim resolve of battle-hardened steel. Nan Zhiyi's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly remembered that the woman beside her wasn't just any ordinary grandmother, she was a genuine combat hero who had seen battle and taken lives. Jiang Wenjun glanced at the rearview mirror and said, I already called Uncle Zhong. He'll send people to investigate this. Mom, rest assured. Whoever it is, I'll track them down. Jiang Wenjun's voice, too, had lost its usual calm, now tinged with a faint, menacing edge. Nan Zhiyi held her tongue, vaguely guessing what Jiang Wenjun intended to do. Beijing, Jiang residence. A convoy of over a dozen SUVs departed the capital city overnight, racing toward Jiangcheng. Inside each vehicle sat security personnel dressed uniformly in black suits, their expressions grim and menacing. These men possessed a distinct aura. Most were retired special forces soldiers who had seen combat. Zhang Liqiu was still awake at this hour, having just finished handling family business. Sensing movement in the compound, he threw on a robe and walked to the window for a look. Old butler Zhang Bo stood at the entrance, conversing with a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese attire. The man was Tong Wankuan, the personal bodyguard of Old Master Jiang, responsible for the security of the entire Jiang household. In recent years, Old Master Jiang had largely secluded himself, and Tong Wankuan, who remained by his side, rarely appeared in public. Tonight, Uncle Zhong had urgently dispatched a large contingent to Jiangcheng, which had finally roused Tong Wankuan from seclusion. He had come out to inquire about the situation. Spotting Tong Wankuan, Zhang Liqiu surmised that something serious must have happened at home and hurriedly called out toward the entrance. Tong Yan, come in for a moment. The door opened, and a burly man in his early 30s stepped inside. Miss, what is it? Tong Yan was Tong Wankuan's son and also Zhang Liqiu's personal bodyguard. Has something serious happened at home that even your father was summoned? Zhang Liqiu frowned as she asked. Nothing's wrong at home. It's the eldest young miss who ran into some trouble in Jiangcheng. The eldest young miss was the unified title used throughout the Jiang household for Jiang Wenjun. What happened to my aunt?
Jiang Liqiu's frown deepened as she asked anxiously.
Tong Yan recounted the arson incident Jiang Wenjun had encountered in Jiangcheng.
After hearing this, Jiang Liqiu's face turned as cold as ice, and the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop instantly.
How utterly audacious.
Jiang Liqiu's voice was cold and deep. She then added, book the earliest flight tomorrow morning.
You're coming with me to Jiangcheng. Tong Yan hesitated. Miss, should we inform the old master first?
Jiang Liqiu narrowed her eyes coldly.
Don't overthink it. Just do as I say. Yes, I'll make the arrangements immediately.
After Tong Wan turned and left, Jiang Liqiu continued to stare in his departing direction, frowning in deep thought. The man who had once been so reliable now felt strangely uncooperative. She disliked anything beyond her control. If this happened again, she'd have to consider replacing her bodyguard. For now, she'd let it slide, consider it a favor to Tong Wan Kuan.
Chapter 111, Who Comes?
The distance between the capital and Jiangcheng was neither short nor long.
Before dawn, the dozen Land Rovers dispatched from the Jiang residence had already arrived at the hotel where Nan Zhiyi and her group were staying.
The leader was Feng Yong, a man in his early 40s and a longtime veteran of the Jiang household. He was reliable, efficient, and above all, ruthless, which was precisely why Uncle Zhong had entrusted him with this critical mission. The young miss had nearly perished in the fire.
Someone in Jiangcheng must pay for this incident. During the journey, Feng Yong reviewed the details and conducted a preliminary analysis.
He swiftly concluded that the most direct trigger for the arson was the incident where the young master had assaulted someone at the Wanghai Pavilion. Compiling a list of everyone present at the time, Feng Yong ultimately narrowed his focus to two parties. One was the Yu family, the direct party involved in the incident. The other was the Fu family. Among all those present, only these two families possessed the audacity to commit arson and inflict harm. With his suspicions confirmed, upon arriving in Jiangcheng, Feng Yong divided his entire team into three groups. One group went to the Yu family, another to the Fu family. Their task was simple: monitor their movements. Every single fly that flew out of either place had to be watched like a hawk. He then led the remaining men to the Kaisheng Hotel. After an unknown discussion with hotel management, within a mere half hour, all security personnel inside and outside the hotel had been replaced by Feng Yong's men. This was no difficult feat. The young lady's safety took precedence above all else. Under special circumstances, the Jiang family could swiftly bring the Kaisheng Hotel under their control, an easily accomplished task that required no consultation with the hotel management.
Of course, the hotel management proved remarkably accommodating, avoiding such drastic measures.
Zhong Bo had already arranged for his people to liaise with the hotel's upper management beforehand. Upon Feng Yong's arrival, a simple identification was all it took for the hotel to comply immediately.
That night, Nan Zhiyi barely slept a wink.
Though her body ached with exhaustion, her mind churned with a torrent of thoughts, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. She worried about Mu Tianye, who was at the police station.
Since someone had already targeted the old lady in Jiang Wenjun, might trouble also be brewing for Mu Tianye?
The next morning, as dawn broke, Nan Zhiyi rushed out of bed, quickly washed up, grabbed her car keys, and headed out. She had to see Mu Tianye immediately, to confirm with her own eyes that he was safe and sound.
Unexpectedly, someone had beaten her to it.
In the suite's living room, Jiang Wenjun sat chatting with the elderly woman, while behind them stood a stern-faced middle-aged man. The man was unfamiliar to Nan Zhiyi. She was certain this was their first meeting. Yet the sharp aura emanating from him instantly revealed his identity. The Jiang family had arrived. So fast. Feng Yong lifted his head slightly toward Nan Zhiyi, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Even without makeup, she possessed a beauty rarely seen among the wealthy young ladies of the capital. A woman who could bring down a nation. The words involuntarily surfaced in Feng Yong's mind. No wonder the young master had been reluctant to return to the capital. He had found something to hold him here. But what about Miss Li Qiu? Feng Yong dared not pursue the thought further. He softened his stern demeanor slightly, gave Nan Zhiyi a nod, then withdrew his gaze and stood properly behind Jiang Wenjun.
Nan, why didn't you sleep a little longer? Jiang Wenjun spotted Nan Zhiyi and beckoned her closer.
As he spoke, he gently took her hand, turning it over to examine the blisters on her palm.
Does it still hurt? I'll apply some ointment for you later. Jiang Wenjun's concern enveloped Nan Zhiyi like a warm spring breeze.
Though her hands had been aching, she now felt as if nothing was wrong.
It doesn't hurt, Auntie.
I'll have breakfast brought over for you and Grandma shortly.
I won't be able to stay with you. I have something urgent to attend to and need to step out. I'll be back by noon. Jiang Wenjun's eyes twinkled with amusement as she exchanged a knowing glance with the elderly woman, seemingly reading Nan Zhiyi's thoughts. Go ahead. Drive safely. After Nan Zhiyi left, the old lady sighed. That girl heading out so early, I wonder if she's going to see Xiaoyi? Jiang Wenjun chuckled.
The old lady was sharp as a tack.
Most likely.
I can tell she cares deeply for Xiaoyi. And she's a good kid. Her character is beyond reproach.
You saw it yourself last night.
In a life or death moment, she risked her own life to protect us first. The old lady smiled knowingly and nodded slightly.
She is a good girl.
If she can live peacefully with Xiaoyi, it would be his good fortune. But she didn't finish her thought, only sighing softly. The fear was that peace wouldn't last. Her grandson's life had been calm for 3 years, but this girl had only been back a few days, and trouble kept coming one after another. Some people are just born to attract trouble, they don't seek it out, but it finds them. The old lady was advanced in years and believed in fate. At the municipal bureau, Mu Tianye endured until midnight, finally drifting off in a daze around 3 in the morning after the medication wore off. Jiangcheng, fearing his animal instincts might take over, refused to unlock his handcuffs, forcing him to sleep seated in his chair. She sat across from him at the desk, keeping him company through the night. At that moment, Jiangcheng was slumped over the desk, drooling as she slept. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the office door, startling both Mu Tianye and Jiangcheng awake. They stared at each other blankly for a few seconds before slowly coming to their senses amid the urgent knocking. Jiangcheng wiped the drool from her mouth, rubbed her eyes, and got up to answer the door. "Hey, you bastard, can you at least unlock this thing first?" Mu Tianye yelled in frustration. He'd been handcuffed all night, and now his entire arm felt numb. Jiangcheng ignored him, opening the door to find her colleague standing outside, looking anxious. "What's wrong?" Jiangcheng asked with a frown, still groggy from sleep. "Someone's here to bail Mr. Mu out," the colleague said. "Bail?" Jiangcheng and Mu Tianye both voiced their confusion simultaneously. "Who's got the time for this? Tell them to wait." Jiangcheng replied impatiently. "That's not going to be easy. The guy's got some serious connections." The colleague looked troubled, afraid of setting Jiangcheng off, but remembering the imposing presence outside, he steeled himself to explain. "When a big shot from the capital personally calls the office, it's not exactly appropriate to make them wait, is it?" Jiangcheng stared at the colleague for a few seconds, guessing the visitor outside meant trouble. She nodded and said, "Got it. Take him to the interrogation room. I'll be there shortly." The colleague breathed a sigh of relief and hurried off to relay the message. Jiangcheng grew even more curious. Though her father wasn't some rigid, stubborn leader, the workplace atmosphere under his leadership remained upright. At the very least, subordinates didn't blatantly suck up to those in power. What was going on now? Who exactly was this visitor? She walked back to unlock Mu Tianye's handcuffs, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Who would have thought, Mr. Mu? You really do know some big shots." Mu Tianye was equally curious. Who on earth had bailed him out? Could it be his mother? Unlikely. Mom wouldn't act so conspicuously. Besides, mother and son share a bond she'd probably guess I deliberately hid here. Or Nan Zhiyi. Unlikely. Nan Zhiyi didn't have that kind of clout. Chapter 112, Past Memories. The two approached the interrogation room with heavy doubts, only to freeze when they recognized the stunning figure seated inside. Jiangcheng froze, stunned by the other's stunning beauty and aura. Mu Tianye turned to flee, an instinctive reaction born of deep-seated fear. "Try to run, and I'll tie you up and bring you back." The figure inside instantly discerned Mu Tianye's intent to flee, speaking calmly with a voice as clear as pearls falling on a jade plate, yet possessing the relentless force of water wearing away stone. "Ha! Li! Sister Chiu, why are you here?" Mu Tianye halted abruptly, forcing a nervous chuckle. Jiang Liqiu shot her a sidelong glance, a cold snort escaping her nostrils. She turned to Jiangcheng and said indifferently, "Officer, may I speak with him alone for a moment?" Jiangcheng was about to protest that this violated protocol, but remembering Mu Tianye's expression like a mouse encountering a cat, she knew this man was no pushover. There was no point in making a fuss over such matters. She nodded, glanced at Mu Tianye, then turned and walked out, closing the door behind her. Mu Tianye has such a beautiful older sister? In Jiangcheng's memory, Mu Tianye was an only child. This sister, not that sister, right? Unable to contain her curiosity, Jiangcheng hurried to the observation room, activated the interrogation room's camera, and openly eavesdropped on the conversation inside. Suddenly, another colleague knocked on the door. "Jiang. Team leader Jiang, there's another visitor for an inmate." The officer spoke nervously, then stepped aside to reveal Nan Zhiyi behind him. Jiangcheng froze for a moment, then a playful expression spread across her face. "He's in a visitation slot right now. You'll have to wait your turn." Nan Zhiyi frowned. So early, and someone had beaten her to visiting Mu Tianye? Jiangcheng must be holding a grudge, deliberately making things difficult for her. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Nan Zhiyi's expression softened, ready to plead her case with some softer words, but the voices from the interrogation room had already come through the monitor. "You ran here to deliberately avoid me?" Jiang Liqiu folded her arms, her expression calm as she turned to ask Mu Tianye across from her. "Ha ha. Sister Liqiu, you must be joking. How could that be possible? I beat someone up so badly they lost teeth. I heard they're still unconscious. Being locked up here is perfectly normal, right? The more nervous a person gets, the more they talk." Jiang Liqiu remained unmoved, her expression a faint, ambiguous smile as she looked at Mu Tianye. Her gaze softened, yet Mu Tianye felt a chill run through his body. It was a fear ingrained in his very genes, causing him to instinctively shrink his neck and place his hands neatly under the table, protecting his vital points. In the surveillance room, Nan Zhiyi's pupils dilated sharply at the mention of Jiang Liqiu's name.
Jiang Wenjun had warned her that Mu Tianye's cousin would likely come to Jiangcheng.
She hadn't expected her to actually show up and so soon. The person Mu Tianye felt compelled to avoid using such measures, Nan Zhiyi instinctively guessed, must be a formidable opponent, nothing like Su Yumu's naive innocence. Nan Zhiyi sharpened her senses, pricked up her ears, and held her breath, listening intently to the conversation inside. Jiang Liqiu sat there with a faint, ambiguous smile, silent, her gaze fixed intently on Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye felt unbearably uncomfortable under the gaze, a chill running down his spine. His feigned composure shattered, and he offered an awkward, forced smile. "Sis Liqiu, I swear I'm not lying. With your abilities, who could hide anything from you? You must have known all along whether my words were truth or false." Seeing him so meek and fearful, Jiang Liqiu felt both exasperated and amused. Recalling some absurd incidents from their childhood, a faint blush involuntarily spread across Jiang Liqiu's cheeks. She lowered her gaze, deliberately or inadvertently glancing toward the area beneath Mu Tianye's desk. Mu Tianye caught her gaze, his face instantly draining of color. His entire body trembled as his hands clenched tighter. Everything happens for a reason. There is no fear without cause in this world. Mu Tianye was the sole male heir of both the Jiang and Mu families in their generation, cherished by elders from both sides since childhood. When he was very young, every winter and summer vacation, the Jiang family patriarch insisted that Jiang Wenjun bring him back to the capital to stay for a while. The old patriarch even used the excuse that teachers in the capital were better than those in Jiangcheng to have Mu Tianye attend elementary school in the capital for several years. At that time, Mu Tianye had only one peer in the entire Jiang family residence, Jiang Liqiu. She was the granddaughter-in-law the old patriarch had already chosen, and he was quite pleased to have the two live and study together. Growing up together as childhood sweethearts should have been a deeply romantic experience. At first, Mu Tianye didn't resist. As a child, Jiang Liqiu possessed an ethereal beauty, delicate and porcelain doll-like, endearing to all. Mu Tianye enjoyed spending time with his cousin immensely, even insisting on sharing meals and sleeping arrangements with her. Back then, they were just kids. When Mu Tianye threatened to go on a hunger strike, the elders had no choice but to let him live with Jiang Liqiu. Jiang Liqiu had recently suffered the loss of her family. Suddenly having a playmate who was also cute and well-behaved didn't bother her either. But the good times didn't last. One night, as the two little ones lay sound asleep in the same bed, Mu Tianye suddenly wet the bed a massive amount that soaked through to the point of reaching Jiang Liqiu's neck. Jiang Liqiu woke with a start and called the nanny to bathe them and change the bedding. After the nanny left, determined to prevent such incidents from recurring, Jiang Liqiu angrily pulled off Mu Tianye's pants. She used a rubber band to tie off the faucet. Mu Tianye tried to resist, but Jiang Liqiu promptly fetched a pair of scissors and placed them on the bedside table. She threatened him, if he dared to fight back or tell the adults, she wouldn't hesitate to take drastic measures. She'd cut it off. Back then, Mu Tianye hadn't yet begun learning martial arts from the old lady. He was a complete weakling, both physically and mentally no match for Jiang Liqiu, who had endured the devastation of her family's ruin. Thus, Mu Tianye had no choice but to comply. Childishly, he didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. That very night, Mu Tianye experienced an erection. Had he not been woken by the urge to urinate, he might have ended up needing surgery. He sensed something was terribly wrong with his body and began wailing loudly, waking the nanny. When the nanny saw his condition, she was so terrified she fell backward onto the floor. The thought of the Jiang family's sole young master turning into a little princess under her care was too terrifying to contemplate. The nanny hastily untied the elastic band, fearing lasting damage. Unable to conceal the incident, she immediately notified the Jiang family elders and arranged for a private doctor to examine Mu Tianye at home. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, leaving no lasting damage. However, the elders were all left sweating coldly. The old patriarch summoned the two youngsters before him, his stern face demanding a full explanation. Mu Tianye, ever the soft-hearted child, saw his grandfather's genuine anger. If he knew Jiang Liqiu was behind it, who knew how severely he'd punish her? So Mu Tianye took full responsibility, claiming he'd tied the spell on himself out of mischievous curiosity. The old man gave him a stern lecture but didn't pursue the matter further. Deep down, Mu Tianye harbored another worry, the pair of scissors Jiang Liqiu had left by her bedside. Taking the blame upon himself was partly driven by his fear of that very thing. Chapter 113, Heartrending. That incident also caused Jiang Liqiu to see Mu Tianye in a completely new light. Having endured family upheaval, she had become intensely sensitive. The affection or disdain others showed her would be magnified infinitely within her young heart. Mu Tianye's willingness to shoulder responsibility led her to mistakenly believe he was protecting her. From that moment on, Mu Tianye ceased to be merely a distant cousin to her. He became family in the truest sense. An inexplicable bond was forged, yet it also marked the beginning of Mu Tianye's nightmare. Unaware of the truth, the adults allowed the two children to live together. Mu Tianye was terrified and wanted to refuse, but Jiang Liqiu secretly clutched a pair of scissors as a threat.
Mu Tianye was even more afraid and dared not utter a word of protest.
For a long stretch of Mu Tianye's childhood, Jiang Liqiu lulled him to sleep with those scissors every night. Countless times, he'd wake in terror, his first instinct being to check if he turned into a girl. This went on for nearly a year until Mu Tianye finally couldn't take it anymore and forced his mother to take him back to Jiangcheng. After that, Mu Tianye rarely returned to the capital. Even when he did, he would first inquire whether Jiang Liqiu was at home. Yet Jiang Liqiu often missed Mu Tianye, who had accompanied her for a year. Since his departure, she frequently suffered from insomnia, her thoughts consumed by him day after day.
Upon returning to Jiangcheng, Mu Tianye seemed like a different person.
He no longer indulged in play, instead becoming diligent and hardworking, spending his days glued to the old lady to learn martial arts. The elders were delighted, finding Mu Tianye obedient and sensible. Yet only he knew the truth, he was learning these skills solely to overcome his fear of the scissors Jiang Liqiu kept by her bedside. He showed remarkable talent, and driven by the need to protect himself, he trained with relentless dedication. Eventually, even 10 Jiang Liqius combined were no match for him. Yet the shadows of childhood clung to him like maggots on bone, impossible to shake. Every time he saw Jiang Liqiu, cold sweat would break out on Mu Tianye's brow, and all thoughts of resistance vanished.
Just like this moment.
Sitting across from each other, they both recalled their childhood days, yet their states of mind were worlds apart. Mu Tianye fidgeted as if facing a natural enemy, while Jiang Liqiu's very presence even in silence crushed him with overwhelming pressure.
Li. Sister Liqiu, why did you suddenly come?
Mu Tianye changed the subject, feigning ignorance to ease his own tension.
Jiang Liqiu curved her lips, answering indirectly, so, that little lover of yours came back? What was his name again?
She extended a slender white finger and tapped her forehead lightly.
Oh, right. Nan Zhiyi, wasn't it?
Though phrased as a question, she had no intention of hearing Mu Tianye's answer. Without giving him a chance to speak, she continued her monologue.
Is it serious, or just a fling?
You should know this, I can tolerate your playful antics, but I absolutely forbid you from bringing other women home. Composing herself, Jiang Liqiu added in a solemn tone, the old man wouldn't allow it either.
So, you and her are just playing around, right?
Jiang Liqiu's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop as she lifted her head, scrutinizing Mu Tianye. Ever since she was a child, she had known she would marry that little boy she once bullied and frightened. Jiang Liqiu had long accepted this fact, inwardly regarding herself as Mu Tianye's fiancée. Due to the upheavals of her childhood, she harbored wariness toward most people, yet felt no resistance toward being with Mu Tianye.
Yet her feelings for Mu Tianye weren't purely romantic.
They surpassed familial affection. She often thought of him, but it wasn't a love that would make her live or die for him.
Thus, she had long known about Mu Tianye and Nan Zhiyi's affair yet never intervened.
She understood his playful nature since childhood, but also knew he always returned home when it mattered.
This time, though, Nan Zhiyi's return made Jiang Liqiu sense something amiss.
Her gut told her Mu Tianye wasn't just fooling around. She always preferred to be direct, never mincing words. Threatening Mu Tianye now, she felt a flicker of unease within herself. She feared he might get angry, feared he might genuinely refuse to return home with her. As Jiang Liqiu's words fell, Mu Tianye across from her and Nan Zhiyi watching everything unfold in the monitoring room both tensed simultaneously.
Nan Zhiyi held her breath, waiting intently for Mu Tianye's response.
She had absolute confidence in their feelings for each other, believing Mu Tianye's sincerity and that he didn't merely see her as a toy.
Yet hearing the question come from Jiang Liqiu's mouth, a wave of intense unease instantly washed over Nan Zhiyi. Seriously, Sister Liqiu, don't you know me by now? How could I possibly have real feelings for that kind of trash? Mu Tianye casually uttered these insincere words. To add credibility, he even feigned disgust toward Nan Zhiyi as he spoke.
He knew his cousin was notoriously ruthless. Uncertain if his mother could protect Nan Zhiyi, he dared not take any chances.
Jiang Liqiu was a towering tree, while Nan Zhiyi was a fragile blade of grass. A single sneeze from Jiang Liqiu could reduce Nan Zhiyi to dust. It was unclear how much Jiang Liqiu trusted Mu Tianye's response, but her expression softened.
A satisfied curve touched her lips, her eyes holding a faint, almost imperceptible smile.
Whether Mu Tianye's answer was sincere didn't matter, it was enough that someone had heard it. The moment Nan Zhiyi stepped into the police station, Tong Yan outside sent Jiang Liqiu a message to notify her.
Knowing someone was likely eavesdropping outside or nearby, Jiang Liqiu had pressed Mu Tianye for an answer. Jiang Liqiu possessed a sharp mind, excelling at psychological warfare and manipulating human nature. Yet she rarely employed such tactics. After all, given her stature, few were worthy of her such scheming. Seeing Jiang Liqiu's expression soften, Mu Tianye finally breathed a sigh of relief and suggested, Sis Liqiu, you should head back to the capital first. It's nothing major on my end. I should be out in a few days. Jiang Liqiu regarded him with a faint, ambiguous smile. What? You want to send me away after just one meeting? What kind of fiancé treats his fiancée like this? You heartless bastard. She deliberately emphasized the word fiancé, ending with a hint of playful pout.
She rarely acted like this, and she was deliberately saying it for the benefit of those outside. Mu Tianye felt deeply uneasy. This version of Jiang Liqiu was unfamiliar to him, sending a chill down his spine. He did indeed want to send her away, but he dared not say it outright. In the surveillance room, Jiangcheng watched the feed and listened to the flirtatious banter coming from the interrogation room. She couldn't help but spit in disgust, silently cursing the shameless pair of dogs. Suddenly, she realized someone might be even angrier than she was. Turning around, Jiangcheng saw Nan Zhiyi standing there like a broken doll. Her face was deathly pale, her expression numb, her entire being drained of life, a mere shell of a person. Given their past relationship, Jiangcheng should have seized the moment to rub salt in the wound with a few taunts. But for some reason, the words died on her lips. All that remained was pity for Nan Zhiyi. Mu Tianye's words earlier had been utterly beastly, leaving Nan Zhiyi utterly shattered. "Are you okay?" Jiangcheng asked anxiously. Nan Zhiyi seemed not to hear her. She turned away blankly, clenching her fists tightly, and walked out, her spirit utterly broken. Chapter 114, Young Master and Young Miss. "Whether you're hiding from me here or not, you're coming with me now." Jiang Liqiu stood up, adding another sentence before Mu Tianye could speak. "Your grandmother and aunt had an accident last night." Mu Tianye knew Jiang Liqiu wasn't one to joke around, especially not about Jiang Wengjun. His heart sank instantly. He shot to his feet. "What happened to my grandmother and mother?" Seeing the panic on his face, Jiang Liqiu couldn't bear to keep frightening him. She briefly recounted the fire that had engulfed the small courtyard the previous night. "The fire department says it was arson. Someone has malicious intent toward your aunt and the others. Are you going to stay hidden here, or come with me?" Mu Tianye couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately started walking toward the exit. "Mu! Stop right there!" Jiangcheng stood in the doorway, fuming, wanting to tell Mu Tianye that Nan Zhiyi had just left. But Mu Tianye was consumed by urgency, with no patience for her idle chatter. "I have urgent business. Tell Uncle Jiang I'll visit him when I have time." With that, he hurried out of the hall. Jiangcheng watched his retreating figure, stomping her foot in frustration. She couldn't help but mutter, "What a jerk. He really treated this place like a hotel, coming and going as he pleased." Jiang Liqiu glanced sideways, her gaze briefly flickering over Jiangcheng before continuing onward without pause, matching her pace to Mu Tianye's. In her view, Jiangcheng was indeed a woman with a unique aura, but unfortunately, she wasn't Mu Tianye's type and posed no threat to her. "Young master, young lady." Tongyan waited outside the door. Seeing Mu Tianye and Jiang Liqiu emerge, he greeted them politely. A Maybach was parked nearby. Tongyan opened the doors for them. Only after both had settled inside did he take his place behind the wheel. "Miss, where shall we go now?" Tongyan turned his head slightly toward Jiang Liqiu in the back seat, his eyes seemingly oblivious to the presence of young master Mu Tianye. As Jiang Liqiu's bodyguard, he was accustomed to seeking her instructions, a routine practice that held no issue. But Jiang Liqiu suddenly found his attitude irritating. After years of service, he had increasingly failed to meet her expectations these past few days. When the young master is present, you should ask his opinion first. He is the heir to the Jiang family. Jiang Liqiu frowned, her voice firm. Tongyan's heart lurched with a surge of deep resentment, though he dared not show it. Hastily apologizing, he respectfully turned to Mu Tianye. "Young master, where are we headed?" Mu Tianye paid little heed to such matters, but Jiang Liqiu's behavior caught him off guard. Jiang Liqiu wasn't the type of haughty, spoiled young lady. Her sudden harshness toward Tongyan must have had another reason. Glancing sideways at Jiang Liqiu, Mu Tianye didn't press further. After a moment's thought, he instructed Tongyan, "First, we're going to the city hospital. Are you certain it was the hospital staff who tampered with it?" As the car pulled out of the municipal bureau, Jiang Liqiu asked Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye shook his head. "Not certain. We need to verify first." The sudden arson attack on the small courtyard was most likely connected to the Yu Yang incident. However, he heard from Jiangcheng that Yu Yang remained unconscious, and given Yu Lianchuan's position, it seemed unlikely he stooped to such underhanded tactics for revenge. The reason for visiting the hospital was that there were no clear suspects at present, and he hoped to find some clues. At the intersection, Nan Zhiyi turned left in the Rolls-Royce, her fingers digging into the steering wheel until her knuckles turned white, her face drained of color. The Maybach carrying Mu Tianye and the others turned right, heading in the opposite direction from Nan Zhiyi. It felt like fate, as they drove farther and farther apart. "Where are my mom and the others now? Did they call the police?" Mu Tianye, now calmer, asked Jiang Liqiu about his mother's whereabouts from inside the car. "They're at the hotel. Uncle Zhong arranged for Feng Yon to personally bring people over overnight. You don't need to worry about Auntie's safety." But they didn't call the police. It was Auntie's decision. There are no surveillance cameras nearby, so reporting it would be useless. Besides, Auntie is furious about this incident. Calling the police would be too lenient on the other party. Auntie wants to handle this privately. Jiang Liqiu hadn't contacted Jiang Wenjun yet, but she was fully aware of every detail. "You probably won't get much information if you go to the hospital. Feng Yong has already stationed people there. As for the Fu family, we should have some leads soon.
At the mention of the Fu family, Mu Tianye suddenly had a hunch.
Tongyan, turn left at the next intersection. We're heading to the Fu residence first.
He'd nearly forgotten that Fu Jiozha had been present when they beat up Yu Yang that day. Since Yu Yang was still unconscious, it was highly likely Fu Jiozha had been the one to intervene. At the municipal bureau, shortly after Mu Tianye left, Zhang Pingchao rushed to find Jiangcheng, demanding to know where Mu Tianye had gone. Seeing her father's troubled expression, Jiangcheng hurriedly informed him that Mu Tianye had already left.
Zhang Pingchao's expression darkened further.
Wiping sweat from his forehead, he jogged back to his office, grabbed his phone, and dialed Yu Lianchuan's number. Not long ago, Yu Lianchuan had called him, completely changing his previous attitude.
He demanded that Zhang Pingchao detain Mu Tianye and under no circumstances release him.
Zhang Pingchao initially dismissed it. Yu Lianchuan wasn't his superior, so he had no right to give orders. But then another man's voice came over the line, revealing his identity and sending a chill down Zhang Pingchao's spine. He finally recalled that Yu Lianchuan had a powerful brother-in-law, someone he couldn't afford to provoke.
Moreover, the other party was forcefully intervening in the name of the military, demanding Zhang Pingchao's full cooperation.
Though he knew this was somewhat irregular, Zhang Pingchao still had no choice but to comply.
Hello, Director Yu. My deepest apologies, but your call came too late. Mu Tianye has already been picked up. My apologies, my apologies.
It was my oversight.
But the person who took him away is no small figure either.
Someone higher up directly ordered his release. No, it wasn't the city government. The call came directly from Beijing.
Zhang Pingchao did his best to deflect responsibility, finally hanging up after some persuasion. Recalling Yu Lianchuan's furious outburst on the other end, he felt both uneasy and infuriated. We're peers, yet you act all high and mighty just because your brother-in-law's got connections? What a load of crap.
The more he thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. Finally, gritting his teeth, he dialed Secretary Yang Wenlong and recounted the entire incident with dramatic exaggeration. The situation had already spiraled beyond his control. With the military involved, it was no longer something he could influence.
But Yang Wenlong was different. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon can't defeat a local snake. No matter how powerful the big shot was, this was still Yang Wenlong's turf. I know. Don't worry. I'll handle this. Yang Wenlong sounded unconcerned, his tone utterly matter-of-fact. Zhang Pingchao couldn't quite gauge his superior's intentions. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Yang Wenlong spoke again on the other end of the line. Director Jiang, your municipal bureau has been performing well lately. There happen to be a few openings at the provincial level. It's not exactly a meteoric rise, but it could be a step forward. I'm considering recommending you for it. Would you like to think about it? Zhang Pingchao's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. What was there to consider? If he didn't make a move now, he'd be stuck in this position until retirement.
There was no need for deliberation.
Zhang Pingchao readily agreed.
After hanging up, he pondered why this unexpected windfall had landed on his doorstep. Zhang Pingchao was a man of considerable worldly wisdom, and he quickly grasped the peculiarity of the situation. It had to be that kid Mu Tianye. Recently, the only person he'd dealt with regarding favors was Mu Tianye.
Yang Wenlong was repaying a favor for Mu Tianye.
Once he grasped the connection, Zhang Pingchao silently counted his blessings.
Thankfully, Mu Tianye had left first. He hadn't completely alienated the man. Otherwise, he might have ended up in a deep hole.
It seemed the Mu family truly remained formidable even in death, backed by powerful connections. No, he must ensure that Jiangcheng, that girl, keeps pushing harder.
Chapter 115, Bombshell. Meanwhile, Nan Zhiyi drove aimlessly down the road.
Her mind was elsewhere, and she nearly caused accidents several times.
It was just a game. How could I possibly take someone like her seriously?
Mu Tianye's words echoed relentlessly in her mind, along with the carefree, indifferent expression on his face as he spoke them.
Nan Zhiyi bit her lip tightly as tears silently rolled down her cheeks.
Her phone suddenly rang. It was Ding Yao calling. Nan Zhiyi, unable to focus on work, ignored it and didn't answer. But Ding Yao seemed to have something urgent, calling persistently without giving up. Finally snapping out of her grief, Nan Zhiyi realized Ding Yao must genuinely have an urgent matter. She wasn't just a woman whose relationship had failed, she was also a boss. She had to take responsibility for the company and her employees, and couldn't let her personal feelings affect the entire team. She slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. After composing herself slightly, Nan Zhiyi answered the call. Ms. Nan, have you seen the headlines? Something major just happened. Before Nan Zhiyi could speak, Ding Yao's anxious voice cut in. What happened? Nan Zhiyi asked calmly. What could possibly be more devastating to her than Mu Tianye's words? Ding Yao sensed her boss's unease, but with the urgency of the situation, she didn't dwell on it. She quickly recounted what had unfolded online. It turned out that early this morning, someone had released a barrage of explosive revelations about Mu Tianye online, mostly concerning events before his family's bankruptcy. They claimed he had bullied classmates in school, repeatedly picking on the weak and beating them for no reason.
Photos of Mu Tianye assaulting others were included, with the victims' faces blurred out.
It also claimed Mu Tianye was a serial cheater who dated multiple women simultaneously, with several women even having abortions for him. Some of the women involved came forward with concrete evidence. Several now famous female streamers released videos claiming they had dated Mu Tianye in the past, even showing medical records from abortions they had undergone. Amidst this chaotic barrage of revelations, one specifically targets Nan Zhiyi. It alleged that Nan Zhiyi, now a globally renowned designer, was Mu Tianye's mistress at the time. She was accused of knowingly becoming his mistress, disregarding her family's opposition, and willingly severing ties with them for money to become his plaything. To obtain her, Mu Tianye allegedly beat her father and younger brother into disability and ruthlessly drove the entire family out of Jiangcheng. Combined with the previous two news stories, many believe this was exactly the kind of thing Mu Tianye would do. Consequently, online criticism of Mu Tianye has erupted, with a flood of condemnation. Some also lashed out at Nan Zhiyi for being shameless. However, Nan Zhiyi already had a dedicated fanbase and maintained a consistently positive public image. Many fans refused to believe the allegations were true and spontaneously defended her, engaging in heated debates with critics in the comment sections. Others have flooded He Chen's social media accounts with comments, some attacking Nan Zhiyi, others urging him to distance himself from her. In short, the situation now was that both Nan Zhiyi's and He Chen's accounts were in complete disarray because of this incident. Within just a few hours, Mu Tianye became the target of online criticism, while Nan Zhiyi was thrust into the eye of the storm. Her fans, desperate for her to clear her name, suggested her parents step forward to clarify the situation.
This presented another impossible dilemma. She had severed ties with her adoptive parents and their family years ago. How could they possibly clarify anything?
After Ding Yao finished explaining, Nan Zhiyi pressed her temples wearily.
It was clear this online backlash was entirely aimed at Mu Tianye. The attackers meant business. They thoroughly investigated her relationship with Mu Tianye. Though the exposé distorted some details, the core narrative held up. This attack wasn't a petty skirmish, it was a calculated attempt to destroy Mu Tianye. They had even dug up dirt on the old lady, claiming her status as a war hero was tainted and that her virtues didn't match her position. A lengthy online post now circulated, specifically targeting the old lady. Spanning thousands of words, it listed several alleged crimes against her. It alleges her background is tainted, that she came from a family of landlords who oppressed peasants, and that she once sold counterfeit medicine. Later, during wartime turmoil, her family fell on hard times. Out of desperation, she joined the battlefield as a military doctor, allowing her family to scrape by and survive. Unfortunately, her so-called medical lineage was already suspect, and her lack of skill led to the deaths of several soldiers due to improper treatment. Someone claiming to be a relative of one of the fallen soldiers stepped forward, holding an ID card and martyr certificate, tearfully and emphatically pointing the finger at the elderly woman. They accused her entire family of being quacks who had harmed many. Once this news went public, it sent shockwaves rippling through the internet once more. 3 years ago, when the Mu family's factory collapsed, rumors had already circulated that Jiangcheng Pharmaceuticals produced and sold counterfeit drugs, though never confirmed. This latest revelation serves as definitive proof. With the elderly woman already in the spotlight, this explosive negative news sent major platforms into an uproar. She was once again thrust to the top of trending charts, but this time, it was for being vilified. While on the phone with Ding Ning, Nan Zhiyi browsed the news on another phone, her expression darkening by the second. She didn't believe a word of the online rumors, convinced that the allegations against her were deliberately twisted facts. The real trouble now was that so many people had come forward with accusations. Without concrete evidence, Mu Tianye and the old lady would find it extremely difficult to clear their names this time. She hadn't even realized it herself. Mu Tianye had just torn her to shreds, yet now that trouble had struck, her first concern was for Mu Tianye and the old lady. As for the negative news about herself, she didn't care in the slightest. Ms. Nan, Xingzhou has arrived at the company with the PR team. They want you to come back and discuss how to navigate this public relations crisis. Ding Yao called to relay this news. Nan Zhiyi was slightly taken aback.
She hadn't expected Xingzhou to arrive so quickly, especially without contacting her first.
This seemed rather unusual. No need. Formulaic PR tactics will only make things worse.
Tell Xingzhou he doesn't need to get involved.
I'll handle this myself.
Closing the other phone, Nan Zhiyi made her decision with weary resolve. Her mind was crystal clear. She knew the other side had unleashed this barrage of explosive revelations with ulterior motives.
Launching a PR campaign now would likely play right into their trap.
Ms. Nan, you might still need to come in. Xingzhou brought a few people with him this time.
They claimed to be your parents.
Ding Yao's voice trembled slightly at the end. She had already met the two people claiming to be Nan Zhiyi's parents, commoners with sleazy, vulgar expressions that bore no resemblance whatsoever to the peerlessly elegant Nan Zhiyi.
Parents? Family? Nan Zhiyi froze as if electrocuted.
Moments later, profound terror washed over her face.
Her hands trembled so violently she could barely hold the phone. The shackles she had fought so hard to break free from had returned in this unexpected way. After a long while, Nan Zhiyi steadied her nerves. Clenching her teeth, her voice trembled with uncontrollable emotion. "I'm coming right over." Chapter 116, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Mu Tianye sat in Jiang Liqiu's car, heading toward the Fu residence. Ever since learning from Jiang Liqiu about the fire at the small courtyard, he sensed a storm brewing. Recalling that Nan Zhiyi had also been at the scene of the fire last night, Jiang Liqiu had only mentioned that his mother and grandmother were safe, deliberately avoiding any mention of Nan Zhiyi. Mu Tianye felt uneasy about Nan Zhiyi's situation but hesitated to ask Jiang Liqiu directly. He pulled out his phone, intending to call his mother to discreetly inquire about Nan Zhiyi. He unlocked the screen, but before he could dial, a push notification caught his attention. The news was about himself. Furrowing his brow slightly, he tapped on it out of curiosity. Minutes later, Mu Tianye's expression darkened, his entire being growing as cold as ice, his aura chilling. "Stop reading that. It's pure fabrication. Ignore it." Jiang Liqiu, seated beside him, dismissed it casually. Mu Tianye turned his head to look at her. "You've seen it?" Jiang Liqiu curved her lips into a faint smile. Such a sensational front-page headline, of course she was aware of it. She simply hadn't given it much thought. If she wished, a single phone call could suppress these rumors. But she hadn't done so. Firstly, it was unnecessary. She knew Mu Tianye well, he wasn't the type to care about such gossip. Secondly, she was playing the long game. Anyone daring to bully her fiancé had better be prepared to be uprooted by her. "I knew you wouldn't care about this stuff, so I didn't tell you earlier." "What about my grandmother?" Mu Tianye frowned, his voice deepening. Jiang Liqiu's smile was thin and cold as she countered, "What do you think?" Mu Tianye felt a wave of deflation wash over him. He was right, the old lady's heart was far too vast to be swayed by such trivialities. "You're probably worried about someone else, aren't you?" Jiang Liqiu asked lightly once more. Mu Tianye flustered, hastily shaking his head in denial. "I'm a selfish person. I only care about my own affairs." Jiang Liqiu snorted derisively but said nothing more. She was a highly goal-oriented person, focused solely on the outcome, regardless of anything else. Mu Tianye would eventually become her husband. Whether he harbored feelings for other women was of little consequence as long as they backed off and stayed out of her sight. That way, she could turn a blind eye. The car arrived at the Fu residence, a grand, gilded mansion with its gates tightly shut. 2 Land Rovers were parked nearby. Men Fengyong had arranged to stake out the place early that morning. Mu Tianye rolled down the window and leaned out, revealing his face. The door of the opposite Land Rover swung open instantly. Several burly men in suits and sunglasses jogged over. "Young master, young mistress." The 4 men lined up in a row, greeting them with utmost respect. Mu Tianye scanned them from head to toe, silently shaking his head and sighing inwardly. "Is this how you tail someone? Dressed like that and shouting so loudly, were they afraid people wouldn't notice them?" This was the downside of wealthy families, their servants always felt compelled to put on a show wherever they went. Jiang Liqiu noticed Mu Tianye's exasperation and stifled a giggle. Mu Tianye rolled his eyes, lifted his chin, and asked his men, "Anything new?" "Yes. Someone came this morning. He looked shady, definitely no good. He went in for less than 2 minutes, then seemed to be kicked out." The team leader answered honestly. Mu Tianye froze. "They actually found something? Where is he now?" The subordinate replied, "Gone." "Gone?" Mu Tianye's voice rose sharply. The subordinate was a bit flustered. After thinking it over, he felt his answer was correct. The man had indeed left. But seeing the young master's furious expression, he carefully chose his words and repeated his answer with precision. "He left cursing under his breath." You damn." Mu Tianye fought the urge to punch someone. Jiang Liqiu beside him couldn't help but snort with laughter. She loved seeing Mu Tianye flustered and helpless. It was why she teased him constantly as a child, finding it utterly amusing. Mu Tianye shot Jiang Liqiu a sidelong glance and asked, his voice strained with restraint, "What I mean is, you just let such a suspicious person slip away so easily? You didn't do anything?" His subordinate finally snapped to attention and hurriedly replied, "We've already assigned someone to follow him, young master. Rest assured, he won't get away." He pulled out his phone, flicked through photos, and handed one to Mu Tianye. "Sir, look at this guy. We've verified his identity, a former deputy chief at Chenlu police station who got fired. Now he's unemployed and has a grudge against you. Highly suspicious." Mu Tianye glanced at the photo. It was indeed that Fu Yuan fellow. He couldn't help but admire the efficiency of the Zheng family's people. They dug up the suspect's background so quickly. The only drawback was their stiffness, which made communication a bit awkward. Perhaps it was because he rarely interacted with them. He figured he'd just need to spend more time with them when he returned to the Zheng family. Mu Tianye consoled himself with this thought, his expression softening. "Good work, everyone. Notify the brothers following him to take him into custody immediately. Secure him somewhere and keep him under watch until I give further instructions." His subordinates were flattered. Serving the young master was no hardship at all. Yes, sir. The subordinate bellowed with renewed vigor, as if injected with adrenaline. Mu Tianye jumped in surprise, hastily waving them off to carry out their orders. Such dramatic reactions were simply not his style. Once the men returned to the Land Rover, Zhang Liqiu was doubled over laughing.
Seeing Mu Tianye's face as pale as if he'd been bitten by mosquitoes, she reached out and pinched his cheek.
Don't be upset. They're always like this. You'll get used to it. Mu Tianye disliked Zhang Liqiu treating him like a child by pinching his cheeks.
He shifted slightly and gently pushed her hand away. Zhang Liqiu pursed her lips, looking slightly displeased, her eyes brimming with hurt as she stared silently at Mu Tianye.
What's wrong with a little pinch? You're my fiancé, after all.
The Nans all treat you.
A flock of crows seemed to fly across Mu Tianye's forehead.
Worried she might take her anger out on Nan Zhiyi again, he quickly grabbed her hand and interrupted, there are other people here.
You know I'm sensitive about my appearance. Zhang Liqiu snorted twice, wrinkling her delicate little nose. She said nothing more.
Her small hand held by Mu Tianye, an odd sweetness filled her heart. Unwilling to let go, she interlaced her fingers with his.
Tongyan, seated in the driver's seat, glanced at the rearview mirror.
The sight of the young master and mistress intertwining their fingers and bickering playfully stirred an unexpected pang of jealousy within him. Fearing he might betray his emotions, Tongyan quickly averted his gaze. He understood his place. After all these years of shadowing her, he couldn't help but feel a certain pleasure toward Zhang Liqiu, who seemed like a heavenly being. Even knowing he could never have her, he couldn't control his fantasies. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, clenching his fingers slightly as he fought to steady his emotions. The two passengers in the back failed to notice the driver's unease. Zhang Liqiu, in a good mood, leaned lightly against Mu Tianye and asked softly, what's the next step? I've gathered all the dirt on the Fu family over the years, and the Yu families as well.
When do you plan to make your move? I can arrange everything anytime. Mu Tianye felt a warm surge in his heart. Zhang Liqiu was always so thorough, anticipating every detail and preparing everything for him in advance.
It had been that way before, and it remained so now. He couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt toward her. When it came to love, he knew he couldn't share it equally between the two of them.
No rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. We're waiting for the bigger fish.
Masking the flutter in his heart, Mu Tianye replied calmly.
Chapter 117, Turbulent Times.
Glancing at the tightly shut gates of the Fu residence, Mu Tianye let out a disdainful chuckle.
Some games weren't for everyone to play.
Since the Fu family had overstepped their bounds by getting involved, they should brace themselves for utter ruin. The Fu family was nothing but a bunch of clownish fools not worth wasting time on here.
Drive.
To the young Mrs. Place. Mu Tianye withdrew his gaze, rolled up the window, and spoke indifferently.
The Jiang family has only one eldest daughter, Jiang Wenjun. Yes, young master. Tongyan started the Maybach, showing no sign of abnormality.
At the Kaisung Hotel, Jiang Wenjun sat with the old lady in their room, scrolling through gossip on her phone, her expression as still as water.
Mom, don't pay attention to this. It's just baseless gossip. I'll handle it shortly and have the platform take down the video.
The matriarch shook her head, the creases between her brows deepening though not because of the negative rumors about herself.
Wenjun, what's really going on with Xiaoyi and Nan?
Compared to the verbal attacks against herself, the old lady was far more concerned about the love-hate entanglement between her grandson and Nan Zhiyi. She didn't believe a word of the online accusations about Mu Tianye's alleged misdeeds. She knew her grandson well. No matter how mischievous he might be, his character was beyond reproach. Her only fear was that he might be consumed by love, hurting both himself and others.
He was the Mu family's only remaining heir. She couldn't bear to see her grandson suffer injustice. Mom, all that online is nonsense. Nan is a tragic soul too.
That couple were her adoptive parents. They mistreated her and forced her to marry some old man. It was our Xiaoyi who saved her. True, his methods were extreme. I had it investigated. He broke her adoptive father's limbs and drove the whole family out of Jiangcheng. But they deserved it. You have no idea if Xiaoyi had been just 1 minute later, Nan might have been violated by that beastly foster father of hers. It's only because Xiaoyi has a soft heart. If it were me, I'd have thrown him into the lake to feed the fish. Recalling Nan Zhiyi's past, Jiang Wenjun felt both heartbroken and furious, speaking without restraint and letting her words run slightly wild. The old lady knew this daughter-in-law was no ordinary woman. She was the type who could actually drown someone in the lake. She didn't dwell on the harsh words, merely shaking her head and sighing. That girl has certainly had it rough. But now that all the blame is being heaped on Xiaoyi, shouldn't she step forward and speak up for justice? Jiang Wenjun glanced at the time. Nan Zhiyi had been out all morning and still hadn't returned. She'd likely already seen the online nonsense, but how would she handle it? Shifting her perspective, she realized this situation wasn't entirely negative. If Nan Zhiyi handled it well, it could demonstrate to the old lady just how deeply she cared for Mu Tianye. Still, Jiang Wenjun couldn't shake a lingering worry. She feared another unexpected twist might arise. After all, Nan Zhiyi's image represented her entire company. From the corporate standpoint, during PR efforts, she probably wouldn't be overly inclined to favor her own son.
She debated calling Nan Zhiyi to give her a heads up. If that little company went under, so be it. At worst, she, as the mother-in-law, could support her daughter-in-law. All Nan Zhiyi needed to do was stand up for her son and say a few fair words to ease the old lady's mind. But in front of the old lady, she couldn't pull any underhanded tricks. Just then, the old lady's phone rang. It was Su Yumuo's number. She was probably calling to inquire about the negative news circulating online. The old lady and her account had just started to gain traction, but now this sudden incident had caused the account to collapse completely. Su Yumu would likely be furious. Feeling guilty for causing trouble for others because of her own affairs, the old lady sighed but answered the call calmly. "Hello, Grandma? Where are you and Auntie now? I'm coming over to film a video with you." The voice on the other end was sweet and charming, the tone light and casual, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. It seemed as if she knew nothing about the online rumors. The old lady was quite surprised. That shouldn't be possible. Could this little girl really not know about the online situation? "Yumo, have you seen the news online?" the old lady asked tentatively. "Of course I did." "Oh, Grandma, don't pay any attention to those keyboard warriors spouting nonsense. We've got nothing to hide, so just keep doing what we're doing and ignore them." Su Yumo's response warmed the old lady's heart. The girl's innocence and kindness felt like a shot of adrenaline, lifting the old lady's spirits and suddenly making her look vibrant and energetic. The tumultuous years she had lived through were her youth, her entire family's dedication to this nation, the honor she had sworn to defend with her life. Now, to be recklessly slandered by online trolls to say she didn't care would be a lie. How could she not care? Nearly every member of the Li family had perished on the battlefield. Before the victory of the War of Resistance was secured, she was left alone, an orphan daughter. She began as a simple army nurse, yet never once squandered a soldier's life through negligence. Countless wounded, driven to despair and contemplating surrender, were pulled back from the brink of death only through her patient persuasion. Her grandfather was a renowned master physician. Having been immersed in medical knowledge since childhood and having studied diligently, how could Li Shouying possibly cause someone's death due to incompetence? This was utter nonsense. Later, when her father and brothers all perished at the front lines, her superiors, moved by her plight, granted her special permission to demobilize and return home. But Li Shouying refused. She shed her white coat, donned military uniform, and that very day petitioned her superiors to return to the front lines. It wasn't just about defending her homeland, she was also seeking vengeance for her father and brothers. In the end, she proved herself equal to any man, earning numerous military honors. With her achievements, she should now reside in a military compound in the capital. But Li Shouying's ambitions lay elsewhere. She chose to conceal her fame and accomplishments, opting instead to marry and raise a family. The Li family's lineage needed to continue. Now, facing malicious online slander, the old woman's heart is truly torn apart. Yet she refuses to argue or explain. Those years of mountains of corpses and seas of blood weighed heavy as a mountain, not just her memories, but the unspeakable pain etched into the hearts of her entire generation. Hearing Su Yumo's unconditional trust now, the old lady felt a complex mix of emotions, her eyes unconsciously reddening. Jiang Wenjun listened quietly nearby, deeply moved. She reached up to wipe the corner of her own eye. She understood the old woman's suffering and felt her pain. The old lady reached out to wipe her daughter-in-law's tears, offering a gentle smile as she shook her head softly, as if releasing a burden. "Yumo, Grandma has something to attend to today, so we won't be filming the video. Rest at home for a couple of days. Once Grandma handles this matter, I'll call you, okay?" The old lady had come to terms with it. She still needed to do the self-media work, not for any other reason, but simply to avoid disappointing the pure and kind-hearted Su Yumo. But before that, certain matters truly needed settling. "Grandma, why don't I come over to keep you company? I'm bored all alone at home." On the other end of the line, Su Yumo suggested gently, though she was actually worried the old lady might be feeling down and wanted to come over for a chat. "Aunt Wenjun is here with me. Things are genuinely hectic right now. Be a good girl. Grandma will contact you soon." Chapter 118, What's the Big Deal? The old lady managed to persuade Su Yumo not to come visit her. After hanging up, the old lady sighed deeply once more. She genuinely adored Su Yumo, pure, kind-hearted, and with an unblemished past. She was the perfect choice for a granddaughter-in-law in her eyes. But alas, her grandson had no luck. He insisted on going back to his old flame. "She's a good girl," Jiang Wenjun remarked with a sigh. Who could disagree? The old lady sighed again. As they spoke, Jiang Wenjun's phone rang. She pulled it out to see it was Jiang Liqiu calling. Jiang Wenjun felt a slight surprise and pressed the answer button. "Auntie, something's happened to Xiaoyi. We were rushing to your hotel when a military vehicle blocked us. They didn't ask any questions, they just took him away." Jiang Liqiu's voice was urgent as she recounted their recent ordeal over the phone. Just minutes earlier, Mu Tianye and Jiang Liqiu had been driving toward the Kaisheng Hotel when a Volkswagen with military license plates suddenly appeared.
The vehicle overtook them from behind and forced Mu Tianye's car to a stop. Two men resembling guards then emerged from the Volkswagen, knocked on the window, and ordered Mu Tianye to get out and accompany them. Mu Tianye glanced at the license plate registered in the capital, indicating high-ranking status. Zhang Liqiu frowned, ready to confront them, but Mu Tianye stopped him. It wasn't that he feared them, but their hostile intent made a confrontation likely to escalate into physical altercation. He was injured and couldn't fight. If Zhang Liqiu learned he'd been hurt because of Nan Zhiyi, he feared Jiang might do something reckless to her. Moreover, the man's connections were formidable. If they clashed head-on now, they might end up at a disadvantage. Thus, Mu Tianye soothed Zhang Liqiu with a few words before obediently stepping out of the car. He boarded the Volkswagen with the two guards and drove away. But before they left, he whispered a warning to Zhang Liqiu. "Notify my grandmother." Zhang Liqiu was puzzled. What good would informing the old lady do? After Mu Tianye was taken away, Zhang Liqiu immediately called her adoptive father Mu Tianye's uncle and explained the situation. She asked him to investigate which military unit in the capital the vehicle belonged to. Only then did she call Jiang Wenjun. With the military now involved, even Jiang Liqiu's extensive connections couldn't reach into the armed forces. Such matters required the intervention of elders. After hearing the entire account, Jiang Wenjun's expression darkened to a terrifying degree. "Liqiu, did you get a clear look at the license plate?" Her voice was unusually low, like ice scraping against ice, every syllable carrying a chill. On the other end of the line, Jiang Liqiu felt an involuntary chill. She knew her usually composed aunt was genuinely furious this time. Angrier than yesterday when she herself had nearly perished in the fire. Her husband was dead, and now Mu Tianye was her only remaining heir, her very lifeline. Anyone could touch her, but if anyone dared touch her son, she would send them straight to hell. Listen carefully. I've already had father look into it. The license plate is... But we haven't gotten a response yet. It seems complicated. Auntie, should we inform grandfather? Zhang Liqiu still hadn't heard from her father, and her unease grew. No need. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Tell your father not to get involved. After all, he's within the system. Some things are better left untouched. Jiang Wenjun jotted down the license plate number, already formulating a plan in her mind. Understood, Auntie. Zhang Liqiu trusted her aunt's capabilities and said no more. After hanging up, she narrowed her eyes and instructed Tang Yan to turn the car around, heading toward another location. These vermin had gone too far. With aunt handling Mu Tianye's affairs, she could use this time to attend to other matters. It was high time for clowns like the Fu family to disappear. Inside the hotel, Jiang Wenjun ended her call, stood up, changed her shoes, and prepared to leave. Mom, stay here for now. I'll have Feng Yong arrange someone to accompany you. I'm going out to handle something and will be back soon. Has something happened to Xiaoyi? The old lady frowned and asked. Earlier, when Jiang Wenjun had spoken with Zhang Liqiu on the phone, though it wasn't on speaker, the old lady had overheard fragments of their conversation. Jiang Wenjun's hand paused on the doorknob. Unable to hide it from her mother, she reluctantly nodded. There's been a minor issue, but it's nothing serious. I'll handle it quickly once I step out. The old lady chuckled and shook her head. I don't have dementia, you know. Is this minor issue really worth getting you so worked up? Jiang Wenjun was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. It wasn't a major issue, but it certainly wasn't easy to resolve. The Jiang family was indeed a towering presence, but military and political affairs had always been kept separate unless one occupied the very pinnacle of power. Now that the patriarch of the Jiang family had effectively retired, he could still exert influence within the military, but it would cost him a great many favors. The fact that military vehicles had been dispatched all the way from the capital to Jiangcheng to arrest someone spoke volumes. This was clearly no ordinary matter. More importantly, Jiang Wenjun feared this incident might be connected to her husband's past. She suspected Mu Qingsong's earlier troubles had involved the military. That's why she was so anxious now. She wanted to go out and probe the other side's strength first, hoping her son hadn't been taken out of Jiangcheng yet. Otherwise, dealing with it would be far more troublesome. To put it bluntly, once one reaches a certain rank in the military, they can do things unimaginable to ordinary people. Seeing her daughter-in-law struggle to speak, the old lady didn't wait for an answer. I overheard a bit. Is this connected to the military? Her son's incident back then had also involved the military. He was tight-lipped, fearing she'd worry herself sick in her old age, so he never mentioned those matters to his mother until his death. It was only after Mu Qingsong's death that the old woman pieced together some clues through relentless pondering. But her son was gone now. Pleading with anyone would be futile. She blamed herself for discovering the truth too late, otherwise, her son wouldn't have died so young. So what if it was the military? What's the big deal? She, Li Xiuying, had spent her entire life in military service. Was she not allowed to have a few old acquaintances in the army? Seeing that the old lady had nearly pieced together the truth, Jiang Wenjun could no longer keep up the pretense. She nodded and replied. He was taken away by military personnel. I believe they were from the capital. The old lady nodded.
Don't go running around trying to fix this. And don't bother your old man either, he's practically retired.
Some debts of gratitude are impossible to repay once incurred.
Give me the license plate number. I'll handle this. Mom, but. No buts about it. Hurry up. If they take my grandson out of Jiangcheng, do you expect me to chase after them to get him back at my age?
The old lady declared impatiently. Zhang Wenjun had no choice but to hand over the license plate number she had just jotted down. The old lady rummaged through her belongings for a moment, pulling out a small notebook with a worn cover. She flipped through the pages carefully, found a number, then, her expression turning serious, took out her phone and dialed the number.
Chapter 119, The Veteran Steps In.
Beijing, a military compound. A white-haired yet vigorous elderly man stared intently at his phone. His presence commanded respect without a hint of anger, radiating an aura of military prowess. Behind him stood a middle-aged man with 4 stars on his shoulders. Sensing the old man's displeasure, the man stood silently, holding his breath. Thud. The old man suddenly erupted with fury, flinging the phone violently to the floor. Damn it! Who the hell wrote this news? It's utter nonsense, complete rubbish. The old man's beard bristled and his eyes blazed as he slammed his fist hard on the table several times. Despite being well past 70, his hands possessed remarkable strength. The solid wood coffee table nearly shattered under his blows. Qianjun, get on it. Find out which bastard is spreading rumors and slandering your Aunt Li, skin him alive and beat him to death. The old man turned to look at Jay behind him, his words carrying the weight of a military order. Yes, father. Behind him, Meng Qianjun saluted stiffly and acknowledged the order. Though he now held 4 stars, he had to remain perfectly respectful in front of the old man. Back in the day on the battlefield, his old man had been known as the living king of hell. When his temper flared, no one could stop him. As Meng Qianjun turned to carry out the old man's orders, the landline phone beside him suddenly rang. He walked over to answer it. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Qianjun? I'd like to speak with Brother Meng Changning. The voice on the other end belonged to an elderly woman, gentle and kind. Meng Qianjun froze upon hearing the voice. A moment later, his spirits lifted. Through the phone, he snapped to attention and saluted. Aunt Li? Meng Qianjun's voice trembled with emotion, losing its usual composure. The old man sitting in the chair shot to his feet at his son's words. He scurried over in 3 quick steps, snatched the phone from Meng Qianjun's hand, and shoved him aside. Xiaoying? You finally decided to call your old brother. With just those words, the old man's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He and Li Xiaoying had been comrades in arms. Back on the battlefield, Xiaoying had saved his life. The debt of that life-saving act and the bond of comradeship ran deep and strong. After the victory in the War of Resistance, the old man had reached the pinnacle of his military career through accumulated merits, while Li Xiaoying chose to marry, have children, and live under a new identity. The last time they had met was when Mu Tianye was born. In the blink of an eye, Mu Tianye had passed away in his prime, and Li Xiaoying had severed all previous ties, retreating from the world. Meng Changning had longed to visit this heroic comrade in arms, yet feared disturbing her peace. Now, Li Xiaoying's sudden call stirred a mix of emotions within him, leaving him with a bittersweet sigh. Brother Meng, it's been ages since we last spoke. You're not picking on girls again, are you? Li Xiaoying's voice carried a hint of emotion as she teased him gently. Of course not. How's your health been lately? I saw all that nonsense online, utter rubbish. I'll call Old Hu and the others right now to have them clarify things for you. Don't worry about it. I've already sent Qianjun to investigate. Once we find out which bastard is behind this, I'll skin him alive. With your big brother here, sis, rest assured no one will dare bully you or your grandmother. Meng Changning rattled off a string of words, yet still felt he hadn't said enough. It had been so long since they last spoke, and he had a mountain of things to say. But he was too straightforward to express sentimental longing, so he stuck to discussing the immediate situation. Li Xiaoying listened, tears streaming down her face. At her age, there were few left in this world who still treated her like a cherished little girl. Alright, I'll take Brother Meng's advice. Truth be told, I reached out to you this time hoping you could stand up for me. My son died a shameful death. Now that I'm old, I couldn't even protect my only grandson. This old body of mine is getting weaker by the day. Meng Changning sensed the unspoken worry in her words and asked with concern, Sis, I remember your only grandson was named Xiaoyi, right? What happened? Did something happen to him? Sigh. He must have offended some powerful figure. A military vehicle just arrived from the capital and took him away without a word. I had no choice but to call you for help. What? Meng Changning roared like a tiger, his blood boiling. Which bastard has the nerve? Give me his name, I'll take him out right now. The older generation had a tough style, their tone fierce and unyielding. Meng Qianjun listened to the old man's words, his eyelids twitching violently. What era was this? How could someone be shot dead on a whim? But he dared not speak up, obediently listening from the sidelines. He could piece together what was happening. Aunt Li and her grandson had been bullied, and by someone from their own unit.
If this matter wasn't handled properly, the old man would probably skin him alive first. Li Xiuying didn't beat around the bush either, immediately giving Meng Changning the license plate number. Alright, sis, just wait for my update. I'll handle this. After exchanging a few more polite inquiries about each other's well-being, they hung up. Meng Changning slammed the landline receiver back into its cradle and turned to glare at his son. Did you hear everything Aunt Li said just now? Meng Qianjun nodded hastily. I heard everything. Meng Changning pressed further. Did you get the license plate number? Do you know which organization the car belongs to? Meng Qianjun nodded again. I did. I vaguely recall it might be an adjutant from the 2nd Artillery. Meng Changning suddenly slammed his fist on the table, sending the objects on it rattling violently. The force made Meng Qianjun flinch. You wrote it down? Then get your ass moving. Is this such a trivial matter that I have to handle it myself? Faced with his father's unreasonable outburst, Meng Qianjun was utterly helpless. He dared not delay any longer and hurried off to handle the matter. After his son left, Meng Changning still felt a surge of pent-up anger. That man had been his comrade in arms on the battlefield, sharing life and death together. Now, to see him bullied like this was utterly unforgivable. Pacing restlessly in the living room, Meng Changning returned to the landline and dialed a number. Hey, old Hu, drop everything you're doing right now. Gather all our old comrades in arms immediately. We're heading to Jiangcheng. An aged voice answered. Hey, old Meng, you never learn to slow down, do you? What's got you in such a rush? Meng Changning clasped one hand on his waist, his beard bristling with fury. Xiuying's been bullied and her grandson's been kidnapped. What do you mean, what's the matter? What? The voice on the other end shot up in shock. Damn it! Who the hell has the nerve to do this? Wait there. Meet at the compound gate in 5 minutes. Meng Changning was about to hang up when he faintly heard furious shouts on the other end. Erwa, bring me my combat knife. Meng Changning set down the receiver and curled his lip. They say he has a hot temper, but this guy's ready to draw a knife at the drop of a hat. Who's really the hothead here? 5 minutes later, at a military compound in the capital, over a dozen army SUVs sped out the gates, racing toward the airport. The convoy proceeded unimpeded, with military vehicles clearing the way. Countless passers-by glanced curiously, assuming the troops were deploying. Could the Americans be attacking? Yet few noticed that inside the vehicle sat a group of elderly men, all in their 70s, their chests adorned with military decorations. Chapter 120, I've changed my mind. Not long after Mu Tianye left the police station, he was brought back. To be precise, he was brought back by force. This time, the treatment was markedly different from his previous visit. Handcuffs were fastened around his wrists. In the interrogation room, an officer flanked by 2 guards glared at him menacingly. Hey, military officer, what law did I break to deserve this treatment? Mu Tianye grinned, raising his hand to flash the cuffs at the officer. Poof. You know exactly what you've done. Zhang Chuang sat across from him, his expression fierce, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Mu Tianye shrugged indifferently. I honestly have no idea what I did to warrant the military coming after me. Zhang Chuang sneered coldly. You assaulted a military officer without provocation. Do you know what that charge carries? Mu Tianye's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly understood they were here to settle the score for Yu Yang. But Yu Yang was just a lowly civil servant. When had he become a military officer? Glancing at the military insignia on the middle-aged man's shoulder, Mu Tianye quickly had his answer. No need to guess. Yu Yang's so-called military status was undoubtedly a temporary arrangement orchestrated by the other side, designed solely to pin a crime on him. How despicable. It seemed every place had its share of rotten apples. Mu Tianye snorted derisively and remained silent. His contemptuous laughter seemed to provoke Zhang Chuang. He slammed his fist on the table, leaping to his feet in fury. Pointing a finger right at Mu Tianye's nose, he roared in a deep, menacing voice. Looks like you won't understand what you've done wrong until we teach you a lesson. Give him a taste of his own medicine to wake him up. As soon as Zhang Chuang finished speaking, the 2 guards behind him immediately approached Mu Tianye. Their eyes gleamed with menace, clearly signaling trouble. Outside the interrogation room, Jiangcheng and her father watched the surveillance feed, their hearts pounding with anxiety. The other party had used military affairs as an excuse to borrow their unit's interrogation room for their business, and Jiang Pingqiao had been unable to refuse. Now that Mu Tianye was about to suffer, Jiangcheng could no longer remain calm. Dad, you have to think of a way. Under normal circumstances, hearing that word dad would have prompted Jiang Pingqiao to handle even the most difficult matters for her. But not this time. The other side was too powerful. His influence simply couldn't reach them. Seeing her father's worried expression and unyielding stance, Jiangcheng stomped her foot in frustration and marched straight toward the interrogation room, determined to stop those 2 guards herself. Oh my goodness, my dear daughter, don't do anything rash. This isn't something we can interfere with. Jiang Pingqiao paled in alarm, grabbing his daughter's arm to stop her from causing trouble. Let go of me. No matter how fiercely Jiangcheng struggled, Jiang Pingqiao held her fast.
Upsetting high-ranking military officials was something he couldn't handle with his current position.
Just then, in the interrogation room, Zhang Chuang's personal phone rang.
This was a military hotline, only used for official business.
Hold on. Zhang Chuang urgently ordered the two guards to hold off.
He had to answer the call first. Making a scene here and alerting the commander would be bad news. Quickly composing himself, Zhang Chuang stood up and answered the call.
Commander, what are your orders? I'm telling you to off, you son of a. Who gave you the guts to misuse official resources for personal gain?
The commander unleashed a torrent of abuse over the line, leaving Zhang Chuang frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded.
Speak up. Struck dumb? Do you even know who you've kidnapped?
Let me make this clear, if a single hair on that person's head is harmed, I'll have you executed on the spot. Before Zhang Chuang could respond, the call abruptly ended.
The caller was Meng Qianjun.
He had no time to waste on Zhang Chuang. The old man had suddenly mobilized a large contingent of veteran officials to head to Jiangcheng.
Meng needed to urgently contact local authorities and make the necessary arrangements.
Staring at the black screen of his phone, Zhang Chuang's face turned ashen and his eyes went blank.
He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a down-and-out spoiled rich kid possibly warrant the commander-in-chief personally stepping in to take his side?
Mu Tianye, observing Zhang Chuang's expression, had already guessed what was going on. He sat back leisurely, a cold smile curling his lips. Raising a hand toward Zhang Chuang, he challenged, "Now, tell me again.
What crime did I commit?" Zhang Chuang's face darkened.
Taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions, he reluctantly ordered the guard, "Untie him."
The guard looked utterly bewildered but complied nonetheless. Mu Tianye, however, refused to let go.
He pulled his hand away, preventing the guard from removing his handcuffs, and flicked his chin toward Zhang Chuang.
"Let him come over and do it himself." The guard looked at Zhang Chuang with obvious reluctance.
Zhang Chuang narrowed his eyes but obediently walked over, bending down to prepare to unlock the handcuffs himself.
Mu Tianye pulled his hands away again, grinning cheekily. "I don't feel like going out right now. Let's just leave it like this for now."
Zhang Chuang remained frozen in place, still bent over. After a moment, he slowly straightened up, glaring at Mu Tianye as his voice came out through gritted teeth.
"Don't push your luck."
Mu Tianye shrugged dismissively.
"Got a problem? Come and get me." Zhang Chuang's face turned ashen. He clenched his fists tightly but ultimately made no move.
He had no choice but to back down now. The commander himself had intervened. He couldn't afford to cross him. If he couldn't placate Mu Tianye, he knew he'd be in serious trouble. Meng Qianjuan's threat to shoot him was just an angry outburst, but even if it didn't come to that, the consequences would be more than he could bear. Having spent years in the military, he knew all too well that crippling someone was a trivial matter in that world. In the monitoring room, Jiangcheng and her daughter remained locked in a tug-of-war stance, staring dumbfounded at the surveillance feed.
What was going on?
The arrogant military officer who had been so high and mighty moments ago was now bowing and scraping, as docile as a dog.
Father and daughter exchanged glances, shock mirrored in each other's eyes. They had seriously underestimated the power behind the Mu family. A single phone call could make someone of Zhang Chuang's caliber obey like a trained dog. Just how high-ranking must that person be? Unfathomable.
Mu Tianye leaned back lazily in his chair, ignoring Zhang Chuang's now pale face. Glancing up at the camera, he smirked and suddenly said, "Hungry.
Old classmate, order me some takeout? Grab a coffee 2-0, make it 2. One for each of us. I'm bored sitting here. Come in and keep me company."
Jiangcheng, who had been utterly bewildered moments ago, burst out laughing at Mu Tianye's shamelessness. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to go in and give him a piece of her mind. Zhang Pingchao quickly grabbed his daughter and soothed her. "It's not that bad. He's just treating you like family, that's why he's joking around like this." Jiangcheng huffed and stamped her foot, but she knew her dad was right. Mu Tianye seemed to accept her as a friend. "Coffee's right here. Go make 2 cups and keep him company for a bit. I'll order takeout for you both. What do you feel like eating?"
Zhang Pingchao asked his daughter attentively. "Whatever."
Jiangcheng replied with a touch of pride, then turned toward the break room.
She brewed 2 cups of coffee and walked into the interrogation room. Chapter 121, The Curtain Falls. The entire afternoon, Mu Tianye and Jiangcheng spent in the interrogation room, chatting idly and bickering.
Not long ago, the once arrogant Zhang Chuan was left waiting impatiently, pacing like a caged animal.
"What exactly do you want before you'll let this go?" Watching the clock tick away, Zhang Chuan could no longer contain his impatience. He dropped his pride and demanded of Mu Tianye. Mu Tianye flicked his toothpick between his teeth, glancing sideways at him. "I don't want anything. Why are you still hanging around? If you have business, go handle it. We're not close, so you don't need to keep me company."
Zhang Chuan was speechless, a surge of frustration rising in his chest that he couldn't vent. Jiangcheng, seated across from Mu Tianye, felt her eyelid twitch.
She pretended not to hear.
It was best not to get involved in this level of tension. One wrong move and she could get torn to shreds.
Mu Tianye had his ways of handling people. That was his skill.
Jiangcheng knew her place. Zhang Chuang remained someone she couldn't afford to offend. If she got caught up in the drama and incurred his resentment, only for him to come after her later, that would be a real headache. If Mu Tianye proved disloyal and abandoned her, she'd truly become Zhang Chuang's punching bag. The interrogation room door suddenly swung open with force. Those inside froze simultaneously, their gazes turning toward the doorway in unison. Outside the interrogation room stood a dense crowd of elderly men and women, all with snow-white hair. Were it not for their striking military uniforms and the dazzling medals of honor pinned to their chests, one might mistake them for a group of retirees on a police station tour organized by the Sunset Red Travel Agency. The most shocked person in that moment was Zhang Chuang. He had seen these people from afar at the military parade. Any one of them could cause an earthquake in the military. Yet now, these heavyweights had gathered at a municipal police station, all dressed in their finest. What on earth was going on? "Commander, good day." Zhang Chuang didn't have time to think. He saluted and greeted them properly. The group of high-ranking officials merely narrowed their eyes at him, offering no return salute. Their expressions were grim, as if they intended to put him on the spot. Zhang Chuang realized something was terribly wrong, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Jiangcheng stood frozen in place, her mind going blank. What was going on? Were they here to back Zhang Chuang up? It didn't look like it. No. Jiangcheng's mouth fell open, her pupils suddenly dilating. Among the group of bigwigs, she spotted an elderly woman also dressed in military uniform. Her chest was nearly bursting at the seams with military decorations. She looked kind-eyed, gazing intently into the crowd as if searching for someone. Jiangcheng recognized this old lady. Wasn't she Mu Tianye's grandmother? Could this be the support group the old lady had brought in to back up her grandson? How absurd. This spectacle was practically rivaling the founding ceremony. Jiangcheng was utterly stunned. She even spotted her own father and city department leaders standing behind the group of dignitaries, apparently there specifically to accompany these important elders. Just what kind of powerhouse is the Mu family? Jiangcheng turned to Mu Tianye, her eyes wide with astonishment. Suddenly, he seemed to radiate an unparalleled brilliance, more dazzling than ever before. "Grandma, what brings you here? Have you eaten?" Mu Tianye stood up with a playful grin and walked toward the elderly woman. The old lady shot Mu Tianye a disapproving look before affectionately pinching his cheek. "You're such a handful. Hurry up and greet your grandpa Meng and the others." Mu Tianye shed his usual carefree demeanor and bowed deeply with utmost respect toward the elders gathered around the old lady. "My apologies, elders. My hands are a bit tied up, so I can only offer a bow instead of a proper greeting." Only then did the others notice the handcuffs on his wrists. The old lady's expression darkened, turning as cold as ice. "Damn it! Get over here and unlock this thing!" Meng Changning roared, sending Zhang Chuang into a panic. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He shakily approached Mu Tianye, trembling as he fumbled for the keys. His hands were so unsteady that the keys dropped to the floor several times. Mu Tianye showed no impatience, looking down at him from above. By the time the handcuffs were finally unlocked, Zhang Chuan was drenched in cold sweat. "You two, come over and cuff him up. Take him back to the base first. Await further instructions." Meng Changning barked another order before turning to Li Xiuying. "Sis, what do you think of this handling?" The frost on Li Xiuying's face gradually melted. "Whatever Brother Meng decides is fine. I've long since left the military. I shouldn't meddle in unit affairs." Meng Changning wasted no words, urging Zhang Chuan's guards to take their superior away. Zhang Chuan was escorted out of the police station in a daze, his entire being devoid of spirit, utterly lifeless. After settling Mu Tianye's case, the senior officers dismissed the local officials, telling them to return to their duties without needing to accompany them. These old comrades in arms intended to gather properly. This gathering had been prompted by the old lady's affairs, so she proposed hosting a banquet at the Sea View Pavilion. As the person involved, Mu Tianye intended to accompany her, but the old lady didn't let him tag along. "Focus on your own affairs first. Nan's side has issued a statement, read it yourself." As she departed, the old lady admonished her grandson, "I accept this granddaughter-in-law. You better bring her home right now. If Nan is unhappy in any way, just wait and see what I'll do to you." Ignoring her bewildered grandson, the old lady drove off with a group of elderly gentlemen. Mu Tianye hurriedly pulled out his phone to scan the online coverage. It wasn't hard to find. Regarding the negative rumors about Mu Tianye this morning, Nan Zhiyi had personally stepped in to clarify things for him. From the moment they met to this very day, every detail was laid out clearly. Mu Tianye wasn't the scumbag everyone claimed him to be, he was the hero who saved Nan Zhiyi. She also clarified her relationship with her adoptive parents, revealing everything about that incident from years ago. For the first time, she laid bare the rotten state of her life, crushing it into pieces for everyone to see. She staked her career and the rest of her life on it. "I forgot to mention she came to see you this morning, but you were talking with that cousin of yours inside." Jiangcheng walked over to Mu Tianye and offered a friendly reminder. Mu Tianye recalled his morning conversation with Jiang Liqiu inside and his expression darkened.
Why didn't you tell me sooner, he complained.
Jiangcheng rolled her eyes, unwilling to explain.
Mu Tianye bolted, hailing a cab by the roadside and racing straight toward the airport.
In a lifetime, it's inevitable to fall in love with many people.
I loved him, and he probably loved me too. That's enough. Being together isn't the only path to perfection. We're not in a romantic relationship now, he's just my employee. With the contract void, he's free. I hope everyone can be more forgiving. Mu Tianye is a good person, not the villain the media portrays him to be. Alright, I should be going now. Domestic matters stay domestic.
Friends, let's all say our goodbyes properly. The video on her phone kept playing.
Nan Zhiyi tore up the contract, waved at the camera, turned around, and walked away with a flourish. Mu Tianye gripped his phone tightly, repeatedly urging the driver to speed up. Traffic jam, buddy.
I'm driving a taxi, not a spaceship.
Mu Tianye flung open the door, tossed a red bill onto the seat, and bolted out.
Zhang Liqiu sat in the car, staring blankly out the window for a moment.
She had just watched Nan Zhiyi's video too.
After seeing it, she knew this time, she had lost. Just minutes ago, she had settled matters with the Yi family and Fu Jiu on Mu Tianye's behalf.
She was certain that by tonight at the latest, news of both families' bankruptcies would spread across the entire internet.
She had intended to call Mu Tianye to inform him, but upon opening her phone, she saw the push notification for Nan Zhiyi's video. So they had been through all that. It turned out they both deeply loved each other. She refused to be the third wheel, it was the pride born with Zhang Liqiu.
Drive. Back to Beijing.
Zhang Liqiu withdrew her gaze and said indifferently.
Mu Tianye ran breathlessly to the airport. Amidst the bustling crowd, the sight he longed to see was nowhere to be found.
Running for love, it was exhausting, just like always. Frustrated, he scratched his hair. He should have been faster.
What are you doing, running a marathon?
A familiar voice sounded from behind him. Mu Tianye spun around abruptly. Their eyes met, and he broke into a grin.
Where are you headed? Why not take me, your driver? The end? This book didn't perform well, so the ending is a bit rushed, my apologies.